3 days later, the atmosphere at Huahai logging station was exceptionally high. Everyone gathered in the conference room, their faces filled with excitement and confidence. Their morale soared simply because the hidden armory deep in the mountains had now completely fallen to Jiangning. A few days ago, Jiang Ning led his team to defeat Kai Jun's team, and Song Si fulfilled his promise by handing over full control of the military arsenal. When everyone first stepped into that area, they truly realized that the Jianghai Consortium's overseas power far exceeded their imagination. The armory was hidden among the mountains, shrouded in mist year-round, with complex terrain, making it almost invisible from the air. A towering wall completely sealed off the area, and the electric grid gleamed coldly in the sunlight, like a silent warning. It was a modern weapons depot worth hundreds of billions, large enough to support the armed forces of a small country. Passing through the heavy iron gate, the first thing that comes into view is a spacious square, where various heavy equipment are parked in designated areas in a strict order. Rows of armored vehicles stood in neat rows, their camouflage bodies blending into the mountains and forests, their heavy armor able to withstand artillery fire. The dark muzzle of the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun pointed straight into the distance, as if ready to unleash a tongue of fire at any moment and tear the enemy apart. Not far away, towering cannons stood in neat rows, their barrels pointing straight to the sky, cold and silent, yet exuding an oppressive aura. Howitzers have an extremely long range and can cover a wide area of positions, while mortars are flexible and mobile, making them suitable for complex terrain. Each artillery piece is equipped with an electronic aiming system, allowing operators to accurately calculate angles and ranges. Even more shocking is that the guards here are not ordinary soldiers, but intelligent robots. The protective robots patrol with machine guns, and the system will automatically lock on and fire if any unusual target intrudes. Guided by the robot, the group entered the indoor warehouse, as if stepping into a world of weapons. The walls are covered with firearms, from pistols to rifles, from submachine guns to sniper rifles, all kinds. Each gun was well maintained, its metal surface gleaming coldly, as if awaiting the next war. Crates of ammunition were piled on the ground, with various calibers neatly arranged, and artillery shells and rockets placed in an orderly manner. The rocket launcher has clear patterns. Simply press a button to unleash destructive power instantly. On the other side of the warehouse, a large quantity of explosives were stored, with TNT and plastic explosives stored separately. Despite its small size, it can destroy sturdy buildings when it explodes, and the shockwave is strong enough to tear steel apart. Several helicopters were parked in the corner, their fuselages equipped with rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. Once airborne, they can traverse complex terrain and launch surprise attacks on targets. The entire armory was filled with the smell of metal and machine oil, and the air seemed to carry the scent of war. At that moment, everyone understood that as long as they controlled this place, any armed force would undergo a qualitative change. Jiang Ning felt a chill amidst the shock, realizing that the Dark Knight Legion had been defeated too hastily. With such firepower, the outcome of the battle might have been completely different if helicopter support had been deployed earlier. But war has no hypotheticals, and the presence of supernatural beings within the opposing force made the situation inherently complex. The appearance of ninjas and onmyoji, yin-yang masters, has made this battle unpredictable and the outcome uncertain. The defeat of the Night Legion was more like an encounter battle marked by carelessness and underestimation of the enemy. Inside the meeting room, Jiang Ning snapped out of his thoughts, glanced at everyone, and spoke in a calm and firm voice. He said that Huahai Company could face a counterattack at any time, and no one should go down the mountain without permission in the near future. The logging camps and mining areas will become the core of the defense, as the terrain here is advantageous and easy to deploy. Subsequently, he announced the establishment of the Huahai Association to gather the strength of overseas Chinese and expand its influence. He knew the future would not be peaceful and that he had to plan ahead to deal with unknown risks. Jiang Ning turned his gaze to Song Si, his tone steady but carrying a commanding tone. Song Si is familiar with many Chinese mercenaries and capable individuals in Southeast Asia, which will be a key resource. Jiang Ning hoped to leverage these connections to quickly establish their own armed forces. Jiang Ning established the Huahai Association to build a barrier for the mining area behind him and to continuously expand his influence overseas. The Zhanghai Consortium in China is responsible for maintaining order in Haiqing and protecting the safety and stability of relatives and friends. Huahai Society, on the other hand, is his sharpest weapon for external attacks and the core force for his future revenge and conquest. He knew that only by continuously growing stronger could he stand firm in the storms of the future. In the conference room, Jiang Ning's gaze swept over everyone, his voice steady yet full of pressure. He said that Huahai Society is now well equipped, but what it really lacks is top talent. Leng Yu, Lei Long, Xiao Dao, Li Bing, Lu Qianren, and Lu Qianhui are all outstanding fighters with excellent teamwork. Bai Yushan and Mo Xiaoqi, one a master gambler and the other a skilled technician, are key figures in their respective fields. Song Si possesses battlefield command experience and arms supply channels, making him an indispensable key figure. Jiang Ning told everyone that they were the backbone, but far from enough. He warned that the enemies they would face in the future would be even stronger, and urged everyone to work together to expand the scale of the Huahai Association. They don't seek to be number one in the world, but they must be invincible on the battlefield. The crowd responded in unison, their morale soaring, and the entire logging camp seemed to be ablaze with energy. Jiangning announced that its headquarters will be located at the Lao Asan logging camp and plans to hire people to renovate the building. The logging camp is backed by the mining area and faces the main road and supply station, making it easily accessible and situated on stable terrain. The armory is located a few dozen kilometers to the southwest, and several strongholds form a coordinated system. Making this location the headquarters is the safest choice. At present, in addition to the core members, there are hundreds of Qing Gang Society members available for deployment. As for the mercenaries sent by General Luo Wei and Bong, Jiang Ning did not intend to give them important positions. They are only a temporary force, subject to change at any time, and can only be placed on the periphery. After arranging his affairs, Jiang Ning went to the mining area alone for inspection. He then dismissed Leng Yu and the Red Scorpion, and sat cross-legged in a quiet corner. He would take time to cultivate almost every day, because the tragic lessons of the Dark Knight Legion made him realize the danger. In his previous life, he only learned physical skills and did not delve deeply into metaphysics. In this life, building upon his previous foundation, he made rapid progress and had already begun to delve into the principles of esoteric arts. The contents recorded in ancient books are all-encompassing, involving Taoist arts, feng shui, magic formations, and yin-yang techniques. He learned these things not out of curiosity, but to guard against the power of the supernatural. This time, the Onmyoji can use runes to strengthen ninjas and samurai against the enemy. Ancient texts also mention sorcery that can make warriors immune to pain and continue fighting even after death. No matter how powerful modern firepower is, we must be wary of the unpredictable changes brought about by mystical arts. The land in the mining area is a place rich in spiritual energy. This place was once a venomous snake hill, where snakes gathered and gave birth to a powerful snake king. Jiangning occupies this place, so naturally he will make use of this spiritual power. He is in the early stages of his spiritual practice, using breathing exercises to clear his meridians. Spiritual energy nourishes the body, making muscles and bones stronger and the spirit more stable. His spiritual senses became increasingly acute, enabling him to detect spiritual energy fluctuations that ordinary people could not perceive. Every day at noon, he would pretend to take a nap and absorb yang attribute spiritual energy under the scorching sun. At midnight, he absorbs the moon's spiritual power and uses the principles of yin and yang to empower himself. This dual tempering allowed his cultivation to improve at a rate far exceeding that of ordinary people. At 1:30 p.m., he finished his training and returned to the logging camp with Leng Yu and Red Scorpion. At the same time, another team was quietly moving in the mountains. After his previous crushing defeat, Kai Jun has made a comeback with an even more meticulous plan. This time, he also brought a key figure with him, Shen Linghua. The mountain road was rugged and impassable by vehicles, so we had to proceed on foot. Shen Lingwe wondered why they didn't take the main road through the logging camp, which was smoother. Kai Jun explained that there was a supply station belonging to Huahai Company on the main road, which would easily expose their whereabouts. They chose a secluded path to launch a surprise attack. Upon hearing this explanation, Shen Lingyue's anticipation grew even stronger. She secretly made up her mind that this time she must express her feelings to Jiang Ning. Whatever the outcome, she will face it with equanimity. Chapter 5:25 The True Nature of the Devil Exposed. The group set off into the mountains. At that moment, the weather turned against us, and a light drizzle began to fall. Mandu is about to enter the rainy season. It's been raining every day lately. It's so annoying, Kai Jun said with dissatisfaction. Yes, it's really uncomfortable to be damp. Shen Lingwe echoed her words, but she kept thinking about what she should say to Jiang Ning when they met. The group, holding umbrellas, walked along the path into the mountains. Although the pace of travel is slow, fortunately there is a tourist area ahead, and a sightseeing cable car can take people to the heart of the mountains. The group boarded the cable car and watched as the sky gradually cleared. A few hours later, the group got off the cable car and continued their journey. When the sun was strong, they arrived at a valley. Seeing the rainbow above the valley, Kai Jun was very excited and shouted, "Lingyu, look, a rainbow!" Shen Lingwe seemed a little tired and didn't care about this. She just wanted to see Jiang Ning as soon as possible, so she casually asked, "Brother Jun, where are we now?" "Drizzling Valley," Kai Jun said. "Oh." Shen Lingwe frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She had spent the previous few days conducting a detailed study of the mountain. Although Mount Ai is very large, she has almost memorized the map of the area related to Jiangning. The Misty Valley is far from the logging road and is not in the direction of the logging camp. Didn't we say we were going to find Jiangning? Brother Jun, isn't the road to the logging camp through Drizzle Valley? What are we doing here? Shen Lingwei asked. Oh, this road is secluded. We're going to surprise Jiangning, so naturally we should take a quieter road, Kai Jun said. A hint of suspicion flashed in Shen Lingyue's beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She and Kai Jun were childhood playmates who had played together for many years. She had a natural trust in Kai Jun, so she never asked him what path he had chosen. But now, she felt more and more uneasy. Throughout the journey, Kai Jun's expression remained unnatural whenever Jiangning was mentioned. The men he led also wore cold and stern expressions, as if he hadn't come up the mountain to chat with Jiangning, but rather to pick a fight. Along the way, Kai Jun asked her more than once if she truly liked Jiangning. Shen Lingwei gave an affirmative answer several times, but Kai Jun would ask the same question again and again after a while, as if he was unwilling to give up. Shen Lingwei wasn't stupid. She knew that Kai Jun was probably interested in her. However, she wanted to make her stance clear and make Kai Jun give up. Because in her heart, she always regarded Kai Jun as an older brother, without any romantic feelings involved. After Shen Lingyue repeatedly told him, Kai Jun finally stopped asking her about her feelings for Jiangning. However, Kai Jun stopped talking, which made Shen Lingyue even more uncertain. Lingyue, do you know why this place is called Drizzle Valley? Kai Jun asked. I don't know. Because it rains here all year round with fine, hair-like drizzles, and after the rain, a beautiful rainbow appears in the valley. Kai Jun said. Many young men and women find this place very romantic and come here to propose. Many couples also vow to love each other for life here. Therefore, this place is also known as the Valley of Romance. Hearing these words, Shen Lingwei instinctively sensed something was amiss and began to panic. Sure enough, the next second Kai Jun's men stepped aside, and Kai Jun came to Shen Lingwei, looking at her with deep affection. Lingyu, at this moment, in this situation, I am filled with emotion. In truth, I have always loved you. So, I want to ask you this seriously now. Can you let go of Jiangning and be with me? Brother Jun, don't be like this. Shen Lingwei was unusually agitated and uneasy. She had already made her stance on love clear along the way, but why did he still insist on confessing his feelings to her? When it comes to matters of the heart, you can't force them. Lingyu, do I have absolutely no chance? Kai Jun asked through gritted teeth, his face contorted in pain. Brother June, I've always considered you like my own brother. Please don't make things difficult for me. Shin Lingyue didn't want to lose this pure affection she had grown up with, so she pleaded repeatedly. Lingyue, give me a chance. Kai Jun grabbed Shin Lingyue's hand. This valley is my witness. I will love you for all eternity. Brother Jun. Shin Lingyue pulled her hand away and took 2 steps back, saying, Feelings can't be forced. I don't love you. I only have brotherly feelings for you. The words, I don't love you, were like a sharp knife, piercing Kai Jun's heart. With a pained expression, he asked Shin Lingyue, Lingyue, let me ask you, from childhood to adulthood, in every way am I better than Jiang Ning, right? Yes. You are capable, bold, and intelligent. You are indeed superior to Jiang Ning in many ways, Shin Lingyue said. Then why? It was him, not me. Kai Jun asked. It's precisely because you're so outstanding that Jiang Ning and I have always treated you like an older brother and a protective shield, Shin Lingyue explained. Because she instinctively sensed that Kai Jun's emotions were getting out of control, as if a danger was approaching her. She didn't want to imagine certain scenes, much less speculate about human nature. However, reality is staring her in the face. She is now all alone in this valley. The other party are all Kai Jun's people. Therefore, she cannot provoke Kai Jun. Be my older brother? Huh? Kai Jun sneered, gently patting Shin Lingyue's shoulders with both hands, then suddenly gripping them tightly, shaking her angrily and shouting. I don't want you to treat me like your older brother. I want you to treat me like your husband. I want to be your husband. Understand? Brother Jun, calm down. Shin Lingyue's breathing quickened as she tried to reassure Kai Jun while quickly changing the subject. Brother Jun, I think it's going to rain again here. How about we head towards the logging camp road? It's too damp in the mountains. You'll catch a cold. Shin Lingyue, Kai Jun shouted. You're not going anywhere today. Kai Jun's expression grew increasingly cold, and his eyes gleamed with a chilling light, as if covered in a layer of frost. I've given you countless chances along the way. If you had answered me even once that you didn't like Jiang Ning, I wouldn't be treating you like this today. Kai Jun seemed to have gone mad, completely different from before. That bastard Jiang Ning ruined my plans and even stole the woman I love. I won't let him get away with it. Brother Jun, what are you saying? Shin Lingyue asked in astonishment. The 3 of us are best friends. How could you do this? Best friend. Kai Jun gritted his teeth and said, You probably don't know yet, do you? A few days ago, we already tore off our masks in the mountains and started a big battle. Why is this happening? Shin Lingyue was even more astonished. Because Jiang Ning is ignorant, because he is headstrong, because he helps my enemies to fight against me. Kai Jun shouted. Impossible. Why would Xiao Ning do that? Shin Lingyue said with certainty. If he really did that, I believe he must have had his reasons. Grass. Upon hearing this, Kai Jun became completely enraged. Shin Lingyue, you have truly disappointed me, he gritted his teeth and said. Since you and Jiang Ning have hurt me, I will make you and Jiang Ning reap what you sow. Chapter 526 Knowing There Are Tigers in the Mountains. Brother Jun, what's wrong? Jiang Ning and I never meant to upset you. We've always considered you our best friend. Have you been used? Please wake up, Shin Lingyue scolded. Snort. Kai Jun ignored Shin Lingyue and waved his hand toward the jungle, where several of his men came forward. Proceed according to plan, Kai Jun said coldly. Yes, Mr. Kai. 2 of his men stepped forward and tied Shin Lingyue's upper body with rope. Kai Jun took a picture of Shin Lingyue. Brother Jun. At this moment, Shin Lingyue appeared unusually calm, and she did not struggle at all. You planned all of this in advance, didn't you? At this moment, her heart was broken. He trusted Kai Jun so much, but he never expected that Kai Jun would trick him into coming to the mountains to kidnap him. Kai Jun felt a little guilty looking at Shin Lingyue, but when he thought that Shin Lingyue liked Jiang Ning, who was his enemy, his anger surged. I've said it before, I've given you many chances. Kai Jun gritted his teeth. Then, he gave Shin Lingyue a cold glance, walked aside, and sent a message to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, it's time for the 3 of us to sit down and have a talk. The next second, Jiang Ning called directly. Kai Jun held the phone screen up to Shin Lingyue's face and said coldly, See, He still cares about you quite a bit. He called right away. Shinling Yue's phone signal had already been blocked by Kai Jun's men. Kai Jun used a signal amplifier, and, with the help of the signal tower at the nearest Lao Asan scenic spot, his mobile phone could make calls freely. Kai Jun, what are you going to do to Jiangning? Even now, Shun Lingyue still can't believe that her best childhood friend would actually try to harm her and Jiangning. I don't need to tell you what I'm going to do. You'll see it for yourself. Kai Jun sneered and ordered someone to seal Shun Lingyue's mouth with tape. Then, I answered the phone. Hey, Jiangning, I'm sorry to bother you. Kai Jun said in a soft, feminine tone. Lingyu said she wanted to come see you and give you a surprise, so we only told you after we got to the mountains. You don't mind, do you? Kai Jun, what do you want to do? Jiangning shouted angrily. What do I want to do? Humph, the three of us have been friends since childhood. We're very close. I'd like to organize a get-together. The three of us can sit down and catch up. Isn't that good? Kai Jun said. Why are you so agitated? Kai Jun, you know we have a deep bond, but you treat Lingyu like this. Are you even human? Jiangning rebuked angrily. Jiangning remained calm and composed in the face of any danger, but Shin Lingyue was the most vulnerable part of his heart. He appeared very anxious at this moment. Seeing this, Kai Jun became even more smug. Humph, I originally thought the relationship was deep, but in the end I found out that it was just the two of you who had a deep relationship, and it had nothing to do with me. You hurt me. You hurt my once pure feelings. You broke my heart. Kai Jun, it's me who's against you. It has nothing to do with Sister Lingyu. Please release Sister Lingyu. Jiangning shouted angrily. At this moment, Jiangning's feelings were incredibly complex. There was surprise and confusion, as well as anger and worry. Lingyue and Kai Jun have a very good relationship, don't they? Jiangning even speculated that the two of them might have reached the point of discussing marriage. However, just because they wanted to deal with me, they actually took Sister Lingyue hostage? Kai Jun is truly insane. Jiangning, stop talking nonsense. If you want to see your sister Lingyue, come find me in Misty Rain Valley. Kai Jun said. I'm only giving you 1 hour. If you're late, you won't see your sister Lingyue. Then, he switched the voice call to a video call, pointed it at Shun Lingyue, and said, I'm serious. His men stepped forward with daggers and cut off a lock of hair from Shun Lingyue's side. Ugh, 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 he shouted loudly, not out of fear, but to tell Jiangning not to come. However, with the opening sealed with tape, she could make sounds but couldn't speak. Upon seeing that the other party had cut off a lock of Shun Lingyue's hair, Jiangning was furious. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his fingers, and shouted, Kai Jun, you just wait. I'll be there within an hour. Hee, I'll be waiting for you. Kai Jun hung up the phone. Kai Jun had made arrangements in advance. Whether it was from the logging camp or the nearest supply station, it would take Jiangning about an hour to get here as quickly as possible. He wanted to give Jiangning the shortest possible time, so that he would be rushed and make mistakes in his haste. Moreover, Jiangning's main force cannot arrive in such a short time. In other words, he can only arrive by himself or a very small group of people within the stipulated time. This was Kai Jun's scheme. Using Shun Lingyue as bait, he set a trap here to force Jiangning to arrive in a short time, thus causing him to make a mistake in his haste. Jiangning was indeed both angry and anxious. Lingyu, order the main force to assemble. Kai Jun's troops are in the Misty Rain Valley. A major battle is about to take place. Jiangning, Lingyu, and Lei Long were inspecting the supply station when they received the message. There wasn't enough time, so they could only hastily put on tactical vests and equip themselves with pistol bullets and a few daggers. The submachine guns and other weapons were all at headquarters, so he couldn't go back to headquarters. President Jiang, are you going over there alone first? Lingyu asked in surprise. There's no time. I'll get there as fast as I can, in an hour. I'll try to stabilize the situation first. Jiangning said. You take the main force and follow my GPS location to find me. No, they will definitely set a trap. It will be dangerous for you to go alone. Lingyu said. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I'll go with you. Lei Long said. I'll go too, Lingyu said. With the two of us there, we can at least help you share some of the burden. As for getting the main force to assemble, Brother Lu and fourth brother are at headquarters. We can have them gather the troops and come find us. Jiang Ning knew the other side was plotting something, so this trip would be extremely dangerous. He scolded, "What are you two doing getting involved? Go back and join the main force." After saying that, he got up and went out. However, after taking only a few steps, he sensed someone behind him. Upon closer inspection, they saw that Lung Yu and Lei Long had caught up with them. "Didn't I tell you to gather the main force and come find me together?" Jiang Ning said angrily. "Boss, we followed you back then because we wanted to live and die with you. Now you want me and Brother Long to sit idly by and do nothing? Do you think we would do that?" Lung Yu said, "That's right, President Jiang. I, Lei Long, am not a coward, but I'm afraid you won't let me follow you." Lei Long said. Seeing how sincere the two were, Jiang Ning could no longer refuse and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Having a brother like that makes this life worthwhile. Lung Yu said, "Don't worry, boss. I have already notified Brother Lu and fourth brother. They are assembling a large force and will be here to help us soon." Good. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he turned and set off. Lung Yu and Lei Long exchanged a smile. The boss had agreed. Then, he hurriedly followed after them. Chapter 5:27 Battle in the Forest, Part 1. An hour later, a light rain fell on the valley. The sky was overcast, and fine rain, like silver threads, fell in abundance, weaving a hazy rain curtain in the valley of Lao Ai Mountain, like a light veil, enveloping the entire valley in a dreamlike atmosphere. Jiang Ning walked at the front, wearing a black tactical uniform. Rainwater slid down the hem of his clothes, making his figure appear particularly upright in the rain and mist. His steps were steady and firm, each step splashing up a small spray of water that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Lung Yu and Lei Long followed closely behind, one on the left and one on the right. The three of them moved forward in a triangular formation, maintaining a just right distance from each other, which was convenient for looking out for each other and for dealing with any unexpected situations. The valley was filled with a damp scent, a unique aroma of soil and grass, which became even stronger after being soaked by the rain, and also carried a faint hint of decaying leaves. "How is the main force doing?" Jiang Ning asked. 50 elite soldiers have been assembled and are on their way here. It should take them about an hour, Lung Yu said. As Jiang Ning spoke, his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, constantly scanning his surroundings in the drizzling rain, not missing a single subtle movement. His gaze swept over every tree and every blade of grass, as if trying to pierce through the layers of rain and mist and see through everything hidden in the shadows. Having undergone cultivation, Jiang Ning's spiritual perception far surpasses that of ordinary people. The deeper Jiang Ning went into the valley, the more oppressive and dangerous a feeling became in his heart, a feeling that lingered like the mist that permeated the valley. The next second, he felt as if countless cold eyes were hiding in the shadows, silently watching their every move. "Ayu, Brother Long, be careful, something's not right here." Jiang Ning lowered his voice and said. The sound was slightly muffled in the rain, carrying a hint of solemnity. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Lung Yu and Lei Long's ears, as if it had a special penetrating power in the silent valley. Lung Yu nodded slightly without speaking, her right hand gripping a specially made short blade, its blade gleaming coldly and appearing particularly icy in the gloomy weather. His left hand quietly gripped the pistol hidden at his waist, his finger lightly resting on the trigger, ready to pull it at any moment. Her eyes were focused and alert as she constantly observed her surroundings. Lei Long cracked his wrists, his face showing a mixture of anger and defiance. "President Jiang, it's been so many days since I've really shown my skills. I've been looking for a way to vent my frustrations. Right now, I can take care of any enemy I have, especially that grandson of Kai Jun, who dared to kidnap Miss Shun. When I catch him, I'll skin him alive." As he spoke, he patted the pistol holstered on his thigh and brandished the thick combat dagger in his hand. His voice echoed in the rain, carrying an air of fearlessness. The three continued on their way, and the valley became increasingly deep and the surrounding trees became increasingly dense. The tall trees, with their intertwined branches and leaves, almost completely blocked out the sky, leaving only a few faint rays of light that filtered through the gaps in the leaves and cast dappled shadows on the ground. Rainwater slid down the leaves and dripped onto the ground, making a crisp sound, as if playing an eerie melody. Occasionally, raindrops would fall from above, hitting them and bringing a chill to their bones. The atmosphere was somber and eerie. Suddenly, a series of light footsteps came from all directions. The sound was very faint at first, like the rustling of raindrops on leaves, but it quickly became clearer. Jiang Ning waved his hand to signal people not to move, his eyes instantly turning sharp as he shouted, "Watch out! There's an ambush!" At the same time, he crouched slightly, quickly drew his pistol, released the safety, and pointed the muzzle in the direction from which the sound came. His muscles were tense, like a cheetah poised to pounce. Almost the instant Jiang Ning finished speaking, dozens of dark figures leaped out of the woods like ghosts. These figures were dressed in black, their faces covered with black cloth, revealing only pairs of cold eyes that conveyed ferocity and murderous intent. They were the helpers Kai Jun had invited, samurai and ninjas from the land of Sakura. The previous defeat caused the Bushido and Ninja Association to lose face. So this time, they sent even more elite samurai and ninjas with the intention of achieving their goal and completely destroying Jiangning. At this moment, the weapons in the hands of the ninjas and samurai gleamed coldly in the rain, and the rainwater slid down the blades as if it were about to splatter blood. Humph, just as expected of Kai Jun's despicable tactics. Lei Long snorted coldly, his voice filled with anger and disdain. As they spoke, Jiangning quickly turned to the side and hid behind a large tree, using the trunk as cover. At the same time, he gave Leng Yu and Lei Long a wink, signaling them to split up and find cover. These samurai and ninjas exuded a strange aura. Upon closer inspection, their clothing was covered with mysterious runes that shimmered with a faint blue light, a testament to the power of Onmyoji runes. Under the influence of the Onmyoji runes, these samurai and ninjas moved with superhuman agility, each movement resembling a black whirlwind. Call! A ninja rushed towards Jiang Ning like lightning, his speed so fast that he left almost only a blur in the rain. The kunai in his hand pierced Jiang Ning's throat with a sharp whistling sound, the piercing sound seemingly tearing through the heavy rain curtain. Jiang Ning quickly raised his hand and pulled the trigger of his pistol. A gunshot rang out, echoing through the valley. The bullet, carrying intense heat, hurtled towards the ninja. However, with the runes enhancing his abilities, the ninja reacted with incredible speed. He slightly shifted his body and narrowly avoided the bullet. Last time, the ninjas only added runes to their weapons, but this time, their bodies are also enhanced with runes, so it seems they've been upgraded. During the battle with the ninjas, Jiang Ning also noticed that the ninjas, empowered by runes, were extremely fast and incredibly strong, with each attack accompanied by a whooshing sound. "Brother Long, you, be careful, the opponent may have runes," Jiang Ning shouted, his brows furrowing slightly. He quickly put away his pistol and drew the melee dagger strapped to his calf. "Bullets are limited, so we should conserve them as much as possible." Taking advantage of the ninja's moment of dodge, Jiang Ning suddenly leaped out from behind the tree, his body like a black lightning bolt, rushing towards the ninja. Before the ninja could react, Jiang Ning was already in front of him, his dagger flashing coldly as he thrust it straight at the ninja's chest. The ninja quickly used his kunai to defend himself. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing was crisp and loud, and sparks flew in the rain. Jiang Ning pushed the ninja away forcefully, then turned around and aimed his gun again. The ninja was not to be outdone. He used the kunai in his hand as a hidden weapon and threw it at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning quickly crouched down, and the kunai flew past his head and embedded itself in the tree trunk behind him. Chapter 528 Battle in the Forest, Part 2. On the other side, Leng Yu and Lei Long were locked in a fierce battle. Leng Yu was agile, her movements like those of a nimble wildcat, leaping and darting among the trees. The short blade in her hand flashed coldly in the rain, each swing accompanied by the screams of her enemies. Her eyes were calm and focused, and each slash of her knife was aimed precisely at the enemy's vitals. At the same time, she also fired her pistol from time to time, each bullet carrying a deadly threat. Lei Long, on the other hand, attacked with wide, sweeping movements. His fists whistled through the air, and each punch sent an enemy flying. The Thunder Dragon's power was astonishing, even greater than that of warriors enhanced by runes. Each punch he threw seemed to contain immense force. When his enemy was hit, his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and splashing up a cloud of mud. Lei Long and Lung Yu were not reckless. The reason they engaged in close combat was the same as Jiang Ning's idea, to save bullets and wait for the main force to arrive. During combat, they engage in close combat, defeat the enemy, and then instantly seek cover to hide, preparing for the next close encounter. Because they didn't know if there were machine gunners or snipers behind the enemy, they dared not reveal their whereabouts for too long. Come on, you little minions, let's see if your knives are faster or my fists are harder. Lei Long shouted from behind the big tree. These guys are really troublesome. Lung Yu shouted as she fought. Her voice was slightly breathless, but mostly filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Being able to fight alongside Jiang Ning made her very excited, and she didn't care at all that her face was splattered with rain and the enemy's blood. At this moment, Jiang Ning was surrounded by several samurai and ninjas. These enemies worked in perfect coordination, launching attacks on him from different angles. Some swung their long swords fiercely from the front, some thrust out short swords quickly from the side, and others launched silent sneak attacks from behind. Jiang Ning remained completely calm, his figure moving freely among the enemy ranks like a nimble fish. He would occasionally fire his pistol, accurately hitting the enemy's legs, arms, and other parts of the body, temporarily incapacitating them. Sometimes he would use a melee dagger to fight his enemies in close combat, and every move he made would accurately hit the enemy's vital points, either slit the enemy's throat or pierce the enemy's heart. Boss is amazing. Lung Yu kicked one person away, hid behind a tree next to Lei Long, and sighed. Yes, I've never admired anyone in terms of martial prowess, except for the boss. Lei Long said, You think you can stop me? At that moment, Jiang Ning roared, his voice as loud as a bell, echoing through the valley. He quickly changed tactics, taking advantage of the gaps between the enemies and constantly moving his position, making it difficult for the enemy's attacks to be concentrated. At the same time, his pistol and dagger worked together perfectly, and for a moment, the enemy could not get close to him at all. Under the fierce attacks of Jiang Ning, Lung Yu, and Lei Long, the enemies were defeated one by one. The ground was gradually littered with the corpses of the enemy. Blood, washed by the rain, flowed slowly down the valley, mixing with the rainwater to form eerie red streams. Humph, Jiang Ning, I didn't expect you to have such good skills. I really underestimated you. A familiar voice came from the woods. Jiang Ning looked up and saw Kai Jun and a woman in a white robe slowly walking out. Kai Jun's face showed a hint of resentment and jealousy, and his eyes were filled with hatred, as if he wanted to devour Jiang Ning alive. The woman beside him, dressed in a white onmyoji robe, was none other than Ono Shoshozi. Her face was covered by a thin veil, revealing only a pair of narrow eyes that exuded coldness and arrogance. She held an exquisite staff in her hand, inlaid with several gems that emitted an eerie light. The gems shimmered strangely in the rain, as if they were alive. But do you think that's the end of it? Kai Jun's voice carried a hint of mockery and smugness, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a twisted smile. Jiang Ning, today is your death day. Kai Jun waved his hand. Jiang Ning, you killed 4 of my disciples. Today I will avenge them. Ono Shoshozi spoke, her voice as if it came from the deepest hell, icy and chilling, making people shudder. Her voice seemed to possess a magical power, echoing in the rain and making the surrounding air feel even colder. Jiang Ning had met Xiao Yi Xiao Xiaozi before. The last time Xiao Yi Xiao Xiaozi tried to assassinate him at the hotel, she created an intersecting space that almost killed Jiang Ning's primordial spirit. Jiang Ning has been looking for her all this time. But at this moment, Jiang Ning felt mostly anger. With Shun Lingyue still in their hands, Jiang Ning had no time to spare. Kai Jun, release Sister Lingyu immediately. Jiang Ning's voice was filled with endless anger and anxiety. He gripped his gun tightly with both hands, his body trembling slightly, as if he would rush up at any moment and tear Kai-jun to pieces. Kai-jun sneered. Release her? Sure. Hee. Shenlingwe is in our hands now. As long as you obediently give up resisting, I might release her. After all, she is the most beautiful woman in my heart. A smug look appeared on Kai-jun's face, as if he were showing off his victory. Then, Kai-jun waved his hand, and two ninjas escorted Shenlingwe out from behind. Shenlingwe's face was pale, her hair was disheveled, and a few strands of hair clung to her face, making her look extremely disheveled. But her eyes held a stubbornness, and she looked at Jiang Ning with unwavering determination, as if telling him not to worry. Lingwe, try to persuade Jiang Ning. Why does he have to go against me? Kai-jun ordered someone to come forward and tear off the tape from Shenlingwe's mouth. Jiang Ning, don't worry about me. They are all despicable people. Shenlingwe shouted. Her voice was faint in the rain, but it was full of strength. Jiang Ning's heart clenched. Seeing Shenlingwe being held hostage by the enemy, he was filled with self-blame and anger. Kai-jun, if you dare to touch Sister Lingwe, I will make sure you all die a horrible death. His voice, like that of a roaring beast, echoed through the valley. Oh, you've got quite the nerve, Kai-jun mocked. You're barely able to save yourself, and you want to help others? His face was full of mocking smiles, and his eyes were full of contempt. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew he couldn't act impulsively at this moment, otherwise he would only put Shenlingwe in greater danger. Jiang Ning's mind raced as he considered countermeasures. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly eerie and quiet. Raindrops kept hitting Jiang Ning's face, but he was completely unaware. The next second, a sly glint flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. Chapter 5:29 Battle in the Forest, Part 3. He glanced back at Lei Long and Lung Yu, and the moment their eyes met, his lips moved slightly. We're giving up resistance. Please release Sister Lingwe. Jiang Ning took the lead and slowly lowered the gun in his hand, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness and exhaustion. Xiao Ning, no, Shenlingwe shouted. Sister Lingwe, as long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Behind them, Lung Yu and Lei Long slowly lowered their guns. Kai-jun and Xiao Yixiaxiazi exchanged a glance, a hint of smugness flashing in their eyes. Humph, it would have been better if you had done this earlier. Kai-jun ordered someone to put away the gun, but then changed his mind. However, it won't be that easy for us to let her go. Kai-jun's reneging on his promise was exactly what Jiang Ning had expected. Kai-jun has always been this kind of person since he was a child, and Jiang Ning knows him all too well. His nature has never changed over the years. Therefore, Jiang Ning had already made preparations beforehand. Kai-jun, what you've done is very unethical. You keep calling yourself a businessman, but you have no integrity whatsoever. I'm truly ashamed to have ever been your friend. Jiang Ning said. Morality? Integrity? Ha ha. Kai-jun laughed loudly. Those are just high-sounding words. The winner takes all, the loser is condemned. Using any means necessary to achieve your goal is the only path to success. However, before he could finish speaking, a silver light shot towards Kai-jun Fei. It was Lung Yu who pulled a throwing knife from her waist and threw it over. Lung Yu is a master of throwing knives. She could have a throwing knife hidden anywhere on her body. Therefore, the other party thought they were safe, but in reality, they were still within Lung Yu's attack range. Careful. Ono Xiaoxiazi is also very skilled in combat. She can see the trajectory of Lung Yu's flying knife and grabs Kai-jun Xiao and pulls him backward. Kai-jun barely dodged the flying knife. At the same time, Jiang Ning suddenly flashed forward and rushed towards Kai-jun at an extremely fast speed. He moved with lightning speed, leaving almost only a blur in the ring. Kai-jun was startled by this sudden turn of events, and even Xiao, who had fought against Jiang Ning, looked surprised. The speed was so fast that they were staggering backwards while dodging the flying knife and had no chance to defend themselves. However, at this moment, two warriors with runes rushed over and stood in front of Jiang Ning. These were the two warriors who had just confiscated the weapons from Jiang Ning and the others. Although they had guns, Jiang Ning was too fast, and they couldn't aim accurately. They could only use their bodies to block Jiang Ning's trajectory. Bang! Bang! As expected, Jiang Ning kicked the two ninjas away instantly. The confiscated pistol was also lying on the ground. Oh no! Xiao Yi Xiao was shocked. She waved her staff and cast a yin-yang spell. Her hands moved rapidly, forming hand seals, and she chanted incantations. The gems on her staff shone brightly, as if about to unleash a powerful force. However, Jiang Ning moved too fast. He picked up the pistol from the ground and instantly appeared in front of Kai Jun, pressing the pistol against Kai Jun's temple. In his other hand, he held a dagger to Kai Jun's neck. "Let go of Sister Lingyu, or I'll kill you," Jiang Ning roared, his voice filled with anger and determination. Kai Jun was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Sweat and rain mixed together and slid down his cheeks. You mustn't be impulsive." His voice trembled, filled with fear. Now that his life was in Jiang Ning's hands, he was no longer as smug as before. Xiao Yi Xiao was hesitant to act rashly, fearing the consequences. Her staff trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with anger and resentment. She was invincible in her past missions and was revered as a legend by the Nine Chrysanthemums sect. However, her legendary story came to an abrupt end after she met Jiang Ning. Her last assassination attempt on Jiang Ning failed, and she instead lost a Shikigami spirit. Her misstep caused her prestige within the Nine Chrysanthemums sect to plummet. Afterwards, the Nine Chrysanthemums sect, responding to the orders of the Sun Society, dispatched 4 Onmyoji disciples under Ono Shosho to Mandu to carry out the mission. But he was killed by Jiang Ning once again. That was the second time she had fallen into Jiang Ning's trap. She was furious and made a solemn pledge to come to Mandu in person, determined to win back the face of the Nine Chrysanthemums sect. However, it's a huge loss of face that he can't even protect the employers of the Kai group right now. "Release Shen Lingwei immediately." At this moment, Jiang Ning roared again. His eyes revealed a chilling, murderous intent. "Release Shen Lingwei." Under Jiang Ning's pressure, Kai Jun had no choice but to signal the ninjas to release Shen Lingwei. "Xiao Ning." The ninja released his grip, and Shen Lingwei broke free and ran towards Jiang Ning. Her steps were unsteady, but filled with determination, and tears welled up in her eyes. The misunderstandings between them in the past seemed to disappear at this moment. "Sister Lingwei." Jiang Ning pushed Kai Jun away and put his arm around Shen Lingyue's waist. "Sister Lingwei, are you all right?" Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with worry and concern. Shen Lingyue shook her head. "I'm fine, Xiao Ning. It's my fault for dragging you into this." Her voice carried a hint of weariness, but more so of concern and guilt towards Jiang Ning. "Sister Lingwei, what are you saying? Aren't you my sister?" Jiang Ning said with a smile. Shen Lingyue wanted to express her feelings. However, Kai Jun, who was standing to the side, was extremely angry at the sight. He shouted angrily, "Miss Ono, use your ultimate move and show him how powerful we are." His voice was filled with anger and anxiety, like that of an enraged beast. "Ultimate move." Jiang Ning frowned and looked at Kai Jun. "It seems this is the only way." Ono Shoko nodded, her hands quickly forming hand seals, the movements more complex and faster than before. She muttered incantations in a low, mysterious voice, as if summoning some powerful force. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to distort, and a powerful energy fluctuation spread out. The air seemed to be squeezed by an invisible giant hand, making a hissing sound, and the rainwater formed strange vortexes under the influence of this energy. "She's casting a magic array." Jiang Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Having cultivated through metaphysics, his primordial spirit was powerful and his divine sense was keen, allowing him to immediately perceive the abnormality around him. "A magic array?" Leng Yu and Lei Long exclaimed in surprise. This word is relatively unfamiliar to them. The next second, a huge circular magic circle slowly rose from the ground. The magic circle was covered with complex runes, which flickered with an eerie light, like a pair of eyes watching them. At the edge of the magic circle, there are 9 huge black dragon patterns. The black dragons are baring their fangs and claws, as if they want to break free from their restraints and devour everything. The black dragon's eyes gleamed with a red light, like burning flames, and its body seemed to be slowly writhing, giving people an incredibly realistic feeling. Chapter 5:30 Battle in the Forest, Part 4. This scene shocked Shun Lingyue, Lung Yu, and Lei Long. Even though they were very knowledgeable, they had never seen such a scene before. It had already exceeded their understanding of the world. Magic arrays are inherently suspicious, but now they are truly and clearly displayed before them. Moreover, there is even an illusion of a dragon. How could ordinary people possibly see such a thing? However, Jiang Ning remained extremely calm, because his last astral projection had given him a new understanding of the world. He went from being skeptical to being a firm believer. Since then, Jiang Ning has been studying the mystical arts in ancient books, and he had long predicted that this day would come. 9 Profound Dragon Locking Formation. None of you will escape today. Ono Shosho laughed triumphantly, her laughter echoing through the valley, filled with madness and smugness. It turns out that Kai Jun's plan was to have Ono Shoshino lead a dozen or so on Myoji from the Sakura Kingdom to build this illusionary magic circle at the ambush site in advance. The power of this magic array lies in its ability to extract a person's primordial spirit and then transport it to an intersecting space, trapping the person there forever. This intersecting space is filled with unknown dangers and fears. Once you enter, there is no escape. The next second, a fierce wind swept around, leaves flew everywhere, and a huge magic circle whipped up a massive tornado that stretched from the ground to the sky, trapping everyone inside. Jiang Ning felt immense pressure emanating from the magic array, as if he were being crushed by a mountain. However, his gaze remained steadfast. At this moment, Shun Lingyue and Lung Yu leaned over from the left and right, and Jiang Ning could feel their bodies trembling slightly due to the pressure they were under. He took their hands, one on each side, and said confidently, "Don't be afraid. I have a way to break this magic array." Jiang Ning's voice was full of determination and resolve, and his eyes revealed a hint of confidence. Shun Lingyue nodded, her eyes filled with trust. "I believe you, Xiao Ning." Although her voice was weak, it was full of strength, as if she was cheering Jiang Ning on. "Boss, you are capable of anything." Lung Yu was also full of confidence. "Brother Long, protect us," Jiang Ning called out, then released the 2 women's hands and closed his eyes. He was diligently searching through his family's ancient texts for knowledge about breaking formations. At this moment, Jiang Ning's brows were furrowed, and his face showed a focused expression, as if he had entered a world isolated from the outside world. Ancient images flashed through his mind, with obscure runes and incantations constantly flickering in his head. "Haha, have fun." Kai Jun laughed loudly, his figure gradually disappearing into the flying sand. The next second, under the influence of the magic circle, the surrounding space became distorted and the light became dim and unclear. It was as if the whole world was shrouded in a dark fog, making people feel depressed and afraid. The rain seemed to be affected by the magic circle as well, becoming even colder and more biting, feeling like tiny knives cutting into the skin as it hit the body. People inside the magic array cannot open their eyes and cannot move an inch. Moreover, it seemed as if there were invisible giant hands all around, pulling at everyone's primordial spirit. "Humph, struggle all you want, you can't escape." Outside the magic circle, Kai Jun was still loudly mocking. A smug smile appeared on his face, as if he could already see the miserable state of Jiang Ning and the others trapped in the magic array. The magic array is still upgrading and becoming more violent. When it reaches a certain critical point, the energy will explode, causing chaos in space-time. The extracted primordial spirits will randomly enter the intersecting space-time and be trapped inside forever. Inside the Great Formation, the 4 stood back to back, struggling to hold on. The next second, Jiang Ning took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and his eyes shone with a determined light. Every magic array has an energy core support point, which is called the array core. The core of this magic circle seems to be located at the center of the 9 black dragon patterns. Destroying this core will break the magic circle. However, Jiang Ning also knew that destroying this core would be no easy task. "Lung Yu, Lei Long, listen to my command," Jiang Ning said. Let's attack the core of the magic array together. His voice was full of authority and confidence, like that of a general commanding thousands of troops. Through the wind and rain and the blurred interface, the center of the black dragon was emitting an eerie light, like a hemispherical light dome with a faint purple halo. How do we attack? Leng Yu asked. If it's about attacking a person, everyone knows how to do it, but how do you attack a magic array? Jiang Ning said. It's very simple. Attack the magic array the same way you attack people. In essence, the logic of a magic array is to use a certain spell to guide and mobilize the surrounding dark energy, so that it gathers together according to the order of the array and produces a certain effect. If you want to destroy the magic array, you must use energy to impact the core of the array, which is the core area for energy conduction. As for what we call an attack, whether it's an artillery shell, a firearm, or even a sword, any attack, to a greater or lesser extent, is a form of energy. Therefore, by finding the core of the formation and attacking it relentlessly, you can break through the formation. Jiang Ning took the lead, firing his gun continuously at the core of the magic array. The bullets, carrying intense heat, struck the array with a series of bang sounds. At the same time, he would occasionally use the dagger as a throwing knife, flinging it towards the core area. The dagger gleamed coldly in the darkness. Leng Yu followed Jiang Ning's example, alternating between using a short blade and a pistol. The cold light emitted by the short blade and the bullets fired by the pistol rushed towards the magic circle like dense raindrops. Lei Long roared furiously, firing wildly with a pistol in one hand and wielding a combat dagger in the other, charging towards the core of the magic circle. Each attack seemed to shatter the air itself. Although Shen Linghua did not have strong combat abilities, she cheered everyone on from the sidelines while keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. Her eyes were filled with tension and anticipation, and her hands were clenched tightly, as if she were praying for everyone. However, the magic circle's defenses are extremely strong. Their attacks struck the core of the magic circle, only creating ripples, but failing to cause any real damage. The ripples spread out quickly, like waves on the surface of water, and then disappeared. Haha, it's useless. Your attacks can't break my magic array at all. Outside the magic circle, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi used her divine sense to detect that their attacks were ineffective, and she became even more smug. Her laughter echoed through the valley, filled with mockery and contempt. Boss, this is no good. We're almost out of bullets. Leng Yu's pretty face was filled with exhaustion. Yes, it's so sturdy. Lei Long was bounced back by the core of the magic array and said breathlessly. Jiang Ning did not reply. His eyes were like those of a keen hawk, fixed on the magic array, carefully observing its operating rules, trying to find a flaw, and not letting go of any detail. Finally, he discovered a brief gap in the operation of the magic circle. This gap was only a moment, but for Jiang Ning, it was enough. Now, everyone, attack together. Jiang Ning shouted, his voice like a thunderclap, echoing through the valley. The four of them exerted their strength simultaneously, concentrating all their power on a single point. Jiang Ning fired both guns simultaneously, the bullets like a metallic storm. Leng Yu threw her short blade with all her might, the cold light like a bolt of lightning. Lei Long also loaded all his last bullets and fired wildly. Under the powerful attack, the magic array's defenses finally developed a crack. Chapter 531 Xiao Ning, I love you. It's working. The cracks are visible to the naked eye, spreading out like a spider web on the surface of the light cover. The purple light inside seemed to have found a breakthrough, and it tried its best to shoot out from the crack. As a result, streaks of purple light appeared in the sky above the Great Formation. However, those dragon runes are continuously channeling energy to the core of the array, repairing the light shield. Put in a little more effort. Jiang Ning shouted. Just then, Leng Yu saw a pistol lying on the ground, picked it up, and started firing wildly at the light shield again. Lei Long used every means at his disposal. The three of them were being pulled apart by their own spirits, yet they were desperately attacking the magic array. Braving the sandstorm, Jiang Ning moved to one side, trying to get closer to one of the black rune dragons. At this moment, black mist swirled around the runes, and the image of the giant dragon was gradually becoming clearer. Oh. The closer Jiang Ning got to the giant dragon rune, the more unstable his primordial spirit became, and his body felt as if it were being torn apart by a gale, causing him immense pain. However, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he drew his dagger and roared with unwavering determination, "Break!" The dagger pierced through the air and stabbed hard into the dragon head rune. Brush! The black rune dragon shuddered, as if it had been injured. In that instant, all the dragon runes seemed to sense it, and their energy weakened considerably. Boom! The energy to repair the light shield was insufficient, and it shattered instantly. A huge crack also appeared in the space above the magic array. No, that's impossible. Ono Shasho's scream ripped through the oppressive and distorted space shrouded by the magic circle. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the shocking crack on the magic circle. Her face was filled with terror and disbelief. Her previously haughty and cold expression crumbled instantly, replaced by anger and astonishment. What's going on? Is there a problem with the magic array? Kai Jun also panicked. That's his signature move. How can a secret technique go wrong? Is something wrong? Quick, think of a solution. Kai Jun kept urging him on, his voice filled with anxiety and fear. You bastard. This isn't over yet. Ono Shoko gritted her teeth, her facial muscles contorting from the effort. She abruptly closed her eyes, veins bulging on her forehead, and poured all her power into the magic array without regard for anything else. In an instant, the light of the magic array became dazzling and intense, like a supernova exploding in an instant. The intense light was almost blinding. The surrounding space was distorted even more violently under the impact of the light, as if it was about to be torn into countless fragments. At the crack, light surged like a raging tide, attempting to fill the flaw. The hissing sound continued, as if the magic circle was struggling and resisting in pain. It seems they're going to fight to the death. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and stared at the crack above his head. Rainwater slid down his cheeks, but his eyes were filled with even more hope. While observing the changes in the magic array, he turned to look at Lung Yu, Lei Long, and Shun Lingwe beside him. The other party is repairing the magic array, but in my opinion, she can't repair it. She can only maintain it. As long as we calm down and guard our primordial spirits so that we are not pulled out, we can get through this. Ono Shosho was also going all out this time. A continuous stream of spiritual power flowed into the magic circle from the staff in her hand, and her whole body swayed uncontrollably due to the immense karma. Can you still hold on? Kai Jun asked worriedly. Ono Xiaoxiatsi gritted her teeth and said, The magic array is on the verge of breaking. I can't repair it anymore. I can only maintain it. What's the point of maintaining it? Kai Jun said helplessly. There's another way. Ono Xiaoxiatsi said, I'll use the remaining power of the magic array to concentrate it on one point and take out one of them. As they spoke, their eyes met, their gazes flashing with malice and determination, as if they were engaged in a silent conspiracy. A name spontaneously came to mind for both of them. Jiangning. Take care of Jiangning. Kai Jun gritted his teeth. This is the only way, said Xiaoxiatsi. At the same time, Ono Shosho also waved the staff in her hand, and the gems on the staff flashed wildly, releasing strange energy fluctuations. Boom. At this moment, the core of the magic array shattered, and the surrounding gale disappeared. The pulling sensation on everyone's bodies disappeared, and apart from the lingering black aura, the scenery had returned to normal. Xiao Yi Xiaoxiaozi and Kai Jun were on a high hill a few dozen meters away. What happened? Kai Jun roared. Where did the magic array go? Oh no, we agreed to take down a place. So where did the magic circle go? Kai Jun has gone almost insane. Kai Jun, you're a complete scumbag. Shen Lingwe shouted. Xiao Ning and I trusted you so much, and you actually plotted to kill us. You abandoned the purest feelings we had since childhood. Kai Jun, you've truly broken my heart. Don't act like you're the victim. You were the ones who abandoned me first. Kai Jun said. From childhood to adulthood, we played house together. I always played the role of your husband. I thought we were childhood sweethearts. I thought I loved you, and you loved me too. But why did you choose Jiangning? What makes him better than me? Kai Jun pointed angrily at Jiang Ning. I. In an instant, Jiang Ning was shocked and utterly astonished. Liking someone is a feeling, and I just like Xiao Ning. Shen Lingyue said frankly. Kai Jun, I'm telling you this today, in my eyes and in my heart. Xiao Ning is better than you in every way. I just like him. What? Jiang Ning felt as if a monstrous wave had crashed over his mind, a deafening roar filling his brain. That overwhelming astonishment and joy was like a vast, boundless ocean. Sister Lingyue, she said she likes me? Sister Lingyue, don't you treat me like your own brother? Jiang Ning looked at Shen Lingyue with surprise. A long time ago, I treated you like my own younger brother. Shen Lingyue looked at Jiang Ning with eyes as clear as autumn water and said gently, but I don't know when it started, I stopped treating you as my older sister. I found that I had fallen hopelessly in love with you, the kind of love between a man and a woman. So, today I want to bravely say it. Even if you treat me as your older sister, even if you don't accept it, I still want to express my love for you. Xiao Ning, I love you. At this moment, Jiang Ning was enveloped in immense joy and happiness. The love I once thought was out of reach has actually been right beside me all along. Sister Lingyue. Jiang Ning felt as if he had entered a fairyland. Looking at the smiling Shen Lingyue in front of him, he opened his arms and was about to hug her. Just then, taking advantage of Jiang Ning's relaxed vigilance, Xiaozi instantly activated the remaining power of the magic array. Brush. A black light, like a vicious dragon from the abyss of darkness, roared out of the magic array and headed straight for Jiang Ning's primordial spirit. Wherever the light passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Chapter 532 The truest love is being able to give everything for you. Jiang Ning was so immersed in immense happiness and joy that he missed the best opportunity to evade. Xiao Ning, watch out. At the critical moment, Shen Lingyue shouted. Without hesitation, she rushed towards Jiang Ning, her eyes only on his safety, completely disregarding her own danger. Shen Lingyue's shouts were particularly loud in the chaotic moment. Her figure appeared so frail, yet so resolute amidst the interplay of rain and sunlight. Boom! The black light struck Shen Lingyue mercilessly, and the enormous impact sent her flying. Like a kite whose wings have been broken by a gale, it traces a tragic arc in the sky. Sister Lingyue. Jiang Ning's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He rushed over without regard for anything else, splashing up large amounts of mud and water. Just as Shen Lingyue was about to land, Jiang Ning arrived and caught her in his arms. Due to inertia, the two slid several meters across the muddy ground before coming to a stop. Xiao Ning. Shen Lingyue was extremely weak. Her face was as pale as paper, but there were wisps of black energy swirling around her. Sister Lingyue, how are you feeling? Jiang Ning was terrified at this moment. He was afraid of losing Shen Lingyue. Xiao Ning, I'm cold. Shen Lingyue's lips turned pale, and her body shivered slightly. I'm so cold. Sister Lingyue, why did you shield me? Why were you so foolish? Jiang Ning's voice was trembling violently, choked with sobs. He held Shen Lingyue tightly, as if that would keep her away from danger. His heart was filled with pain and self-blame, and every nerve in his body trembled with worry for Shen Lingyue's safety. Sister Lingyue, will this make you warmer? Jiang Ning opened his chest and used his body heat to warm Shen Lingyue. Xiao Ning, where are you? Why is it so dark? Shen Lingyue's eyes widened, and she grabbed wildly with her hands. Xiao Ning, where did you go? I can't see anything. Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning. Sister Lingyue. I'm here. Jiang Ning grabbed Shen Lingyue's hand, and tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. Xiao Ning. Shen Lingyue felt a sense of calm upon receiving Jiang Ning's hands and said softly, It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Shen Lingyue's face was as pale as paper, a few strands of rain-soaked hair clinging to her bloodless face. Her breath was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. Xiao Ning, I've always liked you, but I never dared to tell you. Today I finally have the courage to say it. Xiao Ning, I love you. Will you accept me? Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, and every word seemed to be uttered with all her might. Then, she slowly closed her eyes, her body losing its last bit of strength, and her hands fell limply to her sides. Sister Linghua. Jiang Ning let out a heart-wrenching cry, the grief in her voice making the surrounding air seem to freeze. He held Shun Linghua tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, mingling with the rain. I love you. I love you. Jiang Ning cried out frantically. Sister Linghua, I don't want anything to happen to you, Sister Linghua. Damn it, that bitch. Kaijun originally intended to kill Jiang Ning. Unexpectedly, Shun Linghua shielded Jiang Ning from this ordeal. Currently, the magic array has been completely destroyed, and the last bit of energy has been used on Shun Linghua. Kaijun and Xiao Yixiaxiatzi no longer have the resources to fight. They threw down ninja smoke bombs and quickly fled the scene while Jiang Ning was grieving. Chase! Thunder Dragon shouted. No! Jiang Ning gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, all his sorrow turning into boundless rage at that moment. They can run for a while, but they can't escape this matter. I will make them pay 100-fold or 1,000-fold for this. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth. Kaijun and Xiao Yixiaxiatzi's figures gradually blurred and disappeared in the rain and darkness, but Jiang Ning had no time to pay attention to them for the time being. Sister Linghua. Jiang Ning tried calling Shun Linghua's name, his voice filled with despair, yet also with a glimmer of hope. Because he could feel that Shun Linghua's body still had a trace of warmth and was still breathing, and that there were no external injuries on her body. However, Shun Linghua simply wouldn't wake up no matter what. Sister Linghua? Jiang Ning's hands trembled slightly as he gently shook Shun Linghua's body, as if that would wake her from her unconsciousness. Shun Linghua didn't react at all. Her body leaned limply against Jiang Ning's chest. Because her primordial spirit had been drawn into the magic array, she was now like a soulless shell. Lung Yu and Lei Long walked up to Jiang Ning, their faces also filled with grief and anger. Rain streamed down their faces, soaking their clothes, but it couldn't extinguish the anger in their hearts. General Jiang, the main force has arrived. Lung Yu's voice was deep and firm. As soon as he finished speaking, the underlings of the Huahai society emerged from the dense forest and witnessed the scene. Songxi was walking at the very front. Mr. Jiang, what's going on? Songxi had never seen Jiang Ning so heartbroken. Seeing the incredibly beautiful woman in his arms, he could roughly guess what Jiang Ning had gone through. Fourth brother, Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and said, right now, immediately, get a helicopter from the armory. I need to get her to the hospital as fast as possible. Yes, General Manager Jiang. Songxi hurriedly took out his communication device and contacted the guards at the armory. At this moment, Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with determination. Sister Linghua, I will definitely save you, even if it costs me everything. Although his voice was deep, it seemed to contain boundless power, a resolute determination to never give up until the goal was achieved. The rain continued to fall, as if even the heavens were weeping for this tragedy. Raindrops pounded heavily on the ground, splashing up layers of water. Jiang Ning carried Shun Linghua and walked towards the open space. His steps were heavy and slow, each step seemingly carrying a tremendous weight. Shortly after, a helicopter arrived and landed in the center of the open space. Jiang Ning, Shun Linghua, and Lung Yu boarded the helicopter and flew towards Mandu. 1 month later, Haicheng, at Xin Yunhai's home. Xiaoning, you come to see Ling Yu every day. Where do you find so much free time? Xin's mother, Zhou Shui, sighed. A month ago, Xin Linghua was struck by the residual power of the magic array while trying to save Jiang Ning, which damaged her primordial spirit, leaving her in a vegetative state. She spent the entire month in tears and seemed to have aged 10 years. Jiang Ning, you have so many things to do every day. You don't need to come over every day. Xin Yunhai sighed and exhaled a smoke ring. Xin Yunhai, who had quit smoking for 10 years, started smoking again a month ago. Shun Linghua's affair plunged the Shun family into an unprecedented state of depression. Uncle Shun, Auntie, Sister Linghua will definitely wake up, Jiang Ning said confidently. Give her some time, and give me some time too. Chapter 533 Sister Linghua, we will be together eventually. Sigh. Xin Yunhai sighed. Being a vegetable isn't that easy. During this month, Shen Yunhai sought out renowned doctors all over the country and abroad, but they all said the chances of him waking up were very slim. Therefore, Shen Yunhai had given up all hope. As long as my daughter is alive, and my wife and I can see her every day, we are content. Zhou Shi's eyes were glistening with tears, and her words sounded rather forced. Shen Yunhai also turned his head away and wiped away his tears. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, Sister Lingyue has been affected by a strange magic. Modern medicine may not be suitable for all symptoms. Speaking of this, Shen Yunhai was very angry. You know, Kai Jun, your aunt and I treated him so well when he was little, like our own son. How could he do something like this? Jiang Ning said with a guilty look. Kai Jun wanted to kill me, but Sister Lingyue blocked it for me at the critical moment. When Jiang Ning returned to Haiqing, he heard from his father, Jiang Yuqing, that Shen Lingyue had already asked her father, Shen Yunhai, to propose marriage. However, they felt that Jiang Ning was too busy, so they didn't want to bother him and planned to wait until he finished his work and returned to Haiqing to have a proper chat. When Jiang Ning heard these words, tears streamed down his face. It turns out that Sister Lingyue was only being perfunctory with Kai Jun and had no real feelings for him. She had always liked him. But the more this happened, the more pain Jiang Ning felt. What was originally such a perfect love story ended up being just a fleeting encounter. In his previous life, he missed Shen Lingyue. In this life, he has missed her again. Jiang Ning felt as if 1,000 needles were pricking his heart. No, I haven't missed it. Jiang Ning's resolve hardened again. I can definitely wake up Sister Lingyue. In this life, I don't want to miss it again. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said to Shen Yunhai, Uncle, Aunt, I should have been the one lying in bed. It was Sister Lingyue who shielded me from this disaster. This is not your fault. Shen Yunhai said. Kai Jun tricked Lingyue into going to the mountains and used her as bait to lure you there. This was entirely Kai Jun's scheme, and he should bear full responsibility for it. Uncle Aunt, Jiang Ning said, no matter what, please believe me, I will definitely help Sister Lingyue stand up again. I will do whatever it takes, even if it costs me everything, even my life, to save Sister Lingyue. Jiang Ning's determination gave Shen Yunhai and his wife more confidence. Xiao Ning, thank you, Shen Yunhai said sincerely. Having gone through so much, Shen Yunhai has completely accepted Jiang Ning. He discovered that his daughter had a better eye for men than he did. That Kai Jun is a complete bastard, Shen Yunhai said. I've been trying to contact Kai Fu these past few days, but he hasn't replied at all. Damn it. Shen Yunhai still operates on the old mindset, thinking that if something happens between the children, the parents should be called in to resolve it. However, more than a decade has passed, and the children have all grown up. Contacting Kai Fu is useless, Jiang Ning said. Kai Fu was the one supporting this behind the scenes. Shen Yunhai frowned and cursed. You bastards. I'll settle accounts with this father and son sooner or later. With Shen Lingyue away, Shen Yunhai can only drag his ailing body to support the Shen group. He simply didn't have time to confront Kai Fu. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, Uncle Shen, you don't need to worry about Sister Lingyue's revenge. I will take care of it, and I will give you a satisfactory result soon. Just yesterday, news came from Mandu that Kai Jun had appeared. Kai Jun appeared at the latest black market arms sale, preparing to enter Mandu's arms smuggling market. Afterwards, the spies sent out by Jiang Ning followed his trail and finally found Kai Jun's headquarters in Mandu. Within a month, Kai Jun had established a stronghold in Mandu and was transferring large quantities of weapons to Mandu. According to the scouts, Kai Jun's current stronghold is an abandoned factory in the suburbs of Mandu. The abandoned factory appeared dilapidated, but inside it was a hidden gem, Kai Jun's stronghold in Mandu. Kai Jun must pay the price for his actions. My plane ticket to Jiangning is booked, and I'll be flying to Mandu tomorrow. I'd like to speak with Sister Lingyue alone for a few minutes. Is that all right? Jiang Ning asked Shen Yunhai. Certainly, Shen Yunhai said. Jiang Ning went upstairs alone and arrived at Shen Lingyue's door. Pushing open the door, I entered Shen Lingyue's room. Shen Lingyue lay quietly on the bed, like a sleeping angel, peaceful and sweet. Her long, black hair cascaded over the white pillow, and her stunningly beautiful face, framed by that hair, seemed frozen in time. It was as if her present moment was also eternity. Sister Linghua, I won't be able to visit you for a while. Jiang Ning sat down on the edge of the bed and gently held Shun Linghua's hand. I've been so busy with business that I never paid attention to your feelings for me. I was so careless. Actually, I've always loved you deeply. Jiang Ning gently smoothed Shun Linghua's hair and said tenderly, My parents also like you very much. They say that you are the only daughter-in-law they will ever have. Don't let them down. As Jiang Ning spoke, he took out an exquisite jade bracelet. Sister Linghua, this was passed down from my mother's ancestors. I'm passing it on to you today. It's as if you've entered our family. Whether you like it or not, I'll put it on for you first. Jiang Ning put the jade bracelet on Shun Linghua's wrist, his heart filled with happiness. This bracelet was once a gift for Chu Xiaoran. He once thought that he would spend his whole life with Chu Xiaoran. But after realizing it later, he found that the woman below him was not worthy at all. Sister Linghua looks the most beautiful with this bracelet, Jiang Ning exclaimed, but then his expression turned extremely pained. He felt sorry for Shun Linghua. I heard that people in a vegetative state are actually conscious, but their consciousness is imprisoned, just like being locked up in solitary confinement. This mental torment was extremely painful. Every day was like living in darkness. It's hard to imagine that Sister Linghua has to endure such mental torment every day. Sister Linghua, we're going to Fiancée tomorrow to settle scores with Kai Jun. I'll get justice for you, Jiang Ning said with certainty. Furthermore, I'll find the best superhuman in the world to help you repair your primordial spirit and prevent you from suffering any longer. As he spoke, his eyes filled with hope again. One day, you will wear a pure white wedding dress and walk down the aisle with me. Sister Linghua, can you hear me? One day, we will be together. Please believe me. After saying that, Jiang Ning wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, gently kissed Shun Linghua's forehead, and left through the door. Chapter 534 Preparing for a Counterattack. That evening, Jiang Ning held a meeting with the senior executives of the Jianghai Consortium. Jianghai Consortium is now the largest consortium in Haicheng, encompassing industries such as logistics, construction, entertainment, precious metals, and pharmaceuticals. Each of these industries requires a dedicated person in charge to drive its development. Anya controls the logistics industry, and her business is booming. After Shun Linghua ran into trouble in the construction industry, Su Qingxue temporarily stepped in and cooperated with Hongcheng Group to advance the construction of 10 wharves. The entertainment industry was originally entrusted to Lung Yu, but now that there is a greater need for manpower overseas, Jiang Ning has handed over the management of the entertainment industry to the Qinggang Society Department, who is Lu Qianren's confidant and trustworthy. The precious metals and pharmaceutical businesses are managed by his family. After all, with Elder Cui helping out in the pharmaceutical sector, and Jiang Ning having already taken care of the overall business, there shouldn't be too many issues. In the precious metals sector, there's basically nothing that needs to be done domestically. As long as Jiang Ning controls Huahai mining and gets things done properly from the source, Yunming Gold Tower's business will be fine. Just as Jiang Ning had predicted, precious metals have been doing very well recently, and Yunming Gold Shop is booming, with new products selling out quickly. This also indirectly urges Jiangning Huahai Mining to accelerate its mining operations. Currently, Yunming Jinlo's daily sales can reach millions, with a profit margin of 30%, resulting in a net profit of tens of millions per month. This is just the beginning. If Huahai Mining in Jiangning stabilizes, it's not impossible for this revenue to increase tenfold. For Huahai Mining to stabilize, it not only needs to remove the 2 troublemakers in the area, but also get rid of Kai Jun before it can rest easy. The 2 troublemakers in the area are the Divine Power Gang and Elephant Dragon International. The Divine Power Gang, having failed to acquire mining shares, is naturally not going to give up and is now plotting some wicked scheme. Meanwhile, Xianglong International's actions became even more audacious. Jiangning spies discovered that Kai Jun's foothold in Mandu was half supported by Xianglong International. More than half of the henchmen of Elephant Dragon International are based in Kai Junman's suburban stronghold. This also shows that Xianglong International has fully cooperated with Kai Jun and has become his biggest enemy at present. Furthermore, General Luo Wei also had several private meetings with Kai Jun and Xianglong International, but the specifics of their discussions are unknown. However, Jiang Ning knew in his heart that General Luo Wei was not very reliable. He treated all merchants as tools to make money, and he would favor whoever gave him the most. Therefore, he could not rely on him. Therefore, Jiangning needs to rely on its own strength to first deal with Kai Jun and Xianglong International, to make an example of them and show the entire Mandu area the power of Huahai Association. In this way, their mining operations can be stabilized temporarily. Another matter, especially important, is to capture Ono Shoshozi. Although Jiangning's business doesn't currently involve Japan, when people have money, they can reach far and wide. Before long, once the mining industry is fully developed, a steady stream of funds will flow in. Jiang Ning will spend a fortune to find the strongest underground assassin organization from his previous life and settle accounts with Xiao Yi Xiaozi. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning will also search the world for extraordinary individuals to help Shun Lingwei restore her primordial spirit. With the plan set and the domestic meeting arranged, Jiang Ning only slept for 3 hours that night and took an early flight to Mandu the next morning. Boss, in the month you've been gone, our mine has suffered over a dozen unidentified attacks, and our mining trucks have been intercepted by armed men several times. As soon as Jiang Ning landed, Lung Yu, who came to pick him up, began to report on her work. Jiang Ning frowned. Do you know who did it? There is no evidence, but it is basically certain that Xianglong International colluded with Kai Jun's people, Lung Yu said. We have seen the weapons used by the armed men who attacked our mining area and intercepted our mining trucks on the black market. They are weapons sold by the Kai Group. Upon hearing the words Kai Group, Jiang Ning's anger flared up instantly. I haven't even gone to see him yet, and he's already acting like a jerk. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth. Get the brothers ready. We're having a meeting tonight. Yes, Lung Yu replied. Oh right, Lung Yu added. During the recent armed attack on the mine, the leader of the opposing force accidentally revealed his face. He was covered in scars, limped around, and shouted that he was your old nemesis, Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Jiang Ning sneered. That bastard is really lucky. The entire army at Poisonous Snake Hill perished, yet he survived. Truly, a scourge lives on for 1,000 years. However, Lin Feng is currently just a pawn of Xianglong International, and Jiang Ning doesn't take him seriously at all. Who knows? He might get shot one day if he's not careful. Lin Feng is a member of Xianglong International. Since Xianglong International is being so blatant, we naturally have to teach them a lesson. With that, Jiang Ning got into the car, which headed directly towards the headquarters of the Huahai Association and the old Asan logging camp. Everyone welcomed Jiang Ning to a banquet, and after dinner, a meeting began in the evening. The meeting's content was simple. In response to these attacks, the Huahai Association must retaliate decisively and strive to defeat its opponents as a warning to others, so that no force would dare to offend the Huahai Association again. Everyone had been holding their breath, just waiting for Jiang Ning to return. President Jiang, if it weren't for you telling us to keep our guard up, I would have already stormed their headquarters, Lei Long said angrily. That grandson of Lin Feng almost died by my knife last time. It wasn't because he was lucky, but because President Jiang told me not to kill, Xiao Dao said. But now that President Jiang has spoken, if I see that kid Lin Feng again, I will definitely blow his eyeballs out with one slash. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and looked at Li Bing. De Bing, what's the situation with Xianglong International? The Mandu intelligence agency was run by Li Bing, who bribed many local smugglers and spies with money, making it virtually ubiquitous. The Elephant Dragon International Elite Regiment was completely wiped out at Viper Hill last time, suffering heavy losses. Afterwards, they spent a lot of money recruiting soldiers in the mercenary market and built a new team called the Dragon Elephant Army. Li Bing said, the leader of the Dragon Elephant Army is Tang Yunsheng, the son of Tang Longxiang, and his deputy is Lin Feng, who escaped death last time. This Lin Feng has actually made it to senior management. Jiang Ning chuckled. Lin Feng's abilities are average, but he has exceptional luck, Li Bing said. He has survived several near-death experiences. Tang Longxiang saw the potential in his luck, so he gave him the position of adjutant. hoping he could bring good fortune to the Dragon Elephant Army. The Dragon Elephant Army, numbering in the hundreds, is Elephant Dragon International's last resort. Now, with Tang Longxiang and Kai Jun cooperating, nearly half of the Dragon Elephant Army is stationed at Kai Jun's stronghold, helping him protect it while earning hefty protection fees. Even Xianglong International has stooped to collecting protection money. Jiang Ning sneered. The Xianglong International Elite Regiment was wiped out, and they also lost the logging camp and the timber market in Mandu. They suffered repeated blows and desperately needed to recover, Li Bing said. Meanwhile, Kai Jun urgently needed the local armed forces to protect him, so the two hit it off immediately. Very good, Jiang Ning nodded. With the two of them working together, I don't have to deal with them one by one. Chapter 5:35 Tonight's Operation. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean? Everyone looked at Jiang Ning with eager eyes. Just then, Jiang Ning's phone rang. After Jiang Ning returned to China, he changed his phone number, and he had never used the number in Mandu. He only started using this phone after arriving in Mandu. Upon checking the phone, the caller turned out to be Kai Jun. He answered the phone and asked calmly, Kai Jun, you still have the nerve to call me? Jiang Ning, what do you mean? Kai Jun said, I really miss you, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to get through to you on the phone. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and said, Kai Jun, you caused Ling Yu to become a vegetable. How are you going to settle this score? What do you mean? How do you calculate it? She was willing to save you, but you're the one who made her a vegetable. You owe her. Kai Jun sneered. I'm calling you today to remind you that this Mando market is mine. You'd better know your place and get out of here, or you'll be the next one lying in a vegetative state. Heh. Jiang Ning laughed instead of getting angry. Who gave you the courage? Your old man? The Prosperity Sphere? The KKK? Or the Sun Society? Aren't you scared after saying all this? Kai Jun said coldly. What ability do you have to go against these behemoths, you country bumpkin from Haicheng? For the sake of our past brotherhood, if you get out of here, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Kai Jun, I will not leave here, and I will not let you leave here either. Jiang Ning's words were filled with endless coldness. Haha, you're threatening me. Kai Jun said. Don't think that just because you took the Dark Knight Legion's armory and broke that Sakura woman's magic array, you're capable of dealing with me. I was just careless and underestimated your abilities, which led to you winning 2 rounds by luck. But no matter how many games you win, if I win just one, you'll lose the whole game. Is that so? What if you can't win a single round? Jiang Ning countered. And what if, in the next round, I were to take your life? I've heard too many people brag, but this is the first time I've heard someone boast like this. Kai Jun sneered. To be honest, the ordeal your mining area suffered was all orchestrated by me, but what can you do about it? You called today just to spout nonsense? Jiang Ning sneered. Don't you think that's childish? I told you. I'm here to tell you to get out of here right now, Kai Jun said. You only have 1 week. You'd better watch yourself. Thank you for reminding me. Jiang Ning stopped wasting words with him and hung up the phone directly. Then, he slowly stood up, walked to the map in front of him, drew a circle around Kai Jun's stronghold, and then drew an X inside the circle. He said to everyone, Tonight, take action. Then, he turned and walked out of the conference room. That's fantastic. It should have been done a long time ago. Damn it, my greatsword is itching for a fight. Tonight, I'm going to drink blood. Inside the conference room behind Jiang Ning, everyone cheered and jumped for joy, full of enthusiasm. That night, the darkness was as black as ink. The abandoned factory on the outskirts of Mando exudes a chilling stillness. In the distance, Jiang Ning stood beside a modified off-road jeep, with Leng Yu, Lei Long, Xiao Dao, and Li Bing by his side, and 30 elite henchmen behind him, each with a cold expression and a murderous aura in their eyes. That bastard Kai Jun is hiding in this factory. There are about 50 armed men and weapons of mass destruction inside, Li Bing explained. General Jiang, the brothers are all ready and waiting for your order. Jiang Ning's voice was deep yet powerful. We'll take it one step at a time. First, we'll suppress the enemy with firepower. Then we'll go in and deal with the rest. His gaze swept over the crowd, and everyone nodded slightly, a tacit understanding conveyed in this silent response. Lung Yu crossed her arms, her black dress outlining her slender figure. Her short hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze, and her eyes revealed a calmness and sharpness unique to women. Boss, don't let your emotions get the better of you. This Kai Jun is too cunning. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and remained silent. He naturally knew that Lung Yu was reminding him not to make mistakes in his actions because of past feelings. Lei Long patted the machine gun in his hand and grinned. How could President Jiang act on emotion? We've been waiting for this day. Today, we're going to riddle Kai Jun with bullets. Xiao Dao's eyes were sharp as he silently wiped the dagger in his hand. Li Bing stood to the side, gripping his gun tightly, his expression serious. Jiang Ning checked the time. It was midnight, the time when people are most relaxed. Action! With a wave of his hand, the crowd quickly surrounded the factory. Outside the factory, Kai Jun's men were still yawning, smoking cigarettes, and chatting idly. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire shattered the silence. Jiang Ning and his men opened fire with their machine guns, and Kai Jun's men fell in droves in an instant. Screams and cries of alarm mingled together. Before they could react, they were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Rush! Jiang Ning shouted, and led everyone to rush towards the factory. A buzzing alarm sounded on the factory wall, and red lights illuminated the factory interior. Damn it! Kai Jun sat up and went to the window to look down. But because it was dark, I couldn't see very well. Everyone gathered downstairs. Demolition team, get ready. Kai Jun shouted into the walkie-talkie. Then, he put on a bulletproof vest and helmet, grabbed a riot shield and a pistol, and crept downstairs. At this moment, inside the factory wall, behind several off-road vehicles, Xiang Longjun, armed with machine guns, used the off-road vehicles as cover to launch a counterattack against Jiang Ning and his men. Jiang Ning had made preparations in advance. Then, the drone remotely controlled by Song Si and others flew out of thin air and accurately dropped the bomb behind the car. Boom, boom. In an instant, Xiang Longjun, who was hiding behind the vehicle, was blown to pieces, covered in blood, and with limbs flying everywhere. The smoke of gunpowder filled the entire factory, instantly making Lei Longxiado, Li Bing, and the others feel as if they had returned to the battlefield of the past, their blood boiling with excitement. Kill! The crowd shouted in unison, their voices like a tidal wave. Accompanied by the roar of machine guns, one after another, Xianglong soldiers fell into pools of blood. Boom! The large iron gate of the abandoned factory ahead was just closed, and several machine guns protruded through pre-made holes in the gate, firing at Jiang Ning's team. The enemy's defenses were impregnable, like a solid fortress, and the machine gun fire was extremely fierce. To attack now would be tantamount to suicide. Quickly find cover. Jiang Ning and the others retreated one after another, seeking cover to avoid the enemy's attacks. At that moment, Kai Jun's voice rang out from inside the factory, sounding especially loud in the night. Jiang Ning, I know it's you. Since you've come looking for me, I'll send you to your death tonight. As soon as the words were spoken, the windows on the second floor of the abandoned factory opened one after another, and the demolition team, armed with grenades, indiscriminately threw them into the factory compound. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 536 The Final Battle with Kai Jun, Part 1. Smoke filled the air, and the flames of war raged. The abandoned factory compound was in complete chaos. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was prepared and retreated behind cover to avoid the bomb attack. However, quite a few of his men were hit by shrapnel from the bomb and lost their fighting ability. After a barrage of bombardments, a brief moment of tranquility returned. Jiang Ning, how was it? Pretty good, huh? Kai Jun laughed heartily. My fortress is impregnable. Even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, you couldn't get in. Kai Jun's team still has about a dozen people, plus Xiang Longjuan's 20-odd people, for a total of about 40 people, all of whom are currently hiding inside the factory. The entire factory was an armory. They had enough weapons and ammunition to defend it. If Jiangning rushes forward blindly, it will suffer heavy losses. Damn it, this bastard is hiding inside and won't come out. Song Si's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. Kai Jun was his enemy, the enemy of the entire Dark Knight Legion, and he wished he could devour Kai Jun alive. Mr. Jiang, We must break down his gate and get into the factory before we have a chance, Song-si said. Jiang Ning naturally understood this principle. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's use technology." "Great. That's exactly what I've been waiting for." Song-si gritted his teeth, his face full of anticipation. He said into the walkie-talkie, "Go tech." Brush. A pickup truck drove into the abandoned factory compound, and 2 red lights flashed behind it. Squeak. Squeak. The 2 intelligent robots' eyes glowed red as they entered battle mode. They jumped off the vehicle, armed with machine guns and carrying explosives, and charged toward the factory gate. Holy crap, there's such a thing? Kai-jun was somewhat surprised. With the rapid development of artificial intelligence, intelligent robots will soon replace humans on the battlefield, but they are not yet in use. I never expected Jiangning to have this thing. Attack them now, Kai-jun roared. Rat. Gunshots rang out at the entrance of the abandoned factory, and bullets rained down on the 2 robots. Whoosh whoosh. Strands of bullets flashed like shooting stars in the night. Bang bang bang. The robot was hit by bullets, its surface constantly flashing with sparks as it struggled to move forward. Snap. Rat. The robots continued to attack the abandoned factory gate, sparks flying everywhere, and the gate was riddled with small holes. However, the robot faced too much firepower and was eventually riddled with holes, unable to advance any further when it approached the enemy's gate. Detonate the explosives, Jiang Ning said. The robot is currently only a few meters away from the other party's gate. Once detonated, it can blow the gate open. Damn it, the enemy's firepower is too strong. Song-si frowned and said angrily, "The robot devices are all destroyed. The remote control can't detect them, and we can't activate the explosives." Jiang Ning took a deep breath and asked, "Is remote control the only way to detonate the robot's explosives?" The explosives carried on the robot are not the kind of powder that detonates with a spark. They require remote detonation. There's another way, Song-si said. Magnetic detonation. There are several types of remote controls: infrared, frequency, and magnetic. The CT-5N explosive carried on the robot's back is a magnetically detonated explosive. In other words, the robot's explosive magnetic device has been destroyed, so it cannot remotely sense the magnetic force and therefore cannot detonate. One person needs to rush over and attach the necessary magnetic reaction sticker to the robot to replace the broken magnetic device, which will then trigger the explosion. However, with the enemy's firepower so fierce right now, anyone who goes up there will only be throwing their life away. Jiang Ning, is that all you've got? Kai-jun continued to mock. He has already contacted Xianglong International, and dozens of Xianglong soldiers are on their way. If they can arrive at the scene and block Jiangning's retreat, forming an encirclement, they can annihilate Jiangning's entire army. Therefore, he needs to stall for time. Furthermore, they also held Jiangning back, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. That's why he provoked Jiangning, hoping to provoke Jiangning into constantly attacking him. Jiangning was naturally aware of Kai-jun's plot. Having experienced the life of a powerful and ruthless figure, Kai-jun's little schemes were already well under his control. Kai-jun, you can keep yelling from your shell all you want. I'll smash your shell sooner or later. Jiang Ning shouted, taking the megaphone handed to him by his subordinate. Ha ha ha, all you've got is the ability to shout. I'll be right here waiting for you. What can you do to me? Kai-jun shouted. Currently, he holds an absolute advantage and is very safe, guarding his impregnable fortress. Moreover, Jiang Ning and the others were hiding behind the bunkers in the factory compound and could not move freely. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, with nowhere to advance or retreat, leaving them in a very passive position. Because if they tried to leave the bunker and escape the scene, they would be mowed down by machine gunners on Kai-jun's upper floor. That's why Kai-jun is so arrogant. People in Jiangning are starting to get restless. They all knew that Kai-jun would definitely call for reinforcements, and every moment of delay meant more danger. President Jiang, the rocket launcher is in the car outside the door. I'll go get it and blow the gate open. Lei Long said angrily. We didn't initially plan to use rocket launchers, so we didn't bring the weapons into the yard, which was a big mistake. The chances of getting a rocket launcher right now are slim. Because the entire compound was within the enemy's firing range, Anyone who left their cover would be subjected to a barrage of fire. No way, Jiang Ning said. But right now, we're in a very passive position, Lei Long said anxiously. Jiang Ning frowned, pondered for a moment, and whispered in Song Si's ear, "Fourth brother, how about this?" Upon hearing this, Song Si's face lit up with joy. President Jiang, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The next second, he ordered the drone remote control team to activate the self-destructing drone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The drone took off from a car outside the gate, flew over the high wall of the factory compound, and rushed towards the gate of the abandoned factory. Boom, boom. The drones also encountered resistance from Kai Jun's team, with several being destroyed. However, several drones also approached the other party's windows. Boom, boom, boom. These were all self-destructing drones. Although the explosive force wasn't enough to break through the iron gate, it was enough to blast open the window on the second floor. In an instant, smoke filled the windows of the enemy's second floor, and some windows were blown open by shrapnel. Kai Jun and the others retreated one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Several suicide drones continued to detonate in front of the abandoned factory. Now, Jiang Ning shouted. Song Si controlled a drone and flew over the heads of two intelligent robots amidst the chaos, suddenly dropping two coin-like objects. The thing was magnetic, and it stuck to the robot when it landed on it. I can sense it. When Song Si saw the green light on the bomb remote control in his hand, he couldn't help but shout. Blasting. Yes. Song Si pressed the remote control. Boom. Boom. The bombs carried by the two intelligent robots exploded instantly. Chapter 537 The Final Battle with Kai Jun, Part 2. Self-destructing drones are small-scale operations, but those two intelligent robots were carrying giant explosives. Its explosive power is comparable to that of hundreds of self-destructing drones. Two deafening explosions rang out, and the gate of the abandoned factory was blown to pieces. The machine gunners behind the gate were also blown away, suffering heavy casualties. The massive explosion created a cloud of smoke and dust. A cold wind blew by, and in the darkness, Jiang Ning's team had already assembled. Brothers, charge in. Jiang Ning's voice was deep yet powerful, echoing in the night sky. Behind him, Lung Yu was dressed in black, her long hair tied back, and her eyes were as cold as frost blades in the cold night. Lei Long was a burly man with taut muscles. The machine gun in his hand seemed to be one with him, exuding a chilling aura. Xiao Dao was agile, his short knife gleaming coldly, and he wore a carefree smile. Li Bing, on the other hand, remained calm and methodically checked the ammunition in his pistol. Beside him stood 30 elite subordinates, each exuding a chilling aura. Kill. The henchmen were the first to rush into the abandoned factory. At this moment, the abandoned factory was filled with the smoke of gunpowder. Kai Jun gritted his teeth and roared. Jiang Ning, do you think you can break through my stronghold with just these people? Everyone, pick up your weapons. Kill one who comes in. Kill two who come in. The Dragon Elephant Army members beside Kai Jun were all armed, their eyes revealing ferocity and vigilance. The next second, Jiang Ning's team rushed into the abandoned factory. The factory is very large with high ceilings. Many shipping containers can even be stacked inside. The Dragon Elephant Army was prepared for this. In an instant, their figures appeared behind the containers, wielding machine guns and beginning to fire. Gunfire erupted inside the factory, with a hail of bullets raining down on Jiang Ning's team. The group found cover and took refuge. The next second, Jiang Ning's key personnel entered the battlefield. Under the cover of his underlings, Lei Long picked up a machine gun and fired wildly into the factory, suppressing the enemy's firepower. His figure appeared exceptionally brave amidst the hail of bullets, and each time he pulled the trigger, the Dragon Elephant Army's firepower would briefly pause. Lung Yu moved like a ghost between the containers, her throwing knives flying out with precision, each one hitting its target. Her movements were so light and swift that it was difficult to catch a glimpse of her. Whenever the Dragon Elephant Army attempted to flank Jiang Ning's team, Lung Yu would always appear in time to eliminate the enemies one by one. Not to be outdone, Xiao Dao, wielding a machete, ran swiftly through the hail of bullets. Taking advantage of a lull in the enemy's firepower, He searched for the enemy's location among the containers and circled around to kill them. Song-si calmly directed a group of his men to provide covering fire from the rear. His eyes were sharp, and he kept a close eye on the situation on the battlefield. Whenever he discovered a weak point in the enemy's firepower, he would promptly issue orders for his men to concentrate their firepower on it. Li Bing was always protecting Jiang Ning closely. While dodging enemy attacks, Jiang Ning observed the situation inside the factory. He discovered that the enemy was using various machines, miscellaneous items, and containers in the factory as cover, making their defenses very tight. We must draw enemy fire and attack from the side to defeat them. He gave everyone some instructions on tactics, then grabbed a machine gun and shouted, "Everyone, attack together." After saying that, he was the first to step forward and fire. "Let's give it our all." Lei Long, carrying a machine gun, charged forward. His firepower was so fierce that the enemy dared not confront him head-on. Under his and Jiang Ning's leadership, the team gradually gained the upper hand. However, the resistance of the Dragon Elephant Army remained tenacious. They used the familiar terrain to launch continuous counterattacks against the Jiangning team. However, Jiangning's team is a seasoned team. The more severe the situation, the more formidable they become. Moreover, their strategy is to draw enemy fire and then break through from the flank. The next second, Lung Yu was seen moving through the shadows of the factory, her throwing knives like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of her enemies. Each of her attacks was silent. The enemy fell before anyone else could react. Xiao Dao also precisely circled around to the flank, charging into the crowd and weaving left and right, his machete gleaming coldly under the lights. His swordsmanship was fierce, and each strike could inflict massive damage on his enemies. Li Bing led a group of his men in a fierce firefight with the enemy. With his accurate marksmanship and calm command, he effectively suppressed the enemy's firepower. Under his leadership, his men worked closely together and gradually broke through the enemy's defenses. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kai Jun tried to escape. He quietly crept toward the back door of the factory. However, Jiang Ning saw through his every move. Jiang Ning rolled over and hid behind an abandoned container, his pistol firing bullets and accurately hitting any enemy trying to peek out. Then, they chased after Kai Jun. "Die, all of you!" At this moment, Lei Long's voice echoed throughout the factory, intimidating the enemy. Xiao Dao is agile and uses the debris in the factory as cover to quickly approach the enemy. The dagger in his hand gleamed coldly in the darkness, and each strike was accompanied by the screams of his enemies, blood splattering onto the cold ground. Li Bing and Jiang Ning worked together seamlessly, taking turns providing cover as they advanced step by step into the factory. The attack intensified, and the enemy's defenses gradually crumbled. Jiang Ning followed Kai Jun's escape route from one side to the factory compound. Seeing Jiang Ning chasing after him, Kai Jun quickly hid behind a huge machine. "Kai Jun, today is your end." Jiang Ning shouted loudly as he approached Kai Jun, firing his gun continuously to suppress Kai Jun's counterattack. "Jiang Ning, I will not lose to you. I never have before, and I certainly won't now." Kai Jun was not to be outdone and fired wildly at Jiang Ning. Bullets weaved between the two men, sparks flying. Jiang Ning sidestepped and hid behind cover, then quickly stood up and fired 2 shots. Kai Jun dodged in time. The bullet grazed his shoulder. "Do you think you can escape?" Jiang Ning said coldly, continuing to approach Kai Jun. Kai Jun's face was pale, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Just then, Song-si circled around from the side and shot Kai Jun in the arm. "Oh!" Kai Jun dropped the gun from his hand and groaned in pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Ning rushed forward, kicked Kai Jun's gun away, and pointed it at his head. "Kai Jun, the evil deeds you have committed will be punished today." Kai Jun was at his wit's end and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Jiang Ning, I was wrong. Please spare my life for the sake of our childhood relationship." "Spare you? If you were me today, would you spare me?" There was not a trace of pity in Jiang Ning's eyes. Chapter 538, Who is the Prey? "President Jiang, can I do it?" Song-si asked, tears welling in his eyes. "I want to avenge my brothers with my own hands." "Okay," Jiang Ning said. "Damn it, you beast. Song-si didn't use his gun. Instead, he stepped forward, knocked Kai-jun down, and severed his 2 hamstrings. Oh! Kai-jun screamed in pain, his whole body trembling with agony. Fourth brother? What's this? Jiang-ning was confused. I'll make sure he can't escape first, then torture him to death slowly. Song-si said. He killed so many of my brothers. Killing him outright would be too easy for him. Jiang-ning, you're more ruthless than me. However, the next second, a loud shout came from the doorway. Don't move, step back, or I'll shoot you. At the gate of the abandoned factory compound, more than a dozen SUVs sped up. One of them got out and pointed a pistol at Jiang-ning. We meet again. The other person had a scarred face, a ferocious expression, wore sunglasses, and was using a cane in one hand. Jiang-ning clicked his tongue in surprise and frowned, asking, Have we met before? President Jiang, he is your mortal enemy, Lin Feng. Song-si whispered to Jiang-ning. In the past month, Lin Feng had led people from Xianglong International to cause trouble at the mine in the mountains, which is why Song-si remembered him. Lin Feng. Jiang-ning stared at Lin Feng from head to toe with a meaningful look, then burst into laughter. You're Lin Feng. Ha ha ha. Sorry, you've changed so much, I really didn't recognize you. Damn it. You're dead. Lin Feng pulled the trigger. Bang. A bright light pierced the night sky, but Jiang-ning was already prepared. A second before he pulled the trigger, he anticipated his movements and dodged behind a jeep. Lin Feng, you really are lucky to be alive. Jiang-ning said. Jiang-ning, if you don't die, I won't die. Lin Feng said. I will tear you to pieces, skin you alive, and pull out your tendons. Ha! Jiang-ning laughed heartily. You deserve to look like this today, but the way you are really making me laugh so hard I can't stop. Jiang-ning joked. The former campus heartthrob of Ocean University, the white moonlight in the hearts of so many girls, is now covered in scars and a cripple. If you looked like this on the Ocean University forum, I doubt anyone would believe it. Otherwise, let me take a picture of you and post it so everyone can see who can recognize you. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Enraged, Lin Feng ordered his men to fire in the direction Jiang-ning was hiding. Rat. Bullets flew past like raindrops. Song-si, who was hiding behind another car, said to Jiang-ning, President Jiang, this man's hatred for you is extraordinary. His hatred for me stems entirely from himself, Jiang-ning said, uttering a profound statement. At this moment, Kai-jun, who was lying on the ground, was somewhat frantic and shouted, Lin Feng, save me. Save me now. He braced himself with his hands on the ground and crawled toward Lin Feng. However, the next second, Jiang-ning shouted, Nobody's getting away. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen armed off-road vehicles and pickup trucks appeared outside the abandoned factory. The Huahai gang members, dressed in tactical uniforms, jumped down and, led by Lu Qianren and Lu Qianhui, fired menacingly at Lin Feng's group. Bang bang bang. The fire lines clashed, and many members of the Dragon Elephant Army fell before they could even react. Damn it, find cover. Lin Feng shouted, and they all took cover behind the cover in the factory compound. It turned out that Jiang-ning had guessed that Kai-jun would request reinforcements when he was confronting Kai-jun earlier. Therefore, he also secretly contacted the Lu siblings who were waiting, asking them to hurry up and hide outside the courtyard. You want to be the hunter, surround me, treat me as your prey, and fight like a trapped beast. So, I'll use a counter-strategy, unaware of the predator's plans. We'll see who the hunter is and who the prey is. The next second, Lei Long, Lung Yu, and the others walked out of the abandoned factory and opened fire on Lin Feng's team with machine guns. They've already dealt with Kai-jun's men inside the abandoned factory, so they can now focus their efforts on supporting Jiang-ning. Currently, Lei Long and his group are inside the compound, while the Lu siblings are outside. Lin Feng and dozens of elites from Xianglong International are trapped in the compound and at the gate, with nowhere to go forward or backward. Kai-jun, you've really ruined me. Lin Feng shouted at Kai-jun, who was lying on the ground not far away. Kai-jun was also furious and yelled, I called you to help, but you're completely useless. Shut up. Fend for yourself. Lin Feng shouted. Lin Feng, Xianglong International is sending people to rescue me. It's not up to you to decide. Kai-jun shouted. I'm the one who's been sent to rescue you. I'm the one who can make the decision. Lin Feng said. You've all turned against each other, haven't you? Jiang Ning sneered. If you disagree, I'll call Tang Longxiang for you and ask him for advice. As he spoke, Jiang Ning dialed Tang Longxiang's number. Tang Longxiang naturally didn't close his eyes that night either. He had been secretly monitoring the situation here. Jiang Ning's sudden call startled him, but he then calmly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Why are you calling so late? Tang Longxiang said. It's not late. You haven't slept either. Jiang Ning said. Let's get straight to the point. You've sent people to oppose me and have repeatedly messed with my mining area. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? What are you saying, Mr. Jiang? How could I possibly oppose you? Tang Longxiang gritted his teeth and sneered. It was Mr. Jiang who provoked us. We were merely acting in self-defense. I provoked you. That's right, Tang Longxiang said. We have a very good working relationship with Mr. Kai-jun. He is our partner, but you insist on going after Mr. Kai. Aren't you trying to ruin our livelihood? Are we not allowed to fight back? Heh. Jiang Ning sneered. Isn't your purpose in cooperating to deal with me? Right now, your underlings are fighting against my men. Tang Longxiang, let me tell you, messing with me will end badly. Grasp. Tang Longxiang slammed his fist on the table in anger. Jiang Ning, you need to figure out who you're talking to. A woman beside him said gently, Mr. Tang, don't be angry. Getting angry will harm your health. Let me make you a cup of tea to calm you down. Tang Longxiang's demeanor was incredibly tense, as if he were talking to himself, or perhaps speaking to Jiang Ning. He's barely grown any hair yet, and he thinks he's invincible just because he's done a little business here? Moron. Jiang Ning shook his head with a cold smile. Tang Longxiang, from this moment on, your fate will be completely headed for the abyss. After saying that, Jiang Ning hung up the phone. Full firepower. Shoot down all the Elephant Dragon Army soldiers. Leave Lin Feng alive. Yes. Upon receiving the order, everyone fired fiercely at Lin Feng's team. Seeing his men fall one by one in the hail of bullets, Lin Feng panicked and shouted, Don't worry about Kai-jun. We'll fight our way out and protect me. Then, all his men gathered together and broke through towards the door. However, he underestimated Jiang Ning's team. Before they could even reach the door, Lin Feng's entire team was wiped out, leaving him as the lone commander, desperately limping towards the door. Jiang Ning reached out to his men. Give me the gun. The subordinate handed Jiang Ning a pistol, which Jiang Ning aimed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng, run fast, or he'll be gone. Lin Feng was so frightened that his face turned green. He ran a few steps frantically and then fell to the ground. Ha! Jiang Ning put his gun away. Useless. I've saved my bullets. Chapter 539 Liquidation. The night wind was desolate, stirring every blade of grass and tree in the abandoned factory, as well as the countless corpses and blood on the ground. Mando has never been a safe place, let alone in such a suburban area. A bloody battle took place, with nearly 100 people killed or wounded, but only the wind and the moon in the sky that night recorded this event. Those who died vanished like a speck of dust, disappearing without a trace, unnoticed and unremembered. Sigh, what goes around comes around. Jiang Ning sighed. He was sitting on the sofa on the second floor, looking at Kai-jun and Lin Feng, who were tied up. These two men were men he used to know very well, but who had become his mortal enemies. You two could have had brilliant lives, but why did you have to go against me? Jiang Ning sighed helplessly. If Lin Feng hadn't clashed with Chu Xiaoran and hadn't plotted against him behind his back, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Similarly, Kai-jun and I have a deep relationship and could have become business partners. Pity. Jiang Ning, please forgive me this time for the sake of our brotherhood. I promise I will never go against you again. Kai-jun pleaded. Right now, all his forces are on the other side of the ocean, and no matter how powerful they are, they can't come to his rescue in time. Therefore, he had no choice but to back down and admit defeat. As long as he survived, he would have a chance to turn the tables. I'm a magnanimous person. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, walked up to Kai-jun, and suddenly slapped him across the face, making Kai-jun see stars and blood mixed with 2 teeth flow from the corner of his mouth. Kai-jun groaned. Half of his face hurt so much that he almost fainted. This slap was from me, Jiang Ning said. We're even now. Kai Jun hurriedly said. Thank you. Thank you. But, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a sly smile. The Detsuo's sister Ling Yu and the Dark Knight Legion still need to be settled. As he spoke, Jiang Ning made a video call to Shun Yunhai and his wife. After a long while, the call was answered. The Shun Yunhai couple, dressed in pajamas and with sleepy eyes, seemed to have been woken up from a deep sleep. Xiaoning, what's wrong? Shun Yunhai asked. Uncle, Aunt, Kai Jun is right in front of me. If you have anything to say, please say a few words to him, Jiang Ning said. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Shun Yunhai immediately perked up. Jiang Ning turned the phone over and pointed it at Kai Jun. Kai Jun, look, these are Uncle Shun and Aunt Zhou, who treated you like a godson when you were little. Do you think you can face them calmly today? Kai Jun, you little bastard, I never dreamed you could do something like this. You bastard. Shun Yunhai cursed angrily. Zhou Shi shook her head and sighed, her eyes reddening. Kai Jun, what did our family do to wrong you? Why did you do this? You, Ling Yu, and Jiang Ning were best friends when you were little. Why did things have to come to this? Uncle, Aunt, I was wrong. Kai Jun hurriedly begged for forgiveness. I really realized my mistake. Don't worry, I will spend a lot of money to find the best doctors in the world to treat Ling Yu. Leave this to me. We can heal ourselves. Shun Yunhai shouted angrily. What you did today is unforgivable and cannot be resolved with just an I was wrong statement, Jiang Ning said from the side. Kai Jun was just swaggering and saying he was going to kill me, but now that I've caught him, he immediately backed down. Clearly, he doesn't show the slightest bit of remorse. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, Shun Yunhai became even more furious and shouted, Kai Jun, after the incident, I couldn't contact you or your father Kai Fu. A month after the incident, you didn't even offer an apology. Today, Xiao Ning caught you, and now you've come to apologize? We will not accept your apology. With red eyes, Zhou Shi cried out. My daughter was so outstanding, with such a bright future ahead of her, and now she can only lie in bed. You ruined her life, and this debt must be settled. Zhou Shi is usually very Buddhist and compassionate. But this time, even she said these words, which is enough to show the hatred that she and her husband have for Kai Jun. Uncle and Auntie, please give me another chance. Kai Jun was still begging for mercy. I think you should just give up. Jiang Ning turned the phone towards himself and said to Shun Yunhai and his wife, Uncle and Aunt, don't worry, I will get justice for Sister Ling Wei, and I will make sure you are satisfied. I apologize for disturbing you so late at night. Once this matter is settled, I will give you a satisfactory result. Okay, Xiaoning, you handle it. We trust you, Shun Yunhai said through gritted teeth, his gaze firm. Good. Jiang Ning hung up the phone and said to Kai Jun, did you hear that? Your aunt and uncle are going to settle accounts with you. Since Sister Ling Wei is in a vegetative state, shouldn't I make you into a vegetative state too, so that's fair? No, Jiang Ning, it's not that serious. Kai Jun said, my family is the largest Chinese family in North America dealing in arms. We have the support of the KKK and many allies like the Sakura Co-Prosperity Sphere. If we cooperate in the future, you will definitely rise to great heights. Kai Jun's words, seemingly a plea for mercy, were actually a disguised threat. Jiang Ning frowned and said, there's no point in talking about this now. You need to pay the price for what you've done first. Then, he beckoned to Song Si. Fourth brother, this guy who caused all the brothers of the Dark Knight Legion to die, is your responsibility. No problem, President Jiang. Song Si couldn't contain himself any longer. He drew a dagger, approached Kai Jun, and gritted his teeth, saying, Kai Jun, how powerful you were on the day my Dark Knight Legion was wiped out. But fortunes change, and today you've fallen into my hands. What do you think I'll do to you? No, don't be impulsive. This is a business war, not a personal matter. When Kai Jun saw that Song Si's eyes were red, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Not involving any individuals? What an absurd claim. Song Si walked up to Kai Jun and slapped Kai Jun's cheek with a dagger. Today, I will make you pay tribute to all my dead brothers. After saying that, he slashed Kai Jun's face with a knife. Heart-wrenching screams rang out. A gash several centimeters long appeared on Kai-jun's face, and blood flowed down the gash like a mini waterfall. "This strike is for my boss, Hacha," Song-si said. "This strike is for my brother, Lu Wei." As he spoke, he slashed a piece of flesh off the other man's thigh. This stab was from Shaoli. This strike came from the great Zhuang. Song-si used the method of slow slicing, calling out the name of a brother with each cut. The piercing screams echoed through every corner of the abandoned factory, and Lin Feng, standing nearby, was terrified, almost wetting himself in fear. Chapter 540 Death is the only relief. Finally, Jiang Ning couldn't bear to look any longer and walked into the abandoned factory. He looked up at the stars and moon outside the window and suddenly remembered his childhood. The sky was high, the clouds were thin, and the sun was bright. The trees were green, the wind was gentle, and I was in a beautiful mood. They played together carefree. "Brother June, remember to get up early tomorrow. We're going to catch frogs by the river." "I will, but I'm afraid you won't be able to get up." "I will definitely get up early, and whoever doesn't get up is a puppy." "Ha ha. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. Ha ha." Jiang Ning felt as if he had returned to a summer more than 10 years ago, where two carefree little boys and a beautiful and well-behaved little girl would always sit by the river behind the community, dreaming about the future. Jiang Ning's eyes welled up with tears. If only people could stay young forever. "President Jiang, one please." Lei Long appeared out of nowhere and offered Jiang Ning a cigarette. Jiang Ning hadn't smoked in a long time, but today he took the cigarette without hesitation, lit it, and took a deep drag. As he exhaled a wisp of smoke, it seemed as if all his emotions had been released in that instant. "I can't go back to my childhood. I'm facing my enemies now, one who turned Sister Ling Yue into a vegetable, and another who wants to kill me." As the cigarette burned out, Song-si's torture also came to an end. "President Jiang." With his hands stained with blood, Song-si approached Jiang Ning and suddenly knelt down on both knees with a thud. "President Jiang, thank you. Thank you for avenging our brothers." At this moment, Song-si was also crying like a child. With each cut he made, the image of a brother flashed in his eyes. He missed his dead brothers terribly. "Fourth brother, get up." Jiang Ning helped Song-si up. "I will definitely do what I promised you. But right now, our revenge is not completely resolved. Those ninjas, on my Oji, and samurai have our hands stained with the blood of our brothers. Therefore, they all deserve to die?" "Yes." Song-si's eyes shone brightly, and he nodded firmly. "President Jiang, I believe that under your leadership, all our enemies will be defeated, and we will move towards a stronger tomorrow." Jiang Ning patted Song-si on the shoulder, not continuing the topic, but instead said, "Dispose of Kai-jun's body. I've already had his body packed up and taken to the mountain to be buried," Song-si said. Jiang Ning frowned. "At least bring a coffin, and take photos throughout the whole process, so that we can find the place later." "Why? Does President Jiang want to hold a memorial service?" Song-si asked in surprise. "Of course not," Jiang Ning said. "I just wanted to tell his father his exact location." "Huh." Song-si was even more surprised. "Isn't this a provocation?" "It's a provocation, but also a responsibility," Jiang Ning said. "At the very least, we won't let him die without even a body or a grave being found." The news of Kai-jun's death could not be concealed. It would be better to just tell them honestly. "Uncle, I killed Brother June. Come and collect his body." After that, Jiang Ning turned around and went upstairs. At that moment, a strong smell of urine filled the second floor. It turns out that Raymond Lam was so scared that he wet his pants. TSK, where did your courage go?" Jiang Ning grabbed Lin Feng's chin. "Jiang Ning, why are you doing this to me?" Lin Feng asked. "Oh." Jiang Ning was taken aback by the question. "Why would I treat you like that?" "Heh," Lin Feng said. "I know you hate me because I took Chu Shaoran away from you. But as a man, you shouldn't be so petty and target me at every turn, even ruining my life. You're too vicious." Jiang Ning smiled faintly. "So what? You stole my girlfriend. Shouldn't I be causing you trouble?" "You've really stirred up a hornet's nest for me," Lin Feng said. "You stole my Everbright project, bankrupted Lin's freight, and when I was at my lowest point, you lured me into becoming a streamer under your company with live streaming e-commerce. subjecting me to all sorts of humiliation and manipulation. Even that wasn't enough. You even had someone rape me. Lin Feng shed tears of humiliation. Jiang Ning, don't you think you've gone too far? Even now, your personality hasn't changed at all. Jiang Ning said, you've always been good at using PUA on others, and you never seem to realize your mistakes. I was wrong. Lin Feng said, I was wrong to touch Chu Xiaoran. I was wrong to try and steal your girlfriend. Look, you still don't know why things have come to this. Jiang Ning spread his hands. To tell you the truth, I have no feelings for Chu Xiaoran anymore. Even if you marry her and have children, it won't hurt me at all. You're lying, Lin Feng said. You love Chu Xiaoran, and you're unwilling to let me take her away, so you've tried every means to win Chu Xiaoran back. What a petty mind. Jiang Ning stared intently at Lin Feng. If you weren't so arrogant, you would have realized that after you and Chu Xiaoran ruined my wedding, I never intended to have anything to do with you. And the reason why Chu Xiaoran came to my door time and time again was because my Jiang family controlled the economic lifeline of her Chu family at that time, and she had no choice but to ask me to solve the problem. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, actually, I've long since lost interest in Chu Xiaoran. I originally wanted to let you go, but it was you who repeatedly tried to make your presence known to me, which completely enraged me. Even so, it doesn't mean you have to be so ruthless towards me, Lin Feng said with a smug look on his face. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that this guy was an unreasonable person, and there was no way to reason with him. In his previous life, Jiang Ning's family was destroyed because of him. According to that script, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for Jiang Ning to kill him 1,000 times. At this moment, Jiang Ning suddenly had an idea. He wanted to show Lin Feng what sins he had committed in his previous life. Lin Feng, since you insist on getting to the bottom of this and want a reason, I'll give you one. However, your days won't be easy from now on, Jiang Ning said. He planned to imprison Lin Feng until he could see his past life, and then kill him. That way, Chu Xiaoran can see the sordid things they did in their previous life. Someone, lock him up and put him in the basement of Xiaoshui Manor, Jiang Ning said. Xiaoshui Manor was once a stronghold of the Dark Knight Legion, and it was also where Hacha, the leader of the Dark Knight Legion, often resided. Today, Xiaoshui Manor belongs to Huahai Club. It is adjacent to Lao Ace-Han and close to Manchester City, making it the best location connecting Lao Ace-Han and Manchester City. In this way, Jiang Ning, stationed at Xiaoshui Manor, can quickly infiltrate Mandu and respond promptly to the situation on the mountain. Therefore, it has now become the headquarters of the Huahai Association, and many managers, such as Lei Long and Lung Yu, have moved down from the logging camp on the mountain and moved into Xiaoshui Manor. Jiang Ning intends to imprison Lin Feng in Xiaoshui Manor until he witnesses the sins he committed in his previous life, before sending him on his way. Jiang Ning, do whatever you want with me. I'm not afraid of you. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not going to kill him, Lin Feng became arrogant. Kill you? That would be too easy on you. Jiang Ning sneered, suddenly snapping a picture of Lin Feng and saying, I'll post what you look like now on the school forum, so all your former fangirls can admire you. Ha ha. Chapter 541. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. After taking the photos, Jiang Ning asked Lung Yu, who was standing next to him, do you know how to use Photoshop? Not really. Lung Yu said, boss, you know I rarely take photos. Jiang Ning nodded. Even if Lung Yu were taking photos, with her natural beauty, there was no need for Photoshop. I'm quite proficient in Photoshop, Lei Long said. You? Jiang Ning smiled as he looked at Lei Long. President Jiang doesn't know, Brother Long is quite vain. He likes to take pictures and beautify himself all the time. Sigh, maybe he's looking for a girlfriend, Xiao Dao said with a smile. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Lei Long rolled his eyes at Xiao Dao. Ha ha ha. Look, you're embarrassed now. Xiao Dao burst into laughter. Brother Long, I didn't expect you to be such a tough guy with a soft heart. Jiang Ning said. Okay, just help me Photoshop it out. Just remove Lin Feng's rope and the background. Lin Feng, who was once a popular figure on campus, has become like this. If this were posted on the forum, it would definitely become a legend. Lin Feng, you're always trying to go against me, right? Fine, then I'll show you what I'm capable of. I want you to know that, for me, death is not scary. What's scary is living. Afterwards, Lin Feng was tied up and taken to the basement of Xiushui Manor. At the same time, Jiang Ning also posted Lin Feng's current appearance on the school forum. The former school heartthrob, the white moonlight in the hearts of countless girls, now look at him and sigh with regret. A single title instantly attracted countless onlookers, and the post quickly became the #1 trending topic. Who is this person? It says below it's Lin Feng. Huh? Raymond Lam. Oh my god. Is he Chu Sharon's boyfriend? That's all old news. But how did Lin Feng end up in this state? Was he tricked into going to a fraud park? His face is all bruised and his leg is crippled. It's unbearable to look at. Even more extreme, some people posted photos of Raymond Lam looking triumphant in his photos below his own. The stark contrast makes Raymond Lam appear even uglier. At the Victoria Hotel, Chu Shaoran watched this scene with a cold smile on his face. I ruined my promising future because of something like this. Chu Shaoran, you really are the biggest fool in the world, an idiot. Jiang Ning had someone show Lin Feng the feedback from the forum, which infuriated Lin Feng, who was furious but helpless. After playing, Jiang Ning was a little tired. He rested for a day and a night, and on the morning of the third day, he got up and went straight to General Luo Wei's mansion. Before taking a break, Jiang Ning had specifically arranged to talk to Luo Wei about something. Now, Jiang Ning's power is growing, and the development of his gold mine is progressing faster and faster. Making a fortune every day is no longer a problem. Moreover, he now possesses the Dark Knight Legion's arsenal worth hundreds of billions and has seized Kai Jun's arsenal, making his firepower reserves extremely fierce, comparable to the armed forces of a small country. Under Song Si's management, his Huahai society also gained many Chinese brothers. These brothers are all veterans of the battlefield. Some are retired special forces soldiers, some are mercenaries. In short, they are all ruthless individuals. The Huahai Association is growing stronger, but it is not yet enough to dominate this area. Jiang Ming knew that he wouldn't have much time. The Kai Group and the Gongrong Society would soon find him. Before that, Jiang Ming needed to establish his authority and make the Huahai Society the largest organization in the area, so that other organizations would not dare to touch it. In this way, even if external forces infiltrate, they will be unable to find allies, and no matter how outstanding they are, they can only be parachuted in. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Huahai will have the upper hand. Therefore, the key is how to establish authority. Currently, the two major organizations in Mandu, the Divine Power Gang and Xianglong International, have been eyeing Jiangning covetously. In particular, Xianglong International has repeatedly targeted Huahai Association, whether in the mining area or elsewhere. It seems that Xianglong International is trying to prove that they are the largest Chinese organization in Mandu, and that they will take back the logging camps they have lost sooner or later. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. With Xianglong International around, Huahai will never be at peace. Therefore, the only solution is that there can only be one king here. Haha, Mr. Jiang, your gold mine business is doing quite well lately. General Luo Wei laughed. The implication is that I need to pay more management fees. Jiang Ning nodded and smiled. Thanks to General Luo Wei, business is indeed doing quite well. Then, he said in a low voice, I'll have the accountant do a proper calculation at the end of the month, and I'll send you a gift before the quarter ends. Haha, no problem, no problem. General Lo laughed loudly. I've arranged to meet with Inspector Mario from the police station. Let's have a talk. The two entered the general's mansion hall, where Inspector Mario was on the phone. Please sit down. Luo Wei gestured to Jiang Ning, instructing his men to bring Jiang Ning a cup of tea. Mario is the chief inspector of the Mandu Police Department. The entire city of Mandu is under his jurisdiction, Rose said. I think it's most appropriate to discuss your matter with him. Jiang Ning nodded. That's right. The person I'm looking for is also Inspector Mario. During the month Jiang Ning was in China, he had people investigating Kai Jun and Xianglong International. The biggest backer of Xianglong International in Manchester is Detective Mario. Many of the problems caused by Xianglong International were resolved by Mario. Even many of Xianglong International's shady businesses were operating under Mario's protection, with him turning a blind eye. It can be said that Xianglong International and Mario have formed a community of shared interests. If Jiang Ning were to approach Mario alone to talk, Mario would completely ignore Jiang Ning. Therefore, Jiang Ning used General Luo Wei's influence to get him to arrange a meeting with Mario. Sigh, I've been really busy lately. After finishing the call, Mario sighed and sat back down in his seat. At this moment, he noticed Jiang Ning sitting in the seat opposite him and frowned. General Luo Wei, who is this? Jiang Ning, General Manager of Huahai Mining. Luo Wei said. Jiang Ning. Upon hearing this, Mario's face immediately turned angry. Jiang Ning, you've come at the right time. I was still looking for you. What does Inspector Mario want with me? Jiang Ning asked. You've been charged with murder, Mario said. Recently, many unidentified bodies have appeared in our city, all related to gang fights, and you're the prime suspect. Mario slammed his hand on the table, pointed at Jiang Ning, and shouted, You're Chinese. We've already done more than enough by providing you with business and letting you make money here. You've turned this place into a mess, repaying kindness with enmity. You're a real scoundrel. Detective Mario, you're mistaken. I'm a legitimate businessman. Jiang Ning smiled and shrugged. I don't bother others unless they bother me. You better not let me find any fault with you, or I'll make sure you rot in jail, Mario said angrily. Mario's actions towards Jiang Ning were not due to any sense of justice or concern for the safety of Mandu. In fact, Jiang Ning's emergence severely suppressed Xianglong International, causing Xianglong International's business to shrink, and naturally Mario received much less money. He was so angry because his interests were threatened. All right. General Luo Wei stepped in to smooth things over, saying, We don't have any evidence yet, so don't get so angry. Chapter 542 Forming Alliances and Destroying the Fire from Under the Blade. General Ro, this is obvious, Detective Mario said. In my opinion, Inspector Mario is prejudiced against me. Jiang Ning sneered and said, After all, Xianglong International is your favorite, and it's hard for us newcomers to catch your eye. Jiang Ning knew perfectly well that Xianglong International must have submitted a report to Mario, asking him to get him imprisoned. All that's missing now is evidence, but as long as Xianglong International offers enough commission, I believe Mario will cause trouble and get Jiang Ning arrested even without evidence. When someone is determined to find fault, they will always find a pretext. In this country, the darkness is beyond the imagination of most people. That's ridiculous. What do you mean by that? Mario said angrily. You should know that every word you say carries legal consequences. Of course I'm willing to take legal responsibility, Jiang Ning said. But I think Inspector Mario is a magnanimous man who won't hold my words against me. Your vision is certainly much broader. To be honest, what we're pursuing these days is nothing more than those same things. What Xianglong International can give, I can give too. What are you talking about? Mario pointed at Jiang Ning and said, You mean I'm colluding with Xianglong International? That's slander. Do you know how serious the crime is in Mandu for slandering a police officer? I can put you in jail for the rest of your life. Detective Mario, don't get so agitated. I think Mr. John's words make sense, General Luo Wei said, putting the matter of Xianglong International aside. Who among us doesn't like money? Luo and Mario have a past relationship, so he speaks rather bluntly. Luo Wei also had economic cooperation with Jiang Ning, so they naturally didn't stand on ceremony. In this situation, only General Luo dared to say anything. Everyone likes money, of course, but I don't make money from just any kind of money, and I don't make money from just anyone, Mario said. These words embarrassed General Luo. He gave an awkward smile and said, Detective Mario, don't be so absolute. I invited Mr. Jiang and you here today so that you could talk about the possibility of cooperation. General Ro is a member of the military and the head of the largest armed force in Mando. In terms of power, he is greater than Mario. However, the two are not in the same system. Mario is the chief detective of the police station, and he is in charge of all the security and crime in Mandu. His direct superior is the big boss of the Siam police headquarters. He and Luo Wei are not on the same line and do not interfere with each other. Therefore, even though Ro's power is greater than Mario's, he cannot overstep his bounds. He could only try his best to bring Jiang Ning and Mario together. because he will profit from it. However, he wouldn't offend Mario for the sake of profit, even if it meant sacrificing Jiang Ning's interests. General Ro, you invited me here today, just so I'd have to sit down and talk business with this guy? Mario stood up and waved his hand dismissively. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Humph. Then, he added, it's not that I'm not giving you face. It's just that there's nothing to talk about between me and this Chinese businessman. No, we can talk. Jiang Ning smiled and stood up, approaching Mario. He said, Detective Mario, there are some things I may not be in a position to say, but as a businessman here, my company and my employees are facing a very pressing issue. Drugs. Some of my employees have been harmed by drugs, and even their next generation is threatened by drugs. These factors directly affect public order and have angered the public. Jiang Ning spread his hands. Didn't we have an anti-drug demonstration in front of the Mandu government building a while ago? The situation is really not optimistic right now. Jiang Ning's words made Mario feel a little guilty. Because, in recent years, Xianglong International has been secretly engaged in the drug business. And their protector is Mario. Every year, Xianglong International shares a significant portion of its profits with Mario. That's why their collaboration is so seamless. However, drugs are becoming increasingly rampant in Manduk, not only by Xianglong International, but also by local gangs. The consequence of the rampant drug problem is that the people are suffering greatly, and the public is increasingly dissatisfied with the security situation in Manduk, with reactionary sentiments growing stronger. Just a week ago, public anger and reaction reached their peak, with people waving anti-drug flags and demonstrating in the square in front of the government building. This caused chaos and resulted in the deaths of several people. This incident put a lot of pressure on the government, which realized that it could no longer remain inactive and give the public an explanation. The largest security agency in the area is the police station, especially the anti-narcotics department, which is under Mario's jurisdiction. In addition, as the chief of the armed forces, General Lo also had some responsibility for maintaining order, so almost all the pressure from the government was distributed to these two. The one under the most pressure is Mario. Mario is currently very troubled, and this matter is giving him a lot of headaches. Because he takes a cut from almost the entire drug trade in Mando. He could only make the drug dealers behave themselves temporarily, but the fundamental problem remained unsolved. You have to understand, drug dealers aren't that obedient. They don't give you money for nothing. Once you've taken the money and boarded the boat, they completely ignore Mario's advice and continue selling drugs as they please. Mario cannot use his knife on them yet. If he does, he will be exposed. So that's where his troubles lie. He's too deeply entangled and can't extricate himself. Jiang Ning said. To go further, Xianglong International has been involved in drug trafficking, and I have evidence. After saying that, he raised an eyebrow. Mario broke out in a cold sweat. Is this guy up to no good? Right now, we're in the eye of the storm. If he uses drugs as an excuse to cause trouble, no one can handle it. He looked at General Luo Wei and said, General Luo Wei, I don't think you've summoned me here for negotiation, but for threats. Luo Wei sighed and said, Detective Mario, we're old friends. We're both under a lot of pressure regarding drugs. If we don't take some action now, the government won't let it go, and neither will the people. He stepped forward and gently placed his hands on Mario's shoulders. Old friend, please sit down. Don't get so excited. I brought Mr. Jiang here today to discuss cooperation with you. Actually, I'm here to help you. Help me? What can he do to help me? Mario frowned. Luo Wei chuckled softly and glanced at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning got up and went to Mario's side, bent down and whispered a few words in Mario's ear. Detective Mario, do you think my method is feasible? Mario's eyes gleamed. The idea was good, but he didn't immediately give his opinion because he was waiting for Jiang Ning's offer. Next, I want to do more things in the black market, such as importing some advanced foreign weapons and ammunition, and the profits from these projects can be given to you too as a percentage. Jiang Ning said, the black market has high prices and high profits, and ordinary people cannot access it, so it won't attract the attention of the general public. I think this is the way to go in the long run. Chapter 543, we're going to do something big. This really hit Mario right in the heart. The drug business, as it stands, is not a long-term solution. However, in normal business, the profits are too low and there's no profit to be made. Smuggling on the black market is a good option, as it is covert and highly profitable. If Jiang Ning can truly take the lead in this area, he might give Jiang Ning the green light. Seeing Mario's expression soften, Luo Wei couldn't help but smile. My friend, Mr. Jiang is a money tree. Really, please believe me. Mario took a deep breath, his eyes revealing cunning and coldness. It seems it's time for Elephant Dragon International to be eliminated. That's right. Jiang Ning clapped his hands and said, we have an old Chinese saying, the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, which means that times change and rise and fall. When a company or organization fails to adapt to the trends of the times, it will eventually be replaced by a more suitable company or organization. I believe that Inspector Mario will benefit greatly from making this wise decision. I hope so. Mario smiled slightly. This was the first time he had smiled today. A mouth full of gold teeth, a face full of cunning. A scoundrel who only cares about profit can only smile when faced with self-interest. Jiang Ning knew very well that there was no good or bad, right or wrong between him and Shanglong International, because in the eyes of Luo Wei and Mario, these Chinese businessmen were always just tools for them to make money. Today it may be you, tomorrow it may be him, but the status and form will never change. However, Jiang Ning had his own goals in mind. Perhaps we Chinese were just your tools in the past, but starting with me, this history will be rewritten. Now that things have been settled, I won't bother you any longer. I need to go back and make preparations. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Mr. Jiang. Mario called out to Jiang Ning. What are your orders, detective? Jiang Ning asked. Be quick and ruthless. Try to finish it in one go. Mario said, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Detective, please rest assured, I never cause trouble when I do things. Jiang Ning waved goodbye. The next day, at Xiaoshui Manor. The large, bright, and clean French windows let in dappled sunlight filtering through the trees and falling on Jiang Ning. This is Jiang Ning's private restaurant, and he is eating with a knife and fork in hand. This meal was lunch, Wagyu tomahawk beef. Beside him, servants stood in a row, constantly handing Jiang Ning condiments and drinks, and waiting for his orders. 2 bodyguards from the Huahai Association, dressed in suits, stood behind Jiang Ning with serious expressions. Jiang Ning listened to the news broadcast on the huge LCD TV in front of him while enjoying his steak. General Jiang, reporting. The Red Scorpion walked in. Seeing that Jiang Ning was eating, she scratched her forehead and said, we can talk about it after you finish eating. It's all right, go ahead and speak. Jiang Ning wiped her mouth, took a sip of freshly squeezed juice, and looked gently at the Red Scorpion. Last night, Shanglong International invited all Chinese business owners and some government officials from Manchester to a charity dinner, Red Scorpion said. However, Shanglong International did not invite you and deliberately excluded Huahai mining. Their purpose is very clear. They intend to declare to the business and political circles of Manchester that they are the #1 Chinese businessman in Manchester. I have a video of the banquet filmed here. Would you like to see it? Red Scorpion asked Jiang Ning for his opinion. Whatever. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, nonchalantly. This left Red Scorpion somewhat at a loss, but she felt it was best to let her boss take a look. Then, she connected to the TV in front of her via Bluetooth and played the video. In the picture, Tang Longxiang is wearing a gray suit, and his Mediterranean hairstyle is neatly combed back, clearly showing that he is dressed up carefully. He stood on the stage and said, we Chinese have been doing business in Mandu for a long time. We have a huge Chinese business community. We love this land and draw nourishment from it. I think we should give back to this land. Therefore, today I have specially invited all the top Chinese business leaders in Mandu to a charity dinner. All donations will be used for charitable causes in Mandu. Tonight, this place shines brightly because of the presence of each and every one of you outstanding Chinese entrepreneurs. Your presence here proves that each and every one of us is exceptional. Next, let's have Mr. Bardo, the head of the charity department of Mando, give a speech for our charity dinner. An elderly man, looking frail and old, stepped onto the stage and slowly said, first of all, I have seen the cohesion of outstanding people in the Chinese business community, And I have also seen Mr. Tang Longxiang's appeal. It must be said that there are many outstanding representatives of Chinese businessmen in Mandu, and these people are all here today. We will record everything tonight. The companies behind each of you will have our government's attention and admiration in the future. After reading the speeches for a few minutes, Red Scorpion was somewhat angry. That guy Tang Longxiang is clearly trying to kick us out of the game, and his actions are clearly a provocation. Hee, I think he did this because he's guilty. Jiang Ning chuckled. Then his appetite returned as he ate his steak. He wants to prove he's the boss of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. He wants to prove he still has a lot of influence with the Mandu government. Ultimately, it's because he wants to prove something. That's the root of his guilt. Only someone who lacks confidence would try to prove something. The boss is right, Red Scorpion said. Elephant Dragon International never cared about these things before, but now they're increasingly fond of formalism. They're bluffing because of internal deficits. Jiang Ning finished his steak, wiped his mouth, and asked, "Did Luo Wei and Mario go?" Red Scorpion continued. According to the detailed information from Li Bing's intelligence team, Tang Longxiang invited Chief Inspector Mario and General Ro to the charity dinner that day, but neither of them attended and did not show up at all. Jiang Ning nodded. He was very satisfied. Perfect timing. I've finished eating. Gather everyone in the conference room. I have some important instructions. Yes, boss. Red Scorpion withdrew. Half an hour later, in the conference hall of Xiushui Manor, all the confidants gathered together. I have gathered you all here because a very important operation is about to take place. Please take a look. Jiang Ning walked to the front and waved at the screen. 4 large characters appeared on the giant screen. Dark Hunt. This time, Jiang Ning's voice was firm and resolute. We're going to do something big. Chapter 544: The Final Battle at Dragon Elephant Manor, Part 1. The next day, late at night. The night was as dark as ink, and the outline of Longxiang Manor was faintly visible in the moonlight. Longxiang Manor is the residence of Tang Longxiang, chairman of Xianglong International. Strangely, many of Xianglong International's elite troops were stationed here, making it heavily guarded. Furthermore, many of Xianglong International's trusted confidants were also arranged to live here, making it a gathering place for Xianglong International's core personnel. The Dragon Elephant Manor covers a vast area and is surrounded by high walls, the barbed wire on top of which gleams coldly in the afterglow. The manor's gate was made of heavy bronze, engraved with lifelike dragon and elephant patterns, signifying power and status. The manor features pavilions and towers arranged in a harmonious and orderly manner, with artificial hills and ponds complementing each other. Exquisite flowers and rare trees can be seen everywhere, making its level of luxury astonishing. Jiang Ning lay prone in the bushes outside the manor, surrounded by the chirping of insects. He raised his hand to look at his watch. It was 2:15 a.m. This is the time when it's easiest to let your guard down. Lung Yu, Brother Long, you take 10 men and flank from the east. Xian Ren, Xian Hui, you take 10 men and guard the west exit. Xiao Dao, Li Bing, 4th brother, come with me and break in through the front gate. Mo Li, you take the medical team and provide support at any time. Xiao Hong, you lead the sniper team to occupy the high ground and be ready to snipe at any time. Jiang Ning lowered his voice and gave the order into the headset. Remember, Tang Longxiang must be captured alive. Clear. A unified response came through the headset. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, the air filled with the unique sandalwood scent of Longxiang Manor. This estate, covering nearly 100 acres, is a luxurious fortress built by Tang Longxiang at great expense. Within the towering walls, the main building, annex, garden, and swimming pool are arranged in a well-organized manner. Every detail is extremely luxurious. Even the carvings on the walls were handcrafted by Italian artisans. It's practically a fortress built with money. Action. At Jiang Ning's command, dozens of dark figures scattered like ghosts. Jiang Ning, along with Xiao Dao and Li Bing, took advantage of the cover of night to quickly approach the main gate. 2 guards were patrolling back and forth in front of the gate, their AK-47s gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Whoosh! 2 soft sounds rang out as the silenced pistol struck the guard precisely between the eyebrows. Xiao Dao and Li Bing quickly stepped forward, caught the fallen body, and gently placed it on the ground. After that, Xiao Dao casually threw 2 knives. Whoosh! Slap! Slap! The 2 security cameras at the entrance were completely destroyed. Seeing this, dozens of other Huahai gang members dressed in night-fighting tactical uniforms rushed over and hit on both sides of the high wall. Xiao Dao stepped forward and used a magnetic tool to crack the combination lock. Xiao Dao had a history of burglary and knew how to deal with door locks. Now, his skills have been upgraded, and he has started to study combination locks and has made some progress. Click. A moment later, the door opened a crack. Xiao Dao gave Jiang Ning a wink, and then he gently pushed the door open by himself. The door hinges made a faint creaking sound. Xiao Dao was short and agile. After sneaking into the door, his pupils suddenly contracted. There was an infrared alarm net behind the door. Holy crap! Xiao Dao let out a low growl and quickly lay down. But it was too late. Almost at the same moment, a piercing alarm blared through the night sky. Wah! A deafening alarm blared through the night sky, enveloping the entire Dragon Elephant Manor in its sound. Lights from buildings both near and far were visibly switched on rapidly. A large number of guards are rushing this way. We've been exposed. Launch a full-scale attack. Jiang Ning got up, waved his hand, and all his brothers rushed into the gate with their weapons in hand. At the same time, the enemy's forces arrived, and without saying a word, the area in front of the gate became a battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bullets flew through the air, sparks flying everywhere, weaving a dazzling spectacle in the night. Find cover. Jiang Ning rolled over and hid behind a marble pillar. The bullets struck the pillar, sending stone chips flying. The group found artificial hills and rocks as cover and began fighting the enemy. Jiang Ning had anticipated that the opponent's defense would be very strong, so a strong attack was also part of his plan. However, the enemy had a large number of troops, heavy firepower, and a terrain advantage, making it impossible to break through for the time being. At that moment, with a loud bang, the 2 heavy gates were smashed open by an off-road armored vehicle, and Song Si and his men drove 2 armored vehicles into the manor. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck the thick steel plates of the armored vehicle, leaving dents of varying depths and sparks flying, but without causing any damage. The gunman inside the armored vehicle was firing a machine gun forward. Rat. Soon, the guards at the front were repelled, with about half of them killed or wounded. The remaining battle line contracted, and everyone retreated to the front of the main building. Furthermore, roadblocks were set up there. They took cover behind the roadblocks and assumed a defensive posture. The main building behind them, styled like a massive medieval European castle, stood like a monstrous beast ready to devour its prey in the darkness. Tang Longxiang is inside. Jiang Ning pointed to the main building. Proceed according to the original plan. Yes, came the unanimous response from everyone through the earpiece. Inside the main building at this moment, Tang Longxiang was wearing pajamas. His girlfriend was trembling with fear on the bed, while he sat on the sofa, surrounded by guards. Damn it, Jiang Ning is incredibly audacious. Tang Longxiang was furious when he learned about the situation outside, his veins bulging with rage. Dad, I'll take the brothers and teach him a lesson. Tang Yinxing said. Guards, bring out the bombs we've stored. I'm going out to meet Jiang Ning. Don't be impulsive, Tang Longxiang said. If Jiang Ning dared to come, he must have made a plan. It would be dangerous for you to go out rashly. Then, he picked up the phone and hurriedly called Inspector Mario. Jiang Ning's actions were illegal, and he needed to call the police to protect himself. A few seconds later, Mario answered the phone, his voice slightly languid as he asked, What's wrong calling so late at night? Detective Mario, something terrible has happened. Tang Longxiang said urgently. My Dragon Elephant Manor has been attacked by Jiang Ning. Their people are well prepared. They've even brought armored vehicles. He's trying to kill me. Huh. The person on the other end sounded quite surprised. What's going on now? They've already approached my main building, and their firepower is intense. I'm in grave danger. I can't hold them off any longer. Tang Longxiang said. There's a lot of valuable cargo hidden beneath my main building. Tang Longxiang's words were clearly a threat to Mario. If you don't call the police to help me, they'll raid my hideout, expose the drugs underneath, and you won't be able to escape either. Mario was furious upon hearing this, but he patiently said, "As the law enforcement officer, I have to respond to the call of an outsider who has broken into your estate. It will take some time, so hang in there. The police will be here soon." "How long will it take?" Tang Longxiang asked. "Soon," Mario said, and then hung up the phone. "Damn it," Tang Yunsheng exclaimed from the side. "How can he be so unreliable?" "He won't not come," Tang Longxiang said. "We're all in this together. If he doesn't come, the drug scandal will be exposed, and he'll lose his job. Besides, Jiang Ning attacked me without any reason, which is illegal. It's perfectly reasonable for him to send the police to arrest Jiang Ning." Tang Yunsheng sighed, and his anxious heart calmed down a little. At that moment, an urgent report came from his subordinates. "It's bad, Mr. Tang. The enemy has launched a drone bombardment. The main building's defenses are struggling and probably won't hold out for much longer." Chapter 545, The Final Battle at Dragon Elephant Manor, Part 2. "Damn it!" Tang Longxiang gritted his teeth and roared. "All of you, go and guard the main gate now. Use the best weapons to deal with this. If you can't handle it, preserve your strength and retreat into the main building to wait for police support." "Yes, Dad, I'm going," Tang Yunsheng said. "I want to see what Jiang Ning is capable of." Tang Longxiang took a deep breath and nodded. With Tang Yunsheng, Tang's son, stepping in, the morale of the guards would at least be greatly boosted. Otherwise, without a leader, they would be a disorganized mess. Having received permission, Tang Yunsheng grabbed a machine gun and said to his men, "Bring out all the bombs, grenades, and other supplies we have stored." "Yes." The group followed Tang Yunsheng out of the main building and arrived at the defensive position in front. At this moment, corpses lay scattered across the battlefield, and blood flowed everywhere. "Vice Commander Tang, they bombed us several times with drones, and our brothers suffered heavy losses," the commander of the position shouted, his face covered in dust and his voice trembling with tears. "Don't worry, their drones have limited ammunition, and reloading takes time," Tang Yunsheng said. "But we have bombs and explosives. We can use them as we please. There's plenty. I don't believe they'll dare to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, armored vehicles from Jiang Ning's side drove towards the position, and gunmen continued to fire at the position. The previous rounds of drone bombardment had already torn apart the defenses, and now the armored vehicles were launching a forced attack. Logically, the enemy should not be able to withstand it. Tang Yunshan's eyes turned red with anger, and he roared, "Everyone, put down your guns and throw grenades." Because firearms are useless against armored vehicles, but bombs can stop them. Even if they don't kill the people inside, they can at least destroy the tires and equipment, making the vehicle unable to move. Everyone put down their guns and began throwing grenades outside. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke and fire filled the air, and the immense power of the grenades nearly overturned the armored vehicle. The comrades inside were stunned by the blast, and the wheels of the armored vehicle were blown off, rendering it unable to move forward. More than a dozen of the brothers who attacked with the armored vehicles were also injured or killed by the explosion. Upon seeing this, the morale of the Dragon Elephant Manor side instantly soared, and they all set up machine guns to launch a counterattack. Boss, Tang Longxiang's son, Tang Yunsheng, is directing operations on site. The enemy's morale is high. Lung Yu witnessed this scene from the flank and promptly reported it. "Snipers, get ready," Jiang Ning ordered. "Understood," Red Scorpion said. The observer for the Red Scorpion was also a woman, who was holding binoculars and searching for her target. "Sister Hong, the target has been locked," the observer said, turning on the infrared sight. A red dot appeared between Tang Yunsheng's eyebrows. "Mr. Tang, there's a sniper," a guard shouted from the side. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a sniper rifle rang out, and at the same time, Tang Yunsheng was pushed away by the guards. However, their movements were a little slow, and the sniper rifle missed Tang Yunsheng's head but pierced his shoulder instead. The immense penetrating force shattered Tang Yunsheng's collarbone, sending him flying backward 2 or 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His upper left collarbone was a bloody mess, with blood gushing out. "Quickly take Vice President Tang back to the main building." Upon seeing this, the guard commander took over command and shouted, "Everyone, retreat to the main building." Tang Yunxing was shot and wounded by a sniper, causing the morale of the guards, which had just risen, to plummet again. Moreover, they didn't know how many snipers the enemy had, so the guards were in great danger and had to retreat into the main building to hold the last line of defense. Inside the building, Tang Longxiang, upon learning of all this, grew even more anxious. The mistress, standing nearby, was terrified and kept asking Tang Longxiang, "Mr. Tang, when will the police arrive?" How would he know? Tang Longxiang hung up the phone, speaking angrily. He had been trying to contact Mario, but the latter was not answering his calls. "Medical team, hurry up and treat Yunxing's injuries. The rest of you, hold the main building entrance and wait for police assistance." Although Tang Longxiang sensed something was amiss, he still believed that Mario would definitely come, because most of the drugs were there, and he wouldn't dare not come. But then, there was a loud bang. The main building's main entrance was also blown open. Jiangning possesses the Dark Knight Legion's armory and Kai Jun's Stronghold armory. How could it not have highly lethal explosives? Even if the main building's doors are sturdy, he has a way to deal with them. Immediately afterwards, smoke grenades were thrown into the main building from outside, and white smoke billowed up, making it impossible to see one's own fingers. Rush! Jiang Ning led the group into the main building. The main hall is also extremely luxurious, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the nearly 10-meter-high ceiling, hand-woven Persian carpets on the floor, and priceless paintings on the walls. But now, these lavish decorations are not only shrouded in smoke, but have also become the best cover. Lung Yu's voice came through the earpiece. "The east flank has been breached. Enter the main building immediately." "Receive." Before Jiang Ning could finish speaking, a grenade rolled behind the pillar where he was hiding. "Lie down." Li Bing leaped forward and tackled Jiang Ning to the ground. With a deafening roar, the marble pillars swayed a few times, and the crystal chandelier teetered precariously due to the massive tremors, with countless crystal shards falling like raindrops. Oh! A guard was struck in the shoulder and neck artery by a crystal spike that fell from a chandelier, and blood gushed out. At this moment, the spacious hall inside the main building was already in complete chaos. The guards at Dragon Elephant Manor were in a state of panic, unable to distinguish friend from foe, and would shoot at anyone they saw. In this situation, the well-trained members of the Huahai Association were able to handle things with ease. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to peek out and fired a series of shots from his MP5, killing 3 Dragon Elephant soldiers who fell to the ground. At that moment, Tang Longxiang also put on a bulletproof vest and led the guards down from the second floor. Rat! Bullets rained down, forcing Jiang Ning and the others to take cover behind cover once more. "Reload!" Jiang Ning shouted, and threw the gun to Li Bing. At this moment, Lung Yu also arrived, and together with Xiao Dao, they formed a crossfire from both sides, temporarily suppressing the enemy's offensive. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter echoed from the second floor. "Jiang Ning, you have the audacity to trespass on my Dragon Elephant Manor. Tonight will be your grave." Jiang Ning looked up and saw Tang Longxiang's figure reflected in a mirror. Tang Longxiang himself was standing at the corner behind the second-floor railing, holding a gilded desert eagle in his hand. Jiang Ning sneered, "Tang Longxiang, this burial site has bad feng shui. You should keep it for yourself." "Humph, you think you can kill me with your numbers?" Tang Longxiang said, "I'm good friends with Inspector Mario of the Mandu Police Department. I called the police half an hour ago, and a large number of officers are on their way. Jiang Ning, you're finished. As for who will be finished, we'll find out soon enough." After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he stopped arguing with him verbally and whispered to the earpiece about the tactics. "The enemy is cornered and preparing for their final attack." Then, he specifically said to Li Bing beside him, "Take the reconnaissance team, infiltrate the basement, and find the drug hideout. Be quick." "Yes, General Manager Jiang." Li Bing waved his hand, and a small team, under the cover of smoke grenades, stealthily made their way towards the basement stairs. Chapter 546: The Final Battle at Dragon Elephant Manor, Part 2. "Tang Longxiang," Jiang Ning said, "we are both Chinese, and could have been good friends, but you are narrow-minded and have always wanted to kill me. Your current predicament is entirely your own fault. Ha ha ha, with just a few of you. Tang Longxiang laughed. I've been rooted in Mandu for decades. Do you think you can shake me? You're just bluffing. You're more panicked than anyone else. Jiang Ning sneered. You're surrounded now. I'll give you some time to write a will. Consider it a final favor from your comrades. Jiang Ning deliberately argued with him here, but in reality, he was covering for Li Bing and the others. Because Li Bing and the others were going to sneak into the basement under the cover of smoke, right under their noses. At present, although they have an absolute advantage, as Tang Longxiang said, he has a deep foundation in Mandu and a large number of troops. There must be many more troops inside the main building. As expected, Jiang Ning angered Tang Longxiang, who shouted coldly, Jiang Ning, do you really think I have nothing left? We Chinese businessmen share a common characteristic. We are all very cautious. I have already prepared a contingency plan. You think you are the hunter, but in reality, you are the prey. With that, he waved his hand and shouted, all forces, concentrate in the lobby on the first floor for the final battle. Whoosh! More dragon elephant soldiers poured out of the various rooms, and many guards also ran up the stairs in the basement with guns at their ready. Jiang Ning sighed inwardly. As expected, this old fox had a backup plan. Upon seeing this, Li Bing and the others ducked to the side behind cover. After confirming that all the guards in the basement had run up, they crept up the stairs toward the basement. Right now, in the lobby on the first floor, bullets are raining down. The enemy's firepower was intense, and Jiang Ning had no choice but to lead his men to retreat behind a load-bearing pillar. He could feel the vibrations from the bullets hitting the pillar, and stone chips kept falling. Sunrin, Senna, have we arrived yet? Jiang Ning asked into his headset. Mr. Jiang, we've arrived, Lu Qianren said. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and took a flashbang from his tactical vest. Prepare for a surprise attack. He gave Xiao Dao and Lung Yu a wink. 3, 2, 1. The flashbang was released, and a blinding white light instantly filled the entire hall. Taking advantage of the enemy's temporary blindness, Jiang Ning led his men out. The machine guns of his henchmen behind him fired a barrage of fire like a meteor shower, while MP5s spat fire, their bullets hitting their targets with pinpoint accuracy. But there were just too many enemies, and they quickly ran out of ammunition. Jiang Ning threw away his submachine gun, drew his military knife from his waist, and charged into the crowd. The hall was filled with smoke and shadowy figures, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Almost everyone was mixed together. The only distinguishable feature is the clothing. The people at Longxiang Manor all wore guard uniforms. The two sides were now entangled in a chaotic melee, unable to effectively use firearms, and began close-quarters combat. A soldier from the Dragon Elephant Army charged at him, brandishing a machete. Jiang Ning dodged to the side and slashed the soldier's throat with a backhand stroke. Lung Yu and Xiao Dao fought valiantly and fiercely. The next second, Lu Qianren and Lu Qianhui's machete team also arrived and charged into the fray. The hall erupted into chaos, with swords flashing and blood flying everywhere. Jiang Ning's military knife flashed silver under the lamplight, each swing sending up a trail of blood. He could feel the warm blood splattering on his face, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. Jiang Ning! A roar came, and before anyone knew it, Tang Longxiang had crept down the stairs from the second floor, his desert eagle aimed at Jiang Ning. He had been observing the situation from the sidelines and finally spotted Jiang Ning. So, under the cover of the smoke, they quietly crept towards Jiang Ning. However, he wasn't 100% sure that the figure was Jiang Ning, so he shouted to confirm it. Jiang Ning sensed the voice behind him and subconsciously realized that the other party was identifying a target. An ordinary person would have turned around to look, but at this moment, Jiang Ning proved his skill. Instead of turning around, he lunged to the side at the last second. At the same time, Tang Longxiang also noticed something amiss and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed Jiang Ning's shoulder and struck a marble pillar. Go to hell! Tang Longxiang frantically pulled the trigger, bullets chasing Jiang Ning's figure. Jiang Ning rolled on the ground, bullets hitting the marble floor and sending sparks flying. At this moment, Song Si rushed over from the side with his men, shouting, President Jiang. The next second, The submachine gun in his hand spat fire, forcing Tang Longxiang to seek cover. After completing their breakthrough mission, Song Si and his breakthrough team rested outside for a while before entering the hall. After they had rested and prepared, they joined the battle, only to witness such a thrilling scene upon entering the arena. Of course, this is from their perspective, when they perceive the situation as critical. In Jiang Ning's mind, this was no different from a game, and he was completely at ease. The next second, Jiang Ning retaliated, his military knife flying out of his hand and accurately striking Tang Longxiang's wrist, which was holding a gun. The Desert Eagle landed with a thud. Oh! Tang Longxiang screamed and retreated, clutching his bleeding wrist. At this moment, one of the henchmen pounced like a cheetah and started fighting with Tang Longxiang. It must be said that although Tang Longxiang was injured, his strength was still astonishing. He grabbed the underling by the neck with one hand and reached for his waist with the other. A flash of cold light. Tang Longxiang drew a dagger. Just as the dagger was about to stab down, the henchman suddenly raised his head and slammed his forehead into Tang Longxiang's nose. With a crack, the sound of the bridge of the nose breaking was clearly audible. Tang Longxiang, in pain, let go, and his underlings took the opportunity to flip over and pin him down. But Tang Longxiang suddenly grinned maliciously and slashed the dagger in his hand towards the henchman's ribs. This is really difficult. Song Si stepped forward, raised his rifle butt, and smashed it directly onto Tang Longxiang's forehead with a loud crack. Instantly, Tang Longxiang bled profusely and stopped struggling. As the smoke around him gradually dissipated, he watched his men being subdued one by one, and the despair in his heart was as desolate as the grass in late autumn. Smack! Tang Longxiang lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Jiang Ning ordered his men to tie Tang Longxiang up tightly with ropes. However, at this moment, someone reported, "General Jiang, something terrible has happened. A large number of police have arrived outside, and they have also brought local armed forces, numbering over 100. Upon hearing this, Tang Longxiang suddenly sat up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Ha ha ha, there's always a way out. There's always a way out. Tang Longxiang laughed hysterically, looking up at the sky. My ally has arrived. Jiang Ning, you're finished. You're completely finished. Chapter 547 Anti-Drug Operation. The police from outside were naturally Mario's men, while the armed forces were naturally General Ro's men. Ha! Tang Longxiang laughed wildly. I knew the police would come. The guards of the Elephant Dragon Manor around them also became smug. No wonder you came so late. So you went to invite the military. Tang Yinsheng, whose upper body was wrapped in bandages, was now completely relieved. Jiang Ning, you trespassed on private property and used force to kill innocent people. You and your men will face murder charges. No one can escape this. You will all be shot. Tang Longxiang shouted, pointing at Jiang Ning. Song Si and the others were somewhat surprised to see this scene. Boss, what's going on? Why is General Luo away with the police? Song Si asked. The other underlings were also completely bewildered and extremely nervous. Because Jiang Ning's contact with Luo Wei and Mario was done in secret, only Lung Yu and Red Scorpion knew about it. Everyone else was kept in the dark. Right now, everyone thinks that the police and military have come to their door to besiege them, so they are on high alert and very panicked. Mr. Jiang, shall we fight? Song Si asked with unwavering resolve. If you give the order, even if the other side is the king of heaven himself, we'll fight. That's right. President Jiang, we're not afraid of anything, whether it's the police or the military. If they dare to mess with us, we'll deal with them. Lei Long roared. For a moment, everyone was in high spirits. Drat! President Jiang, give the order. We are not afraid to die. But Tang Longxiang must die first. Xiao Dao pressed his folding knife against Tang Longxiang's neck. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Ning felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He was deeply moved by the bravery and fearlessness of these brothers. With such a team, we will be invincible no matter what enemy we face. At this moment, Tang Longxiang was deeply moved to see Jiang Ning's team so fearless in the face of death. No wonder I was no match for them. These guys weren't afraid of death. This kind of team is terrifying. However, now that he has a powerful backer, he feels relatively at ease. He said to Xiao Dao, Brother, don't be impulsive. I know you want to use me as a hostage to threaten the police and military, but they are not ordinary people. Using this method will only put you in danger. Why would I threaten you? I'm going to kill you. The tip of the knife pressed hard against Tang Longxiang's neck. Take me with you. I want to kill him with my own hands. Song-si stood in front of Tang Longxiang, gun in hand. You and Kai Jun conspired to kill countless brothers of my Dark Knight Legion. I must settle this score with you. As he spoke, he pointed the gun at Tang Longxiang's forehead. Fourth brother, Little Knife, you two calm down. Jiang Ning said. Put down your weapons. President Jiang, aren't you going to listen to me? Jiang Ning frowned. Well, the two shook their heads and sighed, dejected, but had no choice but to give up on assassinating Tang Longxiang. Ha! Tang Longxiang laughed triumphantly. Jiang Ning, you really know how to be pragmatic, don't you? You've committed a serious crime now, and the police and military will take you to court. If you beg me, I might not make today's events sound so serious. How about it? Kneel down and beg me. He gritted his teeth, but a ferocious smile appeared on his face, an expression that was so irritating and repulsive. Hee, I have always believed that there is good and evil in this world, and there is cause and effect. Good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. You, Tang Longxiang, have committed many evils, and heaven will surely punish you. Jiang Ning said. Ha ha ha, Jiang Ning, you're just all talk. I've committed countless evils, but I'm still alive and well, aren't I? Tang Longxiang laughed. What can you do to me? President Jiang, the police and military have entered the manor. Should we resist? A henchman asked anxiously. Listen to my command. Jiang Ning shouted into the headset. Everyone, cease resistance and do not engage in conflict with the enemy. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly filled with dejection. This is practically surrendering. Ha 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 ha. Tang Longxiang burst into laughter again, his face and body trembling with laughter. Whoosh. A few minutes later, police and military personnel entered the hall. One by one, well-trained police officers and soldiers, dressed in different uniforms and holding guns, pointed them at everyone on the scene. Don't move. Put down your weapons and put your hands up. Song-si and the others had their eyes blazing with fury, gripping their guns tightly, wishing they could unleash a barrage of fire at the moment. Everyone, drop your weapons. Jiang Ning shouted. This shout quelled the anger of the Wahai Hui members present, and they all put down their guns and raised their hands. Tang Longxiang, his body bound with rope, cried out to the police for help. I am Tang Longxiang. I am the victim. Please untie me. However, the police and soldiers completely ignored Tang Longxiang. The next second, Mario and General Rowe entered the hall side by side. Detective, sir. Police officers and soldiers saluted their leaders. The two nodded to their respective subordinates, walked to the center of the hall, and looked around. Detective Mario, General Rowe. Tang Longxiang greeted them impatiently. However, they ignored Tang Longxiang and instead came to Jiang Ning's side. Good job on the mission, Inspector Mario said. Did you find the drug's hiding place? Found it, Jiang Ning said, snapping his fingers. Li Bing's team, carrying drug samples, walked out of the basement stairwell and showed the drugs to Mario and Ro. There are a lot of drugs hidden under the basement floor. The quantity is so large that we can't estimate it at the moment, Li Bing said. Bastard, Mario shouted. Tang Longxiang, you actually did this kind of thing behind my back. You're so disappointing. Detective Mario, what do you mean? Tang Longxiang wanted to explain. However, Mario's bodyguard stepped forward and slapped Tang Longxiang across the face. Shut up. The evidence is all there, and you still want to deny it. Men, get Tang Longxiang into the police car and lock up all his men. Mario shouted. General Luo Wei said to Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your contribution. Your men can leave now. You should stay behind, because we want to commend you for your heroic act. Thank you very much. Jiang Ning smiled slightly and waved to his men. Everyone, let's retreat. The people from Huahai were all stunned for a moment. We just got away unscathed like that? Moreover, it seems that General Luo Wei just said that he wanted to commend General Jiang. The reversal came so fast that everyone was a little caught off guard. What are you all standing there for? Jiang Ning said with a smile to everyone. Hurry up and go home to drink and eat. Very good. The crowd cheered instantly. Half an hour after the Huahai Club members left the manor, reporters arrived and began filming the scene, as well as interviewing Luo Wei and Mario. Detective Mario, General Rowe, I heard that this anti-drug operation was the first time the police and the military had joined forces, and it was such a success. What are your thoughts? The reporter asked the two men. Speaking to the camera, Mario said confidently, maintaining order in Mando and protecting the safety of the people is our mission and responsibility, and the fight against drugs is also our top priority. Chapter 548 The Demise of Elephant Dragon International, Part 1. Mario's impassioned speech instantly won unanimous applause from the crowd. The reporter then asked General Luo Wei. General Luo Wei, as the chief sheriff of Mando, you led your team in cooperating with the police in this anti-drug operation, demonstrating a spirit of bravery and fearlessness that deserves our respect. In this operation, is there anyone or anything that left a particularly deep impression on you? General Luo Wei smiled and said calmly, First of all, as the largest security department in Mandu, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to everyone. We bear an inescapable responsibility for the rampant drug problem. I am sorry to society and to everyone. However, after careful consideration, I have fully realized my shortcomings. From now on, I will fight against drugs to the end and restore a healthy and safe living environment for the people. As he spoke, he looked at the reporter and said, You just asked me if there were any people or events that left a particularly deep impression on you during this operation. That's a very good question. Throughout the operation, our police officers cooperated seamlessly, making the entire process incredibly exciting. I will never forget it. Especially Mario's bravery in leading from the front, which I admire greatly. General Rowe is too modest, Mario remarked from the side. The reporter thoughtfully held the microphone to Mario's mouth. Mario continued. During the battle with the drug traffickers just now, General Rowe displayed the high qualities, bravery, and resourcefulness unique to soldiers. Several times bullets grazed his shoulders, but General Rowe never retreated. This courage has deeply impressed me. It's a blessing for our people to have two leaders here, the reporter exclaimed sincerely. Please take a group photo together. This is a glorious memory of our military police cooperation, and we should cherish this wonderful moment. Good. General Rowe and Mario stepped forward, looking ahead, and shook hands. Click. Reporters around them kept pressing the shutter, and the flashes went off like lightning. Oh right, General Lowe said. I have to mention one person who has also left a deep impression on me. Luo Wei beckoned to Jiang Ning with his finger. Mr. Jiang, please come here for a moment. Jiang Ning walked in front of the camera with a smile. This Mr. Jiang is a businessman from China who comes to this city to do business. In fact, Mr. Jiang has made great contributions to the success of this anti-drug operation, Luo Wei said. The reporter smiled and said, General Luo Wei, please explain this to us in detail. General Luo Wei said, drug trafficking has been rampant in our city recently. Mr. Jiang discovered a huge drug trafficking case, so he sent his men to follow and monitor it. They finally discovered this huge drug lord hiding in our city. Mr. Jiang disregarded his personal safety and reported this news to Inspector Mario. Inspector Mario then contacted me, and by combining our efforts with the detailed information provided by Mr. Jiang, we finally wiped out this criminal gang. Congratulations. Oh, so this joint military police anti-drug operation was made possible entirely by Mr. Jiang providing various reliable intelligence in advance, the reporter said. That's right, General Luo Wei said, especially since Mr. Jiang is a Chinese citizen, and the ringleader of this crime is also Chinese. Mr. Jiang disregarded the feelings of fellow countrymen and eliminated a scourge for the people. This act is righteous and commendable. Therefore, I also suggest that the relevant departments award Mr. Jiang a medal for bravery to encourage his fearless spirit. At the same time, with a role model like Mr. Jiang, I believe that more heroes and righteous people will continue to emerge. General Luo Wei is absolutely right. We also thank Mr. Jiang for his contributions to Mandu, the reporter said. You're too kind. It's what I should do. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, keeping a low profile. In reality, I deeply despise it. He acts all respectable in public, but secretly he kicks and slaps people. General Rowe and Mario have no admirable qualities. On the contrary, they embody the ugliest aspects of human nature. It is precisely these kinds of people who stand at the top, enjoying the pleasures brought by power and money, and basking in the admiration of thousands. Everything has two sides. One is yang, and the other is naturally yin. On the yin side, there are truly too many rotten, moldy, and filthy things. Jiang Ming saw far too much of that in his previous life. Right now, he needs to play along with these guys because, in order to solidify his position, he must cultivate good relations with the upper echelons of Mandu. General Rowe, Inspector Mario, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Jiang Ming said. Mr. Jiang, with so many media outlets here today, we hope you can say a few heartfelt words in front of everyone, the reporter reminded him. This is a great opportunity to get some exposure, so you should at least say a few words so we can have more content to report on. However, Jiang Ming smiled slightly and said, I have nothing to say. I only hope that the world is at peace and the people live and work in contentment. Thank you. After saying that, Jiang Ming disappeared into the crowd. Haha, Mr. Jiang is really low-key. Mario laughed. Doing good deeds anonymously is a traditional Chinese virtue, which Mr. Jiang has exemplified to the fullest extent. I admire him greatly, General Luo Wei said. That evening, inside the police station detention center, Tang Longxiang and his son were imprisoned in different cells. However, they are all single rooms, so they offer excellent privacy. Tang Longxiang smashed the steel pipes and walls of the cell like a madman, insisting on seeing Mario. Before long, Mario arrived at the cell. He dismissed all the guards and stood alone outside the cell, questioning Tang Longxiang through the steel bars. What's going on? Did we arrest the wrong person? Detective Mario, you've finally arrived. Tang Longxiang swallowed hard, straightened his messy Mediterranean hair, and asked with an awkward smile. Can you let me go now? Let you go? Mario frowned. How can I let you go? You're the biggest drug lord in Manchester now. Everyone in the city knows that. How can I let you go? Tang Longxiang said anxiously. Detective Mario, you have to protect me. Aren't you afraid our cooperation will be exposed? Who's cooperating with you? Mario frowned. Don't talk nonsense. As the police chief, I abhor drugs. How could I possibly collude with you? Upon hearing this, Tang Longxiang became completely enraged, his teeth grinding together. Mario, you want to play the double agent, don't you? You're wrong. I'm white, you're black. There's no such thing as black eating black. Mario said. I came to see you just to tell you that your drug trafficking activities, Tang Longxiang, have seriously violated the criminal law. You will be stripped of all your rights, even your life. And your Xianglong International will also be shut down by the government for drug trafficking. You, Tang Longxiang, and all your forces will completely disappear from Mandu in the next month. Do you understand? Chapter 549 The Demise of Elephant Dragon International, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Tang Longxiang turned ashen-faced with fright. Detective Mario, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. We're not working together. I shouldn't have threatened you. Tang Longxiang hurriedly begged for forgiveness. He's currently imprisoned. All his contact with the outside world has been cut off, and his drugs have been exposed. He's desperate and can only rely on Mario to turn things around. However, Mario had no intention of giving him any chance. Mr. Tang, you need to understand that I am the most fair and just person. I will not punish you just because you threatened me, Mario said. You have crossed the line of the law and the people. Only by bringing you to justice can I appease public anger. So, you've really decided to kill me? Tang Longxiang was filled with despair after his initial panic. You still don't understand. It wasn't me who tried to kill you. It was you who ruined yourself. Mario shrugged. Mario, I have records of our transactions, recordings of our conversations, and evidence of our cooperation. You have a stake in every pound of drugs. Tang Longxiang said. You can't escape, and don't even think about escaping. If you piss me off, I'll make sure we both go down together and drag you down with me. If you don't believe me, just try. Mario had anticipated Tang Longxiang's move, and he chuckled. I must say, Jiang Ming is indeed smarter than you. What do you mean? Tang Longxiang asked blankly. Although Jiang Ning is cunning, at least his principle is to give me benefits first. Moreover, he doesn't need me to exert any effort or get involved in chaotic events, and he protects me very well. Mario said, only if I am safe can I protect him. We complement each other, and only in this way can I see his sincerity. But your idea is too malicious. Mario pointed at Tang Longxiang's forehead and said, you're in the drug business, and you think that by dragging me into it, you can do whatever you want, that I can't do anything to you. So you've become more and more arrogant. During this period, Tang Longxiang's drug business has indeed grown very large. The government put a lot of pressure on Mario, tasking him with dealing with the drug issue and quelling public anger. Mario then privately spoke with Tang Longxiang, asking him to temporarily stop his drug dealing and lay low for a while. However, while Tang Longxiang outwardly agreed, he secretly intensified his actions. Firstly, Jiang Ning seized his logging camp, and his elite regiment was wiped out at Poisonous Snake Ridge. Xianglong International suffered heavy losses and urgently needed to recover. Drugs were a vital source of income for him, and he couldn't stop. He had to expand the business to cover the losses. Secondly, Tang Longxiang felt that Mario was already in the same boat as him, and no matter how big his drug business became, Mario would always have to clean up his mess. He didn't care what Mario said. Thus, with his unbridled expansion, drugs became increasingly rampant in Manchester, causing Mario more and more headaches. But he was powerless to stop Tang Longxiang. The arrival of Jiang Ning, however, instantly disrupted this mechanism. Mario, with the help of Jiang Ning, eliminated Tang Longxiang and publicly claimed it was a drug bust, making him and General Luo Wei drug bust heroes. Furthermore, the government has been putting constant pressure on the two of them, yet they have accomplished nothing. The dismantling of Tang Longxiang's drug trafficking den was undoubtedly a timely help, giving Mario and Ro a breakthrough and a bright spot under immense pressure. For this anti-drug operation alone, the government will surely reward the two of them in various ways. Most importantly, all the pressure has been relieved. This is a win-win-win situation. Therefore, Jiangning was a lucky star sent from heaven for Mario. For Mario, Tang Longxiang was a jinx that could explode at any time. Any normal person would make the right choice, let alone someone as smart as Mario. Tang Longxiang, what defeated you was not just Jiang Ning, but more importantly, yourself. Mario said. Detective Mario, give me one more chance. Tang Longxiang said. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. Even now you're still threatening me? Huh. Mario shook his head with a cold laugh. To use a phrase from your Chinese folks, you're hopeless. After saying that, he ignored Tang Longxiang and turned to walk out of the prison. Then, he said to the two guards at the door, proceed according to plan. Yes, Inspector. One of the two trusted henchmen went to cut off the surveillance, while the other retrieved a medicine bottle. The two met up, wielding chains and electric batons, and arrived at the entrance to Tang Longxiang's prison. Click. The guards opened the prison door and stormed into the cell. What do you want? Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Tang Longxiang shouted, help! Help! This is a classified prison cell. No matter how loud you shout, no one will hear you. One of the guards, his stunned baton crackling, suddenly jabbed at Tang Longxiang. Oh! Tang Longxiang was unable to dodge in time and was knocked to the ground by a high-voltage stun gun. Don't hit me. I'll give you money. Please don't hit me. Tang Longxiang hurriedly begged for mercy. We wouldn't dare take your money. The guard stepped forward and stabbed Tang Longxiang repeatedly. 5 minutes later, Tang Longxiang was electrocuted and was on the verge of death, urinating and defecating. One guard gave another a wink, and the latter took out a medicine bottle, pinched Tang Longxiang's mouth shut, and poured the medicine down his throat. A minute later, Tang Longxiang's eyes became glazed over, as if he had become a different person. The guards dragged him out of the cell, took him to the interrogation room, handcuffed him to the chair, and then called Mario. Soon, Mario sent 2 police officers to question Tang Longxiang. Are the drugs hidden beneath the dragon elephant manor yours? Yes. Are these drugs yours personally or for your company? All of my personal property. Are there any other people involved in your drug trafficking? Who else is in your drug trafficking gang besides you? Nobody else, just myself. You better behave yourself. Who else is there? Behind the camera, someone was holding up the answers, but Tang Longxiang seemed to have lost his own consciousness, answering whatever answers others held up. A few days later, the Mandu City Daily reported on the front page of the newspaper that Tang Longxiang looked disheveled. The large, bright red words proclaim, Tang Longxiang, a Chinese businessman, is actually a drug kingpin behind a huge business empire. Jiang Ning put down the newspaper, smiled with satisfaction, and asked Lung Yu beside him, "Have you booked the plane tickets?" "Boss, it's all set. We're going back to China the day after tomorrow." Lung Yu said. "Good," Jiang Ning said. "With Xianglong International gone, we need to get to the next step of our plan as soon as possible." Chapter 550 Seduction. "Boss, what's the next step?" Lung Yu asked. "Return to Chuzhou," Jiang Ning said. "Back to Chuzhou?" Lung Yu was completely bewildered, not knowing what this so-called plan to return to Chuzhou was. Having just secured the deal with Xianglong International and Mandu, the Huahai Association has become the leading Chinese group. Logically, Jiangning should seize this opportunity to unite with other local Chinese groups, enhance the Huahai Association's reputation, maintain a good working relationship with the government, and gradually solidify the Huahai Association's position in Mandu. However, Jiangning suddenly wanted to return to China at this time, which she couldn't understand. However, Jiangning always had his own plans, and he was more thorough than anyone else in thinking. Therefore, Lung Yu did not ask any more questions and said, "Boss, who do you need to go back with? I will arrange the manpower. All we need is you and Xiaohong." Jiangning said. Okay." Lung Yu was surprised that Jiangning had come unprepared this time. So what exactly is the next step in the plan? 3 days later, in Chuzhou City, Jiangnan Province. Zhanghai Consortium acquired Gongrong Group in Chuzhou 6 months ago, along with all the land owned by Gongrong Group. Gongrong Group originally had a presence in Chuzhou. They attempted to seize the vital feng shui positions of Chuzhou, such as the 7 inches and Dragon's Eye, thereby controlling the feng shui lifeline of Chuzhou and extending their influence to Jiangnan Province. If this plan succeeds, they will use Jiangnan Province as a pilot area to conduct a nationwide trial. The Kiowa Kai of Japan is supported by the 9 Chrysanthemums faction. This project is a collaboration between the 9 Chrysanthemums faction and the Kiowa Kai, aiming to control the economic lifeline of China through feng shui and metaphysics. The sudden emergence of Jiang Ning disrupted the plans of the Cosmopolitan Party and Jiuzhou in China. However, Jiang Ning was always busy with his own business, and even after acquiring the Gongronghui, he did not take any action against the Gongronghui's businesses. Upon returning to Chuzhou, he convened a large meeting with all the management of the Chuzhou branch. All the sites previously occupied by the Co-Prosperity Sphere must be demolished and restored to their original state. The Kiowa Kai has built 3 shrines in Chuzhou for worship, one of which is the Sanyangnyang Temple, which was worshipped in Chuzhou for over 100 years. The Kiowa Kai acquired the land where the Sanyangnyang Temple was located, demolished the temple, and built its own shrine. This incident sparked widespread opposition in the local area. However, the local authorities did nothing, focusing only on suppressing public anger, and the matter was left unresolved. Jiang Ning convened a meeting, the main topic of which was to demolish all the remaining shrines of the Cosmopolitan Society and restore the Sanyangnyang Temple to its original appearance in the shortest possible time. At the same time, the Sanyangnyang Temple should be expanded to attract tourists and make it a popular place of worship. This is a very important matter for Chuzhou. In this way, the entire feng shui arrangement will be restored, and Chuzhou's cultural landscape and economy will experience even greater development in the future. After making some arrangements, Jiang Ning assigned Lung Yu and Red Scorpion to oversee and advance the matter. Lung Yu and Hong Shezi were also very responsible. In half a month, they not only demolished all the shrines of the Kiowa Kai, but also built new landmark buildings. The Sanyangnyang Temple, in particular, not only maintained its original style and its construction plans, but also added many new elements, making it more dignified, elegant, and magnificent than before. Jiang Ning was very satisfied with this. During this process, Jiang Ning keenly sensed something strange. This further convinced him that his plan was correct. All construction sites are shut down today, and all personnel are given a day off. One day, Jiang Ning arrived at the headquarters of the Chuzhou branch of the Jianghai Consortium and gave orders to the management. President Jiang, all construction activities are proceeding smoothly. Is there some new situation? The director of the construction department asked. Nothing's wrong. I just want the brothers to rest for a day. Jiang Ning said. Do as I say. Everyone rests today, paid leave. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office cheered. Jiang Ning then turned to Lung Yu and Red Scorpion behind him and said, You two are on holiday too. Oh. Lung Yu and Red Scorpion were somewhat taken aback. We're on holiday? I really don't know what to do. Lung Yu and Red Scorpion looked at each other in bewilderment. Aside from following Jiang Ning and devoting themselves entirely to their careers, they really didn't have much private life. I'm a little lost now that the holiday is here. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Such beautiful girls should go shopping and buy some nice clothes. I'll pay for everything. This? Lung Yu was still hesitating. Red Scorpion exclaimed happily. Thank you, boss. Look how happy Xiaohong is. Jiang Ning said to Lung Yu. Go on. You sisters have a good rest for the day. Don't worry about me. All right. Lung Yu and Red Scorpion nodded and left together. Jiang Ning returned to his residence in Chuzhou. He stopped researching business matters and instead took out his family's ancient books to peruse. Finally, he focused his attention on the 9 dragons jade cauldron passed down in the family. He carried this jade cauldron with him wherever he went, because he felt that it possessed a mysterious and powerful quality that ordinary people could not understand. He was certain that his rebirth was also closely related to this jade cauldron. Moreover, since his perception improved, he has been able to clearly sense the spiritual energy emanating from the jade cauldron. This is enough to show that this thing is extraordinary. However, with his current abilities, he is not yet able to fathom the secrets of the 9-dragon jade cauldron. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, placed the jade cauldron into a packaging box with foam on all 4 sides, and then put it into his thick backpack. He would carry the 9 dragons jade cauldron and ancient books with him wherever he went. Every night before going to sleep, he would look through the ancient books and sleep with the jade cauldron in his arms. These 2 things are too important to him to be damaged. As the sun sets and the city lights begin to twinkle, it is already evening. Jiang Ning randomly picked a restaurant for a meal, then returned to his lodgings, changed his clothes, and headed towards the construction site of the Sanyang Temple under the cover of darkness. The spring moonlight was somewhat dim and yellowish, fragmented by the steel jungle, and scattered across the construction site of the Sanyang Temple. Jiang Ning stepped on the broken tiles scattered on the ground, his fingers tracing the cold steel pipes of the scaffolding. He caught that eerie scent again, eerie and dangerous. Jiang Ning smiled and continued exploring the construction site of the Sanyang Temple. Chapter 551 9 Netherworld Shikigami Dragon Locking Formation. The Sanyang Temple embodies the local people's reverence for an inheritance of traditional culture. Every brick and stone piled up is filled with people's wishes for a better life. The demolition of the shrine and the restoration of the Sanyang Temple in Jiangning is not only about adjusting the feng shui, but also about protecting a belief. The Sanyang Temple is located in the Central Park. The park is very quiet at night. This ruin lies in the park, like a ferocious beast in the dark, ready to devour people. Jiang Ning walked along the construction site, looking at the unfinished, reinforced concrete structures around him, and suddenly took a deep breath. What are you doing sneaking around like that? Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Yu and Red Scorpion emerged from behind a concrete pillar. Boss, you noticed? Jiang Ning frowned. Didn't I tell you to go shopping and have fun? Why are you here? Lung Yu said, Boss, our mission is to protect you. We don't feel comfortable letting you come here by yourself. Red Scorpion said, Yes. Even if we have a holiday, we should take the holiday with you. How about you come shopping with us tomorrow? Jiang Ning shook his head and smiled bitterly. Tomorrow is fine, but for now, you all leave first and let me have some peace and quiet. The 2 women didn't know why Jiang Ning was suddenly so cold, but since Jiang Ning had given the order, they had no choice but to obey. Boss, you should go back soon. Lung Yu said. I will. Jiang Ning said. You all get out of here quickly. However, as soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the sand and gravel beneath his feet moved on their own without any wind, forming a miniature vortex around his right foot. Something's moving underground. Seeing this, Lung Yu exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, the 12 scaffolding steel pipes suddenly twisted and deformed, as if twisted into a pretzel by an invisible giant hand, weaving a steel cage above the three people's heads. The concrete mixer truck roared to life, its headlights emitting an eerie purple light, and as the drums turned, the cries of countless wronged souls echoed through the air. What happened? Lung Yu and the Red Scorpion were terrified. However, Jiang Ning remained remarkably calm, stating, "It's the 9 Netherworld Shikigami dragon-locking formation." But beneath this composure lay a hint of helplessness. Originally, he wanted to face it himself. Unexpectedly, Lung Yu and Red Scorpion followed them. Now, all three of them were locked inside the Great Formation. The next second, 11 figures emerged from the shadows. Jiang Ning, we meet again. Ono Shasho's purple furicode kimono shimmered with a blood-red glow under the moonlight. Behind her, her 10 disciples wore demon masks, and the compasses in their hands all pointed to the north gate of death. When the woman in purple stepped on and broke a glazed tile on the ground, black mist suddenly rose from the entire construction site, enveloping everyone in it. Then, chanting sounds continuously emanated from the black mist, and dense Heian period incantations appeared within it. We've fallen into another magic trap. Lung Yu and Red Scorpion quickly assumed fighting stances, warily surveying their surroundings. They knew they were about to face a fierce battle. Ono Shasho's figure appeared and disappeared in the mist, letting out a sinister laugh. Today, you will all perish here. As soon as she finished speaking, 10 Onmyoji disciples rushed out from all directions like ghosts and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Ning and his companions. Lung Yu was the first to step forward. She moved like lightning and delivered a sharp sweeping kick to an Onmyoji disciple. The disciple reacted extremely quickly, dodging Lung Yu's attack by sidestepping, and at the same time throwing a punch straight at Lung Yu's face. Lung Yu remained calm and easily dodged the punch by leaning back. Then, she suddenly stood up and delivered a powerful punch to her opponent's chest. The disciple was knocked back a few steps by the punch and disappeared into the black mist. However, several other disciples rushed forward. The Onmyoji disciples worked together seamlessly, forming a small battle formation that rendered Lung Yu's attacks ineffective. Jiang Ning protected the Red Scorpion while fending off the Onmyoji's attack. One of the Onmyoji was holding a short stick when Jiang Ning kicked him away. The stick fell to his feet, and Jiang Ning picked it up to use as a weapon. For a time, the Onmyoji were unable to do anything to Jiang Ning and his group. Seeing this, Ono Shosho Yukari began to cast an illusion. She quickly formed hand seals, and the surrounding mist thickened again. Jiang Ning and the others were momentarily dazed, as if they had entered another world. This world has no heaven and earth, no reference points, only emptiness. Jiang Ning and the others were in this void, surrounded by a hazy grayness with very low visibility. Our primordial spirits have left our bodies, Jiang Ning said. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced something like this. Previously, at the celebration banquet in Jiangzhou, Jiang Ning was ambushed by Xiao Yi Xiao Zi for the first time, and his primordial spirit was drawn into the illusion array. However, Jiang Ning's primordial spirit is extremely powerful. Freed from the constraints of his physical body, Jiang Ning can unleash abilities 100 or 1,000 times greater than his physical body ever possessed. Xiao Yi, you know the power of my primordial spirit, Jiang Ning said. By drawing my primordial spirit out again, you are digging your own grave. From the void came Ono Xiaoxiazi's loud laughter. Ha ha, since I dared to bring out your primordial spirit, I am naturally confident that I can kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 Netherworld dragon-locking formation he had set up in advance began to take effect. One by one, Shikigami emerged from the ground. These Shikigami had different shapes and forms, some resembling evil spirits and others like ferocious beasts. They bared their fangs and claws and pounced on Jiang Ning and his companions. You all step back, I can do it myself. Jiang Ning's primordial spirit was extremely powerful. He charged forward alone and faced the various Shikigami of different colors without any effort. To put it bluntly, Shikigami are also demons and monsters, and those Shikigami that can be controlled by magic circles are all very low level. Moreover, they cannot appear in the human realm at all. Only by relying on the magic array can their primordial spirits be solidified so that they can appear here to fight Jiang Ning. This is why Ono Shokozi insisted on forcing Jiang Ning's primordial spirit out again. Jiang Ning's primordial spirit is indeed powerful, but Ono Zyuxiatsi firmly believes that her own Shikigami primordial spirit is even more powerful. Kill them all, Ono Shoshozi shouted. The Shikigami and spirits surged towards Jiang Ning like a tidal wave. However, Jiang Ning was extremely brave. With a single punch or kick, he could shatter the primordial spirit of a Shikigami. One by one, the Shikigami's primordial spirits were scattered by Jiang Ning, turning into a cloud of black mist in the air, floating uncertainly. Leng Yu and Hong Xiezi understood immediately. It turns out that they are in their primordial spirit state at this moment, which allows them to possess greater combat power than usual. Leng Yu tried to leap forward, and surprisingly, she jumped more than 10 meters. Boss, I'm here to help you. Leng Yu's confidence soared, and she launched an attack on the Shikigami's primordial spirit before Jiang Ning could. Bang! 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 With a punch and a kick, Leng Yu shattered the low-level Shikigami into a cloud of black mist. Leng Yu has a background in martial arts and also practices meditation and internal energy cultivation, so her primordial spirit is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Soon, the low-level Shikigami were shattered by Jiang Ning and Leng Yu's primordial spirits, leaving very few remaining. Oh no, is that all you've got? Jiang Ning said. Use whatever tricks you have at once. I don't have time to waste with you. You're incredibly arrogant, Ono Zyuxiatsi said angrily, waving her hand at her disciples. Use your ultimate move. Chapter 552, A Trapped Beast Struggle, Part 1. As soon as she finished speaking, 10 of Xiao Yi Xiao Zi's disciples appeared. They were all dressed in black robes, their faces hidden inside the cloaks, making them look eerie and mysterious. The next second, Ono Shoko raised her staff and murmured an ancient incantation. In an instant, the wind and clouds within the magic array changed dramatically, the black mist surged continuously, and the air seemed to be filled with mournful howls, sending chills down one's spine. May the venerable Shikigami grant me power. Ono Shoshozi shouted to the sky, her voice piercing through the black mist like a sharp sword, enveloping the entire magic circle, like rolling thunder, echoing endlessly. Subsequently, the Shikigami spirits that had been scattered by Jiang Ning and Leng Yu recondensed into clumps of black mist. However, instead of taking shape, they all floated towards the 10 disciples behind Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. Whoosh whoosh. The 10 disciples seemed to possess an infinite suction force. As the black mist approached them, it was instantly drawn into their bodies. Oh! The 10 disciples held hands, their bodies gradually rising more than 2 meters high, hovering in midair, surrounded by surging black energy, as if they were 10 demons undergoing an energy baptism. Boss, what are they doing? Upon seeing this, Leng Yu and Hong Xiezi were greatly alarmed. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Ono has concentrated all his Shikigami into these 10 people, and the primordial spirits of these 10 people will possess terrifying combat power. Leng Yu gritted her teeth. We've already destroyed all those Shikigami. What's the point of reassembling them? This is not the same thing, Jiang Ning said. Those are low-level Shikigami spirits formed from energy. Although there are many of them, they are scattered and each one is not a threat. But if they gather together and concentrate all their power, they can unleash infinite power. Jiang Ning learned a lot about metaphysics through ancient books. Regardless of whether they were from China or abroad, their essence was the same. Therefore, Jiang Ning could basically judge the situation by seeing the current scene. We have to put all our strength into this fight, Jiang Ning said. This is not the same as usual. Normally, the enemies he faces are all humans, and Jiang Ning has full confidence in his physical abilities. However, the enemies at present are those ethereal things. Even if Jiang Ning's primordial spirit is powerful, it is not a field he is familiar with. Moreover, he is trapped by the opponent's magic array and is currently in a very passive position. The only way out is to break through with all our might. Boss, I don't care about demons and monsters. Anyone who wants to mess with you will have to get past me first. As Lung Yu spoke, she stepped forward and rushed towards Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi. Click. However, before Lung Yu could reach Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, the 10 disciples behind Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi suddenly emitted a purple light. With the combined efforts of the 10, a purple lightning bolt struck down and hit Lung Yu's body directly. Lung Yu felt a powerful energy strike her, and her body flew backward as if hit by a truck. Her figure blurred, as if her primordial spirit was about to dissipate. Ayu! Jiang Ning rushed forward to check Lung Yu's injuries and found that her primordial spirit was damaged and somewhat scattered. Xiaohong, protect Ayu! Jiang Ning shouted. Yes, boss. Red Scorpion hurriedly stepped forward to support Lung Yu. Damn it! I'm going to fight you to the death today. Jiang Ning completely lost his temper at this moment. His eyes were like knives, extremely cold, and he shouted as he charged towards Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi. Following the same pattern, the 10 disciples behind Xiao Yi Xiaoxiazi once again unleashed a bolt of purple lightning, striking towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was prepared. He dodged the purple lightning with a flash, and with his palm as a blade, he slashed down at Xiao Yi Xiao Zhao's purple face. Just then, Jiang Ning split Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi's head open with a single palm strike. However, Ono Shasho's figure blurred and disappeared. The next second, her primordial spirit appeared above the 10 disciples, holding a staff and laughing loudly. Within my magic array, I can move freely. You won't even have a chance to touch me. With that, he shouted, attack. Shatter his primordial spirit. Whoosh. 10 dark figures shot into the sky and then plummeted downwards, charging toward Jiang Ning. Boom. The immense spiritual energy surged forth, bringing with it an overwhelming force that shook the surrounding black mist, causing it to churn and rumble. Jiang Ning also anticipated that the opponent's attack would not be so simple, so he took the initiative to drag Lung Yu and Red Scorpion's primordial spirits away and dodge the combined suppression of the 10 people. Seeing Jiang Ning dodge, the 10 men in black robes simultaneously formed hand seals. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and their robes moved without any wind. Purple-black flames danced at their fingertips. These were the unique spiritual fires of Onmyoji, empowered by the spirits of their Shikigami. All soldiers, upon entering battle, array themselves and march forward. Sleepy. With a low shout, 10 streams of spiritual energy fire shot towards Jiang Ning simultaneously. Jiang Ning tried to dodge, but found that his feet were already entangled by the black mist that had risen from the ground. At the critical moment, he transformed his hand into a blade and slashed at the mist beneath his feet, using the momentum to perform a backflip and barely avoid the attack of the spiritual fire. A hand chop is the only method he can use now. An ordinary person's primordial spirit cannot use a hand strike, but Jiang Ning's primordial spirit is powerful, and only when his palm strikes down does it have the power of a knife strike. But before Jiang Ning could even land, another wave of attacks came. This time it was talismans. 10 white talismans flew in from different angles, each radiating a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. Jiang Ning forcibly twisted his body in midair, his hand slashing out a silver light, shattering the nearest talismans. But a few still stuck to his body, instantly unleashing a powerful impact. He groaned and fell heavily to the ground, his body feeling somewhat numb. However, it's not a big problem. Jiang Ning quickly did a backflip to his feet. You can still move even after being hit by the spirit-binding talisman? Your primordial spirit is incredibly strong, the strongest I've ever seen. Ono Xiaoxiatsi sneered. But how long can you hold out? I'd also like to know how long your Shikigami disciples and your magic array can last. Jiang Ning asked with a cold laugh. Oomph, so arrogant. Ono Shosho waved her staff, and more black mist gathered on it. Then, through the staff, it flowed like 10 rivers flowing in the sky, into the bodies of the 10 black-robed Onmyoji. Whoosh! 10 black-robed yin-yang masters surrounded Jiang Ning once again. The spiritual fire in their hands grew brighter and brighter, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness. Jiang Ning clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. He knew that this battle would be far more difficult than any he had ever fought before. At this moment, the night was as black as ink, so thick it seemed impossible to dissolve. A cold moon hung high, casting a pale light that draped the construction site in an eerie silver veil. Within this enormous magic array lay a hazy, empty space, with black energy surging intermittently, interspersed with blue-purple light. The shimmering purple light was actually runes flashing, each unfamiliar word seemingly whispering an ancient and mysterious incantation. At the edge of the magic circle, 10 black-robed yin-yang masters surrounded Jiang Ning in a fan shape. Chapter 553, A Trapped Beast Struggle, Part 2. Black mist surged all around, and the wind and clouds rose and fell. Jiang Ning was surrounded by 10 yin-yang masters. Standing among them, his robes fluttered in the wind. He was tall and straight, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, but at this moment his face was solemn as he stared intently at the enemy in front of him. The 10 black-robed yin-yang masters had obscured their faces, revealing only pairs of cold, murderous eyes. At this moment, they exuded a chilling aura, like messengers from hell. It seems that the previous battle was just a warm-up, and these guys are brewing even more powerful moves. #Yuan, asterisk. A black-robed yin-yang master was the first to attack. He chanted incantations and quickly formed hand seals. A purplish-black flame roared out from his hands like a howling dragon, rushing towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's eyes sharpened, and with a light tap of his feet, his figure darted backward like a ghost, easily avoiding this fatal blow. The black flame struck the ground with a dull thud, instantly burning a black hole in the ground of the magic circle, from which billowing black smoke billowed. Seeing this, the other black-robed onmyoji all began to cast spells. In an instant, various colors of light flashed within the magic array, and ice shards, lightning, and poisonous mist intertwined, sweeping towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning remained completely calm despite being at the center of the magical storm. He displayed exquisite physical skills, his movements agile and precise, each step perfectly timed to evade deadly attacks. His figure moved through the light and smoke, like a ghost in the dark, making him unpredictable. Boss is amazing. At this moment, Lung Yu was trying her best to protect her primordial spirit, looking at Jiang Ning, who was fighting the enemy in the arena, with an expression of admiration. Red Scorpion chimed in. Our boss is really amazing. He has a solution to every problem. You have to hold on. Our boss will defeat them soon and get us out of here. Lung Yu nodded. At this moment, Jiang Ning was still locked in combat with the 10 yin-yang masters. Although he hadn't gained the upper hand, he wasn't at a disadvantage either. Seeing that his magical attacks were ineffective, a black-robed yin-yang master suddenly shouted and rushed towards Jiang Ning like an arrow. He was incredibly fast, creating a whooshing sound in the wind. Jiang Ning's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. If magic can't defeat me, do you think your physical skills can be my match? As the opponent approached, Jiang Ning suddenly turned to the side and threw a punch at the same time. The punch was powerful and carried a strong force. The black-robed onmyoji hurriedly raised his arm to block, but was forced to retreat repeatedly by the force of the punch. But the black-robed onmyoji did not back down. They exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching some kind of tacit understanding. Immediately afterwards, they stopped fighting individually and began to cooperate. 2 onmyoji continuously cast spells from a distance to restrain Jiang Ning, while the other 8 were divided into 2 groups. One group launched a frontal attack, and the other group flanked from the flanks. One group launched a frontal assault, wielding their magical weapons and charging fiercely towards Jiang Ning. Their magical artifacts gleamed with a cold light, and each attack carried a deadly aura. Jiang Ning used his physical skills to defend against the frontal attacks, while also keeping an eye on the enemies on his flanks. At this moment, the black-robed onmyoji on the flanks quietly approached. One of them suddenly leaped high into the air, his dagger flashing with cold light, and thrust it straight at Jiang Ning's back. Jiang Ning sensed the danger behind him and quickly dodged to the side. The dagger grazed his body and tore his clothes. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Ning turned around and kicked the black-robed Yin-Yang master. The black-robed Onmyoji reacted extremely quickly, retreating to avoid the attack. At this moment, the two Onmyoji in the distance also increased the intensity of their magical attacks. Powerful spells poured down on Jiang Ning, enveloping him in a radiant glow. He tried his best to resist, but was still shaken by the aftershocks of the spell, causing his blood and qi to surge. The battle entered a fierce stage. Although Jiang Ning was struggling to hold on with his superb physical skills, he gradually felt powerless in the face of the siege of 10 black-robed Yin-Yang masters. Especially those Onmyoji, who are possessed by countless Shikigami spirits, are tireless, and with Ono Shoshozi performing rituals behind them to continuously input Shikigami spirits, they become more and more courageous in battle. At this moment, the black-robed Onmyoji seemed to have noticed Jiang Ning's exhaustion, so they intensified their attacks, attempting to defeat Jiang Ning in one fell swoop. A black-robed Onmyoji unleashed a powerful forbidden technique, and an eerie purple light emanated from his body. As the light flashed, his power continued to increase. "Drink!" He roared and charged toward Jiang Ning, a purple lightsaber materializing in his hand, radiating boundless killing intent. Jiang Ning sensed this powerful threat and knew he could no longer remain passively defensive. He took a deep breath, gathering all the strength in his body, preparing to meet this fatal blow. As the purple lightsaber pierced towards Jiang Ning, he leaped up suddenly, throwing a punch with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The fist and the sword collided in midair, producing a deafening boom. The disciple was blasted away by the energy of the explosion and was only able to regain his footing after being stopped by 3 or 4 other disciples. Jiang Ning was not so lucky. After fighting the opponent in the air, the huge explosive force caused him to fall rapidly and crash heavily to the ground. His primordial spirit trembled, and sporadic black energy began to seep out from his shoulder. This is a sign that the primordial spirit is about to be scattered. Ha ha ha! Ono Xiaoxiatsi laughed loudly and maliciously. Jiang Ning, don't waste your energy. This formation is beyond your ability to break. Today, your primordial spirits will be shattered by me and vanish forever. As she spoke, she activated her Shikigami technique once more. The 10 disciples were once again injected with energy and rushed toward Jiang Ning at high speed. In the air, the 10 disciples worked together to condense a huge ball of purplish-black light, which was about to smash down on Jiang Ning, who was lying on the ground. If this hits, the primordial spirit will be instantly shattered. However, at this critical moment, Jiang Ning suddenly felt a surge of power within his body. He was very familiar with that power. It was a warm yet cool sensation that flowed throughout his body. The 9-dragon jade cauldron? Jiang Ning was astonished. The next second, a beam of light burst forth from his arms and shot into the sky. Just then, the purple-black light orbs of 10 Onmyoji also pressed down, colliding directly with the light. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and the entire magic array seemed to tremble. The purplish-black light cluster was shattered by the light, turning into countless fragments that scattered and flew in all directions. But the light transformed into 9 golden dragon souls in the next second, swirling and dancing above Jiang Ning's body. It really is the 9-dragon jade cauldron. Jiang Ning was so moved by this scene that he choked up. Because he had consulted many materials and knew that the treasure passed down in his family was called the 9-dragon jade cauldron. The legend about this jade cauldron was that there were 9 dragon souls inside, which would be released under certain specific circumstances. With the appearance of the 9 dragon souls, all demons and monsters must retreat in fear. As expected, the dragon soul roamed within the magic circle, and wherever it went, the Shikigami dissipated. Without the Shikigami's possession, the Onmyoji disciples reverted to their original forms, retreating repeatedly and daring not to take another step forward. Ono Shasho's expression changed drastically. She had never seen such powerful strength before. What is this? Ono Shoko looked at the 9 dragon souls before her in horror, her heart filled with fear. Chapter 554, Capturing the Mortal Enemy. Ono Shosho felt the magic power of the magic circle and was about to collapse as it was struck by the 9 golden dragons. She was extremely horrified. I never imagined that my ancestors would leave me such a powerful treasure. Jiang Ning felt the power of the 9-dragon jade cauldron, and his confidence increased greatly. The 9 golden dragons were above Jiang Ning's head, and a warm light shone on him, as if he were being protected by the gods. Moreover, Jiang Ning had a very magical feeling, as if he could communicate with these 9 golden dragons. He tried to sense the 9 dragon souls with his divine sense, and in an instant, it was as if a beam of light had crashed into his mind, and he actually connected with the golden dragon's divine sense. Jiang Ning knew that this must be related to the fact that he always slept with the 9-dragon jade cauldron in his arms. Whoosh! The wind and thunder rolled. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, the 9-dragon's soul launched a counterattack against Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi and her disciples. Each dragon soul is hundreds of meters long, with a head like a giant locomotive, majestic and imposing. When all 9 dragon souls attacked at the same time, the magic array was overwhelmed, and crackling sounds rang out in the space. Maintain the formation. Ono Shosho and her disciples worked hard to cast spells to maintain the formation. The next second, the 9 dragon souls, like 9 golden lightning bolts, instantly rushed towards the enemy. Ono Shosho and her disciples tried to resist, but their resistance seemed so powerless in the face of the 9 dragon souls' immense power. Rumble. The magic array collapsed instantly, and everyone's primordial spirits returned to their original bodies. Meanwhile, Ono Shosho and his disciples' primordial spirits had already been attacked by the dragon soul within the magic array, and were in a very sorry state. The 10 disciples who returned to their original bodies suffered damage to their primordial spirits and were paralyzed, unable to escape. However, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao had a high level of cultivation and her primordial spirit was well protected. After returning to her physical body, she was unharmed and turned to escape along a dark path. However, after running only a few steps, a figure blocked her way. "Oh no, do you think you can escape?" Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and stepped out of the shadows. "I knew it. Your 9 chrysanthemums faction occupied the San Yangyang temple to build a shrine. You had no good intentions. So, when I destroyed the shrine and rebuilt the San Yangyang temple, you couldn't hold back anymore, right?" Jiang Ning's return to Chuzhou this time to reshuffle the Gongrong society is aimed at drawing out Jiuju's people. Because he wants to deal with the enemies who made Shun Lingyue a vegetable. He has already killed Kai Jun and defeated Xianglong International. Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi is his current target. He used this method to lure out Jiuju's people. Xiaoxiatzi must want to redeem herself by coming here to obstruct them. As Jiang Ning guessed correctly once again, Ono Xiaoxiatzi really did come, and once again launched an assassination attempt against him. "You think you're assassinating me, but actually, I'm just luring you here," Jiang Ning said. "Jiang Ning, I just never expected you to possess such a powerful treasure." Ono Shoko looked at Jiang Ning in despair, her eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for the 9 dragon souls leaping out of the 9-dragon jade cauldron, she felt that she would definitely have succeeded this time. Jiang Ning coldly said, "Everything is fate. You've done too many bad things, so you'll naturally suffer retribution. I don't believe in fate." As Xiaoxiatzi spoke, she suddenly threw a dart, which flew towards Jiang Ning's face. Jiang Ning dodged the dart, and Xiao Yi Xiaoxiatzi took the opportunity to dodge past Jiang Ning and run forward again. After dodging the dart, Jiang Ning saw that Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi had already run more than 10 meters away. He stuck his toes into the ground, picked up a palm-sized stone, grabbed it in his hand, and threw it at Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi. Whoosh! Bang! Ono Shosho was hit in the calf by a stone and stumbled and fell to the ground. By the time she tried to get up and escape again, Jiang Ning had already grabbed one of her hands, pressed her knee against his back, and pinned her to the ground. "Oh no, you can't escape," Jiang Ning said coldly. One day later, at Zishan Manor in Haiqing. Inside the basement, Ono Shoko was tied to a stool with her hands and feet bound together, and her mouth was covered with tape. To prevent her from escaping, Her hands and feet were chained. Xiao Yi, you have attempted to assassinate me multiple times, turned my beloved woman into a vegetable, and now my most capable subordinate is also seriously injured with a damaged primordial spirit. All of this is your doing. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and said, and now, your life is in my hands. What do you think I should do to quell the hatred in my heart and avenge them? Xiao Yi Xiao gritted her teeth and said coldly, if you capture me, Jiuju will soon send people to deal with you. Do you think you can escape? Ono Shosho Yukari has an Onmyoji mark on her body, which connects her to the 9 Chrysanthemums shrine, allowing the people of 9 Chrysanthemums to know her whereabouts immediately. Therefore, she firmly believed that Jiuju's people would come to save her very soon. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and said, if I were afraid of Jiuju, I wouldn't have provoked you in the first place. Besides, in my memory, Jiuju and Bushido share the same precept. Those who failed don't deserve to live in this world. So, are you sure Jiuju's people will come to save you, instead of to kill you? In his previous life, Jiang Ning had dealings with Jiuju. Jiuju's lineage valued face highly, and if anyone failed to carry out a mission, they would be stripped of their official position, or even have their abilities crippled or their life taken away. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi has failed repeatedly, and Jiang Ning guesses that Jiuju must have lost faith in her. Moreover, Jiang Ning has already spread the word that he is interrogating Ono Shosho about the construction of the shrine. Jiuju will definitely be worried about information leaks, and will attempt to assassinate Xiaoya Xiaozi. Therefore, the probability of Jiuju's people appearing now is much higher than the probability of Xiaoya Xiaozi being saved. Ono Shosho's heart was resolute. I am a high-ranking Onmyoji of Kajuku. Kajuku will not abandon me. If you kill me, Kajuku will naturally tear you to pieces. Jiang Ning sneered. Kill you? No. Killing you would be too easy for you. As he spoke, he picked up a knife and patted Xiao Yi Xiao's face. Your face is really misleading. You're so pure and pretty, but I wonder if you'd look even better with a few cuts on it. Xiao Yi Xiaozi gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. Who isn't a girl who loves beauty? However, she needs to be more patient. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ning chuckled and said, you can cry too? Heh. However, I also know that many of the things you do are not your own intentions, but rather tasks assigned to you by the Jiuju faction. Jiang Ning said, I'm not judging you personally. Although you've done many wrong things, I can give you a chance to make amends. If you can do that, I can let you go immediately. What? Ono Shoko's will to survive was extremely strong. Even if you say you're not afraid of death, who doesn't want to live? Jiang Ning said. First, you have to help my subordinates repair their primordial spirits. Jiang Ning was referring to Lung Yu. Lung Yu's primordial spirit was damaged in this battle. Besides, yes, and one more thing, Jiang Ning said. Secondly, you need to help me repair Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit. Jiang Ning believed that Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit was damaged, and the damage was much more severe than that of Lung Yu, which was why she became a vegetable. Ono Shosho sighed. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Chapter 555A Plan to Rescue Shin Lingyue. I'm sorry, I can't do it, said Xiaoxiatsi. In an instant, Jiang Ning was furious. The words cannot do are spoken so casually, as if you have done something wrong and do not need to bear the consequences. But the next second, Xiao Yi Xiaozi's words calmed Jiang Ning's anger. My goal was to assassinate you, but I accidentally injured someone else, and I'm also saddened by that. Ono Xiaoxiatsi said, the Miss Shin you mentioned, she didn't become a vegetable because her primordial spirit was damaged. Her situation is very complicated. How complicated is it? Jiang Ning asked. Ono Xiaoxiatsi said, back then at Old Asan, I set up a magic array in advance to extract your primordial spirit and send it into another dimension. That way, once your primordial spirit leaves, it will never be able to return to your body. In this world, you will become a bunch of mindless bones and flesh, that is, a vegetable. In that case, my goal will be achieved. However, at the crucial moment, it was Miss Shun who took the blame for you. The energy of the magic array extracted her primordial spirit and sent it into another dimension. Xiaoxiatsi sighed as she said this. So, It's not that her primordial spirit is damaged. It's that her primordial spirit is not even in her body. Oh, Jiang Ning suddenly realized. No wonder. Leng Yu's damaged primordial spirit only made her feel very tired. However, Sister Lingyue became a vegetable. Furthermore, Jiang Ning clearly remembered that Shun Lingyue was in her arms at the time, her eyes wide open, but she couldn't see anything. She kept calling out, "It's so dark. Where are you? Xiaoning, where are you?" Looking back now, I realized that at that time her soul was being pulled into another dimension, so all she saw was the darkness within that dimension, and she had already left this world. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing his heart, causing him unbearable pain. Sister Lingyue. He imagined Shen Lingyue's primordial spirit trapped in a dark, alternate dimension, enduring endless loneliness and terror every day until its final demise. This feeling was simply the most extreme form of torment in the human world. Jiang Ning thought of his beloved Lingyu, who had to endure this despairing torment every day, and he was on the verge of going crazy. So, her primordial spirit is traveling in other dimensions, right? Jiang Ning asked Xiao Yi Xiao Zi through gritted teeth. That's right, said Xiao Zi. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Therefore, Sister Lingyue's soul is in a state of primordial spirit traveling. There are 3,000 realms in the world. Once the primordial spirit leaves the body and goes to another realm, the probability of finding it again is almost zero. Therefore, this is tantamount to a death sentence for Shun Lingyue. Jiang Ning approached Xiao Yi Xiao Zi, looking down at her with angry red eyes, and asked in a cold voice, "Under these circumstances, how can we bring Shun Lingyu's primordial spirit back?" "There is only one way," Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said. "We need to activate a space-time intertwining array at the place where Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit was extracted, using extremely strong spiritual power as support, and coordinating with the right timing and location to connect the array with all realms. Then, using the blood of a loved one as a guide, we can call upon Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit to travel through space-time back to her original body." When Jiang Ning heard that there was a solution, his eyes lit up instantly. As long as there's a way, even the slightest chance, he'll do everything he can to seize it. "Why can't you do this?" Jiang Ning asked. "Because Ono Shosho just said she couldn't do it." "I'm not capable enough," Xiaoxiatzi said. "I only know the method. To perform this ritual, I need a mage several times stronger than me to lead it, and I need to inject a lot of spiritual power, as well as many magical disciples to support it. With my current abilities, I'm completely incapable of handling such a massive magic array system." Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, "Then do you think there's anyone in this world who could do that?" "Perhaps," said Xiaozi. "Who?" "I don't know," Ono Shoko said, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Jiang Ning noticed this unusual behavior and pressed further. "You must know the right person, right?" "I have no idea." Ono Shoko's face turned cold. Jiang Ning could see the determination in Xiao Yi Xiao Zi's eyes. She must have some unspeakable secret about this matter. Of course, she was the culprit and Jiang Ning's enemy. Jiang Ning should not have been considerate of her feelings and should have used all kinds of torture to force her to confess. However, Jiang Ning will not do that, because he could tell that Ono Shosho was a person with a conscience. Moreover, she is both clever and cunning. If you force her to do something, she might do it, but she certainly won't do it to the best of her ability. And perhaps, at some crucial moment, she might even betray you. If you can get this kind of person to genuinely do things for you, she will definitely do everything she can to help you. Just like at this moment, she is willing to risk her life for Jiuju and has unwavering faith in the loyalty of Jiuju's faction. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. Then, he patted Xiao Yi Xiaoxiatzi on the shoulder and said, "I won't kill you because I know you are kind at heart. So, I'll give you time to think it over. I must save Shen Lingyue, no matter what it takes. I hope you can help me." After saying that, Jiang Ning turned and left the basement. When they reached the door, he deliberately raised his voice and said to the guard, "Treat her well, provide her with food that suits her taste, and you can also loosen the ropes a bit so she can relax and rest." "Yes, boss," the guard replied. In reality, Even if Ono Shoko's purple rope is untied, she still can't escape from here. Because Jiang Ning's current focus is on her, and countless eyes in the manor are secretly watching her. Jiang Ning was merely using this method to express his goodwill and lower her guard. Ono Shosho felt a mix of emotions. She had faced many enemies, but none could speak to her as calmly as Jiang Ning. She once thought that she was going to die today. However, to her surprise, she did not see an enraged opponent, but a heartbroken and devoted man. This surprised her and touched her. Did I really do something wrong? However, Ono Shosho quickly regained her composure. She was Joju's man. Her mission had failed again, but she felt no remorse. Instead, she was still thinking about her opponent. That's utterly absurd. Ono Shosho took a deep breath and closed her eyes to rest. She was absolutely certain that Joju would send someone to rescue her. Sure enough, after midnight, a small team dressed in night clothes quietly approached Zishan Manor. They were well-trained and, with mutual cover, managed to sneak into Zishan Manor silently, heading towards the place where Xiao Yi Xiao Zi was being held. Chapter 556 Dark Assassins. The night was as dark as ink, so thick it seemed impossible to dissolve. All was silent except for the occasional sound of the wind, like the whisper of the night. The main castle of Zishan Manor is surrounded by towering walls, and the pointed buildings cast distorted shadows under the moonlight, like a lurking beast. The dungeon was located inside the main castle. Although it was a dark basement, it did not have a damp or putrid smell. The lights on the walls shone brightly, illuminating the rough stone walls and iron railings. Several dark figures, like ghosts, scaled the walls of the main castle and silently approached the dungeon. They were dressed in black night clothes, revealing only their cold, stern eyes, and moved swiftly and silently. These men were assassins from Kajuku. They were agile and skilled in night combat. The leader of them was named Mino Hayato. He was agile, and his eyes revealed a fierce and resolute nature. Their infiltration of the manor's dungeon was naturally aimed at Ono Xiaozi. After scaling the high wall, the group hid in a dark corner. Hayato Mino kept gesturing, assigning tasks to his subordinates. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures darted out first, moving with the speed and agility of cheetahs, stealthily stealthing along the base of the wall, and soon arrived at the main castle gate. There were 2 guards at the entrance of the main castle, their eyelids drooping from exhaustion. "Sigh, I can't go on anymore. You watch for a while." As one of the guards spoke, he left the entrance, found a resting corner to the side, leaned against a stool, and dozed off. "You're having a good time while I'm stuck doing all the hard labor. What a ridiculous idea." Another guard pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, muttering, "What could possibly happen this late at night? You can sleep, but I need to go take a nice, relaxing dump." The assassins were secretly delighted when the 2 guards suddenly left. However, the main gate of the castle was locked, and the key appeared to be with a guard. Otherwise, the 2 guards wouldn't have dared to leave the gate so boldly. Swish, swish. Hayato Mino quickly swung his arm, signaling his men to fetch the keys. 2 men stealthily approached the guard, and one of them suddenly pulled out a towel and covered the guard's mouth. The guard struggled for a few moments before fainting. Then, they took the keychain from the guard and tried them one by one. Click! One of the keys opened the main gate of the castle. Upon entering the main castle, the group became even more cautious. Hayato Mino put on a pair of glasses that could detect many advanced defensive technologies, such as infrared traps. Walk! After confirming that there was no problem ahead, Mino Hayato led the group crouching down to the stairwell and headed down to the dungeon. Little did they know that their furtive actions were all within Jiang Ning's surveillance range. Jiang Ning, Lung Yuhong, Scorpion, and the others drank coffee to stay awake while watching the suspicious murderers on the screen, finding it rather amusing. The next second, seeing that the other party's position was almost there, Lung Yu said into the walkie-talkie, "Let's move out." At that moment, Mino Hayato and the others were approaching the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a sharp siren shattered the silence. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Hayato Mino was startled and hurriedly ordered his men to form a battle formation to prepare for the enemy. The next second, a group of guards poured out of the dungeon passage, wielding long swords and riot shields, and surrounded the assassins. Who has trespassed into Zishan Manor? The captain of the guard glared at him and shouted the question. Inside the dungeon, Xiaoxiazi heard the commotion outside the door and was instantly overjoyed, shouting, "I'm here! I'm here!" Hearing the sounds coming from inside the dungeon, Hayato Mino knew he had come to the right place, and his resolve strengthened. He shouted, "Our people are being held captive by you. I demand that you release them." "We won't let you go," the guard captain roared. "Furthermore, you will be punished for trespassing on Purple Mountain Manor." "Punishment? Just a few of you." Mino Hayato sneered, drawing his short sword from his waist. "Then let's try it." The next second, Hayato Mino took the initiative, thrusting his short sword at the guard captain in front. Because of the ban on guns in China, assassins like Hayato Sano, whose identities were already sensitive, dared not bring any sensitive items into China. Once in China, they dared not make any big moves, for fear of being discovered by the authorities. Therefore, for now they can only use the simplest cold weapons. However, these people are all super assassins trained by Juju. They not only know magic, but also have first-class physical skills, making them capable of carrying out special agent missions. The captain of the guards at Zishan Manor was no ordinary person either. He was Lei Long's eldest disciple. Seeing the other party thrust his knife at him, he quickly retreated, and the riot shields of the two guards on his left and right blocked his way. Seeing this, the other assassins also drew their weapons and launched an attack. The assassins were agile, moving freely among the guards, wielding their short swords with a cold glint, each strike carrying a deadly threat. However, the guards were well-trained and formed a tight defensive line with their shields, constantly closing in on the assassins. The two sides instantly descended into chaos. The assassins from Japan were extremely arrogant and conceited. They had been invincible in their previous missions, and coupled with their inherent contempt for China, they thought this mission would be easy. However, they were facing Jiangning and a well-trained team from Jiangning. After several rounds of fierce fighting, the assassins still did not have the upper hand. Moreover, some people had already activated their spells, but the other side seemed to be prepared and was not surprised at all by their spells. Hayato Mino sensed something was wrong. "This can't go on. We must win as soon as possible." Hayato shouted to his companions while fending off the guards' attacks. He realized that the other side seemed to want to exhaust them. "We're currently on someone else's estate, and every minute that passes increases the danger." But his men were caught in a fierce battle, unable to turn the tide quickly or extricate themselves, which caused them great distress. "I have a plan." Hayato Mino's eyes lit up. He kicked a guard aside and made his way to the dungeon door. He had just heard cries for help coming from inside the dungeon. It was Ono Shoko's voice. "Open the dungeon door." Sani called out to someone next to him. The man and Hayato Mino rammed the dungeon door together. In a few swift movements, the dungeon door was smashed open. "Ono, is that you?" Hayato Mino crawled into the dungeon and asked loudly. "I'm here." A desperate voice echoed from deep within the dungeon. "I knew you would come to save me." Hayato Mino's heart skipped a beat. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in a purplish-blue robe standing behind iron bars in a cell. Her eyes were filled with expectation. It was Ono Shoko. Meanwhile, the assassins were forced into the dungeon by the guards, retreating step by step, only able to parry but unable to retaliate. "Oops," Hayato Mino said. "We're going to lose. Ono, please help us." Chapter 557 Awakening. "Of course I'll help you," Ono Shoko said urgently. "Come quickly and help me." "Good." Hayato Mino quickly stepped forward and, separated from Ono Shosho by the prison bars, said, "Ono, we are from the Kajuku Umbu. We're here to help you escape. You must do everything in your power to help us." Ono nodded happily. Definitely. All you need to do now is help me untie the restraints on my hands." "Understood." Mino Hayato shouted to his companions, "Hold on." Then, he asked Ono Shoko to turn around and extend her hands over the railing. Sanyi, wielding a steel knife, cleaved the chains in two with a snap. Ono's hands were free to move, and he said to Mino Hayato, "Let me use your sword." Hayato Mino handed over the sword. Ono Shosho Z directly slashed her palm with the blade. She clenched her fists, and blood dripped onto the ground. As the blood flowed, strange runes gradually appeared on the ground, emitting an eerie light. With my blood, I summon the power of heaven and earth to help me kill the enemy. Ono Shosho shouted hoarsely. In an instant, the runes shone brightly, transforming into invisible forces that surged toward the guards. The guards felt a powerful impact hit them, causing them to lose their footing and be thrown back. The assassins seized the opportunity to launch an attack, and the guards were thrown into chaos and collapsed in disarray. Seeing the guards repelled, Mino Hayato was secretly pleased. At this moment, Ono Shosho Z appeared extremely weak. Because she used her own blood to set up the magic array and then used her body as a catalyst to activate it. This was an act that consumed a great deal of vital energy. After defeating the guards, Ono Shoko sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat and limp as a board. Seeing this, Mino Hayato asked with concern, "Ono, how are you?" "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." Ono Zyoksyatsi said, "Thank you for coming to save me. Thank you. Thank you, Juju, for not abandoning me." "Huh." Hayato Mino suddenly sneered and gave his companion a wink. The group opened the prison door and quietly surrounded Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. Ono Shosho seemed to sense something was amiss and frowned. "What do you mean by this?" Hayato Mino sneered. "Ono, you think we're really here to save you? Let me tell you the truth. We're here to take your life." Ono Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically. "Why do you want to kill me? I just saved you all. Why should I kill you?" "Heh," Mino Hayato said. "You failed in all your missions, and this time you've fallen into enemy hands. You're no longer worthy to be a member of Kajuku, nor are you worthy to be an Onmyoji. Is this the intention of Elder Joju?" Xiaoya Xiaoxiao asked. "Of course," Hayato Mino said. "Now I'm giving you a chance. Please end your own life. That way, at least you'll die a more tragic death and leave behind a good reputation." Ono Zyoksyatsi laughed angrily. Fine. What a blatant act of crossing the river and then burning the bridge. I once helped Joju make great contributions, and just because of these few setbacks, you actually want me dead. "Oh no, you have too many secrets, you have to die," Mino Hayato said. "What's more, your ignorant father is our Kajuku's enemy. All these years, you've only survived because of your great contributions to Kajuku. Otherwise, Kajuku would have sent you to meet your mother in the afterlife long ago." Ono Shosho was furious, feeling as if she had been played with like a plaything by Kyuk all these years. Furthermore, he said his father was Joju's enemy? Ha! Oh no. We originally planned to take you out and kill you with the 9 revolutions flame bestowed by the Elder when you were off guard. But now it seems that we don't need to. You are as weak as an ant. I can crush you with just a flick of my finger. Hayato Mino took the knife handed to him by his subordinate and said, "Oh no, prepare to die." But just then, a loud shout rang out. "If you want to kill someone on my turf, did you ask for my consent?" At the entrance to the dungeon, lights flickered, and in the interplay of light and shadow, a slender, tall figure strolled in with leisurely steps. The visitor was naturally from Jiangning. Behind him were Lung Yu and Red Scorpion, as well as the guards who were still entering the dungeon. This startled Hayato Mino. Seeing this setup, Mino Hayato instantly realized that he had fallen into a trap. From the moment those 2 gatekeepers abandoned their posts, he had already been led into the trap. The dozen or so guards who fought with them earlier were just there to put on a show. But when they revealed their true purpose, they also bared their fangs. How insidious! Hayato Mino gritted his teeth and cursed coldly. "Take it down." Jiang Ning was too lazy to waste words with him and waved his hand at his subordinates. Lung Yu took the lead and led the guards to charge towards Mino Hayato. Hayato Mino's team had already struggled to deal with the dozen or so guards. Faced with the dozens of guards led by Lung Yu, they naturally had no ability to resist. Soon, Mino Hayato and his group were suppressed and were about to be captured alive. Escape. Hayato Mino used his last resort, an escape spell. This was their last resort for survival when they had no other options. Because if Jiang Ning captures them, they will face the same assassination threat from Joju, just like Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. Thud, thud, thud. Puffs of white smoke rose up, and it seemed as if Hayato Mino's team had vanished into thin air. Jiang Ning remained calm and said to Xiao Zi, Xiao Yi, if they go back, it won't do you any good. I know. Ono Xiaoxiatzi gritted her teeth, used her last bit of strength, and quickly formed hand seals. The surrounding runes lit up again and rebounded towards the assassins. Swish, swish, swish. The airflow from the magic circle surged out of thin air and then exploded, seemingly hitting something. Thump, thump. Several figures seemed to appear out of thin air and fell to the ground. Hayato Mino coughed up blood and cursed. Oh no, you actually helped the enemy against this person from our Kajuku. You traitor. You tried to kill me first. Ono Shosho said. You broke my heart. Stop making excuses. Hayato Mino said. You only have one path in front of you now. If you help me deal with Jiang Ning, I will go back and plead for you before the elders of Jiujiu. Heh. Ono Shoko gave a cold laugh. Ridiculous. Seeing this, Jiang Ning didn't waste any words and waved his hand to his men. Take care of them. Yes. The guards stepped forward, tied up all of Mino, Hayato, and the others, and sent them to the dungeon. Xiao Yi, are you alright? Jiang Ning asked. I'm fine. Ono Shoko said with difficulty. Jiang Ning sighed and said to Red Scorpion, Little Red, contact my private doctor to come and check her injuries. After saying that, he waved his hand and led Lung Yu and the guards to leave the dungeon. Jiang Ning, Xiao Zi called out from behind, seemingly exhausted, as she gasped for breath. Jiang Ning turned around and asked, What's wrong? Perhaps sometimes you are right. Ono Shoko said. Chapter 558 Convincing Ono. Jiang Ning turned around and smiled slightly. Do you believe me now? Xiao Zi sighed deeply. She had been stubborn for a time, but in the end, reality slapped her in the face. She placed all her hopes on Jiujiu, but in the end, Jiujiu wanted to kill her. I'm so ashamed, Ono Shosho said. You, as my opponent, actually know more about Kyuki than I do. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and said, It's just that you're in the thick of it, so you can't see the whole picture. As an observer, I can see it much more clearly. Ono Shosho Zi let out a long sigh, her eyes flashing with helplessness and sorrow. She once considered Juju her home, but now she is homeless. Why did you save me? Xiao asked Jiang Ning. I am your enemy. You could have just let them in to kill me and end it all. Then, he added, besides, you are already aware of the 9 chrysanthemums sex plans in Jiangnan province, so there's no need to try to extract information from me. 2 reasons. Jiang Ning gestured with his fingers. First, I need your help to activate the space-time intersection array, because you are the strongest Onmyoji I have ever met, at least so far, and I need your help. Upon hearing this, Ono Shosho's eyes dimmed. Haha, it's all about profit, it's all about profit. Second, Jiang Ning said sincerely, I sense that you are not an irredeemable person. You only targeted me to complete the task assigned to you by Jiujiu. In reality, you are kind at heart, because even when you accidentally injured Shun Lingwe, you reflected on your actions. This is not a quality that a bad person would have. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zi's eyes lit up. No one has ever described her like that before. In other people's evaluations, she is either strong or not strong enough. There is never any distinction between good and evil. This was the first time she had ever heard someone say that they were kind. Perhaps I am kind. At this moment, Ono Shosho wanted to cry. After losing her mother at the age of 8, her life seemed to be imprisoned by Juju, and her outlook on life and values were all given to her by Juju. This is the first time I've received the Medal of Kindness. It turns out that I can also possess the kindness that others have only heard about. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, Xiao Yi, although I don't know much about Juju, I know that Juju is very good at brainwashing. People who join Juju are like the Bushido of the past. If they fail, they must die to prove their loyalty. Therefore, many people in Juju are not evil. They are just blinded. And you are one of them. A kind woman like you, once you wake up, can benefit humanity. Why shouldn't I give you a hand? That's why I offered you a helping hand. This reason deeply moved Ono Shoko. But the next second, her expression dimmed again. But what's the point of me living now? She once served Juju. Her entire life revolved around Juju, and her life goal was to reach the top of Juju and dedicate herself to Juju. Now, Having left Juju, she feels lost, and her life has lost its meaning. Oh no, you are a very talented onmyoji, Jiangning said. Heaven has given you such talent, and naturally it has also bestowed upon you the same mission. You must use your magic to help those in need in the world. You must become a great and outstanding onmyoji, not become their henchman under the shadow of the 9 chrysanthemums. Jiangning took a deep breath and said with a profound look in his eyes, I believe that you will definitely become a great onmyoji who is revered by thousands. That should be your true life motto. These words stirred a surge of emotion within Xiao. She reminisced about the past, recalling how she continuously completed the tasks assigned by Juju, and then received secret techniques and elixirs as rewards from Juju. She continued to cultivate and grow stronger. Isn't this also a kind of self-growth experience? Even though I no longer have Juju, I will still persevere in my growth and become the most powerful and greatest onmyoji. So this is what I truly wanted in my heart. Ono Shoko suddenly understood, her eyes bright and clear like autumn water. Thank you, Jiangning, you've enlightened me. Xiao said sincerely. Jiangning smiled slightly and said, seeing that you can open your heart shows that everything I've done hasn't been in vain. You're feeling weak right now, so why don't you take a bath and get some sleep? We can talk about it tomorrow. Jiangning waved to Red Scorpion and said, take Xiao Yi to the VIP accommodation area and let her get some rest. Yes, boss. Red Scorpion smiled and said to Ono Xiaoxiatsi, Miss Ono, please. Feeling the kindness and warmth of the Jiangning team, Xiao was filled with shame and deeply moved. The person he had tried to assassinate time and again was actually helping him despite past grievances, while he himself was truly incompetent. Whether it was the Red Scorpion in front of her or Lung Yu and the others beside her, these were all her former opponents. However, at this moment, they wore smiles and did not hold a grudge against her for causing them to fall into a trap. Especially Lung Yu, whose primordial spirit seemed to have been damaged in the magic array she herself had set up. But at this moment, they all looked so gentle, warm, and full of goodwill. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ono Shoko was deeply moved. She slowly lowered her guard, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. The Red Scorpion led me to rest. Lung Yu spread her hands and said to Jiangning, Boss, you're really generous. If it weren't for your request, I think I would have torn her apart with my own hands. Jiangning shook his head and smiled, saying, Don't act impulsively. Our future plans cannot be without her. The reason why Lung Yu and the Red Scorpion were so polite was entirely due to Jiangning's instructions. If we're talking about who hates Ono Xiaoxiatsi the most, Jiangning should be the one who hates her the most. However, he was able to let go of hatred, embrace his opponents, and influence them, which served as a model for Lung Yu and Hong Xiezi. The reason Jiangning was able to do this was for one reason only. He needed Xiaozi's help to achieve his ultimate goal. This is the space-time interweaving array that he has always longed for. If we can facilitate the creation and activation of the space-time interweaving array, we can not only realize the vision of allowing everyone to see their past lives, but also have the opportunity to awaken Shen Lingyue's primordial spirit, achieving 2 goals at once. Furthermore, in the future, we will have to contend with a behemoth like the Sun Society, which contains many wizards, and clashes with mystical arts will be inevitable. Although Xiaozi is not very powerful yet, she is an insider. Firstly, she can grow stronger, and secondly, she can be used to recruit more powerful practitioners of mystical arts. You should all get some rest too, Jiangning said. We'll have another day off tomorrow. Huh? Another holiday? Lung Yu and Red Scorpion looked at Jiangning with a meaningful expression. Yeah, you guys better relax this time and stop following me, Jiangning said half-jokingly. Otherwise you'll just be a burden to me. Forehead. Chapter 559 Ono's Background. The next day, in the morning, Jiangning sat in the glass pavilion in front of the stream, watching the small fish in the stream and leisurely sipping tea. Lung Yu and Hong Xiezi went shopping, while he was waiting for Xiaozi to wake up. At 10 a.m., Xiaozi, wearing a Chanel dress, came to Jiangning. Look how nice this is, sunny and beautiful. Jiang Ning looked at Xiao Zi, who had changed into modern clothes, and smiled. The clothes you usually wear are too gloomy and don't bring out your temperament. Ono Shoko smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Thank you. Jiang Ning had someone deliver this to her early this morning. It fit her perfectly, showing that Jiang Ning had taken great care and even measured her size. How did you sleep last night? Jiang Ning asked someone to pour a cup of tea for Xiao Zi and handed it to her. Thanks to you, I slept very well. Ono Shosho took the tea, still looking somewhat reserved. He who eats another's food is bound to him. He who takes another's money is bound to him. She used to consider Jiang Ning her enemy, but now that Jiang Ning is her benefactor, her introverted nature comes out. Why are you being so polite when you talk to me? Jiang Ning laughed. By the way, how come you speak Mandarin so well? Aren't you from Japan? Did you go there to learn it? These words seemed to evoke endless memories for Ono Shosho. I've been speaking Mandarin since I was little. Ono Shoko held the teacup with both hands, took a sip, her eyes unfocused, as if she was still recalling the past. My mother is Japanese, and that man is Chinese. That man. Jiang Ning frowned. Your father? You could say that, Ono Shoko said, but he has never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Jiang Ning nodded, gesturing for Ono Xiaoxiatsi to drink some tea, then said to his subordinates, You all go ahead and get busy. I'd like to have a private chat with Miss Ono for a while. Yes, General Manager Jiang. After all his men left, Jiang Ning smiled and looked at Xiao Zi. I'd like to hear your story. Is that all right? Jiang Ning had already done his homework. He knew that only Xiao Zi could resolve her last inner conflict before she would open her heart to him and wholeheartedly help him. So, today he gave Leng Yuhong a day off and sent everyone away. His real purpose was to talk to Xiaoxiatsi alone about her past and help her resolve her inner conflicts. Although Ono Shoko didn't want to recall it, she had already relived the past countless times in her mind during the conversation just now, so there was no harm in saying it. If you want to hear it, I can tell you, but it's rather boring. Ono Shoko took a deep breath and began to recount her past. 20 years ago, in the spring when cherry blossoms were just beginning to bloom, the streets of Tokyo were filled with the sweet fragrance of flowers. Lin Xiao, a young man from China, met Ono Sakurako, a girl from Japan, during a cultural exchange event. Lin Xiao was attracted by Ingzi's gentle smile and love for the traditional culture of Japan, while Ingzi was also fascinated by the mysterious aura of Lin Xiao from the ancient Eastern country. Time flies like an arrow, and years pass like a shuttle. They met, fell in love, and walked down the aisle. The couple's life after marriage was simple and happy. Soon after, their daughter, Lin Xiaoya, arrived, bringing endless joy to their little family. Their daughter, Lin Xiaoya, has her father's deep eyes and her mother's sweet smile. She is the fruit of their love and the most precious gift life has given them. However, when Lin Xiaoya was 5 years old, her peaceful life was shattered by a sudden storm. On a stormy night, Lin Xiao returned home with a heavy expression. He quickly packed a few clothes, his eyes filled with pain and helplessness. He hugged Lin Xiaoya tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. Under Sakura's puzzled and anxious questioning, he could only mumble, I'm sorry, I have to go, for your sake, before rushing into the rainy night without looking back. And that was the last time he was heard from. Day after day, Ono wavered between waiting and despair, and his spirits gradually withered. The gossip around her was like cold arrows, piercing her heart. Although Lin Xiaoya was young, she could feel her mother's sorrow. The little girl would always quietly snuggle up to her mother, trying to offer her some comfort. But fate did not favor the mother and daughter. 3 years after Lin Xiao left, Ingzi died of illness and melancholy, leaving Lin Xiaoya all alone. Lin Xiaoya, who lost both her parents, was sent to an orphanage. There, she was often bullied by other children, and their malicious mockery and shoving left her young heart full of trauma. Her personality became withdrawn and sensitive, and she became wary of the world. Meanwhile, the hatred she felt for her father grew wildly in her heart. She couldn't understand why her father was so cruel, causing her to lose her mother and her original happy life. Until one chance encounter, Lin Xiaoya met a mysterious old man. The old man saw Mei's resilience and unwillingness to give up and brought her into the Japanese Kikikaha. The Nine Chrysanthemums School, an ancient and mysterious organization, possesses unique skills and strict rules. Within the Nine Chrysanthemums sect, Lin Xiaoya, with her tenacious perseverance and exceptional talent, diligently studied various skills, from ninjutsu to swordsmanship and magic. She was determined to become strong, and the hatred in her heart became her driving force. She secretly vowed that one day she would find her father and make him pay for his abandonment. Time flies, and Lin Xiaoya has grown into a graceful young woman. Moreover, with her amazing talent, she has become a remarkable figure in the Nine Chrysanthemums sect. Lin Xiaoya grew up in such an environment, full of doubts about the world, but excessively devoted to Jiujiu. Lin Xiaoya in the story is naturally Xiaoya Xiaoxiatzi. However, she didn't want to take that man's surname, but she also didn't want to forget the hatred, so she added the name Xiao Xiao to her own name. The reason why Xiao Xiao's name has 3 more water radicals than Lin Xiao's is that Xiao Xiao's name has 3 more water radicals. It's because her mother shed tears for Lin Xiao, and she herself had also shed tears for Lin Xiao. That's why there are 2 Xiao characters. Last night, she heard Mino Hayato say that the Kukiku faction and that man were enemies. Information she had never known before. She didn't know if it was true or not. She was so tired last night that she fell asleep. When she woke up this morning, she kept thinking about this question. Miss Lin, Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Please don't mind me calling you that. It's because I think your father is great, and having the surname Lin is a kind of happiness for you." "Why do you say that?" Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi was very surprised. Jiang Ning didn't answer. Instead, he opened the file bag on the table, took out a photo, and showed it to Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi. "I presume this is your father, Mr. Lin Xiao?" Jiang Ning said, pointing to the spirited young man in the photo. "Right." When Ono Shoko was 5 years old, she also had memories, and she could not forget the appearance of that heartless man. Jiang Ning smiled, put down the photo, and took out a small diary from the file bag, handing it to Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi. "This is Mr. Lin's handwriting. I think you should read it carefully." Chapter 560 Father's Notes. March 27th, Year of EU, 1955, Sunny. It's my 3rd day in Japan, and I'm feeling great. Today I met a very kind and understanding girl from Japan. Of course, I will not forget my mission. I will secretly destroy the shrine built by Jiujiu and retrieve the remains of the martyrs. Jiujiu stole the remains of our Chinese martyrs and suppressed them under a shrine to ruin the fortunes of our future generations. This is the most despicable act in the world. June 18th, Year of EU, 1955, Sunny. I'm in love. June 8th, Year of Bingshu, Sunny. By the grace of God, my baby was born. Looking at her tiny little thing, my heart felt like it was melting. Baby, Daddy loves you. You are the most precious baby to Mommy and me, and the most precious gift God has given me. It is also the most beautiful treasure in the world. Dad will always love you, with all his heart. On the 27th day of the 3rd month of the Gingyin year, it was drizzling. My mission is successfully completed. All the remains of the martyrs have been transported back to China, and I can finally be with my wife and daughter in peace. I want to be a good husband and a good father, giving them a lifetime of stability and happiness. The 18th day of the 5th month in the year of Gingyin, 1900, a cloudy day. Damn it, Juju actually dared to lay her hands on my precious baby. My precious child possesses a spiritual bone body that appears only once in 1,000 years. Juju actually wants my daughter's skull. This is utterly absurd. As long as I'm here, no one can touch my precious child or my wife. On the 7th day of the 6th lunar month in the year of Gingyin, light rain turned into heavy rain. Today is the most sorrowful day of my life. Juju used all her strength to try to kill me, and my daughter and my wife would also not escape their clutches. They would cruelly cut off my daughter's head, remove her skull, and use it to perform their filthy and cruel rituals. I can't let them succeed. With me here, I won't let my baby and wife get hurt. Daughter, wife, please forgive me. Only by offering myself as a lead can I lure them away and ensure your safety. I will place a seal on you so that the people of Juju cannot detect your presence or my daughter's spiritual constitution. However, only those who are unaware of the seal can keep it intact. If you knew the truth, the seal would not be able to hold. Therefore, if Juju does not die, we will never be able to meet again. But I believe that one day I will bring down this evil organization and meet you all again. My dearest daughter and wife, please forgive my sudden departure. I will always be there to protect and love you from somewhere else. In a certain year and month. My dearest wife, I'm so sorry, my darling daughter. Daddy can't be there for you as you grow up. Watching you go to the orphanage breaks my heart. However, this is also the only way to keep you safe. I will ask the hospital director to take good care of you. Daddy loves you. Upon seeing this, Xiao burst into tears. She recalled that when she was in the orphanage, the director would always appear in time to stop her whenever she was bullied by other children. It turns out that her father had always been there to protect her. But why would he just stand by and watch himself join Joju? Isn't Joju his old rival? Xiao wiped away her tears and continued reading. In a certain year and month. My dear daughter, your father was seriously injured in the battle with Juju this time and needs to recuperate for a while, so I won't be able to visit you as often. It's Dad's fault for being useless. I will recover as soon as possible and secretly accompany you as you grow up. The diary ends here. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and Ono Shoko looked at Jiang Ning in alarm. Why does the diary end here? My father. Jiang Ning shook his head. I don't know either. Ono Shoko gritted her teeth, and now she finally understood why Juju hadn't been able to find her before. After that, Juju found her. Because they lost their father's protection. Jiang Ning sighed deeply and said, to be honest, I started paying attention to you the first time you tried to assassinate me at the banquet in Haicheng. So since then, I've had people investigate your background and your resume in both this country and Japan. Later I learned that you were a descendant of the famous Master Lin. Master Lin Xiao was the 36th generation head of Longhu Mountain. Later, in order to serve the country, he joined Department 749 and took on the mission of going to Japan to retrieve the remains of martyrs. During his mission, he met and fell in love with your mother, Ono Sakurako, and raised you. Because of Master Lin Zhao's extraordinary talent, you were born with that talent and have undergone some transformation, possessing a spiritual bone physique, which has attracted the attention of the 9 Chrysanthemum sect. Kyuki wants to use your skull as a vessel for a Shikigami, to receive the 6-armed deity they have been unable to summon. In order to protect you and your wife, Master Lin had no choice but to seal your spiritual bones and then leave you to divert Joju's attention. So it's not that Master Lin abandoned his wife and children, but rather that he had no choice but to resort to this tactic for your safety. If it's really strange, it can only be because your constitution is special, which attracted Joju's attention. In the years that followed, Master Lin and Joju clashed several times, which is also recorded in Department 749. Jiang Ning sighed as he finished speaking. Alas, you and your mother could have been protected by 749, but because you are both from Japan, 749 refused to provide you with any convenience. Master Lin also broke off relations with 749 because of this and had to face Juju alone. Master Lin devoted himself wholeheartedly to the country and his family, owing nothing to anyone but himself. Jiang Ning shook his head and sighed, feeling sympathy for Lin Zhao's life. So, it all started because of me. Ono Shoko Yukari felt a deep sadness. My father left my mother to protect me. If it weren't for me, my father and mother would still be living happily. Don't feel guilty, it's fate, Jiang Ning said. So now you understand why Joju came to kill you, right? But there are many logical inconsistencies in this. Ono Shosho said. Since Kyuki already knew that I had a spirit bone body, why didn't she kill me and take out the spirit bone when I was young? Because of the seal, Jiang Ning said. The seal that Taoist Lin gave you not only concealed the aura of the spiritual bone, but also sealed the spiritual bone itself. Even if they kill you and take the spiritual bone, they won't be able to use it. So that's how it is, said Xiao. That's why they're raising you, so that one day you can face your father, Jiang Ning said. Because this seal is formed out of ignorance. When you meet your father, the seal will automatically break. The 9 Chrysanthemum sect has been secretly plotting to lure your father out. Because, once your father appears and meets you, it will be the end for both of you. How vicious! Xiao Yi Xiao Zi gritted her teeth. No wonder my father hasn't come to see me all these years. It turns out, he did not want to, he just couldn't. Then why does Juju want to kill me now? Xiao Yi Xiao asked. I haven't met with my father yet, and the seal on my spirit bone hasn't been lifted. If they kill me, wouldn't it mean that their scheme, which they've been planning for over a decade, has completely collapsed? Chapter 561 The Luxurious Grand Array, Part 1. I don't know about that, Jiang Ning said. Perhaps, Juju has already found a way to break your seal. Jiang Ning waved his hand. Whatever the reason, since Juju has made it clear that she has a grudge against your father, it's like she's completely broken off all ties with you. That's right, Xiaoxiatzi said. I never imagined that Juju, who has nurtured me for so many years, would become my greatest enemy in this life. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and asked, Can you forgive your father now? It was a misunderstanding before, and I have no right to blame my father, said Xiaoxiatzi. My father had to leave us for the safety of my mother and me. I can imagine his pain. So, next I'm going to find my father. Wait a minute, Jiang Ning smiled and said, There's an old Chinese saying, haste makes waste. Where are you going to find that in this world? Besides, when I sent people to investigate your background, they had been looking for him for some time, but apart from finding his diary in Longhu Mountain, they found no other clues. Longhu Mountain, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said. You said my father was the 36th generation head of Longhu Mountain. Isn't he at Longhu Mountain? The Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain said that Master Lin went on a pilgrimage many years ago and his whereabouts are unknown, Jiang Ning said. As long as my father is still alive, that's the best news. Ono Shoko's eyes shone with anticipation. Jiang Ning said, Now that Jiuju has broken ties with you, there's no point in Master Lin hiding any longer. I believe that once he hears this news, he will find an opportunity to come back and see you. So, we can first spread the word that your relationship with Jiuju has broken down and lure Master Lin to your side. That's a good idea. Ono Shoko nodded. Maybe I was too hasty just now. It's understandable. After all, he's her biological father, and we haven't seen each other for so many years. Jiang Ning understood Xiao Yi Xiao Zi's feelings. However, there is one thing that my father might be able to help you with. Ono Shosho said. What's up? Didn't you say before that you wanted to set up that space-time intertwining array to recall Miss Shun's primordial spirit? Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said. You asked me back then if I could handle that array. I don't have that strength yet, but my father can. Ono Xiaoxiatzi said. When I was very young, my mother told me that he was a very powerful mage. After so many years of cultivation, his magical power was already unfathomable. So, with his ability and my assistance, we might be able to set up the space-time intertwining array. These words made Jiang Ning's eyes light up. There was an unexpected bonus. That's wonderful. If we find Master Lin, there's hope for the Great Formation, and there's also hope for Sister Ling Yue's soul to be found. Jiang Ning's face was full of anticipation. Don't be so happy, Xiaoxiatzi said. My father and I are just the catalyst for the Great Formation. The creation of the space-time intersection formation is very difficult. Only after the formation is completed can my father help you activate it. What do you mean? Jiang Ning asked, somewhat surprised. Do you expect me to build this grand formation? No, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said. I can create the Great Formation, but you will need to provide the raw materials. What raw materials? Jiang Ning asked. 5 of the most precious gems in the world, said Ono Shosho. Seeing Jiang Ning's surprise, she explained to him, Mr. Jiang, you also have some knowledge of magic arrays and mystical arts, so you naturally know that the principle of a magic array is simply to guide energy through the array to achieve some supernatural phenomena and effects. So, to sum it all up, magic arrays rely on energy, and the interweaving of space and time requires an enormous amount of energy to compress and tear space and time apart. Jiang Ning listened attentively and nodded in agreement. I know this principle. Back in the day, a prehistoric war took place in the Lop-ner uninhabited area. Because of the energy explosion, everything around it was reduced to dust. That's why it became the Gobi Desert. And it was that huge energy explosion that tore open space-time, resulting in many space-time fragments and rifts near Lop Nur. If you're not careful, you'll stumble into a rift and enter another world. That's right, Xiaoxiatzi said. So, to complete the intersection of space and time must be torn apart to create many rifts. This requires a huge amount of energy, and this energy comes from various minerals, which are, of course, gems in people's eyes. Jiang Ning nodded. He also understands this principle. In reality, all kinds of energy are contained in every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, and every stone in this world. For example, sulfur can release enormous energy through compression and high temperatures. This is the origin of dynamite. Therefore, terrifying energy exists within sulfur. However, there are countless types of energy in this world, and the types of energy required to tear apart spacetime are regulated. So, what are the different gems needed to forge the Great Array? Jiang Ning asked. Ono Xiaoxiatzi blurted out. Emerald Imperial Jade, top-grade Pigeon Blood Ruby, Kunlun Ice Jade, and 10,000-year-old obsidian from the seabed. Then, he added, and a lot of gold. Jiang Ning scratched the back of his head as he asked. The gemstones that Ono Shokozi mentioned are all top-tier gemstones in the world, each one priceless. As expected, building a grand formation is the most expensive thing. How many of each of these gems do we need? Jiang Ning asked. I don't know the exact number yet, but I can tell you that the required quantity is absolutely staggering, said Ono Xiaoxiatzi. Otherwise, there won't be enough energy to forge the Great Array. For example, the last time I saw Juju create a spatial magic array, the obsidian alone piled up into a small mountain. Jiang Ning rubbed his temples. This is fucking tough. That pigeon blood ruby, the size of a thumbnail, is worth millions. At an auction, it can easily fetch tens of millions. Imperial emeralds are a symbol of immense wealth. Kunlun Ice-type spiritual jade is an ethereal gem, priceless in the market. A piece the size of a thumb can usually sell for hundreds of thousands, or even millions. As for that so-called millennial obsidian, nobody knows what kind of rare thing it is. If we buy these things in large quantities, even mountains of gold and silver wouldn't be enough. Moreover, a large amount of gold is also needed. Jiang Ning thought he was already very wealthy, but after hearing about the raw materials needed to forge the Great Formation, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Are there any alternatives? Jiang Ning asked, frowning. I mean, these things are too expensive. No, it has to be these things. Xiaozi shook her head and said, it's precisely because they have extremely strong energy that they are being driven up to such high prices by the world. Chapter 562 The Luxurious Grand Array, Part 2. Jiang Ning frowned, looking somewhat troubled. It's not that I'm afraid of spending money. I wouldn't care even if it meant going bankrupt. But the current situation is that even if I were to go bankrupt, it wouldn't be enough to cover just the tip of the iceberg. Well, Jiang Ning sighed. This was the first time he had felt something was amiss since his rebirth. What? Can't you handle it? Xiaozi asked. Nothing is absolute, is it? Jiang Ning asked. Are these the only types of gemstones required? Seeing that Jiang Ning asked this question several times, Xiaozi patiently explained. Actually, the foundation of our yin-yang master magic is the same as that of Taoism and other schools of magic in China. The logic behind our construction of large formations is the 5 elements. The 5 elements interact and repel each other, generating energy and causing it to explode, which in turn can tear open the gaps in space and time. And the gemstones I mentioned to you are the purest of the 5 elements. Gold, needless to say, is metallic and contains metallic energy. Imperial emeralds and jadeite have the aura of green wood and contain wood-related energy. Top-grade pigeon blood rubies. Red belongs to fire and contain pure fire energy. Kunlun Ice Jade, taken from the summit of Kunlun Mountain, absorbs the essence of the sun and moon and the nourishment of the Kunlun Mountains year-round, containing extremely strong earth-related energy, and obsidian from the seabed, although formed from volcanic rock, is black and belongs to water, and has been submerged in the deep sea for many years, containing extremely and cold water energy. Therefore, when these gems are gathered together, They represent the purest 5 energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in the world. Only in this way can there be enough energy to activate the space-time crossing. Ono Shosho said, "You have to understand, modern society is in the Dharma ending age, and spiritual energy has long been depleted. To perform space-time crossing is an extremely difficult thing. So, it's normal if you can't handle these things, because it is an almost impossible task in itself." "I can." Before Xiao Zi could finish speaking, Jiang Ning interrupted her firmly. "I can do it. Give me some time, and I can handle it." Before anyone knew it, the bewilderment and confusion on Jiang Ning's face had vanished. Instead, there was a determined look in his eyes and a resolute gaze. Because he could not forget the helplessness and panic he felt when Shen Lingyue's soul left his body, and he could not forget Shen Lingyue's words, "I love you." His inner voice kept telling him, "I will do anything to bring Shen Lingyue's spirit back. I must do it." Ono Xiaoxiatzi nodded. "Before that, I can provide you with some sources for these things for your reference." "Okay." Jiang Ning called one of his men to take notes. Ono Xiaoxiatzi said, "Of these 5 gemstones, gold mine goes without saying. You have it yourself. As for Kunlun ice jade, it comes from Kunlun Mountain, which is within China. I believe you are more familiar with it than I am. I will focus on the latter 3. Emeralds are found in a wide range of countries, including Colombia, Brazil, Zambia, Russia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. However, the purest and only source of imperial emerald green jade is Myanmar. Pigeon blood rubies are found in many places, including Myanmar, Mozambique, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Madagascar, Tanzania, Vietnam, and Afghanistan. However, the purest and most fiery pigeon blood rubies still come from Myanmar. In other words, both these red and green gemstones originated from Myanmar. The purest and most icy obsidian from the seabed comes from the waters east of Hokkaido, Japan. Beneath the ocean, there are countless active volcanoes, existing for so long that their existence is impossible to verify. The obsidian there is world-renowned for its pure black color and unique luster, and its pure color is a manifestation of pure energy. After Xiaoxiatzi finished her narration, Jiang Ning's subordinates took notes and handed them to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took the notebook but didn't look at it. He simply placed it on the table because he had already memorized it. "So, Myanmar and Hokkaido in Japan are the places I absolutely have to go next." Jiang Ning frowned slightly. "Not necessarily," Xiaoxiatzi said. "Obsidian from Japan has a wide market, and as the top-grade obsidian, much of the 10,000-year-old obsidian flows to Japan. Hokkaido is only the production site. Most of the processing and manufacturing are done in Japan. So, you can go directly to Japan to purchase it." Ono Shoko has lived in Japan since childhood and is very familiar with the production and sales of obsidian. Moreover, obsidian is the cheapest of all these gemstones, and you can afford it completely. Jiang Ning nodded. "Indeed, obsidian is relatively inexpensive, while what you call millennial obsidian is the top grade of obsidian. At most, the price will be several times higher, which is perfectly acceptable." "Yes," Xiaoxiatzi said. "So, your biggest difficulty is the royal emeralds and pigeon blood rubies of Myanmar." Jiang Ning took a deep breath and recalled his memories of jade and gemstones from his previous life. In a daze, he seemed to remember some of them. Although Myanmar is rich in these 2 types of gemstones, in reality, just like Hokkaido in Japan, they are only responsible for producing the raw ore. The high-end products have already flowed to other places, Jiang Ning said. And this other place is Sambiampo, also known as the Golden Triangle. Indeed, Sambiampo is a no-man's land, rife with bloodshed and violence, where human life is cheap. At the same time, it is also a place filled with extravagance and debauchery, a paradise of luxury. Sambiampo is a major opium poppy producing area and the largest drug production site in Southeast Asia. It is also a well-known arms smuggling and trafficking center in Southeast Asia. There's so much money here it's impossible to count. It was precisely because of this that a huge gemstone trading market and underground casinos and money exchanges emerged in Sambiampo. Many big bosses in the jade business have armed forces in Sambiampo to protect their businesses. Only the big bosses in Sambiampo can afford to pay high prices to buy jade. Therefore, most of the high-quality gemstones produced in Myanmar ended up in Sambiampo. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning took a deep breath, as if he was brewing his own plan. The next second, Lung Yu and Red Scorpion appeared in front of Jiang Ning. The two of them went out shopping, but they couldn't stop worrying about Jiang Ning. They didn't even have lunch before coming back to check on him. Boss, you gave us both the day off today, so we wouldn't bother you. So, you were hanging out with Miss Ono? Red Scorpion pouted and said, You're so biased. Lung Yu frowned, but didn't say anything. Jiang Ning had no time for idle chatter with them. With a serious expression, he said, You two are back just in time. Book your tickets for tomorrow. We'll be heading back to Mandu tomorrow. Huh? Boss, why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen over there? Lung Yu asked. No, Jiang Ning said. It's just that we need to move on to the next step of our plan as soon as possible. Then, he gazed intently into the distance, as if talking to himself. A plan to take over the Golden Triangle. Chapter 563 Aspiring to Become a Gemstone Tycoon. The following afternoon, Jiang Ning and the others boarded a plane to Mandu. Xiaoyi Xiaoxiaozi has officially joined Jiang Ning's team and will travel with Jiang Ning to Mandu. As for the search for her father, Lin Xiao, Jiang Ning has already dispatched personnel from across the country to search nationwide. After all, Lin Xiao is one of the most crucial figures in the space-time intersection array project. He is indispensable. Jiang Ning will naturally devote himself wholeheartedly to finding him. Back at Xiushui Manor in Mandu, Jiang Ning convened a meeting with all his trusted confidants. Their goal was singular, to seize control of the gemstone and jade market in Sambiampo. The Huahai Society aimed to control all raw jadeite and gemstones circulating in the market. Boss, our gold mining business has just started. Why are you suddenly expanding so much? Leilong asked. President Jiang, why did you suddenly decide to get into the jade business? Bai Yushan, the Thousand Buddhist Saint Hand, said, right now, as long as Huahai Group can ensure the development of the gold mine, it can quickly dominate Mandu. The jade business involves too many fronts, and if it is not managed well, problems will arise. Yeah, boss, we don't know much about the jade market, so getting involved is difficult in itself. Medic Jasmine said. What's more, the Sambiampo area is a mixed bag, and the waters run deep, making it even more difficult for us to get involved. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, completely unconcerned about the doubts raised by the crowd. Life is but a few decades long. Following the established path is simply a waste of time, Jiang Ning said. To create unlimited value in a limited time, you must constantly push yourself to expand. Besides, these are things I need. Jiang Ning did not elaborate on this last reason. But seeing Jiang Ning's resolute expression, everyone understood that the gemstone business seemed to be very important to him. For so long, Jiang Ning led everyone through thick and thin, ensuring that none of his brothers suffered. He is like a big tree, sheltering everyone and leading everyone forward and helping them grow. Now, however, people are starting to question Jiang Ning's ambition to take over the jade industry. Shouldn't we unconditionally support the leader? Boss, we'll follow you as long as you want. Lung Yu said. That's right. Xiao Dao said. I went from having nothing to having so many brothers and having no worries about food or clothing. All thanks to you, boss. Boss, just say the word, and I'll follow you to the end. These words also expressed what everyone felt. No one present has the right to question Jiang Ning. All they can do is follow him wholeheartedly. Jiang Ning looked at Song Si, who immediately declared, Mr. Jiang, you don't need to look at me. Even if you want to go through fire and water, I, Old Song, will accompany you. Jiang Ning shook his head and smiled wryly. You're overcomplicating things. In my plan, Sambiampo will be occupied sooner or later. Everyone sighed in amazement. Just how grand were Jiang Ning's plans? Jiang Ning said to Song Si, fourth brother, actually, I just want to ask you about the situation at Sambiampo. Since Sambiampo is also a chaotic area for arms smuggling, and Sambiampo is close to Siam, Song Si, as a member of the arms smuggling network, should have some knowledge of the area. Sure enough, Song Si nodded. I do know a bit about the forces over there. First of all, The largest power in Sambiampo right now is the drug trafficking organization controlled by the Kunsa family. The Kunsa family had studied military affairs and opium cultivation long ago. After liberation, they began to traffic drugs independently and gradually expanded their sphere of influence. They established a large armed drug trafficking organization through marriage alliances and inheritance of family property. With the support of various government departments through bribery, the Kunsa family's drug business developed rapidly, forming a complete drug trade that integrates drug cultivation, drug manufacturing, and drug trafficking. Moreover, Kunsa's influence extended beyond the cultivation and sale of drugs. He also established checkpoints to levy opium taxes on other drug traffickers. His drugs were renowned for their high purity and quality, with products such as double lions treading the earth, heroin selling well on the global black market. However, due to internal conflicts and government forces' encirclement and suppression, the Kunsa family's leaders were forced to compromise, and their power has since diminished. But they are still the largest power in Sambiampo, wielding absolute power. They set some of the trade rules for D-grade goods. However, the good thing is that they are more involved in the drug industry and look down on arms smuggling and the jade business. Jiang Ning asked, then which force actually controls the arms and jade business? There are 6 forces in the arms trade, one of which is composed of Chinese people and is called the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Jiang should have heard of it. Jiang Ning smiled without saying a word. I've heard more than just heard about them. They're old rivals. I don't know much about the jade business, but I've heard that there are many merchants in the jade business, and it's a mixed bag. The biggest merchant should be Nguyen Xing Han, a jade merchant from Myanmar, Song Si said. Nguyen Xing Han is a local tycoon in Myanmar. He owns more than 90% of the land in the mining area. So, merchants who want to do business in jade have to be mindful of his feelings. He runs the jade business himself, but because the market is too big for him to handle alone, he holds a meeting with major jade merchants every year to divide up the business scope. Song Si said, so I guess that if we can get into Ruan Xinghan's scheme, we will have a chance to win a part of the jade business. Red Scorpion said from the side, fourth brother, I've also heard of Ruan Xinghan, but I heard that he cares a lot about clan ties. Our Huahai Association is an outside organization, so he probably won't give us a chance to get into his scheme. We need an introduction from someone we know. Song Si said, as far as I know, Ruan Xinghan's first wife is Siamese and comes from a branch of the Mandu nobility. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. General Luo Wei was a nobleman from Mandu. If he were willing to get to know Ruan Xinghan's first wife and enter the game through her connection, it would be a good idea. General Luo Wei, what do you think? Jiang Ning suddenly asked. Song Si immediately understood. No problem. General Luo Wei is also involved in arms smuggling and knows the situation in Sambiampo quite well. If he's willing to help you, he can definitely get you into Ruan Xinghan's mining bureau easily, Song Si said. Okay, Jiang Ning nodded. Without hesitation, he dialed General Luo's number. General Luo Wei, do you have time? I'd like to meet with you to discuss something. Jiang Ning replied. All right, I'll come to your residence tonight. See you there. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ning solemnly said to Lei Long, Lung Yu, and the others, everyone, prepare in advance. We may have a new mission. Don't worry, boss, we're ready anytime. The crowd shouted in unison. Chapter 564 Moving to Sambiampo. Nighttime, General Luo Wei's mansion. You're doing so well with your gold mine. Why are you now getting into, or? General Luo frowned slightly. Isn't that taking too big a step? General Luo Wei, who would complain about having too many businesses? Jiang Ning said with a smile. Besides, the products in my gold shops are too limited. I need to incorporate more gemstone elements so that the gold shops not only sell gold jewelry, but also various jade and gemstone handicrafts. This way, my gold shops will have a wider customer base. Small-scale operations are enough. General Rose said. Mandu has many gem processing factories that also sell rough stones. I can help you bring a few over to cooperate, which should be enough to meet your current needs. General Luo dismissed the matter. He felt that Sambiampo was a very complicated place, and once you entered it, it would be difficult to get out. Having cooperated with Jiang Ning for so long, they had developed a certain personal relationship and General Luo Wei did not want to see Jiangning go astray. More precisely, Jiangning was a very useful helper, and he didn't want this helper to fail at Sambiampo. General Luo Wei, we've known each other for quite some time now. I'm sure with your intelligence, you have a very clear understanding of me. Jiangning said, you know me, I don't like small-scale business. I like big deals. Jiangning smiled mysteriously and looked at Luo Wei meaningfully. I believe General Luo Wei is also this kind of person, which is why we can cooperate so well. Luo Wei chuckled. Whether our cooperation is pleasant or not depends not on you, but only on me. If I'm happy, then our cooperation is pleasant, not on so-called like-mindedness. Throughout this collaboration, Luo Wei always acted superior. After all, he was the highest-ranking sheriff in the area, wielding immense power, and backed by noble and royal lineage. In this vast city of Mandu, few dared to disobey him. Jiangning remained patient and restrained in the face of Luo Wei's domineering attitude. Because his power is not yet great enough, he cannot afford to break off relations too easily. He used Luo in many other ways. Haha, General Luo Wei is right. Our cooperation is mainly up to you, Jiangning said. But to be honest, if General Luo Wei can help me out, there will naturally be plenty of benefits to be had. In the several collaborations with Luo Wei, Jiangning gave him ample face and benefits. Luo Wei could obtain huge benefits from Jiangning with almost no effort. Therefore, he naturally took Jiangning's words more seriously. Shall I share the profits from the ore? Ro prompted. Jiangning feigned a troubled expression and said, General Luo Wei, the mineral business is something my family has always wanted to do. We want to do pure business, so I request that you find another way to cooperate. Luo Wei frowned and said, another way? You want to do your business, but you won't let me get involved, and you want me to cooperate in another way. It's all about making money anyway. What we do doesn't matter, Jiangning said. You can even name your price, and I'll give you real money. However, Luo Wei had a big appetite. He seemed to have suddenly remembered something, his expression shifting. After thinking for a moment, he said, I do have an idea. Please speak, Jiangning said. Since you want to try your luck in Sambiampo, there are plenty of business opportunities there, especially in agriculture, which is exceptionally well suited to the region. You know, doing grain business in Sambiampo is very profitable. Luo Wei said, I've always wanted to get a piece of the agricultural pie there because Sambiampo is close to 3 countries, and its grain has a very good market. However, due to my sensitive position, I can't get involved, and I don't have any capable people under me to help me develop the agricultural market there. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed as he stared at Jiangning. If you can help me capture 30% of the agricultural market share in Sambiampo, I will definitely help you enter Ruan Xinghan's circle and become a part of their mining industry. Jiangning took a deep breath and asked in return, I'm not familiar with their agricultural model, and it doesn't have a foundation there. It's all right, you have a brain. Luo Wei pointed to his temple, then patted his chest. You also have guts. He gestured for Jiangning to sit down, then ordered his men to bring a sheet of white paper and began to draw on it. There are now 6 major landowners in Sambiampo, who have almost monopolized all of Sambiampo's agriculture and arms smuggling businesses. Luo Wei drew out the 6 forces, wrote down their names, and then drew a circle at the top of each force. This is the biggest smuggler who manages the local agricultural land. He is the person in charge, who is recognized and elected by everyone. Every year, all the major forces will meet together to finalize the market share, and this person in charge will make the final decision. As far as I know, this year's quota allocation meeting will be held in 2 months. During these 2 months, you can infiltrate Sambiampo and try to get a ticket to the share allocation meeting 2 months later. Then, I don't care how you get 30% of the share, just give it to me, and I'll help you get into Ruan Xinghan's mining circle. How about that? After listening to Luo Wei's analysis, Jiangning had a preliminary idea in mind. No problem, I'll take care of it for you. I knew you could do it, ha ha ha. General Luo Wei patted Jiangning on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Jiangning smiled and said, If possible, I think it won't take more than 2 months, because I personally can't wait that long. These words startled General Luo Wei, who then gave him a thumbs up and said, What courage! If you can really do it, I will make you a guest of honor of Wan Xinghan. It's a deal, Jiang Ning said. Certainly. It was already late at night when they returned to Xiushui Manor, but Leng Yu and Hong Xiezi were still awake. It seemed that the two of them had developed a habit that they could not fall asleep until they saw Jiang Ning return safely. Boss, how did the talks go today? Leng Yu asked. Not bad. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Why aren't you asleep so late? Don't wait for me next time. Get some rest. No. The two women bid farewell to Jiang Ning and went back to sleep. Jiang Ning, however, appeared to be in high spirits. He took out the note he had brought back from General Luo Wei's mansion and began to carefully study the various factions and the intricate relationships that Luo Wei had described earlier that day. Before we knew it, dawn had broken in the east. Having not slept all night, Jiang Ning didn't feel sleepy at all, so he simply decided not to sleep and got up to have morning tea. On the way to the tea house, I saw groups of people already up and doing their morning exercises. Long Yu was meditating, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi was meditating, and Lei Long, Xiao Dao Li Bing, and the other two each found a place to stretch their muscles and exercise. Looking at his outstanding subordinates, Jiang Ning felt a renewed surge of fighting spirit. With such a group of elite troops, no difficulty or obstacle will be a problem. After having some morning tea, Jiang Ning said to his servants, Notify all the managers to come and have breakfast with me, and we'll also have a morning meeting. Yes, General Manager Jiang. 15 minutes later, everyone entered the restaurant one after another and dined with Jiang Ning. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits, chatting animatedly with each other. After breakfast, Jiang Ning held a meeting on the spot. The reason I called everyone here for breakfast is to announce a major decision. Jiang Ning looked around at everyone and said with a serious expression, Within a week, move on to Sambiampo. Chapter 565 Infiltration into the Three-Sided Slope. 5 days after the meeting, Jiang Ning left Red Scorpion in Mandu to look after the local gold mines. Then he took almost all the key figures with him and headed to the Sambiampo Special Economic Zone in Southeast Asia. Whoosh! Jiang Ning stood by the airplane window, looking down at the familiar city silhouette gradually receding into the distance, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This trip to Sambiampo is an adventure with an uncertain future, but also a brand new beginning. This marks the official start of the international expansion of his Huahai Association. At this moment, his eyes shone with determination, filled with anticipation and fighting spirit for the challenges to come. The 7 team members, including Leng Yu, Hong Xiezi, Lei Long, and Song Si, sat in the cabin. Some of them closed their eyes to rest, while others talked in hushed tones. Boss, do you think we can successfully secure that 30% share of the agricultural industry this time? Lei Long leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Jiang Ning smiled slightly and patted Lei Long on the shoulder. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. His voice was steady and powerful, giving people a sense of security. Jiang Ning had done a lot of preparation and planning in the past 5 days, and he was determined to complete this mission. For Ling Yue's sake, and for my own. A few hours later, the plane landed at the airport in the Sambiampo Special Economic Zone. As soon as I got off the plane, the humid and hot air hit me. Although it is also a Southeast Asian country, the climate here still feels more muggy. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and led his team members out of the airport. He asked Luo Wei to book a hotel for him in advance, so after leaving the airport, he and the others took a private car directly to the hotel. Luo said that the local agricultural industry is jointly controlled by 6 large groups, and all 6 groups have to give face to one person, namely the largest local leader, Baha. Baha is highly influential in the agricultural sector and is a leader among local farmers in Sambiampo. Therefore, Jiang Ning decided to start with him. The next day, Jiang Ning contacted Baha through someone, and under the guise of foreign investment, he brought 5 million yuan in sponsorship funds to Baha's estate. Baha was an obese middle-aged man with shrewdness and worldliness in his eyes. He looked at the check Jiang Ning handed him, a playful smile on his face. A Chinese? Your country has vast and fertile land. Why are you suddenly interested in the agriculture of our small place? Jiang Ning remained calm and smiled as he said, Mr. Baha, although our country is vast, it also has a large population, so the per capita income is not necessarily very generous. The soil quality in the Sambiampo area is very good, but frankly speaking, the yield is low and the farming methods are outdated. So, this time I came with the goal of a win-win cooperation. I have great confidence in China's agricultural technology. I have also hired several farmland irrigation experts at high salaries, hoping to contribute to the agricultural development of Sambiampo and also make some money on the side. As he spoke, he gestured to Lung Yu behind him to hand over the expert's information. Baha looked Lung Yu up and down, his small eyes gleaming with a filthy, greedy light. She smiled and took the documents from Lung Yu's hands, carefully flipping through them. At first, he was somewhat dismissive, but the more he read, the more attracted he became to those advanced agricultural concepts and technologies. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity and detailed the advantages of the new type of farmland. Mr. Baha, our country's agriculture has achieved full mechanization, from drone seeding to intelligent irrigation and finally harvesting. Only a very small number of people are needed to supervise and operate the machines. Moreover, the whole process is extremely fast. What traditional farming can do in a month can be completed in just 1 or 2 days in our hands. Furthermore, our seeds and fertilizers are of excellent quality, ensuring a good yield. In the event of plagues or locust outbreaks, we also have pesticides to deal with them, which can fully guarantee the harvest. Baha nodded. It does sound good, but this is a big investment. I need to think about it. Although Baha was tempted, this seasoned veteran was cautious and wouldn't make a decision easily. Jiang Ning had anticipated this outcome, so he wasn't in a hurry. He simply left with the words, Mr. Baha, this is a rare opportunity. I hope you will consider it as soon as possible. Over the next few days, Jiang Ning arranged for experts to inspect the local farmland and personally led Baha to visit some simple agricultural technology demonstrations. Seeing the drones precisely planting seeds above the farmland, far more efficient than traditional methods, Baha's confidence gradually shifted towards Jiang Ning. Faster farming, higher yields, and better quality crops mean more money and more business. Due to the pressure from the cultivation of poppies and other crops, the total cultivated land area of Sambiampo is only 3 million hectares, and the area will not be expanded further. If they want to make more money, they can only focus on increasing production. After several days of negotiations, Jiang Ning brought many local specialties from Haiqing. Under the combined public-private approach, Baha finally agreed to lease a portion of his farmland to Jiang Ning for cultivation. Mr. Jiang, I must say your words are very appealing, and I hope that through you, our local agriculture can reach a new level, Baha said. Therefore, my initial plan is to lease 100,000 hectares of land to you. 100,000 is far too little. Jiang Ning shook his head and smiled. How much do you need? Baha asked, frowning. 1 million hectares. Jiang Ning said. At least 1 million. 1 million hectares. Baha's expression instantly turned cold. Mr. Jiang, do you know what you're saying? Jiang Ning spread his hands and smiled. Is there a problem? Baha said coldly. Your background is unknown, and we have never cooperated before. I am already giving you a lot of face by agreeing to lease you 100,000 hectares. All cooperation starts from the shallow and gradually deepens, and from large to small. At least you need to show me your sincerity and ability before I will give you more land. I need to spend my time, and I absolutely cannot waste it on such a small piece of land. Jiang Ning said, and can't you see my sincerity from my sponsorship? On his very first day here, Jiang Ning decided to sponsor 5 million. In reality, most of this money had already ended up in Baha's pocket. Everyone knew that Jiang Ning's money was a bribe to Baha. He who takes a bribe is bound to be lenient. Baha gritted his teeth, but his tone softened somewhat. Actually, giving you 100,000 hectares of farmland isn't something I can decide on my own. Because all the land now has owners, and I want to convene a meeting to take some land from them and give it to you. According to local custom, the farmland on the 3 slopes is jointly managed by 6 major interest groups. To lease more land, a meeting of the 6 major interest groups must be convened for discussion. Jiang Ning was naturally aware of this. He wanted Baha to invite the 6 major groups to the meeting as the person in charge. In this way, We won't have to wait 2 months for the boundary demarcation meeting. All right, that would be great, Mr. Baha. Jiang Ning said. However, I have a request. I hope that when you convene them for their discussion, you can take me along. I want to sit in on it. Chapter 566 Land Division Meeting. 2 days later, the meeting convened by Baha took place on time. At this moment, beside a winding tributary of the Mekong River, a wooden mountain villa stands quietly. This is the renowned Bishui Mountain Villa. Sunlight streamed onto the roof of the villa, reflecting a golden glow. Surrounded by lush greenery, the place was peaceful and serene. Although the scenery of the mountain resort is pleasant, the atmosphere here is unusually serious and tense. Because everywhere you look there are guards and mercenaries with guns, each one looking like a fierce demon, their eyes filled with indifference and murderous intent. Inside the resort, representatives of the 6 major interest groups have gathered together. Behind each representative stood their trusted subordinates, each one serious and imposing. Although everyone appeared peaceful on the surface, the tense atmosphere was actually a sign of underlying tension, like the calm before a storm. Mr. Baha, everyone is here. The meeting can begin, said Pang Bing, director of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Sambiampo. He is Pang Yunlong's second nephew and is in charge of the farm affairs in Sambiampo. When he heard that Jiang Ning was renting land here, his eyes were filled with a fierce glint. No, not everyone has arrived yet. Baha pointed to the empty seats in the audience area. Mr. Jiang Ning will be here soon. We're all waiting for him. Pang Bing gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Representatives from the other 5 major interest groups also expressed some dissatisfaction. He knew the time, yet he deliberately arrived late. Does he not respect us at all? An outsider, how dare he? Just as the delegates were complaining, Jiang Ning and others entered the room. Haha, sorry I'm a few minutes late. Jiang Ning entered with a smile. He wore a simple yet sophisticated black suit. His posture was upright, and his eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything. Behind him, Leng Yu, dressed in a tight black outfit, was stunningly beautiful, with a chilling aura in her eyes. Ono Shoko wore a light purple dress, exuding elegance and mystery, and radiating a unique oriental charm. Lei Long was tall and strong, like a small mountain, with a serious face and a very fierce appearance. Xiao Dao was agile, and his eyes revealed shrewdness and competence. Li Bing and Song Si, on the other hand, both looked calm and composed. Following at the very back of the group was Medic Jasmine, dressed in a white dress, looking fresh and refined. Jiang Ning's team entered with an impressive presence, drawing admiration from the other representatives present. Pang Bing, however, remained unmoved, a contemptuous sneer constantly playing on his lips. Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. Baha, the landowner of Sambiampo, sat at the head of the conference table. He was obese and wore a fake smile. Then, he looked around and said, "Let me introduce you all. This is Jiang Ning, the chairman of Huahai Club, whom I mentioned earlier." Baha cleared his throat and said slowly, "The reason I've gathered everyone here today is to discuss Mr. Jiang's land lease. Before this, I also showed you Mr. Jiang's resume. These days he has shown me many new technologies, which I believe will greatly promote the future development of our agriculture. Therefore, I suggest that everyone vacate some land and transfer it to Mr. Jiang Ning, so that his Huahai Association can launch the latest technology and help us promote the development of the industry. We can hire top agricultural talent from China ourselves. Why do we need his help?" Pang Bing said coldly. "My uncle is Chinese. He has a unique advantage." That's true, and it really hit a nerve with Bach. Since Baha received 5 million from Jiangning, he naturally had to do things for Jiangning. "Mr. Pang, you can't say that. Mr. Jiang's help is all free and for life," Baha said. "All we need to do is get Mr. Jiang to join our camp and get a little bit of land. We have 3 million hectares of farmland in Sambiampo. The area is not large, but it is enough. I think it is not difficult to allocate 100,000 hectares to Mr. Jiangning for cultivation. What do you all think?" No sooner had Baha finished speaking than Pang Bing slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted, "Mr. Baha, for so many years, Our 6 major interest groups have always maintained a non-interference relationship, treated each other with respect, and had a harmonious relationship. What do you mean by letting him in? Are you trying to steal our territory? Pang Bing's face turned bright red, and the veins on his neck bulged. He glared fiercely at Jiang Ning, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Jiang Ning remained calm, a slight, disdainful smile playing on his lips. He said indifferently, "Mr. Pang, why are you so agitated? It's true that there's been a misunderstanding between me and your Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, but what we're discussing now is a perfectly normal business collaboration. Please don't let personal feelings get in the way. Besides, this collaboration is a win-win situation. Everyone benefits, so why not? Is there any profit to be made?" Pang Bing sneered. "What right does Jiangning have to share a piece of land with people like us?" These words carried the arrogance of a landlord, clearly telling everyone that we are the masters here, and he is an outsider who has no right to sit at our table. "That's right. We've been doing well for so many years, and we don't want outsiders to squeeze in and take a share of the pie," said a representative of an interest group. "Just 100,000 hectares of land, no more." Baha tried to smooth things over. "Wait." Jiang Ning suddenly interrupted them, saying, "Actually, what I want to lease today isn't 100,000 hectares, but 1 million. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and spread his hands. "Gentlemen, I hope you can do me a favor." These words caused an uproar in the room. No one would give us 100,000 hectares, let alone 1 million. "Jiang Ning, are you dreaming? If you know what's good for you, leave Sambiampo right now, or don't blame me for being impolite." As Pang Bing spoke, he clenched his fists, exuding a strong killing intent. He came to this meeting today to lead the opposition. He would never allow Jiangning to obtain even a single inch of land. Representatives from the other 5 major interest groups echoed this sentiment. "This guy is actually asking for an exorbitant amount. Is he kidding me? Jiangning, this is not a place for you to run wild. Get back here right now. Yes, get out of here. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can take land from us." These representatives spoke one after another, their words sharp and sarcastic, their xenophobic sentiments quite evident. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain, as if Jiang Ning were an insignificant nobody. Jiang Ning's gaze gradually turned cold, and he exuded a powerful aura, making the temperature in the entire conference room seem to drop a few degrees. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and said in a deep and powerful voice, "It seems you're going to refuse a polite toast only to face a harsher one. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite." After speaking, Jiang Ning nodded slightly and looked at Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. Ono Shoko understood immediately. She quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Instantly, the entire manor was enveloped by a mysterious power, and a massive magic circle slowly emerged. Light flickered and runes flowed within the circle, trapping everyone inside. Chapter 567 Chaotic Battle. Upon seeing this, Pang Bing and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they cried out in terror, "What is this? What do you want to do?" Baha also sensed something was wrong. He angrily rebuked Jiang Ning, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I gave you face and said I would rent you 100,000 hectares of land. What are you up to now? You should know that if you break ties with us, you won't be leaving here alive. What can I do if I don't break ties with you? Should I try to please you? Suck up to you? Will you give me land?" Jiang Ning stood up with a cold smile. "I'm giving you one last chance to carefully consider my proposal. Perhaps there is still room for cooperation between us." "Jiang Ning, you're too arrogant," someone shouted, slamming their fist on the table. "Don't you know whose territory we're on? Brothers, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 bodyguards behind Pang Bing rushed towards Jiang Ning. However, before they could even get close to Jiang Ning, Lei Long, Xiao Dao, and the others rushed out and kicked them to the ground. Upon seeing this, bodyguards from the other 5 major interest groups swarmed forward. Because each party could only bring a maximum of 7 people into the meeting hall, and no weapons were allowed, everyone present was unarmed. Jiang Ning's side had a total of 7 people, including Jiang Ning himself, while the opposing side had more than 20 bodyguards, plus the 5 bodyguards behind Baha, making their total number 5 times that of Jiang Ning's side. Without any weapons, numbers are the biggest advantage. Pang Bing stood in front of the conference table, his eyes wide with anger, and roared at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, you will not escape today. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 bodyguards from the 6 major interest groups quickly spread out in a fan shape, surrounding Jiang Ning's side. The bodyguards were dressed in black suits and had fierce expressions. Even so, Jiang Ning's side showed no fear, their eyes revealing determination and dauntlessness. I never thought of running away. Jiang Ning responded coldly, cracking his knuckles as he moved his wrists, exuding a chilling aura. But you, don't try to run away later. Lei Long, standing beside Jiang Ning, had bulging muscles, resembling a tiger about to pounce on its prey. The agile knife was crouching slightly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Lung Yu and Mo Li stood side by side like sisters, their eyes meeting in tacit understanding, as if conveying tactics that only they could comprehend. Battle is about to break out. One of the bodyguards was the first to attack, rushing towards Jiang Ning like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Jiang Ning remained calm and composed, slightly shifting his body to the side to easily dodge the swift attack. He then followed up with a powerful whip kick, striking the bodyguard squarely in the waist. The bodyguard grunted and flew out like a kite with a broken string, knocking down his 2 companions behind him. Seeing his boss make a move, Lei Long didn't stand still either. He roared and charged into the group of bodyguards. With his strong physique and fierce boxing skills, bodyguards fell victim to his attacks wherever he went. His fists were as fast as lightning, each punch carrying immense force, striking the bodyguards with dull thuds. A bodyguard attempted to ambush Lei Long from behind, but Li Bing stepped forward and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the bodyguard's chin, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Xiao Dao, on the other hand, moved with the agility of a monkey, darting freely among the bodyguards. He skillfully used his physical advantages to constantly evade the bodyguards' attacks while searching for their weaknesses. Although he didn't carry a knife, his hand-to-hand combat skills were quite impressive. He dodged left and right, then suddenly raised his leg high and kicked a bodyguard in the temple. The bodyguard swayed and fell straight down. Lung Yu and Jasmine worked together seamlessly. Lung Yu took the lead in the attack. His long legs were powerful and fierce, and he kept launching attacks on the bodyguards. Jasmine was responsible for defense and support, and she could always step in to resolve any danger Lung Yu encountered. Their coordinated advance and retreat left the surrounding bodyguards completely bewildered. Song Si and Xiao Yizioxiatzi didn't need to make a move. They simply stood behind Jiang Ning to prevent anyone from ambushing him. Although the bodyguards of the 6 major interest groups were numerous, they gradually lost their composure under the fierce attacks of Jiang Ning and his group. The hall was in complete chaos, filled with screams. All the conference tables and chairs were overturned, and decorations were scattered all over the floor. Representatives from Baja and the 6 major interest groups had retreated to a corner of the conference hall. Don't act recklessly, someone in the group of bodyguards shouted. Those who survived in Sambiampo and became the boss's bodyguards were all well-trained and experienced in combat. Seeing that their opponents were formidable, they quickly adjusted their tactics and began to cooperate, attempting to wear down the righteous side with sheer numbers. Faced with the enemy's tactical adjustments, the generals did not back down in the slightest. While fighting, Jiang Ning observed the battle situation and noticed a slight gap in the coordination between the bodyguards. Counterattack. He immediately gave his teammates a wink, and they all instantly understood. Lei Long and Xiao Dao intensified their attacks, drawing the attention of most of the bodyguards. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity and dashed into the gap like an arrow, with Lung Yu and Jasmine following closely behind. Bang bang bang. The bodyguards were beaten like punching bags by Jiang Ning and his men, completely powerless to fight back. Moments later, the conference hall was in a mess, with bodyguards lying sprawled on the floor groaning. Jiang Ning turned to look at Baha, Pang Bing, and the others hiding in the corner of the conference hall, a mocking smile on his lips, and asked, "Want to live?" Jiang Ning, do you think you can beat my bodyguards, or my hundreds or thousands of henchmen? Pang Bing shouted, "Guards! Guards!" However, his voice only echoed inside the conference hall. Outside, Sand and stones were flying everywhere, and no one responded. Damn this weather. Peng Bing took out his phone to call the armed bodyguards outside, but was surprised to find that the phone had no signal. Everyone else was in the same boat. Their cell phones had no signal. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ning laughed loudly, pulled over a chair and sat down, looking at everyone and saying, "Should we call for help? Go ahead and do it." "Bastard!" Peng Bing shouted and turned to run out of the conference hall. Despite being called a conference hall, it was actually just a huge pavilion surrounded by a wooden railing about half a person's height, which one could easily leap out of. However, as soon as Peng Bing escaped from the conference hall, he was lost in the sandstorm. The sandstorm created by Ono Shasho's magic circle was actually an illusion. Those outside the magic circle cannot see the sandstorm, nor can they see what's happening inside the magic circle. For those inside the magic circle, any attempt to call for help is futile. Signals will be cut off, sounds will be silenced, and they will be completely cut off from contact with the outside world. Furthermore, this magic circle will imprison everyone. Half a minute later, Peng Bing walked back from the sandstorm, dazed and confused, his eyes wide with surprise. How did I get back? It turned out that after entering the sandstorm, he vaguely followed the path he remembered and walked out. As he walked, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought he had left the sandstorm area. In reality, it was something like being ghostly mazes, and he returned to the starting point. Chapter 568 Establishing Authority. What? You're reluctant to leave this place? Jiang Ning teased. Xiao Xiaozi, standing to the side, revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Perhaps you are not very familiar with metaphysics, so let me explain it to you. You are currently inside the wind wall formation. The wind wall formation has imprisoned everyone, and no one can get out. Don't think about making phone calls or calling for help. It's pointless. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. No one can get in from outside, and no one can get out from inside. Similarly, don't even try to escape. Everyone only has 3 chances to enter the sandstorm. The third time, you will be lost forever." Jiang Ning, you are so insidious. Peng Bing said coldly. How can you call this insidious? Jiang Ning said with a smile. I just wanted a quiet environment for us to discuss cooperation, without being disturbed by the outside world. Jiang Ning gestured to Lei Long and the others to lift the table, and then to lift the chair in the main seat as well. He gestured for Baha to sit down. Mr. Baha, I'm not very satisfied with the first half of this meeting. How about this? You take the lead in the second half of the meeting, and I hope everyone can sit down calmly and have a proper discussion about cooperation. Baha gritted his teeth, his face showing displeasure, but he was currently being threatened and had no choice but to comply. Hi. With a heavy sigh, Baha forced himself to sit in the main seat. Gentlemen, what are you all standing there for? Take your seats. Jiang Ning ordered people to lift up the dilapidated chairs, some of which were too bad to sit on. When everyone came to the table, they could only stand. The scene at that moment was that Baha was sitting at one end of the long table, and Jiang Ning was sitting at the other end. Representatives of the 6 major interest groups on both sides of the table could only stand. These people were the #1 bullies in Sambiampo. When had they ever suffered such a loss? Their anger continued to escalate, and they attempted to challenge Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, don't even think about stopping us with this method, one representative said. We are not afraid of you. However, before he could finish speaking, Lei Long stepped forward and slapped him, causing him to spit out blood and several teeth. That meant he was on the verge of collapse, but Lei Long grabbed him by the collar, pulled him in front of Jiang Ning, and kicked him to his knees in front of Jiang Ning. Repeat what you just said to our boss. Lei Long said fiercely. Wah! The man was stunned by the beating, and the intense pain made him dare not offend Jiang Ning again. The other 6 looked at it, some with fear on their faces, and others with disdain. Some people aren't afraid of death, so why would they be afraid of being beaten? Jiang Ning, stop this. I'll give you 100,000 hectares of land, and you release these people. Baha said. Mr. Baha, it seems you didn't understand me. Jiang Ning smiled. I said 1 million hectares, 1 million. Can't you count? Jiang Ning had no good impression of Baha. Greedy, cunning, and deep down he doesn't respect himself at all. He always felt that renting 100,000 hectares of land to Jiang Ning was a favor to Jiang Ning. So he acted superior and demanded that the rent be 3 times higher than normal. Jiang Ning had wanted to deal with him for a long time. Jiang Ning, don't go too far, said a balding, overweight man. You should know that if our 6 groups join forces, we can dominate half of Sambiampo. Come on, come on. Jiang Ning beckoned to the fat man. I can't hear what you're saying. Come up to me and say it loudly. The fat man, being one of the more decisive representatives of the 6 major interest groups, gritted his teeth, walked up to Jiang Ning, and said, I'll say it. Snap. Jiang Ning slapped him across the face, and half of his face was swollen. You just say what I tell you to say? How come you're so obedient? Jiang Ning sneered. Enraged by Jiang Ning's trickery, the fat man raised his hand to slap Jiang Ning, yelling, You son of a bitch. However, before his hand could even reach Jiang Ning, it was broken by a flying leg kicking upwards. Click. The sound of flesh and bone tearing was clearly audible to everyone. The fat man's arm was also bent in the opposite direction, and a piece of bone was protruding from his forearm, a shocking sight. The fat man was in so much pain that he was grimacing and on the verge of a breakdown. You dare to disrespect President Jiang? It's already lenient of you not to take your life. Lei Long said coldly. Brother Long, why are you so irritable? Jiang Ning said with a smile. Jasmine, quickly bandage this gentleman, otherwise he might suffer from aftereffects. Jasmine understood immediately, stepped forward, grabbed the fat man's arm, and forcefully bent it back into place. The doctor screamed in agony, and the fat man fainted from the pain. President Jiang, there's no anesthetic. That's how it is. There's nothing I can do. Jasmine spread her hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. So tragic, so tragic. Jiang Ning shook his head and sighed, his gaze then falling on Pang Bing and Baha. I'm only asking you for 1 million hectares of farmland, not killing you. So why bother? Jiang Ning waved his hand, and Lung Yu handed him a contract from behind. Thud. Jiang Ning slammed the contract on the table. This is the contract I've drafted. I'm determined to get 1 million hectares of land. As for how you two can vacate this land, you can discuss that yourselves. Jiang Ning, don't even think about succeeding. Pang Bing shouted. If you dare to touch me, my Yunlong Chamber of Commerce will tear you to pieces. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is indeed the most powerful and influential of these 6 interest groups. Moreover, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest arms smugglers in the area, backed by a powerful armed force. In this land, there is no law. Whoever is strong has the right to speak. The other 5 major interest groups are so arrogant because they have Pang Bing backing them up. Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Heh, Jiang Ning sneered. If your Yunlong Chamber of Commerce goes against me, you're doomed. As he spoke, Lei Long darted forward and reached out to grab Pang Bing. Pang Bing dodged and shouted, How dare you? If you touch me, I'll make you wish you were dead. So noisy. Jiang Ning gestured to Xiao Dao. Give him some serious work. Okay. Xiao Dao rushed over and kicked Pang Bing with incredible speed. Although Xiao Dao was not as strong as Lei Long, he was faster. This kick was unexpected and landed on Pang Bing's abdomen, making him kneel on the ground. The next second, he stepped forward and grabbed Pang Bing's hair, forcing him to look him in the eye. Is the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce so powerful? Fine, then I'll kill you today and see what the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce can do. As he spoke, Xiao Dao revealed a sinister smile, his lips moved, and a sharp blade appeared on the tip of his tongue. He took out a razor blade and sliced it across Pang Bing's cheek. In an instant, a 10-centimeter long, deep gash that revealed the bone was torn open. Blood flowed down her cheeks like a small waterfall. Chapter 569, Securing the Contract. You dare. Pang Bing never expected that the other party would actually dare to use a knife against him. You should know that he has been living under the spotlight since childhood as the nephew of the president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and he has never suffered a loss in Southeast Asia. Afterwards, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce grew stronger and stronger. He represented the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Sambiampo. With a stable backer, he quickly rose to prominence and became a prominent figure there. But today, someone actually grabbed his head and started operating on his face. Before this, no one dared to imagine such a scene would occur. Why wouldn't I dare? Before Pang Bing could finish speaking, Xiao Dao slammed him to the ground and twisted one of his arms behind his back. Not only will I kill you today, but before I do, I will torture you terribly so that the people of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce can see what will happen to them if they oppose us. As Xiao Dao spoke, he snapped the knife open forcefully. Click! Pang Bing's arm was broken off. Oh! Pang Bing screamed in pain, almost fainting from the agony. You have to understand, this was a brutal snap. How many people could endure that kind of pain? Those around felt a chill run down their spines, and no one dared to utter a word. Meanwhile, the torment inflicted by the knife continued. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce tried to infiltrate Haiqing, but our Zhanghai Consortium drove them out of Haiqing. Even your chairman's godson was burned alive. Don't you remember this? Xiao Dao gritted his teeth and slashed Pang Bing's heel with a blade. Oh! A pitiful scream rang out. It was clearly the Achilles tendon of one foot, severed by a knife. I've taken one of your arms and one of your legs first. How about that? Still being stubborn. Xiao Dao's sinister smile completely terrified Pang Bing. You have to understand, unlike those who rise from the bottom through bloodshed, this confidant of the chairman is essentially a playboy. His usual arrogance stemmed from having powerful backers, but now that he was truly facing death, his courage had been completely shattered. Xiao Dao continued, after we drove you out of Haiqing, your Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was unwilling to accept it and wanted to assassinate my boss, President Jiang. A few months ago, all the members of your Mandu branch set off to join forces with the elite team of Xianglong International to hunt down President Jiang in the mountains. What was the result? The entire team was wiped out. What qualifications does your Yunlong Chamber of Commerce have to fight against us? Those around were horrified upon hearing this, because they were unaware of the many stories between the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and Jiangning. Moreover, it seems that Jiangning has been in the upper hand throughout the confrontation. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's influence in Haiqing was wiped out, and Pang Yunlong's godson was burned alive. Afterwards, the Mandu branch was completely destroyed. It seems that the one in charge of the Mandu branch was Pang Yunlong's eldest nephew, who was the eldest son of another of his brothers. Jiang Ning has repeatedly killed high-ranking members of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and Pang Yunlong's confidants, and now Pang Yunlong is powerless to do anything about him. On the contrary, today, Pang Bing, another nephew, is also going to be killed by Jiang Ning. A chill ran through everyone as they realized that Jiang Ning, whom they were facing, was not a timid outsider, nor a weak businessman whom everyone could bully, but a terrifying demon. Mr. Pang, do you have any last words? Xiao Dao's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke, the blade in his hand pressed against Pang Bing's neck. Pang Bing was so scared that he wet himself. He remembered that Jiang Yi and Pang Shan had both died tragically at Jiang Ning's hands, and the last bit of courage in his heart vanished instantly. Don't kill me. I won't fight you. Say whatever you want. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Pang Bing lay on the ground and wailed loudly. Too late. Little Knife sneered. It's too late to say all this now. But you should be glad that at least I'll leave you with a whole corpse after I kill you. Then, he leaned close to Pang Bing's ear and said teasingly, say thank you to me. Wow. Pang Bing was so frightened that he burst into tears, completely losing his usual arrogant demeanor. This scene left the representatives of the other interest groups present completely speechless. Even Baha was so frightened that his face turned pale and his fat body trembled like a leaf. The others retreated to a corner, afraid to look at what was happening before them, fearing that this was what they would suffer next. All right, Jiang Ning waved his hand and said to Xiao Dao, since he has realized his mistake, we should give him a chance. Then, he stood up and walked up to Pang Bing, looking down at him and asking, 1,000,000 hectares of land. Is that too much for me? Not many, not many. Pang Bing said repeatedly. That's more like it. Jiang Ning smiled and looked at everyone. What do you think? Is my request excessive? Not at all, not at all. The crowd responded with a few words, heads bowed, not daring to meet Jiang Ning's gaze. Mr. Baha, what do you think? Jiang Ning's gaze fell on Baha, who was instantly startled. No, not at all. Although Baha is a local landowner, his overall strength is still inferior to that of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. He simply has more say in land matters. Jiang Ning doesn't even respect the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, so naturally he's even less likely to be respected by Jiang Ning. He now has a very clear understanding of his own position. Very good, Jiang Ning said. Then, let's sign the contract. All of you must sign and put your fingerprints on it. Then, whoever vacates a certain amount to transfer to me will sign another small contract. Yes, yes, yes. Baha urged everyone. Come on, everyone sign first. Jiang Ning gave Lei Long a wink. Wake that guy up. A representative of an interest group was knocked unconscious. Lei Long picked up a water bottle and poured water directly on the man's head, quickly waking him up. Everyone came to the table and began to sign and affix their fingerprints. Then, under Baha's coordination, the task allocation began. Each of the 6 major interest groups contributed 150,000 hectares of land to Jiangning, which totals 900,000 hectares. Then, Baha filled in the final 100,000. A full 1,000,000 hectares of land were transferred to Jiangning. Moreover, the price in the contract is 80% of the normal rental price. The term is the maximum rental term of 20 years stipulated by local regulations, and the contract can be renewed unconditionally upon expiration, unless Jiangning does not want to renew the contract. Furthermore, the rent is paid once a year. This is simply the most outrageous contract among all unfair contracts. However, everyone's lives were in Jiangning's hands, so they had no choice but to sign. Moreover, each party contributing 150,000 hectares of land would not be bankrupt and could still sustain themselves. Luo Wei's condition was to acquire 30% of the industry share. The total cultivated land area on the 3 slopes is 3 million hectares, of which Jiangning has acquired 1 million hectares, accounting for 33.3% of the industry share, thus exceeding the target. Everyone, I apologize for today. I'll be hosting a banquet for you all in a few days, so please remember to come. Jiangning took the signed contract and led his men into the sandstorm within the magic array. Mr. Jiang, what will we do if you leave? Mr. Jiang, we've agreed to your conditions. Now just remove the magic array. Mr. Jiang. Half an hour after Jiangning left the villa, the magic array gradually disappeared. Chapter 570 Land God Day, Nguyen Manor. General Luo Wei, you can send armed forces to Sambiampo tomorrow, Jiangning said on the phone. In the name of my Huahai Society mercenaries. That's fantastic, Jiangning. I really didn't misjudge you. Luo Wei exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the phone. Although General Lo had noble blood, his mother was a peasant. His father met her when he went to the countryside for research. Her mother had a natural affinity for agriculture, and her biggest dream in life was to own a piece of farmland. General Lo did all this for 2 reasons. First, for his mother, and second, he also wanted to cultivate some indescribable crops. The latter was his main objective. Due to his status, Luo Wei has been unable to advance into this area for many years. Now that Jiangning has taken the lead and helped him acquire the business he's always dreamed of, he's overjoyed. I'll send all my private armed forces over there tomorrow, Ro said excitedly. In Sambiampo, it is difficult to gain a foothold without armed forces, especially since one has millions of hectares of land. Without the ability to defend it, it can be seized by others in no time. General Lo undoubtedly had the ability to protect these industries. What he needed was a proxy like Jiangning, so that he could have a legitimate reason to act. Luo Wei's private armed forces do not belong to the government, but they are numerous and nominally operate as mercenaries for the Huahai Society to protect farmland. In reality, Luo Wei sent his own people there to protect his own property and, incidentally, to protect Jiangning. The cooperation between the 2 parties is a win-win situation, both overtly and covertly. General Luo Wei, I have fulfilled my promise to you ahead of schedule and even exceeded it, Jiangning said. Shouldn't you also put the things you promised me on your agenda? Of course, I'm a man of my word, Luo Wei said. In another week, it will be the biggest festival for all jade merchants in Myanmar, the Earth God Day. On that day, I will take you to Ruan Xinghan's banquet, give him a strong recommendation, and bring you into the business. Land God's Day, Jiangning murmured. What kind of festival is that? A festival that brings all the major jade merchants in Myanmar together, Luo Wei said. Actually, This festival is not sacred. It was created by Nguyen Sing Han. Because the or comes from the earth, Nguyen Sing Han believed that the earth god had given them wealth, so he specially set up this festival. And these jade merchants also consider themselves disciples of the local earth god, which is why it is difficult for outsiders to enter their circle. Oh, I see. Jiang Ning nodded. Thank you for your promotion, General Luo Wei. Oh, you're too kind. We're cooperating. It's mutually beneficial. I should thank you for exceeding my expectations and completing the task for me. Luo Wei laughed loudly. By the way, you must arrive in Myanmar a day early. Why? Is it too late to make it that day? Jiang Ning asked. No, that's not it. General Luo Wei laughed. I wanted to have a celebratory drink with you. I see. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your kind words, General. Oh, you're saying that again. From now on, we're friends. Ha ha ha. 7 days later, in Burma, the drizzle that had been falling all morning finally stopped. Last night, Jiang Ning and General Luo Wei drank until midnight, and their relationship became even closer. If Luo Wei used Jiang Ning as a tool before, now he can be considered his favorite. He clearly realized how capable this young man was. People in the world admire strength, and Luo Wei is no exception. Jiang Ning's strength impressed him greatly, while Jiang Ning's personal charm deeply influenced him. In addition, Jiang Ning also has Bai Yushan, the Thousand Buddha Master, who is a first-rate gambler. Luo Wei is addicted to gambling, so this is a perfect fit for his tastes. Therefore, Luo Wei and Jiang Ning have established a solid relationship through their increasing cooperation. Jiang Ning can break away from Luo Wei. Even without General Luo Wei, there is still the Rakshasa Jiang Ning and General Luo Ning. However, Luo Wei is now somewhat inseparable from Jiang Ning. Because, so far, he has only seen one Jiang Ning, a Jiang Ning that can solve many problems for him. How did you sleep last night? Inside the luxury car, General Lo asked with concern. He was completely drunk and snoring loudly. Jiang Ning said. In reality, Jiang Ning had a high alcohol tolerance, but he pretended to be unable to hold his liquor. Ha! Luo Wei laughed loudly. From now on, when you drink with me, you'd better sit at the children's table. Ha! Jiang Ning didn't care. At 10 a.m., Jiang Ning was led by Luo Wei to a mansion on the banks of the Yangon River. The mansion was built on water, and the land and water within a radius of several kilometers all belonged to the mansion's owner. This is Wan Xinghan's manor. As the convoy drove into the estate, Luo Wei introduced to Jiang Ning. The Yangon River is the mother river of Myanmar and one of its important water sources. Only wealthy people like Nguyen Sing Han are qualified to live here. As they spoke, Jiang Ning looked out the car window and saw many men and women dressed in colorful costumes dancing gracefully and joyfully. Others are busy preparing delicious food. The scene was natural and harmonious. Today is the day of the earth god, and Nguyen Tan Han has invited many miners to the manor to celebrate the festival, to show his hospitality and friendliness. Oh, Jiang Ning nodded. Soon, the convoy arrived at the designated parking spot, stopped, and the group, led by attendants, went to a wooden building on the river. The wooden building was enormous, standing steadily on the river. Standing inside, feeling the gentle breeze from the river, was very pleasant. At that moment, a group of people dressed in ethnic costumes walked towards them. The leader was a thin man who looked to be in his 50s, with a short, white beard and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Beneath the glasses, 2 dazzling gemstone necklaces shone brightly. This man is Nguyen Sing Han, the largest jade merchant in Myanmar and the wealthiest man in the capital. Haha, General Luo Wei, I am honored that you could come to celebrate the festival with me. Wan Xinghan stepped forward and shook hands warmly with Luo Wei. Not at all. It's my honor to attend Mr. Ruan's banquet. Luo Wei also acted very politely. Nguyen Sing Han is a businessman and a prominent figure in Myanmar's underworld. His armed forces are comparable to Luo Wei's private army. I'm also fortunate to have my sister, Wan Xinghan said, pointing to the woman beside him. My sister, Via, has a close blood relationship with the noblewoman. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have had the chance to attend such a grand event as yours. Haha, General Luo Wei is too modest. Wan Xinghan said. Quickly, everyone, Please come in. I'll go and call my wife over so she can catch up with my sister. Wan Xinghan was indeed very busy today. After leading Luo Wei into a spacious room, he went out to greet other guests, without even glancing at Jiang Ning, who was standing next to Luo Wei. She glanced a few more times at Leng Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi behind Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, don't be in a hurry. It's not the right time to recommend you yet. Luo Wei reminded Jiang Ning, fearing he might be too anxious. I'm not in a hurry at all. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, but in his heart he was very certain. He won't even glance at me now, but I'll surprise him in a minute. Not long after, Wan Xinghan's first wife, accompanied by her maid, came to the group's room. Chapter 571. I want to join the game. Xinghan is too busy today, so he specifically asked me to come and greet everyone. Please don't mind. Supported by her maids, the first madam politely bowed to Luo Wei and the others. General Luo Wei, however, seemed somewhat displeased. After all, he is a big shot in Siam, and the chief security officer in the capital of Siam. With such a status, how could he not come to entertain me personally when he came to your territory? Nguyen Senhan? What do you take me for? Seeing Luo Wei's displeasure, his sister Luo Song quickly said, Madam, you're too kind. You are our cousin, and Mr. Wan is our cousin's husband. We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. Thank you for your understanding, sister. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. How have you been? Women are always the quickest to start a conversation, and the two of them soon began chatting, seemingly forgetting about Luo Wei, Jiang Ning, and the others standing nearby. Luo Wei felt a tightness in his chest, making him feel uncomfortable. However, he was not a reckless man. Although he was a general of Mandu, he was now on Mandu's territory and was a commander without troops. Therefore, dragons must coil up and tigers must lie down. He was originally there to do business, and as long as the other party could accept Jiang Ning, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Luo Wei also humbled himself and joined in the conversation between Luo Song and the first madam. After talking for about an hour, Jiang Ning became a little impatient. It's one thing to let it sit for a while, but what's the point of not showing up for so long? He glanced at Luo Wei, his eyes revealing a different meaning, the subtext being, I'm not here to play along with you today. Luo Wei took a deep breath and said, Madam, where is Mr. Wan now? I need to talk to him about something. Oh, he's discussing matters with those jewel merchants, the First Lady said. They usually don't allow outsiders to interfere in their conversations. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei became even more depressed. So we're all outsiders here. The first madam realized she had misspoke and said with a smile, Don't misunderstand. I meant that they have their own circles in business. But of course, our family ties are stronger than blood. Luo Wei sighed, glanced at the wall clock. It was almost 11 a.m., and the banquet would begin after noon. At the banquet, everyone was drinking and chatting happily, and with so many people around, it was inconvenient for Luo Wei to discuss the affairs of Jiangning with Wan Xinghan. Madam, actually, I wanted to talk to Mr. Wan about business. Luo Wei pointed to Jiangning beside him. This gentleman from China is also very interested in the jade industry and wants to do some business with Mr. Wan, so I brought him to the banquet as well. Oh, I don't know anything about business matters. How about this? Come with me. I'll go talk to Xinghan about it, the first madam said. She was easygoing and had an air of nobility, which made it impossible for Luo Wei to find fault with her. Jiang Ning, Luo Wei, and the others, along with the first madam, arrived at a spacious conference hall. They're having a discussion inside. I'll go call Xinghan. The first madam knocked on the wooden door. Excuse me for a moment? What is it? Wan Xinghan's voice came from inside the house. It's General Luo Wei who wants to see you. It's about business, the first madam said. A moment later, Wan Xinghan pushed open the door and came out, asking Luo Wei, General Luo Wei, why didn't you say so earlier that you had business to discuss? Don't delay us. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei felt a surge of anger. I told you a long time ago that I was going to introduce people to contract the mining area in the area, and now you're saying in front of Jiang Ning that I didn't tell you beforehand? Aren't you just putting me on the spot? But now that he needed Wan Xinghan's help, he suppressed his anger and said calmly, Didn't I come to tell you that? Ha! Wan Xinghan laughed, glanced at his watch, and said, Look, I'm busy right now. How about we talk in detail after today? Luo Wei frowned, thinking to himself, I'm the sheriff of Mandu. Do you think I have time to hang around here every day? Besides, I asked you to discuss business. How could you postpone it? You're clearly not giving me face. After today, I'll be returning to Mandu. I still hope we can discuss things now, and I hope you can make a decision in person, Rose said. Okay, 10 minutes. Wan Xinghan smiled slightly. That smile was so infuriating that it made Luo Wei's anger rise. This is clearly disrespectful to oneself. But he suppressed his final anger and said, I talked to you on the phone before. A good brother of mine wants to get into the jade business. He wants to come to Myanmar and contract some mining areas. Those inside the house overheard this, and several aggressive young men rushed out. One of them shouted, contracting out the mining area? How can we contract out our mining area to outsiders? Mr. Wan, we have no precedent for this. Jiang Ning is not an outsider. Luo Wei took out a document and waved it in front of Wan Xinghan. Jiang Ning owns a huge gold mine in Mandu and is a partner designated by our royal family. Moreover, Jiang Ning has now even sworn allegiance to my sister Luo Song, who is the first madam's cousin. We are all family. Luo Wei had anticipated that there would be opposition from some people, so he did his homework before coming here. This is enough to show that Luo Wei really cares about Jiang Ning. However, even Luo Song herself was unaware that Jiang Ning had become Luo Song's sworn sister. Her eyes widened slightly, and she involuntarily tensed up. Jiang Ning, however, was quite at ease, giving Luo Song a slight smile as if the two were already very familiar with each other. This gave Wan Xinghan a bit of a headache. The jade merchants in Myanmar are extremely xenophobic, and Nguyen Hs and Han especially does not want an outsider to join their ranks. But right now, he doesn't have a clear reason to refuse Ro, as that would offend Ro. Although he didn't give Ro much face, openly offending him was not a good thing. Ha. So we really are family. Wan Xinghan stepped forward, patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder, and said in an almost threatening tone, But it's precisely because we're family that I must remind Mr. Jiang that jade is not like a gold mine. The jade industry is complex and volatile. Many bosses who enter this industry have lost everything, some even their lives. And you look so young. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Wan. I will pay attention to these things. However, I am confident in myself, and I am sure I can do well. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Please give me this opportunity, Mr. Wan. Wan Xinghan frowned, feeling very unhappy. Can't you understand what Lao Tzu is saying? They didn't want you to get involved, but you still insist on getting in. He brought trouble upon himself. Well, to be honest, anyone who wants to join the jade industry in Myanmar has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. Wan Xinghan pointed to the people behind him and said, Which one of them didn't get through the tough times? You know, the jade industry is not a peaceful place. There are many merchants eyeing it covetously. You have to have real skills to keep them in check. Does Mr. Wan think I can't control him? Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Wan Xinghan remained silent, but a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He certainly felt that Jiang Ning couldn't be contained. A young man in his early 20s, relying on his connections with the Mandu nobility, thinks he can get involved in the jade industry in Myanmar? That's just wishful thinking. Yeah, the fact that you said that means you can't do this job. Wan Xinghan replied directly. Chapter 572 Assessment. This made Luo Wei lose face. Luo Wei said, Mr. Wan, you didn't say that on the phone before. You said you could trust the people I introduced. Of course I trust the people General Luo Wei introduced. They're all on my side. Wan Xinghan said. However, trust and doing business are two different things. What we do may seem glamorous in public, but in reality, there are always life or death situations behind the scenes. General Luo Wei certainly understands this. The jade industry in Myanmar is essentially a gang industry, and Nguyen Hsi and Han is just a big gang leader. Although they monopolize the jade industry, it doesn't mean that no one opposed them. This industry is so profitable that there are always people from all walks of life trying to stir up trouble. If it weren't for Wan Xinghan and his brothers risking their lives together, they wouldn't have such a large business today. Therefore, Wan Xinghan's minimum requirement for members entering the jade industry is that they must have strong abilities, at least be very capable in combat. But when he looked at Jiang Ning, He saw that she was fair-skinned, gentle, and mild-mannered, like a flower in a greenhouse. Therefore, he no longer wanted to give Luo Wei any face and bluntly said, "Based on my many years of experience, Jiang Ning is not suited for this line of work. If you insist on getting a share, I can give you a job as a personnel manager in the jade industry. Because we often lack low-level mining workers, if you could register a human resources company in Jiangning and bring in a group of laborers from China, that would be a good option." That's a very harsh thing to say. So he was the one feeding Jiangning. This made Luo Wei's expression even more unpleasant. "Mr. Ruan, I'm here to contract the mining area." Jiangning smiled slightly. "I'm not here to work in human resources. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Ruan Xinghan frowned. "You're simply not suitable." "How do you know I'm not suitable?" "I think you just don't want me to join," Jiangning said, turning to General Luo Wei and putting pressure on him. "General Luo Wei, it seems your influence is only useful in Mandu." These words made Luo Wei blush even more. Jiangning kept his word and exceeded his target, helping him secure more than 30% of the agricultural market share in Sambiampo. When it came to my turn, I made a complete mess of things. I'm so ashamed I can't face anyone. Luo Wei looked at Ruan Xinghan with a hint of anger in his eyes. "Mr. Ruan, we're all on the same side. Are you not even going to give us one chance?" He believed he had never mistreated Nguyen Sun Han, and he always treated him very well whenever Nguyen Sun Han came to Mandu to discuss business. As a result, he treated me so unwelcomingly on my first visit to Myanmar. That's outrageous. Ruan Xinghan had actually given Luo Wei a lot of face. He felt that allowing Jiang Ning to cooperate with the mining area's personnel department was already a favor to Luo Wei. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother with Jiang Ning. But right now, he could see that some unpleasantness had arisen between him and Luo Wei because of Jiang Ning. The person who started this whole thing was Jiang Ning. Thinking this, Ruan Xinghan felt a sense of disgust towards Jiang Ning. This kid is courting death. However, under these circumstances, Ruan Xinghan would naturally not make a move against Jiang Ning. He felt that Jiang Ning was too naive. If he were given a little difficulty, Jiang Ning would back down. "Huh." Ruan Xinghan suddenly burst into laughter and said to Luo Wei, "How could I not give General Luo Wei a chance? Follow me." Ruan Xinghan pushed open the conference room door and led everyone inside. Inside the conference room sat a dozen or so jade tycoons, chatting and drinking tea. What the first madam was talking about as business was nothing more than these top jade tycoons chatting idly. Ruan Xinghan led Jiang Ning and others into the conference room and said to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, today a businessman from Mandu wants to join our industry and contract part of the mining area in Myanmar. I personally have no objection to this, because he is a new member of my wife's family. Does anyone have any objections?" Although everyone looked at them with hostility, they all shook their heads. After all, Ruan Xinghan is the boss, and he has said he has no objections, so why would anyone else have any? Ruan Xinghan nodded in satisfaction. "Very good." Luo Wei, standing to the side, was also delighted and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Mr. Ruan, that's impressive." Ruan Xinghan smiled mysteriously. "General Luo Wei, it's too early to be happy. Joining our jade industry is something I can easily arrange with a word. However, if you want to contract a mining area in Myanmar, it won't be so simple. You'll need the approval of the gods." "Approved by the gods?" "That's right," Ruan Xinghan said. "Only by gaining the approval of the Earth God can one join our team." Then, he waved to everyone. "Everyone here has been tested before they had this opportunity." "What kind of test?" Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. "Come on." Ruan Xinghan patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder, walked to the window, and looked at the Yangon River flowing slowly at his feet. "Do you see that boat on the shore?" He pointed to an old-fashioned pleasure boat on the shore and said, "That's the Tada Land God pleasure boat. There's a handful of yellow soil from the mining area on board, which is covered with gold leaf. We call it a lucky charm. Every year on the Day of the Earth God, we have an assessment to recruit new members. As long as you can get the prize from that boat, you are considered qualified." Then, a strange smile appeared on his face again. "Do you think you can do it? What's so difficult about that?" General Lo smiled to himself. "General Luo Wei, it's not what you think. Yuan Xinghan said. For 10 years in a row, no one has won the prize from above. Because that Tada ship is very fast, and it is swimming forward in the water, the people who participate in the assessment have two ways to get on the ship and win prizes. First, during the first few kilometers after the boat starts moving, it travels close to the shore. Participants can use their superior physical abilities to jump onto the boat and win prizes. Secondly, if the ship enters the river, the participants will need to cross some streets in the city to reach the river fork, because the Tada will stop and rest at the river fork, which will be the last chance for the participants. The journey from the cruise ship to Hechuan takes about an hour. In other words, if the first method fails, the examinee must, within 1 hour, by any means necessary, get to the river fork and board the boat to collect the prize. Yuan Xinghan looked at Luo Wei. General Luo Wei, I'm giving you Face and Jiang Ning this opportunity by making an exception for you to participate in the assessment today. As for whether you can seize the opportunity, that's up to you. Luo Wei was preoccupied and didn't know what to do. They had already agreed to bring Jiang Ning into the game, but now they've pulled this stunt. You need to understand, everyone has to participate in this assessment, even my relatives. Yuan Xinghan spread his hands. That's the rule. Chapter 573 Fierce Battle, Part 1. Although I don't get involved in business, Xinghan is right about this. The first madam pointed to the people in the room. Every one of these people has received a prize on the day of the Earth God. Yuan Xinghan shrugged and said sincerely, there were originally candidates for this year's Earth God Day, but it doesn't matter. He can have it next year. I'll give you this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Yuan, Jiang Ning nodded. According to Yuan Xinghan, to win the prize, one must consider the candidate's physique and intelligence. As long as you find a way to get on the ship, you can win a prize. If you can't get on a boat beforehand, you'll have to rely on your physical strength to get through a section of the city and reach Hechuan within an hour. Remember, no tools allowed. Yuan Xinghan waved his finger. Otherwise, it will be treated as cheating and you will be disqualified. Good. Jiang Ning nodded. Ha! General Luo Wei, who was standing to the side, was very satisfied with this. He patted Yuan Xinghan on the shoulder and said, next time you come to Mandu, I will treat you well. Haha, no need to be so polite. Yuan Xinghan said. When does the assessment begin? Jiang Ning asked. At any time. Yuan Xinghan snapped his fingers at the people behind him and said, let's start preparing. In fact, every year before the banquet, there is a lucky draw activity on the day of the Earth God. This is also one of the biggest highlights of the festival. There are sometimes many candidates for this prize-grabbing activity, and sometimes only one. All candidates must meet certain qualifications to become one. There was originally one candidate this year, but Yuan Xinghan just temporarily passed on him, which is equivalent to giving Jiang Ning a special opportunity. However, Jiang Ning's gaze towards Yuan Xinghan occasionally revealed a cold glint, suggesting that this matter of vying for the prize was not so simple. Jiang Ning, you can start preparing now. Yuan Xinghan said. In 5 minutes, the Tadao will begin its voyage, and your test will begin. Yes, Mr. Yuan, Jiang Ning said. 5 minutes later, on the Yangon River. The post-rain sunshine shone brightly on the Yangon River, making it sparkle. The Tada cruise ship is slowly sailing along the Yangon River toward the river bend. At the very top of the ship hangs a gold leaf, which is the lucky charm for this festival. The riverbank attracted a large crowd of onlookers, whose eyes were almost all fixed on Jiang Ning. The annual lucky draw event is always very exciting and thrilling. At this moment, Jiang Ning stood on the shore, his gaze fixed on the Tada ship. When the Tada started, it was running in a relatively narrow part of the river, only 5 or 6 meters away from the riverbank. With Jiang Ning's abilities, he could easily jump up from the riverbank and win the prize. However, to his surprise, the riverbank was already crowded with people, giving him no chance to get close to the river. At this point, Jiang Ning had a vague feeling that something was wrong. No wonder Yuan Xinghan's eyes were filled with malice. It turns out he had planned this all along. Jiang Ning followed the riverbank for about a kilometer. Everywhere he went, tourists crowded the riverside. There is a bridge over the river, which is the best way to get across. If you can get onto the bridge, you can jump on it when the boat passes underneath. However, The bridge was so crowded that there was hardly any room to stand, and Jiang Ning couldn't squeeze onto it at all. As the boat sailed into the wide waters, it moved far away from the shore. There was no other way but to cross the city and reach Hechuan within an hour, from where we would board the boat. According to the terrain, if Jiangning wants to get to Hechuan, he needs to pass through a vegetable market, then through a Buddhist temple, then through the downtown area and slums, and finally arrive at Sanchuan Wharf. All of this had to be done within an hour. If the time limit is exceeded, it is considered a failure. This task is quite challenging. Jiangning didn't have time to think much. He took a deep breath and rushed into the market like an arrow. Standing in his house on the Yangon River, Nguyen Hsin Han looked out at Jiangning as he plunged into the market. A cold glint flashed in his eyes again, and he muttered to himself in a chilling tone. "Young man, you have a path to heaven but choose not to take it, and you insist on venturing into hell when there's no way out. Do you think I'd let you join the Burmese jade industry? Dream on." His gaze was cold and disdainful, as if Jiangning were a pawn he could manipulate at will. "Haha, this activity is quite interesting," Luo Wei said from the side. "Yes, we hold such an event every year, and that's how we select talented people." Seeing Jiangning disappear into the market and vanish from sight, Wan Xinghan's lips curled into a sinister smile. "General Luo Wei, let him go on his own. We can't see it anyway. Let's just wait for the result. Come, let's have some tea." "Good." At this moment, the market was bustling with noise, and various shouts rose and fell. Jiangning sensed something was off as soon as he stepped inside. He was walking briskly through the crowd when suddenly, the surrounding vendors drew their long knives, their eyes revealing a fierce killing intent. It turns out that these seemingly ordinary vendors were actually arranged here in advance by Wan Xinghan. In previous years, the assessments have also included some obstacles. There might be people lying in ambush on the road, but definitely not that many, and they wouldn't be carrying weapons. Clearly, this time Wan Xinghan did not intend for Jiangning to reach Hechuan alive. "Kill!" A burly merchant rushed forward first, his long knife whistling through the air, aiming straight for Jiangning's head. Jiangning dodged the fierce attack with a swift movement, and at the same time kicked out, striking the merchant squarely in the abdomen. The vendor grunted and flew backward, crashing into a row of stalls. Seeing this, the other vendors swarmed forward. They surrounded Jiangning, brandishing their long swords, their blades flashing. However, Jiangning was already very familiar with these situations. He moved freely through the array of swords, his fists and feet moving with lightning speed. Each punch was accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Each kick sends the enemy flying several meters away. He would sometimes duck to avoid it, and sometimes leap into the air, as if he were in an empty place. A short vendor attacked from behind. Jiangning noticed it immediately. Without turning around, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to the short man's face, causing blood to splatter. During the fierce fight, Jiangning's clothes were torn in several places, but he was completely unaware of it and showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he looked quite pleased with himself. At this moment, all obstacles were meaningless to him. All he could see was the road leading to the river fork. Finally, after a fierce battle, the enemy merchants lay sprawled on the ground, groaning incessantly. Jiangning didn't stop at all and ran forward. The road ahead is winding, and taking a detour might waste a lot of time, while taking a straight line would require passing through a Buddhist temple. Jiangning chose the latter. He soon arrived at the Buddhist hall, where it was quiet and peaceful, with incense smoke curling upwards. However, Jiangning did not let his guard down. He knew that danger could strike at any moment. Sure enough, the moment he stepped into the Buddhist hall, several monks suddenly stood up, pulled out sharp weapons hidden in their robes, and pounced on Jiangning. Chapter 574 Fierce Battle, Part 2. "Oomph, you're quite the actor. I thought you were real monks." Jiangning sneered and took a few steps back. Enough with the nonsense. A monk wielding a staff launched the first attack, the staff carrying a gust of wind as it swept across Jiangning's lower body. Jiangning lightly leaped to the side. Another monk, wielding a monk's knife, slashed at the side. Jiangning dodged to the side, simultaneously grabbing the blade of the monk's knife and twisting it forcefully. The monk cried out in pain, and the knife slipped from his hand. At this moment, all the monks rushed forward and surrounded Jiang Ning. The monks cooperated well and launched continuous attacks on Jiang Ning. These monks are not as simple as they seem. They are all martial arts experts, each possessing unique skills. Their moves may seem simple, but they contain hidden secrets. Jiang Ning dodged while observing their weaknesses. He discovered that although these monks were skilled in martial arts, they relied too much on the routines of their moves. So Jiang Ning began to disrupt their rhythm. He launched an attack with wide, sweeping punches, then suddenly retreated, leaving the monks completely bewildered. Before the monks could react, Jiang Ning launched another offensive. The monks were thrown into disarray and retreated in defeat. A monk tried to ambush him from behind. Jiang Ning sensed the movement behind him, turned around suddenly, and used his knee to strike the monk in the abdomen. The monk bent over in pain, and Jiang Ning delivered a powerful punch, knocking him to the ground. Seeing this, the other monks launched an even fiercer attack, but Jiang Ning had already found their weakness and fought with increasing ferocity. Bang bang bang. In the end, all the monks collapsed to the ground, unable to fight. Jiang Ning clasped his hands together, bowed his head in worship before the large Buddha statue in front of him, and said, Amit Ba. Then, quickly leave the Buddhist hall. Behind the Buddhist temple lies a bustling downtown area. The downtown area was fine. Although it was bustling with people, nothing serious happened. Behind the bustling city center lies a slum. The streets here are narrow and crowded. Before Jiang Ning could catch his breath, the roar of a motorcycle came from behind. A group of bikers on motorcycles, wielding long knives, were seen chasing after Jiang Ning. The leader was a young man with dyed red hair. He was riding a modified motorcycle at great speed, brandishing a long knife and slashing at Jiang Ning while making incoherent noises. Jiang Ning dodged to the side, grabbed the motorcycle handlebars at the same time, and pulled hard, causing the red-haired youth to fall to the ground along with the motorcycle. Seeing this, other racers rushed up on their motorcycles. They rode their motorcycles around Jiang Ning, repeatedly slashing at him with their long knives. Jiang Ning nimbly navigated the narrow streets, sometimes using the surrounding environment to evade attacks, sometimes hiding behind cars, and sometimes climbing up the walls along the street. Whenever a group of racers approached, he would attack them and knock them off their motorcycles. A group of racers sped up from behind. Jiang Ning sensed danger and jumped up at the last second. The motorcycle sped past his feet, and Jiang Ning spun in midair, kicking the racer in the back. The racers lunged forward and crashed to the ground. However, at this moment, Jiang Ning witnessed an even more dangerous scene. The leader of the street racing gang pulled out a handgun and was aiming it at Jiang Ning. Hateful. Jiang Ning kicked away a motorcycle that was chasing after him and turned to hide in a nearby alley. Boom, boom, boom. The street racers caught up from behind again. However, Jiang Ning was hiding in a narrow alley, where motorcycles had little room to maneuver. Moreover, with the crowd surging into the alley, the noise and shadows made the gun of the street racing gang leader useless. Bang bang bang. The street racers and Jiang Ning engaged in a fight in the narrow alley. But they were no match for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning knocked them down one by one and arrived at the alley entrance. When the leader of the street racing gang at the alley entrance saw Jiang Ning's figure, Jiang Ning was already in front of him. He raised his gun to fire, but Jiang Ning kicked him away with a single move, sending his pistol flying to the side and landing squarely in a stinking ditch. Shall we continue? Jiang Ning asked the leader. The leader shook his head. Jiang Ning snorted coldly, got up, and ran out of the slum. Yangon River, three-way bend. On the shimmering yet subtly turbulent water, the Tada cruise ship exudes the vicissitudes of time, moving slowly forward like an ancient fortress. 45 minutes. The Tada did not arrive at Hechuan in 1 hour as Wan Xinghan had said, but rather 15 minutes earlier. This is clearly a scam designed to lower Jiang Ning's guard. However, Wan Xinghan did not think Jiang Ning could reach Hechuan smoothly, even if he had 2 hours. Wah! The Tada ship sounded its horn repeatedly, as if to say, Jiang Ning, I gave you a hint, but you're just not good enough. However, the next second, Jiang Ning appeared nimbly on the deck of the Tada. Even the sailors didn't notice when he boarded the ship. I'm just here for the prize. Excuse me. As Jiang Ning spoke, he walked towards the cabin, from where he could climb the ladder to the top of the ship to collect the prize. Stop him. The crew rushed forward. However, just like before, Jiang Ning took care of these people with a few punches and kicks. However, just as he was about to enter the cabin, he saw a tall, burly man walk out of the cabin. The burly man was tall and imposing, standing like a majestic mountain in front of Jiang Ning. The sheer oppressive presence he exuded was enough to terrify anyone with a weaker will. He exuded a fierce aura, and every breath he took seemed to make the surrounding air tremble. My name is Hanba, and I am the guardian of the prize. If you want to get the prize, you must get past me first. Hanba's voice was deep and hoarse, as if it came from the deepest hell, carrying endless contempt. There was never any talk of a guardian before. This is clearly Yuan Xinghan adding more drama. Jiang Ning's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. I must take the prize. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Hanba like an arrow released from a bow. His right fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, aimed straight at Hanba's face. This punch embodies the power of Jiang Ning's years of hard training. If it hits, an ordinary person's skull will surely be shattered. However, Hanba neither dodged nor avoided, but instead snorted coldly and met Jiang Ning's fist head-on with his forehead. With a loud bang, like metal colliding, Jiang Ning felt as if his fist had struck hard steel. A slight pain radiated from his fist, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. A head of bronze and arms of iron? Jiang Ning asked, somewhat surprised. Haha, is that all you've got? Hanba burst into loud laughter, his laughter filled with sarcasm. Immediately afterwards, he took a step forward, raised his right leg high, and swept it towards Jiang Ning like a huge iron pillar. The power of this kick was astonishing. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Chapter 575 Fierce Battle, Part 3. Inside the water park, Yuan Xinghan received a series of messages, and his face became contorted with rage. Just moments ago, he was happily drinking tea with Luo Wei, having already made up his mind about the matter in Jiangning. His men even set up betting odds, betting that Jiang Ning wouldn't last more than half an hour. As a result, less than an hour later, Jiang Ning found himself face to face with Han Ba on the boat. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. Yuan Xinghan's face was filled with anger, and he had lost his previous confidence. Luo Wei wasn't stupid. He had already realized the problem. Just now, after he saw Jiang Ning disappear into the vegetable market, he saw a group of people chasing after him with knives, and he knew there would be trouble. He also secretly sent his men to check the situation and learned that Jiang Ning had been tricked by Yuan Xinghan, which made him very angry. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough manpower this time, so he couldn't help Jiang Ning. He could only help him pass on messages from time to time. Therefore, during the time Luo Wei and Yuan Xinghan were drinking tea, Luo Wei was constantly worried about Jiang Ning, and the two of them were competing with each other. You insist on sending people to my place, huh? I'll show you that the people you send are simply not capable of standing on my laurels. Luo Wei, on the other hand, was mostly angry. Yuan Xinghan is indeed a shrewd and cunning businessman. They agreed readily on the surface, but secretly pulled this stunt. Luo Wei's trip to Myanmar was a complete disaster, and he was in a bad mood from beginning to end. Watching helplessly as his partner was schemed against by others, Luo Wei was extremely anxious. However, just as Luo Wei was about to intervene, he learned that Jiang Ning had broken through the encirclement and boarded the Tada ancient cruise ship. This surprised and made Luo Wei very proud. Jiang Ning, you're really great. You always show me your unparalleled and amazing strength at crucial moments. When he looked at Yuan Xinghan again, his entire aura was different. His eyes held a hint of disdain, as if to say, see, the people I recommended are far beyond the reach of your bunch of good-for-nothings. Sensing Luo Wei's contempt, Yuan Xinghan became even more furious. Although neither of them said anything, they were actually secretly competing with each other. At this moment, Leng Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi, having learned of the situation, also began to feel worried. They called Luo Wei aside and asked, General Luo Wei, my boss is being ambushed. Are you just going to sit idly by and do nothing? How could I sit idly by? I've also sent people to observe secretly, General Luo Wei said. Observe secretly? Lung Yu gritted her teeth. Forget it. I'll go help the boss myself. Don't go, Luo Wei said. If you go now, Jiang Ning will lose his eligibility for the assessment. What can we do? Should I just stand by and watch them do bad things to my husband? Lung Yu said. Trust Jiang Ning. Luo Wei gritted his teeth. Besides, my men are also observing from the shadows. Don't worry, I will guarantee your boss's safety. Lung Yu was still somewhat unsure, but she had great faith in Jiang Ning's abilities. She also knew that if she went to help, the boss would lose his qualifications, which would affect the overall situation. Since Luo Wei said he could guarantee the boss's personal safety, she would trust him this once. After all, if something happens to the boss, Luo Wei's business will also suffer huge losses. They are connected. Fight. The next second, Ruan Xinghan received a message on his phone from his subordinate. Don't worry, boss. The expert I hired, Hamba, has studied secret arts since childhood. He has a head of copper and arms of iron, and is invulnerable to swords and spears. No one can defeat him. Jiang Ning will not be able to get past him. A look of satisfaction flashed in Ruan Xinghan's eyes as he looked at Luo Wei with a hint of smugness. Come, General Luo Wei, let's have some tea. Please, Rose said with a forced smile. At this moment, on the Tada ship, Hamba swept his leg out at Jingning. The power of that leg was astonishing. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Jiang Ning didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he quickly crouched down and rolled away to dodge Hanba's attack. He had just stood up when Hanba's second wave of attacks surged in like a tidal wave. Hamba brandished his fists, each punch carrying immense force, the wind from his punches as biting and piercing as the winter wind. Jiang Ning dodged left and right, looking for an opportunity to counterattack during the gaps in Hanba's attacks. His figure moved quickly on the deck, like a black lightning bolt. The fight between the two became increasingly intense, and the Tada cruise ship rocked violently during their battle. Jiang Ning knew that Hamba had cultivated secret techniques that made him invulnerable to swords and spears, and his head was as hard as copper and as strong as iron. Although his own fists and feet were powerful, they could not cause him much harm. As the battle continued, Jiang Ning's stamina gradually depleted. He knew that this couldn't go on. Although his opponent couldn't hit him, he couldn't do anything to him either. The longer the battle went on, the more he would be exhausted, and the more dangerous it would become for him. Jiang Ning took a few steps back, but his eyes were incredibly firm. He secretly wondered if there were descriptions of martial arts techniques with bronze heads and iron arms in his family's ancient books. Nothing in this world is perfect, not even a head of bronze or arms of iron. Therefore, no matter how seemingly invulnerable the opponent may appear, they will always have a weakness. That weakness is Jiang Ning's only chance. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and pretended to be very tired. Hamba sensed Jiang Ning's exhaustion and intensified his attack. He rushed forward in one stride, raised his hands high, and then slammed them down on Jiang Ning as if Mount Tai were pressing down on him. Jiang Ning quickly dodged to the side, but Hamba's fist slammed heavily onto the deck, instantly creating a deep crater in the wooden planks. At this point, everyone in the water park also came out and stopped pretending. Ruan Xinghan's subordinate reported, Boss, on the Tada, Jiang Ning is engaged in a fierce battle with Hamba. This is the scene. He placed a laptop on the table, with the screen facing Nguyen Xinghan. The screen on the laptop showed Jiang Ning and Hamba fighting on the ship. This image is a multi-angle panoramic view captured by 8 drones working together. In an instant, everyone gathered around. In the scene, Jiang Ning was panting heavily, looking exhausted, while Hanba fought with increasing ferocity, as if he might devour Jiang Ning alive at any moment. Ruan Xinghan became even more smug and said to his subordinates, Let's zoom in directly on the projector and enjoy it. The subordinates quickly connected the computer to the projector and projected the image onto the projection screen in the Manners conference hall. Everyone watched the fight between the two on screen with rapt attention. At this moment, the fight between the two became even more intense. The railings around the Tada were shattered by Hamba's fist strikes, sending wooden fragments flying everywhere. The tables and chairs on the deck were overturned, leaving a mess. The ship creaked and groaned as their force impacted it, as if it were about to fall apart at any moment. The colorful gold leaf on the top of the ship was also teetering on the verge of falling. During this fight, Jiang Ning kept backing down, which was his way of observing his opponent's weaknesses. He discovered that when Hanba fought him, he paid great attention to protecting his buttocks. He never uses techniques like kicking with his back leg. They have never even turned their backs on themselves. Jiang Ning's fists and feet were now landing all over his body, even attacking his eyes. However, the opponent's eyelids were very tough. He put his hands into his eyelids, but he couldn't penetrate any further. So far, Jiang Ning has only failed to hit his back and buttocks. Based on this, Hanba's weakness should be in his back or buttocks. It is said that the cultivation of this kind of secretary requires drawing qi into the body, and the channel for drawing qi into the body is the weakness. After further deduction, Jiang Ning roughly came to a conclusion. Hanba's weakness is its anus. Chapter 576. My goal is to conquer everything. Rumble. Hanba's huge fist was still swinging fiercely. Half of the Tada ship was already submerged in the water, but thanks to the life-saving system on board, the half of the ship would not sink. While fending off Hanba's attacks, Jiang Ning searched for a suitable weapon. You can't exactly attack someone's anus with your bare hands, can you? That's not disgusting enough. At this moment, Jiang Ning noticed a broken mast not far away, its length and thickness just right. Taking advantage of the moment when Hanba attacked again, Jiang Ning flashed and ran towards the mast. Seeing this, Hanba thought Jiang Ning was going to escape, and he roared, "You can't escape." He turned and chased after Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning grabbed the mast, pulled hard, and held it in his hand. He had barely turned around when Hanba was already in front of him. Because Hanba was chasing closely and was on higher ground, he took advantage of the situation and slashed down at Jiang Ning's head with his foot. This posture, however, exposes the weakness. The opportunity has arrived. Jiang Ning dodged to the side, and at the same time thrust the mast forcefully towards Hanba's weak point. Hanba realized the danger and tried to escape, but it was too late. With a thud, the mast pierced Hanba's weak point. Oh! Hanba let out a shrill scream, and his body suddenly stiffened. His secret technique was instantly broken. His once hard skin began to become dull and lifeless, and his power quickly dissipated. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful flying kick. Hanba tried to block with both hands, but he was too weak to fight Jiang Ning. He staggered back several steps and crashed into the railing. Jiang Ning gave him no chance and stepped forward to deliver a series of Foshan shadowless kicks. The flurry of kicks left Hanba completely disoriented. By the time he realized what was happening, his face was already swollen like a pig's head. "Goodbye, brother." Jiang Ning smiled slightly, and with a powerful kick, sent Hanba flying, crashing into the Yangon River. Wow! A gasp of surprise erupted within the riverside manor. No one expected that Jiang Ning would defeat Hanba. Wow, that's awesome. General Lo looked like a smug young man, raising his fist and shouting. All the frustration he had felt that morning seemed to be released at this moment. "Xinghan, how's the person I introduced? Is he qualified?" "Ha ha ha." General Lo Wei patted Nguyen Sung Han on the shoulder, stood up, went to the bedside, and shouted towards the Yangon River, "Wow, wow. Mr. Jiang is really amazing." "Xiao Yi Xiao Xiaozi exclaimed. "Of course," Lung Yu said proudly. "How about it? Isn't it impressive to follow Mr. Jiang?" "Ha ha," Ono Xiaoxiatsi said. "His imposing presence is only one aspect, but it's truly rare to see someone so young yet so powerful. Given time, he'll be extraordinary." At this moment, Yuan Xinghan's face turned green. He never intended to involve Jiang Ning. The assessments in previous years were never as difficult as this year. This year, his goal is to kill Jiang Ning, so the number and quality of the people he sends out far surpass those of previous years. However, the game that I thought I was 100% sure to win was unexpectedly turned around. The almost impossible has happened. This put him in a very passive position. With so many people watching, I can't go back on my promise. However, Opening up the door for Jiangning means that Jiangning will have more opportunities to contract more mining areas in the future. However, Yuan Xinghan was an extremely cunning person. In his eyes, there were no emotions, only interests. He had just witnessed Jiangning's bravery. He managed to travel all the way from the vegetable market, through the Buddhist temple, the bustling city center, and the slums, fighting against hundreds of elite thugs who were all lying in ambush, armed with weapons, including firearms. This is absolutely hellishly difficult. However, Jiangning appeared completely unharmed. Most impressively, he single-handedly defeated Hanba, who had never been defeated before. Hanba is a legend in the local underground boxing world, and Yuan Xinghan had long heard of his name. His subordinates had just told him that the person brought on board to oversee things was Hanba, which made Yuan Xinghan feel even more secure. However, in full view of everyone, Jiangning defeated Hanba without any chance to fight back. Yuan Xinghan finally understood why General Luo Wei had made such a grand gesture, personally coming to Burma to recommend Jiangning. Jiangning is indeed a rare talent. If Jiangning can be used for his own purposes, he will be invincible in Myanmar. However, Jiangning was recommended by General Luo Wei and should be one of General Luo Wei's confidants. He knew that it would not be an easy task to bring Jiangning to his side. However, now that Jiangning is at his table, he can be considered one of his own. He has a way to gradually turn Jiangning into one of his own. In an instant, Yuan Xinghan's thoughts underwent a complete transformation, and his face lit up with pride. Haha, Jiangning is amazing, truly amazing. It's an honor for us to have such a talented person join our Myanmar mining industry. Yuan Xinghan's attitude changed quickly, and he even called to his subordinates, "Quickly bring Jiangning back, and we'll hold the initiation ceremony on the spot." It turns out that to join the jade industry controlled by Yuan Xinghan, one first needs to join the Tongsheng Society. The Tongsheng Hui, Same Life Society, advocates unity and solidarity, sharing life and death. After joining this association, Nguyen Sin Han would communicate with relevant government departments to issue a certificate granting mining area contracting rights to Jiangning. This authorization document is especially important. With this authorization, Jiangning could unconditionally contract various mining areas of all sizes within Myanmar. As long as the other party agrees and the price is finalized, there are no problems. Of course, the president of the Tongsheng Society was Yuan Xinghan. Jiangning joining the Tongsheng Society meant he became Yuan Xinghan's subordinate. However, Jiangning didn't care about any of that. His goals were far beyond what these people could even imagine. 15 minutes later, the speedboat sped back on the Yangon River. Jiangning sat at the back of the speedboat, full of pride and confidence. Afterwards, Jiangning entered the Manor's council hall, where he was greeted by a room full of applause. Heroes emerged from among the young. "Jiangning, you truly amaze me." Yuan Xinghan was very affectionate and enthusiastic at this moment, patting Jiangning on the shoulder and saying, "I was just telling General Luo Wei that you passed the test, and we will sign the membership agreement with you on the spot today." Then, Yuan Xinghan told Jiangning about the Tongsheng Association and the contracting rights. "Thank you, Mr. Yuan, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely treat this place as my home and work together with everyone to achieve common development," Jiangning said. "Good." Yuan Xinghan was overjoyed and waved his hand, saying, "Time's almost up. Let's get ready for the banquet." Ha ha ha. Today, his fellow members of the society welcomed a great general, and he was very happy. Luo Wei was also very gratified to have fulfilled his promise to Jiangning. At the same time, Jiangning's performance also made Luo Wei look good. This meeting was a win-win-win situation. Yuan Xinghan patted Jiangning on the shoulder and led him toward the banquet hall in a very affectionate manner, saying things like, "Work hard. We will all be your family from now on." Jiangning responded with a smile, but a cold smirk remained on his lips. "Relatives? Haha, that's impossible. My goal is to conquer you all." Chapter 577 Ultimate Appeal. At the banquet, Yuan Xinghan gave Jiangning a great deal of face and repeatedly said that he wanted to adopt Jiangning as his godson. This caught Jiangning completely off guard. "They used to see me as an enemy and were ruthless towards me. Now they've suddenly taken me in as their godson. This Yuan Xinghan is truly inhuman. This clearly shows that everything he did was for profit, without any regard for human feelings. General Luo Wei was even more frustrated by this. The person I recommended. You took him in as your adopted son? What's going on? Jiang Ning neither confirmed nor denied this, neither saying he would do it nor not. He simply smiled slightly. General Luo Wei disagreed. Xinghan, you've only met Jiang Ning once. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to adopt him as a son so soon? Yuan Xinghan laughed and said, some people remain indifferent even after seeing 1,000 faces, while others become inseparable after just one meeting. I think Jiang Ning has a good chemistry with me. Even if you have a good rapport, you can't be so hasty, Luo Wei said. These brothers of yours have been through thick and thin with you, and they've followed you for so long. Yet they're still just your younger brothers. But Jiang Ning was adopted as your godson the moment he arrived. What are they supposed to think? Luo Wei was right. Right now, all those underlings around them were eyeing them covetously. Luo Wei wanted to create that atmosphere, because he didn't want Jiang Ning to become Yuan Xinghan's adopted son. He had finally found such a capable partner, and they had just established a friendly relationship. He envisioned becoming brothers with Jiang Ning and supporting each other. But things turned out quite well. As soon as Jiang Ning arrived in Myanmar, he was spotted by that old fox Yuan Xinghan, who wanted to adopt him as his son. Isn't this stealing what someone else loves? Yuan Xinghan was also quite drunk, and indeed, he spoke rather hastily. He glanced around and saw the anger in everyone's eyes. Realizing he had been a bit rash, he quickly said, I was just joking. In reality, he was just acting. He genuinely wanted to adopt Jiang Ning as his godson. Because, despite his current control over the jade industry in Myanmar, as he gets older, his subordinates are starting to get restless. His son and daughter are both studying in North America and are not cut out for business. His younger siblings are all lazy and good-for-nothings. Therefore, although he appeared to be successful, he was actually fighting alone and was filled with fear and trepidation. He never knew when his people would rise up in rebellion, overthrow his rule, and replace him. Therefore, if he can successfully take over Jiangning, his position will be much more secure. However, seeing the intense emotions of the crowd, he hesitated. Just kidding, just kidding. Godfather, please accept my bow. But before Yuan Xinghan could finish speaking, Jiang Ning knelt down on one knee and kowtowed to him. This put Yuan Xinghan in a difficult position. Afterwards, Jiang Ning asked Lung Yu to bring him a bowl of wine, and drank it all in front of Yuan Xinghan. Godfather, I'll drink it all. From now on, I will follow you at your service and do my utmost for you. Yuan Xinghan did not expect Jiang Ning to be so straightforward. If he said it was a joke again, it would be unreasonable and would be tantamount to humiliating Jiang Ning. Furthermore, he really needed Jiang Ning as a capable assistant, so he disregarded everyone's opinions and took Jiang Ning as his adopted son. Good. Jiang Ning, from now on you'll follow me. The jade industry in Myanmar needs brave young men like you. Yuan Xinghan laughed and patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. In his plan, Jiang Ning was a key player. With Jiang Ning as his personal protector, let's see who dares to provoke me easily. We'll hold the ceremony when we get back to my residence tonight, Yuan Xinghan said with a hearty laugh, full of pride and smugness. Luo Wei, standing to the side, was furious. He looked at Jiang Ning, his eyes flashing with confusion. Did you have to do that? Was it really necessary? Jiang Ning smiled slightly. One day you will understand me. Depend on. Luo Wei was so angry that he swore. Yuan Xinghan, standing to the side, said, What's wrong, General Luo Wei? Are you unhappy about me taking on an adopted son? Jiang Ning is my brother. You should at least take him in as a brother. What kind of nonsense is it to take him in as an adopted son? General Luo Wei couldn't find any other excuse, so he brought up seniority. Isn't this taking advantage of me? Oh dear, I didn't think this through, Yuan Xinghan said with a disdainful laugh. But since Jiang Ning has agreed to be my adopted son, I suppose no one else has the right to object, right? Besides, through Jiang Ning's connection, aren't we even closer than family? Yuan Xinghan patted General Luo Wei's shoulder with a smile. Before, our relationship was that of brother-in-law and brother-in-law, But now, I'm your uncle, and we're even closer, aren't we? You call me nephew. Snort. General Lo, seething with anger, turned and left. Jiang Ning shook his head and sighed helplessly. These people all think they are the main characters in this play, and that everyone else is just a minor supporting character. Therefore, they naturally assume that others should cater to them. If you don't go along with them, they feel it's someone else's fault. These arrogant people. Jiang Ning ignored General Luo Wei's departure and turned to look at the crowd. He noticed that many of the people in the group did indeed have unfriendly eyes and seemed to be very dissatisfied with him becoming Yuan Xinghan's adopted son. Of course, most of the dissatisfaction was directed at Yuan Xinghan. If an outsider is taken in as an adopted son, what unity can our Tongxing association possibly have left? However, Yuan Xinghan also had his own plans. He had already seen through the ambitions of this group of people. He took over Jiangning to give them a warning and tell them that this industry is not just about you. I have elite troops and strong generals. You all better shut up. The banquet ended amidst undercurrents of tension. In the evening, Jiang Ning, Leng Yu, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi, and others were invited to Yuan Xinghan's residence. Nguyen Sun Han's residence is located halfway up a mountain, in an elegant setting, overlooking the night view of Myanmar's capital. The group followed Yuan Xinghan to the tea room, drank some local hangover tea, and then listened to Yuan Xinghan's detailed explanation. According to Nguyen Sing Han, 100 years ago, the jade and emerald trade in Myanmar was in a state of great chaos. His grandfather, Yuan Lengshan, was also a jade merchant. He was half Chinese and inherited the surname Yuan from his father in China. He also inherited the business acumen and courage of the Chinese people, and with his abilities, he conquered the north and south, unifying the entire industry. At that time, he established the Jade Industry Association, which received strong support from the government, and he contracted all the mining areas in Myanmar. However, the brothers who fought alongside Yuan Lengshan to conquer the world also needed to eat. Back then, they were all very loyal to each other. Yuan Lengshan later divided the mine into 8 equal parts, which he distributed to the other 7 brothers, keeping 1 for himself. In addition, Nguyen Lung Sun has been receiving dividends from the other 8 mining areas for generations, and has the right to take them back at any time. This is no different from the emperors of ancient times. The other 7 families were like 7 feudal lords. As time went on, the other 7 families grew stronger and took in more followers, threatening the Yuan family's position. By the time it came to Yuan Xinghan's generation, he used his intelligence and wisdom to stabilize the situation, founded the Tong Sheng Hui, Same Life Society, and brought everyone into the society to promote the idea of sharing life and death and helping each other through thick and thin. However, he found that as time went on, these people began to stir again. Therefore, although Yuan Xinghan appears to be enjoying great success, in reality, his situation is precarious. With all the feudal lords in the land eager to rise up, this emperor is in a very difficult position. Chapter 578 Mutual Exploitation, Hidden Motives. Jiang Ning understood his meaning after hearing this. My godfather recruited me here so that I could deal with them, right? Jiang Ning asked bluntly. Haha, you're quite clever, Yuan Xinghan said. Of course, I'm mostly just trying to intimidate them, to have you by my side and pose a threat to them. After all, you are still General Lo's good brother. They will be wary of you, both because of your personal abilities and your background. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, but cursed inwardly. Old fox, you really used me as a pawn. Sigh. Jiang Ning suddenly sighed, shook his head, got up and looked at the bustling night view outside the window, seemingly preoccupied. Jiang Ning, just say what you want to say. There are no outsiders here. Yuan Xinghan said. Godfather, you want me to make an example of you. That's true, but this method can only last for a while. Jiang Ning said. People's ambitions are constantly expanding. Since they already have the intention to overthrow you, the best way is to reshuffle the deck and establish new lords to protect you. If you don't eliminate them now, they will always pose a threat to you. Yuan Xinghan naturally understood this principle. He sighed and said, I would like to, but these 7 people are very powerful now. If I make a move, they will form alliances, and I will have a hard time. Jiang Ning understood from these words that Yuan Xinghan was still the strongest among them. However, he feared that if he took action, the feudal lords would unite, and he would be no match for them. Take them down one by one, Jiang Ning said. Eliminate the top leader with lightning speed. It's easier said than done. Yuan Xinghan sighed. Perhaps I can give it a try. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Oh. Yuan Xinghan looked at Jiang Ning expectantly, but pretended to be concerned and said, Jiang Ning, this is no joke. You have just become my son, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Godfather, you took me in here just to do things for you, Jiang Ning said bluntly. How about I help you deal with those ignorant fools? Yuan Xinghan's eyes lit up. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Sure enough, taking in Jiang Ning was the right choice. This guy prides himself on being smart, but in reality, it's all just youthful arrogance and petty cleverness. Yuan Xinghan pretended to be distressed and said, Jiang Ning, what you're saying is quite hurtful. Our relationship isn't just about using each other. I genuinely consider you my own son. As he spoke, he pointed to a mural on the wall, which depicted a group photo of his entire family. The girls here are all elites of our family. If you fancy any of them, tell your godfather, and he'll marry you. That way, we'll become even closer. Haha, that won't be necessary. Jiang Ning smiled, cursing inwardly. Old man, do you really think I'm one of those brainless young lads? You think I'm going to be grateful and work my life for you just because you gave me a woman? Looks like you're even more naive than me. Godfather, I can help you deal with those guys, but I have a condition. I wonder if you can grant it to your son. Jiang Ning said. You say, I want to take back all the mining areas they own and contract them out. Jiang Ning said. Would you object? Oh. Yuan Xinghan was very surprised. This kid has quite the appetite. It's important to know that Myanmar's mining areas account for more than half of the country's total mining areas, and its raw jade production accounts for 80% of the national total. He actually wants to take over such a huge industry? Do you have that ability? Jiang Ning, this is no small matter. I think we need to consider this carefully, Yuan Xinghan said. You could try contracting a few small mining areas first to get a feel for things. No need, Jiang Ning said decisively. In his previous life, he had a master jeweler named Quinn working for him to manage his jade business, and he was very knowledgeable about the jade business. Quinn was once a Tibetan monk who later joined Jiang Ning's team. He had an exceptional talent for judging jade, so Jiang Ning learned a lot about jade from him. With the experience from the previous life, managing the jade business in this life will not be a problem. As for the money from contracting jade mining areas, the role of gold mines becomes very clear at this point. With gold mining progressing smoothly, Jiang Ning's wealth is accumulating rapidly. With its current financial resources, Jiang Ning can secure contracts for most of the mining areas, even if it cannot contract for all of them. If we make a few more empty promises, we can take it all without any problem. If Godfather agrees to this condition, I will help Godfather deal with all the disobedient people, Jiang Ning said. Furthermore, all the mining areas' annual dividends will be given to Godfather, no less than the previous years. A sinister glint flashed in Yuan Xinghan's eyes. He initially underestimated Jiang Ning, but now he realizes that this young man is far more complex than he imagined. He is ambitious and decisive. Ultimately, Yuan Xinghan had absolutely no trust in Jiang Ning. Even if Jiang Ning can handle those disobedient guys, the fact that he has contracted all the mining areas and holds absolute power makes things even more dangerous. Jiang Ning, we're father and son now. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Yuan Xinghan began to appeal to emotions. If you really want to take over the mining area, that's fine too. You can take back the mining area in my name, and then I will hand over all the mining areas to you to manage. This sounds nice, but it's actually a trap. In other words, Yuan Xinghan wanted Jiang Ning to work himself to the bone to reclaim the mining area, but he himself held the reins of power over it. In the end, Jiang Ning was expected to manage the mining area for him and work for him. Jiang Ning naturally understood the meaning behind his words. So you old bastard, you want to squeeze every last drop of blood out of me. However, Jiang Ning also has his own plans. If Yuan Xinghan disagrees, Jiang Ning will have no legitimate reason to deal with those guys, and contracting the mining area won't be that easy. Therefore, He needed to stabilize Wan Xinghan first. What Godfather said is true. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. So, let's do this. I'll take care of those guys first, then get them to hand over the mining rights, and finally you can sign, okay? Ha ha, very good, very good. Wan Xinghan laughed with satisfaction. But you must be careful. If you can't handle those guys, run away as soon as possible. By the way, in order to avoid our base being exposed, I will not send you any help. You will have to do your best on your own. As he spoke, he patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. This is the first thing you will do after joining my family. If you do a good job, you will be able to secure your position as a descendant of the Wan family. I, Wan Xinghan, will also include you in the line of successors. Jiang Ning, I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. Chapter 579 The Fierce Battle of Burma, Part 1. Jiang Ning sneered inwardly. The old man makes me do the work, but he doesn't assign me any people. Moreover, if I make a mistake, you can completely absolve yourself of any responsibility. So you get all the benefits. However, Jiang Ning didn't care. Originally, there was no intention to borrow his people, because with Jiang Ning's abilities, there was no need for more manpower. Too many people make them more conspicuous and a burden. Okay, Godfather, wait for my good news. After speaking, Jiang Ning led Leng Yu and Xiao Yi Xiaozi away from Wan Xinghan's residence. Over the next day, Jiang Ning, based on the information provided by Wan Xinghan, and in conjunction with Xiao Yi Xiaozi's yin-yang techniques, conducted a follow-up investigation on the leaders of the other 7 major forces. Having thoroughly investigated the basic situation, Jiang Ning was finally ready to take action. It was another morning, and Jiang Ning stood on the street in Mian. The warm sunlight shone down on him without any obstruction, and the air was filled with a mixture of humidity and heat. Leng Yu and Xiao Yi Xiaozi stood on either side of him behind him, their eyes filled with determination and fearlessness. Today will be a memorable day. Jiang Ning's first target was Luanba, the powerful figure who controlled the port. These 7 factions that followed Wan Xinghan each had their own businesses. Luanba's ancestors rented the port years ago, and now their business is quite large. Luanba spends most of his time at the port. At this moment, in the port, huge containers are piled up like mountains, cranes swing back and forth, and dockworkers are busy shuttling back and forth. Luanba was a burly man wearing a plaid shirt and a thick gold chain, surrounded by a group of armed henchmen. Jiang Ning, Leng Yu, and the others broke through the dock security guards' defenses and entered the dock, where they faced Luanba. Kid, you've only just become Wan Xinghan's lackey, and you can't even hold back anymore. Luanba said disdainfully, a cigarette dangling from his lips. What? You want to make a move on me? Jiang Ning smiled slightly and said, I'm not personal. I'm talking about the matter. If you're willing to transfer all the mining areas under your name to me, we can be very good friends. What a joke. Luanba gritted his teeth and said, Who do you think you are, daring to covet my mining area? Jiang Ning sighed. Since that's how you put it, then there's no other way. Let's see who's the best. Then, he gave Leng Yu a wink. Draw away his men. Leng Yu nodded and charged towards Luanba's camp first. Luanba's men quickly surrounded Leng Yu and engaged in a fierce battle. Leng Yu found a breakthrough and ran towards the dense container yard, with his subordinates following suit. In the blink of an eye, gasps of surprise came from inside the container. Leng Yu's throwing knives weaved through the crowd, each strike precise and accurate, and enemies fell to the ground one after another. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Luanba roared and took a machete from his subordinate, then swung it at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning remained calm, dodging Luanba's attack by sidestepping, while simultaneously kicking him in the abdomen. Although Luanba was large, he was very agile. He quickly turned around, dodged Jiang Ning's kick, and continued to draw his sword and slash at Jiang Ning. At this moment, Ono Shoshozi formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Suddenly, a cold wind blew by, and the temperature in the port plummeted. Luanba's movements slowed noticeably, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Luanba begged for mercy to the air, as if he had seen something incredibly terrifying. It was Ono Shoshi's illusion that took effect. Illusions are most effective on people with inner demons. What Luanba is seeing now is probably the return of all the people he has killed, which is why he is so afraid. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to launch an attack, throwing a series of punches that left Luanba helpless. Finally, a powerful punch landed on Luanba's chin, knocking him to the ground. Then, he took out the contract he had prepared beforehand, took Luanba's hand, and pressed his fingerprint on it. After leaving the port, Jiang Ning and his two companions rushed to Chinatown without stopping. This is his second target. The boss, Chen Tianba, is a Chinese man who is proficient in martial arts. Chinatown is bustling with activity, with shops lining both sides of the street and a dazzling array of signs. Chen Tianba was sitting in the martial arts hall, dressed in traditional training clothes, with sharp eyes, followed by a group of disciples also dressed in training clothes. Jiang Ning stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Master Chen, I have heard that your ancestors were branch disciples of the Chun family Tai Chi school, which I greatly admire." "Humph." Chen Tianba snorted coldly, showing great disdain for Jiang Ning. None of these forces would treat Yuan Xinghan's adopted son well. "Master Chen, I'm here today to discuss leasing the mining areas with you," Jiang Ning said. "I want to lease all the mining areas under your name. I hope you can transfer them to me. I will give you a fixed rent and dividends every year." "What?" Chen Tianba looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief. "You brat, you don't know your own limitations." Master Chen, you're judging people by their appearance and underestimating them," Jiang Ning said. Chin-style Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, but with your temperament, it seems you're not suited to practicing Tai Chi. How dare you speak so rudely? Aren't you afraid I'll beat you to a pulp? Chen Tianba said through gritted teeth. "If you beat me to a pulp, I'll accept it. But if I defeat you, can we sign this contract?" Jiang Ning threw the contract in front of Chen Tianba. Chen Tianba snorted coldly. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Today I'll show you what I'm capable of." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Tianba launched the first attack, unleashing a powerful and forceful set of punches. Jiang Ning skillfully dodged Chen Tianba's attacks while searching for his weaknesses. Leng Yu and Xiao Zi watched from the sidelines, because they were basically not needed in this kind of one-on-one combat. Suddenly, Jiang Ning noticed a slight opening in Chen Tianba's punch. He quickly seized the opportunity and delivered a roundhouse kick to Chen Tianba's arm. Chen Tianba felt the pain, and his fist technique immediately lost its rhythm. Jiang Ning pressed his advantage, using several difficult leg techniques to corner Chen Tianba. Unwilling to accept defeat, Chen Tianba launched a final, desperate attack. Jiang Ning neither dodged nor evaded, but took Chen Tianba's punch head-on with his arm, while simultaneously kneeing him in the abdomen. Chen Tianba groaned and collapsed to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, Jiang Ning stepped on the back of his head, and Chen Tianba instantly felt like his head was about to be crushed. "Damn it, kill him!" Chen Tianba's disciples prepared to rush forward. Leng Yu also brandished her throwing knife. "Anyone who breaks the rules of the martial world, don't blame my throwing knife for being blind." "Stop!" Chen Tianba sighed and said, "I admit defeat. I am no match for you. Master Chen, you are getting on in years. I have been taking advantage of you." Jiang Ning handed over the contract. "I hope you can focus on running the martial arts school and promoting Chinese martial arts in the future. I will take care of the jade business for you." Chen Tianba shook his head helplessly and signed the agreement. It was already noon when I went outside. Under the blazing sun, Jiang Ning and his group arrived at a luxurious casino located in the city center. Chapter 580 The Fierce Battle of Burma, Part 2. This is the territory of Hassan, the third leader of the faction. Hassan was a cunning businessman who not only dealt in jade, but also ran casinos. In fact, the casinos were his biggest money-making tool, earning him even more than the jade business. Jiang Ning and his group entered the casino, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Hassan, seated in the casino's VIP section, saw Jiang Ning and gave him a disdainful smile. "Oh ho, what's the wind blowing today? Isn't this Mr. Ruan's godson? Come on, have a drink." Hassan ordered someone to open a bottle of beer and throw it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took the wine and drank it all in one gulp. "Impressive drinking capacity." Hassan laughed. "With Mr. Ruan by your side, your future is secure. Congratulations. Hassan, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you, Jiang Ning said. Talk about cooperation? Hassan sneered. You really think that just because you've become Ruan Xinghan's dog's son, you can be on equal footing with us? You're overestimating yourself, aren't you? Jiang Ning ignored him and said, Please transfer all the mining areas under your name to me. Holy crap. Hassan looked at Jiang Ning incredulously. Are you fucking drunk? I'll say it again. Please transfer the mining area to me, or I will take action. Jiang Ning said, You dare to cause trouble on my turf? You're courting death. Hassan waved his hand, and several experts surrounded him. These men all had fierce eyes and were clearly not to be trifled with. Boss, I'll go first. Lung Yu made the first move, rushing forward with a throwing knife in hand. Those experts seemed utterly powerless against Lung Yu. Upon seeing this, Hassan's expression changed drastically. He quickly called everyone over, while he retreated to the very back. The fight startled the people in the casino, and the scene descended into chaos. Hassan's men pulled out pistols and fired at Jiang Ning and his group. Seeing this, Ono Shosho Z used illusion magic, and the gunmen couldn't distinguish friend from foe for a moment, so they started shooting at each other. Hassan was terrified upon seeing this and turned to run away. But Jiang Ning had his eye on him for a while, and stepped forward to grab him by the collar. If you don't sign the contract, today is your death day. Hassan's life was threatened, leaving him with no choice but to compromise. In the afternoon, the dim sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In front of the Buddhist hall, the afternoon sun was scorching and languid, but it could not mask the tension and solemnity that permeated the air. This is the stronghold of another powerful figure, Dharma. Jiang Ning, Lung Yu, and the others stepped into the Buddhist hall, where the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood, creating a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. But beneath this calm lies a turbulent undercurrent. Bodhidharma appears to be a devout Buddhist, but he secretly controls a vast underground force, using his Buddhist temple as a cover to engage in illegal activities. At this moment, Bodhidharma, wearing a kasaya and holding prayer beads, sat upright in the center of the Buddhist hall, surrounded by a group of subordinates who were also dressed in monks' robes but had fierce eyes. You trespassed into the sacred Buddhist grounds with blood on your hands. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Bodhidharma spoke coldly, his voice devoid of any compassion. Because Jiang Ning's body is stained with the blood of several powerful figures from before. Jiang Ning sneered. Your use of Buddhism as a pretext to commit evil is the real blasphemy against Buddha. When Jiang Ning went to the Tada ship to snatch the prize, it was Damo's men who obstructed him, and even drew their swords and almost killed him. Therefore, Jiang Ning had long seen through these people. This time, Lung Yu struck first again. Her figure was as fast as lightning, and her throwing knives flashed with cold light as she headed straight for Damo's men. In an instant, tables and chairs flew everywhere in the Buddhist hall, and screams filled the air. Upon seeing this, Bodhidharma shouted, Disciples, form a battle formation. One by one, monks poured into the Buddhist hall from all directions, carrying knives, spears, and clubs, their expressions fierce and menacing. Kill! Almost simultaneously, everyone rushed towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was fearless, his feet moving nimbly, weaving through the blades like a dragon, skillfully dodging the attacks. At the same time, he seized the opportunity and suddenly rushed towards Bodhidharma, delivering a sharp straight punch straight to Bodhidharma's face. Bodhidharma hurriedly dodged, but was still hit by the force of the punch, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Ono Shosho was not idle either, her hands moving rapidly in the air as she performed yin-yang techniques. Suddenly, a black mist rose up inside the Buddhist hall. Bodhidharma and his men lost their way in the mist, and their movements became sluggish. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to launch an attack, with left hooks and right kicks, each move fierce and ruthless, leaving Damo with no chance to fight back. Even heaven can't stand the evil you've done, Jiang Ning said. You're not worthy to be a monk. Then, with a karate chop, he knocked Bodhidharma unconscious, took his hand, and pressed his fingerprint onto the contract. Afterwards, everyone left the Buddhist hall in the chaos. As evening fell, Jiang Ning and his group arrived at a luxurious villa in the suburbs. This is the home of Victor, the leader of another faction. Victor was not only a jade merchant, but also a major arms smuggler. His villa was heavily guarded, with armed bodyguards everywhere. The villa's gates slowly opened, and Victor, with a cigar in his mouth, walked out surrounded by a group of bodyguards. "You've got some nerve, daring to cause trouble on my turf." He had already received advance notice that 4 factions had been defeated by Jiang Ning and forced to sign contracts. However, in his opinion, those guys were all too weak. "He's just a hot-blooded young man. It's no big deal. Jiang Ning, I will not transfer my mining area to you. I advise you to get out of here now," Victor asked coldly. "Now that I'm here to get the contract," Jiang Ning said firmly. "You're asking for it," Victor said coldly. The next second, his men behind him all raised their guns and aimed at Jiang Ning and the others. However, at that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area, causing sand and stones to fly around the villa, making it impossible for the bodyguards to open their eyes. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Ning charged toward Victor like a cheetah. Upon seeing this, Victor quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist and fired at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side as the bullet grazed the hem of his clothes. He leaped a few times, arrived in front of Victor, grabbed his wrist, twisted it hard, and the pistol fell to the ground. Victor, having spent many years in the underworld, quickly drew a dagger and stabbed Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning remained calm, grabbed Victor's arm, and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then, he straddled Victor, pressing a dagger against Victor's neck. Sign or not sign? Soon, night fell, and the city's neon lights began to twinkle. Jiang Ning and his group arrived at the most luxurious hotel in the city center. He had received information that his 6th target was having an affair with his mistress at his hotel. Jiang Ning and his group took the elevator to the top floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they were stopped by a group of security guards. "What are you doing?" "I'm looking for Mr. Tacha. Mr. Tacha is busy and will not see anyone. Please leave." "What if I insist on seeing him?" "Court death." These security guards were well-trained, armed with batons, and poised to face any danger. Lung Yu's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. Her hands moved rapidly, the throwing knives drawing beautiful arcs in the air, accurately striking the security guards' wrists and knees. The security guards collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Ning led Xiao Yi Xiao Zi towards the presidential suite. While Tacha was still passionately entangled with his mistress in bed, he heard a mocking voice say, "You might be on the front page of the news tomorrow, right?" Oh. Tacha and his mistress were so scared they almost jumped out of their skin. Jiang Ning stepped forward and kicked the contract onto the bed. "Transfer the mining area to me for contracting, and I'll guarantee you peace and quiet." Damn it! Tacha realized what was happening and cursed loudly. Jiang Ning grabbed his hair and slammed him against a glass ornament. Click! Glass shattered everywhere, and Tacha's head was covered in blood. Then, Jiang Ning dragged Tacha to the window and pressed half of his body out of the window. "If you don't sign, I'll make you free fall. How about that?" No, I'll sign. I'll sign." Under the cover of night, Jiang Ning put on a long robe and arrived at the territory of the 7th Force. The leader of the 7th faction had already made preparations. "You want to sign a contract? I have no problem with that, but this is family property passed down from my ancestors. I can't sell it to you. I'm not buying it, I'm just leasing it out. It will come back to you in N years." Okay, signed. This deal went smoothly. Because, after learning about the situation of the previous 6, the leader of this force deeply understood one thing. He was not capable of going against Jiang Ning. Thus, all 7 forces were dealt with by Jiang Ning in a single day. Chapter 581 Deception and Treachery. After finalizing the 7 contracts, as previously agreed, Jiang Ning should go to Yuan Xinghan's residence to hand over the contracts for him to sign, thus becoming the overall owner of the 7 mining areas. However, Jiang Ning did not go to his residence as agreed. Instead, he turned off his phone, took Lung Yu and Red Scorpion, found a hotel to rest for a while, and then had a delicious meal. Jiang Ning did not turn on his phone for an entire night and day. By the evening of the 2nd day, Jiang Ning finally turned on his phone. My phone is full of messages and missed calls, all from Wan Xinghan. Not long after, Wan Xinghan called again. Jiang Ning answered the phone. Hello, Godfather. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Ning, why is your phone off? Wan Xinghua said anxiously and reproachfully on the other end of the line. You've had your phone off since last night. What are you up to? Godfather, do you distrust me that much? Jiang Ning said. I've been busy all day and I'm tired. I just want to get a good night's sleep. You slept soundly, while my hometown was almost wiped out. Wan Xinghan cursed angrily. They all thought I sent you. Jiang Ning sneered inwardly. This is exactly the effect I wanted. After Jiang Ning eliminated each faction, Leng Yu would leave a message for the leader. We apologize for any offense today. Our CEO Jiang was only acting on behalf of someone else. This statement is quite meaningful. Those forces and Wan Xinghan had already begun to play a game behind the scenes, with both sides secretly vying for power. Now that Jiang Ning has just been adopted by Wan Xinghan as his godson, he has begun to sweep through them. Even a fool knows what's going on. Therefore, after suffering losses, the seven forces conspired with each other and sent troops to cause trouble all over Wan Xinghan's territory. This gave Wan Xinghan a real headache. The biggest headache was that he hadn't received the contract for those 7 mining areas yet, and Jiang Ning wasn't answering his calls, which meant he barely slept a wink all night. Now that he had finally gotten through to Jiang Ning, Wan Xinghan's anger surged through the phone line like a tidal wave. Jiang Ning, I don't care where you are, get over here right now. Wan Xinghan shouted angrily. Bring all 7 contracts here intact, and I can forgive you for not answering your phone last night. Jiang Ning, however, curled up a cold smile and said, Godfather, you think I'll just roll over there because you tell me to? Wouldn't that make me lose face? What the hell do you care about saving face? Wan Xinghan continued to curse. Shut your dog mouth. Jiang Ning roared. If you swear at me again, I'll kill you. Wan Xinghan was startled by the loud shout. He never expected that Jiang Ning, who always obeyed him, would curse at him. You beast, you beast. I am your father. You. Wan Xinghan could only deal with Jiang Ning on a moral level. Jiang Ning sneered. Be my father? You're not worthy. We're just using each other. You want to use me to deal with others, and I want to use you to get the mining contract. Don't be so hypocritical with me. Seeing that Jiang Ning had laid his cards on the table, Wan Xinghan knew that pretending was useless, so he gritted his teeth and said, Since you've put it that way, fine, then let's talk about interests. Give me those 7 contracts. How much do you want? Name your price. I want that mining area under your name. Jiang Ning said, 7 mining areas for one of yours. You're not losing out, are you? Wan Xinghan was certainly not at a loss, but he couldn't understand why Jiang Ning would give up the other 7 and instead choose him. It's precisely because I'm not at a loss that I suspect your motives, Wan Xinghan said. You wouldn't be so foolish as to exchange 7 for one of mine, would you? Of course I'm not that stupid, Jiang Ning said. I need information on all your sales channels and partners. Upon hearing this, Wan Xinghan frowned. This kid is definitely not stupid. He knew that even if he acquired 7 mining areas, he couldn't sell them. Only by finding those distributors could the ore circulate in the market at a high price. And all these resources and secrets are in his hands. Wan Xinghan considered for a moment and said, Deal. I'll give you information on my mining areas and all my distributors. Very good, Jiang Ning said. The transaction will be tonight. I'll give you the location later. You'd better not try anything funny. I was worried you wouldn't follow the rules, Wan Xinghan said. After hanging up the phone, Wan Xinghan's confidant gritted his teeth and said, Boss, this Jiang Ning is really ungrateful. As your adopted son, he could have enjoyed wealth and honor, but he insisted on starting his own business and even wanted the mining area that your ancestors inherited. Can you tolerate this? Of course I can't stand it. Wan Xinghan gritted his teeth and said, Not only will I not give him anything, but tonight I will take back those 7 mining areas, and incidentally, I will also take his life. Then he said to his confidants, Call all the brothers over. Bring your weapons. We can't afford to make any mistakes tonight. Yes, boss. It was late at night, and it was raining heavily. A cluster of abandoned houses in the northern part of Myanmar. The rain raged wildly across the land, the dense raindrops pounding on the rubble of the abandoned houses, making a chilling sound. Jiang Ning stood by the window of a dilapidated house, toying with a gleaming dagger in his hand, his eyes fixed on a shadowy figure that was faintly visible in the distance, through the rain. An hour ago, he told Ruan Xinghan the location of the transaction and is now waiting for Ruan Xinghan to arrive. Leng Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao stood quietly behind Jiang Ning. Leng Yu crossed her arms, her black clothes clinging to her exquisite body, her cold face expressionless. Ono Shosho was dressed in a long purple robe, which fluttered in the wind. With her eyes closed and muttering incantations, she was making final preparations for the upcoming battle. "Boss, will they be serious about doing business with us?" Leng Yu asked softly, her voice clear despite the noise of the rain. Jiang Ning's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. "He naturally won't talk to us honestly. And of course, I never intended to talk to him either. What does the boss mean? Tonight, it's a double cross," Jiang Ning said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, beams of light appeared ahead. One after another, off-road vehicles drove towards this direction, churning through the mud. Ruan Xinghan, sitting in the middle car, said into a walkie-talkie, "We've arrived at the transaction location. Everyone be careful." The convoy stopped, and everyone got out of the cars. The younger brother held an umbrella for Ruan Xinghan and came to Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, I've arrived as promised. Where's the contract?" Ruan Xinghan asked. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and a beam of light shone from the house behind him. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi, holding 7 contracts, waved his hand as well. "Where's what I want?" Jiang Ning asked. Ruan Xinghan waved his hand, and his subordinates brought up the contract, as well as information on the ore sales channels. "I need to check if it's real or fake," Jiang Ning said. "Wait," said Tai Xiang, Ruan Xinghan's confidant. "Why should you look first? We haven't even looked at your 7 contracts yet. You brought so many people. Are you afraid of just the 3 of us?" Jiang Ning sneered. "The implication is, if I'm faking it, will you let me go?" Ruan Xinghan waved his hand. "Show him." Ruan Xinghan was full of confidence at this moment. He brought over 100 men, all of whom were brave and skilled in battle. About half of them were armed with pistols, shotguns, and other firearms. Even if Jiang Ning had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to defeat such a team. So why not show it to him? Chapter 582. Your era has ended. Jiang Ning glanced at the contract and confirmed that it was indeed the transfer agreement for Ruan Xinghan's mining area. Ruan Xinghan had already signed it in advance and was just waiting for Jiang Ning to sign it. Once both parties pressed their fingerprints, the agreement would be completed. The other document concerns the distributors who sell jade. Jiang Ning didn't know if the information was true or false, but he did see information about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce on it. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is actually the largest supplier of raw stones. This matches the information I found earlier very well. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce engages in 3 types of business in Sambiampo. The first is agricultural cultivation, which includes both grains and poppies. The second type of business is arms smuggling. The third type of business is mining. Moreover, I heard that his mineral business is very large, spanning Southeast Asia. Therefore, it is highly likely that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is the largest supplier in this area. It seems that both of their items are genuine. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. "Let's sign the contract." As he spoke, he took the contract and prepared to sign it. "Stop," Ruan Xinghan said. "You haven't shown me your contract yet." "Why should I show it to you?" Jiang Ning said. "I wasn't planning on showing it to you today." Damn it. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinghan realized he had been tricked and cursed. "You dare do whatever you want on my turf? You're asking for death. Men, kill him and seize all his contracts." As soon as he finished speaking, 100 of his henchmen spread out in a fan shape and rushed towards Jiang Ning and the others, their footsteps barely audible in the rain. "Jiang Ning, today is your death day," Ruan Xinghan shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the rainy night. Just as Ruan Xinghan finished speaking, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi suddenly opened her eyes, quickly formed hand seals, and shouted, "Magic Array, activate." In an instant, an invisible energy spread outwards from her center. Yuan Xinghan's men suddenly seemed to have fallen into a trance, and their originally orderly ranks instantly descended into chaos. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, gunshots rang out. Those who were originally preparing to shoot Jiang Ning now pointed their guns at their comrades. In the chaos, shouts, curses, gunshots, and the sound of rain mingled together, and the scene was completely out of control. As the rain washed over the blood, it flowed rapidly through the cracks in the ground, gathering into dark red streams. Jiang Ning stood by the window, watching the chaotic scene, a mysterious smile on his face. An illusion array, combined with a heavy rain, is truly brilliant. However, Xiao Yi Xiaozi was pale and her forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. Boss, this magic array consumes too much energy and can't last much longer. After all, there are more than 100 people under this formation, and it takes a huge amount of energy for him to maintain such a massive formation. It's all right, this is enough, Jiang Ning said. The chaos continues, with gunshots ringing out. Nguyen Sinhan also took cover behind a car. After all the bullets had been used up, Ono Shoko finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the magic circle gradually disappeared. More than 30 of Yuan Xinghan's men, who had been killing each other, staggered to their feet from the pool of blood. Their eyes gradually cleared, and as they looked at the corpses of their comrades around them, their faces were filled with terror and anger. It was Jiang Ning who did this. Kill them all. Yuan Xinghan roared and waved his hand, pointing towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's smile vanished. He sheathed his dagger and grabbed a pistol from the table. Lung Yu, prepare for battle. As Yuan Xinghan and his men approached, Jiang Ning fired the first shot. With a bang, the henchman at the front fell to the ground. Lung Yu was not to be outdone, firing both guns simultaneously, the bullets carrying intense flames, accurately striking the enemy. Xiao Yi Xiaozi kept chanting incantations, trying to activate the magic circle again to provide support for Jiang Ning and Lung Yu. Although Yuan Xinghan's men were few in number, they still charged forward fearlessly under his leadership. They brandished machetes, hacking wildly in the rain, splashing water everywhere. Taking advantage of Jiang Ning's moment of reloading, one of his henchmen suddenly rushed in front of him, raised his machete high, and brought it down hard. Jiang Ning dodged to the side, and the cleaver grazed his shoulder before striking the wall beside him. Jiang Ning kicked out and knocked the henchman to the ground, then quickly followed up with a shot. Lung Yu moved with ease through the hail of bullets. Her marksmanship was extremely accurate, and every time she pulled the trigger, she took the life of an enemy. When he ran out of bullets, he pulled out his best throwing knife and continued the fierce battle with the enemy. However, with the number of enemies increasing, she gradually found herself overwhelmed. An enemy attacked from behind, and just as the cleaver was about to strike her back, at the critical moment, Ono Shoko suddenly rushed over and blocked the fatal blow with her staff. Lung Yu, be careful, Xiao Yi Xiaozi shouted. Lung Yu gave her a grateful look, then turned back to continue fighting. At this point, Jiang Ning had run out of bullets and was surrounded. Iron Elephant, Yuan Xinghan's most trusted confidant, brandished a machete and launched continuous attacks on him. Jiang Ning, today is your death day. Seeing Jiang Ning surrounded, Yuan Xinghan laughed maniacally, picked up his machete, and prepared to join the battle. You guys? Jiang Ning blocked Tai Xiang's machete with his pistol and kicked him in the chest, sending Tai Xiang flying backward. Afterwards, Jiang Ning and Xiao Yi Xiaozi exchanged a glance, and Xiao Yi Xiaozi nodded emphatically. Walk! Jiang Ning shouted and ran towards the edge of the crowd first. Lung Yu and Xiao Yi Xiaozi followed. The three fought and retreated, gradually leading the enemy to an open area. This is it, said Ono Shosho. Jiang Ning stopped and turned to face the enemy. Yuan Xinghan and his henchmen surrounded Jiang Ning and his two companions. He was panting heavily and said fiercely, Jiang Ning, let's see where you can run to. Jiang Ning sneered. You think I'm running away? Don't you know I'm luring you into this trap? As soon as he finished speaking, something strange began to happen on the ground behind Yuan Xinghan and the others. The once calm rain seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, creating ripples. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake, and cracks quickly spread out. "Oh no, it's a magic array," someone shouted in alarm. In Southeast Asia, they have a certain understanding of magic, and having just been tricked by a magic array, they reacted immediately this time. It turns out that during the battle just now, Ono Shosho had been secretly accumulating power to reactivate the magic circle. As the magic circle was activated, Wan Xinghan and his men were once again plunged into an illusion. They looked around in terror, as if they saw countless evil spirits rushing towards them. One of the underlings was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and struggling desperately. Wan Xinghan tried to stay conscious, swinging his machete wildly in all directions, shouting, "Wake up! This is an illusion." The illusion magic circle only works on those whose minds are not firm enough. Wan Xinghan's anger overcame his fear, and thus he saw through the illusionary magic array. However, his cries seemed so powerless in the face of the magic array. His men collapsed one by one in their hallucinations, their bodies writhing in agony. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lung Yu rushed forward, her dagger flashing coldly as she slashed across the throat of an enemy. The rest of his men, as if possessed, scratched and clawed at Lung Yu. Lung Yu showed no mercy, taking down all of Wan Xinghan's men with a single slash. At this moment, Wan Xinghan stood alone in the rain, his eyes filled with despair. His more than 100 men were either killed or wounded, all of them perishing here. Jiang Ning slowly walked up to him and pointed a pistol at his head. "Wan Xinghan, your era is over." Chapter 583, The Final Struggle. Wan Xinghan looked around at the devastation. His men were either dead or wounded. Now, having completely broken with the 7 major powers, a deep sense of despair welled up from the bottom of his heart in an instant. He finally realized that he had fallen for Jiang Ning's scheme. The moment he adopted Jiang Ning as his godson, he thought he was scheming against Jiang Ning, but little did he know that he had already fallen into Jiang Ning's trap. His power has been diminished, and his former Tong Shenghui, a secret society, has collapsed. He cried out to heaven and earth, but received no response. Jiang Ning dragged Wan Xinghan into an abandoned house and forced him to sign a contract. "I'll spare your life as payment for your time at the mine," Jiang Ning said. "Sign it." Wan Xinghan gritted his teeth, his face full of pain. He knew that he had no choice but to sign the contract today, otherwise Jiang Ning would not let him off the hook. "Jiang Ning, although you have won against me today, you will not go far. Because in this generation, I, Wan Xinghan, have lived most of my life and crossed more bridges than you have walked roads. The way you treat me today is courting death." Wan Xinghan was indignant and threatened Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning frowned. "I'm keeping you alive so I can see how you're going to kill me." With that, he pressed Wan Xinghan in front of the contract. "Sign it now." Wan Xinghan gritted his teeth, pressed his fingerprint, and then signed his name in the crucial places. "Get out." Jiang Ning cursed loudly and disappeared into the rain with Lung Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. "You bastard." Wan Xinghan roared to the sky in anger. The mining area he owned was inherited from his family, and he should have been able to make it thrive, but instead, he handed it over to someone else. He has failed his ancestors. Luo Wei, that bastard Luo Wei. Wan Xinghan thought of General Luo Wei. If it weren't for Luo Wei introducing Jiang Ning to him, this scene wouldn't have happened today. Even though those 7 forces wielded considerable military power and posed a threat to him, the overall situation was still relatively stable, and he still had the power to control the situation. But now, it's completely collapsed. His mining area was gone, and so were the mining areas of other factions. The entire mining area of Myanmar has become Jiang Ning's alone. However, he and the other 7 forces could no longer unite. This situation is absolutely terrible. Wan Xinghan was furious. He took out his phone to call Luo Wei, but the phone was already waterlogged and unusable. He returned to his car dejectedly, found a spare phone, and dialed Luo Wei's number. "Xinghan, why did you think of me so late at night?" Luo Wei's voice was languid, as if he had already fallen asleep. "Luo Wei, you bastard, look what you've done." Wan Xinghan cursed loudly. "What's wrong with me?" Luo Wei asked in surprise. "That Jiang Ning. He robbed all our mining area." Wan Xinghan was furious and recounted what had happened. That Jiang Ning is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He actually betrayed me. Tell me, did you instigate him? Are you sick in the head? Luo Wei cursed back. After hearing Ruan Xinghan's account, he was initially taken aback. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning had such great power that he managed to take over all the mining areas in Myanmar in just a few days. Moreover, they also dealt with all those guys from the Tongsheng society. What incredible skill this is. After the initial shock, Ruan Xinghan felt a surge of joy and finally understood why Jiang Ning wanted to be his adopted son. It turns out that this kid already had a plan in mind. Luo Wei felt a surge of admiration for Jiang Ning's courage. This kid is far superior to me in terms of wisdom, courage, and ability. Fortunately, we've been partners from the beginning, and now we're good friends. Otherwise, this guy would really be a formidable opponent. Luo Wei, Jiang Ning is someone you introduced. You have to pay the price for the trouble he caused. Ruan Xinghan thought that since he had already made the call and the matter was already settled, he might as well go all the way and let Luo Wei take full responsibility. Luo Wei burst into laughter after hearing this. Ruan Xinghan, I've discovered that you're really out of your mind. You were the one who took Jiang Ning as your adopted son, and I couldn't stop you. Now look what's happened. You've been tricked by your adopted son, and you've come to me for help. Do you think I'm a sucker? What does this have to do with me? Luo Wei felt incredibly relieved. He still remembers Ruan Xinghan's arrogant demeanor when he and Jiang Ning arrived at Ruan Xinghan's manor that day. He was seething with anger towards Ruan Xinghan. Later, in order to win over Jiang Ning, Ruan Xinghan adopted Jiang Ning as his godson and deliberately provoked and mocked Ruan Xinghan. You and Jiang Ning are brothers, but Jiang Ning is my adopted son. You should at least call me uncle. Although it was said in jest, Ruan Xinghan was actually demonstrating against Luo Wei. Look, your friend is now my son, and we're closer now. Luo Wei didn't eat a single bite of food that day. He turned around, left Ruan Xinghan's manor, got into his car, and headed straight for the airport. He's held this grudge until today. Receiving this news tonight truly made him very happy. Just a few days ago, he was still resentful towards Jiang Ning for becoming Ruan Xinghan's adopted son. He didn't understand it and was very angry. Now he understood and was deeply shocked. Jiang Ning is too unfathomable. Ruan Xinghan, listen to me. Everything you've done is your own fault. Jiang Ning is just a friend of mine. I had no idea what he did without my instructions, so this has nothing to do with me. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Luo Wei said. Also, I'm an official in Mandu, and sometimes it's inconvenient for me to answer calls from outsiders. Don't call me unless it's absolutely necessary, or you'll just make trouble for yourself. After saying that, Luo Wei hung up the phone immediately. Enraged, Ruan Xinghan smashed the phone to pieces. Just a few days ago, Ro had to be mindful of his attitude when he visited his estate. Now you're actually putting on airs, implying that I don't even have the right to call you anymore. A bunch of scoundrels. Ruan Xinghan gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. He drove back to his villa like a madman, ransacked his belongings, and then dialed the number he had been trying to avoid. Hey, our mining area in Myanmar has been occupied, Nguyen Hsin Han said. That's your business. I'll take the or as soon as possible. The other person sneered. I don't care who's hosting, but you can't skimp on anything. The man who has taken over our mining area is your old enemy. His name is Jiang Ning. Ruan Xinghan said. Once he takes power, your trade will naturally be cut off. Mr. Ruan, how could you be so useless? Such a large mining area in Myanmar, and he actually managed to take it away? Upon hearing that Jiang Ning had seized the mining area, the people on the other side also became somewhat agitated. Ruan Xinghan said helplessly, I didn't expect that kid to be so cunning, so that's why I came here to ask for your help. If you can lend a hand, you can name any conditions you want. Chapter 584 Preparations Before the Great Battle. After a long silence, the voice on the other end tentatively asked, Do you believe I can handle Jiang Ning? Of course, Ruan Xinghan said. Everyone knows your power in Sambiampo. You have a strong and well-equipped army, and in terms of military strength, you are comparable to a small country. As long as you show your true strength, Jiang Ning will be crushed by you in no time. The voice on the other end sneered. You speak of Jiang Ning as so insignificant, yet you suffered such a humiliating defeat. I was tricked by him, Ruan Xinghan said. He has a strange person by his side who can create some strange magic arrays. He laid an ambush in the underground where we met in advance, which caused our people to become confused. But your troops are different. You have armored vehicles and rocket launchers. Your soldiers are fully armed. Jiang Ning might not even see you before you blow him to pieces. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh came from the other end. You've praised me so highly. I can't very well come down now. Tell me, if I can help you deal with Jiang Ning, what will you give me in return? Ruan Xinghan said, I don't know your price. Name your price. If you can afford it, I will definitely not haggle. After a moment of contemplation, the person on the other end of the phone said, if we can take down Jiang Ning, I want half of the control of the Myanmar mining area. In addition, you must compensate me for my military losses, at least 5 billion. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinghan nearly ground his teeth to powder. Damn it, the wolf hasn't left yet, and now a tiger has appeared. Holding half of the mining rights in Myanmar is tantamount to giving him half of the Myanmar mining area. Moreover, it requires a military expenditure of 5 billion. That's outrageous. Ruan Xinghan has made a lot of money in the jade business over the years, so 5 billion is not a problem for him. He can easily afford it by tightening his belt and transferring the money back from the Swiss bank. However, owning half of the mining area is a long-term, steady business, which makes him hesitant. Ruan Xinghan, you need to understand that if I don't get involved, all the mines in Myanmar will belong to Jiang Ning. In the end, I'll negotiate with Jiang Ning and get my goods from him. You won't have a chance to get involved in that. The voice on the other end of the phone said with a hint of threat. Ruan Xinghan gritted his teeth. Fine, I promise you. After all, what the other party said made sense. He was still considering the issue of owning half of the mining area, but in reality, the entire mining area was in someone else's hands, so there was no room for him to consider it. Let's get it back into our hands first. If possible, come to Sambiampo to see me as soon as possible so we can talk in person, the person on the other end of the phone said, and then hung up. Ruan Xinghan took a deep breath, and his body went limp on the sofa as if all his strength had been drained. In just a few days, he felt as if he had gone from heaven to hell, and the contrast made him so distraught that he couldn't even cry. Fortunately, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce made this move. They are all descendants of Chinese descent, and he has a fairly good relationship with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is the largest raw stone partner in the Myanmar mining area, and the cooperative relationship has been maintained for more than 10 years, so it can be considered deeply rooted. He had heard that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had some grudges with Jiang Ning, but he didn't know the specifics. In any case, he was certain that this was an opportunity. As long as we leverage the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, we can crush Jiang Ning. After calming himself down a bit, Ruan Xinghan asked his butler to call the Swiss bank. He was going to start raising money to go to Sambiampo to negotiate with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. After obtaining all the agreements for the mining areas, Jiang Ning went to the government office to have them notarized to confirm the contract's validity. Then, he transferred the prepared money to the original owner of the mine's account, thus putting the mine under his control. At the same time, Lei Long, Xiao Dao, Li Bing, Song Si, and others, along with dozens of Hua Hai Hui underlings, also arrived in Myanmar. They helped Jiang Ning manage the mining area to prevent the 7 major powers and Ruan Xinghan from engaging in shady dealings. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning spoke with Luo Wei on the phone, asking Luo Wei to send more people to Sambiampo. Because more than 30% of the arable land there, nominally belonging to Jiang Ning, actually belongs to Luo Wei. In the current situation, Jiang Ning has taken over the mining area, and the largest partner in the mining area is the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, Jiang Ning will not cooperate with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce will not stand by and watch Jiang Ning firmly hold the top position in the mining area. Therefore, Jiang Ning knows in his heart that a major battle with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is inevitable. Previously, Jiang Ning had used force to take over the farmland of Sambiampo from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Coupled with past conflicts, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and Jiang Ning had long been irreconcilable enemies. However, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is very large and has never looked down on Jiang Ning. Therefore, it always sends some managers and branch teams to deal with Jiangning. Given the current situation, it's likely that the leader of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce will no longer be able to sit idly by. Even if he has to give it his all, he will fight Jiangning to the death. However, a trigger is needed to determine when to engage in this struggle. The fact that Jiangning has now taken over the mining area may be the trigger. Because, apart from arms smuggling, the mining business is the largest business of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. With Jiangning holding this economic lifeline in its hands, the other side is bound to react strongly. Even though Jiangning didn't know that Yuan Xinghan had added fuel to the fire for the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, he knew from the analysis of the current situation that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was about to take action. With the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce taking action, the mining area and the farms in Sambiampo will inevitably become two battlefields. Jiangning then conducted a comprehensive analysis and concluded that the probability of the mining area becoming a battlefield was much lower than that of the farm. Because the mining area is in Myanmar's capital, it is under administrative jurisdiction. If a fight breaks out, no one will be able to fight freely. What the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce fears most is being unable to act freely, because if that happens, there will be no room for them to fully utilize their advantage in military strength. Moreover, using the mining area as a battlefield would result in extremely high losses. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would definitely want to reclaim the mining area as a supply line, so they would not use war to destroy the mining area. Therefore, it is highly likely that the raid will be carried out at the farm. The farm is large, so what if a mountain is damaged? The following year, it will be a green meadow again. Moreover, Sambiampo is a no-man's land, so even if they cause a major explosion, it won't happen. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce can act freely. Therefore, Jiangning basically concluded that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would launch a surprise attack on its farms in Sambiampo in the near future, provoking a major battle. Since that's the case, Jiangning can't take the blame himself. After all, the farm was nominally his, but in reality, it belonged to Ro. Naturally, he wanted Luo Wei to act as a shield, letting the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce clash with the Mandu sheriff first, with both sides fighting to the death, while he himself would make his grand entrance. Wouldn't that be wonderful? General Luo Wei, I have occupied 33% of the farms in Sambiampo using forceful methods, and the other side must be trying to retaliate. Jiangning said, right now is a critical moment. I have occupied the mining area of Myandu, and all my men must accompany me to protect the mining area. Therefore, I need your help with the farms. No problem, Ro said. After all, Jiangning has already taken over the farm, and Luo Wei must personally take charge of protecting it. General Luo Wei, I have some advice for you. Jiangning said, the arms dealers in Sambiampo are very arrogant, and many forces have a large amount of weapons in private possession. So I hope that the mercenaries you send there will also be equipped with high-strength equipment. Do you have a specific concept of the high intensity you're talking about? Luo Wei asked Jiangning for his opinion, which was unusual for him. Jiangning said, armored vehicles, tanks, rocket launchers, suicide drones, TNT. Bring as many as you can. Chapter 585 Head-on Confrontation. Oh, do we need so much equipment? Ro asked, somewhat surprised. This is Sambiampo, where each faction has a deep pool of weapons. If they unite against us, we must be fully prepared, Jiangning said. Luo Wei was a little annoyed and said, the lighter weapons you mentioned are fine, but tanks and armored vehicles, those things can't be transported over there. After all, these things are considered dangerous by the military in Southeast Asia, and if you try to get your hands on them, you will definitely be discovered. Given Luo Wei's status, he would not take such a risk. Jiangning took a deep breath, knowing that the other party was indeed in a difficult position, so he didn't insist. All right, then send more elite mercenaries, and as many light weapons as possible. No problem, Ro said. Half an hour after Jiangning ended his call with Luo Wei, he received a call from an unknown number. Jiangning, are you interested in discussing this? The voice on the other end of the phone was deep and hoarse, as if 1,000 insects were crawling in his throat. Who are you? Jiangning asked. Pang Yunlong, came the voice on the other end. Pang Yunlong, the president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, has finally taken personal action. Jiangning gave a cold laugh. President Pang is so busy with affairs of state. How could he possibly have time to bother with a nobody like me? This is true. Jiang Ning killed his godson Jiang Yi, killed his nephew Pang Shan, and crippled his second nephew, who seized his hundreds of thousands of hectares of farmland before he finally showed up and spoke directly to him. This shows that Pang Yunlong's power is so great that he would not personally deal with him unless absolutely necessary. You're no small fry, Pang Yunlong said. How about it? Interested in coming over for a visit? Jiang Ning burst into laughter. The other party is digging a hole for themselves. If I don't go, it will make me seem cowardly. If you go, you might find yourself in a huge trap, the kind where you can never return. Therefore, Jiang Ning was not in a hurry to agree, and said, I've been busy with the mining business in Myanmar these past few days and can't go back for a while. If we really need to meet to talk, I'll come to Sambiampo to find you when I have time. This is a very smooth way of speaking, showing off one's bravery and fearlessness without giving you a specific time frame, so that you can't find fault with it. When will Mr. Jiang have time? Pang Yunlong asked. That's hard to say, Jiang Ning said vaguely. You're scared? Ha ha. Pang Yunlong, as expected of the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, is adept at breaking conventions and acting unpredictably. What am I afraid of? Afraid that you'll kill me? Ha ha. Jiang Ning laughed loudly. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be opposing you. Since I chose to oppose you, I've never been afraid. You're young and impetuous. Pang Yunlong laughed. Since you don't dare to come see me in person, then fine, we can have an online negotiation. I will invite some guests to witness our negotiation. As Pang Yunlong spoke, a group of people sat around him. Those people were naturally Ruan Xinghan, and the leaders of the 6 major forces whose farms were occupied by Jiang Ning. They all wanted to kill Jiang Ning. Is there anything to talk about between us? Jiang Ning asked on the phone. We have so much to talk about, Pang Yunlong said. We can discuss how to cooperate. Ha ha ha, the enmity between us is like a chasm that can't be filled. You want to talk to me about cooperation? Are you kidding me? Jiang Ning scoffed. Young man, you must understand that when people mature, they will no longer act on emotion. We will always be looking at the word profit, Pang Yunlong said. If you can bring me enough profit to make up for the wounds you have caused me, why should I fight with you again? Hee. Jiang Ning snorted coldly. Since you put it that way, I'd like to hear what you want to talk to me about. Regarding the mining area in Myandu and the farmland in Sambiampo, Pang Yunlong said. Ruan Xinghan and the others immediately perked up and listened intently to what Jiang Ning was saying on the other end of the phone. After a long pause, Jiang Ning's voice came through. Since we've come this far, why not go a step further and tell me, what do you want? I hope you can hand over the mining area and farmland. Pang Yunlong said. If that happens, I can allow you to do some small business in Sambiampo, and I won't cause you any more trouble. President Pang, you really have a lot of influence. Jiang Ning exclaimed. That old bastard. He just asked me to hand over the farm and the mine. Who does he think he is? The farm doesn't matter. It belongs to Ro. But this mining area is my life now. If anyone dares to touch it, I'll kill them. Whether I have a lot of face or not depends on whether you give it to me or not, Pang Yunlong sneered. I'm sorry, I can't give you that kind of face, Jiang Ning said. If this is what Chairman Pang wants to talk about, then we have nothing to discuss. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinghan and the other bystanders were filled with anger. Pang Yunlong felt he had also lost face, and gritted his teeth, saying fiercely, Jiang Ning, you have already reached the edge of a cliff. One more step, and you will be shattered to pieces and never recover. I am asking you now, do you want to continue or turn back? Jiang Ning laughed loudly. You probably think you're God. I've been walking on the right path with nothing to my name. What kind of cliff is this? Ridiculous. Beep beep beep. The next second, Jiang Ning hung up the phone. Damn it. Pang Yunlong was so angry that his face turned ashen, and he smashed the phone to pieces. He had never been humiliated like this before, especially in front of so many people. I will not be satisfied with Jiang Ning until I tear him to pieces. Pang Qing. Exist. I must see Jiang Ning's corpse within 7 days. Yes, Chairman. Jiang Ning hired mineral engineers and a management team from China to come to Myanmar to help him continue with the transfer of the mining area. At the same time, he also placed Red Scorpion there as his confidant to oversee the progress of the matter. He, along with his other trusted confidants, went to the farm in Sambiampo. Because he knew that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would soon take action against him. He no longer wants to engage in petty squabbles with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. He wants to stabilize his industries in Southeast Asia, and the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is a stumbling block that he must eliminate. Although this stumbling block is smelly, hard, and big. However, Jiangning is now fully prepared. Back in Sambiampo, Jiangning and the others stayed at a manor near the farm. The environment here is quiet, and with a mercenary group sent by General Rowe stationed on the farm behind, it is very safe. On his second night in Sambiampo, Jiangning stood on the terrace of a private estate, a glass of whiskey in his hand, seemingly relaxed but actually observing his surroundings with vigilance. He knew that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had been investigating his forces in Sambiampo for nearly a week and might take action at any time. The evening at Sambiampo was somewhat humid and muggy. Jiangning wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and prepared to invite everyone to have some ice cream to cool down. However, at this moment, an elite assassination squad of 30 men was stealthily approaching the manor. Chapter 586 Battle of Dark Night Manor. As the sun sets and night falls, darkness descends. Under the cover of night, the assassination squad quietly arrived at a wooded area a few miles from the manor and hid. They were dressed in black combat uniforms, their faces painted with camouflage, and they moved as silently as ghosts. This time, the one leading the operation was none other than the renowned vice president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, Pang Qing. Operation Plan A. Pang Qing began to deploy the tactics, then summarized, "In 5 minutes, we will move out." Yes. Inside the manor. "Boss, there's movement." The Red Scorpion hurried over and whispered. Jiangning's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Inform everyone to proceed according to plan." Half an hour later, Pang Qing's assassination squad had entered the manor and found cover to observe the various houses. "Since you're already here, what are you doing sneaking around like this?" Jiangning's voice came through the loudspeaker inside the manor. "Would you like to come inside, have a drink, and sit down?" "Jiangning, stop talking nonsense. Today is your death day," Pang Qing shouted, and his men crawled forward in an orderly fashion, surrounding several buildings in the manor. "Come out now and surrender," Pang Qing shouted. "You're too naive." Jiangning laughed heartily. Bang bang bang. The next second, bullets were fired from inside the room, heading straight for Pang Qing's team. Pang Qing's team also began to fight back. Gunshots rang out. Pang Qing's assassination squad members are seasoned veterans, skilled in using firearms, and highly adept at teamwork. In an instant, bullets flew everywhere, and sparks flew in all directions. Clang. Lei Long and Li Bing rushed out first and leaned against the cover in the corridor. Lei Long was a burly man with strong muscles. He held a submachine gun in his hand and was as brave and fearless as an angry bull. Li Bing was agile and had accurate marksmanship. The two of them occasionally dodged and fired in the corridors of the manor, making it difficult for the other to find an opportunity. "Die, all of you!" Suddenly, Lei Long roared and opened fire with his submachine gun. The enemy soldiers scattered and sought cover. Taking advantage of the gaps in the enemy's evasion, Li Bing quickly moved to a new position and accurately killed several enemies. "Brother Long, be careful," Li Bing suddenly shouted. Suddenly, an enemy appeared out of nowhere and launched a close-range attack on Thunder Dragon from behind. Lei Long reacted quickly, dodging to the side and simultaneously throwing a punch that knocked the enemy to the ground. This scene is just a microcosm. The gunfight between the two sides was fierce, but no one was injured. Therefore, the assassination squad had already crept close to the manor houses, preparing to use their numerical advantage to engage Jiangning and his men in hand-to-hand combat. Sure enough, inside the house on the other side, Lu Qianren and Xiao Dao were already engaged in close combat with the enemy. Lu Qianren and Xiao Dao were both skilled with knives. Their swordsmanship was sharp and their blades flashed. Lu Qianren's knife is long and sharp, and each swing of it brings a whooshing sound. Xiao Dao's knife was short and sharp, and his attacks were as fast as lightning. The two worked together seamlessly, moving through the enemy ranks as if they were nothing. "Taste my knife," Lu Qianren turned around and emerged from behind the stone pillar, shouting as he slashed at an enemy. The enemy hurriedly used his gun barrel to defend himself, but was kicked away by Lu Qianren. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao Dao stepped forward and plunged his knife into the enemy's chest. However, Pang Qing's assassination squad was not easy to deal with. They quickly adjusted their tactics. One group continued to confront Lei Long, Li Bing, and others head-on, while the other group began searching for Jiang Ning's location. Meanwhile, they also had snipers lying in ambush on the high ground outside the gate. As soon as Jiang Ning and his group leave the house, they will be sniped. Boss, these guys also have snipers. Lung Yu threw a throwing knife, killing 2 enemies, and then stepped to Jiang Ning's side. She was momentarily blinded by a red light and realized it was the infrared scope of a sniper outside. Can you pinpoint their exact location? Jiang Ning asked. We can give it a try. Lung Yu said. Go out the back door, behind the haystack, and work with Qian Hui, Jiang Ning said. I'll be the bait. Lung Yu understood instantly, and then shook her head. No, that's too dangerous. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Jiang Ning said. Lung Yu was still worried, but... No buts. The enemy sniper hasn't fired, which means he's waiting for me. If I don't go out, he'll never reveal his position. Jiang Ning said. Do as I say. Once we take out the enemy sniper, we can sound the counterattack. Fine. Lung Yu gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran towards the back door. During this period, Lu Qianhui has been practicing her sniping skills diligently. She has a great talent for it, and is already able to hit the bullseye from 100 paces away. The only drawback is the lack of practical experience. This was a great practical exercise. The enemy has snipers, and so does Jiangning. It's just a matter of who discovers the other first, who reveals their weakness first, and who is more accurate. Lung Yu went to the haystack behind, and saw Lu Qianhui hiding behind it, wearing a straw headband, with her sniper rifle propped up on one side of the haystack, completely focused. Chia, the enemy, also has snipers. Our mission is to take out their snipers, Lung Yu said. Where is the enemy's sniper? Chia asked. Lung Yu first pointed with her finger, roughly in that direction, on that hill. Then he added, later, the boss will personally go out to lure the enemy's sniper into firing. We need to use their infrared aiming and gunfire to determine their precise location and try to kill them with one shot. Good. Lu Qianhui was a little nervous, but mostly excited. I'm going out now. Jiang Ning's voice came through the earpiece. Yes, boss, be careful, Lung Yu said. Good. The next second, the enemy sniper saw Jiang Ning appear in his field of vision and suddenly fired a shot. But Jiang Ning had planned this all along, appearing only to trick him into firing, so naturally he wouldn't be foolish enough to let him snipe him. The opposing sniper missed his shot and cursed. Then, after reloading, they couldn't find Jiang Ning. On the other side, Lung Yu asked Lu Qianhui, why didn't you fire? Lu Qianhui swallowed hard. Sorry, I'm still a little nervous. You're not nervous about killing people, so why are you nervous about shooting? Lung Yu asked Lu Qianhui. My boss fought for this opportunity for me, and I'm afraid I'll let him down. Lu Qianhui said. If you miss your shot, the other party will become alert, making it harder to kill them. She dared not fire without being absolutely certain. Is that not allowed? Jiang Ning's voice came through the headset. Chia is under pressure, boss. I think this method is too dangerous. Let's try another one. Lung Yu said. Snipers grow under pressure. You've done it with this shot. Jiang Ning said. Don't feel pressured. I can be your bait a few more times. As long as you have confidence and take it down with one shot, I'm fine with you. Boss, listen to me. After saying that, Jiang Ning began to count down. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Jiang Ning reappeared, flashing past the 2 stone pillars at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The enemy sniper missed again. Damn it! The sniper cursed loudly. But at the same time, with a loud bang, the sniper's head exploded instantly. Hit! Lung Yu put down her binoculars and patted Lu Qianhui on the shoulder excitedly. Well done. Boss. Lu Qianhui felt her hands trembling, and cold sweat immediately poured down her face. These are opportunities that the boss risked his life for. Well done. Jiang Ning's praise came through the earpiece, followed by a shout. Qianhui, snipe the enemy leader. The rest of you, Sound the counterattack. Chapter 587 Farm Standoff. In an instant, Jiang Ning's side gained momentum, and everyone began to fight back under Jiang Ning's leadership. Bullets flew around the manor like meteors. Lu Qianhui's sniper bullets hit key enemy figures from time to time, causing Pang Qing's team to suffer repeated defeats. Seeing his army crumble, Pang Qing no longer cared about the lives of others and, under the cover of his trusted men, quietly withdrew. Without a leader, the group collapsed in an instant, with some dying and others scattering. Jiang Ning won a great victory without losing a single soldier, and without even using Luo Wei's mercenary troops. Boss, why didn't you order me to kill their leader just now? The leader Lu Qianhui mentioned was Pang Qing. He saw Pang Qing sneak away in the darkness and asked Jiang Ning for permission, but Jiang Ning told him to let him go. Letting that guy go, isn't that like releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Xiao Dao said from the side. I'm playing the long game. Jiang Ning smiled. You don't think that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, which has been entrenched in Sambianpo for over a decade, is only capable of this much, do you? What does the boss mean? I will force him to retreat in humiliation, and then, with their strongest forces, they will come to me for a final battle. Small-scale stuff, no fun at all. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, turned around, and went back into the house. Everyone get ready. The great battle will begin in 3 days, and it will be a large-scale battle that we have never seen before. Yes, boss, be ready at any time. Everyone spoke in unison, and there was a hint of anticipation in their voices. Under the scorching sun of Sambianpo, this land, both legendary and dangerous, is baked. On the edge of the farm, the mercenary legion sent by General Rou stood ready for action. Jiang Ning had spoken with Luo Wei on the phone the night before last, explaining the situation regarding the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. However, he did not mention his personal grudges with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. He said that last night, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce brought people from 6 major forces to the farm to cause trouble, but he dealt with them directly. This made Luo Wei feel somewhat uneasy. So, on Jiang Ning's advice, he sent more people and replaced him with a senior combat commander, Aiken. Today, the farm is guarded by a full 120 armed personnel, equipped with very sophisticated weaponry, ranging from small rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles to large machine guns and rocket launchers, as well as several armored vehicles purchased locally. This kind of team can easily dominate the Sambianpo area. Just as everything was ready, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce launched a counterattack. Pang Qing's last defeat caused him to lose face in front of Pang Yunlong, while Pang Yunlong also lost face in front of the other 5 major forces. Dozens of elite assassins from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce were wiped out overnight. What face does the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce have left to be the leader of the 6 major powers? Use all available force. Jiang Ning must be killed. Pang Yunlong finally issued the harshest order. Moreover, he invited the other 5 major forces to join forces and provide weapons to besiege Jiang Ning. Before this, their investigation of Jiang Ning's background consisted of only a few men, a few dozen mercenaries, and some outdated firearms and equipment. If the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce joins forces with the other 5 major powers and unleashes its full strength, it can crush Jiang Ning in no time. Therefore, Pang Yunlong was really determined this time. Even if he had to use all his strength, he couldn't afford to lose face again. If he loses face again, his position in Sambianpo will be in jeopardy. So, with Pang Yunlong's mediation, Vice President Pang Qing, as the commander-in-chief, led a large force to attack the farm in Jiangning. Although Pang Qing failed last time, he has experience fighting against Jiang Ning, and he is good at troop deployment. Now that there are many soldiers and generals, it is more suitable for him. Rumble. A rare sight has appeared. Led by the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, 6 major forces assembled a force of several hundred people, driving dozens of armored vehicles and even several medium tanks, and surged toward the farm like a raging black tide. A thrilling battle is about to begin. On the farm, Aiken, the mercenary leader of General Rou, stood on the farm's high ground, staring intently at the billowing dust rising in the distance. Beside him, his teammates stood ready, their faces filled with tension and determination. Brothers, the enemy is coming. Aiken's voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the air. The team members gripped their weapons tightly, checked their equipment, and prepared for the fierce battle that was about to begin. Soon, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's legion came into view. The dark figures stood in neat rows, their rifles gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Their eyes revealed arrogance and ruthlessness, as if the farm and these mercenaries before them were nothing more than ants on their path forward. The next second, 2 armored vehicles slowly drove in, their heavy armor giving off a strong sense of oppression. A machine gun was mounted on top of the armored vehicle, its dark muzzle pointing towards the farm. On either side of the armored vehicle were soldiers armed with rocket launchers. Their presence dramatically increased the danger of the battle. "Jiang Ning, come out and surrender, and I'll spare your life." Peng Qing's voice came through the loudspeaker. "There's no Jiang Ning here. I'm Aiken. Talk to me if you need anything." Aiken replied, "Haha, Jiang Ning, are you intimidated by our presence? You don't even have the courage to come out and talk." Peng Qing said, "What kind of skill is it to find a lackey to act as a keyboard warrior? This is my protected farm. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Please leave." Arkin issued an order to leave. "Leave? Huh, are you kidding me? Now I'm asking you to hand over Jiangning, and I won't make things difficult for you. I'm sorry, I don't have that right." "Then prepare to die." Peng Qing roared domineeringly. "Prepare for battle." Aiken shouted, and the team members quickly dispersed to find cover. Some hid behind the farm's earthen walls, some lay prone behind haystacks, and others concealed themselves behind abandoned farm tools. Their eyes were fixed on the enemy, their fingers on the triggers, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's legion did not give them much time to prepare. At a command, the machine guns of the armored vehicles opened fire first, and a hail of bullets rained down on the farm. The earthen walls were smashed, dust flew everywhere, haystacks were smashed, and discarded farm tools were smashed into countless holes. Arkin's teammates were not to be outdone and fought back fiercely. The sounds of rifles, machine guns, and submachine guns mingled together, creating a fierce battle symphony. The battlefield was filled with smoke, bullets flew everywhere, and shouts of battle shook the heavens. "Damn, these guys have too much firepower," one of the team members shouted. Arkin frowned. He knew that if things continued like this, they would soon be in trouble. "Concentrate firepower and attack the armored vehicles." Arkin shouted the order. The team members adjusted their guns and concentrated their firepower on the 2 armored vehicles. However, the armored vehicles were so thick that their bullets only left shallow bullet holes. Just then, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's heavy tanks began to show their power. Boom, boom. One after another, shells, trailing long plumes of flame, hurtled toward the farm. Chapter 588 The Smoke of War at Sambiampo. Explosions rang out one after another, and the farm was instantly engulfed in flames and left in a mess. "Get out of the way," Aiken shouted, and lay down on the ground. A rocket exploded not far from him, the huge impact knocking him to the ground, covering him with dust and rubble. Arkin struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his face, and continued to command the battle. He saw a teammate being suppressed by enemy fire and unable to move, and rushed over without hesitation. He picked up his submachine gun and fired a burst of fire, clearing a path for his team members. In the fierce firefight, Arkin's team members gradually suffered casualties. Some were hit by enemy bullets and fell into pools of blood. Some were seriously injured by the blast wave of the rocket artillery. However, none of them backed down. They continued to resist stubbornly. However, the combined forces of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and the 6 major powers were simply too powerful. They were numerous, well-equipped, and skilled in tactical coordination. Under the enemy's fierce attack, Arkin's mercenaries gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. "Captain, we can't hold on much longer," one of the team members shouted anxiously. Arkin gritted his teeth. He knew that if things continued like this, they would all die here. "Prepare to retreat and move to the jungle behind the farm." Arkin shouted the command. Although the team members were unwilling, they still obeyed the order. They fought back while slowly retreating. "They're scared. Chase them. Beat them to death." Seeing this, The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's legion launched an even more frenzied attack. The armored vehicle sped up and headed deeper into the farm. The soldiers rushed forward, trying to wipe out Akin's mercenaries in one fell swoop. Arkin and his men fought and retreated, using the terrain of the farm to maneuver against the enemy. They would sometimes hide behind houses and suddenly fire at the enemy. Sometimes they would use ditches to cleverly avoid enemy fire. Behind the farm lay the jungle. After a period of fighting and retreating, Akin and his team finally reached the edge of the jungle. Without hesitation, they rushed into the jungle and disappeared into the dense foliage. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's legion chased them to the edge of the jungle and stopped. They knew that the jungle was full of unknown dangers, and that rushing in would likely lead to trouble. Jiang Ning must be hiding inside, Peng Qing said through gritted teeth. He harbored deep hatred for Jiang Ning. He came with a pledge: if he can't kill Jiang Ning, he can forget about being the vice president. Chase after them. Peng Qing waved his hand. But they'll be lying in ambush inside waiting for us to enter, an adjutant questioned. What are you afraid of? We have armored vehicles that bullets can't penetrate, and tanks too. What can they do to us if they're lying in ambush? Peng Qing shouted. This is the edge of the jungle, and the terrain isn't particularly complex yet. Armored vehicles can still manage to drive in a small area. But if the enemy runs into the deep mountains, it will be much harder to catch them. The next second, Peng Qing entered an armored vehicle and used a tactical headset to direct the armored vehicle to clear the way, with tanks providing assistance and the remaining machine gunners hiding behind. The main force headed towards the mountainous jungle. On a high ground in the jungle, Arkin and Jiangning joined forces. Mr. Jiang, they've arrived. Jiangning nodded and looked into the distance. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's legion was approaching menacingly. More than 100 well-trained soldiers stood in neat formation, their steps powerful, and the guns in their hands gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. 8 armored vehicles and 2 tanks drove imposingly at the front of the column, their tracks grinding the earth with a dull, chilling sound, as if proclaiming their strength and unstoppable force. Arkin frowned and turned to Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang, should we retreat another 10 kilometers or so? The terrain there is too steep for armored vehicles and tanks to proceed. No need. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, his expression calm, his gaze deep and firm. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the approaching enemy, and said calmly, all we have to do is wait. Arkin nodded slightly. Although he still had concerns, General Luo Wei had handed over command of the mercenary group to Jiang Ning, so he could only obey. As the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce Legion drew ever closer, the trees in the mountains grew increasingly lush, their branches and leaves intertwining to form natural barriers. After the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's legion pursued them into the mountains, their formation gradually became scattered. The soldiers advanced cautiously, vigilantly observing their surroundings, their weapons ready to fire at any moment. Armored vehicles and tanks struggled to navigate through the mountains and forests, constantly colliding with trees and making screeching noises. Just as the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce team was about to approach Jiangning's side, Jiangning shouted into the walkie-talkie. Now! Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out all around. The deafening roar instantly sent flames soaring into the sky from the forest, accompanied by billowing smoke. Those once imposing tanks and armored vehicles were almost all blown over in the sudden explosion, with burning wreckage scattered everywhere, billowing black smoke. The soldiers were terrified by this sudden turn of events and scattered in all directions, their shouts and screams mingling together. It turns out that all of this was Jiang Ning's scheme. He had anticipated that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would press their advantage, so he had buried a large amount of explosives in the mountains and forests in advance, setting up this deadly trap. At this moment, Jiang Ning stood on high ground, looking at the enemy who were in chaos, and a slight, almost imperceptible sneer appeared on his lips. Like a general strategizing with mastery, he picked up the walkie-talkie again and calmly said, "Action!" In an instant, suicide drones rushed into the battlefield like black ghosts, weaving through the enemy ranks and searching for the best self-destruct position. With a series of loud explosions, the drone and the enemy perished together, blasting the enemy to pieces. At the same time, soldiers from Jiangning, armed with machine guns and rocket launchers, rushed out from various concealed corners and fired fiercely at the enemy. Bullets rained down like raindrops, and rockets, trailing long plumes of flame, roared away, exploding continuously among the enemy ranks, kicking up clouds of dust and fire. It turns out that while Jiang Ning was ordering Luo Wei to send more men and weapons, he was also secretly ordering Song Si to transport weapons over. He knew that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would definitely investigate him, so he used General Luo Wei's men as a cover while secretly bringing in a lot of advanced equipment. The main purpose is to make the other party underestimate your abilities. At this moment, Pang Qing, the commander of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, realized that he had fallen into a trap and shouted in terror, "Retreat! Retreat!" The soldiers snapped out of their daze and turned to flee back the way they had come. However, when they reached the edge of the forest, they were horrified to find that many intelligent robots had appeared behind them without them noticing. These robots are about 2 meters tall, with a rugged appearance, holding machine guns tightly in their hands, and exuding a cold metallic aura. They were arranged in a neat row, as impenetrable as a city wall forged from steel. Chapter 589. If you're going to do something, do it big. This left the allied forces of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and the other 6 major powers completely dumbfounded. Although they were all seasoned veterans who had faced all sorts of enemies, this was definitely their first time facing a robot. Moreover, this was under the condition that their escape route had been cut off. This made them very nervous and fearful. The cold robots opposite, each wielding a variety of firearms, resembled merciless reapers. Shot. At Jiang Ning's command, Song Si and the robot control team began to operate the system. Rat. The robot pulled the trigger, and bullets streaked across the fire line, shooting towards Pang Qing's team like meteors. Pang Qing's team was well-trained and quickly found the overturned armored vehicles and tanks to use as cover and began to deal with the robots. Bullets whizzed through the forest, piercing through leaves and embedding themselves deep in tree trunks. Although Pang Qing's team still had its main force intact, they were devastated to discover that the robots were completely unafraid of gunfire. Their bullets struck the robot, producing sparks and leaving mottled marks, but had no other effect. These robots, fearless and tireless, launched repeated and frenzied attacks on Pang Qing's team. Pang Qing's henchmen gradually fell down, and his numbers dwindled. Half of the leaders of the other major forces were also dead. Hold on, I've already called for reinforcements, Pang Qing shouted. Knowing he was powerless to escape his current predicament, Pang Qing took a break during the battle and dialed Pang Yunlong's number. He asked Pang Yunlong to send someone to help him out of this predicament. Pang Yunlong did indeed promise to send someone. However, what Pang Qing didn't know was that the team he was leading at this moment had become the backbone of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Although the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had tens of thousands of followers, they were now spreading out in various places, and the Sambiampo headquarters only had a few hundred elites. Moreover, Pang Qing brought half of them today, and even equipped Pang Qing with the best equipment. Useless thing. At this moment, Pang Yunlong sat in Yunding manner, angrily smashing his teacup on the ground. Chairman, how many more troops should we send? A leader asked. Pang Yunlong glanced at the woman with red, swollen eyes from crying and sighed deeply. I still have 200 people left in my manor. Send half of them over, plus 2 rocket launchers and 1 tank. 100 people? How can that be enough? The woman with red, tear-filled eyes pleaded. My son brought more than 200 people, but none of them were a match for Jiang Ning. Sending 100 people now won't solve anything. Brother, your third brother only had 1 son, and he's gone now. You must preserve his only lineage. The woman's name was Feng Yan. She was Pang Qing's mother and also the wife of Pang Yunlong's third brother, Pang Yunbao. Pang Yunbao was killed by his enemies in revenge years ago, leaving behind Feng Yan and her son Pang Qing. Fortunately, Pang Qing was quite capable and was valued by Pang Yunlong, who promoted him to vice president. Feng Yan was also proud of her son and had doted on Pang Qing since he was a child. No matter how evil Pang Qing did, it didn't matter to him. His son could kill, set fires, rape, and plunder, but he couldn't suffer the slightest loss. Pang Qing is trapped in the mountains by Jiang Ning today. This won't do. Feng Yin is so anxious she's almost jumping up and down. Sister-in-law, 100 people are more than enough, Pang Yunlong explained. Besides, the battle we are fighting with Jiangning now is not the kind of street brawl where thugs hack and slash. Our battle is almost no different from the battle between armies of nations. Therefore, this kind of battle is not about numbers, but about strategy and equipment. A well-placed missile can kill hundreds of people, so numbers are just a passing cloud. What are you doing here with so many people? Feng Yin said. Some people aren't needed. Isn't Pang Qing your nephew? Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Pang Yunlong was also angry. It's all his own fault for being useless. He was given dozens of elite assassins, but he handed over the assassin group and returned as a commander without any troops. They gave him a chance to redeem himself and sent over 100 elite warriors, along with dozens of people from the other 5 major powers, and various kinds of excellent equipment. The combat power of such a team is usually only that of a small country. As a result, he still couldn't handle it and ended up in a passive situation where he was surrounded by others. How come I never noticed how useless he was before? Wah, Brother Leopard, if you're watching from heaven, please come and see. Your son's life is in danger, and you, his own brother, won't even do your best to save him. Brother Leopard, if anything happens to my son, I won't live anymore. I'll come over there and make a scene. Brother Leopard. Wah! Feng Yin cried so hard that she couldn't be pulled up. All right, Pang Yunlong gritted his teeth helplessly. Add 50 more men, 3 more armored vehicles, and 1 tank. Do we need to add more firearms and ammunition? The foreman asked. Take whatever you want. You'll have to take it back anyway if you don't need it. Pang Yunlong said generously. Then, he shook his head helplessly and looked at Feng Yin. Sister-in-law, this is my limit. My Yunding Manor can't just be an empty city, can it? The implication is that I also need to keep some secrets, right? Feng Yin was quite satisfied with Pang Yunlong's actions this time. He wiped away his tears and said, On behalf of Brother Leopard, thank you, big brother. Stop this nonsense and go back to your room. Stop crying and wailing here. It's upsetting me. Pang Yunlong said. No, I'm going to wait here. I need to hear news about my son as soon as possible. Feng Yin insisted. Parents always worry about their children, and Pang Yunlong knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he stopped. Do as you please, just stop crying. Good. Feng Yin gritted her teeth and held back her tears. Meanwhile, Song Si and his team controlled the robots and launched wave after wave of attacks on Pang Qing's team, who were still fighting desperately. Because they held on to hope, knowing that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's main force would come to rescue them. If they can buy enough time, there is hope of survival. Let them suffer a little more. Jiang Ning gave the order, and Aiken's mercenary group also launched an attack from behind. The robots and the mercenary group attacked from both sides, making Pang Qing's team suffer greatly and teeter on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the sun was setting and the sky was gradually darkening. The battle lasted from daytime into nighttime. However, Pang Qing was more looking forward to the evening. Because that would obstruct everyone's view, his team could take advantage of the chaos and stall for more time. However, what he didn't realize was that he thought too highly of himself. If Jiang Ning wanted to kill him, he would have ordered the robots and the Arkan mercenary group to tighten the encirclement and kill them all. The reason for the prolonged stalemate, putting pressure on them without killing them, was to get them to call for reinforcements. Because Jiang Ning's goals are far more complex than just Pang Qing's. If he was going to do something, he was going to do something big. His target was Pang Yunlong. Chapter 590 The Collapse of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. At night, Yunding Manor resembles a fortress in the darkness, standing in an open area surrounded by jungle. This is the residence of Pang Yunlong, the president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and also the core stronghold of this massive criminal organization. Normally, the manor is heavily guarded, with armed guards patrolling back and forth, and various advanced security equipment acting like sharp eyes, not missing the slightest movement. However, tonight this place feels incredibly empty. The main force had all been dispatched to fight, making this the quietest and most desolate night in the history of Yunding Manor. Dark clouds, as black as ink, piled up in layers, completely obscuring the moonlight and starlight. Fine raindrops fell like silver threads, quickly enveloping the world in a hazy veil of rain. Raindrops hit the ground, splashing up tiny droplets and making a soft, pattering sound that drowned out the surrounding noises. In the dense forest not far from Yunding Manor, dozens of elite soldiers dressed in black special operations uniforms were quietly lying in ambush. Their faces were painted in camouflage, revealing only pairs of sharp, determined eyes, like cold stars twinkling in the night sky. The leader of these soldiers was Jiang Ning. That's right. He handed over the battle at the farm to Arkin, while he himself led his trusted confidants and elite troops straight to the Yunlong Merchant Guild stronghold. At that moment, he slightly raised his wrist and glanced at his specially made tactical watch. The time was approaching the scheduled moment for the surprise attack. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, then lowered his voice and issued orders to his men through the communication headset. Brothers, we've never been favored, always looked down upon, but tonight is our moment to prove ourselves. Remember, our target is Pang Yunlong. Operation begins. At Jiang Ning's command, dozens of elite soldiers quickly sprang into action. Like well-trained cheetahs, they silently approached Yunding Manor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, several self-destructing drones, like a swarm of black ghosts, rose from the hands of the soldiers and flew towards the interior of the manor. These self-destructing drones carry high explosives and detonate instantly upon contact with their target, delivering devastating force. Bang! 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 The drones exploded one after another inside the manor, flames shooting into the sky and illuminating the entire rainy night. The explosion was deafening, catching the guards in the manor off guard. What happened? Hearing the noise, Pang Yunlong was terrified. President, we've been attacked by a large number of suicide drones, someone hurriedly reported. Oh no! Pang Yunlong broke out in a cold sweat. He knew he had been tricked. The main force was lured away from the mountain, and then Jiang Ning took advantage of his weakness to attack him. But Pang Yunlong was not easily intimidated. He was furious at Jiang Ning's actions. How dare you come to my headquarters, Jiang Ning? How many lives do you have? Pang Yunlong slammed his fist on the table and shouted, Hold the gate. I'm calling for help right now. Yes. At this moment, outside the manor gate. Fourth brother, that's about enough. Jiang Ning said. All right, I'll do it myself. Song Si personally drove a huge armored vehicle slowly out of the jungle and sped towards the manor gate. Under the cover of the rain, the massive armored vehicle resembled a steel behemoth, exuding an unstoppable aura. With a loud boom, the armored vehicle slammed into the manor gate. The sturdy gate twisted and deformed instantly under the powerful impact and collapsed with a crash. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Ning led his elite warriors and swiftly stormed into the manor, their assault rifles spitting fire as they unleashed a barrage of shots at the fleeing guards. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense gunfire echoed throughout the manor, bullets raining down like a storm. The guards of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce scrambled for cover and took up arms to fight back. In an instant, the manor was filled with smoke and flickering flames. Shouts and gunfire mingled together like a symphony of death. At this moment, Pang Yunlong was filled with anger and fear. He never expected Jiang Ning to be so bold, and that his equipment was so advanced. At this moment, in the courtyard of the manor, Jiang Ning and his men are engaged in a fierce firefight with the guards. Jiang Ning was agile. He constantly changed positions to dodge enemy bullets while accurately shooting at his targets. Every time the trigger was pulled, a guard fell. Leng Yu, Lei Long, Xiao Dao, Li Bing, Lu Qianren, and other fierce generals fought like wolves and sheep, slaughtering with great gusto. Under Jiang Ning's leadership, the soldiers' morale soared, and they quickly gained the upper hand. Don't panic. Proceed as usual. Pang Yunlong's voice came through the radio headset to the guards. With a leader in mind, the guards quickly organized an effective resistance. Some guards hid in the corners of the building, using the advantageous terrain to fire at the soldiers. Other guards formed combat teams, attempting to encircle the soldiers. Watch out for the flanks. The enemy is showing signs of encircling us, Li Bing shouted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning quickly turned around and looked towards the flank. Sure enough, a dozen guards were quietly approaching them. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning picked up his gun and opened fire on the enemy on his flank. Under his suppressive fire, the enemies on the flanks fell one after another, and the encirclement plan was instantly thwarted. This was also the last counterattack by the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. After all, they only had 50 men, and now most of them had been killed or wounded, leaving them with neither the resources nor the courage to resist. The battle came too suddenly, and now it seems like we're waiting for reinforcements, which may be a long time coming. Seeing the battle collapse, Pang Yunlong was filled with grief and cursed. Damn it. I, Pang Yunlong, have met with this day? What a damn bad luck. President, let's run, the confidant said. We have no choice but to escape for now. I'll come back and deal with him once I've gathered my forces. Pang Yunlong gritted his teeth, drew his pistol from his waist, and slipped out the back door with 2 trusted men. Boss, Pang Yunlong is over there. Lung Yu, with her sharp eyes, pointed to a small building not far away and shouted loudly. Lung Yu used to be a member of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and she knew Pang Yunlong very well. Jiang Ning looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Pang Yunlong with several bodyguards trying to sneak into the small building. Because the rooftop is a platform with a helicopter parked there, they wanted to escape by helicopter. We can't let him get away, Jiang Ning shouted, and, along with Lung Yu and his trusted confidants, chased after Pang Yunlong. Pang Yunlong was shocked to see Jiang Ning and the others chasing after him. Hurry up, hurry up. He urged his bodyguards to speed up, while repeatedly turning back to fire his gun, trying to stop Jiang Ning and his men from pursuing them. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed past Jiang Ning, but he was fearless and quickly gave chase. Soon, the two arrived at the side door of the small building. Pang Yunlong's bodyguards stopped in their tracks, turned around, and used their bodies to shield Pang Yunlong, preparing for a final, desperate fight with Jiang Ning and his men. Pang Yunlong, you're not getting away today. Lung Yu roared and charged towards the enemy first. Lei Long and his men followed closely behind, engaging in a fierce close-quarters combat with Pang Yunlong's bodyguards. Pang Yunlong and his men fought their way back into the small building, where a fierce battle ensued in the confined space. The sounds of fists colliding with flesh and weapons clashing together sent chills down one's spine. Pang Yunlong no longer cared about anyone else. He had run out of bullets and turned to run upstairs. Once he reached the top floor and got on the helicopter, he would be free. However, after running only a few steps, he was hit hard from behind and stumbled and fell on the stairs. Lung Yu and the others dealt with Pang Yunlong's bodyguards, while Jiang Ning broke free from the entanglement and caught up with Pang Yunlong. Driven by an intense desire to win, Pang Yunlong got up again and tried to run away. Jiang Ning kicked him again, sending him stumbling and falling to the ground. He crawled forward, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, pleading, Jiang Ning, let's talk this out. He was now cornered with nowhere to escape, and his heart was filled with endless despair. I once wanted to talk to you properly, but I found that some people can't listen to nice things, and they don't deserve to hear nice things. Jiang Ning waved to his men behind him. Pang Yunlong is utterly wicked and deserves to die. Who among you doesn't mind getting dirty? Do it in my place. I. Everyone rushed to get on board. I'll take it. Lung Yu said. I'm the most suitable. As you wish. Jiang Ning said. The rain is still falling. Jiang Ning led his men and slowly walked out of Yunding Manor. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, a behemoth that had stood in Sambiampo for over a decade, collapsed and shattered on this night. Chapter 591 Marching into Kunlun. The situation in Sambiampo changed dramatically in the following week. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce fell, its president Pang Yunlong died in the chaos of battle, and the Pang family members were either killed or fled. The foundation that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had built up over more than a decade was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the Huahai Association, led by Jiang Ning, aggressively entered Sambiampo and seized a large area of arable land resources in Sambiampo. Of course, Jiang Ning didn't care about any of that. What he cared about was that no one could oppose him. The complete defeat of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce also made other forces realize Jiangning's capabilities. The other 5 major powers all came to pay homage, indicating that they would follow Jiangning's lead from now on. There are no rules or laws in Sambiampo, the strong rule. This is the most primitive law of the jungle. Ruan Xinghan, who was hoping to turn the tide with the help of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, contacted Jiangning to beg for mercy the moment the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce fell. Even a powerful guild like Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was no match for Jiangning. Ruan Xinghan knew he was completely doomed this time. If they continue to be so stubborn, they may lose not just their business, but their lives. Jiangning was satisfied with Ruan Xinghan's concession and said that since the other party acknowledged his status in the jade industry in Myanmar, they could still be friends. From now on, Ruan Xinghan would be responsible for connecting Jiangning with the various government departments that control the mining industry. Then, Jiangning would give Ruan Xinghan a share every year. This made Ruan Xinghan very happy. Unexpectedly, Lord Jiangning was forgiving and, after he yielded, even gave him a cushy job. Therefore, Nguyen Sin Han was very grateful to Jiangning and said that he would definitely help Jiangning develop the jade industry in Myanmar. Late at night, Jiangning stood atop Sambiampo Mountain, gazing at this mysterious and ancient land, and let out a long sigh. He never intended to achieve anything significant on this land. Because he had been a powerful and ruthless figure in his past life, he did not want to repeat it. But fate loves to play tricks on people, forcing him to stand here, forcing him to become the leader of one of the most powerful organizations in this land. Since that's how it is, let's accept our fate. Jiangning lit a cigarette and looked into the distance. He hadn't smoked in a long time, and the swirling smoke stirred up deep thoughts in him. As Xiaoxiatzi stated, 4 types of minerals are needed to support the space-time interweaving array: Imperial Emerald Jade, top-grade Pigeon Blood Ruby, millennia-old obsidian from the deep sea, and Kunlun Ice Jade. Now that he has acquired the Myanmar mining area, the top-quality green jadeite and rubies all come from Myanmar. These 2 things are settled. As for the obsidian from the seabed, he will have to go to Japan to get it. Before that, Jiangning first needs to secure the source of ice-type spirit jade in Kunlun. When talking about Kunlun spirit jade, one cannot help but mention one person, Quinn. In his previous life, Jiangning entrusted all of his mining business to Quinn. Quinn comes from the Kunlun Mountains and has lived in the Kunlun mining area, which is full of spiritual jade since childhood. He was born with heterochromia, with one pupil being red. It is as if he has a built-in scanner, which can distinguish the quality of the ore at a glance. That's right, Quinn is an appraiser with exceptional appraisal skills and a very high reputation in the jade circle of the Kunlun Mountains. Furthermore, he and the villagers from the nearby villages were among the strongest miners of the original Kunlun Ice Jade. Their village is located at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Every year, the people of Quinn Village go to the top of the Kunlun Mountains in groups to collect jade. Then they are transported down the mountain, where they are selected and processed by jade merchants before finally reaching the buyers. Jade is a rare find, and such a precious thing must be highly sought after by many. That's not actually the case. The environment at the summit of Kunlun Mountain is harsh, with severe cold and snow all year round, and the ice is 3 feet thick. Moreover, the weather is unpredictable. One second it is clear skies, and the next second it may be a blizzard. Avalanches are commonplace. Even the mountaineering teams that attempt to climb Mount Everest dare not easily attempt to reach the summit of Kunlun. Therefore, the purest spirit jade at the summit of Kunlun mostly comes from Quinn's village. Therefore, if one wants to secure Kunlun jade, it is necessary to bring Quinn under one's wing. Moreover, the jade business in Myanmar also needs a jade expert like Quinn to help manage it. If they can successfully recruit Quinn into their ranks, it will be a win-win situation. After sorting out the business in Sambiampo and Myendu, Jiangning took Lingyu and Xiao Yixiaxiatzi back to China and headed to Kunlun. Jiangning sat in the driver's seat of the off-road jeep, gazing at the gradually desolate yet magnificent scenery outside the window, feeling both anticipation and excitement for the unknown. Kunlun, mysterious and majestic. And that old friend, after a lifetime, is finally going to meet again. The car bumped along the way and finally arrived at the small village at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. The village is quiet and ancient, and the distant snow-capped mountains shimmer with a sacred light under the sun. Jiang Ning had found out where Quinn lived beforehand, so he went straight to Quinn's house. Jiang Ning was deeply moved when he saw Quinn again. This tall and strong Tibetan man helped him solve many mineral-related problems in his previous life. However, in this life, Quinn has not yet left the mountains and does not know Jiang Ning. His bronze face was etched with the marks of time, and his eyes were deep and bright, like cold stars twinkling in the night sky. But at this moment, due to his wariness of Jiang Ning, they revealed a hint of aloofness and vigilance. Her long, jet-black hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands falling beside her cheeks. He wore a thick Tibetan robe, dark in color, embroidered with exquisite traditional patterns, and a cowhide belt around his waist, from which hung some small items with distinctive ethnic characteristics, exuding a rich Tibetan style. Mr. Quinn, this is Mr. Jiang Ning. He is a jade merchant who has come specifically to discuss a mining cooperation with the people of your village. The guide Jiang Ning found was a local who also knew Quinn, so he acted as an intermediary to introduce Jiang Ning to Quinn. Our ore is exclusively supplied to those at the foot of the mountain. We will not cooperate with outsiders. Quinn coldly refused. Quinn was born and raised here and cherishes the spiritual treasures bestowed upon them by the mountains. He instinctively distrusts Jiang Ning, who hastily comes to win him over. I can offer a higher price and a more convenient way of cooperating, Jiang Ning said. For example, I don't need you to transport the ore out. I will send people to pick it up in your village. Feel sorry. Quinn's eyes were full of defensiveness, and he coldly rejected Jiang Ning's warm greeting. Despite Quinn's coldness, Jiang Ning was not discouraged. He decided to stay in the village and look for an opportunity to change Quinn's opinion of him. However, the village refused to allow outsiders, so Jiang Ning could only set up a tent nearby. On the second day after settling in, Jiang Ning sensed an uneasy atmosphere permeating the village. After making some inquiries, he learned that the village's main water source had suddenly become turbid, severely impacting the villagers' lives. The children could no longer play in the clear stream as usual, the women frowned with worry about their family's water supply, and the elderly gathered together anxiously, wondering how they would get through the days to come. Jiang Ning realized that this might be his chance to break the deadlock with Quinn. He immediately took out his phone and started contacting his contacts in Haicheng. He decided that no matter what, he had to help the village solve its water problem. He simply wanted to help Quinn. Quinn watched Jiang Ning bustling around, filled with doubt. What is he trying to do? Could he be using helping as an excuse to have other plans? But Quinn couldn't help but secretly observe Jiang Ning's every move. Chapter 592 Queen, the Heterochromatic Eye Appraiser. Jiang Ning first called a friend who was quite accomplished in the field of water quality testing. Hello, Chairman Jiang. This is Jiang Ning. I'm currently in a remote village at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. There's a problem with the water source here. Could you help me contact a professional water quality testing team and get over as soon as possible? Yes, the situation is quite urgent. The villagers have run out of water. Chairman Jiang hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone before saying, Mr. Jiang, the foot of Kunlun Mountain is quite far away, and mobilizing a testing team there will be quite expensive. Jiang Ning said, money is not a problem. You help me make the contact first, and I will cover the expenses. Lives are at stake, and the villagers here cannot wait. Quinn, who overheard their conversation, felt a ripple of emotion. Could it be that he really wants to help us? But his years of wariness towards outsiders quickly dispelled the idea. Maybe it's just for show. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ning immediately contacted water conservancy experts. Through friends in the industry, he found Professor Li, an expert with extensive experience in water conservancy project repair. Professor Li, hello? I am Jiang Ning. I am currently in a village where the water source is polluted. I would like to ask you to come and take a look so that you can find the source of the pollution and solve the water supply problem. Jiang Ning said sincerely. After hearing the situation, Professor Li expressed his willingness to help, but his schedule was very full, and he could not leave for at least 3 days. In the days leading up to the arrival of the testing team and Professor Li, Jiang Ning actively participated in the villagers' search for a temporary water source. He followed several strong young villagers, traversing mountains and valleys in search of possible springs in the mountains. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to traverse. Jiang Ning's shoes were torn by sharp stones, and his feet were blistered, but he did not complain at all. Quinn watched Jiang Ning's limping yet persistent figure from afar, and the hardened defenses in his heart began to loosen slightly. This outsider seems to be different from what I imagined. Finally, 4 days later, the water quality testing team that Lao Zhang had helped contact arrived in the village. The members of the testing team started working immediately as soon as they got out of the car. They collected water samples from various water collection points in the village and used professional instruments to test and analyze them. Jiang Ning watched from the side, his heart filled with anticipation. After several hours of intensive testing, the testing team obtained preliminary results. It turns out that a small mine had recently opened not far upstream from the village, and the mine's wastewater was being discharged directly into the stream without treatment, causing water pollution. Upon learning of this news, Jiang Ning immediately contacted the local Environmental Protection Department to report the situation. The Environmental Protection Department stated that it would investigate and deal with the mine as soon as possible. At the same time, Professor Li also arrived at the village. Professor Li, along with his assistants, conducted a comprehensive survey of the village's water supply system. He discovered that the village's water supply pipes had been in disrepair for years and were damaged in many places, which exacerbated the impact of water pollution on the villagers' lives. After discussing with Jiang Ning, Professor Li formulated a detailed renovation plan. The first step is to repair the damaged water pipes, and then build a simple filtration and purification facility near the water source to ensure that villagers have access to clean water. However, repairing the water supply system requires a significant amount of funding. These words naturally reached the ears of Quinn and the villagers. "How much money do you need?" Quinn asked. "It's hard to say," Professor Li said. "The land here is cheap, but the pipeline needs to come from a faraway place, which is too long. It will cost at least several million or tens of millions." This completely ruined the lives of the protagonist, Quinn, and the villagers. Despite the fact that they acquire many top-grade jade rough stones every year, the villagers in this remote and impoverished area have no concept of commerce. They sell raw stones at very low prices, unlike the high prices of raw stones on the market. Therefore, although the villagers are well off, they are not that rich. Just as Quinn and the others were struggling with this, Jiang Ning stepped forward again. "I'll pay for this. The most important thing is to ensure that the villagers have access to good water first." Quinn watched as Jiang Ning tirelessly worked for the village, communicating and coordinating with various people, and always paying out of his own pocket. Quinn was increasingly moved. Quinn's sister tugged at his sleeve and said, "Brother, Mr. Jiang seems to be helping us wholeheartedly. We misunderstood him." In the days that followed, the village was bustling with activity. The workers began construction in earnest. They dug up the ground, replaced damaged pipes, and built filtration and purification facilities at the water source. Villagers also spontaneously participated in the project, helping to transport materials and providing water and food to the workers. Throughout this process, Quinn silently observed Jiang Ning's every move. Seeing Jiang Ning tirelessly working for the village, his opinion of Jiang Ning gradually began to change. One day, Quinn approached Jiang Ning, handed him a pot of butter tea, and said, "You are a good person. I'm sorry for how I treated you before." Jiang Ning took the butter tea and said with a smile, "Brother Quinn, please don't say that. I did have my own purpose when I first came here, but seeing the situation in the village, I just wanted to do something for everyone, and I didn't think too much about it." Thanks to everyone's joint efforts, the water supply system repair project is progressing smoothly. 2 weeks later, when the clear water flowed back into the villagers' homes, the whole village was abuzz with excitement. Children ran happily along the stream, and adults beamed with joy. To express their gratitude to Jiang Ning and everyone who had helped the village, the villagers held a grand celebration. They lit a bonfire in the open space in the center of the village, roasted a whole lamb, and danced a traditional Tibetan dance. Jiang Ning and Quinn were also invited to the bonfire, and everyone sat together, laughing and chatting. In this joyful atmosphere, Jiang Ning and Qian's relationship became increasingly harmonious. Qian began to share his years of experience and stories in appraising antiques with Jiang Ning, while Jiang Ning told Qian about the wonders of the outside world. After the celebration, Jiang Ning approached Qian and said earnestly, "Brother Qian, please reconsider my request. I want to buy raw stones from you, and I hope we can cooperate." Qian initially seemed happy, but his expression turned cold after hearing these words. Over the years, too many outsiders have come to the village, trying to curry favor with them, and in the end, they all want to buy raw stones from them. Although it doesn't matter who you sell the raw stones to, the local villagers have their own beliefs. The raw stones are their gods. They will not entrust them to outsiders, but only to local merchants they trust. The largest seller of their raw stones is Mr. Bok from Mai City at the foot of the mountain. Bok was a devout Tibetan Buddhist, and they shared the same faith and trusted each other implicitly. Therefore, Qian was somewhat unhappy about Jiang Ning's sudden proposal for cooperation. However, after spending time with Jiang Ning, he developed a liking for him. So he whispered, "Jiang Ning, if you insist on doing raw stone trading, I can open a channel for you. You can take a small portion from me. This is my greatest sincerity, considering you've done something for the benefit of the whole village." Jiang Ning shook his head. "Brother Qian, I want all of them, all of them." Upon hearing this, Qian became furious. "Jiang Ning, you've got too big for your britches. This is off the table. We will pay you back the money the village owes you, slowly." "Excuse me." After saying that, he got up and left angrily. Chapter 593 The Cunning Believer. Jiang Ning was not surprised by this. The same was true of Qian in his previous life, kind yet stubborn. They have their own beliefs and morality, and outsiders cannot gain their trust by lowering prices or offering some benefits. Jiang Ning had made preparations for this well in advance. During the period when the Water Conservancy project was being built, Jiang Ning obtained a lot of information. He knew that the spirit stones of Yuan village were all sold to Bok in Mai City at the foot of the mountain. Bok was a renowned antique dealer in the area, highly respected in the region, and claimed to be a devout Tibetan Buddhist, so many of his business partners trusted him implicitly. The cooperation between Yuan village and Bok has lasted for 10 years, since Bok was a small-time businessman. This partnership is deeply rooted, so it's understandable that Qian wouldn't easily switch suppliers. However, it's easy for Jiang Ning to tell from the prices Bok pays for jade that Bok is a notorious swindler. He was from Yuan village and rarely went outside. The two sides had cooperated for many years and trusted each other. He offered Yuan village a price for buying spirit jade, which was practically the price for buying garbage. If he were truly a devout Buddhist, he wouldn't treat the gifts of nature with such disdain. To put it bluntly, they are using the name of Buddhists as a front to deceive the trust of these simple villagers in Tibetan areas. So, during the time the Water Conservancy project was underway, Jiang Ning sent Lung Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi to secretly investigate Bok, and they actually found a problem. Bok is ostensibly an antique and jade dealer, but in reality, he has his own private armed force. Those armed groups usually like to go into the mountains to hunt, killing endangered animals and selling their fur. If Bok had a business conflict, those people would return from the mountains and secretly help him resolve the business problems. This is not the kind of approach a Tibetan Buddhist should take. What's most infuriating is that Bok was an antique smuggler who specialized in reselling antiques overseas for exorbitant fees. In particular, as a Tibetan Buddhist, he acquired many Tibetan antiques, which have profound significance for Tibetan Buddhist culture. However, once they were in his hands, they were sold to foreigners with a price tag. This is a desecration of Tibetan Buddhism and a betrayal of culture. That evening, Lung Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi returned to Yuan village and handed over the useful clues they had collected to Jiang Ning. The next morning, Jiang Ning found Qian and handed him the information. "Brother Qian, the business partner you trust is actually a complete swindler and traitor." Jiang Ning said, "This is only part of his information. I have no way of knowing how many antiques he has smuggled and how many cultural treasures have flowed abroad through his hands over the years." Qian stared wide-eyed in disbelief at what he saw. "This?" He gritted his teeth. "Come with me." Qian, holding the documents, led Jiang Ning to the village chief. Village chief, this is some information Mr. Jiang has gathered about Bach. Quinn said, we've been working with Bach for so long, and we knew absolutely nothing about him. The village chief was also very surprised. Isn't he a devout Buddhist? How could he do such a thing? Seeing that the village chief was somewhat skeptical, Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, he is a fake Buddhist. His purpose is to deceive you people who truly have faith. The despicable things he has done are all shady and cannot be found by ordinary people. I obtained this information through some clandestine means. The village chief gritted his teeth and said, I will verify this matter. If he really is that kind of person, we may have to reconsider our jade cooperation. Quinn nodded as well. Although Quinn is highly respected in this area, the old village chief still holds considerable influence, and decisions still need to be made by him. The following week, the villagers who went up the mountain harvested another batch of icy jadeite rough stones. According to the normal procedure, several representatives were to send the rough stones down the mountain to Bach in Mai City. This time, the old village chief Uncle Wugon and Quinn personally delivered the raw stones. Furthermore, he brought 2 strong young men with him. Upon arriving in Mai City, Bach warmly welcomed the people of Yuin village, as always. Uncle Wugon, it's been a long time. Why have you come down the mountain in person this time? Bach instructed his men to pour tea for the representatives of Yuin village, and then offered Wugon a cigarette. I won't smoke. Uncle Yugen seemed somewhat angry. Give it up. Bach smiled, not noticing anything amiss, and turned to Quinn, saying, You're here just in time. I have a treasure I'd like you to take a look at. After saying that, he clapped his hands, and his men brought up a treasure chest. When they opened it, inside was an exquisite Tibetan Buddhist thanka. Thanka is a religious scroll painting that is mounted on colored satin and hung for worship, and it has extremely high collection and appreciation value. This thanka is clearly no ordinary work. It uses expensive minerals such as gold, silver, and turquoise as painting materials. And it looks quite old. If Quinn had seen such a treasure on a normal day, his eyes would have lit up with excitement. But this time, Quinn's eyes flashed with anger and heartache. According to the information provided by Jiangning, Bach has sold dozens, if not hundreds, of thankas abroad, all of which are ancient treasures with significant cultural value. Quinn gritted his teeth as he imagined their proud culture being so utterly ruined. I won't do the appraisal for you. You should find someone else. Quinn, what's wrong with you? Bach finally noticed something was wrong. What did I do? Look what you've done. Quinn, a simple and straightforward man, finally couldn't suppress his emotions any longer. The old village chief, Yugen, tugged at La Quinn's sleeve, signaling him not to act impulsively. Then, he stepped forward and said, I came here to trade raw stones, and I also wanted to ask you something, Bach. Did you smuggle many of our Tibetan antiques abroad? Bach narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth menacingly, then put on an innocent smile and said, Uncle Yugen, who told you that? Did you smuggle any cultural relics? Wugon asked again through gritted teeth. Bach took a deep breath. This is slander. What about this one? Yugen threw some of the evidence that Jiang Ning had provided him onto the table. Bach glanced down, a cold glint in his eyes. The next second, he waved for his men to close the door, sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said, Who told you all this? You don't need to worry about these things, said the old village chief, Wugon. Your actions have desecrated the faith. You need to repent for this and stop doing such things forever. Uncle Yugen, what era are we living in? Bach frowned and said, We're in business. We're all about profit. Are we going to leave money out of our reach? I have so many people working for me. How am I supposed to support them? Are you going to support them for me? Bach finally revealed his true colors. Chapter 594 put some pressure on him. We're offering you spirit stones at a very low price, and you could make enough money with them. So why are you still smuggling? Quinn asked. A cold glint flashed in Bach's eyes as he looked coldly at Quinn. Who told you I buy spirit stones at a low price? The price I pay for your spirit stones is the normal market price, okay? Don't dwell on these things, said the old village chief, Wugon. I need you to track down the smuggled cultural relics. And if you promise us that you will never do this again, we will give you a chance to reform for the sake of Buddha. Ha ha, what a joke. Bok slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Who do you think you are, daring to interfere in my affairs? Besides, what does my antique business have to do with you? I can sell to whomever I want. It's none of your business. I advise you to focus on your jade business and not overstep your bounds. Otherwise, I will not consider past relationships. As he spoke, he gestured to his two subordinates behind him. Go over there and bring Yuanshire over for a look. The two henchmen were tall, strong, and incredibly muscular. They approached Quinn and the others and reached out to grab the bags they were carrying. Quinn and the others quickly retreated, protecting the bag behind them. If you don't agree to our demands, we will no longer cooperate with you in the spirit stone business, said the old village chief, Wugon. Bok frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, Uncle Yugen, you're not serious, are you? He stood up, threw his cigarette but on the ground and crushed it, walked up to Wugon, and looked down at him, saying, We've always cooperated well before. Why are you suddenly causing trouble? Tell me, who's stirring things up behind the scenes? Bok, it has nothing to do with anyone else. You did something wrong, so you have to take responsibility, Yugen said. Bok smiled slyly and said, All right, I promise you, I won't resell antiques overseas anymore. Is that all right now? As he spoke, he reached for the jade bag behind Wugon. You must write a guarantee and sign it. Yugen stepped back. That's going too far. Bok gritted his teeth. You lot have been doing business with me for so many years, and I've supported your families for generations. Now you're turning around and biting me. I think you're the ones who are unethical. Seeing the other party get angry, Quinn did not back down and shouted, We have no trouble selling our jade, but our partners must be people of faith, or at the very least, kind-hearted and moral. You, a guy who sells cultural relics for profit, are not worthy of cooperating with us. Damn it, you've got some nerve. Bok roared. Put down the jade today, or none of you will leave here alive. Two burly bodyguards stepped forward to snatch the jade bag. Quinn, take the jade and leave. Yugen tossed the jade bag to Quinn. He's old and his legs aren't very strong. If the jade is in his hands, it will definitely be snatched away. Quinn, with the jade bag on his back, fled outside under the cover of two other young men. Quinn and his colleagues spent years mining in the deep mountains, resulting in excellent physical fitness. Although the enemy had an advantage in weapons and numbers, they couldn't do anything to them for the time being. In addition, since Bok's company is located in a downtown area, he won't cause too much of a commotion. And so, Quinn broke through the encirclement and ran back into the mountains. However, after escaping danger, he realized that the old village chief, Uncle Wugon, had not yet returned. Gadong, Tianlu, you two take the jade bag back to the village. I'm going to find Uncle Wugon, Quinn said. Don't go, Tianlu said. When I ran away, I saw Uncle Wugon being arrested by them. There are a lot of them. You'll get arrested too if you go. What can we do? We can't just watch Uncle Yugen get tortured, Quinn said. How about we go back to the village first and discuss it with everyone? Tianlu looked at Gadong. The three of them spent 4 hours, panting, before returning to Yuin village. Then, a meeting was convened with everyone. However, after discussions, no good solution was found. They were all unarmed villagers, and they couldn't very well go down the mountain and fight Bok head-on. But they couldn't win through negotiations alone. What should we do? He's so old, he can't take this kind of hardship. Uncle Wugon's family is extremely anxious right now. May I join your discussion? Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning has been staying here for the past few days and has gotten along very well with the villagers, so they did not refuse Jiang Ning's kindness. Quinn stepped forward, opened the door, and said with a dejected look, As you said, Naebok is truly a treacherous villain, and he doesn't deserve to be a Buddhist. Jiang Ning nodded, walked into the room, and looked at everyone. What's the situation right now? Jie Tong and Tian Lu recounted the events to Jiang Ning. We don't know what to do now, Gadong said. If all else fails, we'll have to go down the mountain with all the villagers to settle accounts with Bok. You'll only be wasting your time going there. In fact, more people will be imprisoned by him, Jiang Ning said. Bok is no ordinary businessman. The bodyguards you see are just a small part of his private army. His real main armed forces are hidden in the mountains. Right now, they've imprisoned Uncle Wugon, so they'll naturally guess that you're going to gather the people and go down the mountain to settle scores with him. Therefore, he'll also send the patrol team back, waiting for you to walk right into their trap. What should we do then? Everyone was even more at a loss. Jiang Ning frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "First of all, don't rush, stay calm. We need to understand one thing. Everything Bach did wasn't because he had a grudge against your village. He just wanted the jade. Now that the jade is in our hands, if they want the jade, they will come to us. Uncle Yugen is his bargaining chip. He won't do anything to Uncle Yugen. As long as we stay calm, he will bring Uncle Yugen to negotiate with us." Hearing this, everyone felt it made a lot of sense and felt more confident. "Mr. Jiang, are we just going to wait here?" Quinn asked. Quinn and the other villagers were very simple and honest, lacking the scheming and manipulative minds of people in the city, let alone the exceptionally intelligent Jiang Ning. Therefore, Jiang Ning's words alone became their backbone. "Mr. Jiang, what if they don't come if we keep waiting like this?" Tianlu asked. The villagers are quick-tempered and can't hold their tempers when something happens. "Right now, we're playing a psychological game," Jiang Ning said. "The other side is betting that we'll lose our patience and come down the mountain to find him. If that happens, his scheme will succeed. But if we don't come down the mountain, he'll lose his patience and come looking for us on his own. That would be to our advantage." But Uncle Yugen's family was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, it was their families who were trapped with Bach. Jiang Ning understood their feelings, patted Uncle Yugen's son on the shoulder, and said, "Actually, during the game, we can do something to put pressure on Bach, so that he will lose his composure more quickly." "How do we do it?" Everyone looked at Jiang Ning. "Sell me the spirit stones." Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Chapter 595 The Battle of Jade Hidden Village, Part 1. Quinn and the others frowned. "You've gone around in circles, yet you're still eyeing our spirit stones. You're no good either." The room fell silent. Jiang Ning smiled slightly and said, "Let me make it clear beforehand that I am not coveting this batch of spirit stones. In other words, I have a big appetite, and I would never accept such a small amount of spirit stones. There is no need for me to use the old village chief's matter as a weapon to acquire spirit stones. In reality, you're going to pretend to sell me spirit stones, and then spread the news down the mountain. When Bach learns that your spirit stones have found a new partner, he will be very anxious and will naturally come to the mountain to find you." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. "Great idea. Let's do it this way." "Wait," Jiang Ning said. "Let me be clear from the start. What we're doing is making them uneasy, but it's also very dangerous. They might launch a furious retaliation against us." "It's all right. We're not afraid of him," Tianlu said. "Yes, if he dares to come to our village, we won't let him leave easily," Jietong said. Quinn, however, hesitated. He had passed the age of youthful vigor, and his mind had become more calm and mature. But the Yugen family couldn't hold back. His son kept urging, "Let's do it this way. We need to show Bach that we can find another family right away without him. It will also teach him a lesson so he won't bully us more and more in the future." Right. Everyone agreed. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and spread his hands. "All right. Let's proceed according to this plan. However, I remind you again, be prepared. The other party may not have friendly intentions." After saying that, he turned and left. 2 days later, the snow line on the northern slopes of the Kunlun Mountains gleamed with a cold, silvery light in the morning glow, and the stone walls of Yuin village cast long, slanted shadows in the rising sun. Quinn, Eru, who was guarding the mountain, came running up, panting heavily, the machete at his waist clanging with each step. "A convoy is coming down the mountain. It should be Bach and his men." Quinn suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming, and looked down the mountain. At that moment, a few kilometers away on the winding mountain road, 3 military trucks covered with tarpaulins were kicking up dust. He recognized the vehicle. It could carry many people. Moreover, it seems the other side is coming on strong. "Ring the bell. Alert!" Quinn roared at the top of his lungs, his dagger flashing in a cold light. The bronze alarm bell on the old locust tree rang loudly, waking the village from the morning mist. The women and children carried the earthenware jars and ran towards the cellar, while the men grabbed their hunting rifles and pitchforks and gathered in front of the village. Before long, the 3 military trucks drove up to the open space in front of the village. Men wearing long cotton-padded coats kept jumping off the back of the carriage. They carried machetes and hunting rifles, their faces serious. The next second, a car door opened, and Bok appeared in sight with Yugen. "Jade Hidden Village, send a representative to negotiate with me," Bok shouted. Although it's called a negotiation, judging from his demeanor, it seems he didn't intend to have a serious discussion. "Bok, our village has been cooperating with you for over a decade, from when you were just a small-time merchant until now. This situation is something neither of us wanted to see," Quinn said. "Please release Uncle Yugen, and we can still be friends." "Friends? Ha ha ha." Bok laughed coldly. "I heard that you sold the spirit stones you were going to sell to me to a foreign merchant instead? Is this how you treat your friends?" "It's because you refused to sign the contract," Quinn said. "Bullshit. I'm in the jade business with you. What business is it of yours to care about my antiques?" Bok said. "My antique business has nothing to do with you." "It's about," Quinn said, "about faith." "Ha ha ha, you're all so naive." Bok said. "Today I brought Uncle Yugen here to return the jade to you. As a token of my gratitude, you must unconditionally guarantee that you will sell the jade to me at the original price in the future, and that you will never sell it to anyone other than me." "How about it? Don't even think about it," Uncle Yugen shouted. "You're blaspheming the gods. You'll be punished by heaven. You son of a bitch." Bok slapped the Yugen man hard, knocking him to the ground. "Say one more word, and I'll kill you." Uncle Yugen was beaten until his mouth bled, and he lay on the ground, dizzy and disoriented. This scene provoked all the villagers of Yuin village. "Release Uncle Yugen," Quinn shouted. "Fine, I'll let him go now, but whether he survives or not is up to him." Bok nudged Uncle Yugen. "Go back now." Uncle Wugon hurriedly got up and ran towards the villagers. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Uncle Yugen stumbled and fell to the ground. "Uncle Yugen!" The villagers were furious. It was Bok who shot Uncle Yugen in the leg. Uncle Yugen crawled on the ground toward the villagers. The villagers wanted to go forward to help Uncle Yugen, but the next second, one of Bok's men opened fire on the ground in front of them with a machine gun. Everyone jumped up and down and hurriedly backed away. That made Bok burst into laughter. "You bunch of clowns, do you really think I can't deal with you?" He raised his pistol again and aimed it at Uncle Yugen's body. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Bok had been shot in the shoulder. "Oh!" Bok screamed in pain. It turns out that a small group of villagers were hiding behind the stone wall in order to deal with the complicated situation at hand. The person who fired the shot was Uncle Yugen's son, Ahada. Seeing his father's life threatened, he disregarded everything else and prepared to shoot Bok, but his marksmanship was not very accurate, and he hit Bok in the shoulder. His firing of that shot signaled that the two sides would not resolve the matter peacefully. Quinn shouted urgently, "Everyone, get into battle mode. Fight them." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone retreated to the back, hiding behind the stone wall, and picked up the hunting rifles that had been placed under the stone wall, ready to fight the other side. Damn it, they won't listen to reason, so let's teach them a lesson. Bok winced in pain and, with the help of his men, retreated to the back of the car. His men, using the car as cover, raised their guns and began firing at the spot where Quinn and the other villagers were hiding. Bang bang bang. Firefights raged, bullets struck the stone wall, sparks flew, and the sturdy stone wall was instantly covered in blemishes. "Fight back! Cover Uncle Yugen!" At this moment, Uncle Wugon was still crawling towards the villagers, and the enemy could easily hit him if they opened fire. Therefore, it is necessary to suppress the enemy with firepower to prevent them from firing and to buy time for Uncle Yugen. Yuin Village's firepower reached its maximum, with shotguns constantly firing bullets that hit the enemy's vehicles. Taking advantage of the cover, Ahada rushed out, grabbed Uncle Yugen, and ran back. However, shotguns are not very mobile, and you have to reload after each shot, so after a brief peak of firepower comes a long period of adjustment. Taking advantage of this opening, Bok's team launched a counterattack. Rat! Bullets rained down on the villagers' hiding places. At the same time, Uncle Yugen was also hit in the back. "Lie down," Quinn shouted, ordering the villagers to fire again for cover, and he and Tianluga rushed out to rescue Uncle Wugon and his son. The villagers were incredibly brave. Upon seeing this, none of them dared to hide behind the stone wall. Instead, they grabbed their guns and rushed out, engaging in a fierce firefight with the enemy. However, sometimes courage is useless. Their equipment was too outdated, and after a brief period of suppressive fire, they were counterattacked by the enemy. Although they rescued Uncle Wugon and his son, several villagers also fell to the ground in pools of blood, screaming in agony. Withdraw, Quinn wiped his face and led the remaining few dozen men back behind the stone wall. However, the enemy seemed to be enraged, and the machine guns kept firing, with bullets raining down like a storm, giving them no chance to breathe. There is absolutely no chance of winning if things continue like this. However, at that moment, a loud boom was heard, and a muffled, thunderous roar came from the left, making the entire mountain seem to tremble. Everyone looked back and saw that countless millstone-sized rocks, carrying snow, were pouring down from the originally steep cliff, smashing the road into the village and rolling towards the other vehicle. Chapter 596 The Battle of Jade Hidden Village, Part 2. Rumble. Huge boulders rolled down from one side, crashing down on Bok's group. It turns out that Jiang Ning blasted up the rocks on the mountain and used a crane to create a mudslide. This was a plan that Jiang Ning and the villagers had prepared in advance. Moreover, it was a plan made out of necessity. At this moment, Bok's troops were scattered and wounded by the mudslide, and they were readjusting their battle posture. Launch a counterattack, Lung Yu shouted, and led everyone to charge towards Bok's group. One of the militants, carrying an AK-47, was preparing to attack the villagers when Lung Yu suddenly threw a knife, which struck the militant's wrist, causing the machine gun to fall heavily to the ground. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately afterwards, Lung Yu pulled a throwing knife from the bag on her body and shot it at the enemy in front of her. Despite the enemy's occasional counterattacks and shots fired at Lung Yu moved like a ghost through the hail of bullets with ease. At the same time, the throwing knives in her hands seemed to come alive, flying out with her will and transforming into streaks of silver lightning, accurately striking the enemy's vitals. Each hit was accompanied by a piercing scream, and the enemies fell one after another. Jiang Ning also carried a pistol to cover Lung Yu. Whenever a gunman aimed at Lung Yu, Jiang Ning would shoot him dead. Lung Yu and Jiang Ning's bravery and skill in battle instantly inspired the villagers. Defend our village, fight Bok to the death. Quinn shouted loudly, leading the villagers in a brave charge against the enemy. The process of changing the shotgun bullets was too slow, and now it was close combat, with the villagers brandishing their Tibetan knives. Their Tibetan knives gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Each swing was accompanied by the sound of an enemy's body breaking, blood splattering everywhere, and a heavy stench of blood filling the air. Although the Tibetan villagers were few in number, their fighting spirit was exceptionally strong, as if they wanted to unleash all their anger and power on these invaders. However, Bok's armed forces are also highly trained. They spend years in the mountains resisting the harsh environment, fighting wild animals and guards, and undergoing extreme training every day for survival. In addition, these people are well-equipped, and their combat effectiveness is several levels higher than that of ordinary armed groups. They quickly adjusted their tactics, and after a brief detour, launched a more intense attack on Jiang Ning and his men. Bullets rained down like a storm, and many villagers fell in the hail of bullets, their blood staining the land red. Jiang Ning shouted, Lung Yu, lead a group of men to flank the enemy and attack their rear. Brother Quinn, lead the villagers to hold the line and don't let the enemy break through our defenses. Upon hearing this, Lung Yu immediately nodded. She quickly selected several agile villagers and silently bypassed them from the side. Quinn then led the remaining villagers, brandishing Tibetan knives, to hold their ground. Their faces were full of determination and resilience. They did not back down even when facing an enemy many times their size. Every swing of the sword is a fatal blow to the enemy. Lung Yu's squad approached the enemy's rear like ghosts, and taking advantage of the terrain, they quickly launched an attack. Lung Yu's throwing knives were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each one taking a life with it. Under her leadership, the team members cooperated seamlessly and acted swiftly, quickly throwing the enemy's rear into chaos. The enemy was caught off guard by the sudden attack. They turned around to fight back, but it was too late. Lung Yu's throwing knives fell like raindrops, accurately striking the enemy's vital points. The enemy began to crumble and fled in all directions, but no matter where they ran, they could not escape the pursuit of Lung Yu and her squad members. Seeing this, Jiang Ning immediately shouted to Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, "We can begin." Ono Shosho Zi clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and chanted an even more complex incantation. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. Immediately afterwards, thick bolts of lightning, like the wrathful whips of gods, lashed down from the clouds, accurately striking the area where the enemy was located. The enormous roar made everyone dizzy and terrified. "Kill!" Jiang Ning shouted. The sound was 100 times louder in the enemy's ears. Bok was so frightened that he ran towards the warehouse on the edge of the village as if possessed. It seemed to him that it was the only safe haven. The other henchmen did the same, running towards the warehouse as if possessed. It turned out that they had all fallen under Ono Shosho's purple landmine illusion. Ono Shosho Z set up a magic array here in advance, just like when she dealt with Ruan Xinghan, intending to make Bok and the others enter the illusion and kill each other. However, she was surprised to find that the other party's will was much stronger than that of Ruan Xinghan's group of subordinates. Because the other party has lived in the extremely harsh environment of the mountains for many years, their will is very strong and they are not easily hypnotized. Therefore, since the grand formation was ineffective, Jiang Ning took the lead in a fierce battle with the enemy. Now that they have decimated the enemy and their will is on the verge of collapse, Ono Shoko once again activated the Great Formation and finally succeeded in destroying the enemy's will. What the other party sees and hears now is all an illusion. Ono Shosho used illusions to guide them to the warehouse at the edge of the village. It was an abandoned warehouse that hadn't been used for many years. Today, the warehouse is surrounded by many wooden crates, both inside and outside. Inside the wooden crate, homemade bombs and remote-controlled detonators were neatly stacked. It was made a few days ago by Jiang Ning and the villagers using saltpeter and gunpowder from an abandoned mine in the west of the village. Now, enemies are pouring into the warehouse in droves, cursing and swearing, their faces contorted with rage. In their illusion, the villagers are hiding in the warehouse, and they are going to tear them apart with their bare hands and destroy the village. 20 minutes later, after all the militants had entered the warehouse, Jiang Ning handed the switch to Quinn. "Whether you deal with it or not is up to you." At that moment, Quinn hesitated. Although the other party was a vicious, bloodthirsty thug. Although the other party should have been executed long ago. However, Shiny Quinn still couldn't bring herself to do it. Grass. Inside the warehouse, Bok kicked over a table, venting his anger. "We've been scammed." He has snapped out of the illusion. The others gradually woke up as well. "How did we get here? Charge out. Kill these village bastards." A cacophony of shouts and curses echoed from the warehouse. "Hurry up, it'll be too late if we don't act now," Ono Shoko reminded him. He knew that the magic circle had failed. Seeing that Quinn still couldn't bring himself to do it, the village chief Yugen's son snatched the switch and shouted, "I'll send these people on their way." As he spoke, he pressed the switch directly. Boom. At the same time, the roof of the entire warehouse collapsed with a roar, and a series of explosions came from inside the warehouse. Intense flames shot into the sky, merging with the evening glow. Chapter 597 Amazing Move. Bok and his men were completely wiped out. Yuin Village, a small village that can't even be found on a map, was originally intended to be eliminated by Bok. Full of confidence, he led his armed force, which he had raised for over a decade, to wipe out the village. However, he never expected that Yuin Village would remain the same, but what disappeared was him and his armed force. The explosions continued, and the armed team members were blown to pieces, their bodies shattered, leaving blood and corpses everywhere. Perhaps those who were killed in the bombing were lucky. They didn't have to experience that extreme fear and pain. Those who were unlucky enough not to be killed by the explosion were burned to a crisp by the raging fire. Their agonizing screams echoed throughout the foot of the mountain. 3 days later, the Bok family sent representatives to the village. Bok died. His family took over his business and came to the village to discuss a future collaboration with Quinn. However, the Jade Hidden Village refused their cooperation, stating that they were ready to fight anytime they wanted to avenge Bok. Bok's family no longer had the courage to seek revenge. Bok was the most powerful member of his family, and the armed forces he commanded were completely wiped out in the last major war. They are wary of Yuin Village, and their purpose in coming to negotiate is to hope for future cooperation and to maintain a good relationship. Since Yuin Village was unwilling to cooperate, Bok's family also stated that this feud should end here, and they hoped that everyone would live their own lives separately from now on. Yuin Village agreed to the decision, but warned Bok's family that if they continued to follow Bok's example and resell antiques to foreigners, they would still cause trouble for the Bok family. Bok's family solemnly promised that they would not repeat such a mistake. And so the dispute came to an end. Yuin Village has returned to its former tranquility. But everyone knows that this peace and tranquility was bought with blood and maintained only with the strong support of Jiangning. Originally, Yuin Village adhered to the principle of being a secluded paradise, leisurely, quiet, and even somewhat complacent. But in this world, no one can stand aside. Only by becoming stronger can one have the right to be quiet and the right to lie down. Otherwise, they will eventually become food for the strong. This is a lesson they learned in this battle. Mr. Jiang, you have done so much for the village. Quinn and village chief Wugan, along with Jiang Ning and others, sat around a stove brewing tea, their conversation filled with words of gratitude. Uncle Yugen, you're too kind, Jiang Ning said. I've been here for a month or so now. I really like it here, and I consider everyone here as my family and friends. If a friend is in trouble, I will naturally do my best to help. However, I might have to go abroad to take care of my business next. Jiang Ning said, I don't know when we'll see each other again. This sentence stirred up everyone's sadness. You have to understand that the bond between comrades who have fought side by side and faced life and death together is incomparable to that of ordinary relationships. They were like comrades in the same trench, going through life and death together, supporting and trusting each other, and their bond was even stronger than that of blood brothers. Especially in Yuin Village, a secluded paradise, the people there placed great importance on relationships. They were very reluctant to leave Jiangning. Mr. Jiang, you built water conservancy projects for us, rescued Uncle Yugen, and helped us get rid of Bok's control. We haven't been able to repay you properly for all of this. Quinn said, It's all right. I don't need any repayment. Jiang Ning smiled. If anyone bullies you in the future, you can come to me, and I'll definitely help you take care of them. Ha ha ha. Mr. Jiang. Quinn and the others couldn't help but feel a lump in their throats, their eyes filled with tears of emotion. Mr. Jiang, I remember you said before that you wanted to contract our jade. Uncle Wugan's son looked at Uncle Wugan and Quinn. Dad, Brother Quinn, why don't we cooperate with Brother Jiang? That way I can see Brother Jiang anytime. Forehead. Uncle Yugen and Quinn looked at each other in bewilderment. It's not that they don't want to do it this way, but rather that if they want to cooperate, the other party must be a devout Tibetan Buddhist, which is a rule established by the village for generations. So Uncle Yugen and Quinn were also in a difficult position. Actually, we all want to cooperate with Mr. Jiang. However, we cannot ruin the traditions that the village has inherited for thousands of years. Quinn said, Why don't we just have Brother Jiang join the Buddhist sect? Ohada asked. It's not that easy. A devout Tibetan Buddhist needs time to be converted, and they also need to travel as an ascetic before they are qualified. Quinn said. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, Actually, I have an idea. I wonder if Brother Quinn would consider it. What are your thoughts? Jiang Ning said, Brother Quinn is an excellent appraiser, and I am also involved in the jade, jewelry, and antique business. I would like to hire Brother Quinn as my company's appraisal master and help me manage my jade business. The world outside the mountains is full of temptations. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. Quinn said with some apprehension. After all, he had lived in the mountains since childhood and knew very little about society. Human hearts are unpredictable. He feared he wouldn't survive a single episode if he went out. Jiang Ning laughed and said, Brother Quinn, with me and my brothers and sisters around, Who would dare to touch you? Besides, the people of Yuin village live in these mountains year-round, which is extremely dangerous for the young people and children in the village. The outside world is constantly changing and undergoing tremendous changes, but Yuin village insists on remaining innocent. Sooner or later, it will be devoured by outsiders, Jiang Ning said. Therefore, I think Brother Quinn should take the lead, step out first, and connect with the outside world, setting an example for the young people and children in the village. Of course, we can remain innocent, but we must also understand evil and shrewdness, because we never know when they might become our enemies. Jiang Ning's words resonated with the villagers. Through the Bach incident, the villagers saw the dangers of the outside world and realized that if they stayed in the village, they would be eaten sooner or later. Only by striving to adapt, understand, and integrate into the outside world can the small mountain village be preserved. Quinn, Mr. Jiang is right. We fully support you. As for the village, your father, Gadong Tianlu, and the others are here. You don't need to worry, said Ahada, Uncle Yugen's son. Quinn nodded. In that case, I'll go out and explore with Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ning smiled slyly. That's great. From now on, Brother Quinn will be my company's in-house appraiser and also my business partner. I will give Brother Quinn a share of the profits every year. That won't do. We haven't even paid you back the money you helped the village with the Water Conservancy project yet. How can we let you give me a share of the profits? Quinn said, Brother Quinn, you'll only be my partner if I give you a share of the profits. And once you become my partner, I can sign jade purchase agreements with the village in your name. After all, you're the most devout Tibetan Buddhist. Jiang Ning laughed heartily. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Jiang Ning is incredibly clever. Chapter 598 At the summit of White Mountain, the teleportation portal. Jiang Ning's move perfectly avoided the disadvantage of not being a Tibetan Buddhist and therefore unable to cooperate with the other party in the spirit stone business. In this way, the villagers were cooperating with Quinn, which fostered greater trust between them. Moreover, Jiang Ning promised to offer a better price than Bach had initially asked for. In fact, Bach's initial price was too low. Even if the price were doubled, it would still be much cheaper than jade on the market. Jiang Ning can collect a large number of spirit stones with very little initial investment. Mr. Jiang, there are people quarrying stones not only in our village, but also in other villages. Would you like to? Quinn asked. That's great. We'll collect all the spirit stones from all the villages, the more the better, Jiang Ning said. Quinn was initially worried that Jiang Ning wouldn't be able to handle the situation, but now he realizes that he underestimated Jiang Ning's resources. Of course, they don't understand market prices. The kind of precious jade that sells for tens of thousands of yuan on the market can be bought from them for just a few hundred or 1,000 yuan for raw stones. Anyone with a little capital can do this kind of business. After the agreement was reached, Jiang Ning asked Quinn to contact other villages in the next few days to discuss the acquisition, while he returned to Haiqing to visit his parents and Shun Lingwe, who was still in a coma. Several months have passed, and Shun Lingwe has lost a lot of weight. But she was still so beautiful, like a princess lying in a crystal coffin, quiet, beautiful, and eternal. Thinking of Shun Lingwe's primordial spirit drifting in another world, feeling helpless, in pain, and confused every moment, Jiang Ning felt as if 1,000 needles were pricking his heart. Back then, I liked Shun Lingwe, but I was afraid that she didn't like me back, so I didn't dare to confess my feelings to her. But now, both of them know that the other is the only one in their hearts, yet they are separated by death. Shun Lingwe was struck by the residual magic power of the magic array while trying to save herself, and fell into the chaotic space-time. Sister Lingwe, don't worry, I will do everything I can to rescue you, Jiang Ning said. Just give me a little more time. Sorry. Xiaoxiatzi bowed to Shun Lingwe on the hospital bed. There's no point in talking about this now. Back then, we were enemies, each serving our own master, Jiang Ning said. Right now, we need to use all our strength to pull Sister Lingwe's soul back from the other dimension as soon as possible. Yes, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said. Right now, we have already ventured into the production areas of Imperial Emeralds, Blood Rubies, and Kunlun Spirit Jade. What we need to do next is accumulate resources. You have no shortage of gold. The only thing we lack right now is obsidian from the seabed that has been there for thousands of years. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, "Next stop, the land of cherry blossoms." Ono Xiaoxiaozi looked somewhat worried and said, "Mr. Jiang, if I may be frank, you are already on the blacklist in Japan. The Onmyo Ryo, the 9 Chrysanthemum School, Bushido, the Ninja Association, and the Kyokai in Japan have all put you on their kill list. Moreover, some time ago you killed your childhood friend Kai Jun, and the Kai family in North America is also working to contact the KKK and ask the Sun Gang to intervene. Your current situation is already extremely dangerous. If you go to Japan, it would be like a lamb entering a pack of wolves." Jiang Ning was also aware of the current crisis. Because numerous factions want to kill him, it's not easy for foreign forces to enter Haicheng now, especially since Jiang Ning has a huge influence in Haicheng and many friends in relevant departments. As soon as a suspicious person enters Haicheng, Jiang Ning will receive the news. Therefore, Jiang Ning is very safe in Haicheng. He has now established his own power in Sambianpo. He not only has his own private army, but also an armory obtained from the Dark Knight Legion. Furthermore, he has Luo Wei, the highest-ranking sheriff in Mandu, as a partner. Even if those forces enter Southeast Asia, they cannot do anything to Jiang Ning for the time being. But if Jiang Ning were to go to Japan, things would be different. That would be tantamount to going to someone else's territory, without any support or backing. Given Jiang Ning's current situation, it would definitely be attacked by multiple organizations, and the situation would be very dangerous. Ono Xiaoxiaozi said, "I suggest that we stabilize these jade bases first, and deal with obsidian when the time is right." Jiang Ning frowned slightly, remaining noncommittal. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Datu, who stayed behind in the area. Although Jiang Datu was timid and talkative, he had his own skills. He was good at negotiating, and he moved around in all kinds of places, from high-end to low-end, so he was very well informed. After Jiang Ning went to Mandu, he gave Jiang Datu a task, to lead some of Li Bing's reconnaissance team members to find the whereabouts of Lin Xiao, the biological father of Xiao Yi Xiaozi. Jiang Datu, who usually felt invisible, felt highly valued after being entrusted with an important task by Jiang Ning and gaining his own subordinates. He vowed to do whatever it took to help Jiang Ning find the information. Another advantage he has is his exceptional sense of responsibility. Once he agrees to a task, he will stop at nothing to complete it. The last time he was asked to invite the apprentice of the god of gamblers, by Yushan, he waited outside the hotel for an entire night. That's why Jiang Ning entrusted this task to him. At that moment, Jiang Ning answered Jiang Dada's call and asked, "Any news?" "Right." Jiang Dada sounded very excited. "Mr. Jiang, we first found some clues in Longhu Mountain, and then followed those clues to search almost half of the country, and finally found his trail." "Huh." Jiang Ning quickly switched his phone to speakerphone and asked, "Where is he?" "In the northeast, atop Changbai Mountain, lies Tianqi Lake." Jiang Dada said, "We're right here now. Quickly, let Taoist Lin Xiao speak with us." Jiang Ning said hastily. Forehead. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly started stammering. "I'm afraid we can't get through right now." "Why?" "Although we found traces of Master Lin, we couldn't find him," Jiang Dada said. Then he described the whole story in detail. It turns out that Jiang Dadu went to Longhu Mountain to find a local Taoist priest and asked about Lin Xiao's whereabouts. The priest said that Lin Xiao had gone on a journey and gave him all the addresses where Lin Xiao might have gone. Jiang Dadu was no fool. He took his men to verify each address one by one. After verifying numerous sources, we finally settled on Tianqi Lake in Baishan. He went to Baishan Tianqi and stayed there for a whole month, searching for Master Lin Xiao's whereabouts on the mountain and down the mountain. Finally, one evening, he met an old man with a white beard who told him that Baishan Tianqi was a portal to another world, and the person he was looking for might be in that other world now. If that person wants to return, they must pass through the portal on a specific date and come to this world. The old man even said that he seemed to have seen the so-called Taoist Lin Xiao there before. He was indeed a very powerful cultivator. His purpose in going to Tianqi was naturally to escape into tranquility and stay away from worldly strife. Therefore, he most likely went to another world through the teleportation portal there. That old man only appeared once, and we haven't seen him since. Jiang Data said, I've been searching for the portal entrance here with my brothers for more than half a month, and we haven't seen any portal. Uft. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi laughed from the side. If you guys could see the teleportation portal, everyone could cultivate immortality. Chapter 599 Attacking Yanjing. Huh? Who's that woman next to you? What does this mean? I smell a strong hint of contempt in her eyes. Jiang Data said, dissatisfied. Jiang Ning ignored his banter and asked Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. Xiao Yi, do you mean that ordinary people can't see the teleportation portal? Certainly, Ono Shoko said. First of all, the portal isn't open all the time. The white-bearded old man also said that it will only open on specific days. Secondly, although the portal is not open, there will be some traces left behind. Ordinary people have too low a cultivation level, so even if they step over those traces, they will not be able to see them. Even if the portal is open, ordinary people passing by will not notice it at all. Teleportation portals are already high-dimensional entities. Only those who have cultivated to a certain level can perceive them. Okay, Jiang Ning nodded. The descriptions of teleportation portals he saw in ancient books were basically the same as those given by Ono Shosho. Oh, so that's how it is. We've been searching for half a month for nothing, Jiang Data said, somewhat annoyed. Why didn't you call ahead? Jiang Ning asked. Boss, you're so busy. I was thinking of finding the person and bringing him to you to report, so you wouldn't have to go through all that trouble, Jiang Data said. But after searching for half a month, we really haven't found anything. I was afraid of delaying things, so I called to report to you. Jiang Ning didn't blame Jiang Datu. After all, finding clues about the other party was a great achievement. But what can we do? The person isn't here. How are we supposed to find them? Jiang Data said, feeling distressed. Now, it won't be so easy for us to see Taoist Lin Xiao. Jiang Ning said. He's in another dimension and needs to wait for the portal to open on a specific day before he can travel back. We don't even know the exact date. Then, looking at Ono Shosho, she asked, do you have a way to open the portal? Ono Shosho took a deep breath and said confidently, no problem for me. If Ono Shosho can set up a huge magic circle in advance, she can naturally use the magic circle to connect to the teleportation portal. If we can open a portal, can we travel back in time and find the person we're looking for? Jiang Data asked. It's not what you think, Xiaoxiazi said in a low voice. Even if the portal is opened, ordinary people cannot cross it because your primordial spirits have not been cultivated and cannot bear the energy of high dimensions. If you try to cross it by force, there are only two results. First, you will be torn to pieces by the energy of the portal. Second, you will be lost in time and space like Miss Shan. So even if we open the portal, we still won't be able to find anyone, Jiang Data said, somewhat discouraged. You don't need to worry about that, Jiang Ning said. Just take your men and guard that area. Don't leave without my orders. Yes, boss, Jiang Data replied. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ning said to Xiao Yi Xiao Zi, I know you have a way, because I saw a glimmer of hope on your face the whole time. Perhaps it should work. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said, I know my father's birth date and time. As long as I open the portal, I can use his birth date and time to create an illusion and go to the other side of the portal to call him back. This method is worth a try. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. This is the first time I've heard of such a method. I specialize in feng shui formations and other dimensions within the 9 chrysanthemums, so I naturally have many methods, but the conditions for many of them may not be met, said Ono Xiaoxiazi. Are the conditions right for this approach? Jiang Ning asked. Ono Xiaoxiazi gave an awkward smile. We're missing some obsidian from the bottom of the sea that's been there for 10,000 years. The topic has been brought back to the present. I need the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to interact, support each other, and counteract each other to create an energy vortex. Open a portal, and this energy must also support my spell to summon the person on the other side of the portal. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said, right now, we have the ores of the 5 elements of metal, wood, fire, and earth. All we lack is obsidian, which belongs to the water element. Jiang Ning spread his hands and laughed. I was just saying that we have no way to get obsidian from Japan. After saying that, She looked at Ono Shosho with a meaningful expression. Sure enough, Ono Shosho said, I have a way. When the task falls to her, she will rack her brains to find a way. I know about obsidian from Hokkaido. The raw stones are cut and processed locally, then taken to Sakura City for fine carving, and then sold all over the world. Ono Zyokziatsi said, a large portion of them are sold to Beijing in China. All we need to do is go to Yanjing, find the obsidian distributor in Japan, and buy a batch of obsidian from him. After all, we don't need that much right now. Jiangning asked, how much do you need? About a ton. Of course, the more the better, said Zyokziatsi. Jiangning. Aren't there too many already? This isn't as simple as just buying it. Jiangning said. With so much obsidian, we need to negotiate a strategic partnership with the Japanese obsidian distributor in Yanjing. So, do you have a network of connections in Yanjing? Xiao Yi Xiaozi asked. They do have a network of connections. Jiang Ning thought of the Zhao family. In order to secure 10 dock projects, he even tried to persuade Zhao Hongxing of the Zhao family to defect. It was the priceless three-legged toad that won over Zhao Defa, the patriarch of the Zhao family. The Zhao family is one of the 4 major families in Yanjing, and they are also fond of dealing in antiques and jade, so they must have connections with obsidian merchants. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning dialed Zhao Hongxing's number and directly asked him questions. You mean the Bayan Jewelry and Jade Group, right? Zhao Hongxing said. They are the national distributor of obsidian from Japan. Not to mention obsidian from Beijing, all the high-quality obsidian in the country comes from them. I heard that it is dug from the seabed of Hokkaido in Japan. Yes, that should be their company. Jiang Ning said. I want to talk to them about cooperation. No problem. I'll make the connection for you. If you think it's not enough, I'll get the old man involved to help you matchmake. Zhao Hongxing said. When are you coming to Yanjing? I've booked my flight, and I'm telling you soon. All right, the sooner the better. Brother, I haven't seen you in so long. I'd love to have a drink with you. Zhao Hongxing said enthusiastically. Haha, okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Jiang Ning said. 2 days later, Jiang Ning, Leng Yu, and Xiao Yi Xiaozi landed at Yanjing Airport. Chapter 600 The Negotiation of Obsidian. Yanjing, the capital of China. Zhao Defa and Zhao Hongxing, along with their family members, came to personally greet Jiang Ning. This demonstrates the importance attached to Jiang Ning. The rest of the family only knew that Jiang Ning had given the old man an antique worth hundreds of millions of yuan. They knew nothing else. Therefore, Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised by the grand reception Zhao Defa gave him. Especially Zhao Qinghuan, who went to Haiqing with Zhao Defa last time, didn't think Jiang Ning was that capable. He was just a local rich man in Haiqing. So this time, he didn't even come to the airport. That evening, Jiang Ning, Leng Yu, and Xiao Yi Xiaozi were invited to Zhao Defa's residence for a banquet to welcome Jiang Ning. Zhao Defa wanted all members of the Zhao family to attend, including Zhao Qinghuan. Everyone was happy that night, but most of the happiness came from the Zhao family members drinking together, while Jiang Ning was often left out. Zhao Qinghuan is the darling daughter of the Zhao family. She is arrogant and often compares herself to Jiang Ning, which makes her very unhappy. Watching Jiang Ning drink and eat heartily, looking like a country bumpkin, she muttered to the person next to her. See that? This guy dares to compare himself to me? Grandpa must be getting senile. Jiang Ning stayed at the Zhao family's house that night. The next day, Zhao Hongxing and Zhao Qinghuan took Jiang Ning to find Yu Zishui, the chairman of the Bayan Jade Group. The night before, Zhao Defa contacted Yu Zishui, saying that he had a friend who had come from afar and wanted to discuss business cooperation with him. You have to give Zhao Defa face, so Yu Zishui readily agreed. As for whether or not to cooperate, we'll see when the time comes. At 10 a.m., both sides entered the meeting hall. Zhao Hongxing, acting as the lead, introduced, Hello, Mr. Yu. This gentleman next to me is Mr. Jiang Ning, chairman of the Haiqing Jianghai Consortium. This is Mr. Yu Zishui, chairman of the Bayan Jade Group. Hello, hello. The two shook hands and exchanged smiles. But it was clear that Yu Zishui didn't take Jiang Ning seriously. First and foremost, as a businessman, experience is what matters. In his eyes, Jiang Ning was just a greenhorn. Let alone the chairman of a conglomerate. What could a chairman of a third or fourth-tier city possibly be capable of? It's just a hollow boast. All they're doing is hanging their heads up. If it weren't for the Zhao family members accompanying him today, he probably wouldn't have even seen them. However, Yu Zhishui glanced at Lung Yu beside Jiang Ning a few more times. The woman was tall and very beautiful, with a cold and wild air about her that gave men a contradictory thrill, a desire to conquer her, yet a fear of getting close. As a wealthy man, I've seen many women in my daily life, but I've never seen such a rare beauty. Jiang Ning caught his gaze and couldn't help but frown. Chairman Yu, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Jiang Ning said, I'm here today to discuss taking over a portion of your jade business. I also like straightforward people. Yu Zhishui said, just tell me which part you want to contract. My relationship with the Zhao family is there for me. If conditions permit, I will definitely give priority to partners recommended by the Zhao family. He kept mentioning the Zhao family, which was actually a matter of social etiquette and worldly wisdom. I want to contract the shipment of obsidian from Japan, Jiang Ning said. Obsidian from Hokkaido. Oh, Yu Zhishui glanced at Jiang Ning and said with a smile, that's great. Since the Zhao family has already spoken, I'll give you an additional 10% discount on the cooperation price. This is already the lowest price for a partner. This discount isn't enough, Jiang Ning said. Yu Zhishui frowned. What kind of discount does Mr. Jiang want? He thought to himself, you little rascal, you don't actually think I'll agree to anything you want, do you? I'm only giving the Zhao family face on the surface. The 10% discount I'm giving you is the normal price I pay when working with my partners, and I'll only give you a very small portion of it. I want the import price to be low, but even if I add 10%, you can still make a profit. Jiang Ning said. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Zhishui almost jumped up. Are you kidding me? Zhao Hongxing and Zhao Qinghuan, who were standing to the side, were also somewhat surprised. Zhao Hongxing was surprised that Jiang Ning would make such a demand. It was simply outrageous. Zhao Qinghuan said coldly to Zhao Hongxing, Brother, how can he conduct business like this? Does he really think that the Zhao family's reputation can be used as a weapon? Zhao Hongxing frowned and said, Don't rush, stay calm, and see what they have to say. Yu Zhishui said, I can't do this business. The price is too low and it will disrupt my market. What do you mean? Jiang Ning asked knowingly. Look, if I give you a low discount, how am I supposed to explain it to the other distributors? Are they all going to use this price? Yu Zhishui spread his hands. That's a difficult problem. It's not difficult. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Cancel all other partners and make them cooperate only with me. What? These words shocked everyone even more. Jiang Ning, this isn't how you do business. Zhao Qinghuan couldn't stand it anymore. Some collaborations can be discussed, some can't. Our Zhao family isn't your protector. You can't use our family's name to bully and dominate the market. This is exactly the attitude Yu Zhishui wants. He was just going through the motions with the Zhao family, but you, kid, have really taken it all too seriously. Since the Zhao family had said so, he went along with it and said, This cooperation is out of the question. It's not that I'm disrespecting the Zhao family, but it's really difficult for me. I hope Mr. Jiang will find another suitable opportunity. After hearing this, Zhao Qinghua also thought it made sense and got up to leave. Chairman Yu, you should know that what I'm talking to you about now will play a crucial role in your future. Jiang Ning said, Right now, your main business is importing obsidian from Japan, and frankly speaking, I will take over this business in the future. By then, you might not be able to get the goods. I'll raise your import price by another 10% now. If we can cooperate, this will continue in the future. It's a very safe thing for you. Hearing this, Yu Zhishui became even more furious. Your name is Jiang Ning, right? Right. Mr. Jiang Ning, I advise you to go back and hone your skills for a few more years before coming to negotiate with me again. Yu Zhishui said, This isn't how you do business. What are you trying to prove with that big shot act? Hee. Jiang Ning chuckled. You think I'm bluffing? Otherwise what? Yu Zhishui said, This is a transnational business. You only have some influence in Haiqing. Can your reach extend that far? How do you know I don't do international business? Jiang Ning asked. How do you know my reach can't extend that far? I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yu Zhishui said. Young master and Miss Zhao, I'm sorry. I've given you the face you wanted, But this cooperation is off the table. Chairman Yu's daughter should still be in some industrial park in Southeast Asia right now, right? Jiang Ning suddenly said. Chapter 601. That solves it, doesn't it? This sudden remark left both Zhao Hongxing and Zhao Qinghuan completely bewildered. Yu Zhishui trembled, and his face became even more unsightly. Yes, his daughter is missing. A week ago, her daughter and her best friend went on vacation to Southeast Asia, visiting several countries, but mysteriously disappeared. After that, the phone was switched off, and the local police were asked to assist in the investigation, but they were unable to find the person's whereabouts. Even though he was incredibly wealthy, once he went abroad, he could only spend money to buy connections, and even then, those connections wouldn't get him anything done. However, they didn't completely do nothing. They found out that Yu Zhishui's precious daughter was currently trapped in a park and had been kidnapped. Actually, they didn't need to investigate this matter, because Yu Zhishui had already received news that his daughter had been kidnapped and that he needed to pay a ransom of 500,000 yuan. Yu Zhishui immediately transferred the money. It turned out that the other party discovered it was a big fish. They made an outrageous demand, claiming that Yu Zhishui's daughter was safe and that he needed more money to save her life. Yu Zhishui knew the other party was trying to trap him, but there was nothing he could do. He and his wife only had this one precious daughter. His wife was crying her heart out, saying she would give him any amount of money. But what good is money if the child is gone? So Yu Zhishui transferred another million to the other party, demanding that they release the person. The other party still refused to release him, claiming that his daughter was eating and living in the park and that these expenses should be reimbursed, totaling 3 million. That's going too far. Yu Zhishui was furious and went to the local government's 6 Doors, a government agency, to ask for their help in finding his daughter. But the local 6 Doors, a government agency, has a complicated history. They accepted a bribe from Yu Zhishui and claimed they would do their best to help him find his daughter. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the 6 Doors and that industrial park were secretly collaborating. The 6 Doors informed the park authorities about the matter. After the thugs in the park found out, they began to beat Yu Zhishui's daughter and sent a video to Yu Zhishui, demanding that he prepare 10 million yuan to pay over, or they would kill Yu Zhishui's daughter. Yu Zhishui, finding the local police unreliable, had a big argument with them and returned to China to seek help from the domestic police. China has good public security and the police are very effective, but the condition is that it is within the country. After all, once we go to Southeast Asia, we're on their territory. No matter how brave we are, we can't just rush into their territory to settle things. Both parties need to have an agreement and room for cooperation. However, the park was deeply entrenched in the local area, with inextricable ties to even the local government's 6 Doors and the military, so naturally they would not agree to the intervention of the Chinese police. This matter also caused Yu Zhishui a great deal of trouble, and he didn't sleep for several nights in a row. If the Zhao family hadn't invited him to discuss business today, he would still be busy dealing with his daughter's affairs. Jiang Ning's words had surprised him greatly. What do you mean by that? Do you know where my daughter is? Yu Zhishui asked. That's right. Jiang Ning smiled. Before coming here, he had someone investigate Yu Zhishui. Just as this incident happened at Yu Zhishui's home, Jiang Ning, upon learning of it, immediately contacted his connections in Southeast Asia. Jiang Ning is now very strong in Mandu and Miandu, and its strength in Sambianpo is unparalleled. In Southeast Asia, you can't escape those few countries. Soon, Jiang Ning found the whereabouts of his daughter, Yu Ruashi. Yu Ruashi is located at the border between Thailand and Myanmar, where there is a park called 2K Park. The park deals in human trafficking. The trafficked people are first used to extort money from their families. Once the families have been drained of their resources, they are thrown into a computer room to commit fraud. Girls who were more attractive were forced to work in nightclubs to earn money, living a life worse than death. Yu Ruashi, a rich young lady with delicate skin, fair lips, and white teeth, naturally wouldn't have a good ending. However, she still has some use for now, and the other party hasn't gone all out yet. Jiang Ning also learned from Luo Wei that the area was controlled by a force in Sambianpo, and that the industrial park was established in cooperation with the local armed forces. Regarding the power of Sambianpo, After Jiangning wiped out the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce last time, those forces extended olive branches to Jiangning. Jiangning is currently extremely powerful in Sambianpo, and no one dares to provoke him. Mr. Jiang, please tell me quickly, where is my daughter? Yu Zhishui changed his domineering attitude from before and looked at Jiangning with a pleading expression. Parents' hearts are always full of love and concern. Jiangning didn't keep them in suspense and said, she's on the Myanmar-China border, in the 2K Industrial Park. Hateful. Yu Zhishui gritted his teeth. He initially thought it was on the border of Myanmar, so he took a sum of money there and spent a lot of money to smooth things over with the local government and armed groups. As a result, his daughter was right under his nose, and everyone knew it, but they all treated him like a fool. Those bastards. After his anger subsided, Yu Zhishui pleaded with Jiangning. Mr. Jiang, judging from your tone, you seem to know quite a bit about that side? Jiangning smiled slightly. I'm just a guy from a third or fourth tier city, and I don't understand international trade. So how could I possibly know anything about foreign countries? These words were a direct slap in the face to Yu Zhishui. Yu Zhishui had just mocked Jiangning, saying that he had never even done international trade. Mr. Jiang, it's my fault. I deserve to die. Yu Zhishui slapped himself. At that moment, the meeting room door was pushed open, and a middle-aged woman entered, sobbing. Old you, what time is it? You're still talking business. What about Cece? She's been kidnapped for over a week. The woman appeared to be the intellectual and proper type, but right now she was preoccupied with her daughter and didn't care about her appearance at all. She had called Yu Zhishui several times, but he didn't answer. Feeling scared, she came to the company and found that Yu Zhishui was actually talking business. She couldn't contain her anger any longer. Old you, go and do your business. If anything happens to my daughter, I won't live anymore. The woman burst into tears. Why are you crying? I'm trying to find a solution too. Yu Zhishui said. This Mr. Jiang knows where our daughter is. I'm talking to him right now. Oh. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately stopped crying and rushed forward to tightly grasp Jiangning's hand. Sir, do you really know where my daughter is? Yes. Jiangning nodded. I just spoke with Chairman Yu. He's in the 2K Park. 2K Park? Where's that? Tears streamed down the woman's face again. Sir, can you help me bring her back? I'll give you anything you need. Jiangning took a deep breath, feeling somewhat moved. As the saying goes, parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. Their children are everything to them. If something happens to their children, even if the parents are still alive, their lives will feel like they have lost all hope. I can help you, Jiangning said. A simple sentence, yet it shocked everyone present. Sir, please. The woman made a move to kneel down before Jiangning. Please don't. Jiangning helped the woman up. It's nothing to worry about. After saying that, Jiangning took out his phone and dialed the number. Help me verify that there should be a girl named Yu Ruashi in the 2K Park. Bring her out for a medical examination, Jiangning said. If the other party only has superficial injuries, send the person who hit him to my Manhwa Association headquarters. If the girl has suffered serious psychological trauma or has been violated, send all the leaders of the 2K Park there as well. Yes, boss, came the reply from the other end. Jiangning turned around and smiled at Zhishui and his wife. Isn't this resolved? Chapter 602 The Frog in the Well. This scene stunned everyone. Nailed it. Even Zhao Hongxing, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Even the Zhao family was powerless to handle this matter, but Jiangning resolved it with just one phone call. Moreover, judging from Jiangning's tone, it seemed that he could punish the other party. Zhao Qinghuan was also extremely surprised. Wasn't Jiangning just a small business owner in Haicheng? Does he know any big shots from overseas? In any case, Jiangning managed to get things sorted out. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. Yu Zhishui and his wife made a move to kneel down. Jiangning helped Yu Zhishui and his wife up, saying, It's a small matter. If you had met me earlier, it would have been resolved long ago. Yu Zhishui was so moved that he burst into tears and said, Mr. Jiang, I have offended you before. I agree to the obsidian cooperation you mentioned. Yu Zhishui said, I will cooperate with you on all my obsidian business. Jiangning smiled slightly. as if he had known this all along. Yu Zishui's wife also expressed her gratitude repeatedly, saying, "We only have this one precious daughter. If she can be saved, I would give you not only our business, but also our company." Although this is an exaggeration, it is enough to show how important their daughter is to them. As Zhao Hongxing walked out of the gate of the Bai and Jade Group, he gave Jiang Ning a thumbs up. "Jiang Ning, no wonder you dared to ask for such exorbitant prices when negotiating business. It turns out you found the other party's weakness." Zhao Hongxing said, "How come I never knew you were so capable?" Jiang Ning smiled and said, "It just so happens that the other party had a loophole." Zhao Qinghuan scoffed, "TCH, just luck. And did you find some big shot in Southeast Asia to act so recklessly?" Jiang Ning frowned. "It seems you've always had a problem with me. What could I possibly have against you? You're overthinking it." Zhao Qinghuan said, "I earned my position through my own abilities, so why do you question my reliance on a powerful figure?" Jiang Ning retorted, "What strength do you have?" Zhao Qinghuan said, "You just happen to be there. The market in Southeast Asia is very complicated, and even our Zhao family can't get involved. Do you think I'll believe you have strength just because you put on an act today? I don't need you to believe me." Jiang Ning smiled slightly, not wanting to pay any more attention. Leng Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi, standing to the side, also wore mysterious smiles. "Boss, shall we go back to the hotel? You two go back and rest. I'm going to the Zhao family to check on the old man," Jiang Ning said. "But they might not like you." Leng Yu glanced at Zhao Qinghuan. "Don't argue with a child," Jiang Ning said. This remark ignited Zhao Qinghuan's competitive spirit. "Little kid, we're about the same age, okay?" Zhao Qinghuan said. "It has nothing to do with age, it's about experience." Jiang Ning said. "You've really managed to show off today," Zhao Qinghuan said with dissatisfaction. "Then let me ask you, do you know about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Southeast Asia?" "I know," Jiang Ning replied. "I know some of their senior executives." Zhao Qinghuan said. "So, even if you don't take action today, I will use my connections to help Chairman Yu resolve his daughter's matter." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "You seem to be a bit out of touch with the news. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is finished, and even the chairman, Peng Yunlong, is missing. The largest Chinese organization in Southeast Asia now is called the Huahai Association. You'd better remember this name. If you happen to get into trouble while traveling in Southeast Asia, mentioning it might be helpful." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Qinghuan said. "I've never even heard of the Huahai Association. I don't care what you say in front of me, but I advise you not to speak ill of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce when you go to Southeast Asia. They have henchmen everywhere, and you'll be in big trouble if they catch you." "Qinghuan," Zhao Hongxing frowned. "Behave yourself. Jiang Ning is a guest of our family." Zhao Hongxing was aware of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's strength and was skeptical of Jiang Ning's words. However, he wouldn't expose Jiang Ning. It was the least he could do to show respect to his friend. Therefore, he also asked his sister not to speak so sharply, so as to give each other some dignity. Jiang Ning shook his head and sighed, saying, "You haven't been to Southeast Asia for a long time, have you? Things have changed drastically. Brother, look at him. He's still being stubborn." Zhao Qinghuan didn't want to argue anymore, but Jiang Ning brought it up again, and her temper flared up immediately. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is the largest Chinese organization in Southeast Asia, and they've been based in Sambianpo for years. I know people in their organization, and one phone call is all it takes to expose your lies." Jiang Ning shrugged. "Whatever. You?" Zhao Qinghuan was speechless. All right. Grandpa is still waiting for us at home. Let's go back." Zhao Hongxing and the others got into the car and drove off. Upon arriving at the Zhao family home, Zhao Defa noticed that Zhao Qinghuan was looking sullen and knew that she had quarreled with Jiang Ning again. He didn't ask any questions and instead asked Jiang Ning, "How did things go?" "Smooth sailing. The contract can be signed in the next few days." "Haha, good," Zhao Defa said. "That Yu Zishui really gives the Zhao family a lot of face." "Grandpa," Zhao Hongxing said, "actually, Yu Zishui was just putting on a show for our family. In reality, Jiang Ning got the cooperation through his own strength." "Oh," Zhao Defa was slightly moved. Then, Zhao Hongxing recounted what had happened. Many members of the Zhao family were present, and they all found it unbelievable after hearing this. I didn't understand why the old man was so hospitable to Jiang Ning before, but now I do. This kid has some ability. Zhao Qinghuan said. It was just a coincidence. Don't be fooled by him. Qinghuan, how could you say such a thing about Jiang Ning? Zhao Defa said with a stern face. Grandpa, he's overacting. I can't stand it. Zhao Qinghuan said. He actually said that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is finished, and that Peng Yunlong has disappeared. Huh. Zhao Defa hadn't been in contact with overseas countries for a long time, so he didn't know about these things. However, he had met Peng Yunlong many years ago. At that time, Peng Yunlong was full of vigor and claimed that he could control the entire Southeast Asia. He was very domineering. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is finished? What do you mean? Zhao Defa asked. Jiang Ning said that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has been destroyed and the organization has collapsed. Now the largest Chinese organization in Southeast Asia is the Huahai Association. Zhao Hongxing said. Zhao Defa frowned, as if he had remembered something. I think I've heard of the Huahai Association too. It's a very powerful organization. Zhao Defa said. Grandpa, how could you have been fooled by him too? Zhao Qinghuan was so anxious that she jumped up and down. I'm going to call my friends in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce right now. I'm going to expose Jiang Ning and show you his true colors. The next second, she dialed her friend's number. After ringing for a long time, a woman answered the phone. Where is Brother Xie? Zhao Qinghuan asked. He's dead. I'm his wife, the voice on the other end said. What do you want with him? Brother Xie has passed away? Zhao Qinghuan was taken aback. Please accept my condolences, sister-in-law. I called this time to ask about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? It's gone, the woman said. I'll give you a phone number, call and ask, he'll know more about it. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Qinghuan was as dejected as a wilted eggplant. Chapter 603. Now that you know the truth, are you satisfied? The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has really disbanded. Zhao Qinghuan seemed to be talking in her sleep, which shocked those around her. Is the news accurate? Someone couldn't help but ask. They plan to expand their business in Southeast Asia and are also preparing to discuss cooperation with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Yes, that should be accurate. Zhao Qinghuan nodded, her previous domineering demeanor gone. To find out the reason, she called again, this time to the number the woman had given her earlier. After a long while, the other end of the line answered the phone. Hello. Hello, Mr. Chun. I was introduced by Brother Xie's wife. I'd like to learn about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Qinghuan said. Brother Xie. The man suddenly choked up. If it weren't for Brother Xie that night, I would be the one who died. Zhao Qinghuan remained silent, turned on the speakerphone, and listened quietly. Our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce originally thought we were invincible in Sambianpo, but the old chairman shouldn't have provoked the Huahai Association, the voice said. A month ago, the Huahai Association occupied our territory, and the old chairman, in a fit of anger, used all his power to deal with them. However, we underestimated the strength of the Huahai Society. The old chairman's son was imprisoned by the Huahai Society, and the old chairman sent people to rescue his son. As a result, the Huahai Society seized the opportunity and struck straight at the heart of the enemy. As he spoke, the voice on the other end choked up. In one night, just one night, almost everyone in our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was wiped out. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is gone. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, recalling that night until he broke down emotionally. Big brother, relax. Zhao Qinghuan said. The more they listened, the more surprised they became. It was indeed as Jiang Ning had said. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is completely finished, and the Huahai Chamber of Commerce will likely take its place. Brother, how come the Huahai Association is so powerful? Zhao Qinghuan asked. I've never heard of it before. Sigh? We didn't take the Huahai Association seriously at first, the voice on the other end of the phone said. However, the Huahai Association has a very capable and wise leader. He developed quietly, seizing multiple industries in Mandu, including gold mines and logging camps. He also eliminated the largest Chinese organization in Mandu, Xianglong International, and seized a lot of weapons from the Mercenary Legion. After that, they monopolized the mining business in Mandu and occupied 1/3 of the farmland in Sambianpo. Every word spoken on the other end of the phone surprised this person immensely. The Huahai Association's expansion speed is too fast and too rapid, isn't it? What kind of leader has such ability and courage? Who is the leader of the Huahai Association? Zhao Qinghuan asked. His question was also the question in everyone's mind, and the scene instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone is waiting for the other's answer. The voice on the other end said firmly, "The leader of the Huahai Association is a young man. I heard he comes from Haicheng, China, and his name is Jiang Ning." Boom. These words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding in everyone's hearts. Everyone was utterly astonished, and all eyes turned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, however, calmly drank his tea, as if he hadn't heard anything. Jiang Ning? Zhao Qinghuan swallowed hard and glanced at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning from Haicheng? Yes. Miss, do you know Jiang Ning? The person on the other end asked. Zhao Qinghuan was almost petrified for a moment. She took a deep breath, held her phone, and went to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning? You're the boss of the Huahai Association. What kind of boss is this? It sounds like some kind of gangster, no future. Jiang Ning said, I'm the president. This completely stunned everyone. The Zhao family members, who had previously given Jiang Ning a disdainful look, were now trembling with fear. Just kidding. Everything that person said on the phone was shocking. All these events combined turned out to be the work of one person. This person's abilities and courage have long surpassed the realm of ordinary people. Then, everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Ning sighed, took the phone from Zhao Qinghuan's hand, and said, Brother, it was indeed my fault for destroying the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and leaving you homeless. But that's how the world is, the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. If I hadn't destroyed the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, they would have destroyed me, and then my men, my brothers, would have suffered. We are all striving for our own lives, so please understand. The person on the other end of the phone was almost stunned. Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning from the Huahai Association. The person on the other end of the phone was surprised that he, a nobody from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, could speak directly with Jiang Ning. He inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. I understand, there is no right or wrong in this world, the other person said. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce used to be all-powerful, but that's what made us lose our sense of vigilance and destined us to be eliminated. Now, the Huahai Association is the #1 Chinese organization in Southeast Asia, and I hope to be able to carry the banner of the Chinese people and give the Chinese people in Southeast Asia a place to rely on so that they will not be bullied by the locals. Don't worry about that. We not only run a legitimate business, but we are also a legitimate organization helping our compatriots escape poverty and become wealthy. Jiang Ning said, if you are interested, you can join the Huahai Association, make money together, and build a business together. Can I? The voice on the other end of the phone trembled with excitement. Mr. Jiang, can you forgive and forget? We are all compatriots, all trying to make a living. No one is born to be enemies with anyone else. So, as long as we let go of the past, we can embrace the future together. Jiang Ning said. That's well said. Zhao Defo applauded sincerely. Zhao Defo was deeply impressed by Jiang Ning's magnanimity and vision. The other members of the Zhao family also applauded. Indeed, the man who can lead Huahai to create miracles is no ordinary person. Besides, he's only a young man in his early 20s, about the same age as Zhao Qinghuan. Now look at Zhao Qinghuan. Zhao Qinghuan was filled with shame at this moment. She finally understood her grandfather's good intentions and why he had always made her study with Jiang Ning. She finally realized that she was far inferior to Jiang Ning. She would benefit immensely from learning even a single move from Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning handed the phone to Zhao Qinghuan. You've made the call, and you've asked all the questions you needed to. Are you satisfied now? Zhao Qinghuan nodded. I was so narrow-minded before. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Don't say that. I didn't take it to heart at all. Afterwards, he had lunch with the Zhao family. On the third day, Jiang Ning received an invitation from Yu Zishui to come and sign a contract. Because Yu Zishui's daughter, Yu Ruoshi, was found to be unharmed after a medical examination, with only some minor external injuries, and has already been extradited back to China. Jiang Ning and his men went to the Bai and Jade Group and signed a contract. However, Yu Zhishui received death threats immediately after signing the contract. Mr. Yu, I am a director of the Japan-China Co-Prosperity Sphere Association. I hereby order you to immediately cancel your cooperation with Jiangning. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures against you. Chapter 604 Threatened. A director of the Co-Prosperity Sphere? Yu Zhishui was somewhat surprised. What does my cooperation with Mr. Jiang have to do with the Co-Prosperity Sphere? The person on the other end of the phone said, Jiangning and Huahai are the common enemies of many groups in our Sakura country. We are jointly boycotting Huahai. In addition, we have also sent people to negotiate with the Obsidian Association. If Mr. Yu insists on cooperating with Jiangning, the Obsidian Association will cut off the supply. Yu Zhishui frowned, feeling that the other party was very rude. They started by threatening my personal safety, and now they're threatening me to cut off all cooperation. Just because you hate Jiangning. This has happened more than once with companies in Japan. When they oppose a company or organization in China, they unite to boycott that company. Chinese people believe in mutual benefit and common prosperity when doing business. However, businessmen in Japan are influenced by many political and ethnic factors, and they love to engage in boycotts and frame others. This made Yu Zhishui feel very ashamed. Sir, the cooperation agreement I signed with Mr. Jiang is a matter between us, and outsiders have no right to interfere. In particular, I have no business dealings with the Gongrong Association and have no connection with them whatsoever, so you have no right to interfere with any of my actions. Yu Zhishui said, I will take your statement that you will take measures against me as a threat to my life. If anything happens to me or my family, my lawyer will hold you directly accountable. Ha ha ha. The other end laughed coldly. Mr. Yu, you've got some guts. But I advise you, don't go against us. It won't do you any good. Yu Zhishui said indignantly. I am a Chinese businessman, living in China, and I am being threatened by you. Do you think I will swallow this? Let me tell you, don't try that with me. The Greater China Society. I will remember you. Yu Zhishui, the voice roared. Don't you know who you're going against? The Cosmopolitan Party, 9 Chrysanthemums, Bushido, the Ninja Association, and the KKK, the Sun Gang. The person on the other end rattled off a list of organizations, some of which Yu Zhishui had heard of, and some he hadn't. However, he could sense the strength of these organizations, and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. How did Mr. Jiang offend so many people? However, as the savior of his daughter and also a member of the Chinese business community, Yu Zhishui naturally had to stand firmly on Jiangning's side and fight the foreign evil forces to the bitter end. I'm an honest businessman, and I've never intended to be at odds with anyone, Yu Zhishui said. All my actions are based on my perspective as a businessman, and I'm cooperating with my partners. As for you treating me as an enemy, that's your business. After saying that, he added, by the way, the Obsidian Association cannot sanction me. I have signed a 5-year contract with your country's obsidian industry. They are required to provide me with a certain quantity of goods at the agreed price within these 5 years. If there is any mishap, it will be a breach of contract, and I will have to pay an exorbitant penalty. So they definitely wouldn't want to give me the money for nothing. It's a huge sum of money. You're asking for it. The person on the other end of the phone, realizing they couldn't persuade Yu Zhishui at all, angrily threatened him. My phone call was recorded, sir, and that will be evidence. I advise you to be careful, Yu Zhishui said before hanging up the phone. What? Chairman Yu has been threatened by the Japan-based Kyoto Cosmos Association. Zhao Hongxing asked into the phone. Is it because of the cooperation with Jiangning? Is he being threatened by them? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Hongxing said to Zhao Defa, Grandpa, Yu Zhishui, through his subordinates, indirectly told us that he has been subjected to sanctions and death threats from Japan because of his cooperation with Jiangning. Zhao Defa frowned. Jiangning has offended quite a few people. Yes, Zhao Hongxing said. He rattled off a list of several groups and organizations, including the Sun Society. The Sun Society is a well-known, legendary secret organization that is both mysterious and powerful. This is a tricky situation. Should we make a move? Zhao Hongxing asked Zhao Defa. Right now, Yu Zhishui is revealing the information to them in hopes that they will lend a hand. After all, This cooperation was negotiated by the Zhao family on behalf of Jiangning. Yu Zhishui has a businessman's mindset. He makes good use of the resources around him and won't waste a single one. Send a few bodyguards over to protect him, just as a token gesture. Zhao Defa said. No one knows what methods the enemy will use. Should we inform Jiangning and tell him to be careful? Zhao Hongxing asked. No need. Zhao Defa said. The Co-Prosperity Confederation's operation, this time, was aimed at Jiangning. If they had the ability to deal with Jiangning, they would have directly caused trouble for Jiangning. Why bother making things difficult for Zhishui? This also indirectly shows that the so-called Gungreong society has a deep-seated fear of Jiangning and Huahai society. Okay, I'll send people to support Yu Zhishui right now, Zhao Hongxing said. The building of the Bayan Jade Group. Today marks the day that Jiangning and Yu Zhishui signed a cooperation agreement. Ruashi, come and greet Mr. Jiang. Yu Zhishui attended the event with his daughter, Yu Ruashi. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Yu Ruashi, dressed in a pure white dress, looked as noble and beautiful as a princess. If it weren't for Jiangning, she wouldn't have the happy life she has today. Therefore, Yu Ruashi was extremely grateful to Jiangning. Before that, Yu Ruashi had heard her father say that Jiangning was a business owner, and she thought Jiangning was a bloated and shrewd entrepreneur. I met him today, and I never expected Jiangning to be such a handsome young man in his 20s. His tall, upright figure and strong demeanor were like walking hormones, making Yu Ruashi's heart flutter and her face flush. Seeing this, Yu Zhishui, who had been through similar experiences, immediately understood his daughter's thoughts. Ruashi, Mr. Jiang didn't come to Yanjing often before. After the contract is signed today, why don't you take Mr. Jiang around Yanjing? Yu Ruashi's cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, and she nodded shyly and happily. Okay. Seeing this, Jiangning didn't think much of it. Being able to secure this deal meant that he would soon have enough obsidian to go to the heavenly pool at the top of White Mountain and activate the Grand Formation to summon Taoist Lin Xiao. We're one step closer to waking up Shun Linghua. Soon, both parties signed the contract amicably. Jiangning handed the contract to Xiao Yi Xiaozi behind him and asked with some surprise, Chairman Yu, why do you suddenly have so many bodyguards around you today? Sai, it's a long story. Yu Zhishui was waiting for Jiangning to ask him. Then, he recounted the phone call he received in detail. Jiangning frowned and said, those guys are capable of anything. Here's what we'll do. You and your family will come with me to Haiqing these next few days. I have people there who can protect you. Haha, no need. I have a lot of business to discuss. Yu Zhishui declined. I don't believe they can do anything to me in my own China, especially under the emperor's nose. Yu Zhishui said all this to let Jiangning know that he was cooperating with him under pressure. In reality, it was just a way to claim credit. I didn't even think about what I wanted. I'm the one who caused trouble for Chairman Yu. Jiangning sighed. Haha, what are you saying? I won't cause any trouble. Yu Zhishui was very satisfied with Jiangning's attitude and laughed heartily. All right, Mr. Jiang, let my daughter show you around. I won't interfere with your young people's gathering. As she walked out of the company building, Yu Ruashi appeared somewhat reserved. Mr. Jiang, I'm going to get the car. Please wait here for me. She didn't park her car in the underground garage, but on the side of the road. She thought she wouldn't make Jiangning walk so far, so she could drive over herself. Jiangning didn't refuse and smiled, saying, okay. Such a considerate girl is hard to find these days. After Ruashi left, Jiangning's expression suddenly turned serious. He said to Lung Yu and Xiao Yi Xiaoxiazi, I'm giving you a task. Keep watch here for me today. I suspect the Cosmopolitan Society might make a move. If you find anything unusual, notify me immediately. Yes, boss, Lung Yu replied. Soon, Yu Ruashi drove over, and Jiangning got into the car alone. Yu Ruashi asked, somewhat puzzled, aren't those two older sisters coming with us? No, I'll let them go back and rest first, Jiangning said. These words instantly excited Yu Ruashi. Mr. Jiang deliberately sent his men away so that he could be alone with me? Could it be that Mr. Jiang has feelings for me? Chapter 605, Battle Mode Unlocked. Could it be that Mr. Jiang has feelings for me? Yu Ruashi felt increasingly sweet and excited as she thought about it, to the point that she almost ran several red lights while driving. Jiangning, on the other hand, appeared quite calm. He could have left Yanjing today and returned to Haicheng to prepare for his trip to Baishan. However, after listening to what Yu Zishui said, he felt that if he left, something bad might happen here. Therefore, he wanted to help Yu Zishui solve the difficulties before leaving. Yu Ruoshi took Jiang Ning sightseeing, and she seemed very happy and excited, chattering incessantly along the way, a stark contrast to her usual introverted self. This is the first time I've been this happy since returning from Southeast Asia. Jiang Ning was like a ray of light, dispelling all the darkness she had suffered. Mr. Jiang, are you hungry? I'm not hungry. Are you tired? Not tired. Are you thirsty? Miss you. Don't worry about me. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. I'll tell you if I'm hungry or tired. Yu Ruoshi suddenly felt a little sad. Is Mr. Jiang getting impatient with me? Yu Ruoshi, you've finally fallen for a boy after all these years, so please don't let him hate you. Oh, okay. Yu Ruoshi nodded, not daring to say anything more. Seeing this, Jiang Ning was speechless, feeling that Yu Ruoshi was quite reserved. The two walked around for about 2 hours when Jiang Ning suddenly received a call from Leng Yu. Boss, just as you predicted, something's happened. Leng Yu said. What's the situation now? Jiang Ning asked. Many unidentified individuals entered the Bian Jade building. Most of them appeared to be Chinese. They were wearing masks and baseball caps, and they were probably carrying weapons hidden in their clothes. Leng Yu said. They were probably after Chairman Yu Zishui. Jiang Ning said. I will do everything I can to ensure Dong's safety. I'm going there now. Mr. Jiang, what happened to my father? Yu Ruoshi asked in a panic. The situation is unclear right now. Drive me back. Jiang Ning said. Yu Ruoshi hurriedly drove Jiang Ning back to the Jade building on the other side. The towering building of the Bian Jade Group stands majestically, yet an atmosphere of tension and danger permeates its interior. Boss, Leng Yu stepped forward. How's it going? They have kidnapped Mr. and Mrs. Yu and are negotiating with Ono, Leng Yu said. I've asked Ono to hold them off until you arrive. Mr. and Mrs. Yu are safe for now. Where is Ono? Jiang Ning asked. They're having a video call with the people upstairs in the lobby on the first floor. Leng Yu said. There's nothing to talk about. Jiang Ning said. Doing this kind of thing on my Chinese turf, are you implying that China has no one to rely on? You all wait here. I'll go in and take a look. After speaking, Jiang Ning was the first to enter the building. Miss Yu, don't go up in the car. I'm going to help the boss. Leng Yu was worried about Jiang Ning, so she chased after him. After Jiang Ning entered the hall, he saw Xiao Yi Xiaozi negotiating with the other party's senior management. The boss said that if Yu Zishui doesn't give up the contract today, we're going to take over the entire building. The other party spoke to Ono Shosho in cherry blossom language. This is Beijing, China. What you're doing will get you into big trouble. Ono Xiaoxiazi said. We need to sit down and have a proper talk. I believe there's a better solution to this. There's nothing to talk about, the other party snapped. At this moment, Jiang Ning entered the hall, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Jiang Ning is here. As soon as Jiang Ning and his group stepped into the lobby on the first floor, they were surrounded by a group of thugs who were armed with machetes and clubs, and whose eyes revealed a fierce look. Jiang Ning looked around, and saw that the employees of the Bian Jade Group were all trembling with fear, gathered in one place. The ground was a mess, as if a fight had taken place. It seems they first defeated Yu Zishui's bodyguard team, then rushed upstairs and took Yu Zishui hostage. Since you know me, you should also understand that every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. If you have a grudge against me, you can come to me for revenge. Why drag others into it? Jiang Ning sneered. The leader of the group picked up the phone and called his superiors. Hey, Mino-kun, Jiang Ning has arrived. He's on the first floor. What should we do? Good. After hanging up the phone, the man sneered and said in broken Mandarin, Jiang Ning, you've come at the right time. Your partner is on the top floor and has been taken into custody by us. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you need to go to the top floor to negotiate with our boss. Good. Jiang Ning walked towards the elevator. I haven't finished speaking, the man snapped. Whether you can get to the top floor or not is another matter. As he spoke, he led his henchmen, carrying clubs and machetes, and charged towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning moved nimbly, dodging the oncoming sticks, and then with a side kick, knocked one of his underlings to the ground. Lung Yu picked up the fallen machete and engaged in close combat with the enemy. The blade flashed, and his underlings were constantly being slashed and injured. Xiao Zi stayed close to Jiang Ning, fighting the enemy back-to-back with him. In an instant, the lobby on the first floor was filled with the glint of swords and the shouts of battle. However, this kind of thing wouldn't last a minute against Jiang Ning and Lung Yu. Soon, Jiang Ning and Lung Yu, with their excellent skills and tacit cooperation, gained the upper hand in the chaotic battle, successfully broke through the defenses on the first floor, and headed towards the second floor. There were indeed enemies on the second floor, and they were even more well-trained than those on the first floor. Most of the people who came to cause trouble this time were local Chinese who were hired by the other side. A small number of high-ranking officials from Japan. 2 of the core members of the Sakura Kingdom are already stationed here to take command. They directed their underlings to form a tight formation, completely surrounding Jiang Ning and his group. One of the executives sneered, "Jiang Ning, you are truly arrogant and overconfident. You think you can save people with just a few of you? You are simply overestimating your abilities." Jiang Ning ignored his provocation and calmly observed the enemy's formation. He discovered a flaw in the formation and gave Xiao Zi and Lung Yu a wink. The 3 of them exerted their strength simultaneously, rushing towards the opening. The enemy's formation was instantly disrupted, and the underlings began to panic. Seeing this, the executives personally joined the fight. Their skillful swordsmanship put considerable pressure on Jiang Ning and his men. But Jiang Ning and his men were not afraid and worked together to find opportunities to fight back. During the fierce exchange, one of the henchmen's machetes nearly struck Lung Yu, but Jiang Ning reacted quickly and blocked the blow with his stick. After a fierce battle, Jiang Ning and his men finally broke through the defenses on the second floor and continued their charge upstairs. The elevator has been taken over by someone, and Jiang Ning cannot take it, otherwise he will be trapped inside. So he can only climb up the stairs. But this building has one unique feature. The staircases on each floor are on the other side. In other words, after taking the elevator to the first floor, you have to walk through the lobby to go upstairs on the other side. It resembles the design concept of a shopping mall staircase. At this moment, the enemies on the third floor set up even more obstacles. Chapter 606, Overcoming Obstacles. Knowing that Jiang Ning was rushing up, they deliberately blocked the stairwell with tables, chairs, and other debris, leaving only a narrow passage. The henchmen stood ready on both sides of the passage, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Jiang Ning frowned as he looked at the obstacle in front of him. "Oh no, Ryu, cover me." After saying that, Jiang Ning rushed forward alone. Using his agile movements, he evaded the enemy's attacks and quickly approached the obstacle. Then, he forcefully pushed aside the tables, chairs, and clutter to make way for the people behind him. Just then, the enemy launched a fierce attack. Jiang Ning and his companions engaged in battle with their opponents in the narrow passage. One of the henchmen took the opportunity to sneak up on Lung Yu from behind, but Xiao Zi noticed in time and kicked him away. Although Ono Shosho is an onmyoji, she also possesses considerable combat power. However, he is somewhat inferior to Lung Yu and Jiang Ning, so he usually doesn't take action. In crucial moments, he is far more capable than the average person. After a difficult battle, Jiang Ning and his group finally broke through the defenses on the third floor and continued to advance to higher floors. From the fourth floor to the ninth floor, the enemy's defenses became increasingly tight. Because at the beginning they had no idea of Jiang Ning's strength, they thought the other side only had 3 people and could be dealt with in no time. However, Jiang Ning rushed up to the third floor in one breath, forcing the people upstairs to take him seriously. From the fourth to the ninth floor, each floor has different traps and obstacles, attracting more elite underlings and executives. But Jiang Ning didn't take these people seriously at all. Jiang Ning and his colleagues advanced step by step, relying on their own abilities. Because guns are prohibited in China, the opponent lacked temper and was as vulnerable as a 3-year-old child in front of Jiang Ning. Bang bang bang. After overcoming numerous obstacles, we arrived at the fourth floor. On the fourth floor, Jiang Ning encountered a group of henchmen armed with long guns. These underlings seemed to be their elite force. Jiang Ning frowned as he looked at the red-tasseled spears in their hands. Those who use this kind of weapon are all disciples trained by veteran martial arts masters in our China, Jiang Ning said. As members of the ancient martial arts world in China, why are you serving the Japanese devils of Japan? Faced with Jiang Ning's questioning, the group of disciples also seemed somewhat ashamed. But the leader shouted, the ancient martial arts world is in decline now, and we need to eat too. Whoever pays the most will help them. Jiang Ning chuckled coldly. Fine, fine. How much did he pay you? The leader gritted his teeth. Don't talk about this. This time we've taken money from Japan, so we have to do things for them. Jiang Ning smiled and said, you're quite the moralist now. There's no other way. I'm paid to do what's right. The leader got into position. All right, Jiang Ning nodded. I won't make things difficult for you. As he spoke, he rushed forward in one stride. You must understand, this red-tasseled spear squad is no match for those scattered rabble from before. They practiced martial arts from a young age and wielded their most proficient weapons, making them extremely powerful attackers. Moreover, the red-tasseled spear is a weapon with a long attack range. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Facing the 20-odd red-tasseled spear squad members in front of them, Lung Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi both became serious. Lung Yu put her hands in her pockets, holding several throwing knives in her hands. Jiang Ning, however, held Lung Yu's hand down. These people have practiced martial arts since they were young, and it hasn't been easy for them to grow up like this. Although we are enemies today, I understand them. Please don't kill them. Jiang Ning stepped forward alone, saying, I'll deal with them myself. What courage! Qin Chong, the leader, said, I admire your courage. I'll fight you one-on-one. Jiang Ning smiled and said, no need. Let's go together. You're very arrogant. Qin Chong said. That's daring. Jiang Ning said, and suddenly rushed into the crowd. This caught the other party off guard. Who would have thought that someone could be so brave in the face of a group of armed men? That's incredibly bold. The group quickly spread out and engaged Jiang Ning in battle. However, Jiang Ning moved quickly, weaving through the crowd, making it difficult for these people to take advantage of their weapons, for fear of injuring their own people. Spread out, Qin Chong shouted. These men were well-trained and immediately dispersed into formation, their spears thrusting towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning crouched down and hid under a table, then rolled over and entered the tea room ahead. Everyone followed and went inside. The tea room has a long and narrow layout with doors on both sides. Jiang Ning entered through the front door and ran towards the back door. The back door leads directly to the stairwell. If Jiang Ning escapes through that door, he can go upstairs directly from there. Quickly, send men to intercept him from the outside. Qin Chong shouted. After all, none of the disciples followed them in, while the people outside circled around to block Jiang Ning at the back gate. However, Qin Chong did not expect that Jiang Ning was not running away. He was halfway there when he suddenly turned around, picked up a stool, and threw it at Qin Chong and the others. This caught Qin Chong and the others off guard once again, and they hurriedly defended themselves. However, the tea room was cramped, and the facilities around it were in a very novel style, with all sorts of decorations placed everywhere. Even the overhead lights were chandeliers. The men were holding long spears, but they couldn't use them effectively. Jiang Ning cleverly utilized the structure of the tea room to render the enemy's spears ineffective, greatly reducing their combat power and even throwing their formation into chaos. Jiang Ning's moves were wide and powerful. He could kick someone away with one kick, and even knock a group of people away. When the other disciples rushed in through the back door, they discovered a scene that surprised them greatly. Jiang Ning knocked everyone to the ground. Go, the crowd shouted. Step back. Jiang Ning grabbed Qin Chong, holding the broken red-tasseled spear in his hand, and pointed the spearhead at Qin Chong. Seeing their leader being held hostage, everyone retreated. What kind of skill is that? Someone shouted. Jiang Ning smiled and said, forget about skills. Being able to pass the level is the skill. Then, he called Lung Yu and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi upstairs. Seeing Jiang Ning's figure disappear, everyone felt very dissatisfied. Especially those who entered the tea room later said to Qin Chong, Master, why won't you let us chase after them? You didn't see his strength clearly. Qin Chong exclaimed. This guy is far stronger than us. The fact that he took me hostage and stopped fighting you was actually to our advantage, because even if we fought, you wouldn't be a match for him. The truly strong are those who are capable of fighting but choose not to. At this moment, Jiang Ning and the others had already reached the 5th floor. As expected, the 5th floor, like the 4th floor, was also filled with many underlings waiting there. It's hard to imagine how many people they must have brought in to control almost the entire building. Jiang Ning no longer held back, took the cleaver handed to him by Lung Yu, and began to hack and slash like a tiger unleashed from its cage. Because if he continues to hesitate, he will likely waste a lot of physical and mental energy, which will be very detrimental to the later stages. Under the cover of Lung Yu's flying daggers, Jiang Ning constantly maneuvered with the enemy, searching for their weaknesses before delivering a fatal blow. In this way, Jiang Ning defeated layer upon layer of enemies, step by step approaching the top floor. Chapter 607 The Dust Settles. Finally, Jiang Ning and the others arrived at the top floor. All 3 senior executives from Japan were here, with the Yu Zhishui couple being held hostage behind them. Mr. Jiang. Yu Zhishui was extremely shocked when he saw Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was covered in blood at this moment, looking like one of the 10 kings of hell who had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You actually managed to fight your way here? The Yu couple witnessed Jiang Ning's charge all the way up through the surveillance cameras, and were shocked and deeply moved. Just now, Kyoikai executive Satoshi Minoki said that Jiang Ning has come to rescue them. However, he also said that Jiang Ning would not reach this place and would be killed by his men. Thus, he made a bet with the vicious Yu Zhishui couple. If Jiang Ning came up, they would be released. If Jiang Ning died, the 2 of them would be buried alive. The Yu couple were terrified. They knew that the entire building was now under the control of the prosperity sphere. Their people didn't even have a chance to call the police. Jiang Ning, with only 2 fair-skinned beauties behind him, how could he possibly make it upstairs? But the truth is, they all underestimated Jiang Ning's abilities. Friend, how many men do you have left? Come at me all at once. Jiang Ning pushed open the door and smiled slightly. Hateful. Satoshi Minoki was filled with rage. He had heard that Jiang Ning was very capable, so this time his task was to deal with Yu Zhishui, not Jiang Ning. But Satoshi Minoki is an extremely ambitious person. He felt that the Gungning society couldn't handle Jiang Ning because they had chosen the wrong leader. Yuta Okita and Daisho Okita, both spoiled brats, were utterly incompetent, which is why they were both defeated by Jiang Ning. Afterwards, the Kyoikai, along with Juju and Bushido, joined forces with Kai Jun, the young master of the Kai family, to deal with Jiang Ning. But the young master of the Kai family was a brother of Jiang Ning in his younger years, and he was an idle and good-for-nothing playboy. He felt that it would be strange if such people didn't fail as leaders. He, on the other hand, had truly fought his way up from the bottom. If he were in command, he would have defeated Jiang Ning long ago. However, orders from above cannot be disobeyed. So this time, he didn't intend to deal with Jiang Ning. However, Jiang Ning came to rescue Yu Zhishui and his wife, which was tantamount to him taking the initiative to come to their door. Satoshi Minoki felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Killing Jiang Ning would be a great achievement. Therefore, he ordered his men to surround Jiang Ning's entire building. I never expected that all the people I hired were useless. Jiang Ning, you're really amazing. Minoki Satoshi sat on the sofa, spitting out smoke, appearing very calm. You dare to act so wildly on my Chinese soil? Do you think my country has no one to rely on? Jiang Ning said coldly. Don't put it so harshly. We're businessmen. It's just infighting among businessmen, all for the sake of profit. Satoshi Minoki stubbed out his cigarette and waved to his subordinate beside him. His subordinate handed him a Desert Eagle pistol. Click. Satoshi Minoki released the safety pin and smiled slightly, saying, No matter how good you are, can you be better than this thing in my hand? Jiang Ning did not answer, but glanced at Yu Zhishui and his wife, who were already pale with fright and trembling. Release Mr. and Mrs. Yu first, Jiang Ning said. Mr. San, you just made a bet with us, saying that if Mr. Jiang could get here, you would let us go. Yu Zhishui said. Shut up. Sanyu roared in anger and embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Ning will die today too. As he spoke, he pressed the pistol against Yu Zishui's forehead and said to Jiang Ning, drop all your weapons and put your hands up. Otherwise, I'll shoot them both. Is that all you've got? Jiang Ning scoffed. I'll count to 3. Minoki Satoshi said coldly. He wanted to subdue Jiang Ning, and then his men would come forward and tie him up. Capturing them alive seems to make the leaders happier. 2. 1. Just as Minoki Satoshi shouted, Lung Yu's throwing knife was also launched. The throwing knife flashed with a cold light and struck Minoki Satoshi's arm. Satoshi Minoki was in pain, and his pistol fell to the ground. However, he was no ordinary man. Knowing that the other party was resisting, he immediately bent down, picked up the pistol, and fired at Jiang Ning. However, Jiang Ning had already rushed forward, trying to snatch the pistol from his hand. Satoshi Minoki reacted quickly and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed Jiang Ning's shoulder, but Jiang Ning had anticipated it and dodged it, avoiding the trajectory. He grabbed Minoki Satoshi's hand and twisted it forcefully. Crack! Satoshi Minoki's wrist was broken, and his pistol fell to the ground. Jiang Ning gently hooked the pistol with his foot, grabbed it in his hand, and pressed it against Minoki Satoshi's forehead. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi and Lung Yu also engaged in a fierce battle with their other underlings. The limited space on the top floor made the battle even more intense. Amidst the flashing swords and slashing blades, blood splattered. Stop! Jiang Ning pointed his gun at Minoki Satoshi's forehead, and the other henchmen all lowered their weapons upon seeing this. Lung Yu, call the police. Seeing that the hostages were safe, Jiang Ning told Lung Yu to call the police immediately. Yes, boss. Lung Yu dialed the police. At this moment, Madame Yu Zishui burst into tears. She had been very nervous, almost to the point of collapse, but at this moment she finally relaxed. Yu Zishui held his wife and kept comforting her. Jiang Ning had Ono Shoko take Minoki Satoshi hostage at gunpoint, while he approached Yu Zishui and said, I'm sorry to have startled you both. Mr. Jiang, what are you saying? We've caused you trouble, Yu Zishui said. Despite being terrified in such a perilous situation, Yu Zishui managed to muster the courage of a true man, which was quite remarkable. Don't worry, with me here, those people from Japan won't lay a finger on your family, Jiang Ning said loudly. These words were also spoken to the members of the co-prosperity sphere. Police arrived quickly and arrested all the criminals inside the building. Furthermore, the police stated that they will focus their manpower on this area in the future and will pay special attention to checking Japanese citizens entering the Yanjing area. With that, Jiang Ning had accomplished everything he needed to do in Yanjing. One day later, at the hotel where Jiang Ning was staying. It's time to go back to Haiqing, Jiang Ning said. Mr. Jiang, you've helped us so much. Could you stay a few more days so I can have a chance to thank you properly? Yu Zishui and his family came to the hotel to visit Jiang Ning, hoping he could stay a few more days. If you want to thank me, pack up all the obsidian and send it to me as soon as possible. I need it urgently, Jiang Ning said. Definitely, Yu Zishui said. Mr. Jiang, Yu Ruashi said with some reluctance, will you come to Yanjing again? Of course, this is our capital. If you want to do big business, you have to come here. Jiang Ning smiled. Yu Ruashi blushed and asked, will you come to see me again? Maybe, Jiang Ning said dismissively. Yu Ruashi was somewhat disappointed and bit her lip without saying a word. We're running late for the flight, Lung Yu warned. All right, we need to go to the airport now. Mr. Yu, sister-in-law, Ruashi, see you again sometime. Jiang Ning smiled and waved, then got into Zhao Hongxing's car with Lung Yu, Xiao Yi, Xiao Xiao Zi, and drove away. Yu Zishui patted Yu Ruashi on the shoulder and said, sometimes, happiness isn't something you wait for. You have to fight for it. Dad, what do you mean? If Jiang Ning won't come to Yanjing, then you can go to Haiqing, Yu Zishui said with a smile. Your dad and mom both support you. That's great. Yu Ruashi jumped up happily. Chapter 608 Searching for the Teleportation Portal. Jiang Ning and the others returned to Haiqing and began preparing some things for their trip to the top of Baishan Mountain. He first contacted Lei Long in Mandu, asking him to prepare some gold, and properly seal the boxes to ensure the packaging was sturdy and without problems. Then, he contacted Red Scorpion in Myanmar, asking him to pack up and seal the best pigeon blood rubies and imperial emeralds from his mines. Then, they contacted Song Si and Li Bing in Sambiampo and sent people to transport the gold and gems back to Baishan within 3 days. Then, Jiang Ning sent Lung Yu to Kunlun to pack up and transport the latest batch of Kunlun Mountain Spirit Jade to Baishan. Meanwhile, Xiao Zi and I will oversee the obsidian shipment from Yanjing to ensure it reaches Baishan within 3 days. Jiang Ning has a strong ability to coordinate, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Within 3 days, all the jade had arrived, and the gold had been transported to the designated location. Xiaoxiatzi was extremely nervous during those 3 days. Am I about to see my father? He kept recalling that rainy night from many years ago, forcing himself to remember his father's face. But I just can't remember it. Father, I misunderstood you before. This time, with Mr. Zhang's support, I will definitely bring you back. Ono Shoko made a decision in the dark. 3 days later, Jiang Ning and his group arrived in Baishan City. That evening, Jiang Ning arrived at the designated location and inspected all the items. The 5 elements gems and gold ore are fine. What I need right now is for Xiao Zi to buy some items for creating a magic array. Lung Yu accompanied her to a relatively large funeral supplies store and bought some ink lines, a soul summoning bell, yellow paper, and other items needed for the ritual. The Onmyoji of Japan are also disciples of China, so the things they need for their rituals are basically the same as those of Taoism in China. Everything was ready that night, but no action was taken immediately the next day. They need to go up the mountain to scout the location. There are many places in China with strong spiritual energy fluctuations, and each of those places has a different teleportation portal that connects to another world. Fuxian Lake, Shenangjia, Ileo Mountain, Kunlun Mountains, Lopner, Tianchi Lake and Changbai Mountain, Zhonan Mountain, Wuyin Island in the South China Sea, etc., are some of the places that many people know about. There are many places we don't know. Of course, ordinary people can't see or feel them at all. Only those who have attained great enlightenment can find those places through their spiritual perception. Baishan Tianchi is a tourist attraction. Jiang Ning and others bought tickets and followed the tour guide up the mountain like ordinary people. Xiao Zi had cast a spell beforehand and carried a spirit-detecting talisman, allowing her to easily find places with dense spiritual energy during her ascent up the mountain, without ever searching for a teleportation portal. However, after walking for almost a whole day, Xiao Zi had found nothing. Because the area is bustling with tourists during the day, the spiritual energy has been dissipated, and it's impossible to find the exact location. Left with no other choice, Jiang Ning accompanied Xiao Zi to secretly scout the location up the mountain that night. Persistence pays off. In just one night, Xiao Zi had basically pinpointed several locations. Next, he will conduct precise screening at these locations. She placed the spirit-gathering containers she had prepared in advance at each location. 24 hours later, when she went to retrieve them, the spirit-gathering containers would provide the corresponding answers. I spent another 24 hours in Baishan City. Xiao Zi and Lung Yu went up the mountain to retrieve the spirit-gathering vessel. However, the result was very disappointing. All the vessels gave the same answer. The conditions for a portal were not met there. This was essentially a waste of several days of scouting. What do we do now? Lung Yu asked. Xiao Zi didn't know what to do either, and looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps only he knows the true location of the teleportation portal." "Who is he?" the 2 women asked in unison. "That old man with the white beard," Jiang Ning said. Then, he called Jiang Dada to his room and asked, "When and where was the last time you saw that white-bearded old man?" "I can't say for sure, but I remember the place." "I can take you there, Chairman," Jiang Dada said. "However, I never saw that old man again." "It's all right. Take me there to have a look first," Jiang Ning said. "That old man must be a highly skilled person. The place where he appeared should be rich in spiritual energy. It's even possible that he came from another world. So the place where he appeared might be the location of a teleportation portal." Jiang Ning made this guess, and then asked Jiang Datu to take him up the mountain. Incidentally, they also had plenty of fresh water and food prepared. This time, he wouldn't leave the mountain until he found the portal. This unwavering determination inspired Ono Shosho. That was her search for her biological father, and Jiang Ning put in even more effort than she did. This left her feeling utterly helpless. Having let go of all her mental burdens, Ono Shokoyuki vowed that she wouldn't leave empty-handed this time. The two asked Lungyu to meet them at the foot of the mountain, and then went up the mountain again with Jiang Datu that same day. Arriving at a mountain hollow near the north side of the Tianchi tourist attraction, Jiang Datu pointed to a strangely shaped large rock in the hollow below. "That's where we saw the old man. How did you find your way here?" Jiang Ning looked around. This place is quite far from the tourist attractions and is very remote. Would Jiang Data have come here blindly? "It's quite a coincidence," Jiang Data said. "I brought my brothers to Tianchi that day to look for someone, but after searching around and not finding them, I had a stomachache and needed to poop, so I walked this way. As a result, after I finished pooping, a thick fog rolled in, and I got lost. I wandered further and further away until I came to this mountain hollow. Fortunately, the old man gave me directions, and that's how I found my way out. Therefore, I remember this road very clearly." Jiang Ning nodded. "That's a reasonable explanation." He and Xiao Yi Xiaoxiatzi followed Jiang Datu to the large rock at the foot of the mountain. The old man was meditating on this big rock back then. Jiang Datu pointed to the rock and said vividly. His white beard was almost waist-length, and his eyebrows were also white, with both eyebrows drooping down to below his ears. He looked exactly like those immortals you see on TV. "What clothes was he wearing?" Jiang Ning asked. The grayish-white robe looked like many pieces of cloth draped over his body. You couldn't tell what kind of clothes it was, but all the cloth covered his body perfectly. "It was amazing," Jiang Data said. The more Jiang Data described him, the more Jiang Ning felt that he was a highly accomplished person. "All right, you all go back first. I'll wait for that old man here," Jiang Ning said, walking onto the bluestone and sitting cross-legged. "President, how long are we going to have to wait?" Jiang Data said. "The temperature difference in the mountains is huge, and it gets very cold at night. You'll catch a cold." "It's all right," Jiang Ning said. "I won't go down the mountain until I see the old man. Where there's a will, there's a way. To save Shenlinghua, we need Master Lin Zhao's help. To find Master Lin Zhao, one must rely on this old man for directions. Therefore, Jiang Ning must find this old man." Chapter 609, Three-Headed Immortal Venerable. "Old Immortal! Old Immortal!" Jiang Data started shouting everywhere. "Are you there? Our president is here to see you. If you are, please come out." "Shoo!" Jiang Ning frowned and scolded Jiang Datu. "Quiet down. Don't disturb this peace." "But waiting around isn't a solution," Jiang Data said. "You don't need to worry about this anymore," Jiang Ning said. "Go down the mountain now and meet up with Lungyu. Protect our gold and silver treasures." Then, he glanced at Ono Shosho. "You should come down the mountain with me. I'll stay here with you," Xiao Yi Xiaoxiaozi said. After all, she was looking for her father. As a result, others took the lead and went down the mountain to enjoy themselves. How could that be allowed? You are an onmyoji, so you naturally understand the rules of cultivators. The more people there are, the less likely the old immortal will appear, Jiang Ning said. Everything requires a destined person. Moreover, if I run out of food and drink in these mountains, I will need you to come and replenish my supplies in time. There is no phone signal here, so Xiao Yi Xiaoxiaozi used magic to make a pair of wing talismans. There were 2 talismans in total, which were folded into 2 paper birds and named the lovebirds. Xiao Yi Xiaoxiaozi takes one down the mountain. If Jiang Ning needs supplies or assistance, he can burn the one in Xiao Yi Xiaoxiaozi's hand. The one in Xiao Yi Xiaoxiaozi's hand will also turn to ashes, and he will be notified immediately. This kind of magic, explained scientifically, is similar to the interaction in quantum mechanics. Therefore, Xiao Yi Xiaoxiaozi also needs to go down the mountain. If he is not down the mountain, the talisman will not be activated. Xiao Yi Xiaoxiao had no choice but to bite the bullet and head down the mountain. When everyone descended the mountain and everything returned to tranquility, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on a blue stone and began to meditate in a daze. He hadn't calmed down and examined his own heart for a long time. At that moment, he felt as if he had become one with nature, a truly magical feeling. However, although he enjoyed his cultivation quite a bit, he didn't see a single person for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. This gave him a feeling that perhaps the old immortal Jiang Datu was talking about didn't exist at all. Perhaps Jiang Datu was hallucinating because he was lost, and his subconscious was guiding him out of the fog. However, Jiang Ning immediately shook his head, putting his doubts behind him. The world is full of wonders. If you believe, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. Belief is a force that can create miracles. Jiang Ning sat down, concentrating his mind, and began to sit quietly and wait. A week passed quickly. Jiang Ning was in excellent physical condition and would light a campfire for warmth at night. Moreover, he was a very strong fighter, and even wild animals in the mountains could not harm him. So this week went by uneventfully, without any danger. It's just so boring. I did almost nothing this week, just sat on a big rock and spaced out. Practicing martial arts occasionally, meditating occasionally. Most people simply cannot bear this kind of loneliness. But Jiang Ning tolerated it. He had brought very little food left, and after today he would need the people down the mountain to replenish his supplies. That evening, after dinner, I sat down to meditate on the bluestone as usual. Suddenly, a cool sensation rushed into his body. He suddenly remembered that in his backpack were the ancient book passed down from his family and the 9-dragon jade cauldron. He was very familiar with that cool feeling. It was the spiritual energy of the 9 dragons jade cauldron. He took out the 9-dragon jade cauldron and held it in his palm. I've neglected you these past few days. Jiang Ning gently stroked the jade tripod. Wisps of spiritual energy floated on it. Jiang Ning looked at the jade cauldron in great surprise. I can see spiritual energy now. Jiang Ning used to rely solely on his senses, but now that he actually saw these wisps of energy, he was incredibly surprised. Ha! Just then, a loud laugh rang out. Who? Jiang Ning turned his head to look over. Then, from the dark bushes, an old man in white slowly emerged. His feet seemed to leave the ground. With just a slight sway of his legs, he floated up to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was thrilled to see this. Old immortal, I've finally been waiting for you. He hurriedly got up to pay his respects to the old man. However, he found himself unable to move, as if he were bound by a force of the 5 elements. This is my meditation spot. You've taken up my place. That's very impolite. Although the old man was smiling, there was a hint of displeasure in his words. Jiang Ning hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, I didn't know this was your private room. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have sat here. After all, nature doesn't belong to you alone. So how could Jiang Ning have thought of those things? The old man didn't say anything more, but simply waved his hand, and the jade cauldron in Jiang Ning's hand flew out and landed in the old man's hand. This is the Xian Tian 9 Dragons Cauldron, a truly treasured item. This has been passed down from my ancestors. Jiang Ning said hurriedly. Even though he had been a powerful and ruthless man for a lifetime, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous in front of such an immortal. The old man's actions just now were beyond human comprehension. It's no wonder he was nervous. The old man carefully examined the 9 dragons jade cauldron and said, Actually, I've been observing you here for a week. You're a courageous and resilient young man with good talent. If you can make good use of this Xian Tian 9 Dragons Cauldron, you're sure to achieve great things. Thank you, old immortal, Jiang Ning said. I've been waiting for you here, just to see you. You are so persistent, you must have something to ask for. Seeing your firm resolve, tell me, what do you want me to help you with? The old man asked. I've heard there's a teleportation portal here that leads to another world. So I'd like to ask you, sir, where exactly is that portal located? Jiang Ning asked. The teleportation portal? Of course I know about it. The old man revealed a sly smile. To be honest, my duty is to guard that teleportation portal. Ah, Jiang Ning was overjoyed. That's great, old immortal. I just want to open the portal to find someone inside. You're just an ordinary person. You're overthinking things. The white-bearded old man's face showed a hint of anger, as if Jiang Ning's words had challenged his authority. I'm sorry, I don't know the significance of this, but sir, I really need to find someone through the portal. It's extremely important to me. Jiang Ning added, as long as you're willing to open the portal for me, I'll agree to any condition. After hearing this, the white-bearded old man sighed and said, I can't possibly open the teleportation portal for you, but seeing how persistent you are, I know that person is important to you. Fine, fine. If you give me the Xian Tian 9 Dragon Cauldron, I can tell you the exact location of the teleportation portal. As for whether you can open that portal, that depends on your own abilities. Give you the Xian Tian 9 Dragon's Cauldron? Jiang Ning's heart tightened. That won't do. It's my family's heirloom. If I give it to you, I'll be an unfilial descendant. The old man frowned. If I take it now, what can you do to stop me? This left Jiang Ning speechless. I believe in the old immortal's character. Judging from your cultivation, you must be extremely virtuous, have a broad vision, be compassionate, and care for all living beings. Enough, enough. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so good at flattering me, the white-bearded old man said. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I'll give you the Xian Tian 9 Dragon's Cauldron for a month. When the month is up, I'll naturally return it to you. What do you want to use it for? Jiang Ning asked. Cultivation, the white-bearded old man said. This Xian Tian 9 Dragon Cauldron was the sacrificial cauldron used by the ancient god Fuxi. It has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for generations. Now, in this Dharma-ending age, it no longer absorbs spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy within it is as vast as the universe. Even if you give me a month, I still won't be able to use it all, and I might not even be able to use it all in a year. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. If what the other party says is true, then it's possible to use that as a condition for exchange. And he has no other choice now. Okay, I promise you, Jiang Ning said. The old man smiled, waved his hand, and the jade cauldron flew back into Jiang Ning's arms. The teleportation portal is located atop White Mountain, beneath Heavenly Lake, the old man said. 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, dive directly beneath Heavenly Lake, and you will find the portal. Thank you, old immortal. Thank you, old immortal. Jiang Ning hurriedly expressed his gratitude. My name is Three-Headed Immortal Venerable, the old man said, his figure beginning to flicker and fade into the distance, but his voice still carried clearly. Remember, take good care of your Xian Tian 9 Dragon Cauldron. Remember. Ha ha. Then, the old man disappeared. Call. Jiang Ning's body went limp, and he woke up with a start. He just had a dream. But that dream felt so real. He took a deep breath and said firmly, Three-Headed Immortal Venerable, thank you for your guidance. 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, I will take the 9 Dragon Jade Cauldron to the heavenly pool to find the teleportation gate. Chapter 610 Beneath the Deep Waters, Part 1. Jiang Ning returned to the foot of the mountain and told Xiao Yi Xiaozi about it. I think it was that old immortal who appeared to me in a dream. Jiang Ning said. He described the white-bearded old man's appearance, and Jiang Datu, who was standing next to him, immediately exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that's him, exactly the same as the one I saw. The two had not checked the details beforehand, but the old man in Jiang Ning's dream had the same eyes, nose, and facial features as the old man Jiang Datu had described. This is enough to show that it was not a simple dream, but indeed an old immortal appearing in a dream. Boss, what else did he say? Lin Yu asked. Jiang Ning said, he told me to take my 9 Dragons Jade Cauldron and dive into the heavenly pool to find the teleportation gate on the night of the full moon 3 days from now. Why bring the 9 Dragon Jade Cauldron when we're going to find the portal? Xiao Yi Xiaozi asked. I promised him I would let him use this Jade Cauldron for a month, in exchange for him turning a blind eye. Jiang Ning said. Hearing this, Onoshoko felt a little ashamed. Jiang Ning really went to great lengths to find his father. But who can guarantee that he is telling the truth? Xiao Yi Xiaozi said. The cultivation world is not as sincere and kind as we see it. Once the cultivation world reaches a certain level, there is no longer any restraint of laws. It's a dark jungle, full of killing and plundering. Who knows where that white-bearded old man comes from? What if he thinks your 9 Dragon Jade Cauldron is good and just takes it away without giving it to you? I had no choice at the time. Jiang Ning said. Even if he had taken it directly, I wouldn't have been able to fight back. It was already a miracle that I could negotiate with him. Jiang Ning naturally wouldn't completely trust that white-bearded old man. However, he was imprisoned in his dream and had no power to fight back, so he was at the mercy of others. Xiaozi felt very ashamed. If the Jiang Ning family heirloom were taken away, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Oh no, this time we need to set up the formation underwater. How difficult will it be? Jiang Ning asked. It's a bit difficult, but manageable. Xiaozi said. There are methods for underwater formations, but we need to upgrade our equipment. Tell me what you need, and I'll have someone buy it. Leng Yu said. Sister Leng Yu, let me make a list for you. As Xiaozi spoke, she took the banknote and began to write. After finishing writing, he handed the list to Leng Yu. See if you can buy them. Leng Yu handed it to Jiang Datu. See if you can buy it. Jiang Datu. So when you said you'd have someone go buy it, you meant you wanted me to go? However, he had been here for a while and was quite familiar with the area. I'll go take a look. It should be fine. Afterwards, Jiang Ning had a good night's rest at the hotel, and for the next 2 days, he prepared for entering Tianqi. 3 days later, on the night of the full moon, Jiang Ning and his group quietly made their way up the mountain. Night, like a huge black curtain, pressed heavily over Tianqi Lake atop Changbai Mountain. Jiang Ning and his companions, dressed in night clothes, moved like ghostly shadows, stealthily approaching the mysterious lake. The nights in Baishan were exceptionally cold, and the biting wind cut like a knife across their faces. Xiaozi finally realized how hard Jiang Ning had worked during those nights in the mountains. This deeply moved her once again. No wonder this man can lead the charge and gain the unconditional trust of so many loyal subordinates. He is courageous, responsible, and strategic. His subordinates have developed a strong sense of dependence on him. Even I myself gradually became inseparable from him during our interactions. The night grew deeper and deeper. All around was silent except for the wind howling through the mountains and forests, as if it were a low warning from nature. In the night, Tianqi Lake resembles a giant black jade mirror, gleaming with a cold, eerie light, deep and mysterious, as if hiding countless unknown secrets. Such a scene, such an atmosphere, would instill deep fear in anyone who saw it. Even Leng Yu, who had lived in the mountains since childhood, couldn't help but become serious. Leng Yu, you and the two stay up there to provide support. Xiao Yi and I will go down. Jiang Ning said. Yes, boss. Leng Yu ordered Jiang Datu and the others to carefully place the prepared tools, gems, and other items on the edge of the pool, ready to be lowered down with anchors and ropes whenever needed. Jiang Ning patted Xiao Yi Xiaozi on the shoulder. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Good luck. Ono Shosho nods heavily. The two, dressed in special diving suits and carrying heavy equipment on their backs, slowly stepped into the icy lake water. The lake water was extremely cold, and they shivered as soon as they touched it. They cautiously swam towards the center of the lake, feeling the resistance of the water with every stroke, as if the lake itself was resisting their intrusion. As they descended, the surrounding light grew dimmer and dimmer, leaving only the faint glow of their diving lights, flickering uncertainly in the darkness. A thin mist hung over the lake, making visibility even more blurred. The water plants around them swayed gently in the water, like outstretched arms trying to grab them. Occasionally, a few unidentified fish would swim by, their scales shimmering eerily under the lamplight, sending chills down one's spine. Ono Shoshozi sensed an unusual aura approaching. She gripped the magical artifact in her hand more tightly, and Jiang Ning also stopped what he was doing, becoming alert and on guard. Under the illumination of the diving light, a huge dark shadow slowly emerged. Is it a lake monster? Both of them were startled. It is said that there are ferocious beasts in Tianqi Lake. Could it be that they really exist? The next second, the enormous figure charged forward, its entire body covered in black scales, its eyes flashing with a fierce light like lanterns. It opened its blood-red maw, let out a low roar, and charged towards them. Only when they used the searchlight could they see clearly that it was not a water monster, but a huge sturgeon. The Amur sturgeon is the largest freshwater fish in northeast China, reaching lengths of 5 to 6 meters. But this sturgeon was 7 or 8 meters long, even larger than the legendary Kaluga sturgeon. However, this type of fish is not very aggressive. It passed between Jiang Ning and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi and disappeared into the water. This encounter startled the two of them, but it also ignited their passion even more. Such a blessed land must possess abundant spiritual energy to nurture such a colossal creature. The two continued to descend, and the water pressure increased. The underwater world was quiet and dark, and the immense water pressure acted like invisible shackles, pressing down on their bodies. The surrounding water was extremely cold, as if it would freeze their blood. Jiang Ning's forehead flashlight emitted a pale blue glow, the light flickering in the water and illuminating a small area around them. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the light and shadow, like ghosts. After diving for a long time, Tianchi Lake remained unfathomably deep, and the surrounding area was pitch black, giving one a sense of despair and abandonment. Chapter 6:11 Beneath the Deep Waters, Part 2. Ono Shosho was clearly getting anxious. At this rate, they'll either freeze to death or be squeezed into meat patties by the water pressure. She looked to Jiang Ning for help. Jiang Ning seemed to sense her helplessness, reached out, and took her hand. Behind the mask, his face was calm and composed, even with a slight smile. Sensing Jiang Ning's unwavering resolve, Xiao Yi Xiaoxiatzi felt as if she had found a guiding light in the darkness, and her confidence surged. Jiang Ning mouthed, "Don't give up, keep going, it will be all right." Ono Shosho nods heavily. The two continued their efforts to dive deeper into the water. After struggling for a long time underwater in the icy water, Jiang Ning's keen eyes finally caught a glimpse of a strange light. The light was faint and flickering, as if it came from another time and space. They quickened their pace and swam toward the light. As they approached, they discovered it was a massive stone wall covered in mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow, forming a barely visible portal mark. This is it. Ono Shoko was incredibly excited. Persistence pays off, and they finally found it. Quickly set up the magic array. Jiang Ning pointed to the oxygen cylinders. They were being told that time was running out. Ono Shoko nodded, her eyes revealing determination and excitement. She began taking out the items needed for setting up the formation from the toolbox at her waist, including waterproof talismans that emitted a faint glow, crystals that sparkled, and an Onmyoji doll that exuded a mysterious aura. At the same time, Jiang Ning also notified the water surface to send the jade stones down. However, setting up a magic array underwater is no easy task. First, the surging water constantly impacted the items in her hands, making it difficult for Xiaoxiatzi to maintain her balance. Every time she tried to place the talisman, the water would wash it away, forcing her to grab it again and again. Secondly, the pressure underwater slowed her movements, and every tiny movement required a huge amount of physical strength. Moreover, the low temperature was constantly eroding her body, causing her fingers to gradually become numb and greatly reducing their dexterity. Ono Shoko took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She first fixed the crystals around the stone wall in specific positions. To prevent the crystal from being washed away by the water, she wrapped talismans around its surface, using the magic of the talismans to firmly attach the crystal to the stone wall. Next, she began arranging the jade stones. These jade stones were the energy source for opening the portal and had to be arranged according to an ancient formation. She carefully placed the jade stones among the crystals, adjusting their position and angle meticulously for each one to ensure it met the requirements of the formation. Jiang Ning couldn't offer much help in arranging the jade. He could only patrol from the sidelines. The heavenly lake atop Mount Bai is said to be a volcanic hot spring containing powerful terrestrial fire energy. Therefore, very little pigeon blood ruby was used this time. Instead, the magic array was used to absorb the terrestrial fire energy to enhance the power of the spell, making the array even stronger and more perfectly natural. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water around them became turbulent, as if a huge energy was sweeping towards them. The next second, a giant water monster suddenly rushed out of the darkness. This time, it wasn't a sturgeon, but a real water monster. This water monster was enormous, its entire body covered in hard scales, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce light like lanterns. The most terrifying thing is that it has 3 heads, like the heads of 3 pythons, but its body is like that of a Mammonchosaurus from the dinosaur era, with a long tail swinging back and forth behind it. This scene startled both Jiang Ning and Xiao Yi Xiaozi. However, neither of them are ordinary people, especially Ono Shosho, who has her own Shikigami and is not as afraid of water monsters as ordinary people. She calmed herself, drew her magic sword from her waist, and the sword light flashed in the water as she prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the water monster. The next second, a sound came from the monster's mouth. "Did you bring what I asked you to bring?" The voice sounded very familiar. It was the voice of the white-bearded old man. Jiang Ning nodded hurriedly and took out the 9 Dragons jade cauldron from his backpack. With a powerful suck, the jade cauldron was in his hand. "Ha! The 9-dragon cauldron of the mysterious heaven. I've finally got you," the water monster exclaimed. "You all get to work, I'm off." Then, another rushing current appeared, and the 3-headed water monster disappeared into the dark water space. This left Jiang Ning and Xiao Yi Xiaozi somewhat frustrated. "I thought that old man with the white beard was a reclusive master, a deity. It turned out to be a water monster. No wonder he's called the 3-headed immortal venerable. There are indeed 3 heads." However, Jiang Ning couldn't care less about that. He once again urged Xiao Yi Xiaozi to set up the formation with his actions. Ono Shosho nodded and sped up the formation. Her hands moved rapidly in the water, placing the last few jade stones into place. Then, she took out a huge talisman, chanted incantations, and affixed it to the center of the stone wall. The talisman instantly emitted a bright light, illuminating the entire underwater area. The magic circle is taking shape, but it still needs to be infused with powerful magic to truly open the portal. Ono Shoko sat cross-legged in the center of the magic circle, closed her eyes, and began to concentrate her mind, mobilizing the yin and yang power within her body. However, the underwater environment greatly interfered with the operation of her magic. The surging water disrupted her magic circulation, making her magic output unstable. She gritted her teeth, her forehead covered in sweat, constantly adjusting her breathing, trying to eliminate external distractions, and concentrating all her energy on the yin and yang power within her body. Gradually, a faint light began to emanate from her body, and the yin and yang energies formed a powerful vortex within her. As magic power was continuously injected, the runes on the magic circle began to flash with dazzling light, and the light intertwined to form a huge energy vortex. A blurry passage gradually appeared at the center of the vortex, and a mysterious world could be vaguely seen at the other end of the passage. "It's a success." Jiang Ning was overjoyed. This was also the first time he had ever truly seen what a so-called magical portal actually looked like. At that moment, he seemed to see Shun Lingyue's shadow on the other side of the portal. "Sister Lingyue," Jiang Ning murmured to himself. The next second, Ono Shosho took out an Onmyoji doll, then took out a talisman and used magic to write Lin Xiaodao's name and summoning incantation on it. She then attached it to the doll and placed it into the portal. The doll suddenly burst into flames in the passage, transforming into a bright beam of light that shot towards the other world. At this moment, Jiang Ning came to his senses. This time, they had summoned Taoist Lin Xiao, not Shin Lingyue. "Sister Lingyue, give me a little more time, and I will definitely save you." Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and said to himself. Time ticked by, and they waited anxiously for Master Lin Xiao's response. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from the portal, and a figure slowly emerged from it. He was dressed in a Taoist robe, carrying a long sword on his back, and his expression was calm and composed. "Who called me?" Master Lin Xiao's voice could be clearly heard in the water. Chapter 6:12 Father and Daughter Reunited. This made Jiang Ning and Xiao Yi Xiaozi extremely excited. Unexpectedly, it succeeded so quickly. The next second, a figure slowly floated out from the portal. He was a very young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of grandeur. His shoulder-length hair was tied up high and coiled behind his head. Time has not left any marks on his face, as there are almost no wrinkles, but his brows bear an endless sense of vicissitude, making it difficult to guess his age at first glance. He carried a long sword on his back, his white robes fluttering like snow. After passing through the portal, he entered the water area and used his qi to move forward in the water. He quickly arrived in front of Jiang Ning and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. Are you Taoist Lin Xiao? Jiang Ning didn't know how to express himself, so he shouted loudly inside his oxygen helmet. At this moment, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi was already so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Her father left her when she was only 5 years old. However, she also had some recollection of her father's features. Furthermore, the man in front of her bore a striking resemblance to her, and when they faced each other, a sense of kinship naturally arose. Ono Shosho had already sensed that the other person was her father. I am Lin Xiao. The man didn't speak, but a voice entered Jiang Ning's ears. The next second, the man floated to Xiao Yi Xiao Zi's side, a kind smile on his face, and reached out to stroke Xiao Yi Xiao Zi's helmet. Ono Shoshozi was already in tears. Dad. Lin Xiao also forced himself to suppress the twitching of his lips, but gently stroked Xiao Yi Xiao Zi's head, as if he were caressing the most precious treasure in the world. Master Lin Xiao, we're running low on oxygen. Let's go up first, Jiang Ning reminded him. You beast. Lin Xiao suddenly shouted. I told you that if my daughter came, you should notify me using Xianyin. What were you doing at that time? As soon as the words were spoken, a figure flew over from the shadows. It was that old man with the white beard. At this moment, he was no longer a water beast, but had transformed into human form. Taoist master, I didn't know that was your daughter, said the three-headed immortal venerable. I told you before, but it seems you've ignored everything I said. Lin Xiao said, his face slightly angry. The three-headed immortal venerable was a three-headed water demon. Due to its strong spirituality, it cultivated to a great extent and was later subdued by Lin Xiao, becoming Lin Xiao's disciple. Lin Xiao was worried about Xiao Yi Xiao Zi when he went to cultivate in another world. So he asked the three-headed immortal venerable to take care of his daughter and to use Xianyin to notify him if anything happened. As a result, he went without receiving any notification until his daughter opened the portal and called him. This is enough to show that these three immortal lords have neglected their duties. Please forgive me, Taoist master. When you took me in, I had just transformed into human form. I didn't quite understand what you were saying at the time, but I was afraid that you would think my cultivation was too low and abandon me. It turns out that only when a demon truly transforms into human form can it understand human speech through the outline of its cochlea. Before that, they relied on spirituality and human communication. The reason why Master Lin Xiao accepted him was because he saw that it had achieved great success in cultivation and had already transformed into human form. Such a monster, if left unchecked, could very well wreak havoc on the region. If properly guided, it could become an auspicious place. Therefore, Lin Xiao accepted it. Little did it know then that it had just transformed into human form when it encountered Lin Xiao. Therefore, he tried his best to disguise himself as a human, hoping to curry favor with this Taoist priest in order to gain access to a shortcut to cultivation. As for what Lin Xiao said, he only understood half of it, so he didn't do anything at all. Jiang Ning, upon seeing that this so-called three-headed immortal venerable was actually a disciple of Lin Xiao, felt deceived and said, Taoist Lin Xiao, he stole my Xiantian 9 dragon cauldron. Oh, Lin Xiao looked at the three immortal venerables. This disciple wouldn't dare. This disciple will return it to him immediately. With a wave of his hand, the three-headed immortal venerable sent the 9-dragon jade cauldron flying out and returning to Jiang Ning's hand. Feeling the familiar warmth and smoothness of the jade, Jiang Ning's heart was at ease. Let's go up there first and talk about it later. Lin Xiao took Xiao Yi Xiao Zi's hand, and the two of them swam rapidly upwards. Should I follow them? The three-headed immortal venerable asked Jiang Ning. How would I know? Jiang Ning glared at it irritably. If you're interested, come along. Whoa. The three-headed immortal venerable was no longer as arrogant as before, and now acted like a submissive grandson. Upon reaching the shore and removing her gear, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi threw herself into Lin Zhao's arms. Daughter, I'm sorry for all the suffering you've endured these years. Lin Zhao's eyes also reddened at this moment. Even with his profound cultivation, he still couldn't overcome the obstacle of family ties. "You're not sorry to me, you're sorry to Mom," Xiaoxiatzi said. "After you left, she missed you day and night, and eventually fell ill and passed away." "Yes." Lin Xiao nodded, knowing that he was deeply guilty. "However, I met with your mother when she passed away," Lin Xiao said, "and I preserved a wisp of her primordial spirit." Huh. Onoshoko was very surprised. But then, his face darkened. Leaving behind the primordial spirit is not the same as preserving the soul. Moreover, it's only a wisp of it. Ordinary people who have not experienced cultivation have very fragile primordial spirits, which will immediately dissipate when a person dies. If the father preserved a trace of the mother's spirit, then he did indeed see her before she died. However, this wisp of primordial spirit is like a wisp of smoke, leaving only a trace of commemorative significance. The reason I've devoted myself to cultivation day and night all these years is so that I can use this wisp of my primordial spirit to rebuild your mother," Lin Xiao said. Huh. Onoshoko was extremely surprised. "I can use my primordial spirit to nurture her primordial spirit, like raising a child until she grows up, becomes full and resilient," Lin Xiao said sharply. "Then, I will find the most suitable body to possess. Your mother will then be reborn." Onoshosho is also a cultivator, so she naturally understands this principle. However, not only is it difficult to operate, but the act of possessing another's body is also against human ethics and morality. "Don't worry, my precious daughter. I will let you see your mother again." Lin Xiao patted Xiao Yi Xiaozi's shoulder. Onoshoko's tears flowed again with emotion. Can I say a few words?" Jiang Ning interjected. "Oh, right. I haven't asked this gentleman his name yet." Lin Xiao said. "Dad, let me introduce you. This is my boss and my like-minded partner, Mr. Jiang Ning," Xiao Yi Xiaozi said. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Lin Xiao shook hands with Jiang Ning with a smile. "Without Mr. Jiang's help, I really don't know when I would have been able to find you in this vast sea of people." Xiao Yi Xiaozi looked at Jiang Ning gratefully. Lin Xiao glared at the three-headed immortal venerable, then said gratefully to Jiang Ning, "It was my oversight that I entrusted such an important person to a guy who had just taken human form." Lin Xiao felt a wave of fear when he learned that Jiu Ju had fallen out with Xiao Yi Xiaozi. He was unaware of this while in another world. If something were to happen to Onoshosho, he would spend the rest of his life in regret. Chapter 613, The Huahai Conference, A New Dawn. "We almost ruined everything," Lin Xiao exclaimed. "It's okay, the result is still good," Jiang Ning said. "Thanks to Mr. Jiang's help," Lin Xiao said gratefully to Jiang Ning. "Moreover, I noticed that Mr. Jiang actually possesses the Xiantian 9 Dragon Cauldron. May I ask where you obtained it?" "It was passed down from my ancestors," Jiang Ning said. "Oh," Lin Xiao nodded. "I suppose Mr. Jiang's ancestors were also cultivators." "Why do you say that?" Jiang Ning asked. "The Xiantian 9 Dragon Cauldron was made by Manhwa after Pangu created the world, when she sacrificed to 9 divine dragons to create a jade cauldron to collect the dew from heaven," Lin Xiao said. "It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and, after many years of accumulation, has become a treasure coveted by everyone in the cultivation world. Only those who have achieved great success in cultivation throughout history are qualified to possess this Xiantian 9 Dragon Cauldron. In later generations, spiritual energy became scarce, and we entered the Dharma ending age. The spiritual energy of the Xiantian 9 Dragon Cauldron became extremely rich, making it something that everyone in the cultivation world would want to seize. The fact that it is still safely in your hands means that its spiritual energy has been sealed by one of your ancestors who achieved great success in cultivation. Once the spiritual energy is sealed, the surface spirituality disappears, and it will not be detected by ordinary cultivators." After Lin Xiao explained, Jiang Ning finally understood the origin of the 9 Dragon Jade Cauldron. "So this guy is actually that amazing. No wonder I died and was reborn. It seems it was all thanks to it. What would happen if the seal on the 9 Dragon Jade Cauldron were broken?" Jiang Ning asked. "The overwhelming spiritual energy will attract all sorts of demons, monsters, and cultivators. who will vie for it? Lin Xiao said. Forehead. Jiang Ning curled his lip. That was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, even though it possesses such rich spiritual energy, you must not break the seal to use it, or you will bring disaster. Lin Xiao said. The best way is to keep it with you for a long time, so that you can be nurtured by such a spiritual object every day, and your cultivation will increase imperceptibly. At this moment, Jiang Ning finally understood that it was not because he was exceptionally talented, nor because he was one in a million. Rather, his excellence stemmed from his long-term companionship with Yuding. Jiang Ning carefully put the jade cauldron into his bosom, vowing that he would never let anyone touch it again. Forget about borrowing it for a month, you can't even touch it. Daughter, with your father by your side, you no longer need to fear Jiujiu. Lin Xiao said. Besides, for so many years, I have been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Jiujiu. How can I help you? Jiang Ning asked. After all, Jiujiu was also his enemy. With Lin Xiao as a powerful ally, Jiang Ning went with the flow. I don't need your help. Lin Xiao said. You've already helped my daughter so much while I was away. I don't even know how to thank you enough. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi then said. Dad, actually, Mr. Jiang has something he needs your help with. Oh, please speak freely. Xiao Yi Xiaoxiazi acted as Jiang Ning's mouth double and recounted what had happened. Lin Xiao sighed. So, Miss Shun has indeed fallen into a time-space intersecting realm. Activating the time-space intersecting array is far more difficult than activating a teleportation portal. With my current cultivation level, I can oversee the forging of this grand formation, but it requires a lot of materials. Dad, I've already spoken with Mr. Jiang, and he's currently raising spirit stones. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said. Lin Xiao said. I can give you a quantity target. Once you reach this quantity, you can begin forging the grand formation. Then, I will ask for the subsequent spirit stones and tools. After everything is prepared, we can truly activate the grand formation. Very good. Jiang Ning felt as if light had suddenly appeared before his eyes. If you don't mind, Master Lin Xiao, you can stay at my place for a while. Jiang Ning said. My Zishan Manor in Haiqing, Xiushui Manor in Mandu, and Yunding Manor in Sambiampo are all good places for cultivation. Yunding Manor was once the headquarters of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. After the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was taken over by Jiang Ning, it also took over Yunding Manor. These three manors all have excellent feng shui and a slightly richer spiritual energy than other places. Even Mr. Zhao Defa liked the Zishan Manor in Haiqing, Jiangning. Lin Xiao has an unrestrained personality, and he would feel uncomfortable if you asked him to stay in one place. Jiang Ning gave him 3 choices, all of which were in very good environments, both at home and abroad, which made it difficult for Lin Xiao to refuse. Now that you and Ono are reunited, please rest well at my place for a while. I can check on the progress with you at any time. Jiang Ning didn't give Lin Xiao a chance to refute and listed all the reasons. Because he needed to win Lin Xiao over to his side. Now that Xiaoxiazi is acting as an intermediary, Lin Xiao is very friendly towards him, and the cooperation will be very smooth. However, this was not Jiang Ning's goal. Jiang Ning wanted to recruit Lin Xiao into his team. If Lin Xiao were to wholeheartedly join his camp, Huahai would experience a qualitative leap in combat power. Therefore, letting Lin Xiao stay at his manor was the first step in winning him over. Lin Xiao did not refuse, and said, Then thank you, Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry to trouble you again. What are you saying, Taoist Lin Xiao? Jiang Ning smiled slyly. Sigh, I always feel a little awkward calling you Taoist Lin Xiao. Yes, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said. Or, how about calling him Uncle Lin? That's wonderful. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Uncle Lin, since you and your daughter are reunited today, I'll treat you to a celebration. Then, he waved to Jiang Datu and said, Go and book the best hotel in Baishan City. Let's have a get-together. Great. Upon hearing that there would be free food and drinks, Jiang Data's mouth watered with joy. Oh no, that's too wasteful. Lin Xiao said. Those who cultivate the Tao should prioritize diligence and frugality. By the way, do you have any good wine? Haha, absolutely. Jiang Ning said. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. That evening, in the VIP room of the Baiqing Tianqian 5-star hotel, everyone was beaming with joy. Finding Lin Xiao was a major turning point for the Huahai Association and brought a glimmer of hope to Jiang Ning's rescue of Shen Linghua. All of Jiang Ning's plans will begin to be implemented after Master Lin Xiao arrives. The Co-Prosperity Sphere, the 9 Chrysanthemums, Bushido, the Ninja Association, the KKK, and the mysterious and powerful Sun Society behind them. We, the Huahai Association, will begin to challenge you one by one. Chapter 614, Let the collision be even more intense. After leaving Baishan City, Jiang Ning returned to Haiqing to visit his parents. Jiang Ning now wields considerable power in Haiqing, and Jiang Yuqing and Wu Qiong are surrounded by smiling faces every day, keeping them in high spirits. They were just worried about Jiang Ning's safety, because Jiang Ning's business was so big that he had offended a lot of people. Jiang Ning had no way to persuade them about this. After all, parents will always worry as long as their children are away from home. Afterwards, Jiang Ning visited Shen Yunhai and his wife with gifts. After not seeing them for several months, Shen Yunhai and his wife looked much more haggard. Fortunately, with the support of the Jiangning-Jianghai Consortium, the Shen Group was able to maintain the status quo. Uncle Shen, Andy, I found a very skilled doctor, Jiang Ning said. Now, as long as some conditions are met, we can try to treat Sister Linghua. The chances of a cure this time are very, very high, so you two don't need to be too sad. Really? There are doctors like that. Although Shen Yunhai and his wife were happy, but there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. After all, their daughter had been diagnosed with a vegetative state, and many renowned doctors both at home and abroad were unable to help her. They felt that Jiang Ning was just trying to comfort them. Uncle, Aunt, you must believe that in this world, besides medicine, there is also metaphysics. Jiang Ning said, I won't say more, but Sister Linghua, I will do everything I can to save her. Once she wakes up, we'll get married. Jiang Ning said this with a face full of happiness and anticipation. Shen Yunhai and his wife were also moved by Jiang Ning, nodding with tears in their eyes. In the following days, Jiang Ning took care of Ningda Logistics, Chidian Club, and Zhanghai Jinlu in Haiqing, and then went to Southeast Asia with Leng Yu and Xiao Yi Xiaozi. Today, Jiang Ning's business in Southeast Asia is much larger than his business in the country. With gold mine production becoming increasingly abundant, the ore in Myanmar has begun to be sorted out, and large quantities of raw stones are starting to enter warehouses. Back in Kunlun, Quinn, as Jiang Ning's partner, was already a member of the Huahai Association. He was in charge of the jade business there, collecting the jade from the villagers and storing it in warehouses. Master Lin Xiao has already set the standard. Jiang Ning needs to bring the amount of ore to the standard as soon as possible so that Master Lin Xiao can activate the Great Formation. Currently, all the businesses under Jiang Ning's control are proceeding smoothly. What's most lacking is obsidian that's been buried in the sea for millennia. Relying solely on Yuzhishui's side won't be enough. Therefore, Jiang Ning's main goal next is to acquire the source of obsidian in Hokkaido. Going to Hokkaido to obtain or would inevitably lead to fierce clashes with the forces of Japan. Since these collisions are unavoidable, let's make them even more intense. However, before confronting these forces head-on, Jiang Ning needs to increase its manpower. As the business grows larger, there is a severe shortage of talent. In his previous life, he had many talented subordinates, and now it's time for him to bring some more under his command. Although they won't have the same bond from their past lives, as long as they can be brought over, it doesn't matter what method is used, as long as they can do things for me. Later, when Taoist Lin Xiao opened the space-time intertwining array, Jiang Ning led these people to their previous lives, and all their friendships returned. With this in mind, Jiang Ning began to consider the candidates in his mind. Sophie, the Greek white Lolita, Jenny, the South African black pearl, Nohan, the Russian heavy artilleryman, Lofia, the British Valkyrie and Crimson Blade, and the cherry blossom swordsman, Broken Water Flow. If they could find most of their brothers and sisters from their previous life, and with Lin Zhao's abilities, Huahai would be invincible. Therefore, Jiang Ning entrusted his business affairs to trusted subordinates such as Red Scorpion. He then took a few trusted men and began the next step of his plan. 3 days later, in the Bear Kingdom, at the port of Vladimir Stock. Late at night, at a little-known underground black market boxing arena. The place was dimly lit, filled with a strong stench of sweat and tobacco, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol. The graffiti on the wall is mottled and fragmented, as if telling countless bloody stories of the past. Jiang Ning spent some money through scalpers and finally got a ticket to the boxing match. As he stepped through the heavy iron gate, a sense of oppression and tension washed over him. The boxing match venue was packed with people, a cacophony of shouts, curses, and whistles. The audience sat around the ring, their eyes filled with fervor and anticipation, as if waiting for a bloody feast to unfold. The ring was very rudimentary, surrounded by crude ropes, and bloodstains from previous boxing matches remained on the ground. Nohan, the guy known as the Russian heavy gunner, has just finished a one-sided match. With just one punch, he knocked out his opponent. No doubt about it. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else who dares to challenge Nohan? The prize money will double, the host shouted gruffly. I'll do it. Jiang Ning stepped onto the ring, his gaze quickly locking onto Nohan, the Russian bare-knuckle boxing champion, opposite him. Nohan was a burly man with muscles that bulged like steel, and his face carried an arrogant and disdainful expression. His bare upper body was covered with scars, each one a testament to his glorious achievements in the boxing ring. Chinese people, are you willing to risk your lives for money? Nohan said coldly. I don't want any money. Jiang Ning said. If I win the match, I won't take a single penny of the prize money. I'll give it all to you. These words startled Nohan. This is the first time I've heard this. They're actually going to give the prize money to their opponent? Everyone present was stunned. Young man, you're too arrogant. Nohan said. Perhaps you know you can't win, that's why you say that. No, I will definitely win. Jiang Ning said. Ha, I could take on 10 skinny monkeys like you at once. Nohan was clearly disdainful of Jiang Ning's physique. I could take on 10 of you at once. Jiang Ning said with a smile. Stubborn. Nohan was enraged. I'll tear you to pieces. If you can't beat me, what will you say? Jiang Ning asked. I'll do whatever you say. Nohan Zixin was overjoyed. He can't possibly lose. All right, prepare to accept defeat. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. The bell rang to start the match, and instantly the entire arena fell silent, as everyone's eyes were focused on the two people in the ring. Nohan launched the first attack, charging towards Jiang Ning with heavy steps, his right fist slamming into Jiang Ning's head like a cannonball. Jiang Ning nimbly dodged to the side, easily avoiding the attack. Nohan's fist whistled past Jiang Ning's cheek, creating a gust of wind. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He was as fast as lightning and landed a powerful left hook on Nohan's abdomen. Nohan's body trembled slightly, but as a seasoned boxing champion, he quickly regained his balance. He roared and charged at Jiang Ning again, this time using both hands to attack from both sides, trying to corner Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning moved nimbly around the ring, constantly dodging Nohan's attacks while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Nohan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, his fists raining down on Jiang Ning's defense, but Jiang Ning, with his superb agility and powerful reflexes, defused the crisis time and time again. Chapter 615 They're All Back, Part 1. Suddenly, Jiang Ning seized an opportunity, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. When Nohan threw another punch, Jiang Ning quickly grabbed his arm, turned around, and used Nohan's momentum to throw him to the ground. Nohan slammed heavily onto the ring with a thud. The audience gasped in surprise. They hadn't expected Jiang Ning to take down Nohan so easily. Moreover, Nohan has never lost here, and no wrestler has ever been able to take him down. In an instant, gasps of surprise erupted from the sidelines. Bastard! Nohan quickly got up from the ground, his eyes revealing a hint of anger and surprise. He readjusted his strategy and launched another attack on Jiang Ning. This time, he changed his attack method and began to use a combination of punches. He feinted with his left fist, then slammed his right fist into Jiang Ning's chest. Jiang Ning was prepared. He blocked the attack with his arm, while simultaneously slamming his knee into Nohan's abdomen. Nohan groaned in pain, and his body staggered. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to press his advantage, his fists raining down on Nohan like a barrage of cannonballs. Despite Jiang Ning's relatively small stature, every punch he throws seems to carry immense force. Nohan defended desperately, but Jiang Ning's attacks were too fierce, and he gradually became unable to cope. During the fierce fight, both Jiang Ning and Nuhan were covered in sweat. The audience was also ignited by the exciting fight, shouting wildly and cheering for the two fighters. As time went on, Nohan's strength gradually gave out, and his attacks became increasingly ineffective. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, fought with increasing ferocity, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination to win. "To be honest, brother, I was afraid of hurting you, so I didn't even use any force." Jiang Ning's words were like killing someone by striking at their heart. Then, a heavy punch landed on Nohan's chin. Nohan felt as if he had been electrocuted. His legs went weak, and he collapsed heavily onto the ring. Call. The entire room fell silent instantly. No one could believe their eyes. This bare-knuckle boxing champion, who had dominated the Russian underground boxing scene for many years, was actually defeated by a young man from China. A few seconds later, the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Jiang Ning stood on the ring, his chest rising and falling slightly, as if he hadn't exerted much effort. Looking at Nuhan lying on the ground, Jiang Ning gently stepped forward and reached out to help Nuhan up. "You are the most formidable opponent I have ever faced," Nuhan said sincerely. "Don't try to make money here. I have a better place for you to showcase your talents, and it's much more exciting." Jiang Ning said, "Of course, the pay is also higher." "You mean?" "Work with me," Jiang Ning said. Nuhan scratched his head, somewhat hesitant. "You just said that if you lost, you would agree to any condition I asked for," Jiang Ning said. "Are you going back on your word?" "My word is my bond." "Haha, that's good. Come with me. From today onwards, we're brothers." A week later, on a late-night street in England, drug use, violent crime, murder, like a thick layer of darkness, shrouds the streets. The dim streetlights swayed in the cold wind, casting dappled light and shadow. Jiang Ning walked with steady steps through the dimly lit streets, his eyes cold and sharp, as if they could pierce through the endless darkness. Yesterday, he contacted the legendary Queen Lofia, a figure associated with the streets of England. That was Jiang Ning's younger brother in his previous life. Her signature move is wielding blood-red double blades, killing without leaving a trace. Jiang Ning contacted her last night and hired her as his assistant. But the Queen of England felt that Jiang Ning was insulting her. "She is the queen here, and she calls the shots. What makes you, an unknown nobody, think you can make me submit to you?" So, Jiang Ning came to see her directly tonight. Suddenly, a group of street thugs emerged from all corners of the street and surrounded Jiang Ning. They were dressed in strange clothes, with malicious smiles on their faces, and brandished various weapons, including sticks and daggers, which gleamed coldly in the dim light. Jiang Ning stood still, calmly observing the surrounding situation with composure. "Cripple him." Seeing his composure, the thugs assumed he was faking it, burst into laughter, and then swarmed him. Jiang Ning acted swiftly, his figure weaving through the thugs like a ghost. His punches and kicks were like a whirlwind, and every attack from Jiang Ning accurately struck the thugs' vital points. Furthermore, he skillfully evaded the thugs' weapon attacks, while still inflicting heavy blows on them. In an instant, the streets were filled with the screams of thugs and the sounds of clashing weapons. Seeing that so many people couldn't do anything to Jiang Ning, that figure finally appeared. Under the lights, a tall woman stepped out of the crowd. She was the boss of this neighborhood, the British underworld legend, the Queen of England, the Crimson Blade, Lofia. Lofia's eyes were icy cold, and she held two blood-red daggers in her hands, which emitted an eerie glow under the light. "You've got some skill." She looked at Jiang Ning coldly, a disdainful smile on her lips. "It's not just a little bit. Then I'll come and see what I've got." As soon as Lofia finished speaking, she rushed towards Jiang Ning, and the two instantly engaged in battle. Lofia's combat skills are superb, and every move she makes carries a deadly threat. She brandished the dagger like a ferocious wild beast. Jiang Ning, unarmed, dodged Lofia's attacks using his agility and extensive combat experience. Lofia's daggers were like two venomous snakes, constantly attacking Jiang Ning, who was repeatedly in grave danger. However, Jiang Ning always seemed to be in control despite Lofia's fierce attacks. He carefully observed Lofia's attack rhythm and weaknesses, then suddenly stepped forward, kicked a dagger out of Lofia's hand, and then grabbed her wrist. Lofia didn't expect Jiang Ning to retaliate so quickly. She tried to break free from Jiang Ning's control, but Jiang Ning's hands gripped her tightly, like iron clamps. Jiang Ning forcefully flung Lofia to the ground. Lofia struggled to get up from the ground, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. Court death. Lofia picked up another dagger from the ground and lunged at Jiang Ning again. This time, Jiang Ning did not give her another chance. He quickly approached Lofia and chopped at her wrist with his palm, causing the dagger to fall from her hand. Then, Jiang Ning kicked her in the stomach, and Lofia groaned in pain before falling to the ground again. Jiang Ning stood in front of Lofia, looking down at her. Lofia was in excruciating abdominal pain, so much so that she couldn't exert any strength. She swore that no one had ever beaten him since she was 16. But after fighting Jiang Ning, she only felt a deep sense of despair. They couldn't hit him, and they couldn't escape him. I've never felt that sense of being controlled before. Your combat skills are good, but they can be improved. Follow me. I'll teach you, Jiang Ning said. Chapter 616 They're All Back, Part 2. 5 days later, in Northern Europe. Late at night, the ancient and solemn church was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Under the moonlight, the stained glass windows shimmered with a mysterious and dazzling light, and the church was filled with the faint scent of incense. Jiang Ning knelt quietly in front of the church pew, her hands clasped together, and was praying devoutly. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the shadows of the church like ghosts. The figures, one in black and one in white, formed a striking contrast. The figure in black was Jenny, a South African black pearl. She was tall and curvaceous, with long, shiny black curly hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her skin shone like pearls in the night, and her deep eyes, like two bright stars, exuded a mysterious and captivating aura. The white figure is Sophie, a Greek white loli. She has snow-white skin and delicate features as pure as an angel. Her long, golden hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her bright, deep blue eyes were like the ocean. Jenny and Sophie are internationally renowned assassins. Just yesterday, they received a hefty reward for assassinating a Chinese businessman named Jiang Ning. The two are top-tier assassins on the dark web, known as the Black and White Duo, and their teamwork is extremely seamless. At this moment, Jenny, holding a sharp dagger, approached Jiang Ning from the left with light steps. Sophie, meanwhile, flanked from the right, a small pistol in her hand, her eyes cold and resolute. Suddenly, Sophie raised her pistol and fired at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning sensed danger approaching in advance. A second before the gunman fired, he dodged backward, using the church benches and statues as cover to avoid the shot. Then, he turned and fled into a side hall. Chase. Seeing this, Jenny charged at Jiang Ning like a cheetah, quickly catching up with him and thrusting her dagger at him. Jiang Ning skillfully dodged her attacks, while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Sophie, meanwhile, was searching for the best shooting angle, her eyes fixed on Jiang Ning's figure. Because every assassination attempt is a training opportunity. She didn't fire because Jiang Ning and Jenny were in close combat, and there was a chance that firing her gun would accidentally injure Jenny. Secondly, this is a practical learning opportunity for Jenny, so we should give her more time to enjoy the battle. At this moment, Jenny's attacks became increasingly fierce, her daggers raining down on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, with his agile skills, dodged her attacks time and time again, and began to counterattack. Bang! Seeing that Jenny was losing ground, Sophie fired her gun, trying to disrupt Jiang Ning's rhythm. However, Jiang Ning did not panic. He carefully observed Jenny and Sophie's attack rhythm, searching for their weaknesses. In his previous life, both of them were his close subordinates, and Jiang Ning knew their methods and habits intimately. The next second, Jiang Ning seized an opening and kicked Jenny's wrist, sending the dagger flying from her hand. At the same time, Sophie fired a shot, and Jiang Ning dodged to the side, the bullet grazing his shoulder. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to counterattack, rushing towards Jenny and engaging her in close combat. Although Jenny lost her dagger, Her martial arts skills were still quite formidable. She and Jiang Ning went back and forth, neither willing to give in. Of course, Jiang Ning was afraid of hurting her, so he didn't use his full strength. Sophie looked for another opportunity to fire, but because Jiang Ning and Jenny were too close, she dared not fire easily, for fear of hurting Jenny. In the fierce battle, Jiang Ning quickly gained the upper hand. His attacks grew increasingly fierce, and Jenny gradually found herself unable to cope. Seeing this, Sophie decided to give up firing her gun and join the close combat. She rushed towards Jiang Ning, trying to attack him from both sides with Jenny. However, Jiang Ning was prepared. He skillfully dodged Sophie's attack and then kicked her in the stomach. Sophie groaned in pain and staggered. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to grab Jenny's arm and throw her to the ground. Jenny and Sophie lay on the ground, panting heavily. They hadn't expected Jiang Ning to be so powerful. Pretty good, Jiang Ning said. The two of you are among the top assassins on the dark web. You know we're dark web assassins? Sophie asked in surprise. Jiang Ning looked at them and smiled slightly, saying, Actually, I paid you this fee to kill me. Oh. The two were surprised again. Because I have always admired your abilities, I hope to offer you a much better paying job, Jiang Ning said, at least 10 times what you are now. Jenny and Sophia are both assassins who work for money, so the reward is naturally a fatal attraction for them. However, both of them also value freedom. Jiang Ning was naturally aware of this. I won't interfere with your free time. When you're not on a mission, you can go wherever you want. You don't need to go to work or clock in. Jiang Ning joked. If you want to hire us, you can just contact us on the dark web. Why do it this way? Jenny didn't understand. He paid a hefty sum to hire an assassin to kill him, and all he did was give the assassin a job. What kind of operation is this? First of all, the dark web takes a large cut every time it hires you two. Wouldn't it be better for me to give that money directly to you two? It's boring to work for them, isn't it? Jiang Ning smiled and said, Secondly, as I said before, I admire you two and I hope we can meet to discuss cooperation. But you two are elusive and I can't find you at all, so I can only use this method to find you. In his previous life, Jiang Ning knew these two people. Someone had paid them a large sum of money to assassinate him. Jenny and Sophie exchanged a glance. After a moment's thought, Sophie asked, Do we need to sign a contract? It's all up to you. Jiang Ning spread his hands. What I care about most is being able to cooperate with you two for a long time. Besides, assassins have to live a life of darkness for too long. You two are top beauties and in the prime of your lives. You should step out and show your most beautiful side in the sunlight. That's the meaning of life. What do you two think? No problem. Jenny and Sophie nodded. They also do not want to drift around all day, taking on jobs irregularly to make a living. If Jiang Ning can provide stable pay and a good working environment, they might give it a try. Furthermore, the abilities Jiang Ning had just demonstrated impressed the two of them greatly. Especially the last sentence, which struck a chord with them. After being an assassin for so long, I don't want to always live in darkness. It would be best if we could sign a contract, Jenny said, adding that it would give them a sense of security. Of course, Jiang Ning said, join my group and become a member of my company. From now on, you will have a new legal identity and enjoy a normal life in the sunlight. Deal. The two women showed a hint of joy. Oh right. Jiang Ning paused, then said, It seems there's another expert on the dark web, an Icelander known as Sharpshooter Rossi. Are you familiar with him? We're not very familiar with each other, but we've been in contact once privately. She's a very capable woman, Sophie said. If we weren't avoiding unnecessary trouble, we might have become good friends. There's an opportunity right now, Jiang Ning said. I want to invite her to join my group. That way, you won't have to be so sympathetic to each other anymore, and you can become good partners fighting side by side. Chapter 617, They're All Back, Part 3. That's great, the two girls exclaimed happily. They knew that the sharpshooter Rossi's abilities were no less than theirs. Even when it comes to firearms, Sophie is no match for Rossi. Rossi is a master of firearms, a woman who is proficient in all modern firearms. You also intend to invite her in this way? Sophie asked with a meaningful smile. It's as if they're saying, this is such a waste of energy. Jiang Ning said, I would like to ask you too for your help. How can we help? Sophie asked. We're not very familiar with her. It's all right. I just need you two to help me send an invitation, Jiang Ning said. After all, you're in the same industry and have your own circles. I can't contact her right now, so I need you to act as a bridge. No problem. We've contacted her before. Sending an invitation is no problem, Jenny said. Very good, Jiang Ning said. Now that we've reached an agreement, let's sign the contract tonight and come with me to visit the company tomorrow. Any questions? No problem. Upon hearing that there was a company to visit, the two women's faces showed a hint of anticipation. They had lived a dark and relentless life as assassins since their teens and longed for the kind of life that involved going to work in a company. So the contract was signed that night, and the next day, everyone returned to Yunding Manor in Sambiampo. Having witnessed Jiang Ning's true strength, the two women felt reassured. The chaos and freedom of Sambiampo, along with the strength of Jiang Ning and the rewards they received, represented their ideal situation. The two women felt like they were in paradise, and they loved their new jobs even more. 3 days later, in a mysterious basement in Iceland, sharpshooter Rossi was staring blankly at an envelope. Rossi, the Icelandic sharpshooter, is not only a skilled marksman, but also a passionate gun enthusiast. Jiang Ning had a deep impression of her in his previous life because these female subordinates had an extreme admiration for Jiang Ning, and almost all of them offered themselves to him voluntarily. In this way, their relationship becomes even stronger. Rossi was also very meticulous in bed, with the vigilance and precision of a sharpshooter, and she had a very good grasp of the limits, so Jiang Ning had a very unique impression of her. Rossi is tall, and her neat short hair highlights her competence. Her face was cold and beautiful, and her deep eyes revealed her obsession and dedication to firearms. She was already a renowned figure in Iceland's shooting community. Those complex firearms were like close partners in her hands, and every time she pulled the trigger, she was incredibly accurate. Therefore, if Rossi could be brought into their camp, Jiang Ning's forces would undoubtedly be greatly strengthened. At that moment, Rossi opened the envelope, carefully read the invitation sent by Jiang Ning, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Jiang Ning's invitation letter invited Rossi to visit the Huahai Association's armory, guaranteeing that Rossi would see many new things he had never seen before. Rossi didn't quite believe it. In her opinion, having seen countless top-of-the-line firearms, what could be worth seeing in an unknown place? However, the envelope was bulging, suggesting that there was something else inside. She tore open the envelope, and a dazzling sapphire, like the heart of the ocean, came into view. That deep blue is as mysterious and captivating as the sea in Iceland. Below was a note. Beautiful Ms. Rossi. This sapphire is called the Tear of Iceland. It is one of a kind in the world. It is as beautiful as an angel. Only you in this world deserve to possess it, Jiang Ning. At that moment, she was captivated. Because she has a unique obsession with sapphires. Jiang Ning knew her personality very well, so he selected the best sapphires from his mine and gave them to her. Rossi's eyes were filled with surprise. Although she was disdainful of the invitation, the allure of the sapphire made it impossible for her to refuse. After a long journey, Rossi finally arrived at the arsenal in Jiangning. Miss Rossi, seeing is believing, please, Jiang Ning said politely. Thanks. Standing before the massive warehouse door, Rossi took a deep breath and walked in with a mixture of arrogance and curiosity. The moment she stepped into the armory, it was as if she had entered a dream world of firearms. In the spacious area, rows of gun display racks were neatly arranged, with lights shining down from above, illuminating the outline of each gun. Rossi's eyes widened instantly, and she quickened her pace unconsciously, beginning to weave between the various display shelves. The first thing that caught her eye was a uniquely designed sniper rifle. The gun's body is made of high-strength carbon fiber, making it not only lightweight but also sturdy. The gun's lines are smooth, resembling a cheetah ready to pounce at any moment. Its scope is truly exceptional, employing state-of-the-art optical technology to clearly capture targets at extremely long distances. Rossi gently picked up the gun, feeling its weight was just right, and its grip was incredibly comfortable. She rested the butt of the gun on her shoulder, closed one eye, as if she were already in firing mode. Continuing forward, Rossi saw a series of automatic rifles. These rifles feature a futuristic design with unique textures on their surfaces, which not only increase grip friction, but also provide some heat dissipation. The gun is equipped with various advanced accessories, such as a holographic sight, a tactical flashlight, and a suppressor. One of the automatic rifles has a magazine made of a special material that can hold more bullets and has an extremely fast loading speed. Rossi couldn't help but reach out and stroke the guns, as if they were his beloved treasures. In one corner of the armory, some heavy weapons were displayed. There was a machine gun with a thick barrel and an extremely fast rate of fire. The machine gun's base features a stable tripod design, ensuring good stability during firing. There were also some rocket launchers nearby. These rocket launchers were extremely powerful and could inflict devastating damage on enemy armored targets. Rossi looked at these heavy weapons and felt a strong sense of shock. In addition to these conventional firearms, the arsenal also contains some highly advanced firearms. For example, a laser gun has a simple and elegant appearance, without the complex structure of traditional firearms. When Rossi pulled the trigger, a dazzling laser beam shot out instantly at an unimaginable speed. There is also an electromagnetic railgun, which uses electromagnetic force to fire bullets, and the speed and power of the bullets far exceed those of traditional firearms. These are all the accumulated resources of the Night Legion over decades. Jiang Ning followed behind Rossi, watching her expression change from disdain to shock, and then to infatuation. He knew that the armory had successfully attracted Rossi. So he stepped forward, smiled, and said to Rossi, "Miss Rossi, I know you have a great passion for firearms. If you join my camp, you can have unconditional access to all the firearms in the arsenal, and I will also provide you with the most advanced research and development resources so that you can participate in the development of new firearms." Rossi's eyes gleamed with excitement as she gripped the gun tightly, her hesitation vanishing instantly. A dreamlike arsenal, dazzling sapphires. What reason would she have to refuse? Chapter 618, They're All Back, Part 4. At this moment, Rossi's disdain and contempt vanished. All that remains is deep respect for Jiang Ning. In this era full of opportunities and challenges, the Huahai Club's arsenal has become a beautiful sight, a place where top-notch firearms are gathered. And Rossi, this capable and beautiful sharpshooter, also found her own stage here. She looked at Jiang Ning and said firmly, "I am willing to join your side. The firearms here are the best I have ever seen. I believe that I can realize all my dreams about firearms here." 7 days later, in the land of cherry blossoms. Late at night, the izakaya, Japanese pub, street in Nagoya is shrouded in the heavy darkness. The dim streetlights cast blurry shadows on the damp ground, like the mottled marks left by time on this ancient street. Most of the izakayas lining the street had already closed, with only a few still flickering with dim lights, from which came the incoherent shouts of drunkards and the clattering of cups and plates. A cold wind howled through the narrow streets, bringing a chill to the bone. Jiang Ning, accompanied by his subordinates Lu Qianren and Xiao Yixiaxiatzi, walked steadily down the street. Their figures stood out prominently in the darkness, their eyes revealing determination and confidence. Jiang Ning had arranged to meet with the Japanese swordmaster Dan Shuilu here in advance. In his previous life, Duan Shuilu was a fierce general under Jiang Ning. Although Duan Shuilu is from Japan, he firmly believes that his ancestors were Chinese, and his swordsmanship also draws on the essence of ancient Chinese sword techniques. He is a breath of fresh air in Japan, refusing to collude with other forces. It was precisely because of this that they were ostracized by various forces, including the Kyokai and Bushido. Although they are not exactly enemies, their meetings usually end unpleasantly. Last month, Dansuru severed a samurai's Achilles tendon, which escalated his hatred for Bushido. Along with Bushido, the Ninja Association and Kikiku, among others, also became hostile towards Dansuru. Under these circumstances, Jiang Ning quietly traveled to the land of cherry blossoms to meet with him. They met at a tavern they had arranged to meet beforehand. Dan Shuilu was tall, unlike the typical build of people from Japan. He wore a traditional kendo uniform and had a sharp samurai sword at his waist. His eyes were cold and stern, as if he could see right through people's hearts. When he saw Jiang Ning and the others, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Although he had wanted to arrange a meeting, he felt there was nothing to talk about with Jiang Ning. Master Duan Shuilu, join my camp. In the future, we will work together to eliminate the remnants of the Sakura Kingdom and rebuild order. At that time, you will be the leader of justice, creating a new peaceful and public order for the underworld of the Sakura Kingdom. Jiang Ning said, You dare to talk about these things? Duan Shuilu held his wine glass, not even glancing at Jiang Ning. You think we can't do it? Jiang Ning smiled slightly. You should know that I'm giving you a chance, not asking you to help me. In his previous life, Jiang Ning was also very familiar with this subordinate's temper. He admires strength, so you can't persuade him. The only way is to defeat him. Duan Shuilu frowned, sensing that the other person's tone was somewhat arrogant. The Co-Prosperity Sphere, Bushido, the Ninja Association, the 9 Chrysanthemums. Dan Shuilu sighed. Each of these forces has a history of several decades. Do you think I'll believe you have the strength to defeat them just because you open and close your mouth? Whether someone has strength or not cannot be determined by the way they open and close their mouth. Jiang Ning said, Strength needs to be demonstrated. Upon hearing this, Duan Shuilu felt angry and offended. Kid, I'm usually not in a good mood when I'm drinking, so watch your words. Duan Shuilu picked up his glass, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. Get out of here before I lose my temper. What if we don't leave? Lu Qianren stepped forward, his aura menacing. Jiang Ning stopped Lu Qianren and said with a slight smile, Master Duan Shuilu, I mean no harm, but compared to us Chinese, your drinking really doesn't count as drinking. These words enraged Duan Shuilu even more. He reached for the sword beside him and said, Are you looking for death? You think we're not strong enough, so we want to challenge you. Jiang Ning said, Come out on the street and show us what we're made of. With that, he turned around and led Lu Qianren and Xiaoya Xiaoxiazi out of the izakaya. Duan Shuilu gritted his teeth, picked up his sword, and followed him out. For so many years, no one has dared to provoke him like this. Last month, that guy from Bushido had his Achilles tendon severed because he was drinking too loudly. He has been very restrained tonight. But these Chinese people are so ungrateful. If you challenge me, you're on your own 2 feet. Duan Shuilu said coldly, his voice echoing through the silent street. Of course, Jiang Ning answered firmly. Duan Shuilu glanced at them disdainfully, then slowly drew his katana from his waist. The blade gleamed with a cold light, as if proclaiming its sharpness and ruthlessness. Then come on, let me see just how capable you are. I'll take you on. Lu Qianren stepped forward first. He held a long sword in his hand, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. A cold wind blew across the dimly lit street. The two faced off, moving nimbly as they searched for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, Lu Qianren shouted and charged towards Duan Shuilu like a tiger, his long sword piercing towards Duan Shuilu's chest like lightning. Duan Shuilu remained calm and composed, slightly shifting his body to the side and easily dodging the attack. Then, he swiftly retaliated, his katana slashing towards Lu Qianren like a whirlwind. Lu Qianren quickly used his long sword to defend himself, and the swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. The two exchanged blows, their swordplay flashing like shooting stars. Lu Qianren's swordsmanship was fierce, and each move carried great power. Duan Shuilu's swordsmanship is steady, and each strike contains profound swordsmanship skills. For a time, the two were evenly matched. Duan Shuilu's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and his katana seemed to transform into a silver dragon, circling around Lu Qianren. Although Lu Qianren fought back with all his might, he gradually began to struggle and began to lose a slight advantage. However, he did not give up and continued to fight tenaciously. He constantly adjusted his tactics, searching for weaknesses in the water flow interruption. During the fierce exchange, Lu Qianren suddenly discovered a subtle flaw in Duan Shuilu's technique. He seized the opportunity and thrust his long sword fiercely into the throat of the broken stream. The person who stopped the water flow reacted quickly, taking a step back to avoid the fatal blow. But Lu Qianren did not give up. He launched a series of attacks, forcing Duan Shuilu into a retreat. Duan Shuilu gritted his teeth and did his best to resist Lu Qianren's attack. In the end, both of them were panting heavily, and neither could go any further. The battle ended in a draw. Chapter 619, They're All Back, Part 5. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Duan Shuilu was breathing heavily. Although he had been in control, he had not been able to defeat Lu Qianren. This was one of the few times he had a real headache. In Japan, while he may not be invincible, none of his opponents have been able to withstand 10 of his moves. This Chinese swordsman before him has greatly shocked him. Just then, a lazy voice came from the side. The moves are exquisite, but flashy and impractical. There are too many combos, making the transitions cumbersome. The swordsmanship is sluggish and not sharp enough. This results in a lack of fluidity in the swordsmanship, making it impossible to defeat the enemy with every move when attacking, and leaving many loopholes when defending. Jiang Ning stepped out of the shadows and looked calmly at Duan Shuilu. The interrupted flow has never been described in this way before. You should know that he is the leader of the 12 swordsmen of the Sakura Kingdom and a disciple of the great swordsman Miyamoto Musashi. Even his master hadn't pointed out so many flaws. A young Chinese man actually criticized his swordsmanship to his face, calling it worthless. He was instantly enraged. "Kid, you talk the most, but all you say is empty talk," Duan Shuilu said. "You want to hear the real thing, right?" Jiang Ning sneered. "Broken water flow, you used a total of 37 moves, but only 2 of them posed a threat to your opponent, the 3rd and the 18th. However, because you stuck to the rules and didn't know how to adapt, your opponent saw through your moves at the last moment, dodged the 3rd move, and blocked the 18th move. Your 16th, 27th, and final moves were all flaws. If it weren't for your profound swordsmanship, any one of these 3 moves would have allowed your opponent to exploit the weaknesses and defeat you." Upon hearing this, Duan Shuilu was utterly astonished. "My God-slaying sword technique does indeed consist of 37 moves. It is a new sword technique that I developed based on the sword techniques of my teacher, Miyamoto Musashi. In the past, he had never used more than 10 moves to defeat his opponents with this sword technique. Therefore, Duan Shuilu was very confident in this sword technique. But today, Jiang Ning's comments were incisive. Recalling what Jiang Ning said, he vaguely felt that there really seemed to be a problem. Especially the last move, which almost allowed Lu Qianren to seize the opportunity and defeat him, but fortunately he withdrew in time. Duan Shuilu's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and the smell of alcohol had dissipated. "Boy, who are you?" "I'm a businessman," Jiang Ning said. In his previous life, he practiced swordsmanship quite a bit, and whenever he had free time, he would call Duan Shuilu to spar with him. With the help of ancient books, Duan Shuilu never won against him again after a year of sparring. "A merchant?" Duan Shuilu gritted his teeth. "Why do you know so much about swordsmanship?" "I only know a little," Jiang Ning said. "I just felt sorry for such a promising student as master, who had no one to guide him, so I said a few words." This one sentence seems to have elevated his own seniority. It was as if he were a senior standing on a mountaintop, looking down at the juniors below. "That's incredibly arrogant," Duan Shuilu retorted. "Your arrogance stems from your strength," Jiang Ning said. "I'm itching for a fight. How about I spar with you for a few rounds?" "Good." Duan Shuilu also had the same idea. "You've been rambling on for ages, spouting all sorts of plausible arguments, but it's all just empty talk. I don't believe you can really beat me." Lu Qianren handed the knife to Jiang Ning, saying, "Boss, be careful." "No need." Jiang Ning pushed away Lu Qianren's hand, walked to the roadside, and slowly walked to the side of the street. He casually broke off a tree branch and said to Duan Shuilu, "Use force. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." "Holy crap." Everyone looked surprised. "Using tree branches as weapons? That makes perfect sense. You're asking for death. How dare you insult me?" Duan Shuilu gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. He felt that Jiang Ning was looking down on him. "I did not insult you, because even if I were holding a tree branch, you could not beat me." Jiang Ning held the tree branch, his eyes sharpening. He suddenly took a step forward, and the branch, like a nimble dragon, pierced towards the broken stream. Duan Shuilu hurriedly used his samurai sword to defend himself, But he was surprised to find that Jiang Ning's branches, though seemingly casual, were aimed at his vital points with every move. Duan Shuilu swung his sword to cut tree branches, thinking that if he cut the branches, Jiang Ning would have no weapons available. But Jiang Ning would always retract the branch just as he was about to chop it, causing him to miss. This made him appear quite clumsy. First move, meteor shower. Jiang Ning shouted, and the tree branch shot towards Duan Shuilu's eyes like lightning. Duan Shuilu instinctively closed his eyes and leaned back slightly, dodging the attack. But before he could react, Jiang Ning's branch changed direction and pierced his chest. Duan Shuilu quickly blocked with his samurai sword, but the force of the tree branch made his arm tremble slightly. He was surprised to discover that Jiang Ning actually possessed internal energy. Second move, star splitting and moon slaying. The tree branch in Jiang Ning drew a graceful arc in the air before suddenly slashing downwards. Duan Shuilu parried upwards with his katana, but the tree branch suddenly changed direction the instant it touched the katana, stabbing towards his wrist. Duan Shuilu was terrified and quickly withdrew his hand, thus avoiding being stabbed in the wrist. He didn't expect Jiang Ning to be able to change his moves at any time between attacks, catching him off guard. He's already exhausted from just 2 moves and looks utterly pathetic. After that, Jiang Ning launched one attack after another, each one keeping Duan Shuilu busy. Cold sweat broke out on Duan Shuilu's forehead. He hadn't expected Jiang Ning to be so formidable. Under Jiang Ning's attacks, his defense gradually developed weaknesses. On the 10th move, Jiang Ning's tree branch pierced Duan Shuilu's throat like a venomous snake. Jiang Ning had no time to dodge the sudden flow of water and could only watch helplessly as the branches approached. Just as the branches were about to pierce his throat, Jiang Ning stopped. Duan Shuilu was pale-faced, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. He finally understood what Jiang Ning had just said. If Jiang Ning had been holding a sword instead of a tree branch, he would have been defeated within 3 moves. Jiang Ning has already given him plenty of face. Placing his katana on the ground, Dan Shuilu clasped his hands together and said devoutly, "Your swordsmanship is unfathomable. I humbly admit defeat." Although Duan Shuilu was arrogant, he was meticulous in his swordsmanship. This was the first time he had ever seen such a powerful sword technique. He was even more powerful than his teacher, Miyamoto Musashi. He was already virtually unrivaled in the world of Japanese swordsmanship, but he felt a sense of loneliness at the top and wondered how he could improve further. As a result, he became increasingly depressed and spent his days drinking to relieve his distress. Now, he sees the light again. "If you are so kind as to offer your guidance, sir." Duan Shuilu knelt on one knee and said earnestly. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, threw the branch on the ground, and asked, "Do you believe in our strength now?" "Sir, you have perfectly demonstrated the meaning of strength. I was blinded by my own limited perspective," Duan Shuilu said. "All right." Jiang Ning helped Duan Shuilu up and said, "Join my team first, and I will correct your swordsmanship when I have time later." Lu Qianren stepped forward and said, "My swordsmanship has reached its current level thanks to Mr. Jiang's guidance. If you join our team and follow Mr. Jiang, you will have unlimited potential for future development." "Thank you," Duan Shuilu said, clasping his hands in thanks. Chapter 620 They're All Back, Part 6. After subduing Duan Shuilu, Jiang Ning did not stay in the Sakura Kingdom. Because his arrival here was also swift and stealthy, to avoid alerting the enemy. After leaving the Cherry Blossom Country and returning to Sambianpo, Jiang Ning looked at his newly joined brothers and sisters, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Nohan, the Russian heavy artilleryman, Lofia, the Crimson Blade, Sophie, the Greek White Lowly, Jenny, the South African Black Pearl, Rossi, the sharpshooter, and Duan Shuilu, the swordmaster. In addition, there are the twin sisters Lung Yu and Hong Xiezi, and the 1,000 Buddha Saint Han by Yushan. It's as if the glorious era of the previous life is striving to bloom again. Moreover, Jiang Ning also has a group of good brothers in this life. Lei Long, Xiao Dao, Li Bing, Lu Qianren, Lu Qianhui, Song Si, Mo Li, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi. In addition, there is also the powerful cultivator Lin Xiao assisting them. Jiang Ning looked at the people in front of her, her eyes filled with tears. At this moment, the memories of the two lifetimes intersected, and the two lives merged perfectly together. However, it seems that two people are still missing. Those two are both shady characters. One is a dark wizard, and the other is a super hacker. The super hacker was elusive, while the black wizard was more traceable. Therefore, before launching the great battle, Jiang Ning decided to gather all the personnel. 7 days later, in North America, Guatemala, Lake Atitlan is like a sapphire set in the earth, its surface shimmering and sparkling under the sunlight. The lake is surrounded by green mountains, and the lush trees are reflected in the water, creating a beautiful picture. However, this tranquility is about to be shattered by a thrilling battle. Jiang Ning was dressed in a black outfit, his eyes cold and resolute. Behind him, Ono Shosho was dressed in traditional Onmyoji attire, wearing a black straw hat and holding a magic sword with a solemn expression. On the opposite shore of the lake, a tall woman, Arya, a Guatemalan black sorceress, was coldly watching them. Arya's long, black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore eerie makeup and a black robe embroidered with mysterious runes. "Follow me, or you will only face death," Jiang Ning said coldly. He knew that Arya had been trapped in a Guatemalan black wizard training camp since childhood. There were a total of 100 children, and only one of them would live past the age of 18. And they will fight each other in the days to come until one of them emerges victorious. Luckily, and very powerfully, Arya was the one who won. In Arya's world, only the law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are respected. If you can defeat her, you can capture her and make her submit. If you can't beat her, challenging her will have dire consequences. But even such a person, in her previous life, Jiang Ning actually managed to influence her through his virtue. This life is different. There isn't as much time or opportunity, so Jiang Ning can only choose the most primitive and direct means. "You're the ones who are going to your deaths." Arya gave a cold shout and began to cast a spell. Over here, Ono Shosho Z was chanting incantations and rapidly forming hand seals. Suddenly, strange lights appeared in the air in front of him, gradually converging to form a huge Shikigami magic circle. Within the magic circle, Shikigami appeared like ghosts, including agile dog Shikigami with sharp eyes and sharp teeth. There is a bird-like Shikigami with a graceful figure, whose feathers shimmer with iridescent light. There were also mysterious fox spirits, exuding an eerie aura. These spirits spun rapidly around the magic circle, emitting low, guttural roars, as if taunting Arya. Ono Shosho had already set up a Shikigami magic circle here, and also buried a lot of ores, which is why she was able to activate such a powerful magic circle. Arya was equally defiant. She spread her arms wide, uttered a series of incomprehensible incantations, and waved her hands wildly in the air. Suddenly, a black mist rose from the lake's surface, quickly spreading and enveloping the entire lake. In the mist, some twisted figures could be vaguely seen. They seemed to be formed from dark energy, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced on Ono Shosho's Shikigami magic circle. Seeing this, Ono Shosho Yukari formed hand seals again, and the Shikigami magic circle shone brightly. The dog-like Shikigami charged forward first, rushing towards the dark figures like an arrow released from a bow, and biting one of them. However, the dark figure vanished like smoke, then reformed behind the dog-like Shikigami and grabbed its back tightly. The dog-like Shikigami howled in pain, its light gradually dimming. The flying bird and fox spirits also joined the battle, circling in the air and firing beams of light at the dark figure. But when these lights came into contact with the dark figure, they were swallowed up instantly, like a mud ox sinking into the sea. Arya's dark magic is powerful and eerie. She controls dark energy and relentlessly attacks Ono Shosho's Shikigami. As the battle continued, Ono Shoko Yukari gradually felt overwhelmed. His Shikigami array glowed weaker and weaker, and the Shikigami were covered in wounds. Seeing this, Arya smiled smugly and intensified her black magic. The black mist on the lake became thicker, and the dark figures became even larger and more terrifying. They stretched out their long arms and reached into the Shikigami array, pulling the Shikigami out of the array and tearing them into pieces. I'm no match for him, Ono Xiaoxiatsi said to Jiang Ning beside her. Indeed, Arya's dark magic is very powerful. To stand out from 100 dark wizards, her abilities and will were unbreakable. At this moment, Ono Shoko was a little anxious. She never expected that, despite her thorough preparations, she would still be no match for the other side. But Jiang Ning seemed confident and prepared. Mr. Jiang, if this continues, my magic circle will be torn apart, and the two of us will become her magical puppets. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi said anxiously. All right, you take a rest first. Jiang Ning said casually, snapping his fingers. Come out. It's your turn to prove yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, huge waves suddenly surged on the once calm lake surface. A huge figure slowly rose from the lake. It was a three-headed water demon with a huge body. At this moment, its three heads displayed different expressions. The left head roared angrily, the middle head calmly observed the battlefield, and the right head revealed a disdainful sneer. Three-headed immortal venerables. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi asked in surprise. I know Arya's true strength, so I asked your father for help. Jiang Ning said. Your father sent the three-headed immortal venerable here to lie in ambush. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Xiao Yi Xiao Zi asked in surprise. How can I train you then? Jiang Ning smiled knowingly. Ono Shosho purple. So you're kidding me. Chapter 6:21 They're All Back, Part 7. The body of the three-headed immortal venerable was covered with a thick layer of scales that shimmered with a silvery light under the sunlight. Its two arms were thick and powerful, and it was holding a huge trident in its hands. With its appearance, the black mist on the lake's surface seemed to be suppressed in some way and began to gradually dissipate. The three-headed immortal venerable is a demon who has cultivated in the heavenly pool for 1,000 years. Such an aura is beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. When Arya saw the three immortal venerables appear, her face showed an expression of utter surprise, because she had never encountered such a behemoth in her combat history. However, Arya was, after all, a dark sorceress who had faced life-or-death trials, and she quickly calmed down and continued to cast her dark spells. She muttered incantations and drew complex runes in the air with her hands. Boom! Suddenly, a huge black vortex appeared on the lake's surface, and dark energy surged out of the vortex, sweeping towards the three-headed immortal venerable. The three-headed immortal was fearless. He raised his trident high and let out a roar. In an instant, a huge current of water surged up on the lake, forming a high wall that blocked the attack of the dark energy. Immediately afterwards, the three-headed immortal venerable swung his trident with great force, and the water flow transformed into countless water arrows, shooting towards Arya. Arya hurriedly waved her hands, forming a black shield in front of her. The water arrows struck the shield with loud bangs, but the shield remained completely still. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Arya once again used her dark magic. Dark energy condensed into a huge black scythe in her hand. With a powerful swing, she slashed the scythe at the three-headed immortal venerable. The three immortals swiftly dodged, their black scythes striking the lake's surface and creating a huge splash. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three immortals simultaneously spewed out a jet of water from their three heads. The jets intertwined to form a giant water ball, which crashed towards Arya. Seeing this, Arya quickly used her teleportation spell to dodge the water sphere's attack. But before she could catch her breath, the three immortal venerables had already arrived in front of her. Haha, you can't escape. The three-headed immortal laughed loudly, grabbing Arya's shoulder with one hand and raising his trident high with the other, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Arya stared in horror as she struggled desperately to break free from the three-headed immortal's restraints. However, the power of the three-headed immortal venerable was too great, and she was unable to break free. But it must be said that Arya is Arya after all. She always has a way to withstand any sudden attack. The next second, Arya concentrated all the dark energy in her body, forming a black barrier around herself. Clang! This barrier was incredibly sturdy. When the three-headed immortal venerable struck it with his trident, only a shallow mark was left. The three-headed immortal venerable frowned, not expecting his opponent to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Woohoo! Its three heads roared simultaneously, and the scales on its body began to shimmer with a dazzling light. It concentrated all its strength into the trident, and then swung it forcefully once more. This time, a powerful energy erupted from the trident, shattering the black barrier instantly. One force can overcome 10 techniques. No matter how many methods or skills you have, you can't stop the brute force of my 1,000-year-old demon. Bang! Arya lost the protection of the barrier and was hit by the three-headed immortal's attack. The trident didn't pierce her body, but instead, it seemed to carry a tremendous force, sending her flying through the air and crashing heavily onto the lakeshore. Puff! Arya was coughing up large amounts of blood and appeared extremely vulnerable. Take us there, Jiang Ning shouted at the lake. The three immortals stirred the water and swiftly returned to the shore like a pleasure boat. Their two heads bowed, their necks carrying Jiang Ning and Xiao Yi Xiao Zi respectively, and then they dashed to the other side of the lake. Jiang Ning jumped down, walked forward, looked at Arya, and said, Arya, I know that deep down you've always been pursuing the ultimate magic. You want to become the strongest wizard in the world. But you also know that dark magic, in the end, will corrupt a person's heart and plunge them into an abyss. You'll become neither human nor ghost. Is it worth it to pay that price? How could Arya not know that the dark magic used by black wizards was achieved by making a pact with demons to obtain more magical energy, thus becoming increasingly powerful? But once a certain stage is reached, the person will become demonic, filthy, fierce, and indifferent. How many top dark wizards spend their days hiding in basements, unkempt and filthy, researching those moldy and stinking spells? Corrosion, rot, blood, and filth accompany them day and night. But what could Arya do? She was born a dark wizard, and once she made a pact with the demon, she was unable to break free. In their world, she could only avoid being killed by other dark wizards by becoming stronger. Arya struggled to stand up, but she had no strength left. She looked at Jiang Ning, her eyes filled with resentment. Unlike you, people who live in the sunlight, I had no choice. Her words, like a chant, revealed the bitterness in her heart. Jiang Ning sighed and said, You're wrong. Everyone has the right to choose their own life, and black wizards are no exception. Then tell me, what should I choose? Arya said, Once a black wizard breaks his pact with the demon, he will be hunted down by the demon and other black wizards. If I want to live, I can only continue and make myself stronger. Jiang Ning discerned Ailea's ultimate wish from her words. She was a very beautiful woman, and she longed to live a vibrant life. So she strives to become stronger, until she stands at the top of the pyramid. At that time, she would no longer fear anyone. At that time, she would be free. But, Arya, you're completely wrong, Jiang Ning said. In your pursuit of becoming stronger, you will gradually sink into depravity. Even if one day she becomes the most powerful dark wizard, no dark wizard can defeat her, and even demons will stand behind her. But by then, you no longer had the chance to be a human being. Arya also let out a heavy sigh. What Jiang Ning said was like breaking through her preconceived notions. She had seen too many top dark wizards, and they all dreamed of becoming the most powerful dark wizard and then living a free life. However, once they became powerful enough, they were instead bound by another henchman, ultimately becoming neither human nor ghost. But if she stops now, she won't even have the chance to become neither human nor ghost. Death will be all that awaits her. Therefore, in Arya's heart, this is a road of no return. Now, I can give you a choice. Jiang Ning said. Chapter 622, They're All Back, Part 8. Don't you believe in our strength? Ono Shoko asked. Arya glanced at Ono Xiaoxiatsi. During her battle with Ono Shosho, she sensed Ono Shosho's onmyoji magic. Although Ono Shosho was no match for her, the two of them were fundamentally different. Xiao Yi Xiao Zi relied on her own extreme cultivation level, but Arya relied on demonic power. In other words, one relies on oneself, and the other relies on external forces. If she relied solely on her cultivation level, Ailea didn't know if she could be a match for Ono Xiaoxiatsi. We advocate joyful cultivation, Jiang Ning said with a smile. Cultivation is inherently noble. As you just saw, Demons are not our source of power, but our helpers. We will not be held hostage by demons. On the contrary, we will control them. The demon Jiang Ning spoke of was the three-headed immortal venerable. The demons in the Western world are quite similar to the monsters in the Chinese world. In particular, the appearance of the three-headed immortal is very similar to that of a demon from the Western world. However, the third immortal venerable had long since developed humanity and considered himself an immortal venerable, so he was somewhat unhappy that Jiang Ning called him a demon. Its massive body swayed, and it let out a long sigh, expressing its dissatisfaction. But that look made him look silly, which made him even funnier. Seeing this, Arya finally realized the true gap between herself and the other person. Furthermore, she had never imagined before that she could control demons. Their black magic includes methods to enslave evil spirits and wild ghosts, but powerful demons always loom over them, just like gods and immortals shrouding cultivators. In fact, their nature is the same as the logic of Taoism in China. The paper talismans used in Taoism are a medium for communicating with the patriarchs and immortals. They burn the paper talismans to convey their wishes to the heavens, and the patriarch will then bestow his power to help them fulfill the requests on the talismans. In the world of dark wizards, demons are their ancestors. The difference is that Taoism advocates a free and peaceful system, and there is a master-disciple relationship between superiors and inferiors, who are as close as family. But dark wizards are different. They need to sign detailed contracts, and there is little trust between them. It's a cooperative relationship based on mutual suspicion. Therefore, the world of dark wizards is cold and cruel. Seeing that Jiang Ning and the others had such a unique magical life, she was filled with envy. If you join my team, I will arrange for excellent mentors to guide you, Jiang Ning said, so that you can get rid of the demons as soon as possible and become a powerful magician. Can a dark wizard be transformed into a magician? Arya asked in amazement. Of course, Jiang Ning said. As long as a black wizard breaks his pact with the demon and cultivates through other means to unleash his potential, he can also possess supreme magical power. In her previous life, Arya cleared her name in this way. The matter has already been discussed to this extent, and Arya has already lost to Jiang Ning's side, so there is no reason for her to be stubborn anymore. I'd like to join your team, Arya said. That's great. Jiang Ning breathed a long sigh of relief. Arya was the most difficult subordinate to subdue, but now, the task has finally been accomplished. Lake Atitlan has returned to its former tranquility, its surface shimmering, a picturesque scene of green hills and clear water. Jiang Ning stood on the lake shore, gazing into the distance. They're all back. They're all back. In my last life, I failed to lead you to the ultimate goal, which was my mistake. In this life, I will never miss it again. 3 days later, at Yunding Manor. Today, Yunding Manor has been renamed Huahai Manor. Jiang Ning brought all his trusted confidants to live here. In this place, the strong prey on the weak, and these highly capable subordinates have a great deal of room to maneuver. Now, Jiang Ning has brought Ilea back to the Flower Sea Manor as well. Apart from that elusive super hacker, all of his underlings from his previous life have arrived. Night. The Flower Sea Manor was brightly lit and bustling with activity. On the lawn by the lake in the manor, the younger members of the Huahai society took their seats, drinking and laughing together. At the huge main table, all of Jiang Ning's trusted confidants sat together. Jiang Ning sat in the main seat, looking around, his heart filled with joy, excitement, and a mix of emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. These people died or scattered in their previous lives, but now their faces are as vivid as ever. It's like a dream. His gaze swept across everyone's face, as if he couldn't get enough of looking at them. Boss, what's wrong with you today? Lin Yu asked. You're acting like a completely different person. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Jiang Ning wiped his eyes. Why do I feel like you're really sad? Red Scorpion asked. No, these are tears of excitement. Jiang Ning said with a slight smile. Although they were right in front of him, they were unaware of his past life and therefore did not share Jiang Ning's deep affection. What Jiang Ning needs to do now is to monopolize the supply of the obsidian from the seabed, accelerate the production of the ore, build a space-time intertwining array, and have Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, and Ilea work together to activate the array. This grand formation can not only locate Shenling Yue's primordial spirit, but also, through the interweaving of time and space, allow those within the formation to see their past and present lives. Therefore, once the grand formation can be activated, these people will understand why Jiang Ning went to such lengths to gather them together. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, his heart filled with boundless hope for the future. Today, we gather here in joy, and from now on, we are brothers and sisters. Jiang Ning said, let's raise a glass together, for our own goals, and for our shared tomorrow. Let's strive and cheer each other on. Cheers! The crowd shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The underlings of the Huahai society felt this unparalleled momentum and raised their glasses in celebration on the periphery. Jiang Ning secretly vowed in his heart that tonight would be the beginning of the Huahai Association's golden age, and that in the future, they would overcome all obstacles and achieve great success. A night of merriment. The next morning, the sun rose. After getting up, Jiang Ning took a walk and saw people doing morning exercises in every corner along the way. Lei Long, Xiao Dao, and Song Si were undergoing a day of strength awakening training with Nua Han. They swung huge dumbbells in the air, sweating profusely. Lung Yu, Red Scorpion, and Lu Qianhui, along with Crimson Blade Lofia, Greek White Lolita Sophie, and South African Black Pearl Jenny, are doing morning runs and agility training. Lu Qianren and Duan Shuelu practiced both the knife and the sword, never forgetting to practice a set of moves early in the morning. Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, and Ilea were meditating quietly by the lake. Song Si and Sharpshooter Rossi are looking through catalogs of firearms and weapons, discussing which equipment to purchase and how to develop new products. Seeing these people working so hard, Jiang Ning felt a surge of pride and joy. Just then, Medic Jasmine appeared behind her. Boss, it's time for breakfast. Chapter 623 The First Trial Upon Return, Part 1. Jiang Ning smiled and followed Jasmine to the restaurant. Jasmine is a medic, and she and Song Si were once members of the Dark Knight mercenary group. Now, she has also become a loyal member of the Huahai Society. How does it feel to join the Huahai Association? Jiang Ning asked while eating. It feels very harmonious, even more so than before in the Dark Knight Legion. I feel more relaxed here. I feel very free, and my colleagues are like friends, taking care of each other, Jasmine said. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. He wanted to create such an environment for everyone. Now he is very satisfied. But before he had even finished half of his meal, he suddenly received a call from Zhao Hongxing. Hey, brother Zhao, you're already thinking of me this early in the morning? Jiang Ning joked. Hey, stop arguing. I have something urgent to tell you. Zhao Hongxing's tone was slightly anxious on the phone. What's up? Your partner, the Beyond Jade Group, has run into trouble. Zhao Hongxing said. Yu Zishui's family has been kidnapped again? Jiang Ning asked, somewhat surprised. No, this time it's their overseas company that's in trouble. Zhao Hongxing said. Beyond Jade Company has 4 branches in Japan, located in Hokkaido, Osaka, Nagoya, and Kyoto. Just yesterday, his Kyoto branch was attacked by unidentified individuals. The company's staff were scattered, and the Chinese staff sent there were beaten so badly that they had to be admitted to the hospital's intensive care unit. The entire branch was brought to a standstill. This morning, our Nagoya branch was attacked again, Zhao Hongxing said. This is clearly retaliation by the other side because they see that Beyond Jade Group is cooperating with you. If I'm not mistaken, today and tomorrow, the other 2 branches of Higanbana Jade in Japan will also be attacked. If all their branches shut down, they will lose their obsidian transportation hub, and a large amount of obsidian will be stranded in Japan and unable to reach you. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. It seems they've started to make their move. Yes, Zhao Hongxing said. Very good. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. I have a few new brothers joining me. They haven't had a chance to show off their skills yet. So let them go and meet these guys first and teach them a lesson. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ning called a meeting with everyone. Brothers and sisters, although we've only been together for a short time, it's undeniable that the enemy is already restless. We have a mission to handle. Jiang Ning began to take charge. Next, those whose names I call will go to the Sakura Kingdom to deal with this incident. 2 days later, in Hokkaido, the land of cherry blossoms. The Hokkaido branch of the Bayan Jade Group. This is the last branch of the Beyond Jade Group that was not attacked. Yu Zhishui personally visited the branch office and had already contacted the local police in advance to ensure that his branch office was under close surveillance. However, the local police assured them that they would definitely help. In reality, they didn't send anyone over at all. It was as if they knew what was going to happen here. This infuriated Yu Zhishui, but he was helpless. Being in a foreign country means facing a lot of unfair treatment, but he's gotten used to it. Meanwhile, the people sent by Jiang Ning had already arrived at this place. Yu Zhishui was even more worried when he saw that the number of people sent by Jiang Ning was less than 10. But now there's no other way. He can only gather all the local resources of the branch office to deal with this wave of attacks. Night. The cold winds of Hokkaido howled like sharp blades, and icy snowflakes relentlessly pounded against the glass curtain wall of the Japanese branch of the China Jade Group. This building, which stands in a corner of the bustling city, is now shrouded in a chilling atmosphere. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Under the cover of night, a group of men wielding machetes, like vicious wolves emerging from the darkness, approached the company gate with fierce expressions and hurried steps. They wore masks and baseball caps, covering themselves up completely. But judging from their actions and demeanor, they were definitely not benevolent people. They're here. Inside the company, Yu Zhishui was extremely nervous. The men sent by Jiang Ning were scattered in various corners, their eyes firm and sharp, like lurking cheetahs waiting for their prey to approach. The Japanese kendo master Dansu Ryu, dressed in a white kendo uniform, had a bamboo sword at his waist that gleamed with a cool light under the lamp. He stood quietly alone in the center of the hall, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his eyes calm, yet revealing a chilling confidence. With a bang, the company door was kicked open, and more than a dozen people rushed in. Brothers, smash all the equipment. Anyone who gets in the way, kill them. With a roar, the leader brandished his machete and charged into the company gate. Dozens of his men followed closely behind, surging into the hall like a tidal wave. Duan Shuelu narrowed his eyes slightly, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the sword drew a graceful arc in the air. Just as the group of people rushed towards Duan Shuelu flashed through the crowd like a white lightning bolt. His bamboo sword moved like a nimble dragon, each swing accompanied by a crisp clang and a painful scream. The clanging of metal echoed through the hall as Duan Shuelio's swordsmanship moved with lightning speed, dazzling the eye. He skillfully dodged the enemy's machete attacks while simultaneously striking their wrists, shoulders, and other vital areas with precision. More than a dozen gang members fell to the ground under his attack, their machetes scattered all over the ground. They clutched their injured areas in pain, staring in horror at the ghostly man before them. What kind of swordsmanship is this? How can it be so fast? An enemy exclaimed in horror. I know him, he's Duan Shuelu. The sword master Duan Shuelu, another enemy shouted. We're all compatriots. Why should we help outsiders? The leader asked coldly. What you've done is immoral, Duan Shuelu said coldly. Damn it, you want to talk to us about morality? Come on, let's all attack and kill him. The leader shouted loudly. The underlings swarmed forward. However, Duan Shuelu fought with increasing ferocity, and the long sword in his hands seemed to come alive, constantly dancing. Each attack is imbued with immense power and precise technique, making it utterly unstoppable for the enemy. Several more enemies were hit by him, fell to the ground, and groaned in pain. Just as Duan Shuelu was engaged in a fierce battle with dozens of enemies, a series of noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside the company. It turned out that the enemy had more than just this few people. They thought these people were enough, but more people chose to lie in ambush. Seeing that their side was struggling to hold on, everyone else entered the fray. Soon, a large number of people poured into the spacious hall, and some were even entering from outside the door. Judging by appearances, there are at least 100 people. Chapter 624 The first trial after returning, Part 2. Just in time. Duan Shuelu snorted coldly, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He knew that the real battle had only just begun. Dang Shuelu, you're so arrogant. A tall enemy leader said menacingly, his machete gleaming coldly in the lamplight. You think I'm arrogant? You're sorely mistaken. I say this because I have enough confidence. Duan Shuelu said loudly, his voice firm and powerful. Nohin, a heavy artilleryman from Tsarist Russia, appeared just as he finished speaking. He was tall and strong, like an iron tower. Nohin strode to the center of the crowd. Kill! He let out a deafening roar, his eyes cold and fierce, and charged into the crowd like a hungry beast. Just then, Crimson Blade Lofia appeared. She was dressed in a red bodysuit and held 2 sharp daggers in her hands. Her eyes were like burning flames, full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Of course, they weren't the only 3 to join the battle at the same time. Lofia charged into the crowd like a nimble cheetah. Her dagger gleamed crimson under the light, each swing accompanied by a splatter of blood. She skillfully evaded the gang members' attacks, while simultaneously striking their vital points with pinpoint accuracy. A hissing sound rang out from the crowd as Lofia's dagger, like the fangs of a viper, pierced the bodies of her enemies. They screamed in agony as blood gushed from their wounds. Under her attack, more than a dozen enemies fell to the ground, incapacitated. This woman is amazing. Everyone be careful, one of the opposing members shouted in alarm. Attack her together. Grab her. The leader roared and ordered his men to rush towards Lofia. However, Lofia was too fast. She moved through the crowd like a ghost, making it impossible for the enemy to catch her. She brandished her dagger incessantly, each attack carrying a deadly threat. Several more enemies were hit by her, fell to the ground, and never got up again. Just as Lofia was locked in fierce combat with the enemy, Sophie, the Greek white loli, appeared. She has a youthful face, like an adorable doll. However, her eyes revealed a chilling, murderous intent. She and Black Pearl Jenny were known as the black and white double brushes. Wherever Black Pearl was, she would surely be there too. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots escalated the battle once again. The next second, the Guatemalan Black Witch, Arya, appears. She held a gleaming staff in her hand, with a huge gem set at its tip. Arya gently chanted the incantation, and the gems on her staff began to shine brightly. A powerful burst of magical energy shot out from the staff, striking the enemy group directly. The magical energy swept over like a surging tide, knocking dozens of enemies to the ground. They screamed in agony, their skin scorched by magical energy, emitting a pungent, burning smell. What kind of magic is this? It's so powerful, one of the opposing members exclaimed in horror. Don't be afraid, everyone. Charge at her together and take her down. The leader shouted loudly, trying to organize his men to fight back. However, Arya's dark magic attacks did not stop. She kept chanting incantations, and the gems on her staff kept shining. Powerful magical energy shot out from the staff, raining down on the enemy. Under her magical attacks, more gang members fell to the ground, incapacitated. Under Arya's magical attacks, the enemies began to fall into disarray. They all retreated, trying to avoid the attack of magical energy. Just then, sharpshooter Rossi appeared. She wore a black trench coat and held a finely crafted pistol in her hand. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, each shot carrying a deadly threat. Rossi stood quietly to the side, observing the situation on the battlefield. She strolled leisurely, as calm as a predator. Occasionally, her finger would lightly pull the trigger, and the pistol would make a bang-bang sound. Bullets streaked across the night sky like shooting stars, accurately striking the enemy's head, chest, and other vital organs. An enemy screamed as Rossi's bullet struck him in the head. His head exploded instantly, splattering blood and brain matter all over the surrounding ground. Watch out, everyone. There's a gunman over there, one member shouted in terror. However, Rossi's shooting did not stop. She kept pulling the trigger, and the pistol kept making noise. Bullets rained down on the enemy. Under his fire, more enemies fell to the ground, incapacitated. This time, Duan Shuelu didn't even make a move. Under the combined attack of Nohin, Lofia, Sophie, Jenny, Arya, and Rossi, The enemy's 100-man squad quickly crumbled. Their members fell one by one, losing their ability to fight. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the leader felt a sense of panic. Retreat. Let's retreat first. The leader shouted loudly, directing the remaining members to flee towards the door. Want to leave? Not so easy. With a loud shout, Duan Shuelu finally made his move. He flashed away, chasing after them like a white lightning bolt. His long sword gleamed with a cold light under the lamplight, each swing carrying immense power. The clanging of metal echoed outside the door as Duan Shuelu and the fleeing members engaged in a final, fierce battle. His swordsmanship was as fast as lightning, dazzling the eyes. Under his attack, the few survivors were all defeated. Upstairs, Yu Zishui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face showing more excitement than anything else. He didn't expect that Jiang Ning would send just a few people and rout the enemy's gang of over 100 men. It's simply unbelievable. Are you relieved now? Jiang Ning's voice came from the other end of the video call. Mr. Jiang, your men are truly amazing, Yu Zishui said, then suddenly recalled the scene of Jiang Ning fighting his way from the first floor to the top floor of his company to save him and his wife, and quickly added, truly, a strong general has no weak soldiers under his command. Jiang Ning also burst into laughter. Just now, he asked Yu Zishui to turn on the video call. Through Yu Zishui's lens, Jiang Ning could also clearly see the performance of his brothers and sisters on the battlefield. They're all back. They're really back. Chairman Yu, what you need to do is assist my men in finding a few weak-willed enemies and interrogating them to find out who ordered them. Jiang Ning said, I will help you repay double for all the losses and persecutions suffered by your branches. Good. Yu Zishui exclaimed with great enthusiasm, clenching his fists. Chapter 625 This branch office is mine. Now that they've already shown their talent, they can no longer afford to be low-key. Although Jiangning's financial resources are not as deep as those of established organizations, its strength in all aspects is sufficient. Furthermore, in terms of financial resources, Jiangning simply didn't have that much time to accumulate them. But that doesn't mean his wealth is growing slowly. It's important to know that Jiangning owns the Lao Acehan gold mine, which is the largest mineral production area in Southeast Asia. Combined with his domestic industries, given some time, Jiangning's wealth will surpass that of most organizations. Therefore, the Huahai Association has a strong sustainable fighting capacity. Jiangning's desire to seize the market for the ancient obsidian from the seabed has made clashes with organizations like those from Japan inevitable. Since it's unavoidable, let's have a thrilling showdown. Mr. Jiang. Yu Zishui saw Jiangning's abilities and felt he could rely on him. If you can help me get revenge and allow me to establish myself here, I will give you a generous reward. After he finished speaking, Jiangning fell silent for a long time. This made Yu Zishui somewhat panicked. Mr. Jiang, are you listening? Mr. Jiang. Chairman Yu. Do you think you're hiring me to do things for you? Jiang Ning's voice was somewhat cold. This made Yu Zishui shudder. No, Mr. Jiang, you've misunderstood. Yu Zishui hurriedly explained. I just feel bad that Mr. Jiang is just my partner, but he has to fight against such a powerful force for my sake. So I want to repay Mr. Jiang. If you truly want to repay me, I can give you a chance. Jiang Ning said, going along with the flow. You know, I personally really like obsidian, especially the obsidian from Hokkaido in Japan. Therefore, once this obsidian collaboration is completed, I hope you can transfer the obsidian branch in Hokkaido to me. This? Yu Zishui was stunned. Unexpectedly, his words had opened the floodgates of Jiangning's greed. It's important to know that obsidian accounts for a large portion of his company's business. It was a project that enabled him to make a living. Moreover, the quality of obsidian in China is not good, and all of his high-quality obsidian comes from Hokkaido. Therefore, if Jiangning takes away the obsidian business, his company will shrink significantly, which is even more ruthless than robbing him of his money. Jiangning naturally understood Yu Zishui's concerns. He wouldn't do something that would leave others with nothing but soup while he got to enjoy the spoils. President Yu, I told you before that I would take over the obsidian business sooner or later, so you don't need to be surprised by the result. Jiangning's voice on the phone was serious and pertinent. Of course, I won't let you lose money. Your other Shore Jade company does more than just obsidian. I can give you the green light in categories such as golden obsidian, ice obsidian, and multicolored obsidian. Jiang Ning had someone conduct a market survey of obsidian in advance. Obsidian is a general term for a type of gemstone. This broad category is further divided into several types, such as golden obsidian, ice obsidian, and multicolored obsidian. The classification method is also very simple. The obsidian is classified according to the color it appears under Thai sunlight. Obsidian is not all black. Some types appear golden in sunlight. Some display a rainbow-like iridescent halo, and some are gray and translucent. These types of obsidian are all readily available in the market. In fact, if you choose to make bracelets, necklaces, and accessories, golden obsidian and iridescent obsidian are more expensive and popular than black obsidian. Obsidian accounts for approximately 1/5 of the total production of obsidian. In other words, Jiang Ning only took 1/5 of the business. The other 4/5 still belong to Yu Zhishui. The reason Jiang Ning only needs pure black obsidian is that only pure black obsidian carries pure water attribute spiritual energy. Obsidian, multicolored obsidian, their properties are all mixed up. Although they make beautiful jewelry, they are meaningless to him. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, Yu Zhishui immediately felt relieved. If Jiang Ning only takes 1/5 of the business, it won't hurt him much. Furthermore, Jiang Ning said, I will use my strength to monopolize the obsidian market here. At that time, your other Shore Jade company will no longer be exploited by these local forces, and your profit margin will double like never before. At this point, Yu Zhishui realized that he had wronged Jiang Ning. Because if what Jiang Ning said is true, and all these messy local organizations and scalper companies are replaced, they will control the ore supply, and their profits will be more than double what they were before. Jiang Ning only took 1/5, but he got 4/5 more. This deal is incredibly profitable. Moreover, with a powerful figure like Jiang Ning to rely on, Yu Zhishui was no longer afraid of local people causing trouble. Mr. Jiang, this collaboration is such a great deal for me. Yu Zhishui said, I feel unworthy of it. If you feel you're unworthy of this, you can transfer your Hokkaido branch to me for free. Jiang Ning suggested. I have no interest in your Kyoto, Osaka, and Nagoya branches. Okay, let's do it this way. Yu Zhishui said, I will change the name of the Hokkaido branch to your name, and I won't take a single penny. Consider it a gift from me. Just kidding, you don't have to do anything. The business profits will double in the future. Giving a small branch to Jiang Ning is a piece of cake. What Jiang Ning wanted about this company was its local reputation, status, brand image, and social connections. He was too lazy to re-register the company and rebuild the system. It's convenient to have something readily available, but he needs to focus his energy on other more important things. Okay, it's settled then. Jiang Ning said, you can start going through the procedures in the next few days. I'll make time to go to the location and hand over the work with you. Okay, Yu Zhishui said. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Mr. Jiang, please speak. Starting tomorrow, have your people withdraw from the Hokkaido branch in batches, leaving only some key technical personnel. I will send my people there to learn and get up to speed as quickly as possible. Jiang Ning said. Because of what happened today, the Hokkaido branch is at risk of being attacked by the enemy's armed forces at any time, so it's not safe for your people to stay there. Mr. Jiang, you are so considerate. On behalf of my employees, thank you. Yu Zhishui said gratefully. No need to be so polite. Jiang Ning said. I will be in Hokkaido within 3 days. It's best to get the procedures done before then, so I can hand over the reins directly when I arrive. No problem. Yu Zhishui replied. Chapter 626 Kyoto Council. Kyoto, the land of cherry blossoms. At this moment, the leaders of various powerful organizations have gathered at Zuikakuen Garden in Kyoto for an urgent meeting. Zuikakuen is a top-class, antique garden in Kyoto. The 3-meter-high black lacquered tang gate opens, revealing an ancient world within the courtyard, a world isolated from the hustle and bustle of the world. The ground is paved with basalt cut into tortoise-shell patterns, which complements the lush green plants around it, creating a harmonious and tranquil atmosphere. Inside the entrance hall stands a bronze water bowl from the Kamakura period, with 2 gold leaf maple leaves floating on the water's surface, and attendants holding silver-handled bamboo ladles standing quietly on either side. Facing you stands a bronze screen with a 3-leaf hollyhock pattern, bestowed by Tokugawa Ieyasu, its mottled patina conveying the lingering power of the Warring States period overlord. After passing the screen, a bright and open space suddenly appeared. The first thing that came into view was an irregularly shaped pond. The water was crystal clear, and fish swam leisurely in it. Willows swayed gently by the pond, their slender branches lightly brushing the water's surface, creating ripples. Walking along the cobblestone path, the winding path adds to the sense of depth and interest in the space. Stone lanterns are arranged in a staggered pattern along both sides of the path. The lanterns are simple and elegant in shape, and the lampshades are carved with exquisite patterns. When lit at night, they create a mysterious and tranquil atmosphere. The deepest part, the Yugen no Niwa, Garden of Profound Mystery, is open only to special guests. The entrance is enclosed by a bamboo wall and hangs a wooden plaque inscribed with the words Harmony, Respect, Purity, and Tranquility by Emperor Go-Mizunoo. This courtyard has witnessed the tea parties of warlords during the Warring States period, the secret talks of the Meiji Restoration, and the imperial conferences during the Showa era. Every stone here carries the weight of the history of Japan. As dusk falls, 360 stone lanterns are lit simultaneously. The golden roof tiles reflect the waning moon, and the white sand courtyard resembles a cascading Milky Way, concealing the undercurrents of power struggles within an eternal aesthetic order. At this moment, in the Garden of Dark Mystery, a group of people in high positions are sitting on the ground, seriously discussing something. The rapid rise of the Huahai Association has seriously affected us. Jiang Ning must be eliminated, said Rinji Okita, the president of the Gongrong Association. I was busy with business in North America before and underestimated Jiang Ning, which resulted in my 2 sons being seriously injured by him. Jiang Ning also swallowed up the branch of my Gongrong Association in China. Now, it is time to take revenge. That's right, Jiang Ning has seriously threatened our interests, said Guotian Jueying, the leader of Juju sect. We were ordered by the emperor to plant a feng shui wheel in China to steal the nation's fortune. However, our years of careful planning, just as we were about to make our move, were destroyed by Jiang Ning. Kamita Kikiyai was referring to Jiang Ning's occupation of the 9 Chrysanthemums territory in Suzhou. Furthermore, in several clashes with Jiang Ning, we lost more than a dozen low-level Onmyoji and several Shikigami. This is unprecedented in the nearly 50-year history of Juju. Sect leader, one of our high-ranking members from 9 Chrysanthemums, has also fallen out with us because of Jiang Ning, the subordinate reminded him. That Ono Shosho Z was originally a high-ranking Onmyoji in our 9 Chrysanthemums, with exceptional talent and mastery of illusion arrays. However, she was turned against us by Jiang Ning, said Kamita Kikiyai. Our 9 Chrysanthemums have long been irreconcilably opposed to Jiang Ning. The reason I've called everyone here today to discuss this matter is because the Huahai Association has risen too quickly. We must unite as one and share a common hatred for the enemy in order to easily crush them. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned somewhat solemn. 9 Chrysanthemums, this mysterious and proud force, could handle almost anything on its own in the past. However, when it came to dealing with Jiang Ning and Huahai, he convened a meeting with everyone. This shows that the enemy this time is unprecedentedly powerful. As everyone knows, Bushido accepted a mission a week ago. For branches of the Huagua Bayan Jade Group in Japan were destroyed. The mission went smoothly at first. Bushido casually dispatched 20 or 30 henchmen, and they pacified the 3 branches in Kyoto, Nagoya, and Osaka. However, when they reached the Hokkaido branch, they encountered unprecedented challenges. Our more than 100 disciples suffered a complete defeat, and less than 30 of them returned. Onojiro, the head of the samurai dojo, was very angry when he talked about this. It was this incident that became the catalyst, leading everyone to gather here for a special action meeting. We've only heard some information about the fragments. What exactly happened? Asked Yanagi Shida, the president of the Ninja Association. Our men encountered resistance from members of the Huahai Society and suffered heavy losses, said Onojiro, the head of the Bushido dojo. What's even more infuriating is that the traitor actually joined the Huahai Society. Which traitor? Everyone asked in surprise. The personal disciple of the sword, Saint Miyamoto Musashi, the Dansuryu. Onojiro said. Bastard. Some people started cursing. We are all from the same country, yet you have colluded with Chinese people to attack your own compatriots. This is an unforgivable crime, said Kamita Kikiyai, the leader of the Nine Chrysanthemums sect, coldly. Was it Duan Shuelu who led the members of the Huahai Society to defeat your 100-man group? Lu Xiaodao asked. How many people were there? 7. Maybe 8. Onojiro explained, his face flushed. But they have guns. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more solemn. 7 or 8 people easily defeated hundreds of Bushido disciples. Even if you have a gun, it still takes time to fire it. It should be noted that the disciples of Bushido are all samurai who are proficient in Taoist magic. Even if they give the other side 1 or 2 opportunities, 100 people going there would overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Huahai Society really does have something, exclaimed a masked woman in black. The woman was sent by the KKK to observe the meeting. Because the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere and the Ku Klux Klan have a partnership. If the Ku Klux Klan is likened to a person, then the Ku Klux Klan is the big brother, and the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere is the little brother and henchman of the Ku Klux Klan. Their cooperation was simple. When the Prosperity Sphere couldn't handle something, it would pay the KKK to help. Once the KKK received the money, they would naturally come to do their bidding. After several collaborations, trust was gradually built between the two parties. To deal with Jiangning this time, the Gung-Rong Society, just to be on the safe side, also planned to ask the KKK to intervene. Therefore, the KKK sent a skilled fighter to listen in beforehand to see if it was necessary for them to take action themselves. It seems that you all are unlikely to be able to handle the Huahai Association, the masked woman in black astutely judged. But these words angered the others present. We simply underestimated Jiangning before. As long as we take it seriously, Jiangning is not even as good as an ant. The woman in black coldly retorted. So, tell me, now that we've discussed this, how have you decided to deal with Jiangning? Do you have a concrete and reliable plan? These words hit the nail on the head, leaving everyone speechless. How many people did each of you send? Did you have a division of labor? The woman in black asked coldly again. Indeed, after chatting for so long, none of the major powers came up with a concrete battle plan. Because everyone present knows that Jiangning is not someone to be trifled with right now. Therefore, they did not want to exert too much effort, as that might deplete their own strength. Therefore, everyone at this meeting had their own ulterior motives and kept talking about empty talk. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, their brows furrowed, and remained silent. The situation became awkward. I have a plan, the woman in black said. If you think it's acceptable, then do as I say. Chapter 6, 27 Battlefield Shift, Hokkaido. 3 days later, Jiangning arrived in the land of cherry blossoms. This time he obtained a long-term visa because the next battleground would be moved here from Sambiampo. On the Sambiampo side, Red Scorpion, Lung Yu, and Lei Long Xiao Dao Li Bing stayed behind, while the rest of the people were all brought to Sakura country. Obsidian is Jiangning's top priority. He needs to quickly occupy the obsidian mining area and extract large quantities of raw stones. In the preceding days, Yuza Shui had completed the handover in advance, and many procedures had been nearly completed. After arriving in Japan, Jiangning went to the relevant departments to complete the registration and change of ownership. A week later, the Hokkaido branch of Bayan Jade will be transferred to Jiangning's company. Jiangning didn't hesitate and immediately had a company sign made overnight. Huahai Mining Company, Ltd. Now that the enemy has already locked onto us, there's no point in keeping a low profile any longer. The mere mention of Huahai Mining is enough to tell you that Jiangning has become a well-known brand. Let me tell you about the current situation of the ore market. In the branch office, Yuza Shui had already tidied up his things and sat on the sofa, looking at Jiangning, who was in the main seat, like a guest. Yes, Mr. Yu, please go ahead. Jiangning poured Yuza Shui a cup of tea. Yuza Shui spread out a map and said, Look, There are currently 5 obsidian mining areas in Hokkaido, and our Jade group has contracted 3 of them. They are here. Jiang Ning looked at the map carefully and nodded repeatedly. Our 3 mining areas are currently the largest, accounting for 70% of the local annual obsidian production. Furthermore, Sakura Jade Company, which contracts the other 2 mining areas, is also cooperating with us, Yuzushui said. Therefore, we can obtain almost 100% of the local obsidian. Chairman Yu's business is really doing well. This is like paving the way for me, Jiang Ning exclaimed. You could have said that before, but the situation has changed now, Yuzushui said. What changes? Jiang Ning asked. The seabed around Hokkaido is rich in obsidian. Experts predict that the obsidian we've mined over the years is less than 1/1000th of the total content, Yuzushui said. Therefore, the Japanese government is increasing its development efforts and has had experts conduct precise surveys in the surrounding area, identifying a huge potential mining area. Yuzushui picked up a pen and drew a circle in a sea area in the extremely cold northern region, then added a few dots to the surrounding small islands. The sea area between these islands contains an obsidian deposit larger than the current 5 mining areas combined. However, this area is extremely cold, and the temperature is too low in autumn and winter, so it has never been taken seriously, Yuzushui said. But now that technology is becoming more and more advanced, the mining of this area is imminent. The government has already approved the project and will soon start bidding. If Mr. Jiang wants to obtain more obsidian quickly, he must take over this place. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, if I don't touch that other piece of the pie and focus on the current mining areas, how much slower do you think the obsidian mining speed will be? The speed is at least half as slow, Yuzushui said. The main reason is that the government is currently supporting and promoting obsidian mining. Once that new mining area is approved, all eyes will be on it. The government's technical support, financial support, and so on will all be given there. The mining speed is vastly different from here. Jiang Ning nodded, seemingly lost in thought. At the current rate of obsidian mining, it would take at least 1.5 years to reach the quantity mentioned by Taoist Lin Xiao. Jiang Ning needs to seize every minute and second, so it is imperative to take over this new mining area. Chairman Yu, when will the bidding process begin for the new mining area? Jiang Ning asked. I heard from industry insiders that the project has been approved and the bidding documents will be issued in a few days, Yuzushui said, but his expression was somewhat worried. However, too many local companies are eyeing this new mining area. As an outside company, we have already taken over 3 mining areas. I'm afraid the government will not favor us this time, and the local people will not support us either. The local bidding process includes a public opinion polling policy. For some larger projects, opinions from local residents are solicited online as a reference. Generally, this reference is not very meaningful, but there is one special case. Foreign companies must gain the approval of at least 3,000 local residents to be eligible to compete for bids with local companies. In the past, many foreign companies would secretly bribe locals to vote for them online. However, this is very risky. If the fraud is discovered, the person will be permanently expelled from Japan and will never have the opportunity to do business there again. Jiang Ning had already secured 3 mining areas and was doing very well. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for him to take any risks. The louder the local people's voices, the more the government will favor them, Yuzushui said. This place will soon be renamed Huahai Mining. The local people are very unfamiliar with your company, and with the bidding imminent, we don't have much time to campaign for votes. Jiang Ning frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, there's always a solution. Let's find a local charity first. I want to donate 5 million yuan to the local community to improve some basic infrastructure. At the same time, I promise that if I can win projects in future tenders, I will share a portion of the profits with the local community for long-term charity work. Huh? Yuzushui exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Jiang, you've really gone all out. We take from the people and use it for the people. We make money locally, so naturally we should give back more to the local community. This is the only way to create a virtuous cycle, Jiang Ning said. Mr. Jiang truly lives up to his reputation as a big businessman. He has a grand vision. Yu Zhishui gave a thumbs up. He once thought he was a very successful entrepreneur. Now, standing before Jiang Ning, he felt increasingly ashamed. He himself is obsessed with money, thinking about profits, expenses, and so on, but what Jiang Ning is doing is a business on a completely different level. He wouldn't be surprised if Jiang Ning ran for district head or mayor someday. Mr. Jiang, your level is truly high enough. However, Jiang Ning had not finished speaking. Chairman Yu, do you have any friends in the media here? Jiang Ning asked. I do know a reporter, and we're on pretty good terms. Yu Zhishui said. Her name is Sato Miyuki, and she's a great beauty. Jiang Ning said. I need you to help me get to know her. I need to promote my new company concept through the media so that more locals can see our new idea and a more convenient and better future. Yu Zhishui nodded hurriedly. Okay, I'll arrange a meeting with Sato Miyuki for you right away. Chapter 628 North Sea Alliance. 2 days later, a local Hokkaido economic newspaper published an interesting news story. The multinational company Beyond Jade was acquired by Huahai Group and renamed Huahai Mining. At the opening ceremony, Mr. Jiang Ning, chairman of Huahai Mining, pointed out that Huahai Mining will present itself with a brand new image. Huahai Mining has launched a new initiative called the New Energy Mining Plan. This plan applies China's top-tier power technology to the extraction process, replacing many oil-consuming tools, vehicles, and machinery, truly achieving green environmental protection and energy conservation, reducing noise and pollution, and reducing oil consumption, among other benefits. If Huahai Mining's technology can be successfully implemented, it will be a revolutionary reform for the city's mining industry. The leaders of the government's mining department were also very interested in this. Hokkaido is located in the frigid region of Japan, and its people rely on fishing and mining for their livelihood. With severe nuclear pollution and a sluggish fishing industry, only mining remains. However, the mining industry has not made any further progress, leaving the Hokkaido government in a state of great confusion. That's why they decided to revitalize the mining industry and initiated the 6th Obsidian Mining Project. However, this is merely adding another source of income to the existing system. It does not play a transformative role. On the other hand, if Jiang Ning's concept were applied to the mining industry, it would not only save energy and reduce expenses, but also greatly increase efficiency. It would be a good choice to apply it to various industries in the future. The government saw a bright spot in Jiang Ning's plans. As a result, mining industry leaders personally met with Jiang Ning and had a 2-hour conversation. Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure to have you here to invest. The reason I've invited you here today is to be honest, because I'm very interested in your new energy mining plan. The leader didn't mince words and got straight to the point. Thank you for your recognition and appreciation, leader. Jiang Ning was very humble. Therefore, on behalf of the local government and the local people, I hope that Mr. Jiang can make good use of this technology in Hokkaido, the leader said. We are all looking forward to it. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, but his face was full of worry. He said, Leader, I would love to start the plan as soon as possible, but the existing model of my 3 mining areas cannot be changed, because changing it means spending money. The equipment I've used for many years and the technicians I've hired are all part of the same system. If we replace the equipment and technology now, all the old equipment will have to be phased out, my costs will increase significantly, and all my technical staff will have to be laid off. Jiang Ning spread his hands and said, Please forgive me. I am not yet able to apply my new technology to existing enterprises. The leader looked displeased and asked, Do you want the government to fund this for you? This is basically the reason why most entrepreneurs plead poverty in front of government officials. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Not at all. I'm not the kind of businessman who asks the government for money as soon as he opens his mouth. So what do you mean now? The leader pressed. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. As you know, leader, the 6th new mining area in the Obsidian mining region has been approved and will soon begin the bidding process. If I win the bid, I will dedicate all my new technologies, equipment, and personnel to the 6th mining area. Jiang Ning said with a smile. Therefore, I am also preparing for the bidding process, and I hope the leaders can give me some opportunities. The leader, being cunning and shrewd, immediately understood Jiang Ning's meaning. This guy actually wants the contract for the 6th mining area. Our bidding process is very fair and impartial. There's no question of whether I'll give you a chance or not, the leader said. However, I really hope that you, Mr. Jiang, can win the bid, so that it will be easier for all of us. I've already had my secretary prepare the tender documents and submit them. To advance to the next round, we need the votes of 3,000 local residents. Jiang Ning said with a troubled expression. Sigh, I'm new here and don't have any grassroots support. I don't know if we can make it to the next round. The leader gritted his teeth and said, I'll only help you this once. You'll have to work harder from now on. Thank you, leader. Jiang Ning said with a smile. I will do my best to secure the project and showcase the new technology you are looking forward to in a comprehensive manner. I hope so. Jiang Ning left the leader's office with a look of disdain. What fairness and justice? It's all up to you to decide. You're just acting like a big shot. However, Jiang Ning also knew that since he was new to the area, the other party did not trust him at all. This time, we still need to let real strength speak for itself in the bidding process. And bidding processes all over the world are pretty much the same. It's all done behind closed doors, with fierce competition and cutthroat battles. The moment they go on stage to present their work is nothing more than the culmination of many days of hard work. The outcome was already predetermined long before that. So, who are my competitors this time? Jiang Ning doesn't need to worry about this problem. His competitors will naturally come knocking. The very next day, Huahai Mining received over 3,000 votes from the public, becoming one of the bidding companies, and online public opinion followed. First, the Resources Protection Act came into the public eye through a report published by the Environmental Protection Administration. The content includes a lengthy analysis and report on pollution from new energy sources. It lists how lithium batteries and electrical equipment cause significant air and water pollution, and how the instability of batteries can lead to spontaneous combustion, fires, and numerous other safety hazards. In short, Jiangning's so-called new energy mining plan is simply not feasible. At the same time, some influential figures on independent media platforms launched a public opinion campaign to protect the homeland. Because mineral resources are also part of the country, when a foreigner mines mineral resources on this land, it is like digging up the country's territory. They firmly oppose foreign companies mining in their country, so they have joined forces with many patriots to denounce Huahai Mining and demand that Huahai Mining withdraw from Japan. Mr. Jiang, things have become a bit tricky. Yu Zhishui had not yet returned to China. After seeing the overwhelming news, he was worried about Jiang Ning's situation, so he gave up his plan to return home and prepared to get through the difficulties with Jiang Ning. However, he also knew that this hurdle would be very difficult to overcome. Jiang Ning, however, appeared quite indifferent, as if this matter had little impact on him. Chairman Yu, just relax, eat and drink, go to bed early, and take care of your health. Don't think about so much, Jiang Ning said. This is all the work of our competitors. The key is that our competitors are in the shadows, while we are in the open, Yu Zhishui said. Jiang Ning's other confidants were also furious. This was what upset them the most. If we knew who the other party was, things would be much easier, but right now we don't know who's behind this. Jiang Ning said, there are only a handful of enemies. You can count them on one hand. The Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, the 9 Chrysanthemums, the Bushido Movement, the Ninja Association. Oh right, and maybe the KKK is helping us from behind. They've teamed up. That's right. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. They've already established the North Sea Alliance, just to deal with us. How does Mr. Jiang know all this? Everyone looked at Jiang Ning in surprise. It seems everyone has been together these past few days. Jiang Ning is also unfamiliar with this place, so how did he get this kind of news? Even Onoshoko was somewhat surprised. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. How would I know these things? I'll keep it a secret for now, but you'll find out later. Chapter 629 Bidding Conference, Part 1. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. How I know these things is a secret for now. I'll tell you later. No one dared to ask any more questions. The leader always had his own methods. Next, the Huahai Mining sign was hung up, and the Hokkaido branch of Bayan Jade Company was officially replaced by Huahai Mining. Meanwhile, the bidding process for the 6th mining area is also in full swing. The leaders above kept their word and really helped Jiang Ning secure the qualification to enter the venue. 7 days later, the bidding conference will be held at the Hokkaido Expo Center. Jiang Ning had someone check, and it turned out that there weren't many companies shortlisted this time, only 6 in total. Being able to undertake such a large mining project requires considerable strength. Among them, the most powerful are Sakura Mining and Beihai Alliance. Sakura Mining is the mining company that currently owns 2 old mining areas. Their size is acceptable locally, but compared to Jiangning, they have no advantage whatsoever. Therefore, Jiangning was not worried about them. The most important one is the North Sea Alliance. The Beihai Alliance was formed by Juju, along with organizations such as the Gongrong Association, the Ninja Association, and Bushido. Its purpose was to disrupt the project and prevent the Huahai Association from obtaining it. Therefore, Jiangning's primary concern is to be wary of the Beihai Alliance. A week passed quickly, and the day of the bidding finally arrived. The shortlisted Liu family companies entered the venue one by one, with the representatives sitting at the front, the company teams behind, and the surrounding area filled with industry professionals. Jiang Ning and the others all brought their translation devices and listened to the host's speech on stage. Our mining has a long history. After talking for more than half an hour, we finally got to the main topic. Currently, the 6 shortlisted companies will compete today to determine the final winner, who will have the 10-year contracting rights for the 6th mining area. We will score each company based on its background, scale, hardware and software facilities, as well as its strengths and weaknesses. Of course, this is not the final score. It's only half of the final score. The other half of the final score is based on the votes of the 1,000 audience members present. We calculate the score using our formula, add it to the previous score, and then we get the total score. The person with the highest score will be the winner. The rules are simple and easy to understand, even simpler than the previous bidding process of China Everbright Group. Jiang Ning looked over at the seats of Beihai Group and saw that the person representing Beihai Group in the bidding was a blonde woman. The woman had a face that blended Chinese and Western features and was very beautiful. What's most striking are her eyes. The pupils are deep blue, as profound as the starry sea. This woman's name is Laura. It was an agent sent by the KKK to assist the North Sea Alliance. Laura is not only agile, but also has a very clever mind and unparalleled courage. Therefore, she took the lead in this business game. Behind her sat some technical personnel from the North Sea Alliance, but none of the leaders, such as Okita Jinji, were present, because they are all prominent figures in Japan, and their every word and action is subject to paparazzi photography. In situations like this, with too many eyes watching, they generally won't show up. After all, the work has already been done, and the outcome for today is already decided. Besides, having a strong woman like Laura to keep things in order is enough. At that moment, Laura glanced at Jiang Ning out of the corner of her eye, a faint smile on her lips, as if she were confident. The bidding conference has officially begun. As Jiang Ning had predicted, Huahai Club was the strongest among these companies. Because Huahai has the Myanmar mining division and the Lao Asan gold mine, its overall scale is very large, and its strength is stronger than the other companies present. It is only lacking in terms of its historical and cultural heritage. After all, the mining companies under Huahai Group were only established in the last 6 months, which is too short a time, and this is the only area where points were deducted the most. As expected, Huahai ranked first after the results of the first part of the bidding were released. The second is Beihai Group, and the third is Sakura Mining. This was almost exactly as I had expected. But what follows is of utmost importance. Don't be fooled by your current lead. If you don't perform well in the second half, you could fall from grace. We have now completed one phase of the evaluation, the host said. From this evaluation, we will select the top 3 to proceed to the next stage of evaluation. It turns out that the scores in the first stage also have a filtering function. So, only Huahai Club, Beihai Alliance, and Sakura Mining have advanced to the second round. Our 1,000 guests here come from all walks of life and all over the world, and do all kinds of jobs, the host said. They have no direct connection with this matter, and we have also guaranteed the innocence and objectivity of these people. Next, representatives from the 3 companies will give campaign speeches and answer up to 10 questions from the audience after their speeches. After all the speeches and QA sessions are over, we will proceed with the voting. Did you understand the rules? Jiang Ning, Laura, and the others nodded in agreement. All right, the organizers will give everyone half an hour to prepare. This half hour will also be a break, so please make your own arrangements. The assessment will begin on time in half an hour. After the host finished speaking, people began to move around in a scattered manner. Some went outside to smoke and chat, some went to the restroom, and some simply stayed in their seats and chatted with the people around them. Mr. Jiang Ning returned to the Huahai mining formation, and Lu Qianren said excitedly, "Boss, we're actually in first place. If we can maintain this in the next round, we'll take the 6th mining area." "It's not that easy," Yu Zishui said with a serious expression. "We are from a foreign land, while all the guests here are from Japan. How could they possibly help us? Besides," at this point, Yu Zishui's expression turned ugly, and he hesitated to speak. "Besides what?" asked Duan Shuelu from the side. "Besides, the media has been making a huge fuss about us these past few days, criticizing us," Yu Zishui said. "The Environmental Protection Department is using the Environmental Protection Act as a cover, issuing a statement claiming that our new energy mining plan is more polluting and poses greater risks than the original methods. This makes the public think that we have ulterior motives. Damn, this Environmental Protection Department is really something. We have our evidence to prove that our plan is excellent. Sigh, as I said before, we are now on someone else's land." "But didn't Mr. Jiang meet with the leaders of the mining department before?" "The leaders are waiting for us to launch the new energy mining plan as soon as possible," Lu Qianren said, expressing his incomprehension. "The leaders in the mining sector are probably also trying to read the room," Jiang Ning said. "Because of the intense public outcry in recent days, many Japanese people, whose emotions have been stirred up, want to drive Jiang Ning and Huahai out of Japan. Furthermore, they elevated the issue to the level of patriotism. They said the minerals belonged to the land of the Sakura Kingdom, and that outsiders were not allowed to mine them. At this critical juncture, the leaders seemed to have vanished without a trace, not even making a single phone call." Chapter 630 Bidding Conference, Part 2. Therefore, Jiang Ning guessed that the other party was also assessing the situation. After all, if too many people join in, causing public sentiment to run high, they can't openly oppose the people, as that would incite even greater public anger. Right now, no one can help with this, not even the leaders. Only Huahai can solve it on its own. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Lu Qianren's expression also turned serious. It seems that the most difficult time is yet to come. Soon, half an hour passed, and the second half of the bidding conference officially began. Based on the first half scores, Huahai Mining is first, Beihai Alliance is second, and Sakura Mining is third. Therefore, based on this ranking, the first to speak should be Sakura Mining, which is ranked third. The owner of Sakura Mining, dressed in a suit, walked onto the stage, cleared his throat, and began to speak eloquently. He was nearly 50 years old, but in good spirits, and looked young. He spoke with humor and wit, which often drew laughter from both inside and outside the room, making everyone present very fond of him. It must be said that his speech was a success. After the speech, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. "Next, it's time for questions," the host said. "Guests with questions, please press the red button on the left. The screen will scroll randomly, and whoever's turn it is will ask a question. Of course, to ensure timeliness, each company representative is only allowed a maximum of 10 questions. Guests who have questions, please press the button." 10 seconds later, the button press ended, and the large screen began scrolling numbers. The guest whose number corresponds to then takes the microphone and begins asking questions. What social welfare initiatives has Sakura Mining undertaken before? If so, please list them one by one. The owner of Sakura Mining was momentarily speechless, because they haven't really done any charity work in recent years. He thought for a full half-minute before saying, "I once led my senior executives to plant trees in the plains of Pingyuan Mountain in the spring. Does that count?" His answer once again drew laughter from the entire audience. This time, however, it wasn't a smile of admiration, but rather a burst of laughter. "Oh, I remember now," said the owner of Sakura Mining. Our company's employees volunteered at nursing homes for free on respect for the elderly day. Does that count? Of course it counts. It's an expression of love, the host concluded. Is there anything else? The guest asked. I can't remember right now. Okay, I've finished asking. Next. The screen scrolled again, and then a chubby middle-aged man stood up. During the mining process, the operation of many outdated equipment and machinery leads to the pollution of marine resources. Have you paid attention to this issue? Of course. Of course I'll take it seriously. So what solution do you plan to take now? I believe the leaders of the Environmental Protection Department have more authority to speak on the protection of the marine environment. Our Sakura Mining's pollution of the ocean is negligible. I just want to ask you, what solutions do you have for your company's pollution of marine resources? Excuse me, isn't it said that each person can only ask one question? The owner of Sakura Mining finally couldn't withstand the interrogation and asked the host for help. Yes, sir, you have asked a lot of questions. Please organize your questions next time and ask them all at once, the host said. Next up. While Sakura Mining's campaign speech was excellent, their answers to questions were truly disappointing. Therefore, when the owner of Sakura Mining stepped down, he lost all confidence. He was already ranked last among the three, and now his performance in the question and answer session was so lackluster. His hopes are slim this time. Please welcome the next guest, Ms. Laura from the Beihai Group, the host announced. Laura, dressed in office attire, is tall and curvaceous. Her looks and demeanor alone are striking, making her a very charming young woman. Everyone perked up and focused all their attention on Laura. Ladies and gentlemen, Laura said, on behalf of the North Sea Group, I am honored to meet you all here. I am not here to give a campaign speech, but simply to discuss some things with you from the bottom of my heart. Laura doesn't know anything about mining, and the North Sea Alliance isn't a professional mining company. However, the powerful and influential groups like the Co-Prosperity Sphere have managed to propel the Beihai Group to this position by leveraging their resources. Laura also felt it was inconvenient to elaborate on the North Sea Alliance. The more she said, the more likely problems would arise. So, she avoided the main issue and started playing the emotional card. They talk about people's livelihood all the time. Although they do this business to make money, they also think about how to benefit the people. For example, they plan to use a portion of the profits from mining for public welfare, to improve the living environment of local residents, and to provide more employment opportunities for them, etc. They say they won't give campaign speeches, but in reality, this is the most formulaic campaign speech. At the end, Laura suddenly changed the subject, saying, "We've been talking about work so far, but now I'd like to take a little of your time to talk about something personal." Everyone was simply powerless against this beautiful woman, thinking that they would love to hear more of her private affairs. Laura said, "Actually, I am of mixed race. My father is from North America, and my mother is from Kyoto, Japan. Therefore, I love this land. I am also proud to have the blood of the cherry blossom country flowing through my veins." This statement was actually another campaign speech. Trying to get close to someone by bringing up blood ties and ethnicity is a form of moral and emotional blackmail. However, it must be said that Laura is indeed a remarkable woman. Her words can make everyone feel comfortable and be brainwashed without them even realizing it. As a member of the Sakura Nation, I cherish our nation's pride and self-esteem. Our nation is one of the most outstanding in the world. We possess world-leading technology, advanced industry, and progressive ideas. Everything about us is so wonderful. However, our land area is limited, we are surrounded by the sea, and our renewable resources are not abundant. Therefore, like all Sakura people, I dislike foreigners plundering our resources, especially our mineral resources. These words, like a sword with its sheath torn off, were pointed at Jiang Ning without any restraint. Our business is run by our own people, and our resources are used by our own people. That's the main point I want to make today, Laura said. Therefore, I don't need to campaign for votes. I think everyone naturally knows how to cast their votes. Thank you all. Chapter 631 Bidding Conference, Part 2. Her words, seemingly about awakening one's bloodline, were in fact a form of resistance against Jiang Ning. She wants to use national unity as a weapon to jointly exclude outsiders. Therefore, After she finished speaking, everyone present became extremely excited. Only companies with national self-esteem and a sense of national identity are beneficial to the country and the people. Foreign companies are here to make money. How can we expect them to think about us? Yes, we must protect our own national enterprises. Seeing the appeals around them, the people from Huahai mining looked extremely solemn. Laura's move was absolutely deadly. The bloodline of a nation is something that cannot be changed, and it can determine many things at their root. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain, and prejudice against foreign companies is an eternal theme. Therefore, for a time, everyone in the Huahai Association felt extremely difficult. Meanwhile, seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Laura smiled with satisfaction and said to the host, "My speech is finished, thank you." "All right," the host said as he stepped onto the stage. "Ms. Laura's speech is finished. Now, please ask your questions." The large screen began scrolling, stopping at number 42. A portly, balding middle-aged man stood up, holding a microphone, and asked, "Ms. Laura, if your company wins the bid at this tender, and I mean, assuming, what measures will you take to give back to the public? After all, you spent so much time giving a speech, every word of which was for the nation, the country, and the people, but you didn't come up with a single practical solution. These guests aren't stupid, they need to see actual behavior." Laura said, "That's a good question. We have joined forces with the Charitable Foundation and the Environmental Protection Bureau. If the company wins the bid in the future, we will donate a portion of the profits to charity. In addition, we will also invest manpower and resources to contribute to environmental protection. As for the specific details, the Charitable Foundation and the Environmental Protection Bureau will release our plan later. Please stay tuned." "Okay, let's keep scrolling on the big screen. Next one," the host said. A young woman stood up and said, "Ms. Laura, what do you think of some of your competitors' words and actions?" "Which competitor?" Laura asked knowingly. "Huahai Mining," the young woman said. "Huahai Mining has already been in the eye of the storm. Their new energy mining plan is causing serious environmental pollution. Furthermore, it's rumored that Huahai Mining has not gained the support of the local people, and that their previous donations were just to win them over. What do you think about all this?" The young woman was a reporter for a newspaper. She felt that today's bidding process wasn't exciting enough. Therefore, deliberately raising these pointed questions is intended to incite conflict and make the bidding process bloody and fierce. That way, they'll have more trending topics to report on. However, her words were exactly what Laura wanted. Laura smiled and said, "My friend, your question is provocative. It doesn't benefit me at all to comment on my competitors, whether they are good or bad. The implication is that praising my competitors is belittling myself, but belittling my competitors would seem like a lack of class and vision. However, I've always preferred to tell the truth, and it's hard to keep things bottled up inside." Laura changed the subject. "Since you asked, I won't hide anything from you. I just hope my words won't make anyone uncomfortable. As a foreign company, I have great respect for Huahai Mining for getting this far," Laura said. "But at the same time, I personally disagree with some of Huahai Mining's practices. First of all, there's nothing wrong with foreign companies coming to our country to make money. However, if they come to make money and then pretend that they are doing it for the benefit of their own people, that's a bit too pretentious. Huahai Mining's new energy mining plan appears to be for the sake of our environment, but in reality, the truth cannot be hidden forever. Even the Environmental Protection Department has spoken out. So, from this incident, we can see the true colors of Huahai Mining. Secondly, I agree with the opinions of some patriots. Minerals are resources, as are land. Our resources and land are not as abundant as those of China, yet these Chinese people still come to our land to plunder resources. This behavior makes me very angry. It's just that many people haven't woken up yet, and they think it doesn't matter who mines the area. Then you are very wrong. This matter is of great importance. This is a battle for resources, a capital war that will determine the future of the nation and its people. We cannot lose this battle." Laura spoke passionately, filled with righteous indignation. This bidding process has been elevated to a new level, even involving a so-called trade war between nations. The Huahai Association members burst into cold laughter upon hearing this. However, her words greatly excited the guests. Each of them had eyes like copper bells, and their gazes toward Huahai Mining were filled with a sharp, murderous intent. Moreover, I heard from inside sources that Huahai Mining had an accident at its mine 3 days ago, right? Laura looked at Jiang Ning with a half-smile. Jiang Ning smiled, but did not respond. Ms. Laura, could you tell me more about the accident? As a reporter, the young woman keenly noticed some hot topics. Okay, Laura said. Isn't it only allowed for one question per person? Lu Qianren demanded from inside Huahai Mining. Originally, each person was only allowed to ask one question, but this young woman asked many questions, and the host did not stop her. The host, being from Japan, naturally favored the Hokkaido group. Especially when Beihai Group exposed the stains on Huahai Mining. They listened with more enthusiasm than anyone else, and didn't care about stopping them. Please keep quiet, everyone outside the venue, the host said, holding the microphone. Brother Lu, don't worry, just let them do as they please. Jiang Ning remained calm, completely unconcerned by the other party's slander and defamation. Everyone was anxious, but seeing their leader so calm and composed, they gradually calmed down. Laura said, I'm not very clear about the accident at Huahai. I've heard some people in the industry discuss it. Just a few days ago, there was a casualty accident at Huahai's mine. Due to outdated equipment, an aging operating system, and poor internal management, there were 5 deaths and 3 injuries on site. And these dead were all our own countrymen. Laura said with a pained expression. Their company disregards the lives and safety of our citizens. Who would dare to vote for such an irresponsible company? Is voting for them tantamount to harming one's own compatriots and degrading one's own country and nation? Yes, we can't let foreign companies get this mining area. If it weren't for Ms. Laura's revelation, we really wouldn't have known about this. Sigh, this is too dark. Merchants who only think about making money should get out of Japan. Immediately, public sentiment was agitated. Chapter 632 Bottoming Out and Rebounding. Seeing the excited expressions of the people around her, Laura was very satisfied and nodded, asking, Any more questions? Everyone already knew the answer, and no one pressed the question button. It seems that this bidding process has essentially come to a close. All right, since everyone has no questions, let's have Huahai Mining give the final speech, the host said. Everyone's gaze, sharp as a sickle, was fixed on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning calmly stepped onto the stage and looked around. It seemed that the guests were looking at him with deep hostility. Upon seeing this, Laura and the people from the North Sea Group had eyes full of provocation and mockery. It's fair to say that Laura's speech has essentially blocked Jiang Ning's path. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Laura's campaign speech just now was truly brilliant. Jiang Ning said, I am not very talented, and my eloquence is not very good either. Campaign speeches are a disaster for me. Jiang Ning's words were spoken with great humility. I just saw that everyone has a lot of prejudice against foreign companies. To be honest, I agree with your point of view. If domestic companies can take over the mining area well, why do we need foreign companies to take over it? Jiang Ning said, From the perspective of the country and the nation, I can completely understand you. Therefore, I personally am not surprised that everyone cast all their votes for Beihai Group. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Ning said that. The initial aversion to Jiang Ning and Huahai Mining completely vanished at this moment. It's like you've punched someone with all your might, but they've already given up and run away. You've missed your target, so naturally you feel disappointed and don't want to challenge them again. Mr. Jiang, are you giving up on your speech? The host asked. He couldn't wait for the conference to end so that the North Sea Alliance could be selected as the contractor for the mining area, making everyone happy and allowing him to leave work early. Yes, I'm giving up the speech. Jiang Ning said. However, I can answer your questions. Okay, we respect Mr. Jiang's choice, the host said. Now please get ready. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Mr. Jiang. This is a one-time opportunity, so please cherish it. The implication is that if you want to confront someone, hurry up and stop dawdling. The large screen started scrolling. Soon, a young man wearing glasses stood up, his face showing some anger, and asked, Mr. Jiang, is what Ms. Laura just said about the accident and injuries that occurred in your company true? It's true, Jiang Ning said. Then why is there no news about it? Did you use public relations tactics to suppress the news? The man continued to ask. I didn't. It's just that this matter hasn't escalated yet. Jiang Ning said. Besides, I have paid all the family's compensation in full, and I also gave their children some additional support payments. I have receipts for this money. As he spoke, Jiang Ning asked Yu Zishui to take out the receipts and showed them to the camera. This move left everyone speechless. Then why didn't you update the equipment in advance? Do you think the lives of our Japanese workers are inhuman? The young man asked angrily again. Hey, that's enough, shouted Nohan, a heavy artilleryman from Tsarist Russia, through a translator. You've asked too many questions. Next, please maintain order outside the venue, the host shouted, then said to the young man from Japan. It's all right, sir. Please continue with your question. Damn it, Nohan cursed through gritted teeth. This is clearly unfair treatment. Putting Mr. Jiang on the stage and letting these people interrogate him is tantamount to tying him up and letting them whip him with cold water. Everyone at Huahai Mining was furious, but Jiang Ning remained calm and composed, saying, To be honest, our company's equipment is all state-of-the-art, and our processes all comply with safety regulations. I'm proud to say that our entire mining process is unparalleled in the entire Hokkaido region. People have died, and you're still bragging. You're really shameless. Companies like this should have been driven out of our country long ago. The crowd below was furious. However, at this moment, the large screen behind Jiang Ning suddenly emitted a crackling sound, as if the system had malfunctioned. The next second, the large screen went black, but some sounds came from the speakers below it. You say you have a way to deal with Jiang Ning? Tell us quickly, we're all ears. A man's voice came from inside. Suddenly, subtitles appeared on the big screen, providing an explanation that the speaker was the leader of the 9 Chrysanthemums School, Kikiai Kamida. If you all want to deal with Jiang Ning, you must be united. So, we need to form an alliance, unite as one. Laura said. And what we need to deal with is Jiang Ning, who is based in Hokkaido and controlled by Huahai Mining. So, let's call our alliance the Beihai Alliance. What do you all think? No problem. Very good. But Miss Laura, I've gathered intelligence that Jiang Ning is currently very popular with the people in the Hokkaido area. The label reappeared on the screen, and the speaker was Yanagi Shiramaki, the president of the Ninja Association. What exactly happened? Laura asked. Jiang Ning donated a huge sum of money to the local government for the construction of public facilities. Furthermore, they have formulated a new energy mining plan using China's most advanced new energy technology, which has made great progress in terms of labor costs, environmental protection, and noise pollution. This has also attracted great attention from the government and is a welcome development for the people. Lu Xiaodao said. Jiang Ning, a foreigner, is willing to spend money to do things for the people of Japan? I don't know the specifics, but all of Jiang Ning's current measures are for the benefit of the local area. Moreover, his new energy mining plan is a groundbreaking initiative that, once implemented, will immediately replace all existing outdated equipment and operating methods. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Lu Xiaodao, have you ever thought about how Jiang Ning's measures are all for the benefit of the people of your Sakura Kingdom? If we intervene to stop them, what will the people think? Laura asked. The screen then displays the following note. Note that Miss Laura is referring to your country here. So, she doesn't consider herself a person from the cherry blossom country at all. The common people, what do we care about them? We're dealing with Jiang Ning, someone inside said. The common people are very easy to fool. Note, the speaker is Jinji Okita, the president of the Kyokai. Hearing the sounds coming from the screen, the people at the scene began to become restless. Damn it, the North Sea Alliance is openly insulting ordinary people. What are these guys up to? Chapter 633 Super Reversal. Who did this? Who did it? Laura was clearly flustered and asked the host. What's wrong with the big screen? Is it malfunctioning? His men rushed backstage, trying to unplug the cable from the big screen. At that moment, Jiang Ning's men rushed forward and stood in front of the Beihai Alliance's men. What do you want to do? Lu Qianren demanded. What do you want to do? Asked one of the leaders of the North Sea Alliance. We just want to hold this bidding conference quietly, Lu Qianren said. Everyone, sit back down. Upon seeing this, the organizers quickly stepped in to mediate. Please maintain order and return to your seats. Many bodyguards from the organizers came out and escorted everyone back to their seats. Quickly, look who's causing trouble. The organizers are also searching everywhere for the source of the accident. Hackers have breached our system, and our personnel are doing everything they can to stop them, someone in the back office said. And right now, the video is still playing on the big screen. Miss Laura, what should we do now? Do you have any better plans? Sect leader Juju asked. Of course we have plans, and more than one. Laura said. This time, we're going to completely uproot Jiangning. Please tell me more, Miss Laura, said Lu Xiaodao, the president of the Ninja Association. First of all, who has connections with the Environmental Protection Department? Laura asked. I have a very good relationship with Director Morita of the Environmental Protection Bureau, said Kyoikai Chairman Jinji Okita. Very good, Laura said. You spend money to bribe the Environmental Protection Bureau and have someone write a report to smear Jiangning's proposed new energy mining plan. Use some scientific arguments that the public cannot understand to prove that the new energy mining plan is a scam and mislead the public into misunderstanding it. Understood, Okita Jinji said. Secondly, who among you has the advantage in media relations? Laura asked. The Kyoikai is the best at this, said Jiro Ono, the head of the Samurai Dojo. We already have a mission, so shouldn't you guys contribute to the other missions as well? Okita Jinji said. All right, Ono-kun, you'll handle the public opinion aspect. We need you to incite some patriots to issue a declaration boycotting foreign companies from mining in Japan, elevating this matter to the level of national dignity. It would be best to get those patriots emotionally agitated. The more agitated they are, the easier this will be. Okay, this is easy, Onojiro said. Listening to the conspiracy inside, the scene was completely silent, and the expressions of all the guests were quite interesting. The people from the North Sea Alliance turned green with rage. Laura urged the organizers to turn off the power, asking why the hackers were still attacking the system. Don't unplug the power. A shout came from the guest seats. Yes, this is evidence. Evidence of the Beihai Group's despicable deeds. We want to hear it all. We want to see just how insidious the Beihai Group really is. The organizers, however, had already changed their attitude. They originally favored local businesses. However, after listening to a part of the dialogue inside, they were absolutely stunned. The North Sea Alliance is a conspiracy group that not only plots against its opponents, but also speaks rudely to the people, treating them like fools. How can you unplug the power when this is such explosive news? At this moment, everyone at Huahai Mining is full of energy and high spirits. No wonder Jiangning remained so calm throughout. It turns out, this was his trump card for today. That's incredibly exciting. The sound from the big screen continued at that moment. These methods are just putting pressure on Jiangning and Huahai Mining through public opinion. Do we have any more ruthless methods, at least enough to make Jiangning immediately overwhelmed? Someone asked. That's easy, Laura said. We were going to give Huahai Mining a hard time at this bidding conference, so I think that at this critical juncture, causing a serious accident in Jiangning's mining area would be fatal for them. What do you think? Yes, that's true. So, does anyone have a way to cause an accident at the mine in Jiangning? Laura added. The kind that leaves no room for error. That's easy, came a strange voice. It was a woman. I can use a magic circle to confuse the miners, causing them to hallucinate and resulting in accidents. Very good, Laura said. Afterwards, we will use the excuse that Huahai Mining's equipment is outdated and that it disregards human life to incite public sentiment and force Huahai Mining to get out of Japan. Call. These words caused a stir among the audience. Laura was just speaking up for the laborers in Japan a while ago, but now it seems like that was just trying to sow discord. This woman is absolutely wicked. Ha ha ha, this move is too ruthless. Kyoikai Chairman Okita Jinji laughed loudly. If Jiangning uses all these tricks, he won't be able to establish himself in Japan. We are determined to win this bid. Of course, I privately bribed someone from the organizer, who said that 1,000 guests would be selected to vote at the bidding meeting. Therefore, we should not be careless and must win over the guests present to ensure that we are absolutely sure of success. That's easy. We'll put people's livelihood first, lie to them and say that we are working hard for environmental protection, and that after we take over the mining area, we will share a portion of the profits with public welfare. Are the public so easily fooled? They look shrewd. but they're actually quite foolish. We'll join forces with the Environmental Protection Department to make a statement, and then bribe relevant personnel in the Public Welfare Department to make the same statement. These departments have a lot of credibility in the eyes of the public. As long as the people believe us, nothing else matters. After all, taking over the mining area is the priority. Who cares about environmental protection and public welfare? We're not doing charity for no reason. Ha ha, they're making a fool of Volkswagen. They're not smart to begin with. As long as we escalate the issue to the level of national dignity and the state, these idiots will go crazy helping us. Ha, this is really interesting. Jiang Ning has gone to great lengths to do environmental protection and public welfare. But who can blame him for being a foreigner? No matter how well he does, no one will appreciate it. Alright, that's all for today's meeting. Everyone, get back to your work and try to get everything done before the bidding process begins. Yes. The large screen went out, and the scene became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The next second, a loud roar rang out. Bastards, the North Sea Alliance is a bunch of bastards. Instantly, the guests erupted in fury, throwing mineral water bottles and other debris at the Beihai Alliance team. If it weren't for the on-site security personnel, they probably would have fought to the death with the Beihai Alliance members. Chapter 634 Hacker Moon God. This caused utter chaos at the scene. Everyone, listen to me. Jiang Ning picked up the microphone and shouted. Suddenly, the venue fell into an unusual silence. Let me state up front that I was unaware of these matters beforehand. I always thought it was because I hadn't done a good enough job, and I had already decided to withdraw from the bidding process today, Jiang Ning said. I just didn't expect that bidding in your country would be so murky, and that my competitors would be so cunning and ruthless. My new energy mining plan has been slandered, my public welfare investment has been covered up, everything I have done has been wiped out, and I have even been treated as a plunderer. I can tolerate these things. As I just said, I understand you. From the perspective of the nation and the country, you are not wrong. I just can't stand it. They treat human life like dirt. Those are 5 lives. They've completely destroyed 5 families. Jiang Ning said with a pained expression. The so-called North Sea Alliance is nothing but a harmful alliance, a group of treacherous villains, and a terrifying beast that devours people without spitting out the bones. To be honest, I was terrified. It was the first time I had ever felt such deep malice, and the first time I had ever encountered such a scheming opponent in the business world. Your country has taught me a profound lesson. If people don't like Huahai mining, I can withdraw. I just don't want to get involved in this quagmire anymore. I am a businessman. I am in it to make money, but also for development and people's livelihood. Jiang Ning finished speaking and put down the microphone. Mr. Jiang, your Huahai Mining is the company we truly need. Someone shouted. Yes, the Beihai Alliance is trash. We need to clean up this kind of alliance. Mr. Jiang is the one who is truly dedicated to building a business. We have been misunderstanding Mr. Jiang all along. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for my impulsiveness just now. Please stay and take over the mining area. Use your advanced technology and concepts to drive our development. Mr. Jiang is so righteous. He was treated so cruelly, yet he still managed to understand us from our perspective. I'm so moved I could cry. Mr. Jiang, true kindness knows no borders. Although you are Chinese, your actions and your kindness are 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than those unscrupulous entrepreneurs in our country. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation and became more and more agitated as they spoke. Punish the North Sea Alliance. They've engaged in commercial conspiracies and committed murder. Yes, arrest them and execute them all. The situation instantly turned one-sided, and Laura and the others were detained by the organizers. But Laura was no ordinary woman. She suddenly pulled out an ivory pistol, shot and killed one of the organizers' bodyguards, and rushed out of the venue. Chaos erupted in the meeting room, with shouts filling the air. However, only Laura escaped this time. All the other members of the North Sea Alliance were detained. Meanwhile, those who were plotting on the big screen also began to be wanted by the police. Looking at everything before him, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a sly smile that was hard for ordinary people to notice. That's right, he had it all under control. Jiang Ning had already received the news when Laura, Juju, and many other factions gathered for their first meeting. During that time, Jiang Ning kept a close eye on Mo Xiaoqi's progress. Because Mo Xiaoqi is using her own channels to contact the most powerful hacker behind the dark web, Moon. Moon was Jiang Ning's subordinate in his previous life. When Jiang Ning gathered all his subordinates under his command, he was missing Moon. Therefore, Jiang Ning had already begun tracking Moon's movements while he was still in China. Finally, thanks to Mo Xiaoqi's efforts, they got in touch with Moon. Jiang Ning knew that Moon was Chinese, but he had gone astray and was expelled from China, never to return to his hometown. Through his connections, and by acting as guarantor, Jiang Ning enabled him to obtain a new Chinese identity. After more than a decade, the Moon has finally returned to China. He was grateful for everything Jiang Ning had done for him, so he joined Jiang Ning's team. Throughout this business war, Moon remained hidden in the shadows. He was an assassin in Jiang Ning, an assassin who pierced the heart of his enemies. Under Jiang Ning's command, he secretly hacked into the Beihai Alliance's network and took control of some equipment in the Beihai Alliance's conference room. The recording of this conversation was obtained by Moon, who controlled the recording equipment in the conference room and stole the content of the conversation. Therefore, when online public opinion began to condemn Jiang Ning, and when the Gongrong Association joined forces with environmental protection departments to oppose Jiang Ning's new energy mining plan, Jiang Ning remained very calm and indifferent. Because all of his opponent's actions were under his watchful eye, the more elaborate the opponent's tactics, the more ridiculous he found them. The hacking of the organizer's system was naturally the work of Moon. Moon is a world-class hacker. His abilities are so great that perhaps no one in the world can surpass him. He was also one of Jiang Ning's greatest trump cards in his previous life. Please do not panic, everyone. Please be quiet. The host went on stage to calm everyone down and take control of the situation. The dead security guard has been dragged out, and the ground has been cleaned. This unexpected turn of events was something none of us anticipated. Rest assured, our staff is coordinating with the police and following up on this matter. We must believe that the wicked will be punished, and the kind will ultimately be rewarded. The last sentence was naturally meant for Jiang Ning. Right now, the final stage of the bidding conference is not yet complete. I hope everyone can focus, forget the incident just now, follow your heart, and cast the vote you believe is the most valuable. Then, the host pointed to the owners of Jiang Ning and Sakura Mining. The Beihai Alliance has been eliminated by us. The voting targets are Huahai Mining and Sakura Mining. Please vote. As soon as he finished speaking, the voting began. There were a total of 1,000 guests and 1,000 votes. At this moment, the guests had already abandoned any notion of ethnicity. They claimed to be of the same clan and lineage, yet they engage in disgusting acts. Their hearts have been deeply disturbed. Finally, the voting results were announced. Sakura Mining only received 50 votes, while Huahai Mining won the 10-year contract for the 6th mining area with an absolute advantage of 950 votes. It is what everyone expects. The Huahai Mining contingent erupted in cheers, and thunderous applause followed from all around. Yu Zishui let out a long breath, feeling as if he had just woken up from a dream. All the years he'd spent doing business in Japan hadn't been as exciting as the half-month he'd spent doing business in Jiangning. This young man is incredibly strong, and his future is limitless. Chapter 6, 35 8-star Mist Dragon Trapping Formation. Having secured the contract for the 6th mining area, Huahai Mining has essentially resolved its obsidian production issues for the foreseeable future. Originally, Jiang Ning's plan was to collect all the black or lin shao needed, which might take a year and a half. If we can get it into production quickly, it should be done in about 1 or 2 months. If things go even better, we could start building the space-time interweaving array in about a month. The next top priority is to develop the 6th mining area as quickly as possible. Jiang Ning issued the order. Yes. Everyone was full of confidence. After a week of work planning, all equipment and personnel were in place, and work in the 6th mining area was finally about to begin. The 6th mining area is located in the sea east of Hokkaido, surrounded by several small islands, which are deserted and covered by ice and snow for most of the year. Now, to develop the 6th mining area, it it is necessary to find places nearby where people can be settled. Therefore, Jiangning chose one of the larger islands. The island is called Tortoise Island by the locals because its shape resembles a large tortoise lying in the sea. Some workers and technicians from Huahai Mining have already been stationed on Shungue Island. The equipment has been transported there, and now we need to send all the manpower there to officially begin mining operations in the mining area. This so-called all manpower actually includes construction crews and security personnel. The construction team will begin building houses, bases, and workers' dormitories on the island, and security personnel will naturally be responsible for ensuring the safety of these people. Brother Long, you and Xiao Dao take some brothers to Turtle Island to scout the area beforehand. Jiang Ning said, we need to ensure that mining operations will proceed smoothly in 3 days. Don't worry, boss. I'll find out whoever even has a hint of being an enemy. Lei Long said, because Huahai Mining won the contract for the 6th mining area at the bidding conference, and at the same time, it really started a real battle with the Beihai Alliance. The North Sea Alliance has refrained from taking immediate action due to public pressure in recent days. Jiang Ning guessed that these people would dare to cause trouble when mining operations began in his area. Because I was busy with work at that time, I had more shortcomings and loopholes, which was also the time when they could take advantage of my situation. Therefore, Jiang Ning sent Lei Long and others to scout the mining area first, and also brought Duan Shuelu and Nuahan along to ensure that the entire island would be turned upside down. 2 days later, all the domestic technical personnel arrived, and Lin Xiao also came to Hokkaido. Stepping into the land of cherry blossoms once again, Lin Xiao was filled with deep emotion. Many years ago, it was on this land that he met Ono Shoshi's mother, that gentle and virtuous girl from the cherry blossom country. Time has passed, things have changed, and people are no longer the same. Lin Xiao's expression was complicated, as if he was immersed in memories from many years ago. That evening, Jiang Ning hosted all the employees from China at the most luxurious hotel in the area. Nothing happened that night. The next day, all the employees, led by Yu Zeshui, headed to Turtle Island. Today is the first day of mining in the new mine area. Mr. Jiang, don't you want to go and take a look? Yu Zeshui asked Jiang Ning before leaving. I don't know anything about mining, but with you all here, I feel at ease. Jiang Ning smiled. In reality, it wasn't that he didn't want to go, but that he couldn't go. He was to remain at headquarters at that moment. Because his headquarters is home to his company's largest distribution center, warehouses, and ore washing equipment. Therefore, this place is of utmost importance. If he goes to the 6th mining area now, someone might try to raid his base. Therefore, he had to guard the headquarters. However, he wouldn't tell anyone his thoughts because he wasn't sure if any of the Japanese employees around him were spies from the other side. However, Jiang Ning's guess was indeed very accurate. The accident happened on the very first night of mining in the 6th mining area. That evening, after a busy day, the people returned to their camp on Tortoise Island and were preparing to rest when the weather changed. First came a fierce wind, then heavy snow fell. The strong winds, mixed with heavy snow, almost completely covered the camp. However, no one thought anything of it. Such extreme weather was common in the past, so I just accepted my bad luck. However, after everyone had dinner that evening, they found themselves surrounded by complete darkness, with no landmarks in sight. For a moment, they felt as if they were in a black hole. Fear gripped the crowd, and even the highest wattage searchlights couldn't illuminate the darkness ahead. Some people started suggesting that they form a team and head out of the island to see if it was shrouded in mist. But Ono Shosho was on the island, and she knew what had happened. We've been trapped in the 8-star mist dragon trapping formation, said Ono Shoko. The sky above Hokkaido corresponds to the Big Dipper and Polaris. The enemy has Onmyoji who are using the stars and weather to trap us in this formation. There's no way we can get out. What should we do then? Should we wait until tomorrow morning? Lei Long asked. After all, as Ono Shosho Z said, this kind of grand formation relies on celestial phenomena. If the stars disappeared during the day, will the great formation also disappear? Xiao Dao asked. The stars don't disappear during the day. It's just that the sunlight is too strong for us to see them. Ono Xiaoxiatsi said. Actually, the constellations are always there, regardless of day or night. It's just that the Grand Formation is stronger at night. Damn it, it must have been the North Sea Alliance. Lei Long roared. To be precise, it was done by the 9 chrysanthemums within the North Sea Alliance, said Ono Xiaoxiatsi. He was very familiar with the methods of the Inyang masters like Jiujiu. Originally, she had a responsibility to check the island for any magic arrays or traps since she and Lei Long had come to the island today. However, perhaps due to her lack of ability, she failed to detect anything amiss. This time, Kuju has sent a top-tier onmyoji, Ono Shosho exclaimed. Because even a high-level onmyoji like her couldn't detect the magic array that the other party had set up in advance, it means that the other party's ability was more than 1 level higher than hers. It seems that Juju has really gone all out this time. They've probably put all their resources into it, ready to fight Huahai to the death. Call the boss and ask for backup, Lei Long said, picking up the phone. But to his surprise, he found that there was no signal on the phone. The 8-star mist dragon trapping array was used by the onmyoji Abe no Saimai to seal off the 100 demons during the night parade of 100 demons in peacetime, said Ono Xiaoxiatsi. The energy of this array is very strong. It can almost isolate us into another world. Not to mention cell phones. Any super strong signal will be blocked. Moreover, as the fog intensifies, we will slowly develop hysteria while inside the Great Formation, eventually turning on each other. Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi said. Even if we don't all die, evil spirits will appear within this Great Formation and slaughter us until there is no trace of our bodies. This is an extremely vicious formation. Back then, Abe no Saimai used it to suppress all the demons. We humans couldn't withstand it for even one night. Chapter 636 Father and daughter united in heart, breaking the formation together. But we can't get out, and the people outside don't know what's going on. What are we going to do? Lei Long said helplessly. Everyone looked grave, feeling that their lives were in serious danger. Some people who have never experienced a life-or-death situation are already trembling with fear. Especially after hearing that evil spirits might appear within the formation, they turn pale with fright. Don't be afraid. I have a way, said Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi. Before coming here, I had already established a talisman linkage with my father. Xiaoxiatsi took out a talisman that was shining with a halo. The talisman linkage is to prevent us from being able to contact each other through quantum fluctuations even when all other signals are cut off. This kind of talisman linkage can only be used by the closest direct blood relatives. As she spoke, Ono Shoko bit her middle finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the talisman. Instantly, the talisman emitted a dazzling halo. My dad, Lin Xiao, will receive my message soon, Xiao Yi Xiaoxiatsi said. Now gather everyone together. Don't be afraid, Mr. Jiang and my dad will come to rescue us. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with hope and quickly notified the people in the camp to gather together to avoid getting lost in the fog formation. At this moment, at the headquarters of Hokkaido Huahai Mining, something's happened to my daughter, Lin Xiao exclaimed. It seems that Jiang Ning had foreseen this scene. Has someone laid an ambush with a magic array? Jiang Ning asked. After all, the signal sent by Ono Shosho was probably related to mystical arts. It should be, but I can only be sure once I get there, Lin Xiao said cautiously. After all, they are currently in a foreign country, and Lin Xiao practices Chinese Taoist magic, which differs somewhat from the onmyoji magic of Japan. Aliyah, you will go with Master Lin, Jiang Ning said. Arya is a Guatemalan black magic sorceress whose individual combat ability is even stronger than Xiaoxiatsi. Now she is gradually giving up black magic and has begun to learn Chinese Taoist magic from Lin Xiao, so she can be considered Lin Xiao's apprentice. Of course, sending Arya to help Lin Xiao was not out of distrust of Lin Xiao's abilities. Lin Xiao was already very powerful, but Jiang Ning had a vague premonition that Jiuju seemed to be going to fight Hua Hai Hui to the death this time, so she would definitely bring out her trump card. To be on the safe side, when encountering problems related to mysticism, Jiang Ning felt it was safer to consult with more people skilled in mysticism. Even if you don't use it, at least you can broaden your horizons and learn something. Consider it an opportunity for Arya to practice alongside her teacher. Soon, Lin Xiao and Ilea arrived at Turtle Island. At this moment, the island of Divine Turtle is covered in sand and dust, and the entire island is shrouded in a strange mist, filled with a suffocating atmosphere. The 8-star misty dragon trapping formation that Joju set up here is like an invisible barrier, separating the people inside from those outside, making it difficult for them to find each other's traces. Lin Xiao stood outside the magic array, his brows furrowed. His daughter, Xiao Xiaozi, was trapped inside the magic circle. He had just made contact with her through a talisman. The words on the talisman flickered, conveying the situation inside the magic circle and its core location from his daughter. He took out the same talisman, just like Ono Shoshozi, bit his finger to drip blood onto it, and then began to chant the incantation. Soon, as if a phone call had been connected, the talisman emitted a misty aura that gradually condensed into several lines of text. Father, this magic array is extremely powerful. The mist inside is unpredictable. I just investigated it and found that the core of the array is located under the divine turtle rock in the center of the island, supported by 8 evil star stones. The text on the talisman is displayed as follows. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, and an idea came to mind. The next second, he began to set up an altar outside the magic circle to perform a ritual. On the altar were placed a peachwood sword, a bagua mirror, talismans, and other magical artifacts. Clad in a Taoist robe, Lin Xiao held a peachwood sword, chanting incantations. Heaven and earth, the profound origin, the root of all qi. Through countless eons of cultivation, I have attained divine powers. Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao is supreme. My body is enveloped in golden light. As the incantation was uttered, a mysterious power began to gather around him. Lin Xiao first used the heavenly eye spell. His eyes glowed blue as he tried to penetrate the layers of mist and see the true situation inside the magic array. However, this 8-star misty dragon trapping formation was extremely powerful. Even with his formidable magical power, he could only vaguely see some blurry outlines. Then, he took out a talisman, breathed out real fire, and lit the talisman. After the talisman burned, it transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the magic array. This is a barrier-breaking talisman, designed to break down part of the barrier of the magic array. The streak of light struck the magic circle, producing a loud boom, but the magic circle only trembled slightly and was not broken. The opponent is also a master. Lin Xiao exclaimed. Master, do you need my help? The black wizard Arya asked. Unnecessary. As Lin Xiao spoke, he picked up the bagua mirror, spun it in the sky, and reflected the moonlight onto the magic array. The bagua mirror emitted a mysterious light, attempting to dispel the evil energy within the magic array. However, the mist seemed to have a life of its own, constantly devouring the light of the bagua mirror, yet still firmly shrouding divine Turtle Island. At this moment, another message came from Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi on the talisman. Father, evil spirits have appeared inside the magic array. They seem to have sensed your attempt to break it and are strengthening their defenses. Master Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, formed a hand seal, and shouted, By order of the 3 pure ones, all evil shall be banished. He exuded a powerful aura of righteousness, which caused the surrounding air to tremble. He stuck the peachwood sword into the ground, took out a handful of talismans from his pocket, and threw them forcefully into the air. The talismans transformed into tiny golden birds in the air and flew towards the magic circle. These little birds, carrying dazzling golden light, split into 2, then 4, covering the entire sky above the magic circle, making the whole island as bright as day. Oh my God, how magnificent! Arya exclaimed. The next second, all the birds exerted their strength together, constantly attacking the magic circle's barrier. Finally, a crack appeared in the magic circle. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Master Lin Xiao increased his magical power output. His forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes remained firm. He rapidly formed hand seals while chanting an even more profound incantation. Hurry, hurry, as the law commands. Break. With a loud shout, the cracks in the magic circle gradually widened. However, at that moment, a powerful counterforce came from the magic array, and Taoist Lin Xiao was shaken back a few steps. Father, be careful. The evil star stone at the core of the magic array is releasing even more powerful energy. The daughter's voice came from the talisman. Because she was in such a hurry, Ono Shosho used even more spiritual power this time, which allowed her to transmit her voice. Lin Xiao knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Arya, you stay here and protect the altar. Yes, master. The next second, Lin Xiao picked up the peachwood sword and rushed towards the magic circle. He wanted to personally enter the magic array and destroy the 8 evil star stones. At this point, the magic array had been pecked open by the golden bird, leaving many cracks. Therefore, Lin Xiao was already able to rush into the formation through the gap. As he rushed into the magic circle, he was immediately surrounded by a strange power. The surrounding fog grew thicker, and all sorts of eerie illusions began to emerge. There were ferocious demons and monstrous beasts, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao brandished his peachwood sword, chanting incantations as he shattered these demonic illusions one by one. He forged his way through thorns and brambles, heading towards the divine turtle rock in the center of the island, as his daughter had indicated. At this moment, Ono Xiaoxiatsi was protecting everyone in the camp, confronting the evil spirits together with Leilong and the others. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived at the foot of the divine turtle rock and saw the 8 evil star stones emitting a strange light. He took a deep breath, gripped the peachwood sword with both hands, gathered all his magical power, and thrust it towards the evil star stone. The peachwood sword collided with the evil star stone, producing a piercing sound. The evil star stone emitted a powerful force, attempting to withstand the attack of the peachwood sword. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and continued to increase his magical output. Crack! The peachwood sword was shattered by the immense karmic force. Chapter 637 Azure Sky Kill, 1,000 Cranes. I'm quite intrigued that Japan has such a powerful expert. Lin Xiao grows stronger when facing stronger opponents. He threw away the remaining half of the peachwood sword, formed a hand seal, and shouted, "Heaven and earth are boundless. Borrow the power of heaven and earth." Instantly, a halo of light emanated from his arm and eyes, forming a 7-foot-long lightsaber. Cut! With a loud shout, Lin Xiao's lightsaber slashed down, instantly shattering the evil star stone. The 8-star mist dragon-trapping formation began to crumble. As the mist gradually dissipated, Turtle Island revealed its true form once more. We're saved. The workers on the island cheered. Not yet. Lin Xiao's expression was solemn, because he noticed something amiss. The 8-star mist dragon-trapping formation was broken, but the surrounding Yin energy did not dissipate. This indicates that other magic arrays are still operating on this land. Sure enough, a shrill scream rang out the next second. Wah! Ah! The sound was terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Mixed within this noise was a woman's voice. You think everything will be fine once you've broken my dragon-trapping formation? This is just the beginning. Ha ha! Chizuru. It's Chizuru. Xiao Yi Xiao was shocked. Who is Chinha? Lin Xiao asked. Chizuru is the most legendary Onmyoji in Kyuki, even more capable than the Kyuki sect leader, Kamita Kikiyai. No one knows her age because she is elusive and often practices in the most secluded Zen Buddhist chamber in Kyuki. Few people in Kyuki have seen her, and even the sect leader dares not inquire about her deeds. Ono Shosho said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao seemed to recall something. Azure Kill Chizuru. Yes, it's her. Xiao Yi Xiao asked. Dad, you know her too? Years ago, she was the one who fought me. It was all because of her that I had no choice but to leave you and your mother. Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with hatred. His secret was discovered by Chizuru back then. After discovering it, Chizuru led the Onmyoji of Kajuku to wage a great battle against him. It was during that great battle that Lin Xiao was injured, and in order to avoid bringing trouble to his wife and daughter, he had no choice but to retire. From that moment on, his happy family was torn apart. 18 years. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Sakura, our enemy has reappeared. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, Xiao Yi Xiao's anger also rose. It turns out that it was Chizuru who led the Onmyoji team to injure her father back then, leading to a series of tragedies. Father, Chizuru is the most powerful Onmyoji in Kajuku. Please be very careful, Onoshosho said. This time, Joju went all in, bringing out the strongest Onmyoji, and they even set up a magic array here in advance, gaining the upper hand. Therefore, Onoshoko was very worried. When soldiers come, we'll meet them head-on. When water comes, we'll dam it. I've been cultivating for 18 years, waiting for this moment. Lin Xiao stood in the wind and snow, his expression cold and resolute, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. The wind whipped his long, flowing hair and the hem of his Taoist robe, the gilded lines shimmering with light, as if Lin Xiao's magic power was flowing through the robe. Beside him, Onoshosho was dressed in an Onmyoji outfit, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. She held a simple Onmyoji fan tightly in her hand, the fan surface painted with mysterious runes and emitting a faint spiritual power. Lin Xiao's apprentice, Ilea, stood out against the snowstorm with her tall figure. Her eyes held a mysterious and eerie quality, and the magic wand in her hand shimmered with a ghostly green light. Clearly, the three of them were already prepared. They're nearby, be careful. Lin Xiao's deep voice echoed in the sea breeze, as he keenly sensed the hidden danger in the surroundings. As soon as the words were spoken, a sinister aura surged from all directions, and then a huge Shikigami magic circle slowly appeared in front of them. The magic circle shimmered with a ghostly green light, and runes flowed within it as if they were alive. Shinha, hidden in the shadows, gently waved the talisman in her hand, and the magic circle shone brightly. A group of skeleton soldiers slowly emerged from the magic circle. Borrowing in soldiers? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. UN percent hashtag asterisk asterisk UN hashtag at percent. The skeletal soldiers were making strange, incoherent noises. These skeletal ghost soldiers were tall and reeked of decay. Their empty eye sockets flickered with eerie green flames, and they brandished rusty weapons while emitting chilling cries. What scared? Chizuru's provocative voice came from the darkness. This is just the lowest level Shikigami I have. Stop talking nonsense and bring it on. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals while chanting incantations. A golden light shot out from his hand, transforming into a huge rune that rushed towards the skeleton soldiers. Wherever the runes passed, the skeleton soldiers fell to the ground and turned into ashes. Not to be outdone, Onoshosho Z opened the yin-yang fan in her hand and chanted a spell. A sudden gust of wind arose, and the runes on the fan's surface shimmered with light, transforming into countless wind blades that swept towards the skeleton soldiers. Wherever the wind blades struck, the skeletal soldiers were shredded to pieces and vanished into the air. Arya held a magic wand and chanted an ancient spell. A ball of eerie green flame shot out from the tip of her wand and burned towards the skeleton soldiers. Wherever the flames reached, the skeletal soldiers were burned to ashes, emitting screams of agony. Although the skeleton soldiers looked very imposing, they were facing Lin Xiao, a great cultivator from China. Furthermore, beside Lin Xiao were Ono Xiaoxiatsi, a high-level Onmyoji proficient in Onmyoji magic, and Arya, a Guatemalan black wizard. Each of them is capable of standing on their own. With Lin Xiao's help at this moment, their combat power is simply immeasurable. Therefore, the skeleton ghost soldiers summoned by Qianhe were easily neutralized by Lin Xiao and his companions within minutes. Lin Xiao, your abilities are much stronger than they were 18 years ago. Chizuru's voice was laced with malice and mockery. However, our show has only just begun. As she spoke, Qianhe waved the talisman again, and the light in the magic circle shone brightly once more. This time, the magic array was filled with a mixture of malevolent and demonic energy, and all sorts of demons poured out from it. Among them were enormous werewolves, with bushy fur, fierce eyes, and deep growls. There was a ghost with an elusive form, its body transparent, radiating a cold aura, its hands outstretched as if trying to grasp anything it could. There was also an agile nine-tailed fox demon with smooth fur, cunning eyes, and sharp claws waving in its hands, emitting fierce low growls. Various Shikigami took turns appearing, creating a terrifying yet awe-inspiring scene. Chapter 638 The Real Face to Face. Ono Xiaoxiao's purple eyes sharpened. She was well aware of the power of these intermediate-level Shikigami. Dad, Sister Ilea, these are all intermediate-level Shikigami from Onmyoji magic. They are usually kept in shrines, and some of them have even lived for thousands of years. Ono Xiaoxiatsi said. They are all very powerful, so don't let your guard down. No matter how strong they are, we have no fear. The laws of our Chinese nation are the ultimate authority over all evil spirits. As Lin Xiao spoke, he formed a hand seal, and the golden light sword reappeared in his hands, its blade gleaming with mysterious orange-red runes. Kill. The next second, Lin Xiao, wielding a golden lightsaber, charged into the demon horde. Sword energy crisscrossed, and the Shikigami at the front was struck by the sword energy, letting out a painful howl. Seeing this, Ono Shoko and Ilea were greatly encouraged, and their confidence increased. Ono Shosho then used yin-yang magic to summon the Shikigami, the white fox. The white fox moved nimbly, leaping towards the ghost, and spitting out a white flame. The ghost was struck by the flame, letting out a sharp cry, and its body gradually dissipated. Arya then used dark magic to summon dark elements. The dark element transformed into a giant tentacle, reaching out to grab the nine-tailed fox demon among the Shikigami. The fox demon dodged the tentacle attack with a swift movement, but Arya immediately followed up with a dark ray. The fox demon was struck by the dark ray, its body was corroded, and it let out a painful cry. 3 men can make a tiger. Lin Xiao charged ahead, his swordsmanship sweeping and powerful. Wherever he went, the Shikigami were cut in half at the waist and turned into dark energy that scattered and flew away. Meanwhile, Arya and Ono Xiaoxiatsi used their respective abilities to fight the Shikigami back to back. At this moment, the 3-headed immortal venerable also appeared just in time, his 3 heads tearing at the Shikigami with great ferocity. Although Lin Xiao and his group possessed considerable combat strength, the Shikigami kept emerging from the formation, resulting in a stalemate between the 2 sides. Dad, the number of Shikigami is increasing, which is not good for us in the long run. Xiao Yi Xiaozi shouted. Even if these Shikigami can't do anything to them, people will get tired in the long run. Chizuru, on the contrary, watched the spectacle from the shadows. If this continues, once they get tired and reveal a weakness, they could very well be seized upon and defeated by the enemy. We must fight back. Arya was well aware of their current situation. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and shouted to the 3 immortal venerables who were fighting nearby. 3-headed immortal venerable, cover me. Yes, Taoist master. The 3-headed immortal venerable leaped forward and arrived in front of Lin Xiao. While Lin Xiao and the others were fiercely fighting the intermediate-level Shikigami, Lin Xiao suddenly discovered the flaws in the opponent's Shikigami formation and invisibility array. He needed the 3 immortal venerables to cover him, so he could focus all his efforts on attacking that weakness. At that moment, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he quickly formed hand seals while chanting incantations. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, rushing towards the opponent's Shikigami array and invisibility array. Oh no, we've been discovered, Chizuru thought to herself. At the same time, almost all the Shikigami in the formation blocked the opening, using their bodies to block Lin Xiao. Break! Lin Xiao, wielding a golden longsword, unleashed a powerful slash. Boom! The lightsaber unleashed a fan-shaped wave of sword energy, seemingly tearing the air in front of it apart. Rumble! Amidst the rolling winds and thunder, a lightsaber seemed to cleave the sky, tearing a golden line through the air. Then, the gold threads were pulled apart to both sides, as if a huge curtain had been torn apart. Then, everything around it slowly tore apart, including the hideous Shikigami, which slowly cracked open and turned into dust, gradually dissipating. Not far in front of Lin Xiao and the others, Chizuru and her team of Onmyoji appeared before them. Wah! In Onmyoji, someone blows a long, deep horn, creating a solemn and dignified scene. Chizuru was dressed in a black Onmyoji outfit, with a black hat on her head and a black veil covering her face. Her eyes revealed sinister and viciousness. She was followed by 50 Onmyoji, each with a solemn expression and holding talismans tightly in their hands. Behind them, white banners fluttered and paper money flew everywhere, as if they were messengers from hell. The team of 50 on Myoji was enormous. They stood there like an insurmountable mountain. They emanated powerful spiritual energy fluctuations that blended with the eerie atmosphere around them, creating a suffocating pressure. Chizuru looked at Lin Xiao and the others and sneered. I didn't expect you guys to be so capable. However, you've only passed the low-level challenges. After saying that, she formed a hand seal and chanted a spell. The 50 Onmyoji also formed hand seals and chanted incantations. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from them and rushed towards Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao and the others sensed the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy and immediately became alert. Lin Xiao stood at the forefront, holding a golden lightsaber, his eyes revealing determination and fearlessness. Ono Shoko and Arya stood behind him, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to meet any attack. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations transformed into a massive energy shockwave, rushing towards Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao sheathed his lightsaber, formed hand seals, and chanted an incantation. 3 pure ones above, golden light of Taoist magic, protect my body. A golden shield appeared in front of them, and an energy shockwave struck the shield, producing a tremendous roar. The shield shook violently, but it never broke. Upon seeing this, Qianha's eyes flashed with surprise. Lin Xiao, your cultivation has truly progressed by leaps and bounds over the past 18 years. She still remembered that battle back then. If Lin Xiao hadn't created an opening to escape, he would have definitely died at her hands. 18 years later, no one expected that Lin Xiao would be able to use such powerful magic. Qianha, I will make you pay for everything you've done. Lin Xiao said coldly. He. Chizuru sneered, gritted her teeth, and once again formed hand seals while chanting a spell. 50 Onmyoji also chanted incantations along with her. An even more powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from them. This time, the surge of spiritual energy transformed into countless energy rays, shooting towards Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao and the others sensed this even stronger threat and began to use their magic to defend themselves. Lin Xiao once again summoned his golden lightsaber, its sword energy crisscrossing and blocking the incoming energy rays. Ono Shosho uses yin-yang magic to summon the Shikigami, the white fox. The white fox spewed out a blue flame, burning away the incoming energy rays. Arya then used dark magic to summon a barrier of darkness. The dark barrier shimmered with an eerie green light, absorbing the incoming energy rays. In the fierce battle, Lin Xiao and the others gradually adapted to the attack rhythm of Qianha and the others. They began searching for weaknesses in each other's defenses, preparing to launch a counterattack. Lin Xiao observed Qianha and the others' movements and discovered a weakness in their formation. Oh no! Arya, listen to my command, Lin Xiao shouted. Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao, and Ilea nodded, and followed closely behind Lin Xiao. Chapter 639 The War Between Gods and Demons. The Dharma is boundless. Attack its single point. Lin Xiao formed hand seals and chanted incantations. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, which he then channeled into the golden greatsword. The sword flashed with an even brighter light, and its edge appeared even sharper. He wielded a golden greatsword and charged toward the weak point of the formation of Chizuru and the others. Ono Xiaoxiatsi and Ilea also cast spells to provide support for Lin Xiao. Ono Shosher summoned the Shikigami Byako, whose agile form charged towards the Onmyoji team, disrupting their formation. Arya then used dark magic to summon a dark trap. Dark traps appeared in the Onmyoji team, trapping some of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiao thrust his sword at Qianha. Qianha hadn't expected Lin Xiao to move so fast. She didn't have time to dodge and could only use the talisman in her hand to defend herself. The peachwood sword and the talisman collided, producing a loud booming sound. The immense explosive force sent Chizuru staggering back several steps, and the black veil in front of her was blown off, revealing a pale face. You despicable bunch! Chizuru shouted hysterically. Her face was contorted with rage. No one had ever made her look so disheveled. You have offended me. You are pushing me. Chizuru gritted her teeth and muttered a low chant, her hands forming a mudra and her mouth reciting a spell. An extremely malevolent spiritual energy emanated from her body, rising high behind her. The next second, with a loud bang, spiritual energy exploded, and a cloud of black mist surged in all directions. From within the black mist, a gigantic python appeared. The ultimate Shikigami of the 9 chrysanthemums on my OG team, Orochi. Ono Zyuxiatsu exclaimed. The Yamada no Orochi is enormous, with 8 heads, each with a gaping maw that emits a terrifying roar. Its body was covered with hard scales that shimmered with a black light. Its eyes gleamed with an evil light, as if it wanted to devour everything. After the appearance of the Yamada no Orochi, a powerful sense of oppression swept over us. Lin Xiao and the others felt the immense pressure, and their expressions became extremely solemn. However, this is not the end. Chizuru coldly retorted, I'll add some more spice to your dish. As soon as the words were spoken, the Shikigami that had not been killed in the Great Formation but had disappeared when the formation was broken reappeared. The Yamada no Orochi, when paired with a group of mid-level Shikigami, possesses immense power. Everyone be careful. The enemy has already used all their strength, and we must also go all out, Lin Xiao shouted. He formed a hand seal, and 2 lightsabers appeared in his hands. The 2 lightsabers emitted golden and white light, radiating powerful spiritual energy. Ono Shosho also used yin-yang techniques to summon her strongest Shikigami, the red bird. In Chinese mythology, the red bird is based on the vermilion bird. But the red bird is the red bird. It's a yokai from the period of the night parade of 100 demons. It just resembles the vermilion bird and is revered as a deity in the land of cherry blossoms. The red bird was enormous, its entire body ablaze with flames, and it emitted a clear, melodious cry. Arya then used dark magic to summon a dark behemoth. The dark behemoth was enormous, exuding an aura of darkness. This is the strongest demon she can summon. Kill them! Chizuru roared angrily. Instantly, the Shikigami swarmed towards Ono Shosho and the other 2. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi relentlessly attacked them, its body twisting and turning, stirring up gusts of wind. Lin Xiao, wielding twin blades, deflected all of the Yamada no Orochi's attacks. The 2 lightsabers emitted a dazzling halo, with golden and white light, as they continuously slashed at the Yamada no Orochi, purifying its evil spiritual power. Ono Shosho's Shikigami, the red bird, spewed a flame from its mouth, burning towards the surrounding Shikigami. Wherever the flames reached, the Shikigami screamed and retreated in terror. Arya's dark behemoth attacked the surrounding Shikigami with its enormous claws, tearing one Shikigami apart with each attack. Seeing his allies being defeated, Orochi finally flew into a rage. Hiss! Woohoo! His enormous head spewed out an incomparably powerful spiritual force, sweeping towards Lin Xiao and the others. Careful! Lin Xiao sensed the opponent's powerful spiritual energy, exclaimed in surprise, and crossed his 2 swords into a cross shape to block in front of him. Boom! The immense spiritual energy slammed into the twin swords, like tons of dynamite, unleashing a scorching and powerful explosive force. Lin Xiao and the others were instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The lightsaber in Lin Xiao's hand had disappeared, and his Taoist robe was tattered from the impact. Fortunately, under his protection, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi and Ilea were not seriously injured. Dad! Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao stepped forward and saw a trace of blood seeping from the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Ha! Qianhe laughed loudly. 18 years ago, you were no match for me. I thought you had cultivated some unparalleled divine skill over the past 18 years, but you are still just trash. 18 years ago, I didn't kill you. This time, I won't let you escape again. Don't even think about it. At that moment, a figure darted out and rushed towards Qianhe. He was none other than Lin Xiao's disciple, the 3-headed immortal of the water demon. The 3-headed immortals transformed into a blur and instantly appeared in front of Qianhe. A huge head opened its maw and bit down at Qianhe. However, at this critical moment, the three-headed immortal venerable felt a tremendous force pulling him from behind. Before it could even bite down, its body was rapidly pulled away by that immense force, and it was involuntarily thrown backward. "Don't want," Lin Xiao shouted. Because the three-headed immortal venerable had already been bitten hard by one of the heads of the eight-headed serpent. Lin Xiao struggled to his feet, wanting to go forward and help the three-headed immortal venerable. However, the power difference between the three-headed immortal and the eight-headed serpent was enormous. Its three heads were completely suppressed in the fight against the 8 heads of the serpent, and the necks of all 3 heads were bitten off by the serpent. Moreover, the golden core inside his body was also sucked out and swallowed whole by the Yamada no Orochi. Bastard! Lin Xiao was so angry that he trembled all over. A free-range monster is no match for an ultimate Shikigami that has been nurtured for thousands of years. Even so, the three-headed immortal venerable still chose to fight bravely for Lin Xiao and for his faith. At that moment, it felt as if every cell in Lin Xiao's body was ignited. His sleeves fluttered and rustled, as if a powerful energy was brewing within him. "By the 3 pure ones above, your disciple is unworthy. But today I beseech the ancestral master to descend to the mortal realm and assist me in vanquishing the evil demons." Lin Xiao pulled out his most powerful magical artifact from behind his back, the Tai Chi diagram. He bit his finger and dripped blood onto the 2 eyes of the Tai Chi diagram. In an instant, the Tai Chi diagram shimmered with light, and a beam of light shot out from the Tai Chi diagram, shooting straight into the sky and reaching the top of the firmament. The next second, Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and chanted incantations. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and thunder rumbled. Amidst the dark clouds, the figure of an immortal could be faintly seen. The immortal had a kind face, but his eyes revealed boundless majesty. In an instant, the entire Turtle Island was enveloped by a powerful force. Chapter 640 Yamada no Orochi. This scene stunned everyone present. What exactly is this incredibly powerful energy? Chizuru staggered back several steps, staring in astonishment at the dark sky. The next second, the immortal figure disappeared, and the beam of light from the Tai Chi diagram retracted and returned to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted a golden light, and even his pupils looked like 2 golden beans. "I only borrowed a trace of the ancestral master's magic power, but it's enough." As Lin Xiao spoke, he held up the Tai Chi diagram and shouted, "Heavenly lightning descends to slay demons and evil spirits." Rumble. Thunder rumbled from the sky, and thick bolts of lightning, like giant silver dragons, struck down towards divine Turtle Island. Amidst countless bolts of heavenly lightning, Lin Xiao stood proudly, almost like a god. As if the lightning bolts had a special ability to recognize them, each bolt struck directly at the Shikigami. Under the attack of the heavenly lightning, the Shikigami screamed and fell to the ground, turning into ashes. The Yamada no Orochi sensed Lin Xiao's immense power and roared in anger. Its 8 heads opened simultaneously, spewing streams of black flames at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao flicked his sleeve, and a golden barrier appeared in front of him. The black flames struck the barrier and instantly dissipated. "You beast, prepare to die." Holding the Tai Chi diagram, Lin Xiao's aura suddenly surged. He roared and charged towards the Yamada no Orochi. Upon seeing this, the 8-headed serpent simultaneously lunged at Lin Xiao with all 8 of its heads. Lin Xiao dodged the attack of the Yamada no Orochi with a flash of movement. He waved the Tai Chi diagram, and streams of golden sword energy shot out from it. Sword energy crisscrossed, leaving numerous wounds on the body of the Yamada no Orochi. The Yamada no Orochi twisted its body angrily, trying to entangle Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao formed a hand seal with one hand and chanted an incantation. In the sky, bolts of lightning continuously struck down towards the Yamada no Orochi. Under the attack of heavenly lightning, the Yamada no Orochi's body grew weaker and weaker. "You beast, let's see how much more you can do." Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, mustered all his strength, and lifted the Tai Chi diagram high. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the Tai Chi diagram, slashing towards the head of the Yamada no Orochi. The Yamada no Orochi tried to dodge, but it was too late. The beam of light struck one of the Yamada no Orochi's heads, severing it. The Yamada no Orochi let out a painful howl, its body writhing violently. Although the 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi are powerful, they do not cooperate well. Lin Xiao easily severed one of its heads. Gods, quickly stop him! Chizuru was terrified and shouted loudly, while continuously channeling magical power into Orochi from behind. A mayfly trying to shake a tree, daring to resist the divine might of our ancestral master? Lin Xiao shouted, holding the Tai Chi diagram, and unleashed a powerful spiritual energy shockwave towards the second head of the Yamada no Orochi. At this moment, Ono Shoko and Arya, who were already furious, also joined the battle. Ono Shasho's Shikigami, Suzaku, spewed an even more intense flame, burning towards the third head of the Yamada no Orochi. Meanwhile, Arya's dark behemoth used its enormous claws to viciously claw towards the Yamada no Orochi's fourth head. Their combined abilities were insufficient to defeat the giant serpent's head, but under their cover, Lin Xiao easily severed the second head of the Yamada no Orochi. Woohoo! The Yamada no Orochi let out a painful howl, its body twisting violently, completely losing its previous domineering aura. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Xiao and the others continued their attack, and the other heads of the Yamada no Orochi were also attacked, making its body increasingly weak. Chizuru's expression turned extremely grim as she watched the Yamada no Orochi gradually lose its fighting power. She knew that if Orochi was defeated, their 9 Chrysanthemum Onmyoji team would be completely defeated. She gritted her teeth and decided to use her final trump card. Chizuru formed hand seals and chanted a spell. An extremely malevolent spiritual energy fluctuation emanated from her body. She poured all her spiritual power into the Yamada no Orochi. The Yamada no Orochi sensed this powerful spiritual energy, and its body instantly grew even larger, while its remaining 6 heads became even more ferocious. Oh no, she's fighting desperately. Xiao Yi Xiao Xiaozi shouted. He knew that Chizuru's move was a suicidal tactic. She poured all her life's cultivation into the body of the Yamada no Orochi. The Yamada no Orochi and its master were of one mind and spirit, becoming one, and would unleash their strongest fighting power. If they are not stopped in time, they will likely be defeated by Orochi. But Lin Xiao remained calm and said coldly, I want to see what you'll do when you unleash your full power. The next second, the Yamada no Orochi sensed its master's spiritual power and, as if reborn, fiercely pounced on Lin Xiao, biting down on all 6 of its heads at once. Lin Xiao then leaped over 10 meters away, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. He also poured all his spiritual power into the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi symbol shimmered with dazzling light, which grew stronger and stronger, as if it were illuminating the entire world. The Tai Chi principle governs all things, and all laws return to one. Lin Xiao shouted, and the Tai Chi diagram spun as it rushed towards the Yamada no Orochi. Wherever the Tai Chi symbol passes, all evil forces are purified. The spiritual energy exhaled by the Yamada no Orochi collided with the power of the Taiji diagram, producing a series of explosive booms. In an instant, it was as if the air itself was compressed and exploded, with flames filling the sky and crackling loudly. Hold on, Chizuru murmured. She unleashed all her spiritual power, and at that moment she looked as if she had been drained dry, frail, and weak. Seizing the opportunity, Ono Shoshozi urged her Shikigami to rush towards Chizuru. Ono, stop! Lin Zhao's loud shout came from the air. Dad, I could have taken the opportunity to kill her. Ono said, puzzled. I was once ambushed and defeated by her. If we use such methods, how are we any different from her? Lin Xiao said. I want her to know that Chinese Taoist magic is profound and extensive, and I will defeat her with the most honorable means. Master is fixated on something. Arya said, we shouldn't interfere. Ono Shoko gritted her teeth, still filled with resentment as she looked at her enemy. At this moment, The battle between Lin Xiao and the Yamada no Orochi continues. The Yamada no Orochi gradually weakened and retreated in defeat. Lin Xiao's Taiji diagram, however, became increasingly powerful in spiritual energy the more he fought. The Yamada no Orochi sensed the powerful force of the Tai Chi diagram and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom. The next second, the Tai Chi diagram crashed into the Yamada no Orochi, producing a tremendous roar. The Yamada no Orochi's body swayed precariously after being struck by the Tai Chi diagram, and it fell leisurely from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Xiao pressed his advantage, throwing the Taiji diagram into the air. The lightsaber in his hand reappeared, and he slashed at the head of the Yamada no Orochi. Rumble. The Tai Chi diagram spun in the air, drawing down heavenly lightning that struck the Yamada no Orochi, rendering it immobile. Lin Xiao then used his lightsaber to swiftly sever all 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi. Then, he cleaved open the enormous body of the Yamada no Orochi with a single sword stroke and retrieved a golden elixir from within. Those were relics of the 3 immortal venerables. Its cultivation level must have been condensed on that golden core. Call. The next second, the body of the Yamada no Orochi turned into ashes, which were scattered and blown away by the raging wind and rain. Chapter 641 Desperate Counterattack. We've lost. Chizuru watched all this, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes, but she knew that it was all over. She knew that the 9 Chrysanthemum Inyang Master Team had completely failed. Seeing Orochi defeated, the other Onmyoji also lost their will to fight. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Lady Chizuru is the mainstay of Kyuki today, and the 50 Onmyoji present are also Kyuki's strongest fighting force. Such a powerful team was defeated. Juju was utterly defeated. Lin Xiao retrieved the Tai Chi diagram in the air and opened a gourd he carried with him. A faint misty aura wafted out from inside. Sakura, look, this is the woman who tore our happy family apart. Lin Xiao's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Today, I will kill her and make her pay the debt she owes to our family. Lin Xiao charged toward Qianhe, wielding a lightsaber. However, in desperation, Chizuru had one last spell left. That is, by summoning her protective Shikigami to block the opponent's attacks, she can use a teleportation array to escape. She threw out the protective talisman, summoning more than 10 protective Shikigami. However, at this moment, Qianhe's magic power had been completely drained, and she was emaciated and had no control over herself whatsoever. The Shikigami in Onmyoji need to be conquered. If the master's magic power and spiritual power are insufficient, the Shikigami will turn against the master. This is very similar to rebellion. After these 10 protective Shikigami appeared, they sensed that their master's spiritual power was weak and immediately turned against her, all of them coming to devour Chizuru's flesh and blood. It is important to know that Shikigami do not have a physical form. What they crave most is to have a physical form that can house their spirit. And the one who best fits this condition is their owner. After all, having spent every day with its master, their spiritual powers were connected, and it was already extremely familiar with this body. Therefore, the Shikigami are always coveting the body of the Onmyoji. Once the Onmyoji loses control of the Shikigami will retaliate instantly, like a hungry wolf seeing a sheep. Seeing the Shikigami suffer a backlash, the other Onmyoji rushed forward to help Chizuru resolve the situation. However, the previous battles had already left those Onmyoji severely injured, greatly reducing their combat strength. Moreover, they completely underestimated the Shikigami in front of them. The protective Shikigami that Chizuru raised must have very strong spiritual power. At this moment, Chizuru's mind was also in turmoil. No, I am your master, no. The Shikigami's submission over the years has made Chizuru less aware of the Shikigami's tendency to backfire. She has no worries about this, believing that since the Shikigami have completely submitted, they will never backfire. But at this moment, she truly realized that Shikigami are ungrateful wretches. The next second, the Shikigami surrounded Chizuru and the injured Onmyoji, launching a backlash attack. Instantly, cries of agony filled the air. Evil will be punished by heaven, Lin Xiao said, It seems I don't need to do it myself. As he spoke, he looked at the wisp of misty air. Sakura, did you see that? We defeated the enemy. Lin Xiao said. Next, I will use all my abilities to restore your primordial spirit. As he spoke, Lin Xiao collected that wisp of energy into the gourd. Soon, Chizuru and the Onmyoji were torn to pieces by the backlash of the Shikigami. Having eaten their fill, the Shikigami were now without a master, and their intention to attack Lin Xiao was not obvious. Moreover, Lin Xiao was emanating magical power, which made them wary. And so, the Shikigami scattered like a rabble, disappearing into the dark night sky. The magical battle has finally come to an end. Lin Xiao and the others returned to their base, where the workers were gathered together. There were no casualties. The workers could only see various colored sparks flashing in the distance during their battle with Chizuru. They couldn't see the specifics of the fight. So, Xiao Zi took the opportunity to lie, telling Lei Long and the others that they had just engaged in a fierce gunfight with the enemy and finally repelled them all. In reality, gunfights did occur. But it wasn't them. Instead, it's Jiangning. Just after Lin Xiao and Xiao Zi were sent to Turtle Island, Jiangning's Huahai mining headquarters was also attacked by the North Sea Alliance. Although it was called a sneak attack, it was actually within Jiangning's predictions. Because he knew that once the 6th mining area opened, he would suffer the most fatal blow from the North Sea Alliance. The North Sea Alliance has Onmyoji, warriors, ninjas, and gunmen. They will definitely attack him from multiple angles. On Turtle Island, however, only traces of Onmyoji were found. This suggests that others are likely keeping an eye on his base of operations. After all, this place contains the equipment and oversees central warehouse that Huahai mining needs most. The destruction of this site will severely damage the Jiangning cherry blossom branch. Therefore, Jiangning's dispatch of Lei Long, Xiao Dao, and even Duan Shui Lu to Shungue Island was actually a tactic to confuse the enemy. This makes the other side feel that Jiangning has sent out all its main forces. So, the people of the North Sea Alliance, under the cover of darkness, arrived at the headquarters of Huahai Mining. They were so quiet and secretive, they felt that this surprise attack would catch Jiangning off guard. Little did they know, Jiangning had been waiting for this for a long time. In the dead of night in Hokkaido, it is pitch black. A biting wind howled past, swirling up the snow on the ground and making a rustling sound. Huahai Mining's headquarters, like an ancient palace, sits alone in a remote area by the sea. As night deepened, the North Sea Alliance forces approached the headquarters like ghosts from all directions. They first hid at a distance, observing the movements of the main camp. Their men are concentrated in the dormitories and warehouses, a scout said. The main fighting force should be stationed in the lobby of the office building at this time. All right, let's raid their main office building. Laura, the leader of the North Sea Alliance, led her group towards Huahai Mining under the cover of night. Laura was full of confidence that she would defeat Jiangning last time, but Jiangning knocked her to the ground instead, leaving her humiliated. Meanwhile, public opinion in Japan was running high, with many criticizing Laura and the core members of the North Sea Alliance. Laura was furious. She had to get that face back. Therefore, this time she personally led a 100-strong elite force of the North Sea Alliance, composed of members from the Kokai, Bushido, and the Ninja Association, to completely destroy Huahai Mining's headquarters. Because of the harsh coastal climate in Hokkaido, Huahai Mining has replaced its gatekeepers with AI robot dogs. Laura sent 2 ninjas to sneak over and sever the circuitry of the AI robot dog guarding the gate. Then, he led the large group into the Huahai Mining compound and headed straight for the main office building. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An alarm sounded inside the compound, and someone exclaimed in surprise. Something's happened. Assemble immediately. Then, Laura saw the main office building brightly lit, with people bustling inside. Shooting. Laura waved her hand. The gunmen behind him set up their submachine guns and began firing at the office building that was so close at hand. Chapter 642 Battle of Beihai, Part 1. In the dead of night, in a secluded location, inside the factory compound, bullets flew like a meteor shower, indifferently piercing the windows of the office building and entering the room. Instantly, chaos erupted inside the office building, with screams and cries for help escaping from time to time. The people from the North Sea Alliance came tonight with no intention of letting anyone go. They took turns firing, with the first rank running out of bullets before the next rank took their turn. There is almost no free time. Meanwhile, another team had already gone to the warehouse, intending to capture all the night shift workers there. After several rounds of shooting, Laura heard her teammates' voices through her walkie-talkie. "Captain, the warehouse is empty." "Nobody's here?" Laura asked, puzzled. The team leader who went to the warehouse to arrest people said into the walkie-talkie, "Yes, boss, there's no one there. It's completely empty." Not good. Laura immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly said to everyone, "Cease fire." Just as she finished speaking, gunshots rang out from all around. It turns out that all the images in the office building were fake. Jiang Ning knew there was a traitor in his factory, so he deliberately leaked the factory's daily operations. Tonight, he sent the people he suspected to Turtle Island, ensuring that only his trusted confidants remained by his side. Then, his plans for the night were all carried out in secret. At this moment, Laura and the others were inside the factory, having used up a lot of their ammunition, when Jiang Ning's men, who had been lying in ambush, appeared. Fiancée, along with the gunmen from the Huahai Society, surrounded the Beihai Alliance team from all directions, firing their guns at them. Sophie, the White Lowly, and Jenny, the Black Pearl, are also in the gunman team. They are top-notch assassins, and every shot they take hits the enemy's vitals. Get cover. Laura realized she had been tricked and quickly adjusted her strategy. The Huahai mining compound contains a lot of machinery and stone piles, which make it a good shelter. The members of the North Sea Alliance found cover and hid behind it. However, more than a dozen of his men were shot, with half of them killed and half wounded. Then, a fierce gunfight broke out between the two sides. While this gunfight was taking place, on the other side of Turtle Island, Lin Xiao and his son Ono were fighting against the Onmyoji team led by Chizuru. Therefore, tonight's battle is a full-scale, two-pronged operation by the Huahai Association and the Beihai Alliance. On one side is an ancient duel of mystical arts. On one side, there is fierce fighting with modern firearms. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, and they were almost out of bullets. Originally, Fiancée had only managed to acquire a limited number of guns and ammunition through various channels, so even with his best efforts to save money, he was currently facing a shortage. "Sigh, it's really tough not being on our home turf." Fiancée sighed. If this were in Sambiampo, he would have brought planes and tanks over. However, upon arriving in Japan, they could only secretly acquire a few usable weapons, which greatly reduced their combat effectiveness. Similarly, the North Sea Alliance just fired at the main building, wasting nearly half of their ammunition, and is now almost out of ammunition as well. At that moment, the two sides seemed to have reached a tacit understanding and immediately ceased fire. "Is this how the Huahai Association welcomes friends?" Laura shouted. Her voice was incredibly penetrating, echoing through the empty night. "Have friends? Do you have friends who come in and start shooting at me?" Jiang Ning's voice came through the loudspeaker. "If I'm not mistaken, you're almost out of bullets, aren't you?" "Don't worry, we're hiding from the bullets. We'll fight to the bitter end," Laura shouted. How could she possibly reveal her hand? However, Jiang Ning had already seen through her and didn't expose her. Instead, he said, "I remember there are many samurai and ninjas in the North Sea Alliance. Do you mean that samurai use guns now? That's an insult to your Bushido." "Jiang Ning, what do you want to say?" Laura demanded. "I think we should put down our guns and have a real fight," Jiang Ning said, in the most primitive way. "You think you have a chance of winning?" Laura sneered. "I respect the most primitive form of dueling," Jiang Ning said. "What kind of skill is it to use a gun?" "Then don't blame me for ganging up on you," Laura said. "Don't worry, you guys aren't enough," Jiang Ning said, taking the lead in expressing his support. He walked alone to an open area and said, "Put down your weapons and come out." Laura led the group out of the cover and threw down their weapons. Behind Jiang Ning, more than a dozen of his men also stepped forward. "Jiang Ning, I thought you had a lot of backing, but this is all you have. They're not even enough to fill a gap between your teeth," Laura sneered. "My men are more than enough to deal with your group." Jiang Ning smiled slightly. "How arrogant," Laura said. "You're asking for death. All of you." Attack them together and kill them all. Leave no one alive." As they spoke, the first wave of 20-odd samurai from Bushido charged forward, followed by ninjas, and then members of the Kyokai. On the Jiangning side, the first to strike was Crimson Blade Lofia. She was dressed in a striking red outfit, like a burning flame. She held 2 sharp daggers in her hands, which gleamed coldly in the moonlight. You should know that this kind of duel with cold weapons is her favorite. Lofia moved through the enemy ranks like a ghost, her movements light and agile, each strike precisely hitting the enemy's vitals. A warrior from the North Sea Alliance swung his longsword at her, but Lofia dodged to the side, then quickly circled behind the warrior and plunged her dagger into his back. The warrior screamed and fell to the ground. White Lolita Sophie was not to be outdone. Although she looked delicate and cute, she actually possessed super strong destructive power. She was the strongest in close combat among the black and white duo. Holding a short knife, she and Lofia charged into the enemy ranks one after the other. Jenny, the South African Black Pearl, saw that her partner had joined the battle, so she dared not slack off and charged into the enemy ranks. She was tall and strong, with well-defined muscles. She wielded a machete with great skill, like a tiger among sheep. With each swing of her sword, she could cut her enemy's head open and cause them to bleed profusely. A member of the Prosperity Confederation wielded an iron bar and swung it at her. Jenny easily blocked the blow with her machete, then swiftly slashed the thug across the chest, leaving him with a half-meter-long gash and nearly ripping open his abdomen. Sharpshooter Rossi was hidden high up in the distance, holding a high-precision sniper rifle, his eyes focused and calm. Because she wanted to make sure the other party wouldn't try anything funny. If anyone tried anything underhanded, she would shoot them dead. Lu Qianren and Lu Qianhui were also fighting the enemy back to back. Lu Qianren's swordsmanship is now more refined. Back in Haicheng, he could single-handedly charge into a group of 100 men and cut off the leader's arm. He is even more formidable now, dealing with these people effortlessly. Wherever his blade flashed, enemies fell to the ground. A ninja attempted to ambush him with a hidden weapon, but Lu Qianren reacted quickly, deflecting the weapon with his knife, and then rushing towards the ninja, kicking him away. Chapter 643 Battle of Beihai, Part 2. Song Si and Medic Jasmine were with Jiang Ning. Song Si is also a retired soldier king, with superb martial arts skills. Jasmine is slightly weaker, but she doesn't need to confront the enemy head-on. She only needs to watch out for any injured comrades and have them retreat to her aid for treatment. This is a chaotic battle, but also a trial. Jiang Ning's trusted men are all capable of taking on 100 men each. If they can work together skillfully, they will achieve an even greater effect. The North Sea Alliance side. They were so arrogant just now, but they found that they were no match for Jiang Ning's side. Even when faced with Lu Qianren's swordsmanship, the group of warriors were powerless to fight back. The elite squad of 100 men had more than a dozen men shot down by Jiang Ning's team at first, and now, within minutes, they had lost half of their men, leaving only 30 or 40 men struggling to hold on. Upon seeing this, Laura sensed something was wrong. She retreated to a shelter and called Juju. The situation here is critical. Quickly send your Onmyoji to help. However, the other side was in a state of panic. I don't have enough manpower either. My Onmyoji team is all on Turtle Island, fighting fiercely with Jiang Ning's subordinates. Their situation is not optimistic either. This made Laura even more flustered. Screams rang out. His troops were on the verge of total annihilation. At this moment, one of the North Sea Alliance's men, seeing that the situation was not good, rolled over, picked up the machine gun he had thrown down, and was about to fire at Jiang Ning. Then, before he could pull the trigger, there was a loud bang. Rossi's sniper rifle instantly headshot him. Laura witnessed this scene firsthand. She immediately sensed that the situation was hopeless. These dozen or so people on the other side were no ordinary people. Moreover, there were precise snipers lying in ambush behind her, so she had no chance of winning this battle. A deep sense of despair welled up inside Laura. She had never imagined that Jiang Ning possessed such a powerful team. But a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. She was sent by the KKK to help, not to work for the North Sea Alliance. Seeing that the situation was not good, she quietly slipped to the side, picked up the pistol on the ground, and ran out of the factory. "Boss, lock onto the enemy leader." Rossi's voice came through the headset. She was ready to snipe Laura at any moment. "Ignore her, let her escape." Jiang Ning gave the order. "But, do as I say," Jiang Ning said. Laura ran wildly, and was surprised to find that she didn't encounter many obstacles along the way. Looking back at the elite troops of the North Sea Alliance still fiercely fighting Jiang Ning inside the factory, she sighed. Jiang Ning is no ordinary person. Then, they quickly disappeared into the pitch-black night. Laura ran away. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The North Sea Alliance members then discovered that Laura had indeed disappeared without a trace. In an instant, morale plummeted, and the remaining 20 or 30 men also surrendered. The fierce battle ended with Hua Haihui emerging victorious. Jiang Ning ordered the prisoners to clean up the battlefield and use them to sell the dead. Meanwhile, good news came from Turtle Island. Lin Xiao, leading Ono Xiaoxiatsi and Ilea, defeated Joju's main Onmyoji team, wiping out the entire enemy force. This battle was truly gratifying. "Fall back," Jiang Ning said to Xiao Yi Xiaoxiatsi over the phone. "Okay," Xiao Yi Xiaoxiaozi said. "Oh, right. Tell Lei Long and the others to come back too. You have a new mission." "Yes." A few hours later, inside a secret club in the suburbs of Hokkaido, Laura sat at the long table in the conference room, looking disheveled and extremely frustrated. Also present at this moment are the leaders of various factions. The leaders of the 9 Chrysanthemums sect, including Kikii Kimita, the head of the Bushido Dojo, Jiro Ono, the president of the Kyokai, Jinji Okita, and the president of the Ninja Association, Michiru Yanagishida, were all present. In addition, they had their closest guards, a total of more than 30. In tonight's battle, almost all of the North Sea Alliance's main forces were wiped out. These are their last remaining strength. No one expected it to end like this. In their minds, they never took Jiangning seriously from the beginning. When they started to take it seriously and launched a full-scale counterattack against Jiangning, they were surprised to find that the other side had already grown into a behemoth. "What do we do now?" Lu Xia asked, his face full of worry. "What should I do? What can I do?" Kikii Kimita asked, her face contorted in pain. In fact, he was the most frustrated. Because this time he brought out almost all of Joju's main forces, determined to win. As a result, the entire army was wiped out. Now he only has a few disciples left with him, and he doesn't know how to explain this to the previous 9 Chrysanthemum sect leaders. Jiangning is far more powerful than we imagined. Laura sighed and said, "Right now, we have no choice but to send in our KKK." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes. "Miss Laura, you have to stand up for us in this matter." At first, everyone had some complaints about Laura, but now that they heard what Laura said, they felt like they had grasped a lifeline, and their expressions immediately softened. "Miss Laura, you can see the current situation. We have all suffered heavy losses and cannot recover for the time being." Kyoakai's Okita Jinji said, "We have the utmost respect for the KKK, and at this time, we can only rely on the KKK. The KKK is a powerful force in North America with a wealth of talent within its ranks. Most importantly, everyone knows that the KKK is backed by the Sun Society. You should know that the Sun Society is one of the world's top organizations. Many wars in local areas of various countries, clashes of armed forces, and even regime changes in many small countries are all in their hands. To put it simply, the North Sea Alliance is like a baby in swaddling clothes, while the KKK is like a primary school student. In their presence, the Sun Society appears like a successful person wielding immense power and influence. The difference in levels is too great. Even without the intervention of a behemoth like the Sun Society, the KKK would be more than capable of handling the Huahai Society. Therefore, in an instant, all the leaders placed their hopes on the KKK. As someone sent by the KKK to lend their support, Laura felt a deep sense of guilt. She originally thought that Huahai would be an insignificant nobody, and that as long as she took action and cooperated with the Beihai Alliance, they could definitely handle it. Now that things have come to this, it would be quite embarrassing to have to go back to the association in such a disheveled state to ask for help. However, it seems there is no other way at the moment. Let me think about how to report to the higher-ups. Laura said, but please rest assured, I bear undeniable responsibility in dealing with Jiang Ning, and I did indeed underestimate him. Laura knew that saying these things was useless now. The only way for her to redeem herself from her mistakes was to ask the KKK to come forward and suppress Jiang Ning. Only by completely defeating Jiang Ning can she redeem herself from her past mistakes. However, the biggest flaw of these people was their excessive arrogance. They only care about their own thoughts, ignoring their opponent's thoughts. Because while they were plotting, Jiang Ning had already begun to act. Chapter 644 Surprise Attack, Part 1. Huahai Mining's headquarters. Everyone had returned to the main camp and were sitting in the spacious conference room, where Jiang Ning was explaining the strategy. The target's location is basically confirmed now, and we need to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance as quickly as possible. Jiang Ning said. The reason he let Laura go was actually a long-term strategy to reel in a bigger fish. Because he used the tracking talisman that Lin Xiao had given him beforehand during that chaotic battle. As long as the talisman is lit, Lin Xiao can track down whoever's movements within 24 hours once the ashes touch them. It's as accurate as GPS positioning. Therefore, Lin Xiao's spell just now provided Jiang Ning with Laura's exact location. Jiang Ning guessed that Laura's current hiding place must be where some important figures from the North Sea Alliance were. They failed tonight, so naturally they need to meet up and process today's results. Therefore, Jiang Ning planned to attack next. However, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and Jiang Ning couldn't let his brothers take such a risk. Before doing so, he needed to make thorough preparations. However, magic still has its drawbacks and cannot be as comprehensive as modern technology. At present, Jiang Ning can only pinpoint the other party's location, but he doesn't know what the situation is like there. Therefore, after a brief moment of thought, Jiang Ning began to devise tactics. Fourth brother, take a few brothers and go to the vicinity of the destination. Use drones to conduct aerial reconnaissance to determine the layout, type of the house, and surrounding environment of the residence where the other party lives. Jiang Ning said. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Song Si said. Li Bing, you and Xiao Dao, after fourth brother confirms the terrain, set up a plan to scout out the situation inside as much as possible. Jiang Ning said, including information about the enemy's personnel, whether they are carrying weapons and equipment, etc. Yes, boss. Boss, what are we doing? Lei Long asked. He hadn't put in any effort in today's decisive battle against the North Sea Alliance, and was feeling somewhat bored. Jiang Ning said, Don't worry, I've only assigned the work to the intelligence and technical support team. Jiang Ning then said to Song Si, Fourth brother, you will be the team leader. Li Bing, Xiao Dao, and all the brothers, you must cooperate fully. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Thunder Dragon. Exist. You, along with Qianren, Duan Shuiliu, Nuhan, Lofia, Sophie, and Jenny, will form an assault team. Upon receiving my orders, you will immediately break through the enemy's position. You will be the team leader. Yes, boss. Lei Long and the others replied in unison. Rosie, you'll be paired with Chia, mainly responsible for sniping. You'll lie in ambush at a high point near the target, with Chia as your assistant. Jiang Ning said. Yes. The two nodded in unison. Oh no. You and Arya will form a guard team. Your mission is to prevent outsiders from interfering with our mission and to be ready to assist the assault team in attacking the enemy at any time. Jiang Ning said. Yes. The two replied in unison. Jasmine, you will be in charge of the medical team alone, along with the guard team. Jiang Ning said. The guard team must remember to protect the medical team's safety, and the sniper team must also provide support at any time, assisting in sniping as soon as danger is detected. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Let's get started. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. After such a fierce battle, the opposing side must have thought that Jiang Ning would back down and happily savor the fruits of victory. In reality, they knew nothing about Jiang Ning's execution capabilities. After Jiang Ning made these arrangements, all his subordinates were completely convinced. This reconnaissance tactic involves each person performing their assigned tasks within their own capabilities, while also supporting each other in a tightly linked manner. Jiang Ning truly deserves to be called the person who can lead Huahai society to rapid rise. Such ability is not something that ordinary people can possess. Everyone was full of confidence and launched their attacks one after another. Jiang Ning was stationed at his headquarters, directing operations remotely. Uncle Lin, you must be tired too. Why don't you take a rest? Seeing that Lin Xiao looked very tired, Jiang Ning did not assign him any tasks this time. Besides, Lin Xiao is not his subordinate. It is Lin Xiao's kindness to help, and it is his right not to help. Lin Xiao was indeed very tired at this moment. Because, in his battle with Chizuru, he used the strongest technique of Shangqing, summoning the Patriarch to descend to the mortal realm. Although she only borrowed a little bit of the Patriarch's magic power, her mortal body made it difficult for her to withstand even a little bit of magic power, and she needed a period of recuperation. Moreover, the three-headed immortal venerable perished in this battle, and looking at the three-headed immortal venerable's golden core in his hand, his grief was palpable. What's this? Jiang Ning also noticed Lin Xiao's sadness. This is the inner core of the three-headed immortal venerable. It perished in the battle on Divine Turtle Island, Lin Xiao said. Jiang Ning felt a pang of sorrow. Although he didn't have a good impression of the monster who had deceived him, that guy was straightforward and mostly loyal. In particular, it helped him subdue Arya. If possible, I will have a temple built to enshrine him. Jiang Ning said. He had heard that if a temple was built for a demon and the incense offerings from the people were plentiful, it would be named in the celestial realm. After the cycle of reincarnation, it would still retain some magical power, and its cultivation in the next life would be easier. That's a good idea, Lin Xiao said. If you can make this happen, this inner core is yours. Huh? Jiang Ning asked in surprise. What use would I have for this inner core? It's incredibly useful, Lin Xiao said. You know, the three-headed immortal venerable started cultivating from a small sea serpent and has been cultivating for over 1,000 years to achieve his current level. Moreover, the place where he cultivates is the heavenly pool of White Mountain, where the spiritual energy is so rich that the inner core formed there must be a time-honored treasure. If you consume this inner core, you can preserve your primordial spirit and greatly enhance both your body and primordial spirit, Lin Xiao said. This is something that many cultivators can only dream of. Then you should keep it, Jiang Ning said. You are a cultivator, and it will be of help to you. No, Lin Xiao said. With my current cultivation level, it doesn't really restrict me much. On the contrary, it has a substantial promoting effect on a novice like you. Moreover, the Xin Tian Nine Dragons Cauldron is also in your hands, and your ancestors were also cultivators, which means that you have the talent and bloodline for cultivation. However, in this Dharma-ending age, it is difficult for you to activate your talent. If we had this inner core, it might have unexpected effects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was suddenly filled with excitement. Although he was much stronger than ordinary people, and his primordial spirit was also more robust, he always considered himself an ordinary person. Now that I've consumed this inner core, do I have the opportunity to become a cultivator? Those dashing, unrestrained immortals who move like the wind and fly on swords? Just as Jiang Ning was still dreaming, a subordinate came to report. Mr. Jiang, news from the control room is that all our teams have arrived at the target location, and the reconnaissance team is surveying the terrain. Please come to the control room to take command. All right. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, accepted the golden pill, and said to Lin Xiao, Uncle Lin, please rest well. I can handle the rest. Then, he and his men rushed to the control room. Chapter 645 Surprise Attack, Part 2. Inside the main control room, Jiang Ning put on his headset, and a message came through from Song Si of the intelligence team. Mr. Jiang, we have searched the area around the target. It's a very intriguing courtyard house. There are some factories around, but they all seem to be shut down. There are no other people around at the moment. The internal structure of the courtyard house is not complicated. It is less than 1,000 square meters and contains 3 buildings, 2 side rooms, and 1 main house. You can see people patrolling inside the park, and the main building is brightly lit, but you can't see what's inside. As they were speaking, an image taken by a high-altitude drone appeared on the large screen in the control room. The image gradually became clearer after processing. Jiang Ning carefully observed the structure of the courtyard house and the surrounding area, and had a general idea in mind. Can you confirm that the target is inside? Jiang Ning asked Song-si. We can't be sure, but just now a person came out of the main room and whispered to the guard. We used a drone to remotely film and analyze the images, and we concluded that the person was Liu Xiaodao, the president of the Ninja Association, Song-si said. Very good. Jiang Ning breathed a long sigh of relief. This leads us to deduce that this so-called courtyard house must be a local stronghold, and Liu Xiaodao is inside, so Laura is very likely to be inside as well. Based on this reasoning, there is a high possibility that there are other leaders of different factions. Therefore, that place must be under strict security. Fourth brother, whatever you do, don't get close. The drone should also be filming from the furthest altitude possible, Jiang Ning said. Then, he said to the guard team, Ono and Arya, use magic to check if the Onmyoji have set up any magic circles or barriers around us. Remember, don't let them find out. Yes. Ono Shosho took out a pile of paper figures, scattered them on the ground, and began to cast a spell. The paper figures spontaneously combusted without being lit, turning into wisps of smoke that drifted toward their target location. The North Sea Alliance has Onmyoji and ninjas. If they want to protect their base, they may use magic circles, traps, and barriers. Once an outsider enters, the people inside will be alerted, thus discovering the intruder. Therefore, it is not advisable to act rashly at this time. A few minutes later, Xiaoxiaozi's voice came through. Mr. Jiang, a boundary array has been detected around the target. I am breaking it. Okay, Jiang Ning said. Everyone listened to Jiang Ning's remote commands through their headsets, and they were amazed. Jiang Ning's tactical skills are comparable to those of an outstanding general on the battlefield. It seemed that he had everything under control. That's absolutely amazing. About 15 minutes later, Ono Xiaoxiaozi said, Mr. Jiang, the magic array around the target has been concealed by me, so our side will not be detected. Very good, Jiang Ning said. Now I will deploy the battle plan. Each group must listen carefully. Yes. Everyone on the other end of the headset strained to hear. The guard team set up a small illusion array 1 kilometer away at the 2 o'clock position of the target courtyard. Jiang Ning said. Yes. Ono Xiaoxiaozi and Ilya replied in unison. How long will it take? Jiang Ning asked. The small illusion array can target up to 10 people. The array is relatively small, so it will take about 15 minutes for Arya and me to set it up, said Ono Xiaoxiaozi. Okay, Jiang Ning said. The reconnaissance team will assist the guard team to ensure that the guard team's illusion array is not disturbed. In case of extreme situations, the sniper team should be ready to snipe at any time. Yes. The group began to divide the work and cooperate. 15 minutes later, the illusion array was completed. Next, the reconnaissance team will use explosives to detonate behind the illusion array. Jiang Ning said. Mr. Jiang, won't this alert the enemy? Song-si asked. That's exactly what we need to do, Jiang Ning said. The situation on the ground is unclear, so we need to lure them out. Clear. Song-si arranged for drone bombs to fly behind the illusion array. Boom. A loud bang, accompanied by a flash of fire, stood out starkly in the dark night. What's going on? Inside the courtyard clubhouse, the leaders of the Beihai Alliance were taken aback. Could it be that people from Jiangning have attacked? Okita Jinji said. How is that possible? Said Kikiai Kamita. Maya Myoji has set up a detection array within a radius of several miles. Even if a small animal runs into this area, we will be able to detect it. Besides, how would Jiang Ning and the others know we were here? Lu Xia said. Everyone nodded. Laura's expression was grave. Such a commotion must mean something unusual has happened. Send someone to check it out. Good. Kyoakai member Okita Jinji was still uneasy, so he waved to 2 of his underlings to go to the scene of the incident to investigate. The 2 henchmen, carrying their sidearms, went out through the back door, turned a corner, and arrived at the demolition site. However, upon arriving at the location, they were immediately corrupted by the illusionary magic array, causing their minds to become confused. After more than 10 minutes, the leaders of the North Sea Alliance became somewhat anxious. Logically speaking, given the short distance, The survey should have been completed by now. Have someone check remotely to see what's going on. Laura ordered. Lu Xiaodao's men picked up binoculars, went into the courtyard, stood on the ladder, and looked over the wall at the scene of the incident. The location of the incident was carefully chosen. Although it was not far away, it was partially obscured by dense bushes. The person could only see through the rustling gaps that the two team members who went to scout were having a heated discussion. Moreover, they cannot be contacted by mobile phone. Absurd. Lu Xiaodao's subordinate returned to the room and reported, "Those two idiots are arguing, and their phones are off." "Something's wrong," Laura said warily. "There might be someone lying in ambush there. Those two guys must be under control, deliberately leading us there. If that's the case, it means the enemy has discovered us." Everyone's expressions turned grave. But who is the enemy? Is it Jiangning? The issue has returned to its original point, making everyone even more uneasy. In the past, people were angry when they talked about Jiangning, but now they are deeply fearful. Their main force is gone. All that's left is this small spark. If this goes out, we're completely finished. Therefore, everyone is extremely cautious right now. The man who had been scouting with binoculars volunteered. "Should I lead the brothers over to take a look? If they really are the enemy, staying put isn't a solution." Laura took a deep breath. "Go and take a look, but be very careful. If you notice anything unusual when you get close, don't go in. Come back and report immediately." "Yes." The warrior under Lu Xiaodao's command led a few underlings out of the back door of the courtyard and quietly crept towards the scene of the incident. They gradually approached the scene, but found nothing unusual. Instead, they could hear the loud argument between the two investigators from before. Chapter 646 Surprise Attack, Part 3. "Hey, you ate my burger tonight, and now I'm starving. What makes you think that's yours? It's rightfully mine because it's rightfully mine when it's in front of me. You bastard, you ate one already. You're so greedy. You're the bastard." This conversation infuriated everyone who heard it. "Damn, everyone thought you two were being held hostage, but you're arguing over a hamburger. Something's wrong." The lead warrior and the others crept over quietly. Seeing that there was no danger nearby, and that the two showed no signs of stopping their argument, they stepped forward and stopped them, saying, "Are you done yet? Everyone is waiting for you to go back and report." Before the leader could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly went vacant, and his lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. The others who followed, like the former, found their minds in disarray once they reached their positions, and scenes they had never seen before appeared before their eyes. "Wow, beautiful girl. Money, so much money. Damn it, I'm going to get my revenge." The magic circle set up by Xiao can maximize the sharpest emotions in people's hearts. Therefore, everyone sees different scenes, but they are all true reflections of their inner feelings. Just like the two people before them, these people started arguing loudly. At this moment, all the leaders inside the courtyard clubhouse were furious. Are these guys planning a rebellion? However, the Nine Chrysanthemums sect leader, Kamita Kikiyai, looked increasingly grim. Something's not right. Something's not right. Everyone looked at Kikiyai Kamita. They must have been caught in an illusion spell, Kikiyai Kamita said. As the leader of the Nine Chrysanthemums sect, although Kamita Kikiyai is not the strongest onmyoji in the sect, he is still quite knowledgeable about simple illusion magic circles. He took the binoculars himself, went outside, and looked over the wall. Damn it, we really fell for their trap. Kikiyai Kamita cursed viciously. He could tell that his men had indeed fallen under the illusion spell. Once he confirmed this information, he knew the enemy must be nearby, and he needed to hurry back to tell the others. However, just as Kikiyai Kamita was about to go back into the house, she heard a loud bang. A bullet pierced his thigh, nearly breaking the bone. Oh! Kikiyai Kamita stumbled and fell to the ground, the intense pain preventing him from getting up. Help me! I've been ambushed! Kikiyai Kamita shouted. Several men rushed out of the house to pull away Kikiyai Kamita. Bang bang bang. The men had barely stepped outside when they were all shot down by machine gun fire. Hiss! Everyone in the room gasped in shock. Help me! Kikiyai Kamita was filled with immense fear. He is the leader of the Nine Chrysanthemum sect, holding a high position and wielding great power. Everyone bows and scrapes before him. But today, When faced with life and death, he completely chickened out. His magical artifacts were all inside the house, and he was currently unable to cast any spells, just like a lamb to the slaughter. "Help me," Kikii Kimita shouted, but no one came out of the house. Because just now, more than a dozen people went out and were misled by the illusion array. Later, in an attempt to save him, the nameless henchman was shot by the other side. Besides the leaders, there were fewer than 10 underlings left inside the room. Nobody wants to suffer any more losses. Bang! Another shot rang out, hitting Kikii Kimita in the other calf. Oh! Kikii Kimita lay in a pool of blood, wailing in agony. At that moment, he saw things clearly. What kind of alliance is this? They're all just scheming individuals. "You bastards, you bunch of bastards!" Kikii Kimita shouted angrily. However, there were still 2 Onmyoji with the 9 chrysanthemum skill inside the house at that moment. They were all personally trained disciples of Kikii Kimita. Seeing their master being treated like this, they were anxious but dared not act rashly. One of the Onmyoji, named Inoue Masao, roared angrily at the crowd. "We are partners. My master is being treated like this, and you don't even lend a helping hand. Have you all been eaten by dogs? We don't know what's going on outside. You go if you want," the others said. Everyone is in danger now, so naturally no one is willing to go out and help. Could it be someone from Jiangning? Someone questioned again. This statement was also recognized by everyone. Right now in Japan, who else would dare to be so bold? "Laura, it was you who brought Jiangning here." Inoue Masao finally found a way out and shouted angrily at Laura. "Don't make false accusations," Laura said. "No one was following me when I left. You must have conspired with Jiangning. Otherwise, how come you were the only one to return after the entire army was wiped out?" Inoue Masao said. His words immediately aroused everyone's suspicion. "Laura, we trusted you so much, yet you've led us into a dead end. It's hard not to be suspicious," Lu Xia said. Jiro Ono couldn't hold back any longer, and said angrily, "None of my dozens of elite disciples returned alive under your leadership. Laura, what exactly have you been doing?" Suddenly, infighting broke out among the people inside the room. "If you don't believe me, go and deal with Jiangning yourselves," Laura shouted angrily. "Look, she's finally showing her true colors," Inoue Masao said. "I think she's in cahoots with Jiangning." "Yes, Laura is definitely suspicious." Another Onmyoji added fuel to the fire. "You two are such pigs," Laura said viciously. "Laura, if you're willing to go out and rescue Kikii Kimita, we'll believe you," Jiro Ono said. "You're using moral blackmail," Laura said. "There are snipers outside right now. Anyone who goes out is just going to their death. Laura, under your leadership, we've reached a dead end. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer today, do you think we'll let you go?" Lu Shedao threatened. "What? You've rebelled." Laura was furious. She pulled out a pistol from her pocket and pointed it at Lu Xia, saying, "What answer do you want?" "You." Lu Shedao gritted his teeth in anger. His 2 disciples beside him gripped their katana tightly, ready to strike at any moment. However, at that moment, a loud shout came from outside. "Someone's coming." Just then, several figures were seen scaling the wall and rushing into the house. "Attack!" Laura shouted. Boom. A bomb smashed through the glass, was thrown into the house, and exploded with a bang. Everyone was stunned by the explosion, and smoke and dust filled the room. "They're from Jiangning." Kikii Kimita shouted loudly from outside the door. "Laura, you really did bring Jiangning here," Onojiro said angrily. "We must unite and not suspect each other," Laura said. "Prepare for battle." But right now, no one is listening to him. Instead, they're all looking for cover to hide. The next second, several more bombs were thrown into the house. Chapter 647: The End of the North Sea Alliance. Boom. The house was filled with smoke and dust, a scene of utter chaos, with debris flying everywhere, and the alarm blared sharply in the night sky. Inside the room, the core members of the North Sea Alliance were stunned into silence, their composure vanishing instantly. Sizzle. Immediately afterwards, several smoke grenades were thrown in, and smoke and dust instantly filled the air. Xiao Dao charged into the clubhouse lobby, his figure as agile as a leopard, the sharp blade in his hand gleaming coldly. A member of the North Sea Alliance tried to stop him, swinging a stick at him. Xiao Dao dodged the attack easily by sidestepping, and then delivered a beautiful spinning kick, knocking the man to the ground. His movements were fluid and seamless, giving the enemy no chance to catch their breath. Lei Long, Nu Han, and others rushed into the house one after another, engaging in battles with the remnants of the North Sea Alliance in various corners. In an instant, the room was in complete chaos. Some engaged in close combat with the enemy, exchanging blows with their fists and feet, producing dull thuds as they struck each other. Some used their firearms to engage in firefights with the enemy, bullets whistling past and leaving bullet holes in the walls. The room was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Tables and chairs were overturned, and documents were scattered all over the floor. The core members of the North Sea Alliance quickly recovered from their shock and began to organize a counterattack. Using their familiarity with the terrain and their well-trained skills, they evaded the Jiangning team's attack and prepared to escape through the back door. However, Lu Qianren and Duan Shuilu, along with a group of people, were already waiting outside the back door. Trying to escape? Lu Qianren, holding a gleaming longsword, walked towards the leader of the North Sea Alliance. Behind Lu Qianren, there were some henchmen pointing guns at the door. At this moment, all the leaders of the North Sea Alliance collapsed. They were at their wits' end, completely desperate. Late at night, Jiang Ning held a glass of red wine and took a small sip. Yes, it's top-quality Romanicani. Boss, the enemy put up a stubborn resistance. We've already killed them. Lei Long's voice came through the headset. Not a single one was left. Not a single one was left. Sigh. Jiang Ning sighed. He gave them advance orders that if the other side surrendered, their lives would be spared. The tragedy that has occurred must be due to the opponent's desperate struggle, which threatened the lives of Lei Long and the others, leading to their deaths. Clear the battlefield before dawn, Jiang Ning said. Yes. The sun rose as usual the next day. However, some people's lives are forever left in yesterday. The land of the cherry blossom country remains as peaceful as ever, but beneath this tranquility, turbulent undercurrents are already brewing. The four strongest local forces, the 9 Chrysanthemums faction, Bushido, the Ninja Association, and the Co-Prosperity Sphere, almost collapsed overnight. The rest are just some insignificant nobody who can't cause any trouble. Behind the scenes, rumors were circulating that a Chinese organization called the Huahai Society had overthrown all these forces overnight. Moreover, the rumors are becoming increasingly outlandish. Some even say that a man named Jiang Ning single-handedly wiped out all forces overnight. Of course, no one has any evidence. Everyone just listened to it as a story. However, it is true that these forces have suffered heavy losses. With the change of leadership in the Kaiwaikai, the Okita family completely collapsed. An old rival within the organization, who had always been dissatisfied with the Okita family, seized the opportunity to come to power and began to work on restoring order to the Kaiwaikai. Only a few elderly elders remained in the 9 Chrysanthemums sect. In order to ensure the continuation of the sect's lineage, with the support of the Inyang Bureau, they appointed Kamita Kikiai's eldest son as the acting leader of the 9 Chrysanthemums sect. But everyone knows that Juju has become an empty shell. The lack of leadership in Bushido and the Ninja Association led to their fragmentation and disintegration. To make a living, some samurai and ninjas even took to the streets to perform. In short, these forces that oppose Jiangning have been completely defeated. Even if they want to make a comeback, it will take at least 3 to 5 years before they can make any progress. Huahai society has firmly established itself in Japan, especially in Hokkaido, where no one dares to mess with them. However, Jiangning cannot let its guard down. Because the Kyoto News is a lackey of the Ku Klux Klan. The North Sea Alliance was also established at the behest of the KKK. In particular, Laura, who was sent by the KKK, also died at the hands of the Huahai Society members. Therefore, the KKK will not stand idly by in this matter. Over the next few days, Jiang Ning sorted out the affairs of Huahai Mining's Hokkaido branch. After confirming that there were no problems, he left Duan Shuilu and Lu Qianren there as the local supervisors. Then, he led his troops back to the capital. Of course, they didn't return to China, but to Sambianpo, the overseas base of the Huahai Association. After recuperating at Sambiampo for a few days, Jiang Ning summoned Lung Yu, Red Scorpion, and Quinn to his presence to tally the quantity of ore. According to the conditions given by Lin Xiao, all the other gemstones have met the requirements, except for obsidian. At the current rate of obsidian production, it would take about a month to gather the required quantity. Jiang Ning didn't plan to be idle during this month. Seeing that Master Lin Xiao's health had improved considerably, he began to discuss with Master Lin Xiao the preparations for building the space-time intersection array. Jiang Ning named this project the Romantic Time and Space Project, although the name is a bit rustic. However, Jiang Ning felt that this was a journey to find love, and also a wonderful experience that connected her past and present lives. Therefore, the word romantic is most fitting. Under the instructions of Taoist Lin Xiao, Jiang Ning prepared all the other items needed to build the grand formation and, together with Taoist Lin Xiao, decided on the location for its construction. North of Mandu, Old Asan. The Great Formation was built in Lao Ai Mountain, which had 3 advantages. First, there are logging camps and gold mines in Jiangning and Lao Ai Mountain, making it convenient to build a large formation there. Secondly, the Lao Ai Mountain has virgin forests and many places are rarely visited by people, so it is not easy to be disturbed. Third, Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit was lost in Lao Asan. Logically speaking, building a space-time interlacing array there would increase the chances of finding Shun Lingyue. Therefore, Jiang Ning, along with Taoist Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, and Ilea, went to Lao Ai Mountain ahead of everyone else. The others rested at Sambiampo. Among them, Lung Yu, Hong Xiezi, Lei Long Li Bing, and Xiao Dao set off for Lao Asan a few days after leaving Jiangning, because they also need to periodically check on the logging sites and gold mines. After spending one night at the Huahai Society's old Asan stronghold, Jiang Ning, Lin Xiao, and the other 3 went to the place where Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit had been lost the next day. Xiaoxiatzi still feels very guilty about this. She clearly remembered where she had placed the magic array, so she easily found it. Dad, this is where I set up my ambush. Xiao Yi Xiao Xiaozi stood on the hillside and pointed downwards. Lin Xiao frowned, looked around, and said, the spiritual energy here is more concentrated than in other places, so it can serve as a core base for a large formation. Chapter 648-18 Rakshasa. The construction of a large formation requires a foundation. The base point is the foundation of the grand formation, like the skeleton supporting the formation. It receives the spiritual energy gathered from all directions and guides it into the grand formation through runes. The spiritual energy entering the formation will be captured by the runes, transformed into energy, and used to fulfill a certain purpose according to the commands of the incantation. This is the logic of a magic circle. Therefore, if you want to build a magic array, the first thing you need to do is build the array base. This space-time interweaving array is an extremely large array, so the framework of the array base is very large, with hundreds of base points alone. Using this place as the center, select a base point within a radius of 100 miles. Lin Xiao said. Jiang Ning was taken aback. This is simply magnificent. The largest magic arrays we usually see are only a few thousand meters long, Jiang Ning remarked. The larger the magic circle, the more resources are needed. Jiang Ning finally understood why Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi had asked him to prepare so many gemstones and ores. This is an unprecedented and enormous undertaking. Over the next week, I need to find the base point of the Great Formation within a radius of 100 miles. Lin Xiao said to Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi and Ilea. You two will accompany me in the search. And what about me? Jiang Ning asked. Mr. Jiang, you can go about your business first, Lin Xiao said. Once I've finalized all the base points, I'll need your help. Okay, Jiang Ning said. I'll leave everything to Uncle Lin's arrangements. Afterwards, Jiang Ning returned to the gold mine for an inspection. Originally, the plan was to stay at Lao Asan for a week and proceed with the next step of the plan after Lin Xiao completed the array base. However, news soon came from Sambiampo that members of the Ku Klux Klan had arrived there and were expected to take action soon. Jiang Ning had no choice but to lead everyone back to Sambiampo without stopping. Today, the headquarters of Huahai Association is located in Sambiampo, and much of its equipment has also been moved to Sambiampo. After all, it's more convenient to do anything there. Jiang Ning was not surprised to hear the news. He knew the KKK would definitely take action. It was just a matter of time. However, the KKK is not like those other forces. It is very powerful and has the support of the Sun Society, so it should not be underestimated. Therefore, after Jiang Ning returned to Sambiampo, he began to prepare to deal with the KKK. Furthermore, during this period, Jiang Ning bestowed titles upon his subordinates. The 18 Rakshasa. These 18 Rakshasa included the original confidants, Lei Long, Xiao Dao, and Li Bing. Needless to say, Leng Yu and Hong Xiezi were also among them. Lu Qianren and Lu Qianhui joined the Qinggang Society. Song Si, Jasmine, and Xiao Yi Xiao, who were recruited in Southeast Asia, are also on the list. Next came Nohan, the Russian heavy artilleryman, Lofia, the Crimson Blade, Sophie, the Greek White Lowly, Jenny, the South African Black Pearl, Rossi, the Sharpshooter, Duan Shuilu, the Sword Master, and Arya, the Black Wizard. In fact, there are a total of 17 people listed above. This last position is reserved for someone with outstanding abilities who will emerge from the Huahai Society in the future and who can then rise to become the last of the 18 Rakshasa. The other two technical talents, Super Hacker Moon and Gambling Master Bai Yushan, are not among the Rakshasa. Because they generally do not participate in direct combat, they will be awarded other titles later. With the conferred titles, everyone felt a greater sense of unity and honor. Moreover, the other members of the Huahai Society also dreamed of having the opportunity to become one of the 18 Rakshasa in the future. For them, it was a dream, an unparalleled glory. The 3 days following the investiture were peaceful and uneventful. The fourth night, Sambiampo Yunding Manor. Dozens of elite gunmen, under the cover of night, silently approached the manor. At this moment, the manor gates were tightly closed, and the surrounding fortifications showed clear signs of reinforcement. The next second, dark clouds covered the moon, and the entire manor was shrouded in a thick darkness. Those dozens of elite gunmen were naturally the ace assassination squad of the 3K. They moved like ghosts, their steps light and agile, the guns in their hands gleaming coldly in the moonlight, as they crept towards the manor in different directions. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, several sharp gunshots shattered the silence of the night. A KKK gunman accidentally triggered a trap on the outskirts of the manor. Bullets shot out instantly from a concealed firing port, and the gunman fell to the ground. "There's an ambush," someone exclaimed. "Attack." Inside the manor, Jiang Ning spoke into the walkie-talkie. Gunfire erupted, and the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce gun battle. The KKK gunmen quickly took cover and began firing fiercely into the manor. It must be said that the elite members of the KKK are indeed exceptionally capable. Each of them possessed incredibly accurate marksmanship, and their ability to provide cover and evade was top-notch. Bullets rained down through the air, striking the walls of the manor and sending sparks flying. Several of his underlings were quickly hit by the enemy and fell to the ground, unable to get up. As the host, Huahai Club naturally wouldn't show weakness. Relying on their familiarity with the manor's terrain, they launched counterattacks from every corner. "Get the weapons," Song Si shouted. In front of the manor gate, several heavy machine guns roared, spitting out long tongues of fire, forming a dense network of firepower. Jasmine led the medical team to drag the wounded younger brother back to a safe area for bandaging and treatment. The heavy machine gun team was led by Lei Long. He kept firing at the KKK members, who tried to break through the defenses, but each charge was relentlessly repelled. As soon as a gunman peeked out from behind cover, a bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, and he instantly fell to the ground. As the gunfight continued, the KKK realized that a frontal assault was unlikely to be effective, so some gunmen began to circle around to the side of the manor, trying to find a breakthrough. They climbed over the wall and entered the manor's garden. In the garden, the 18 demons had been waiting for a long time. The two sides clashed immediately and engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat. A KKK gunman brandished a dagger and stabbed at Leng Yu in front of him. Lung Yu nimbly dodged to the side, simultaneously kicking the gunman in the abdomen. The gunman doubled over in pain, and Lung Yu stepped forward, snatched the dagger from his hand, and stabbed him in the chest with her other hand. It should be noted that each of the 18 Rakshasas is capable of standing alone. These KKK elites who jumped over the wall are already the cream of the crop, but they are still very inexperienced when facing the 18 Rakshasa. Of course, the KKK is no ordinary benevolent group. Although they sent out a team of assassins, there were still outcasts among them. A KKK member resembling a dark wizard is casting dark magic. He muttered incantations, and beams of black light shot out from his hands, striking several of Jiang Ning's underlings. The underlings collapsed to the ground in agony, black smoke billowing from their bodies. Chapter 649, Teaching 3K a Lesson. Dark magic, that's interesting. Arya suddenly became interested. She also began casting spells swiftly, and a golden light shot from his hand, dispelling the dark wizard's dark magic. The method my master taught me is really effective. Arya sighed. Then, wielding a peachwood sword, charged toward the black wizard. A dignified black wizard was actually using a Chinese Taoist priest's peachwood sword. The scene was rather abrupt. Upon seeing this, the opposing dark wizard hurriedly summoned a black shield to defend himself. The peachwood sword collided with the shield, flashing with sparks and producing a piercing sound. At this moment, KKK gunmen continued to pour into the manor, and a chaotic battle broke out between the two sides in every corner of the manor. In the lobby, tables and chairs were overturned, and shards of glass were flying everywhere. It seems the KKK is really well prepared this time. Lei Long retreated to Jiang Ning's side and said, "The fortifications of Yunding Manor were very strong, and it was thought that if the enemy launched a surprise attack, they wouldn't even be able to get through the gate. However, even the gate personally guarded by Lei Long was breached, which surprised Lei Long. Jiang Ning, however, appeared quite calm. The KKK is unlike any other force. It is a truly powerful organization." No sooner had Jiang Ning finished speaking than a KKK member rushed up to the third floor and opened fire on him. Jiang Ning nimbly dodged to the side, and at the same time drew his pistol and fired several shots at the gunman. The gunman was hit, swayed a few times, and fell to the ground. "Boss, awesome." Lei Long gave a thumbs up. At this moment, a fierce struggle also broke out between the two sides on the stairs of the manor. The KKK gunmen tried to storm the second floor, where Li Bing and Xiao Dao's team was located. The two sides fought back and forth, and the stairs were piled with corpses. Taking advantage of the chaos, a KKK gunman stealthily crept up behind Li Bing. Just as he was about to fire, one of his henchmen discovered his intention. Without hesitation, the younger brother rushed forward and used his body to block the gunman's bullets. The younger brother fell to the ground, his blood staining the carpet. Li Bing turned around angrily and shot the gunman dead. The battle reached a fever pitch. Although the KKK gunmen were brave, the members of the Huahai society seemed to be even stronger. Seeing this, the KKK still had a backup plan. A fleet of off-road vehicles drove in from outside and entered the manor. One after another, fully armed KKK members got out of the vehicles and launched another strong counterattack against Huahai society. "Damn it, there are so many of them." Lei Long cursed. "Boss, don't go out here. I'll show them what I'm made of." As he spoke, he picked up a machine gun and prepared to charge down the stairs. "Don't be reckless," Jiang Ning said calmly, looking down from a window. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he spotted the KKK commander directing the battle from behind a car in the distance. Then, Jiang Ning picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "On the left side of the park, near 38 and 76, there's a green pickup truck armored vehicle. The enemy's main commander is inside. Everyone, try to get close and kill him." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of pride and joy. They were afraid that someone else would steal the credit. The one closest to the coordinates is Lung Yu. She took down one of the enemies in front of her and ran towards the coordinates. She reached the vehicle immediately, when suddenly a KKK gunman jumped out from beside the vehicle and opened fire on her. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew continuously from the muzzle of the gun. Lung Yu was extremely agile, her body as graceful as a water snake. and she dodged the opponent's attacks in a strange way. At the same time, she approached the gunman and began to fight him. The gunman was no match for Lung Yu and was subdued in a few moves, with Lung Yu also taking his gun away. Then, Lung Yu used the enemy as a shield and locked her gaze on the driver's cab of the car. Bang bang bang. The driver opened fire from inside the car, shattering the windows and sending bullets flying toward Lung Yu, but they all struck the human shield in front of her. Lung Yu seized the opportunity and fired several shots at the car. The KKK commander was hit and instantly fell into a pool of blood. General Alpha is dead, someone who witnessed the scene exclaimed in shock. The commander's death dealt a severe blow to the morale of the KKK. They began to fall into disarray, and their offensive momentum gradually weakened. The enemy commander is dead. Brothers, let's launch a counterattack. Jiang Ning shouted loudly. They deliberately spoke in English so that the KKK could understand them clearly. Some people were unaware that the commander was dead, and this announcement made their resolve waver. Hua will seize this opportunity to launch a full-scale counterattack. The 18 Rakshasa and their men charged toward the KKK gunmen like tigers. The KKK gunmen were forced into retreat and began to flee out of the manor. The 18 Rakshasa led their men in a pursuit of victory, nearly annihilating the entire enemy force. The battle finally ended in the early hours of the morning. The manor was in complete disarray, with corpses piled up on the ground and blood staining every inch of the land. Jiang Ning looked at the tragic scene before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Although they won, they also lost more than a dozen of their own men. He went to the side of his fallen comrades and prayed silently for them. Although the KKK's assassination attempt ended in failure, Jiang Ning knew that the struggle was not over. Because the KKK will launch a more intense counterattack, and more challenges await him and the Huahai Association. Clean up the battlefield. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. The people in the manor began to clean up the battlefield, remove the bodies, and repair the damaged buildings. Jiang Ning stood in front of the manor gate, gazing into the distance. Perhaps, the final battle with the KKK will be coming soon. After the great battle came peace. News of Lin Xiao also came from Old Asan in Mandu. All the base points of the Great Formation have been determined, and it is time to start building the Great Formation. This is the best news in nearly a month. Jiang Ning rushed to Lao Asan and met up with Lin Xiao and the others. Uncle Lin, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Ning said with a face full of gratitude. Don't be so formal. Lin Xiao smiled gently and asked Jiang Ning, how's your cultivation going? Me? I've been busy lately and haven't been cultivating much. Jiang Ning scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. After all, the three immortal venerables had given him their golden cores, which they had cultivated for 1,000 years, and he hadn't made the most of his time to cultivate, so he always felt guilty. Let's not talk about that for now. Lin Xiao said, I've prepared a list. Besides those 5 types of ore, it also lists some magical artifacts and materials. Once we have all these things ready, we can start building the space-time intersection grand magic array. Okay. Jiang Ning glanced at the list. Everything on it could be bought on the market, so it wasn't difficult. Get all these things ready within 2 days. Jiang Ning said. All right, we'll begin constructing the grand formation in 2 days, Lin Xiao said. Chapter 650 The Space-Time Intersection Array. 2 days later, at Old Asan. Because the matter of the Great Formation is highly confidential, only a very small number of people know about it. The purchase of materials was also handled personally by Lung Yuhong, Scorpion, and Lei Long. Their whereabouts were kept strictly secret during the construction of the Grand Formation. At this moment, Jiang Ning, Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, and Ilea are traveling through the mountains and forests with magical treasures and materials. They have already buried talismans and magical artifacts within the 100 base points of the Grand Formation. After that, they return to the center of the formation. That is where Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit was lost. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich, and all sorts of strange plants and creatures grow here. Moreover, this place is a small valley where spiritual energy gathers, and the surrounding peaks form a natural barrier, as if it were a treasure land specially prepared for them by heaven. Constructing a space-time interlacing array requires a large amount of precious materials. Jiang Ning had already ordered the 18 Rakshasa to transport a large quantity of imperial emeralds, top-grade pigeon blood rubies, Kunlun ice jade, seabed obsidian, and gold, or to the mountains. These materials radiate a captivating glow, each containing a unique energy. Lin Xiao held the compass and began to calculate the direction. Qian, Kuan, Sun, Zhen, Can, Li, Jin Dui. Open, rest, life, injury, block, view, shock, death. Lin Xiao spoke in words that others couldn't understand, his fingers constantly forming hand seals, and the compass needle swayed accordingly. Prepare the materials. Greenwood Qi, Earth Element Talisman, Lin Xiao said. Every time he found a place, he would have Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi and others bury ore and talismans underneath. Moreover, these ores and talismans are all carefully selected. The quantity of ore buried at each location is clearly defined, and the corresponding talismans also correspond to it. Jiang Ning was in charge of digging the pit, and everyone carefully placed the materials into it. There's a specific way to place it in the pit. It's never placed in the exact center. According to the principles of the 5 elements, imperial emeralds are placed in the east, representing wood. Top-grade pigeon blood rubies are placed in the south, representing fire. Kunlun ice jade is placed in the west, representing metal. Ancient obsidian from the seabed is placed in the north, representing water, and gold, ore is placed in the center, representing earth. It took 5 whole days just to bury these things. With everything prepared, on the morning of the 6th day, Lin Xiao began to cast his spell. The reason for choosing early morning is that it is the time when the day's spiritual energy is generated and is most abundant. Lin Xiao had already set up an altar at the center of the formation. He held a peachwood sword, chanting incantations, and the light around his Taoist robe flowed, faintly emitting a glow. Ono Xiaoxiatzi and Ilea also used their own magic to assist Taoist Lin Xiao. Master Lin Xiao first used his peachwood sword to draw a huge rune on the ground. The rune shimmered with golden light, as if it were a gateway to another world. Next, he inlaid the imperial emerald jade in the east of the rune, and instantly, a green light shot into the sky, coiling above the valley like a giant dragon. Ono Shoshozi, meanwhile, used yin-yang magic to gather the surrounding yin and yang energies together, forming a powerful energy flow that was then injected into the jade. Subsequently, Master Lin Xiao inlaid a top-grade pigeon blood ruby on the south side of the rune. Suddenly, a burst of flame-like light burst forth, illuminating the entire valley. Arya used dark magic to control the power of the flames, making them more stable as they were integrated into the magic circle. Lin Xiao inlaid the Kunlun ice jade in the western part of the rune, and a cold aura spread out, instantly freezing the surrounding air. Master Lin Xiao used his Taoist magic to guide the ice-type's spiritual power, allowing it to perfectly merge with the magic array. The obsidian, dating back thousands of years from the bottom of the sea, was placed to the north of the rune, and a mysterious black mist enveloped the entire valley. Xiaoxiatzi uses the power of yin and yang to harmonize the dark water energy of obsidian, balancing it with other elements. Finally, Lin Xiao placed the gold ore in the center of the rune. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the gold ore, intertwining with the other 4 types of light to form a colorful ball of light. The ball of light kept spinning like a miniature universe. During the construction of the magic array, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was continuously attracted, forming a huge vortex of spiritual energy. The vortex shimmered with lights of various colors, like a dazzling fireworks display. Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, and Ilea continuously cast spells within the vortex, their figures appearing and disappearing in the light, as if 3 gods were creating the world. As the magic circle gradually takes shape, a fantastical scene of interwoven time and space begins to appear. Strange cracks appeared in the valley, shimmering with mysterious light, as if they were passages to different times and spaces. Some cracks reveal glimpses of ancient battlefield smoke, with flashes of swords and shadows within. Some of the cracks reveal the technological brilliance of the future, with all sorts of strange flying machines shuttling through the sky. Furthermore, many bizarre creatures, unlike anything ever seen or heard of, appeared among them. The five-colored light cluster at the center of the magic circle continued to expand, forming a huge sphere. The surface of the sphere shimmered with various runes, which kept changing as if telling the secrets of time and space. Rays of light shot out from the sphere, intertwining to form a giant grid that enveloped the entire valley. At the intersection of the grid, all sorts of strange sights appeared. Sometimes a beautiful sea of flowers appears, their blossoms emitting a captivating fragrance. Sometimes a desolate desert appears, with howling winds sweeping across it. Sometimes a mysterious forest will appear, hiding all sorts of unknown creatures. In the sky, the stars twinkled erratically, as if influenced by the power of the magic array. Some stars suddenly disappear, while others suddenly appear, creating a magnificent and colorful starry sky. The clouds and mist swirl in the valley, like a curtain of time and space, sometimes drawn open and sometimes closed, making people feel as if they are in a dream world. Jiang Ning stood in the center of the magic array, feeling the wondrous power of the intertwining of time and space, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is wonderful. At this moment, Jiang Ning seemed to be witnessing a great miracle. This magnificent scene continued. The array bases on all sides seemed to be able to sense the array core. They continuously absorbed the spiritual energy within 100 miles, and then gathered it thread by thread at the valley at the array core. The basic structure of the large defensive position has been completed, Lin Xiao said with a sigh of relief. You can see that his forehead is covered with fine beads of sweat. Ono Xiaoxiatsi and Ilea were so exhausted they almost collapsed on the ground. The three withdrew their magic, and the fantastical scenes from before vanished instantly. However, thick fog rose all around, enveloping the valley and blocking out the sun. The spiritual mist gathers here and nourishes the great formation every day. In addition, the mist obstructs vision and also protects the great formation. Lin Xiao said. What an amazing thing! Jiang Ning exclaimed, because he finally saw hope. The completion of this space-time interweaving array will open a door to an unknown world for them, allowing them to explore the mysteries of space-time, encounter the past, and see the future. Chapter 651 Nurturing Array. Uncle Lin, what should we do next? Jiang Ning asked. The implication is that the basic structure of the grand formation has been established, but when exactly will it be activated? Lin Xiao said. There are many types of magic arrays, and this kind of spatial magic array that intersects space requires a huge amount of energy to support it. Moreover, the energy must be well integrated to exert its maximum effect. It's just like a person. At the beginning, it's just an infant with negligible function. Only by growing up and reaching its prime can it exert its maximum function. Jiang Ning looked at Lin Xiao calmly, thinking to himself, stop with the ozone layer stuff, just get to the point. Lin Xiao continued. Therefore, if we want to activate the great formation, we need to nurture him. When he reaches his prime, he can then be activated and play his role. Then what constitutes the prime of life? Jiang Ning asked. That depends on the speed of cultivation. Lin Xiao said. From now on, we need to feed it with 5-colored ores every day. The more ores, the faster the formation will grow. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and finally understood the true value of Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi's words. The more the better. In that case, it's a good thing. Jiang Ning said. At least there's no question of forcing growth. This is equivalent to having no threshold. You can use as many as you want, just keep pushing them in. Master Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi, Ilea, you've worked hard. Today we're going to Mandu. I'll treat you to a big meal, and you can also get a good rest for the night. Jiang Ning said. You all go ahead, I don't need to. Lin Xiao said. Oh. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I've gotten used to cultivating in seclusion. This mountain is rich in spiritual energy and has a great array to accompany it, making it my favorite place. He pointed to a small hillside nearby. If possible, build me a wooden house over there. I'll live here for the rest of the time. It'll be perfect, and I can keep watch over the great formation day and night. For Jiang Ning, this was exactly what he wanted. However, we should still be polite. The environment in these mountains is harsh. Uncle Lin, you should do as I say. Lin Xiao took the gourd from his waist and held it in his palm with affection. I once promised Ingzi and me to live a secluded life in a paradise, and I think this is it. Seeing Lin Xiao's happy expression, Jiang Ning felt it was inappropriate to refute her further. With tears welling up in her eyes, Xiao said, Dad, I will send you supplies regularly. Okay. Lin Xiao stepped forward and affectionately stroked Xiao Yixiaoxiaoxi's head a few times. Mr. Jiang is a capable, ambitious, and responsible man. From now on, follow Mr. Jiang, learn well, and grow well. We, father and daughter, will work together to bring your mother, my lover, back as soon as possible. Yes, Dad. Xiao Zhao's purple tears streamed down her face as she buried her face in Lin Zhao's arms. Afterwards, Jiang Ning left behind the fire starter and a machete. Uncle Lin, I will have someone come here immediately to build you a wooden house and bring supplies. If you don't want to come down the mountain, you can just wait here. The people sent must be reliable. Lin Xiao said. Don't worry, Uncle Lin. Jiang Ning smiled. Actually, I'm more cautious about this than anyone else. He had someone in mind and planned to send Lei Long, Xiao Dao, Li Bing, and Leng Yu over. Although these are all generals, building wooden houses is a waste of their talents. However, for now, he only trusts the 18 Rakshasa. Afterwards, Jiang Ning took Xiao Zi and Ilea down the mountain, ate something in Mandu, and had a nice rest for a day. However, before Jiang Ning had even woken up in the early hours of the next morning, he received a call from Song Si. Mr. Jiang, something terrible has happened. Our scouts have reported that the KKK has assembled its main force and is heading towards us. Song Si said. Didn't we build fortifications in advance? Jiang Ning asked in surprise. They couldn't defend against it? That's right. Song Si said. The scouts' report said that the KKK sent their main force this time. About 300 people, along with North American mercenaries and local armed mercenaries, totaling over 1,000 people. Their weaponry is no worse than ours. They have tanks, armored vehicles, rockets, and everything else. The KKK suffered a setback last time, but this time they've brought out all their resources. They want us to fight to the death. Jiang Ning nodded, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. He misjudged this move. Because the KKK is based in North America, and when it competes with forces in other places, it mostly uses proxies to do its bidding. It's rare for them to send dozens of elite troops to deal with me like they did last time. With their main players stationed at Sambiampo, his arrival would be like playing away from home. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. He already suffered a loss last time, so he should be even more cautious. This time, they actually sent their main force to fight, and with such a large formation. Where did they get such confidence? Do they think that by dominating North America, they can dominate the world? Since they believe they can win even playing away from home, then we must teach them a lesson. Fourth brother, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Jiang Ning said. Tell the brothers to pack up their weapons, retreat to the foot of Mount Blanc, and guard the ammunition depot. What about Yunding Manor? You don't want it anymore. Song Si asked. The purpose of Cloud Peak Manor is to temporarily hold off the enemy. Jiang Ning said. Leave some combat robots at the manor, and leave a few skilled fighters behind to create momentum. Be sure to pay attention to safety. If the situation turns unfavorable, send the robots into battle and retreat in advance. Mr. Jiang, this can only buy us some time, but it won't help. Song Si said. Just stall for time, and I'll get back. Jiang Ning said. The place where we start our battle is not at Cloudtop Manor, but at Mont Blanc. Understood. Song Si nodded. Their ammunition depot on the 3 slopes is at the foot of Mont Blanc. If they hold the manor to the death, the ammunition cannot be transported over in time. Holding the ammunition depot and fighting the enemy is the most advantageous tactic. With Jiang Ning absent, their cohesion was insufficient, and their combat capabilities could not be fully utilized. Using Yunding Manor to buy time for the enemy not only allows the main force to retreat safely, but also buys time for Jiang Ning's return journey. Once Jiang Ning arrives, with ample ammunition, we will have no fear of engaging the enemy in a decisive battle. Afterwards, Jiang Ning got dressed and left Xiao Zi and Ilea behind for the time being. while he took a plane back to Sambiampo alone. After all, the formation has just been built, and we don't know what might happen, so we need the two of them to assist us here. As for Lung Yu, Lei Long, and the others, this battle will definitely not be close-quarters combat, so their role on this battlefield will not be significant. Chapter 652 Modern Warfare, Part 1. In one day, Jiang Ning returned to Sambiampo. At the foot of Mont Blanc, there is a cluster of wooden houses. Behind the houses is a huge cave, which is surrounded by iron bars and guarded. This is the armory of Wahai Sambiampo. At this moment, Jiang Ning led his 300 elite men, who stood ready for battle. Because the KKK had already breached Yunding Manor, found no one there, and were heading this way. At this moment, in the Huahai Association's camp, various modern weapons were neatly arranged, gleaming with a cold metallic light. The range of firearms is extensive, from assault rifles to precision sniper rifles, all of which have been carefully tuned. The rocket launcher is poised on its launcher, ready to unleash its deadly firepower at any moment. The bombs were piled up in a safe corner, like sleeping beasts. The drones buzzed on the runway, awaiting takeoff instructions. The war robots, like steel behemoths, stood silently to the side, exuding a cold aura. In terms of large equipment, tanks and armored vehicles were neatly arranged, their engines emitting a low roar from time to time, while helicopters circled on the helipad, ready to take off and fight at any time. General Jiang, we are ready and can start fighting at any time, Song Si said. Of the 18 Rakshasa, only 6 remain in this place, including Song Si, Jasmine, and the sharpshooter Rossi. They are well suited for modern warfare. The area where Huahai Club is located today is strategically important, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. Jiang Ning stood on a high point in the camp, gazing resolutely into the distance. They're here. In the distance, a long line of armored vehicles drove up from the mountains and forests. In front of the armored vehicles, bomb disposal vehicles and exploration equipment were also deployed to ensure that the team would not encounter traps or bomb ambushes. Modern warfare, while technologically advanced, is not a war between major powers, and therefore resembles, in form, a war between armed forces. More than an hour later, the KKK's forces finally approached the Wahai's position. At the same time, the KKK also spotted the headquarters of the Huahai Society. The two sides are locked in a standoff, and a major battle is imminent. However, pre-war negotiations are always necessary. The KKK sent an envoy to negotiate with Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang, your actions have caused enormous losses to the KKK and have also greatly affected our international reputation. Therefore, we will not let this go, the envoy said. Unless you can provide us with substantial compensation, apologize in person, and dissolve the Huahai Association, we can resolve this peacefully. Otherwise, as you've seen, the strength of the Huahai Association is immense. If we make a move, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Have you always been this brave? What do you mean? The envoy asked. If I didn't believe in the principle of not killing envoys in war, I would be a corpse by now if I said such things. Jiang Ning pointed to the wooden door outside. Now, get out, go back to your position, and tell your boss that the KKK provoked the Huahai Association first, and we will not let this go. You're too arrogant, the messenger exclaimed angrily. Looking at the world, how many people would dare to speak to them like that? He knew the talks were over and had no choice but to leave the Huahai Association's headquarters. Prepare for battle. As Jiang Ning spoke, he arrived at the pre-prepared combat command post. Boss, enemy armored vehicles are heading our way, the front line reported. Drone squad, move out, Jiang Ning ordered. The drone took off first, hovering in the air to reconnoiter the enemy's movements. After all, the two sides were still far apart, and they could only see some blurry images, making it impossible to determine specific information. Jiang Ning was able to clearly see the enemy's deployment through images transmitted back by the drone. Based on the enemy's deployment, he quickly formulated a battle plan. The first squad, driving tanks and armored vehicles, will attack from the front to draw enemy fire. The second squad, with war robots, will enter the flanking position to find the enemy's weak points. Yes, sir. The team members accepted the order and quickly went into battle. The battle between the two sides began. The North American KKK and mercenaries were not to be outdone. They used advanced radar systems to detect the Hwahai Association's drones. The commander immediately ordered the drone to be shot down with anti-aircraft weapons. In an instant, artillery fire filled the sky, and the drone teetered on the brink of destruction under the attack of the KKK. However, the Hwahai Society's operators were highly skilled. They skillfully evaded enemy attacks and continued to provide intelligence to ground troops. For so long, Fiancée also had another task, to train the Hwahai Society's fighting army. This includes an elite team of drone pilots. At this moment, Hwahai Hui's tanks and armored vehicles slowly drove towards the enemy's position, the roar of their engines echoing through the valley. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the enemy's position, and bullets rained down on the Hwahai Hui troops. Sparks flew from the tanks and armored vehicles, but they continued to advance resolutely. Under the cover of tanks and armored vehicles, the soldiers of the Hwahai Society quickly found cover and returned fire to the enemy. War robots played a significant role in flanking maneuvers. They are enormous and agile, their weapons constantly spewing bullets and flames. Enemy soldiers are terrified at the sight of these war robots and flee in panic. But they quickly organized a counterattack, firing rocket launchers and heavy machine guns at the war robots. Although the war robot's shell was sturdy, it still sustained some damage from enemy attacks. As the two sides drew closer, the battle intensified. Hwahai Hui's rocket artillery began to show its power, with rockets whistling as they flew toward the enemy positions, the explosions echoing in all directions. The enemy's position was immediately engulfed in flames, and the soldiers fled in all directions. But the KKK mercenaries in North America were well trained, and they quickly reorganized their defenses and launched a counterattack with a variety of weapons. On the main battlefield, Hwahai's tanks and armored vehicles engaged in fierce battles with the enemy's tanks. The tank cannons roared deafeningly, and flames shot into the sky. The tanks from both sides exchanged blows, attacking each other. A Hwahai Hui tank was hit by an enemy shell, and the vehicle shook violently, but the driver did not give up. He quickly adjusted the tank's position and continued to fire at the enemy. On the flank of the battlefield, war robots engaged in close-quarters combat with enemy soldiers. The war robots' mechanical arms swung, knocking down enemy soldiers one by one. But the enemy mercenaries were not to be outdone. They fought a desperate battle with the war robots using machetes. In an instant, the battlefield was a scene of carnage, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, a truly horrific sight. The Hwahai Association's helicopters also joined the battle, circling in the air and attacking the enemy with airdropped missiles. Enemy anti-aircraft weapons kept firing at the helicopters, but the pilots were highly skilled and skillfully evaded the enemy's attacks, continuing to provide support to the ground troops. Chapter 653 Modern Warfare, Part 2. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, Hwahai's reconnaissance drone discovered an important enemy command post. Mr. Jiang, look at this scene. Fiancée, standing next to Jiang Ning, pointed at the screen and said, I noticed it too. Jiang Ning noticed it earlier than Fiancée. It was a makeshift, concealed command post, hidden by bushes, but the drone's angle allowed it to see some of the details inside. Fourth brother, immediately dispatch our air combat team to carry out a precision strike on the enemy command post. Jiang Ning said. Yes. Fiancée hurriedly contacted his subordinates via walkie-talkie and dispatched an elite squad to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's command post by helicopter. This elite squad consists of 10 of the best soldiers, who are well-equipped and agile. They maneuvered around the battlefield from one side to avoid being hit by enemy anti-aircraft artillery. Then, as they approached the local command post, the soldiers began setting up machine guns and firing at the post. At the same time, planes flew over the command post and dropped bombs. Rumble. Fireworks lit up the sky, but the enemy command post was prepared for an air raid. Although the bombs blasted a hole in the ceiling, the people inside were not in any danger. The next second, the helicopter quickly flew over the enemy command post, and the soldiers rappelled down from the helicopter and rushed into the command post through the blasted opening. A fierce battle instantly erupted inside the command post. Because the Hwahai Society's surprise attack was well prepared and caught the enemy off guard, the Hwahai Society's soldiers successfully killed the enemy commander in the fierce battle. Without a commander, the KKK and mercenaries immediately fell into chaos, and their fighting ability was greatly reduced. Hwahai seized this opportunity and launched a full-scale counterattack. "We have captured the enemy's command post," his subordinate reported. "All right, launch a punching attack," Jiang Ning said. In an instant, the morale of Hwahai Hui's troops soared, and they charged towards the enemy's position like tigers descending a mountain. Tanks and armored vehicles led the way, with soldiers following closely behind. The war robots provided cover on both sides, continuously firing at the enemy. The KKK and mercenaries were forced into retreat under the fierce attacks of the Hwahai Society. They tried to organize an effective resistance, but it was too late. Hwahai Hui's troops advanced with unstoppable momentum and quickly broke through the enemy's defenses. In this kind of modern warfare, once defeated, the collapse will be like an earthquake, leaving no chance to struggle. The KKK was utterly defeated, their morale collapsed, and they fled in disarray. But why would Hwahai give him that opportunity? "You've all come here to destroy us, so why would we show you any mercy?" Those mercenaries who tried to escape were chased and strafed by helicopters from the air, and all of them died on their way out. Some clever soldiers escaped to armored vehicles and prepared to drive away. However, Song Si's drone squad was not idle. They dropped bombs accurately from the air, and the armored vehicles were blown to pieces, some of them were blown over. The battle ended in a complete victory for the Hwahai Association. After the war, the Sambiampo mountain area was in ruins, with corpses and debris everywhere on the battlefield. The smoke of battle had not yet completely dissipated when Jiang Ning gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with excitement. In his previous life, his forces had clashed with the KKK, but they were no match for them. The fact that he was able to easily defeat the KKK in this life is enough to show that he is much stronger than in the previous life, and has a real chance to challenge the Sun Society. However, the Sun Society is indeed a behemoth, and we must not let temporary victories go to our heads. With the main force of the KKK wiped out, and the KKK severely weakened, they will definitely seek help from the Sun Society. Therefore, even if you don't take the initiative, the Sun will come to you. Clean up the battlefield and call it a day, Jiang Ning said to Song Si. Yes. Song Si summoned his men from the logistics department to clean up the battlefield. This time, they not only won a great victory, but also seized a lot of weapons from the KKK, making a fortune. Upon learning of the resounding victory, there was jubilation on old Aishan's side as well. During the video call, Lei Long said to Jiang Ning, "Boss, back when we were on the battlefield, the KKK mercenaries were really tough. They were well equipped, and a company of them could even take on an entire enemy regiment. Many mercenaries were so terrified when they heard that members of the KKK had joined the battle that they wet themselves. I never imagined they would be so utterly vulnerable in front of us." Song Si said, "It's all thanks to Boss Zhang's excellent leadership." This goes without saying, everyone already knows the answer. Jiang Ning is the soul of the entire Hwahai Association. With him around, it seems like everything can be handled. "Boss, are we invincible now?" Lei Long asked with a smile. "We're still far from it," Jiang Ning said. "Our biggest enemy is the Sun Society. Their capabilities are several levels higher than any of our previous opponents, and they will be our greatest challenge yet." "What are the chances of winning?" Lung Yu asked with concern. "It's hard to say." Jiang Ning shook his head. This time, even he couldn't be sure. After all, in his previous life, he was almost completely overwhelmed by the Sun Society, so Jiang Ning didn't know exactly how much strength the opponent still possessed. In this life, if you want to defeat the Sun Society, you must be extremely careful and cannot be careless in the slightest. Therefore, after defeating the KKK, Jiang Ning immediately convened a meeting with the 18 Rakshasa, Moonbai Yushan, and Quinn. 3 days later, the conference was held at Yunding Manor. Although we have achieved a partial victory, this is not the final victory, and we are still far from victory, Jiang Ning said. Moreover, Our opponents are stronger and more dangerous than any we have ever faced before. Therefore, everyone must remain vigilant and undergo rigorous training to prepare for future risks. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, some voices of dissatisfaction arose below. Boss, we've been fighting and killing for so long without a proper rest. Shouldn't we get a good vacation? The speaker was Sophie, the white Greek girl. After all, he and Jenny, the South African Black Pearl, were both bounty hunters whose goal was to make money. Coming to Jiangning offers more freedom and higher pay, but also a heavier workload and greater risks. Furthermore, Jiangning has now provoked the Sun Society, and they all know that the Sun Society is the most powerful organization in the world today. Going against it carries a risk level of SSS. So, although Black and White didn't say it, they were somewhat unhappy. If Jiang Ning hadn't possessed enough personal charisma to win them over, they would have already risen up in rebellion. How long do you need to rest? Jiang Ning asked Sophie. It'll take at least a few months. I've been in Southeast Asia for so long and haven't had a proper chance to explore, Sophie said. Her words also stirred the hearts of others. It should be noted that, currently, among the 18 Rakshasa, apart from those like Lei Long and Lung Yu who are wholeheartedly devoted to Jiang Ning, the remaining subordinates are all people Jiang Ning has gathered in a short period of time. In terms of work ethic and loyalty, he was worlds apart from Lung Yu and others. Chapter 654 The Devil's Training Plan. Although these people had risked their lives for Jiang Ning and were loyal to him in their previous lives, they had no emotional foundation with Jiang Ning in this life. Therefore, everyone in this team has their own goals and ulterior motives. Take the Black and White duo, for example. They followed Jiang Ning for money and freedom. Swordmaster Duan Shuelu wanted to rely on Jiang Ning to bring down the forces in Sakura country. Now that he has achieved his goal, he is following Jiang Ning only to learn some sword techniques. Sharpshooter Rossi joined Jiang Ning's team in order to conduct more research on firearms. So, they liked the team, and they also liked Jiang Ning, the boss. However, when it comes to risking their lives for Jiang Ning, these people naturally wouldn't do that. Right now, the only ones willing to risk their lives for Jiang Ning and Huahai are Lung Yu, Lei Long, and Song Si. Therefore, as soon as the topic of devilish training came up, everyone knew that what followed might really be a matter of life and death. So when the white girl suggested taking a break, she was actually protesting her current job. However, Jiang Ning was too good to them, and they felt guilty and embarrassed to directly refute him. Jiang Ning was naturally aware of what these people were thinking. This is what's giving Jiang Ning the biggest headache right now. If everyone is united and shares the same hatred for the enemy, the chances of defeating the Sun Society will greatly increase. But right now, they are a disorganized bunch. They can deal with some weak opponents, but if they encounter a strong enemy, they will collapse instantly. That's why Jiang Ning thought of using intensive training to make these people's awareness and teamwork even stronger. But right now, it seems that no one is very willing to undergo intensive training. Now that the Huahai Society has eliminated the main force of the KKK, the Sun Society will naturally not sit idly by. Song Si said. Therefore, everyone here is a member of the Huahai Society, and we have become the target of the Sun Society. If we do not unite and remain vigilant at all times, we will easily be targeted by them. Song Si has spoken for some of Jiang Ning's thoughts. Lung Yu also said, yes. I think we should take advantage of the time before the Sun Society launches its attack and strengthen ourselves so that we can defeat the Sun Society in the future. Defeat the Sun Society? Crimson Blade Lofia gave a wry smile. Although we are strong, we are definitely no match for the Sun Society. Don't set such a foolish goal for yourself, otherwise, you will be the one who suffers in the end. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning frowned. Then tell me, besides defeating the Sun Society, is there any other path we can take? Red Scorpion retorted. If we go against the Sun Society, they won't let us go. Right now, it's either us or them who die, so we have no choice. Lei Long said. Some people began to shake their heads and sigh. They don't want to risk their lives. But the current situation is giving them a headache. Seeing this, Jiang Ning knew that these people's minds were not on the Huahai Association at all. All right, I'll give everyone a week off, Jiang Ning said. After a week, we'll begin intensive training. Agreed. Lung Yu said. Agreed. Song Siley along and the others said in unison. Seeing this, the others didn't dare to object anymore. After all, when the 18 Rakshasa were officially appointed and given high status and salaries, they didn't say a word. It seems too unreasonable to want to withdraw now. As for Jiangning, there is no better way at the moment. The only option is to build relationships with everyone little by little through intensive training, so that everyone can cooperate and trust each other. The following week was uneventful. Jiangning supervised the situation in major mining areas and urged them to produce, or as soon as possible, and transport it directly to Mandu Laoshan. The most important thing right now is to meet the conditions for activating the Great Formation as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Jiangning also began his own cultivation. He has a secret room in Cloud Peak Villa, which he uses for cultivation. Every night, Jiangning would practice with Xiao Yi Xiao Zi and Ilea. Because cultivation involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sun and moon, to temper the physical body and primordial spirit. The spiritual energy of the sun and moon is divided into daytime and nighttime. Therefore, cultivation in Jiangning usually begins in the latter half of the night and ends before 9 o'clock in the morning. In this way, there is not only the extreme yin spiritual energy of the day, but also the extreme yang spiritual energy of the rising sun. After consuming the golden elixir, Jiangning, with the help of the Xian Tian 9 Dragon Cauldron and the assistance of Xiao Yi Xiao Zi and Ilea, experienced a rapid advancement in his cultivation, progressing by leaps and bounds. He spent all his time with the 9 Dragon Cauldron and was immersed in its spiritual energy, so his foundation was already very strong. Now that he has embarked on the path of cultivation, and with the help of external aids such as the Golden Core, Jiangning has broken through to a realm he had never reached before in just 1 week. He didn't know what this realm was called, but he felt a powerful force within him, and he could leap more than 10 meters high. Moreover, his entire body was like copper skin and iron bones, and he could punch through a steel plate 1 centimeter deep without causing any damage. Your progress in body cultivation is astounding. You've already reached a high level. Ono Shosho said. In the realm of body cultivation among Onmyoji, this is simply top tier. Many people spend their entire lives trying to reach this level. Mr. Jiang, you truly are 1 in a million. Jiangning humbly replied. It was just luck. It was definitely luck. With all these factors combined, it would be strange if it didn't take off. Of course, physical cultivation is easy, but Dharma cultivation is much more difficult. Because magical cultivation requires mysterious things like talismans and incantations, unlike physical cultivation, which is more direct. Therefore, Jiangning temporarily abandoned Dharma cultivation and focused on physical cultivation. After all, with a powerful magician like Lin Xiao by his side, he didn't need to worry too much. The matter of Jiangning's cultivation was kept secret from outsiders. A week later, the grueling training of the 18 Rakshasa officially began. The training camp consisted mainly of teamwork, machine operation, and physical skills. Teamwork was led by Song Si, who used to be a member of the Dark Knight mercenary group and was quite familiar with combat command. Rossi was tasked with guiding the operation of the machinery. Regarding physical combat skills, Jiangning personally took charge. Although the intensive training was simple and tedious, everyone persevered and trained every day. As time went by, the mining area's output increased rapidly, and the space-time interweaving array proceeded smoothly. Soon, the most important annual festival in Sambiampo, the Water Splashing Festival, will arrive. Just like celebrating the Lunar New Year, everyone happily took to the streets. Jiangning also joined forces with the other 5 major forces in Sambiampo to hold a joint conference. This is an activity that must be carried out every year. In the past, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce hosted the networking conference, but this time Jiangning took on this responsibility. During the day, everyone was in high spirits and had a great time. Jiangning and others held a meeting at the venue. At night, there is also a fireworks display. Major powers and key figures will also gather together to drink and celebrate. Chapter 655, entering a period of full alert. At night, the luxurious hotel banquet hall was brightly lit and filled with laughter and joy. Jiangning, leading the core members of the Huahai Society, was having a seemingly friendly get-together with members of the other 5 major forces. Colorful lights twinkled on the dance floor, and fine wine rippled in crystal glasses as people enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere. Jiang Ning, dressed in a sharp suit, wore a confident smile and chatted amiably with those around him. His eyes revealed composure and authority, as if proclaiming the status of the Huahai Association. However, danger is quietly approaching. Unbeknownst to them, a group of assassins dressed in black and wearing masks sneaked into the banquet hall like ghosts. Their target was Jiangning. The assassins moved swiftly and silently through the crowd, their blades gleaming coldly under the lights. Suddenly, a scream shattered the joyful atmosphere of the banquet hall. One of the assassins struck first, aiming his sword at Jiangning. Jiangning reacted extremely quickly, dodging the fatal blow with a sidestep. The banquet hall instantly descended into chaos, with people scattering in all directions, screams and shouts filling the air. Because many forces bring not only core members, but also family members and friends. Many people come from other places specifically to participate in the festival, and rarely come into contact with scenes of fighting and killing on ordinary days. As a result, the scene immediately descended into chaos. Meanwhile, some of the 18 Rakshasa were watching the fireworks downstairs. Among them were those who liked to drink, such as Nuhan and Duan Shuiliu, who were still intoxicated by alcohol. Some of Huahai's other underlings were struck by the assassin's blades before they could react, falling into pools of blood. An assassin! Counterattack! Jiang Ning shouted loudly, trying to organize his still conscious men to put up a resistance. The assassins moved through the crowd like hungry wolves, launching attacks relentlessly. They worked in perfect harmony, and amidst the flashing blades, several more members of the Huahai society fell. These people's target is Jiangning. They charged toward Jiangning again. Nohin and the other 18 Rakshasa stepped forward to stop them, but the assassins were very agile. They skillfully avoided Nohin and the others while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Moreover, the assassins outnumbered and outmatched Nohin and his men, who gradually found themselves outmatched. Just then, an assassin seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind, and it looked as if the sharp blade was about to pierce Jiang Ning's back. Boss! Just then, Leng Yu arrived, kicked the man away, and helped Jiang Ning finish the job. Immediately afterwards, the other members of the 18 Rakshasa also caught up. Meanwhile, the underlings of the other 5 major forces also rushed towards the hotel, each carrying a weapon. To prevent the chaos from escalating further, the assassins fought and retreated. Our people are on their way, don't let them get away, someone from the 5 major factions shouted. The group rushed towards the assassins. However, the assassins were extremely agile. They threw down smoke bombs, smashed through glass, and like spiders, hooked ropes to the opposite building, jumped out of the window, and entered the opposite building unscathed. In contrast, the hotel's banquet hall was left in a mess, with blood everywhere. Boss, are you alright? Leng Yu asked with concern. It's alright. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth. He didn't use his true strength because he knew the other party was testing him. Is it the KKK? Or the Sun Society? Lei Long frowned. Let's talk about it when we get back. Jiang Ning glanced at his dead brothers, his mood extremely sour. Take them back and give them a proper burial. Then he offered his condolences to the representatives and families of the other 5 major powers. Apart from a few people being frightened, no one was injured. Today was a disappointment. Let's get together another day. I'll be leaving now, Jiang Ning said, then led the 18 Rakshasa and the rest of his underlings back to Cloudtop Manor. No one else in the hotel was injured. Only our people were killed or wounded, Jiang Ning said. This means that this group of people came for me. Those are members of the KKK or the Sun Society, Lei Long said. They're from the Sun Society, Jiang Ning said. Boss, why are you so sure? Xiao Dao asked. These assassins haven't even used their full strength yet, and they're already this formidable. The KKK doesn't have people like them, Jiang Ning said. Moreover, to be able to escape unscathed right under your noses, those guys are no ordinary people. These words awakened everyone. Yes, they rushed upstairs, ready to fight, but the other side was able to retreat easily. This is a demonstration of ability. Jiang Ning sighed again and said, Tonight, They didn't use their full strength at all. They were just testing us. Oh, everyone looked at Jiangning. They had the chance to fight us to the death, but after a brief skirmish, they retreated unscathed. If it were assassins coming to kill us this time, they would fight to the last man without backing down. Jiang Ning said, "The most admirable thing about the Sun Society is that it is powerful yet cautious. So, this is just them testing the waters." In his previous life, Jiang Ning had fought against the Sun Society and knew their characteristics. The Sun will be like a patient hunter, constantly probing its prey, understanding it, and finally finding an opportunity to strike decisively. This is what makes the Sun Society so terrifying. What should we do next? Fight back? Lei Long asked. The Sun Society's headquarters is on an island in the western Pacific Ocean, with very strong fortifications. Moreover, this is just a rumor. We don't even know which island it's on. Jiang Ning said, "We are in the open, while they are in the shadows. It's too early to talk about a counterattack. Moreover, with our current strength, we don't have a complete advantage to defeat them." Jiang Ning's words were very tactful. In reality, although the Huahai Society is stronger now than in the previous life, it is still far from being able to defeat the Sun Society. Therefore, Jiang Ning summoned the 18 Rakshasa for intensive devil training. However, the training camp is not very effective at the moment. After 3 months of intensive training, apart from Lei Long and Lung Yu who were relatively serious, the later participants basically just went through the motions. Jiang Ning also felt that this couldn't go on. The more they trained, the more lax they became. Next, will the sun let us have some peace and quiet? It will cause trouble everywhere, confuse our vision, and then find a weakness to deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Ning said, "Therefore, right now I need everyone to be at your posts, guard every stronghold, and prevent the enemy from finding any weaknesses." Jiang Ning began making arrangements on site. Ono Xiao Zi, Duan Shui Lu, and Luo Shi lead 20 members of the Huahai Association to the Hokkaido branch. Lei Long, Li Bing, Xiao Dao, Nuo Han, Luo Fia, and Ilea lead 50 members of the Huahai Association to guard the Lao Acehan mining area and logging camp. Lung Yu, Lu Hong, Sophie, and Jenny are leading 50 members to guard the Myanmar mining area. Quinn led 50 members to guard the Kunlun mining area. Lu Qianren, Lu Qianhui, Song Si, and Moli are stationed at the Sambiampo base camp. Chapter 656, Closed-Door Cultivation. All departments must work together to gather all produced or at Lao Ai Mountain as soon as possible, where it will be distributed by Taoist Lin Xiao. Jiang Ning said, "Did everyone hear that clearly?" "Received," everyone replied. Jiang Ning said, "I personally may need to go to Lao Ai Mountain to cultivate for a period of time. During this time, I will also manage the work, but I will delegate most of it to everyone. We will cooperate and trust each other. I will arrange a group leader for each group to coordinate all the work. Does anyone have any questions?" "No problem," everyone said in unison. "All right, the plan is set. Let's start implementing it tomorrow." Jiang Ning said, "Since no one likes grueling training, let's all shine in our positions, and I'll personally take on the grueling training." A few days ago, Jiang Ning had broken through to the great perfection of body refinement and felt an extremely strong energy flowing in his body, as if he could unleash it at any moment. This shocked Lin Xiao, who called the substance inside Jiang Ning's body qi. Qi is an ancient form of energy that only cultivators can cultivate. Qi is a type of energy that arises from the rumination that occurs after physical cultivation has reached its peak and the muscles and bones have been strengthened to the maximum extent. This energy is similar to the qi in qigong and also similar to the true essence, often mentioned in the cultivation world. They're all pretty much the same thing anyway. Once qi is generated in the body, it needs to be properly guided to ensure that it will be foolproof in the later stages. Just as a city is about to welcome a large number of people and vehicles, relevant departments need to plan ahead, build roads and bridges, and clarify the traffic flow. In this way, there will be more and more people and vehicles in the city in the future, but it will not be crowded. Throughout history, many people have cultivated qi, but because they were not fully prepared and were too eager for quick success, they all went astray and became possessed by evil spirits. just like traffic congestion paralyzing the city. Therefore, Jiang Ning needs to find Taoist Lin Xiao and, under his guidance, proceed with the next stage of cultivation. The length of time required for this training depends on talent and luck. For an ordinary person to complete this stage, it would take at least several decades, or even 100 years. Once mastered, one can move like the wind and strike like a tiger. With a wave of his hand, he can unleash a blade of energy that can kill from 100 paces away. He's definitely a terrestrial deity. As for Jiang Ning's current state, it shouldn't take that long to advance to the next stage. After all, he is someone who embodies all the luck in the world. However, it is still unknown how long it will take. But Jiang Ning is going to give it a shot. He saw the Sun Society's assassins and knew that the Huahai Society's current strength was still no match for them. After all, the contestants that Huahai sent out to test them were all low-level assassins. The powerful beings associated with the Sun Society that Jiang Ning had seen earlier have not yet appeared. Therefore, Huahai is now in great danger. The reason why the Sun Society did not directly send powerful figures to deal with Jiang Ning is that the Sun Society is currently busy with other matters. Jiang Ning learned that the Sun Society is paying attention to local wars in the Middle East and is also stirring up tensions in Northern Europe. Furthermore, they were also secretly organizing personnel to quietly infiltrate Western China to carry out some clandestine activities. Of course, this is not a good thing for China either. At the same time, they also leveraged financial resources globally and engaged in large-scale oil speculation. So, to be precise, the Sun hasn't yet taken the time to fully confront itself. If they send experts over, the Huahai Association will be in great danger. Relying on the 18 Rakshasa is clearly unrealistic. They have absolutely no problem dealing with ordinary people or martial artists. However, they still lack far too much to deal with a behemoth like the Sun Society. They refuse to participate in intensive training, so the only way to ensure Huahai's future is to strengthen itself. So Jiang Ning came to Old AI Mountain, to the heart of the space-time intersection array, and cultivated with Lin Xiao. During the first 2 months of training, Jiang Ning lived and ate with Lin Xiao. Lei Long and others would deliver supplies regularly, and the group leaders would report to Jiang Ning. Everything was going smoothly at the mine, and as operations became more mature, production in the major mining areas increased. Jiang Ning invited many mining experts from across the country to various mines to continuously make improvements, which further accelerated the progress of mineral development. At this rate, we should be able to activate the space-time intersection array in about 6 months. Lin Xiao said. Great, Jiang Ning exclaimed confidently. I'll have them speed things up again. Lin Xiao nodded, then suddenly looked at Jiang Ning seriously. Jiang Ning, you've reached the most crucial moment. You must eliminate all distractions and go into seclusion to cultivate. Seclusion? That's right, Lin Xiao said. If you continue to cultivate like this, your progress will be minimal. What you need is an attitude of destruction before construction, to eliminate all distractions, to focus all your attention, to break through your current limitations, and to build a new you. How long will the seclusion last? Jiang Ning asked. It's hard to say. It could take anywhere from a few months to several years, or even a decade. Lin Xiao said. It depends on your talent and aptitude. Jiang Ning. This is taking too long. Jiang Ning said. Can't we stop the seclusion? No, Lin Xiao said. The path of cultivation is like a river or a sea. Once it starts flowing, it cannot be stopped unless it dries up. But your spiritual power is gushing like a spring right now. If you don't advance to the next stage, you might suffer a chi deviation in the future, which would be even more troublesome. Left with no other choice, Jiang Ning convened a meeting of the 18 Rakshasa, broke down the work to be done and assigned it to each department, and then said that he had to leave for a while. He didn't tell anyone the specifics of the situation. Because the news has been released, there's a fear that the Sun might take some action. He did not give a specific time frame as to when he would be back, because even he himself didn't know. However, I can't skip this time. So, after the meeting, Jiang Ning went back to Haiqing to visit his parents. Jiang Ning sat in her room, looking at everything she had known since childhood, tears welling up in her eyes several times. She didn't know when she would return. However, thinking of Shun Lingyue, Jiang Ning's confidence was strengthened once again. Lin Xiao once said that if he could break through this stage, he would be able to skillfully use qi. At that time, even if the magic array did not have enough energy, he could still enhance it with his own qi. Jiang Ning is full of expectations for the future. A week later, Jiang Ning returned to Lao Aishan and began his secluded cultivation. Isolated from the world, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, unaware of time or fatigue, as if everything else in the world had ceased to exist, leaving only himself, as insignificant as a grain of sand in the torrent of time. Chapter 657. Jiang Ning. Is he dead? However, during Jiang Ning's closure, changes were quietly taking place in the outside world. Initially, nothing changed at Huahai, and everything was running smoothly. But as time went by, a month, 2 months, everyone started to have doubts. The chairman said he was going out on business and might not be back for a long time. But what exactly was on business that would take so long? As this idea took root, people became increasingly skeptical of Jiang Ning. 3 months have passed, and most of the Huahai Association members have adapted to life without Jiang Ning. Many have even begun to forget Jiang Ning's existence. Of course, Lei Long, Leng Yu, Xiao Dao, Li Bing, and others still longed for Jiang Ning to return soon. However, just when they were feeling lost, the Sun finally made time to act. First, the Hokkaido branch was attacked by the Sun Society. The battle lasted only 1 day, and before any rescue could be carried out, the Hokkaido branch was completely defeated. Fortunately, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi and Duan Shui Lu, along with the other 18 generals of the Rakshasa, were not in mortal danger and escaped back to Sambiampo. Then, in the following 2 months, various mining areas in Myanmar were hit one after another. Myanmar is very close to Sambiampo, so most of the members of the Huahai Association went to provide support. More than half of the 18 Rakshasa were present. However, the power of the Sun Society was beyond their imagination. The Sun Society will have top-notch martial artists, gunmen, and even some superhumans and hackers. Every step Huahai Hui took was within their calculations. Huahai Mining Company, Limited fought hard for more than a month before collapsing completely. With Lin Zhao's help, the 18 Rakshasa escaped unscathed, but suffered countless casualties among their underlings, and the Huahai Society suffered an unprecedented blow. However, it's not to the point of being severely damaged. Because the core members of the Huahai Association are still there, and the weapons in the armory are also still there. The biggest loss was to the mining area. The Sun will take over the mining area, and the source of the ore will be cut off. Almost half a year has passed since Jiang Ning went into seclusion, and the Great Formation is just 1 step away from being fully formed. Being cut off from ore at this stage is very unpleasant. It's like being just 1 step away from the goal, only to have your legs suddenly break. What do we do now? The 18 Rakshasas sat together for a meeting, and all eyes were on Lin Xiao, because he is the most senior and the most capable among them. Jiang Ning had specifically instructed that everything else could be abandoned, but the Great Formation must be protected. Lin Xiao is the guardian of the Great Formation, so everyone is waiting for his opinion. Although the ore supply route being cut off is a big problem for us right now, we're nearing the completion of the Grand Formation. We don't need many spirit stones, so we can still complete the formation by searching for jade in the market later, Lin Xiao said. Right now, everyone should prioritize their own safety. Don't fight the Sun Society members head-on. Wait for Jiang Ning's return. Before Jiang Ning went into seclusion, he instructed Lin Xiao to make sure everyone's safety was protected. The Sun is going too far, Nohan said angrily. The Sun Society is a top-tier organization globally. It's a law of the jungle. There's nothing more to say. Leng Yu said. The meeting ended with such bland and uninteresting topics. The next 2 months were uneventful. Huahai Society did not launch a counterattack, nor did it have the resources to do so. After acquiring the Hokkaido and Myanmar mining areas, the Sun Society did not immediately expand, but instead gradually took control of the mining areas. Huahai Hui's personnel have streamlined their operations, concentrating entirely on the mining area of Lao Aishan and the headquarters of Yunding Manor in Sambiampo. According to Lin Zhao's deduction, it wouldn't be long before the mining area of Lao Aishan would be attacked by the Sun Society. Because right now, Huahai only has this and Kunlun mining areas left. Kunlun is within China's territory and is relatively safe. Therefore, this must be the next breakthrough point for Huahai. Lin Xiao focused the Huahai society's attention on Old Asan, heavily guarding and defending it, because this was the core of the Huahai society and could not be lost. However, Lin Xiao guessed wrong this time. The Sun Society did indeed act very quickly. However, the Sun Society's target was not Lao Asan, but Sambiampo. Moreover, the attack was carried out in the dead of night. Song Si, Jasmine, and some mercenaries were stationed at Sambiampo. They are no match for the Sun Society. Song Si and Jasmine were captured, the rest of the army was wiped out, and the armory was seized. The Huahai Association members were outraged by this incident. The sun will rise, we'll fight it. No one shouted. You don't need to get so worked up. Even if you don't fight him to the death, he'll come knocking on your door anyway, Lung Yu said. Old Asan is the last stop for the Sun Society, and also our last line of defense. Lin Xiao nodded, but said sadly, before Mr. Zhang left, he told me to protect the Great Formation and to protect you all. It was my dereliction of duty. He couldn't leave the Great Formation and couldn't take care of other places. Because if he leaves, the enemy might seize the opportunity to destroy the Great Formation. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as all of this unfolded, unable to do anything about it. Master Lin, it's not your fault, Lei Long said with a look of shame. We were just too incompetent. Yeah, we're just too bad, Xiao Dao said. When the boss was around, he was in charge of our grueling training, but we didn't improve at all. Now that our leader is gone, we're as weak as tofu, unable to withstand any storm. Xiao Dao said shamefully. I really have no face to see our leader. It's not your fault. After all, you're facing the world's strongest organization, the Sun Society. Lin Xiao said. Everyone looked dejected and remained silent with their heads down. Without Jiang Ning, they seemed to have lost their passion. Where did the boss go? Why isn't he back yet? Lung Yu asked Lin Xiao, her eyes slightly red. Because Lung Yu knew that Jiang Ning had a long talk with Lin Xiao the night before he left. Sai? Mr. Jiang asked me to keep it a secret, so I can't say. Lin Xiao said. If people found out that Jiang Ning was in seclusion right under their noses, they might have to ask him to come out. If Jiang Ning senses the emotions outside and his mind becomes chaotic, he will definitely suffer a qi deviation. Therefore, he had to keep this secret, and he didn't even tell his own daughter. Dad, where did Mr. Jiang go? Did something happen to him? Xiao Yi Xiao asked. This question also reflects what everyone is thinking. How could that be? Don't talk nonsense, Lin Xiao said. Mr. Jiang has just gone to cultivate. As for when he will return, it depends on the timing. As long as everyone holds on, we will definitely see Mr. Jiang again. After hearing this, everyone was still very suspicious. If the boss were here, knowing that Huahai Association is in this state, why wouldn't he come back? Red Scorpion asked. She hit the nail on the head with her words, and at the same time pointed out a terrifying problem. Perhaps Jiang Ning is no longer alive, but Lin Xiao is not telling the truth in order to appease everyone. For a moment, everyone's emotions reached their lowest point. Chapter 658 The Sun Society, devastatingly powerful. However, before they could even grieve, their spies arrived with news. The Sun will send more troops again, seemingly preparing to launch an attack on Old Aishan's side. Bring it on, we'll fight him to the death. Lei Long said, his eyes red. Even if we're going to fight, we need to fight with strategy. Lung Yu looked at Lin Xiao. Master Lin, do you think we should make some preparations in advance? The implication is that you and your daughter, Xiaoya Xiaozi, are experts in magic arrays. Did you perhaps set up a magic array beforehand, so that the other party would suffer a loss when they arrived here? Preparation is necessary, Lin Xiao said. I will set up the magic array. You need to bring out all your most advanced weapons. This time, it's a battle for survival. Brother Song Si has been arrested, and right now, the person who knows the most about firearms and modern weapons is Rossi. Lung Yu looked at Rossi. Rossi, how about you become the leader of the arms squad? Of course I have no problem with that, Rossi said. However, I'm afraid the team members won't take my orders too seriously. After all, I'm not familiar with them. Rossi said this very casually. She acted as if the current crisis had nothing to do with her. This attitude infuriated Lung Yu. Since you put it that way, you don't have to participate in this battle. She stepped forward first and said, the Huahai Society is now facing a life-or-death crisis. Anyone who wants to leave now, please leave immediately. Those who stay must fight to the death with the enemy. After these words were spoken, some people began to waver. But Rossi rolled his eyes and said, I didn't say we wouldn't fight. Anyway, we've already offended the Sun Society, and we're all on their roster. Going out is the same as dying. That's as if he's desperate and has nowhere else to turn. Among the 18 Rakshasa, there are quite a few who share Rossi's thoughts, but now they can't escape and can only passively face the enemy. However, with such thoughts, even in battle, one cannot unleash their full potential. This also gave Lin Yu a big headache. Now is not the time to complain. Lin Xiao said, we're not guaranteed to lose. As long as we stay united, there's still hope. Then, he said to Ono Xiaoxiatsi and Ilea, go to the front of the mine now and set up the formation. The sun will move very quickly, so we need to get it done before it happens. Yes. Ono Xiaoxiatsi and Ilea replied in unison. Brother Long, let's plant bombs. Lung Yu said, we need both magic arrays and traps. Okay, Lei Long said. After that, they all received their tasks and went their separate ways. As everyone expected, the Sun Society acted very quickly. On the third night after receiving the news, the members of the Sun Society had arrived at Old AI Mountain. The vanguard was Old Aishan's mountain warfare team, a group of energetic and well-equipped soldiers. The Huahai Association is also ready to fight. As dusk fell, the Old Aishan mountain was shrouded in a layer of blood-red setting sun, as if the earth was weeping in advance for the impending bloody conflict. The feud between the Huahai Society and the Sun Society will finally be resolved here. At this moment, the Huahai Society members, dressed in black and with cold eyes, were scattered behind a low hill, using the natural rocks as cover. Lei Long, as the team's commander-in-chief, stood at the very front of the group, gripping his assault rifle tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Finally, as the sun was about to set, the vanguard of the Sun Society rushed up the mountain and headed straight for the mining area. Prepare to meet the enemy. Lei Long saw the figures of the Sun Society members in the distance through his binoculars and knew that a great battle was about to begin. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. Around the Sun Society members, soil and rocks collapsed and flew. They were in a minefield and bomb trap set by the Huahai Association, which had now been detonated. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out, and the members of the Sun Society were buried in smoke and dust. The time had come. Lei Long roared, brothers, kill. The members of the Huahai Society surrounded the Sun Society's vanguard. The bullet was fired from a member of the Huahai Society and flew straight toward the Sun Society team. However, the opposing side quickly adjusted their formation and launched a counterattack. Gunfire from both sides rang out like thunder, echoing across the sky above Lao Aishan. The members of the Huahai Society began to move quickly, using the undulations of the hills to move nimbly, firing their guns as they searched for better firing positions. Lei Long shouted orders. Group 1, flank to the left. Group 2, press forward. Give them a good beating. His voice sounded exceptionally firm amidst the hail of bullets. The members of the Sun Society were not to be outdone. They used the wooden houses as cover to form a network of fire, and a dense hail of bullets poured towards the Huahai Society. In an instant, smoke filled the air, and the pungent smell of gunpowder made it hard to breathe. The roar of the rocket launchers echoed through the valley like thunder, making the surrounding trees tremble. The shockwave from the bomb explosion impacted everything around it, uprooting trees and shattering rocks. The dust and smoke filled the air, making the entire forest dark and indistinct. The burning trees crackled and popped, flames leaping in the smoke and illuminating the surroundings in a fiery red glow. The brutality of the battlefield was repeated once again. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, a group of members from the Sun Society quietly maneuvered around and successfully reached the rear of the Huahai Society. They appeared suddenly behind the Huahai Society members like ghosts, unleashing a fierce barrage of fire that instantly created a breach in the Huahai Society's defenses. The morale of the Sun Society surged instantly, and they rushed out from behind their bunkers, launching an attack on the Huahai Society's camp. Seeing that the enemy was still so fierce even after falling into the trap, Lei Long knew he was no match for them and hurriedly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat to the mining area!" Moments later, more than half of Huahai's team had been killed or wounded. The remaining survivors, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, finally escaped and retreated to the mining area behind them. This battle also allowed Lei Long and the Huahai Society to truly experience the other's strength. After returning to the mining area, Lei Long rejoined the main force and explained the situation. "The situation is rather dire. For now, we can only rely on Master Lin's magic array," Lin Yu said. "At this moment, the people in the mining area have been evacuated, and those who remain are the main members of the Huahai Association. Many tanks, armored vehicles, and rocket launchers are already in place. Drones and war robots are already lined up. This will be the last strength of the Huahai Association." An hour later, the Sun Society's team indeed arrived at the mining area. At this moment, not only was there a vanguard team, but also some supernatural beings following behind. The leader of the Sun Society was a middle-aged man of mixed Chinese and European descent. Holding a microphone, he said in Mandarin, "The Huahai Society is in imminent danger. Those who know what's good for them, please lay down your weapons and surrender." "Bullshit," Lei Long shouted through the megaphone. "If you want to fight, then fight. Every blink of my eye is your son. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite," the man said. Chapter 659, Emerging from Seclusion. The man's name was Solomon. He was one of the 4 branch presidents of the Sun Society and the best candidate for vice president. Behind him were 100 henchmen dressed in brightly colored but menacing outfits. They came from different countries and races, with varying skin colors, but their eyes all gleamed with greed and ferocity. Upon Solomon's command, the Sun Society's underlings, armed with machine guns and other firearms, charged toward the Huahai Society. However, the next second, a sudden gust of wind blew up. The situation changed drastically, and the Sun Society's underlings were instantly trapped in the magic circle. Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, and others had already set up a magic array here. Once the opponent enters the magic array, they will lose consciousness and obediently surrender. "They've fallen for their trap," Xiao Xiaozi exclaimed joyfully. However, before they could even feel happy for a second, they saw 5 mages dressed in black robes floating up behind the opposing team. They chanted incantations with their eyes closed. Instantly, a stream of black energy emanated from behind them and rushed into the magic array. The black energy entered the magic circle and instantly spread out, clashing with the energy of the magic circle and producing crackling sounds. A moment later, the magic array lost its effect, and the members of the Sun Society came to their senses. "Rush!" Solomon roared and raised the flag high, pointing it toward the Huahai Association. The members of the Sun Society seemed to hear the bugle call to charge, shouting and following behind Solomon, rushing towards the Huahai Society like a pack of hungry beasts. Seeing this, Lin Zhao's eyes sharpened, and he shouted, "Accept the challenge." The members of the Huahai Society immediately surged forward like a tide, engaging in a chaotic battle with the members of the Sun Society. In an instant, shouts of battle, the clash of weapons, the splatter of bullets, and painful screams mingled together, echoing over Lau's Han. Lin Xiao moved through the crowd like a tiger, leaving a trail of blood wherever he went. The next second, Lin Xiao and Solomon met face to face in the crowd. Instead of confronting Lin Xiao directly, Solomon said with a wicked smile, "I know what you're plotting in the mountains, so I've sent people to the place where you're plotting. I believe your treasure is there." Solomon was referring to the core of the space-time interweaving array. "Insidious," Lin Xiao shouted, and turned to fly into the forest. That was Lin Zhao's top priority. At this point, the battle had entered a fierce stage. Without Lin Zhao's help, Huahai will gradually decline. The members of the Sun Society cooperated with each other, some responsible for offense and others for defense, forming close-knit combat teams. Gradually, More and more members of the Huahai society fell in pools of blood. Meanwhile, at the heart of the space-time intertwining array, Solomon was not lying. He did indeed send a small team to the center of the formation to cause sabotage. However, before the group of people could discover anything amiss, Lin Xiao had already arrived. Die, all of you! Lin Xiao's meticulously constructed formation was naturally not to be trampled upon like this. He brandished his lightsaber and engaged the enemy in battle. The enemy was also quite skilled and was not intimidated by Lin Xiao's aura, but in the end, they were no match for Lin Xiao. After fighting for more than half an hour, they were all killed. Lin Xiao looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground, took a deep breath, and prepared to return to the mining area to lend a hand. However, a voice came from the dense forest. Now you're the only one left. Are you still going to put up a fight? The next second, the search party and others emerged from the dense forest. At the same time, there are also core members of the Huahai Association. All 18 Rakshasa were bound hand and foot, including Song Si. We heard that Huahai society has conferred titles on some 18 Rakshasa. They're nothing special. Solomon pushed the 18 Rakshasa in front of Lin Xiao. Behind him, his henchmen all pointed guns at the 18 Rakshasa, and several mages and wizards held staffs and stared at Lin Xiao with cold eyes. You do have some ability, but it's a pity you're going to report to the King of Hell so early. With that, Solomon grabbed a gun and pressed it against the back of Ono Shasho's head. I'm about to start. Do you have any last words? Xiao Yi Xiao clenched her teeth, her face full of resentment. She also hoped that her father would use a wisp of her mother's primordial spirit to cultivate her true mother's primordial spirit. But now it seems that we won't be able to see that scene anymore. Stop, Lin Xiao said. None of these people are core members of the Huahai Association. I am. So if you want to kill me, let them go. You? Solomon sneered. How can you prove what you're saying is true? Because they don't even know where Jiang Ning is. Lin Xiao said. As a core member, only I know Jiang Ning's whereabouts. Oh, this piqued Solomon's interest, and he asked, where is Jiang Ning? Release them, and I'll tell you. Lin Xiao said. You have no right to negotiate with me now. Solomon's gun barrel drew even closer to Ono Shasho's. If you don't talk, I'll kill your daughter first. Ah. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Ning is in seclusion cultivating. Where should I go into seclusion to cultivate? Solomon asked. Do you believe I'm a core member now? Lin Xiao asked. Enough with the nonsense. Solomon roared. I'm asking you, where is Jiang Ning in seclusion? Release them, Lin Xiao shouted. I'll tell you then. Bang! Suddenly, someone fired a shot from behind, hitting Lin Xiao in the leg. Forehead. Lin Xiao knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth as he said, So you're resorting to underhanded tactics? Dad, Xiao Yi Xiao Zi cried out. Come at me. Come at me. Come at me. Lei Long said. I am a core member of the Huahai Association. I have followed Mr. Jiang from the very beginning until now. I know everything about him. Release the others. Come at me. Lung Yu said. I'm Jiang Ning's bodyguard. Come at me. I'm a brother from Jiang Ning, Li Bing shouted. Me too, come at me. Xiao Dao shouted frantically. Come at me. Red Scorpion shouted. For a moment, the valley echoed with the fearless voices of the crowd. Bang! Solomon fired a shot into the air and shouted, I don't care who you are. If you don't tell us Jiang Ning's whereabouts today, we will all die. Then, his junior disciples loaded their guns, and all the muzzles were aimed at the 18 Rakshasa and Lin Xiao. I'll give you 3 counts. When I count to 3, I'll fire. Solomon roared, 1, 2, boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. A burst of intense light suddenly erupted from the cave entrance not far away. The light, like a newborn sun, instantly pierced through the thick curtain of spiritual energy, illuminating the entire mountain forest. Immediately afterwards, another earth-shattering roar resounded, as if the heavens and earth were cheering. The spiritual energy barrier at the cave entrance shattered like broken glass. A figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 660, A Powerful Return. That figure was none other than Jiang Ning. He was like a war god from ancient times, walking with firm and powerful steps, stepping through the void. He's out of seclusion. Lin Xiao was utterly astonished. Jiang Ning actually. He's out of seclusion. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of joy filled Lin Zhao's mind, and his eyes welled up with tears. Boss! At that moment, the 18 Rakshasa knelt on the ground, weeping with joy. The figure they had longed for finally appeared. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ning, like a shooting star, transformed into a ball of flame and shot straight to the ground. Boom! Earth and rocks collapsed and flew. A huge crater was blasted into the ground, and Jiang Ning slowly rose from the crater. He was dressed in rags, but he didn't look disheveled at all. He exuded an invisible aura of dominance, as if the whole world was under his control. His eyes were sharp and deep, like two swords that could pierce through all illusions. His hair fluttered in the wind, exuding a wild and untamed charm. His body was tall and imposing, every muscle containing boundless power. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Jiang Ning's imposing presence was like a tidal wave, leaving everyone around him in awe. A powerful energy surged from his body, and every breath he took seemed to cause the surrounding air to vibrate. His hands were slightly clenched into fists, and the powerful force seemed to overflow from his fingertips. At this moment, the surrounding mountains and forests seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. The trees, which had been still, seemed to come alive, their branches and leaves dancing wildly and making rustling sounds, as if they were cheering for Jiang Ning's departure from the pass. Birds startled from the branches took flight, circling and dancing in the air, chirping crisply as if paying homage to this powerful figure. Even the flowers and grass on the ground straightened their backs and bloomed with more vibrant colors, as if adding a touch of vitality to this mountain forest. Gentlemen, I'm sorry you've suffered. Jiang Ning looked at the people who were bound hand and foot, and Lin Zhao lying in a pool of blood, and felt extremely guilty. Jiang Ning. Solomon was stunned. He could sense the other person's powerful energy. The wizards behind him looked at Jiang Ning with even more apprehension. Are you from the Sun Society? Jiang Ning asked. That's right. Solomon said. You have humiliated my brothers and sisters. You deserve to die. Jiang Ning casually remarked. I think you're the one who deserves to die. Solomon roared. Shoot him. Instantly, all the gun barrels were aimed at Jiang Ning in midair. Don't want. The crowd shouted. But the next second, someone from the Sun Society pulled the trigger. At the same time, Jiang Ning gently waved his sleeve, and the sand and stones in the deep pit beneath his feet were swept into the sky, forming a spectacular sand curtain. The bullets hit the sand screen as if they were hitting a steel plate, and were completely blocked outside the sand screen. Die! Jiang Ning shouted and waved his hand, causing the sand curtain to collapse and form countless flying arrows that shot down towards Solomon and the others. Uft! Uft! All the members of the Sun Society were pierced, and Solomon's throat was also pierced by a sand arrow. He died on his knees without even uttering a word. The mages intended to use magic to dispel Jiang Ning's spells, but they discovered that Jiang Ning was not using magic, but something real. Therefore, before the monks could react, they too fell victim to the arrows. Jiang Ning flew down and untied everyone. Boss! Everyone wept and embraced Jiang Ning. At that moment, they were like children who had found a home, and their grievances finally had a place to be poured out. Jiang Ning comforted everyone and treated Lin Zhao's injuries. He placed one hand on Lin Zhao's wound and suddenly pulled, sucking out a bullet. Afterwards, wisps of energy traveled through Lin Zhao's wounds, and the wounds, as if stitched up, actually stuck together. Uncle Lin, how long have I been in seclusion? Jiang Ning asked. 7 months. Lin Zhao said. Thankfully, it's only been 7 months. Jiang Ning was very relieved. His current cultivation level has long surpassed Lin Zhao's, reaching a stage that no one can match. This is also thanks to the 9-dragon jade cauldron. He had completely absorbed all the spiritual energy of the Xian Tian 9-dragon cauldron, which is why he was able to emerge from seclusion in such a short time. How is the space-time intersection array doing? Jiang Ning asked. To my shame, Lin Zhao said. We were just one step away from success, but the Sun Society cut off our business. It's all right, Jiang Ning said. I'm back, and I'll settle the score with them. Afterwards, The group rested for a while and temporarily stayed at Lin Zhao's residence at the center of the formation. Through conversations with others, Jiang Ning learned what had happened during the 7 months he was away. So many brothers of my Huahai society. The Sun Society has gone too far. Jiang Ning frowned and said with resentment, "Brothers, let me rest for a few days, and then I'll take you to the Sun Society to take revenge." "Boss, no need to rest. We can set off at any time," Lin Yu said. The others were also filled with excitement at that moment. Jiang Ning once asked them to participate in intensive training, but they refused. "I almost died this time, and only then did I realize how reliable Jiang Ning's decision was." Jiang Ning patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Don't rush. I also need these few days to confirm the exact location of the Sun Society headquarters. In fact, Jiang Ning has a big project to accomplish in the next few days. It means opening the space-time interweaving array. He is no longer the ordinary person he once was. According to Master Lin Xiao, the Great Formation is only one step away from completion. With his current abilities, even without spirit stones, he could complete the final task using the surging qi within his body. Therefore, he didn't want to leave any regrets before his final battle with the sun. "Everyone, don't leave here these next few days. I have a surprise for you. A surprise you can't even imagine," Jiang Ning said. Afterwards, Jiang Ning took Lin Xiao aside and shared his thoughts. Lin Xiao stated that this method is feasible, but it would be a very costly process for Jiang Ning. It may take at least another month or two to fully recover its abilities. "That doesn't matter, as long as the Grand Formation can be activated," Jiang Ning said. "But right now, the Sun Society has suffered a loss and will definitely send even stronger assassins. We will be in great danger while you are weakened," Lin Xiao said. Taoist Lin Xiao, "I saw a statement in my family's ancestral book, but I don't know if it's true or not." Jiang Ning said, "If a space-time array is activated, the caster can enter a certain space-time within the array and stay there briefly. The flow of time inside is different from that outside. Is that true?" "Of course," Lin Xiao nodded. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Jiang Ning, you mean?" "That's right," Jiang Ning said. "Open the space-time crossover array, and all of us will move in." Chapter 661, Activating the Space-Time Array. Since it's dangerous outside, let's go inside the formation. Of course, this is on the premise that the formation will not be destroyed. So, over the next 2 days, Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi Xiao Xiao Zi, and Ilea built a concealed magic array to hide the core of the array. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning spent the next 2 days attacking Myanmar and seizing a large amount of ore. On the 3rd day, the conditions for activating the Grand Formation were met, and preparations were made to activate it. "Gentlemen, I once said I would give you a surprise. In fact, I want you all to embark on a fantastic journey with me," Jiang Ning said to the 18 Rakshasa and the 3 wise men. The 3 wise men are by Yushan, the master of 1,000 Buddhas, Moon, the super hacker, and Quinn, the jade connoisseur. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Ning, still unaware of his specific intentions. "As you all just saw, we buried a lot of ore underground. In fact, we were creating a large magic array," Jiang Ning said. "And now, this large magic array can finally be activated." At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that some people who were unaware of the details were also awakening from their dream. It turned out that Mr. Jiang was doing the mineral business in order to build a large magic array. "This magic array is for time travel," Jiang Ning said. "In other words, today we will activate the array, and I will lead everyone on a journey through time. During this journey, you will see the bonds between us from our past lives and understand why we have met in this life." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. "Time travel, that's so cool. Of course, there are a few more people who need to join before that," Jiang Ning said, clapping his hands. Lei Long, Xiao Dao, and the others escorted a man over. The man was filthy, covered in wounds, and reeked of a foul stench. It was Lin Feng who was in a terrible state. Behind them followed a woman, none other than Jiang Ning's former girlfriend, Chu Xiaoran. Jiang Ning had once imagined that one day, when he activated the Great Formation, he would make sure to let that despicable couple see it. Because he wanted to make those 2 scoundrels understand how badly they had treated him in his previous life, so killing them in this life wouldn't be too much of a deal. Xiao, it's me, Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw Chu Xiao walking over from behind and hurriedly turned around to speak. That bastard Jiang Ning kidnapped me. He put me in the basement and fed me like a dog. Xiao, you have to call the police for me. That guy is a bastard. Chu Xiao never expected that the dirty, beggar-like guy in front of him was actually Lin Feng. She was startled and quickly took a few steps back to distance herself from Lin Feng. Raymond Lam was once her ideal man, but unexpectedly, the two have fallen out to this extent. Jiang Ning, what are you going to do to us? Chu Xiaoran was somewhat afraid of Jiang Ning. He hadn't seen Jiang Ning for a long time, and the current Jiang Ning was a complete stranger to him. I won't do anything to you. I just want you two to understand just how much you owe me. Jiang Ning said no more and led everyone into a pre-drawn circle. Then he said to Lin Xiao, Uncle Lin, we can begin. Good. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, made hand seals, and began to cast the spell. Jiang Ning also entered that circular area, continuously channeling his qi into the Great Formation. Whoosh! Air currents began to flow at the center of the array. 100 base points within a radius of 100 miles seemed to have received the command simultaneously and began to react. A thin layer of mist began to envelop the sky above the Great Formation. Afterwards, the originally snow-white mist slowly took on a strange color. It started as a pale purple, like the dreamy glow of dawn on the horizon. Then, the purple gradually deepened, blending with a touch of brilliant gold to create an indescribably beautiful color. The thick fog was as if it were being pulled and twisted into all sorts of strange shapes by an invisible giant hand, as if an art feast from the heavens was quietly unfolding in the clouds. Space-time interweaving array, activate. Lin Xiao roared. Jiang Ning once again tried his best to inject qi into the center of the formation. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot up from the center of old Asan Mountain, piercing the clouds. The light, like a sharp blade, instantly shattered the silence of the sky, cutting the colorful clouds to pieces. The color of the light was ever-changing, sometimes as red as a blazing flame, sometimes as blue as a deep ocean, and sometimes as silvery as twinkling stars. Wherever the light touched, the air seemed to ignite, crackling and popping as if countless little sprites were dancing joyfully. Fortunately, this place is deep in the mountains, and the center of the formation is in a valley, so it will not be discovered. Otherwise, such a magnificent scene would surely be mistaken for an alien invasion. The next second, the space-time interweaving array slowly activated. Rumble. A deep and powerful rumble came, like the roar of an ancient beast awakening. The sound echoed through the valley, lingering for a long time, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and their leaves to fall. The space around the Great Formation began to distort and deform, like a piece of crumpled silk. The originally clear scene became blurry and indistinct, with strange lights and shadows flashing at times, and faint sounds coming at other times, like calls from another world. The group, situated at the heart of the formation, felt both tense and excited, their eyes glued to the magnificent scenery around them. The next second, the space-time on the left and right sides began to intersect, and different spaces and times surged into each other like tides. To the left of the Great Formation, an ancient battlefield appeared. The battlefield was filled with smoke and the shouts of battle were deafening. Soldiers clad in armor brandished their weapons, fighting fiercely, their blood staining the earth red. War horses neighed as they galloped across the battlefield, kicking up clouds of dust. In the distance, beacon towers blazed fiercely, billowing thick smoke that seemed to tell of the cruelty and tragedy of war. To the right of the Great Formation lay a bustling city. Skyscrapers stand tall, brightly lit, bustling with traffic and people. The streets and alleys are filled with laughter and a lively atmosphere. The shops were filled with a dazzling array of goods, and the street performers attracted a large crowd of onlookers. In the sky, aircraft shuttled back and forth, humming and buzzing, showcasing a prosperous scene of future technology. Everyone present felt as if they were in a dream. Attention everyone, we're about to begin our journey, Lin Xiao said, jumping into the circle. This circular area is at the very center of the Great Formation, and everyone is currently in it, with a strong light emanating from beneath their feet. The light contained boundless energy, which spread outwards like waves, constantly propelling the interplay of space and time. The core is surrounded by rings of mysterious runes, which shimmer with an eerie light, as if telling an ancient story. The lines of the runes are smooth and beautiful, each stroke containing powerful energy. They intertwine to form a complex and exquisite pattern. Suddenly, a powerful and mysterious force enveloped everyone. Chapter 662 Time Travel. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were in a giant vortex. The scene before everyone's eyes kept changing, sometimes showing them as they were in their childhood, with their innocent smiles and figures running and playing in the fields, bringing a warm feeling to their hearts. Sometimes I see myself in my youth, striving for my dreams, and the determined look in my eyes and the indomitable spirit I have are truly moving. Time and space within the great formation intertwine, forming a complex network. Every moment, every space, is like a dazzling star, shining with a unique light in this mysterious world. Those who find themselves in this world seem to become part of this interwoven space-time, engaging in a wondrous dialogue with their past, present, and future selves. As time went by, the power of the space-time interweaving array grew stronger and stronger. The interweaving between different spaces and times becomes more intense, and the scenery becomes more magnificent and colorful. A variety of fantastical scenes keep appearing, leaving people overwhelmed. In some places, mysterious fairylands appeared, shrouded in mist and filled with exotic flowers and plants, like a paradise on earth. In other places, terrifying hells appeared, with flames raging and demons roaring, making people shudder. However, this magnificent sight was not eternal. When the energy of the Great Formation reached its peak, Lin Xiao performed the ritual again and said, "Jiang Ning, the scene you desire is right ahead." As he finished speaking, the light and shadow shifted, and everyone found themselves in a metropolis. At this moment, it's as if everyone is in front of 1,000 people, and each person sees a different scene, and what they see is their past life. Chu Xiaoran saw his past life, in which he conspired with Lin Feng to swindle all of the Jiang family's assets, causing Jiang Ning's family to be destroyed and his family to die. She was so vicious and treacherous back then. For the sake of her beloved, white moonlight, she drove Jiang Ning, who loved her deeply, to his death. At that moment, she cried. She finally understood why Jiang Ning had suddenly changed on the eve of his wedding. She finally understood why Jiang Ning no longer liked her. "Jiang Ning, I was wrong. I didn't know I had treated you like that," Chu Xiaoran asked. Jiang Ning said, "Therefore, after I am reborn, I will not repeat the same mistakes." Chu Xiaoran was relieved at this moment. "You're right. If I were you, I wouldn't associate with someone like me again. It's my own fault." Upon seeing this, Lin Feng collapsed to his knees in anguish. He was so glorious in his previous life, but in this life he has suffered a complete defeat. At this moment, the 18 Rakshasa and the 3 wise men were also intently watching their past lives. Of course, Lei Long, Li Bing, Xiao Dao, and other friends who did not experience Jiang Ning's previous life can only see their other experiences from their previous life. The others, however, were deeply moved by their previous life. They finally understood why Jiang Ning had gone to such lengths to bring them together. It turns out that they were all once Jiang Ning's subordinates, and they were once brothers and sisters who fought side by side. They were inseparable and talked about everything. Lung Yu saw herself and Red Scorpion as sisters in their past life. Bai Yushan saw Jiang Ning save him on a ship in his previous life, only to die on a cruise ship in Southeast Asia. Nuhan saw himself in his past life being dismembered by the Sun Society's clowns, and Rossi saw herself being raped by the Sun Society's beasts. At that moment, everyone realized the truth. It turns out that Jiang Ning is leading everyone in revenge in this life. At this moment, everyone's consciousness was awakened, as if they had merged with their past lives. In an instant, the 18 Arhats, who had been scattered like a pile of sand, joined hands and embraced tightly. They used to be so close. Their common enemy is the Sun Society. At the same time, because everyone sees different things, they also have their own unspeakable secrets. For example, The female characters in the 18 arhats all had relationships with Jiang Ning. When they saw themselves entwined with Jiang Ning, that long-lost feeling of ambiguity, transcending time and space, instantly returned to their bodies. It turns out that they are all still single in this life, waiting for their Prince Charming. Almost all the women were looking at Jiang Ning with burning eyes. Jiang Ning, however, seemed to be searching for something with great impatience. Although I don't want to disturb you all, I must say that we are now at a crossroads, with teleportation channels leading to various dimensions ahead. Lin Xiao said. Therefore, please maintain your current formation and do not make any movements. Otherwise you may be swept away by the torrent of time and disappear into other dimensions. Upon hearing this, no one dared to move, and they all sat down on the ground. Lin Xiao drew a talisman in midair, opening a door that automatically moved toward the crowd, growing larger and larger until it encompassed everyone. This space is relatively more stable, Lin Xiao said. Moreover, I just used a talisman to calculate that time flows faster here. 1 year here is equivalent to 1 hour outside. What? Everyone was astonished. The difference is huge, Lin Xiao said. So you can stay here as long as you want, until the end of time. After you leave, only a few days will have passed. That's amazing, everyone exclaimed. Lin Xiao had cultivated in other time and space, so he was quite familiar with the different types of spaces. Honey, here, take this. Lin Xiao handed a backpack to Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. The talismans inside can allow everyone to absorb spiritual energy, so you won't feel hungry here. Dad, what are you going to do? Xiao Yi Xiao Zi asked. I promised Jiang Ning I would accompany him to find Miss Shun's primordial spirit, Lin Xiao said. So, we won't be coming back. You all stay here and cultivate at the same time. Cultivating here is incredibly fast because the spiritual energy is so abundant, and one can enter a state of spiritual clarity. We hope that when we return, we will see a completely new you. The crowd nodded in unison, their eyes filled with respect. We will cultivate diligently and wait for the return of our leader and Master Lin. At this moment, their minds were united, and they were single-mindedly seeking revenge against the Sun Society. Cultivation was of great significance to them. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ning came up and hugged everyone. This embrace also completely merged their past lives together. Brothers, wait for me. Jiang Ning and Lin Xiao gradually disappeared into the space. Lin Xiao led Jiang Ning through different spaces, where they encountered many creatures they had never seen before. Demons and monsters, dinosaurs and wild beasts, as well as some mythical creatures from mountains and seas. Jiang Ning then realized that this world was so magnificent and colorful. Chapter 663 Raid on the Sun Society. Holding the talisman, Jiang Ning and Lin Xiao rapidly traveled through different times and spaces. The talisman was engraved with Shun Lingyue's appearance and birth date. Through Lin Xiao's ritual, he searched for Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit in the myriad realms. Wisps of blue smoke rose from the talisman and drifted into the distance. Following the guidance of the blue smoke, the two continued their pursuit. I don't know how much time passed or how many time periods we went through, but finally, the smoke stopped moving. Jiang Ning was immediately filled with excitement. Is this the place? It should be in this space. Lin Xiao said. This is a very empty place, with fog all around, and I have no idea what lies below. Only oddly shaped trees peeked out from the mist. The two floated above the clouds, continuing their search following the guidance of the talisman. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ning suddenly saw a white figure ahead. The figure sat on a clump of trees, staring blankly at the distant sea of fog. Her silhouette was lonely and desolate, yet it felt so familiar to Jiang Ning. Sister Linghua. Jiang Ning could no longer contain his excitement and shouted as he flew over. Hearing the sound, the woman turned around abruptly and was immediately startled. Xiao Ning. Sister Linghua. Jiang Ning rushed forward to hug Shin Linghua. But they found nothing. Xiao Ning. Shin Linghua was right in front of Jiang Ning, but the two of them could not touch each other. It really is you, Shin Linghua exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Her primordial spirit is very weak. Lin Xiao caught up and said, We are in physical bodies now, and we cannot contact her primordial spirit. Jiang Ning only realized this at this moment. He was too happy and had forgotten about it. Xiaoning, where am I? How long have I been here? How are my parents? Shun Lingyue's spirit was in a state of confusion, and she kept asking questions with tears streaming down her face. Sister Lingyue, this can't be explained in just a few words. I'll take you home now, Jiang Ning said. Then, Lin Xiao waved the talisman. Miss Shun, I'll have to trouble you for a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit was absorbed into the talisman and placed into a jar. Jiang Ning was still unable to calm his excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. He carefully put the bottle away and began to search for their way back with Lin Xiao. Because Lin Xiao had a sensing talisman in the backpack, he gave Xiao Yi Xiao Zi. The two of them could return to their original space by following the senses. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally returned to the space they had been in before. Due to the difference in time and space, when the two returned to that space, 10 years had already passed. However, those people's appearances seemed unchanged. Everyone was overjoyed to see Jiang Ning return. Finally, I can go home, Jiang Ning exclaimed. A wonderful journey, ending without any major incidents. When everyone emerged from the Great Formation, less than a day had passed in the local time. This is so fantastic. However, the 18 Rakshasa had been cultivating diligently in the alien space for 10 years. The first thing to do after leaving the formation is to destroy it. Afterwards, Jiang Ning and Lin Xiao brought Shun Lingyue's primordial spirit back to the country, and Lin Xiao helped Shun Lingyue restore her primordial spirit. With Shun Yunhai and his wife as witnesses, Shun Lingyue's eyelashes began to move, showing signs of recovery. It really works. The two elderly people embraced each other and wept with emotion. Sister Lingyue still needs time to recover, Jiang Ning said, smoothing Shun Lingyue's hair. Sister Lingyue, I still have some things to take care of. By the time I come back, you will be awake. Lin Xiao said that it would take at least a month for the primordial spirit to recover. This month, Jiang Ning has to deal with his greatest enemy from his previous life, the Sun Society. 3 days later, Western Pacific coast. A cruise ship was ready, and Jiang Ning, along with the 18 Rakshasa and Lin Xiao, boarded the ship. The cruise ship entered the deep sea, and an archipelago appeared ahead. The ship stopped dozens of nautical miles from the archipelago. There are warning signs ahead. We need to go in through another passage, Jiang Ning said. He spent half a month figuring out the Sun Society's hideout. The archipelago before us is the headquarters of the Sun Society. Jiang Ning provided everyone with diving equipment, and then everyone followed Jiang Ning into the water. They dived into the sea and entered a cave. They swam forward along the winding cave, and after about an hour, a faint light came from above. The group followed Jiang Ning and poked their heads out of the water. It turned out to be an underwater cave. After taking off his diving suit, Jiang Ning said, "This cave is the back door of the Sun Society, their escape route. There will be guards ahead, so everyone be careful." Then, he took the lead and walked into the cave. At this time, the 18 Rakshasa, after 10 years of arduous cultivation in another dimension, had already undergone a complete transformation. The group made their way forward and saw that the cave wall was blocked by a huge iron gate. In front of the gate, several men in uniforms were guarding it with machine guns. Jiang Ning casually waved his hand, and several vortexes of energy shot out. Before the men knew what was happening, they were struck in vital areas and lost consciousness. Then, Rossi shot and destroyed the surveillance camera. The crowd stepped forward and used the fingerprints of the person who had fallen to the ground to unlock the iron gate. After passing through the iron gate, a completely different world unfolds inside. A magnificent underwater tunnel. The group walked along the tunnel, and at the end of the tunnel, there was still a large iron gate. Strangely, the iron gate was open and no one was holding it. The group carefully passed through the iron gate and walked up the stone steps, eventually arriving on the island. "This is the headquarters of the Sun Society," Jiang Ning said. It was already night. Night fell like a huge black curtain, pressing heavily over the sky. The cold sea breeze hissed as it blew by. Ahead stood a magnificent building, its towering walls resembling the fangs of a giant beast, exuding a chilling aura. "Jiang Ning, A clear voice echoed from above the island. If you want to come here as a guest, just let me know in advance. Why be so sneaky? The voice came from Karen Satan, the president of the Sun Society. So we were discovered a long time ago. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Not surprising. Jiang Ning said. The Sun Society's defenses are so tight. It's too easy for us to get in. With that, Jiang Ning straightened his back and looked at the magnificent castle in front of him. Now that you know we're here, why not open the gates and welcome us? Ha! Karen Satan laughed loudly. The massive gates of the castle ahead roared open. Inside the city gate, armed gunmen were everywhere, their eyes revealing vigilance and ferocity. Jiang Ning, you are the first group of people to come here without permission. Karen Satan said, I swear, you are also the last. Enough with the nonsense. Today, at the Huahai conference, we must avenge our previous humiliation. Lei Long roared. Chapter 664 Darling, it's never too late, the finale. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Karen Satan roared, and her men surged out from inside the castle. The real battle has begun. With a gentle wave of his hand, Jiang Ning sent the 18 Rakshasas scattering like ghosts, each seeking a suitable position to attack. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, and the internal energy within him surged like a turbulent tide. He waved his hands rapidly, and vortexes of energy flew out from his hands, shooting towards the charging enemy like cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed in the night sky. The Sun Society's gunmen lay prone in front of the city wall, raising their guns and firing. Bullets rained down on Jiang Ning and the 18 Rakshasa. However, Jiang Ning and his men were agile, like nimble cheetahs, moving freely through the hail of bullets and dodging their attacks. How could they move so quickly? The people from the Sun Society were somewhat surprised. However, Jiang Ning and his men gave them no chance to react, instantly entering their position, and the 18 Rakshasa engaged in fierce close combat with the gunmen of the Sun Society. Each of the 18 Rakshasa possesses unique skills and has undergone 10 years of arduous training in another world, making them far more powerful than before. Holding the blades in both hands, Xiao Dao charged into the formation like a whirlwind, his two blades flashing up and down like two silver dragons, cutting down a group of enemies wherever they went. Lei Long's fists were as powerful as iron hammers, each punch accompanied by a shattering sound as it smashed the air, breaking the bones and tendons of his enemies. However, the strength of the Sun Society should not be underestimated. Just as Jiang Ning and the 18 Rakshasa were engaged in a fierce battle with the gunmen, a group of supernatural beings suddenly rushed out from inside the headquarters. These strange people all had bizarre appearances. Some were as tall as giants, some were as short as dwarfs, some had 3 eyes, and some had 6 arms. They exuded a mysterious aura that sent chills down one's spine. These are all Frankenstein's monsters created by the Sun Society, each possessing unique combat abilities. A tall, monstrous figure charged towards Jiang Ning first, holding a huge iron rod in his hand, which gleamed with an eerie light. The strange man roared, raised the iron rod high, and smashed it down hard on Jiang Ning. His strength and speed have long exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Unfortunately, he was facing Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed, and he pushed off with both feet, his body shooting backward like an arrow. At the same time, his hands moved rapidly, forming a vortex barrier in front of him. Boom! The iron rod slammed heavily onto the cyclone barrier, making a loud noise. The cyclone barrier shook violently, but it was not broken. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Ning pushed forward with both hands, and a powerful vortex shot towards the alien like a shock wave. The alien had no time to dodge and was hit by the vortex. His body was sent flying, and he fell to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Seeing this, the mages of the Sun Society also began to cast spells. They chanted incantations and formed hand seals, unleashing beams of magical light that hurtled towards the 18 Rakshasa and Jiang Ning. A mage cast a fire spell, and raging flames rushed towards Lung Yu like a giant dragon. With lightning speed, Lung Yu dodged to the side, drew a dagger from her waist, and swung it forcefully, sending the dagger hurtling towards the fire dragon like a meteor. Boom! The dagger collided with the fire dragon, producing a loud bang. The fire dragon was shattered by the dagger, turning into a fireball that scattered in all directions. However, the magic of the Sun Society's mages is ever-evolving. A mage chanted an incantation and cast a freezing spell. A chilling aura instantly spread, and a thick layer of frost formed on the ground. Arya accidentally stepped on the frost, and her feet were instantly frozen solid. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Sun Society mage cast a lightning spell, a thick bolt of lightning shooting towards Arya like a sharp sword. However, Arya is a dark sorceress, and she is least afraid of magic. She raised her staff, and a beam of white light shot out, colliding with the opponent's lightning. At the same time, Lin Xiao began to use Taoist fire talismans to break the opponent's frost spell. Rossi, Jenny, Sophie, and others fired their guns forward continuously. After a fierce battle, the Sun Society's gunmen, superhumans, and mages fell one after another, their blood staining the ground red. Jiang Ning and his group trudged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood into the Sun Society's castle. Inside the castle, Karen Satan, dressed in a black robe, stood on the second-floor steps, looking down at the first-floor hall. Behind Karen Satan is a huge, lifelike sun pattern. Jiang Ning, do you think you'll win? Karen Satan's voice rang out. The sun will stand for 1,000 years. You cannot shake it. As soon as the words were spoken, black mist surged around the castle, and a group of mysterious people appeared. They were shrouded in a long black robe, obscuring their faces, yet they exuded a powerful aura that sent chills down one's spine. The mysterious man in black at the head of the group was tall and slowly raised his hand, as if giving a command. Behind him, all the men in black cast spells in unison, and streams of energy gathered behind the tall man in black. With a wave of his hand, a black beam of light shot out from his hand and attacked Jiang Ning and the 18 Rakshasa. Jiang Ning's eyes sharpened, and he quickly moved his hands, forming a vortex barrier in front of him. However, the black light was exceptionally powerful, easily piercing through the vortex barrier, and coiled towards Jiang Ning and the 18 Rakshasa like a venomous snake. Brothers, focus your attack on the leader. Jiang Ning could see that the other men in black all had to release their magic through their leader, so once the leader was defeated, they would be a disorganized mess. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the 18 Rakshasa instantly understood. In their previous life, they were torn apart and ultimately all perished in battle. In this lifetime, we finally have the opportunity to unite as one. This is an opportunity given by God. In an instant, everyone's thoughts were united, and they launched a fierce attack on the black light. In an instant, cyclones, flames, bullets, throwing knives, and other attacks intertwined, forming a powerful force that rushed towards the black light. Boom! The two forces collided with a loud bang. The black light was scattered, and the mysterious man was also knocked back a few steps. There really is such a group of people in the world? The mysterious man murmured in astonishment. Indeed, they were not facing ordinary people. Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, Jiang Ning stepped forward, his hand forming a vortex of energy that slashed at the mysterious leader. The mysterious man dodged to the side, then with a backhand flick, a black sword aura shot towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning slightly shifted his body to the side, dodging the black sword energy, and kicked the mysterious man in the chest. The mysterious man was kicked by Jiang Ning and staggered back a few steps. He quickly regained his footing, formed hand seals, and chanted incantations. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to distort, and black cracks appeared on the ground, as if they were entrances to hell. From the black crack, a group of demonic monsters surged out, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced on Jiang Ning and the others. It's the most powerful spell in black magic, Demon Pact, Arya shouted. But Jiang Ning showed no fear. He charged forward, brandishing a blade made of qi, and engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic monster. Lin Xiao also summoned his lightsaber and charged into the formation. Inspired, the others joined the fight. Amidst the flashing swords and splattering blood, demonic monsters fell one after another. At the same time, Arya and Ono Xiaoxiatzi began casting spells, working together to seal the opponent's demon portal. I'll help you. Jiang Ning shouted and launched a frenzied attack on the mysterious leader of the opposing side. The mysterious leader was struggling to deal with Jiang Ning and had to retreat repeatedly, causing the teleportation portal to sway precariously. Taking advantage of the moment, Arya sent a wisp of black energy into the portal. Boom. The portal exploded open with a bang, turning into a cloud of smoke and disappearing without a trace. The mysterious leader was blasted away by the immense backlash and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. The other men in black behind them were also coughing up blood, clearly suffering from the backlash of the dark magic of the demonic contract. Karen Satan hadn't expected that these people would instantly lose their fighting ability, and he turned to run away. Jiang Ning suddenly leaped up and went straight up the stairs to the second floor, grabbing his clothes and saying, "Karen Satan, you killed so many of my brothers and sisters in the last life, so pay for it in this life." However, at that moment, Karen Satan slid a pistol out of her sleeve and fired at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning acted quickly, twisting his hand and firing the pistol directly at the ceiling. The next second, Jiang Ning snatched the pistol and pressed it against Karen Satan's forehead. It's all over. Bang. 3 months later, in Haicheng, the entire Victoria Hotel was booked out, with bright red, double happiness, characters hanging on every floor. The hotel was packed with guests, almost filling the entire building. Today is the boss's big day. Everyone must drink to their heart's content. Lei Long laughed heartily. Uncle and aunt, congratulations. Xiao Dao smiled at Jiang Yuqing and his wife. You're finally going to have a grandson. Yes. We've been waiting for this day for far too long. Jiang Yuqing's eyes were almost slits. The wedding was about to begin at 10:30 a.m. Jiang Ning, dressed in a suit and wearing the groom's wedding plaque, looked towards the guests. All the important people in his life were present. No, there's one missing, Lin Xiao. Jiang Ning picked up the phone and called Lin Xiao. Uncle Lin, why didn't you come to my wedding? Lin Xiao chuckled and said, Jiang Ning, I've already asked Ono to deliver my blessings. As for me, I've already entered the otherworldly space. I need to hurry up and nurture Sakura's primordial spirit. An alternate dimension? Jiang Ning asked. Could it be that you didn't destroy the space-time distortion array? Haha, I had a little something going on. It's nothing serious. Lin Xiao said, I wish you a happy marriage. I hope one day I can bring Yingzi to Haicheng to see you too. See you in the future. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang Ning said. After hanging up the phone, the MC rushed over. Mr. Jiang, the wedding is about to begin. Why hasn't the bride arrived yet? The MC said. Why don't you give her a call and remind her? Jiang Ning. He seemed to recall that wedding from many years ago. The same scene unfolded. It was 10:30, and Chu Xiaoran was still stubbornly refusing to come. But this time, he wasn't worried at all. Husband. As soon as the MC finished speaking, a stunningly beautiful woman in high heels ran over and threw herself at Jiang Ning. I took a little longer to do my makeup. Am I late? Holding Shen Lingyue in his arms, Jiang Ning's happy smile blossomed. It's not too late. Darling, it's never too late. The end.